Just as everyone was still discussing, a voice rang out. No need for that. I'll kill him myself. I need to go back and rest after I'm done. Don't waste my time. It was Yululu who spoke. She suddenly took a step forward, and a spatial rift opened. She left in full view of everyone. Sumu couldn't stop him. Chapter 201 Demonized Andrew. War. Andrew, the city lord of Tianlong City, immediately assembled the city's elite troops and prepared to launch an attack. Before the march, Andrew, following his long-standing tradition, went up to the altar to offer sacrifices, praying for the soldiers' success and triumph in this battle. At that time, the people of Tianlong City were all watching the sacrificial ceremony from below the altar. Just after Hayward's army left the city, Andrew suddenly went berserk. He massacred the civilians below the sacrificial altar, and in front of many people, he publicly sucked out their fresh brains, then laughed gleefully. This bizarre scene terrified the people, who screamed and fled in all directions. However, Andrew's massacre continued. He ordered the guards inside the city to close the city gates and forbid anyone from leaving. Later, Andrew broke into many civilian homes, killing people and using drugs. Panic, fear, and slaughter filled Tianlong City. In just 2 days, half the population of Tianlong City fell victim to Andrew's wickedness, their brainless corpses piling up like mountains, filling the city lord's mansion to the brim. The entire city of Tianlong was filled with fear and unease, feeling like livestock being kept by Andrew. One day, Andrew will kill them too. That's only a matter of time. Of the city lord's mansion guards, led the rebellion against Andrew and was killed as a result. In front of all the soldiers guarding him, Andrew absorbed Adar's brain matter. At that very moment, the soldiers and guards dared not utter another word of resistance. Everyone wanted to escape Tianlong City, fearing they would become Andrew's next meal. However, the city gates were tightly closed and guarded, so they had no chance to leave. Kaisen saw everything. She knew that if she didn't leave soon, Andrew would definitely set his sights on their Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Because there are many slaves here, slaves whose lives are worthless. If you kill and eat them, no one will sympathize with you. But Kirsten couldn't accept this outcome. She believed that slaves' lives mattered too, and everyone was trying to live. Why should they become Andrew's food? So she led the slaves to escape through the secret passage of the Yunlong Merchant Guild, where she encountered Su Mu, Reggie, and others. These are the things that happened in Tianlong City these past 2 days. Kaisen roughly told Su Mu what had happened in Tianlong City. Mr. Ness, was that young lady really capable of dealing with Andrew? Andrew seems different from before. He has practiced evil magic and his strength has improved a lot. I'm afraid he won't be so easy to deal with. That's why I asked you to take me into the city. I can't say for sure that she can handle Andrew 100%. Su Mu's face was serious, and one could sense the gravity in his heart. After all, Yulilua's life is now tied to his. If Yulilua is defeated by Andrew and is doomed, wouldn't Su Mu be doomed too? He can't afford to be unserious. Su Mu had even decided that after everything was over, he would definitely give Yulilu a good beating. This woman is too reckless. Without his orders, she dared to leave and go to deal with Andrew on her own. She must be crazy. All right. Kaisen didn't say anything more and focused on leading the way. Su Mu guessed that Andrew's sudden transformation into a monster was probably due to the curse from Freyna. Andrew killed Freyna last time, naturally because he was affected by the backlash of her ominous body talent. As for why Yulilua didn't suffer from the aftereffects of the curse, Su Mu wasn't quite sure. He guessed it was probably because of Yulilua's race. Are demons immune to the ominous body effect? Very likely. After all, when the system opened the dungeon, it was referring to the demonic transformation of Andrew, the lord of Tianlong City. By the way, Hassad, is Andrew still respected and supported by the guards in the city lord's mansion? Does he still have any authority? Su Mu turned his head to look at Hassad behind him. Hassad is the representative sent by the night guards. He will enter Tianlong City with Su Mu and the others to find an opportunity to kill Andrew. Most of the soldiers were still conscious. They obeyed orders not because of Andrew's favor or prestige, but out of fear. They were afraid they would be the ones killed. Nobody wants to become Adar. Hassad slowly began to speak. Moreover, with Commander Hayward's army absent, the city's elite forces are far from sufficient to confront Andrew. Su Mu touched his nose. He couldn't very well tell Hassad that Hayward had already been killed. By the way, do you know what level Andrew's strength reached before? Grand Archmage, rank 7. Lord Andrew's previous strength was that of a 7th level Archmage, just a little short of becoming a Saint Archmage. Hassad replied. After a moment's thought, Sumu had a general idea in mind. Hayward is a holy knight, roughly on par with a Grand Magister. But Hayward couldn't even last 3 moves against Malor before being easily killed. Yulilaw is strong enough to defeat and seriously injure Miluor, so to a certain extent, Yulilaw might actually be able to deal with Andrew alone. Sumu estimated that Yulilaw's strength was somewhere between a Saint Magister and a legendary mage. Just as Sumu was about to relax, Hasid spoke again. Previously, Lord Andrew was indeed only a 7th level archmage, but now that I see he's practicing evil magic, his strength may have skyrocketed to the level of a Saint Archmage. The key is that his methods are particularly strange now. He is no longer the ice elemental mage he used to be, so he is still very difficult to deal with. Kaisen, pick up the pace. Sumu urged. We must get into the city quickly. We can't delay too long in case anything goes wrong. I understand. The entrance is just ahead. Come with me. As Kaisen spoke, she pushed open the stone door leading to a cave entrance. You're Andrew. The city lord's mansion, Yulilaw floated in midair, her gaze fixed on the figure shrouded in black robes below. Surrounding the figure were many soldiers, who were watching intently, storing their weapons, and on high alert at any time. Who are you? Andrew raised his head, his scarlet eyes peeking out from beneath his black robe. He gazed at Yulilaw in the sky, sniffing the air. That smells so familiar. I can sense that you and I are the same kind. This princess will not associate with a filthy monster like you. Yulilaw's icy voice rang out. You're nothing but a cursed, defective mutant. You actually think you're a member of the demon race. Yulilaw's tone was full of disdain and contempt. Chapter 2:02 You're nothing but a bastard. It doesn't matter what you say. Andrew slowly stood up. All I know right now is that delicious food has been delivered to my door, and I'm very happy. Andrew stretched out his withered, blackened hand and waved it. Step back. You are no match for her. There's no need to make a pointless sacrifice. In the sky, Yulilaw didn't care about anything else. She summoned her black blade, and a beam of light slashed towards Andrew below. The light blade is incredibly fast, but Andrew was fast too. He dodged the attack from above before the surrounding soldiers could even see him clearly. Ravine 2 meters long and 5 meters deep has appeared where Andrew was just standing. The surrounding soldiers and guards were terrified by this scene. With a casual wave of her hand, she possesses such power. Just what kind of being is this woman in the sky? The soldiers exchanged glances and quietly retreated to the side. Good. Very strong. Andrew's voice rang out. But the stronger you are, the more excited I get. Andrew smiled eerily, and the next moment, he vanished from the spot. Yulilu frowned slightly. The next moment, the black blade in her right hand suddenly stabbed forward. I won. Andrew's body was pierced by the black blade. This was an excellent start, but Yulilaw's eyes narrowed slightly. She seemed to sense that things weren't so simple. Sure enough, the next moment, the black blade in Yulilaw's hand was corrupted. The corrosive power spread from the black blade and almost climbed onto her hand. Yulilaw immediately stopped and disappeared 10 meters away. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Otherwise, if she had been exposed to that strange power, she might have been corrupted as well. What a pity. That was a quick reaction. Andrew's eyes, hidden beneath his black robe, flashed red, indicating extreme excitement. Yulilaw didn't speak. She summoned a black blade once more. A blade of light formed from her own power. However, its sharpness is definitely not something someone like Andrew can easily fool. Therefore, Andrew before her was no simple opponent. Yulilaw no longer underestimated him and transformed into a blur, sweeping forward. She used the black mist power she used against Malor. That was the Moon Demon Calamity domain belonging to their Moon Demon clan. Within this area, the enemy's vision will be partially impaired, their perception will be reduced, and they will be unable to clearly perceive her attacks. At the same time, Yulilaw's attack power and speed are increased. Black fog swept in. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 10 breaths. As the black mist dissipated, Andrew's body crashed down from the sky. Yulilaw held a black blade, gazing down below. She didn't believe that Andrew had died just like that. To this day, she still doesn't understand why Andrew's body didn't react at all after being injured, not even producing any blood. And where does that terrifying corrosive power come from? Strangely, when Andrew hit the ground, he didn't create a deep crater or anything like that. His body was as light as a feather, and he fell to the ground without making a sound. Very strange. Andrew got up. Everything was fine. Yulilu tightened her grip on the black blade. preparing to launch another attack. At that moment, Andrew slowly reached out and removed his black robe, exposing his body to everyone's view. The surrounding soldiers and guards were all astonished. Andrew's body was like a dried-up old vine, shriveled and withered, covered with tiny vines as thin as hair. Densely packed, black liquid was still flowing from Andrew's body, emitting a terrifying stench. Did you enjoy it? Isn't it my turn to fight back? Andrew spoke as he activated the tiny vines on his body. In an instant, the vines, which were originally small, all grew larger, thicker, and longer, spreading out and sweeping towards Yulilua in the sky. The sheer number of vines is terrifying. It swept in from all directions, and Yulilua had no way to avoid it. No matter how she tries to escape into the sky, the vines can still keep up. Yulilu could only use her black blade to defend against the attacks. She unleashed a series of light blades, leaving afterimages in the air. 100 blades. 1,000 blades. 1,000 blades. The terrifying forces clashed, and Andrew's vines fell downwards like a shower of flowers. The vines fell to the ground, constantly eroding the floor below, melting terrifying holes into the marble tiles. The guards below dared not linger any longer and retreated into the building, not daring to stay outside any longer. Time passed second by second. The earth-shattering battle finally subsided. Above them, Yulilua was panting heavily, her forehead covered in sweat. In the battle just now, in order to avoid being corrupted by the power of corruption, Yulilua kept releasing the magic and martial arts of the demon race to resist Andrew's attack. Lilua was currently experiencing a significant drain on her energy. Below, Andrew showed no signs of exhaustion. His strength seemed inexhaustible, and his energy remained boundless. You are indeed very strong. Lilua in the sky and spoke. But you can't kill me. At this point, Andrew chuckled again. I can wear you down to death. Aren't you being too confident? Yulilua deftly withdrew the black blade from her grasp. Confidence. That's my strength. Andrew's voice was deep. He felt that now that Yulilua had witnessed his power, it was extremely disrespectful for her to still dare to look down on him like that. Andrew was furious. He had already secretly decided in his heart that he must let the woman in front of him know how powerful he was. I wasn't wrong to say you're confident, was I? Yulilua's voice remained cold, but it now carried a hint of mockery and contempt. If you don't take off your black robe, I might still try to guess what kind of monster you've become, and I might still be wary of you. But since you've already exposed yourself, I can only indulge your foolishness. As Yulilua spoke, she raised her hands and formed intricate hand seals. Against the backdrop of the full moon, she was enveloped in a soft glow, appearing sacred and ethereal, untouchable. As if in response to Yulilua's call, the full moon in the sky rose up, and its moonlight radiated directly down towards Yulilua. Yulilua's entire body had transformed into a ball of light, a dazzling ball of light. The ball of light illuminated the entire night sky of Tianlong City, making it as bright as day. Below, Andrew trembled slightly, a bad premonition creeping over him. How dare a mere hybrid of a Yuzuriha and a devourer of demons raise his voice before me, the princess? You're nothing but a bastard. Yulilua's voice came through, filled with arrogance and coldness. Like the chanting of sacred sounds, it reverberated throughout the sky above Tianlong City. Moon wheel. Purify the world. Of the moonlight shone down upon the land. Chapter 203. Why did he treat me like this? Andrew's painful cries could be heard. Yulilua's attack range was too large. He couldn't escape at all. The terrifying light fell upon him, as if it would melt him away. Andrew was in great pain. This was the first time he had felt pain since the mutation appeared in his body. It hurt so much. The light faded. Andrew lay quietly on the ground, motionless, with a wisp of mist rising from his body. It was as if his entire body had been evaporated. Is he dead? That's all there is to it. Yulilua gave a soft snort and fell downwards. Soon, she landed less than 5 meters away from Andrew, covered her nose, and quietly watched him. 1 breath. 10 breaths. Andrew seemed to be really dead. His body showed no reaction whatsoever, and he looked completely lifeless. I can still go back and get some sleep. That's good. Yulilua withdrew her gaze, turned around, and prepared to fly into the sky. But at that very moment, Andrew, who was not far away, suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of resentment flashing in his scarlet eyes. His withered hand transformed into sharp vines, which stretched out and launched a sneak attack on Yulilua. So fast. The attack was so sudden. Yulilua had no time or opportunity to react at all. Now that she's convinced Andrew is dead, how could she possibly be on guard? The people around her posed absolutely no threat to her. It was this relaxed state of mind that made Yulilua almost fall victim to Andrew's sneak attack. The sharp thorns of the vines are about to pierce Yulilu's heart. Careful, a voice came. Before Yulilu could react, she was already being held in someone's arms and then rolled to the ground. It rolled several times before finally stopping. Yulilu recognized Sumu, who was holding her, at a glance. Her brows furrowed slightly. But soon, she understood what had happened. It turned out that Andrew, who wasn't completely dead yet, launched a sneak attack on her, and she was saved by Sumu. Yulilua spoke in surprise. As she spoke, she also noticed the still bleeding wound on Sumu's arm. He's injured. In order to save her, he was hit by Andrew's attack. He actually got injured while saving her. Yulilua couldn't believe such a thing would happen. In her mind, Sumu was too busy hating and tormenting her to possibly risk getting injured to save her. However, something illogical actually happened to her. Are you alright? Sumu sat up, glanced at Yulilua, who was still staring at him in a daze, and checked her over. Fortunately, after examining Yulilua, Sumu found that she was in good health and had not been injured. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Thank goodness you weren't hurt. That scared me to death. Sumu patted his chest. Little did he know that his actions and words caught Yulilu's attention once again, leaving her momentarily speechless and unsure how to react. Thank goodness you weren't hurt. That scared me to death. This tone of voice, this way of speaking, isn't that showing concern for her? Yulilua didn't understand why he would do this. Of course, she doesn't understand. She had no idea that when Sumu arrived, he witnessed Andrew's sneak attack on her, and he was so scared he almost peed his pants. Old man, if this attack really hits, and if Yulilu's heart is pierced, then Sumu will also be finished, won't he? They're sharing a single life now. Sumu immediately unleashed his full power and acceleration, sprinting at a speed of 100 meters per second to rescue Yulilua. Fortunately, Yulilua is alright. Sumu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was so tense that he didn't even realize he was injured. You're injured? Yulilua spoke, and surprisingly, her tone was no longer harsh and cold, but rather revealed a hint of concern and gentleness. However, it's very stiff. I'm alright, I'm just okay. I'm glad you're alright. Sumu casually said something, then angrily shouted at Ifia, who was not far away. Ifia, kill that guy quickly. You dared to launch a sneak attack. You cunning old bastard, you beast. That's shameless. Seeing Sumu so angry and furious, Yulilua was stunned again. Of course, she had no idea that Sumu was feeling like she had just escaped a disaster. Even killing Andrew wouldn't quell the hatred in his heart. Andrew ambushed Yulilua? It's him, Sumu. Sumu gritted her teeth. Next time you deal with an enemy, be more decisive. Cut off their head, and make sure they're dead before you relax your guard. You have no idea how dangerous that was for you. If he had pierced your heart, you would have been finished. Sumu looked at Yulilua and said, his tone carrying a hint of a leader reprimanding a subordinate. I understand, it's my fault. Yulilua spoke. The proud woman actually admitted that it was her own fault. Her reaction surprised Sumu. Has this woman changed her personality? This isn't something she should say, is it? Sumu opened her mouth, but the words of reprimand she was about to say never came out. Yulilua has already admitted her mistake, so what else can he say? Let me see your wound. Yulilua suddenly grabbed Sumu's arm and began to examine his wound. Sumu didn't know why she was so nervous. After a moment, Yulilua let out a soft breath. Fortunately, my attack just now purified the corrosive power on Andrew's body. His attack did not have a corrosive effect, otherwise it would have been difficult. Oh. Sumu was confused by what she said, but what he could be sure of was that his wound was a superficial injury. Alright. Sumu stood up and walked towards Andrew's body. He was already at his last gasp, and now Ifia, who had rushed over, delivered the final blow, leaving him utterly dead. Sumu didn't spare Andrew's corpse either, and directly took the demon dragon hornblade and cut off his head. The scene of the beheading was witnessed by Keshin and Hassad, who had just arrived, and they both froze on the spot. Andrew, the devil lord of Tianlong City, is dead. His head was cut off and hung on the south gate of the city wall for everyone to see and vent their anger on. The news quickly spread to every corner of Tianlong City. People from all over the city flocked to the south gate, eager to catch a glimpse. For the past 2 days, the entire city has been living in fear, terrified that they will fall victim to Andrew's evil hand. Tonight was the first time they had stepped out of their house in 2 days. But no one dared to relax. After all, they didn't know if Andrew was really dead. Or did Andrew use this as bait to lure them to the south gate and then massacre them? Anything is possible. But when everyone arrived at the south gate of Tianlong City, they actually saw Andrew's head hanging above the city gate. 2 nights ago, many people witnessed Andrew's current appearance, so they knew very well whether this was the real Andrew. For a moment, Tianlong City was filled with cheers and discussions. Soon, the people of Tianlong City discovered that a young man was standing on the city wall above Andrew's head. He was flanked by 2 stunningly beautiful women on either side of him. Chapter 204, I will become the new city lord. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Lord Su Mu of the Dragon Kingdom for successfully resolving the crisis in Tianlong City. The demonized city lord, Andrew, has been slain. Life for ordinary people has returned to normal. The system task was issued and less than 2 days have passed. In recognition of Lord Su Mu's outstanding performance, he has received a system reward. The merit ranking is now open. All lords can go and check the ranking significance. The system announcement caused an uproar among all the lords, and the once quiet world chat channel became lively again. No way? Su Mu solved the dungeon quest again. Are you kidding me? Holy crap. Tianlong City is actually the closest to Su Mu's territory? Are you kidding me, system? Could this Su Mu really be the system's illegitimate son? Yeah, what's with the abstract approach? It's so close to Su Mu's territory, why don't you just put all the good stuff in Su Mu's name as rewards? Report. I want to report this. Damn it. That damn Dragon Kingdom Lord, why him again? Shit. It's that Chinese guy again. Did he save God? Why does he get all the benefits? To be honest, I'm almost at Tianlong City, and you're telling me now that all the problems are solved? I was also leading troops to Tianlong City. What's going on now? Back home. Lords, baffled by the reason for the dungeon quest being triggered, began to complain, grumble, and criticize. But after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find the report button and were filled with impotent rage. However, at this very moment, Su Mu was standing on the city wall. Let me introduce myself. Su Mu stood tall and straightened his back, his eyes fixed intently on the people below. My name is Su Mu. In the Miluo Forest, 100 miles away, I have my own territory. I command an army of 100,000 undead, each of whom possesses unparalleled strength. My army is strong enough to sweep through Tianlong City. Whether it's true or not, Su Mu will start bragging first. If you don't exaggerate your boasts, how can you raise your own prestige and intimidate the crowd below? As expected, upon hearing Su Mu's speech, the common people below showed expressions of shock and surprise. Even the lower-ranking Hassad and Kashin are the same. Especially Kaisen. She opened her mouth, but what she was thinking was, Mr. Nestor's original name was Somu? So all those names he used were a lie. No wonder. I was wondering who would use the name Nethers. That sounds weird. Kaisen frowned, deep in thought. On the city wall, Su Mu continued, becoming more and more excited as he spoke. I'm sure many of you find me familiar. That's right. I am the foreigner that Andrew recently wanted. Andrew sent a 5,000-strong army, led by Hayward, to the Miluo Forest to find my troops. I believe you have all heard of it. At this point, Su Mu smiled slightly, but the smile was somewhat eerie. I can tell you a fact. Hayward's entire army has been slaughtered by me. The war broke out last night. This is my strength. Upon hearing this, the people below looked at each other in bewilderment. They couldn't possibly be unaware that Andrew had sent troops, and they were even more certain that Hayward was the one sent. That evening, everyone witnessed them leaving the city. Now they've all been killed. Hayward's strength has reached the level of a holy knight, a level that even Andrew wouldn't dare to challenge. He was actually killed by the young man and his team in front of him. The people were stunned by the news. Below, Hassad also opened his mouth, his face showing astonishment. As the guard of the city lord's mansion, Hassad knew best the strength of Commander Hayward. Now, Mr. Su Mu actually said he would kill him? It has to be said that Hayward was shocked. He seemed to sense something unusual, and he could roughly guess what Su Mu was thinking. Seeing that the atmosphere had been built up enough, Su Mu smiled and continued. As you all have seen, I have already severed Andrew's head. From this moment forward, Tianlong City will return to normal life. Su Mu's powerful voice rang out, and the people below cooperated perfectly, remaining very quiet. The gates of Tianlong City will open normally tomorrow. He waved his hand and announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole city erupted in cheers. With the city gates open, even if they disliked Tianlong City, they could leave. It would be a lie to say they weren't happy. This also proves that the crisis has officially ended and they are no longer in danger. Quiet down. At this moment, Sumu raised his hand again. But as the excited and agitated crowd continued their loud discussions, Sumu's voice was quickly drowned out by the throng. Quiet down. Seeing this, Hassad stepped forward and shouted. Quiet down, everyone. Let's hear what else Mr. Sumu has to say. Cooperate with our work. Hassad, dressed in silver armor, looked imposing, and the common people recognized that his armor belonged to the city lord's mansion. Officials still have a deterrent effect, and everyone quieted down. Sumu nodded in satisfaction and then nodded to Hassad. That kid's not bad, he's got some sense. Andrew is dead, and the city lord's mansion is paralyzed. Sumu spoke again, his voice carrying throughout the area below. However, the normal operation of a major city requires the participation of the highest leader in decision-making and the protection of urban development. From this day forward, I will take the place of the deceased Andrew and become the lord of Tianlong City. Sumu finally got to the point. His tone was firm and resonant as he spoke clearly. During my tenure as city lord, Tianlong City will be exempt from taxes for 1 year. 1 year later, the tax rate will revert to 10%, and this measure will continue for 5 years. This is my first 5-year plan. I will expand Tianlong City's size, territory, and prosperity to more than 10 times its previous level. These words caused an uproar among the people below, who then quickly began to discuss them. Really? Tax-free for a year? He's really willing to do that? A year of tax exemption? Then I'm not leaving Tianlong City. Isn't it better to stay here? You're concerned about a year of tax exemption? I'm more concerned about the 10% tax rate. You know, Andrew's tax rate used to be as high as 30%. That's too harsh. What you said makes sense. Paying 10% of the tax is not a problem, and it will continue for 5 years. This so-called first 5-year plan is quite interesting. Seeing the people below happily discussing it, Sumu roughly knew that the atmosphere had been built up enough, so he spoke again. Quiet. Just 2 simple words. If it were before, when Sumu shouted it out, the people didn't react much, and he had to ask Hassad for help to maintain order. This time, however, the people below quickly quieted down. Even if someone is talking, they will remind each other and help each other to quiet down. Chapter 205. Who agrees? Who dares to oppose? What the people care about is not who the city lord is, or who the supreme leader is. What they really care about is whether the city's policies have benefited them. Or, to put it another way, is this leader wise or not, benevolent or not, a doer of practical work or a corrupt and autocratic ruler? Sumu's simple tax plan has already won over many people. This made some people who wanted to leave Tianlong City start to want to stay and develop their careers. Sumu was very satisfied with the people's performance, and he smiled slightly. This is my simple plan after becoming the city lord. I will gradually introduce more detailed plans to benefit the people. I hope everyone can stay in Tianlong City and develop together. I hope everyone will not be affected by Andrew's situation and leave Tianlong City, abandoning this place. I promise that as long as I am here, I will guarantee the safety of Tianlong City and the safety of its inhabitants. This place will be your safe haven for stable development and happy living in the future. Of course, I won't stop anyone who wants to leave Tianlong City. The city gates will open tomorrow, and you can leave. I wish you all the best. May your journey be long and prosperous. May you never be too far apart, and may we meet again. Splash. Sumu's resounding speech drew applause from all the people below. If this were a presidential election, Sumu would have already garnered over 80% of the votes and was firmly in the presidency. But it's not over yet. What I just said was all my one-sided statement, wishful thinking. Now, what I want to ask is about my replacement of Andrew as the city lord of Tianlong City. At this point, Sumu paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over the area below and then around. He has mastered the demeanor of someone in a high position perfectly. When the time was almost up, he spoke again, raising his voice. Who agrees? Who objects? The people exchanged glances, but no one stepped forward to voice their opposition. Who would dare to object to a ruthless person capable of killing Andrew? Even if they really object, they'll still dare to mutter a few words to themselves. What they really want to see is whether taxes will actually be waived for a year. If not, it's not too late to leave or object before the time is right. Sumu understood the people's thoughts very well, as he himself had once been one of them. And you? Sumu's gaze fell upon the guards clad in armor and uniforms. This is the armed force of Tianlong City, and to a certain extent, their opinions are very important. After all, they were the only ones who could resist Sumu. The guards exchanged glances, hesitant, neither objecting nor approving. I agree. A voice rang out. Hasid was the first to step out from the crowd. He turned to face the soldiers and said loudly, I think everyone is aware of the panic Andrew has caused our city. As soldiers of the Knights, we have no way to resist him. Imar is a precedent. He went before us and is a respectable warrior. Now that Mr. Sumu has killed Andrew, he has stabilized the normal order and development of Tianlong City. I believe there is absolutely no problem or objection to him replacing Andrew as the new city lord. I'm the first to stand up and support it. Hassad continued speaking. Mr. Sumu will be a great leader. I know that everyone here, like me, can distinguish right from wrong, right? I think Hassad is right. Another knight guard in silver armor stepped forward. He was Muzend, the commander of the Second Knights, and a friend of Hassad. Muzend wielded considerable influence within the Knights. The position of city lord has always been determined by strength. The most capable person holds it. Mr. Sumu was able to kill Andrew, so his strength is beyond doubt. What do you all think? Had Mudson finished speaking, then a sudden change occurred. A delicate shout rang out. Why go through all that trouble? It's you, Lilua. She flew away from Sumu and into the sky, frowning and looking down impatiently, her voice echoing throughout Tianlong City. From this moment on, he is the lord of this city. Anyone who dares to oppose me, I'll kill them. A black blade appeared in Yulilua's hand, and she swung it forward suddenly. Call out. A sonic boom erupted. Before anyone could even see what was happening, the towering City Lord's mansion building was split in two. The City Lord's mansion has collapsed. Smoke and dust rose, filling the entire sky. Sumu never expected Yulilu to pull such a stunt, but it seemed to work surprisingly well. Those soldier commanders who were still hesitant stepped forward to express their support. Since Mr. Muzin has agreed, I have no further objections. Me too. I also support him. Mr. Sumu has absolute strength. Anyone who dares to object, I'll be the first to beat him up on Mr. Sumu's behalf. Stop calling me Mr. Sumu. Just call me Lord City Lord. Yes, Lord City Lord. Lord City Lord is mighty. Congratulations to the new City Lord. Sumu. Good heavens. So all that talk he gave was less effective than Yulilua's simple wave of the hand? Sumu has left. Before leaving, he appointed Hasid as the acting deputy city lord to temporarily handle the affairs of Tianlong City for the next few days. Hassad was terrified and refused repeatedly, saying that he had no experience and was completely incapable of managing Tianlong City, and asked Sumu to retract his order. But the more he refused, the more Sumu wanted him. Furthermore, Sumu stated that he was merely acting as an agent, and he would still need to personally review all matters, large and small, in Tianlong City. The position of acting agent for Hasid is also subject to assessment. If he fails to pass the assessment, he will be demoted to his previous position. Having said all that, Hasid could only say thank you, Lord City Lord, and reluctantly accepted the task. Hassad originally thought that if he stepped forward to help, Sumu would be happy to promote him to the position of captain. Unexpectedly, he was promoted to acting deputy city lord. Tianlong City has never had a deputy city lord. Because Andrew was a very authoritarian person, he did not allow dissenting voices to emerge in the city. Therefore, Tianlong City is different from other cities in that it does not have a deputy city lord. The second person to stand up for Sumu, Mutterson, was also treated well by Sumu, who made him the commander of the guards and temporarily put him in charge of the patrol and defense of Tianlong City. Because it was getting late, Sumu didn't plan to stay in Tianlong City for too long. After arranging everything, he found Kurson. Lord City Lord. Kaisen bowed slightly in greeting. Chapter 206 Goodbye, Wandering Merchant Kiziel. Miss Katie, I still prefer you calling me Nesser. Sumu smiled and teased. Stop fooling around, Lord City Lord. Kaisen rolled her eyes resentfully. Her face flushed as she tucked her hair behind her ear and placed a glass of water in front of Sumu. It's normal for someone of your status to have an alias, and Kaisen understands that. Sumu took a sip of water and remained silent. I wonder what brings you here, Lord City Lord. Kaisen spoke. Does that mean you want me to have some kind of position? Then Kaisen will have to politely decline the City Lord's offer. I still prefer to be free. Oh, Miss Kaisen, are you serious? Kaisen nodded. I don't like power struggles. I just want to live a peaceful life. Sumu took a closer look and found that Kaisen's face did not look too unnatural or pretentious. It's obvious that she was telling the truth. This surprised Sumu somewhat. However, He didn't come here to arrange a position for Kaisen or anything like that. Miss Kaisen, I've heard Taoyao talk about you. I know you're a tough-talking but soft-hearted person. You treat the slaves in the Chamber of Commerce quite well. Thank you for the compliment, Lord City Lord. Kaisen smiled politely. I came to you because I wanted to ask you for a few slaves. Sumu revealed his purpose. Oh, I see. Kaisen suddenly realized, and then said, Is what the City Lord wants those 4 tree elf slaves? I really enjoy dealing with smart people like Miss Kaisen. Sumu smiled. That's what makes a smart person. He hadn't even revealed what kind of slave she was, but she already guessed. At the same time, Sumu's evaluation of Kai Xin improved considerably. Lord City Lord, this might be a bit difficult to handle. Kaisen pursed her lips and said softly, These 4 tree spirits were recently deposited in Tianlong City by our guild, but we never expected them to encounter this accident with Andrew. The merchants will be coming soon to take the tree spirit away, supposedly to an auction in another city. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics either. As Kaisen spoke, her gaze fell on Sumu's face, giving him a somewhat resentful look. Lord City, I won't say anything about you suddenly taking them away. It's just that if the merchants come to me, it will be a bit difficult for me. I am a weak woman, and I cannot resist them. Sumu understood the meaning behind Kaisen's words, and he smiled. I know. Miss Kaisen, you can rest assured. Just tell your guild members that I am the one who wants to take the slave. If they don't give it to us, then the Cloud Dragon Chamber of Commerce will cease to exist in Dragon City forever. Kaisen's body trembled slightly. She hadn't expected Sumu's answer to be like this. Kaisen wanted to explain the strength of their Chamber of Commerce, but then she saw Yulala standing next to Sumu with a dark expression. Yulala's ferocity firsthand, and she sighed softly. Then let it be as the City Lord says. As she was leaving, Sumu turned back. Miss Kaisen, don't worry. If you do me a favor, I will not let anyone hurt you. This is my promise to you. You can simply inform the people at the Chamber of Commerce. After speaking, Sumu left with the 4 tree spirit slaves who had just arrived. This time, instead of riding Ifia, I used a spatial teleportation scroll. Gazing at the vanishing spatial rift, Kursen let out a soft sigh. I don't know if it's good or bad. Master. Sumu was taking a bath, enjoying Tao Yao's small hands on his body, when Winstia walked in. Is everything arranged? Sumu looked at her. Yes, the 4 tree spirits have all been assigned rooms. Shilure even wanted to thank you in person, Master, for saving them. She wants to see you. Should Shilure thank him in person? No way. Sumu felt that the girl's gaze towards him was strange when he returned, but now she actually said she wanted to thank him in person? Are you kidding me? The thought of Shilure, who was as round as a ball, made Sumu feel resistant from head to toe. Tell her it's too late, and you won't see her anymore. Let's do it tomorrow. Sumyud wants to clarify that he is definitely not someone who prioritizes looks. The key issue is that Shilure isn't even good looking. Alright. Winstia smiled, as if she had thought of something, and turned to leave. Goodness. Sumu naturally noticed the subtle glance Winstia gave as she left. It seems like it's been a long time since I teased this girl. No way. How dare you make fun of your master? I need to teach Winstia a lesson tonight. Sumu made a decision in her heart. Tao Yao, push harder. Okay, master. Samsung Value Intelligence, the wandering merchant Kiziel, whom you've met before, has appeared within your territory. Intelligence analysis. Kiziel is a famous itinerant merchant. He may be carrying something valuable. Intelligence alert. Nightshade, the guard of your watchtower, has noticed the wandering merchant Kiziel and may attack him. Please proceed immediately. Sumu finished showering and was about to go find Winstia. The intelligence system beeped. Kazel has reappeared? Sumu had not forgotten that Kazir, who had once sold him the golden bricks used to make scrolls, also left behind the griffin. Thinking of this, Sumu did not hesitate, and quickly rode the griffin to fly towards the outer edge of the territory. Stop, Snowdrift. That's our distinguished guest. When Sumu arrived, he indeed saw Snowd and the nightshade surrounding Kezel. However, no conflict occurred between the two sides, and Kezir was explaining something with a smile on his face. Mr. Sumu, we meet again. Kezir remained a gentleman and gave Sumu a polite bow. Mr. Kiziel, I miss you so much. I never expected to see you again so soon. It's so nice to see you again. Kezir once said that if he had the materials to make a portal, he would come back to Sumu. Does his return mean there's news about the materials for the portal scroll? Sumu couldn't help but be excited. Now that his territories are scattered across various regions, the function of the teleportation portal has been greatly enhanced. I am also deeply delighted. Kezier smiled and said, "It seems that Mr. Sumu is different from the day before, even though we haven't seen each other for a short time," Keziel said, glancing at the surroundings and the Nightbringers like snowed. "The griffin seems to be well taken care of by your side, which makes me very happy." "Thanks. Mr. Keziel, let me get straight to the point. Did you come back to see me this time because of news about the portal?" Kezier hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Yes." "That's great." Sumu clapped his hands excitedly. But Kezel's next sentence made him frown slightly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Sumu. I am a person of my word, and I have indeed obtained the materials. However, due to some problems, I may not be able to sell them to you for the time being. We'll have to wait until next time. But to be honest, I don't know when the next time will be." Kezier sighed. "There's no way to sell it to him? I even came back specifically to give him a piece of my mind." To be honest, Sumu couldn't find anything wrong with what Kezier did. "Mr. Keziel, you're too kind. You came all the way back to tell me this news, so you must have encountered some difficulties. Could you tell me why?" Sumu asked. Kezier seemed reluctant to discuss this matter further. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Because I must save my beloved." Chapter 207. Mr. Keziel, perhaps I can help you too. Kezel was 40 years old when he had his first daughter, Ellis. Elizabeth was born, his wife died in childbirth, so Kezier loved his daughter very much. In remorse he felt towards his wife by taking it out on Ellis. His affection for Ellis bordered on spoiling her. Keziel gave Elise whatever she wanted. Even if she wanted the moon, he would find a way to get it for her. Unfortunately, 5 years ago, Ellis was sucked into a mysterious realm that suddenly appeared. The pain of losing his daughter made it impossible for Kezier to accept the reality. He tried everything, traveling the world in search of news of the secret realm, hoping to re-enter it and find Iris. "I traveled all over the world and gradually became known as the famous wandering merchant Kezier. But in my heart, all I wanted was to gather more information and find the entrance to the secret realm." Kezier slowly recounted his journey over the years. "Recently, I received news that this secret realm will reopen. It has been 5 years, 3 months, 7 days, and 6 minutes since Iris left me. I can't wait any longer. Even though she is no longer alive, I want to go in and see for myself what really happened. I want to know what kind of life she's been living all these years, and what exactly exists in that secret realm." Sumu nodded. He expressed sympathy for Kezier's past. But at the same time, he also had his own questions. "Mr. Kezier, I am truly sorry for your past. I can feel your pain. But what I want to ask is, what does all this have to do with the portal materials? Could it be that you obtained the news of the secret realm's opening by exchanging portal materials?" "No." Keziel shook his head. "But there are dangers inside the secret realm. I need a strong person to go in with me, and coincidentally, he also needs the materials for the teleportation portal. Moreover, it is said that he once entered the secret realm and came out successfully. He is a very experienced person. So you want to cooperate with him?" Sumu had a rough idea. "That's right," Keziel nodded. "So I'm very sorry, Mr. Sumu. It seems I can't give you the teleportation portal materials you need. But as a reputable merchant, I can assure you that as soon as I emerge from the secret realm, I will search for the materials again and sell them to you first. I hope you can trust me. Mr. Kezel, you know that even if you hadn't come here, I wouldn't have known that you had found the materials." Sumu smiled and said, "But you still came, and I have no reason to refuse your request. As a homeless businessman who operates with integrity, I naturally have to live up to my reputation and everyone's trust. I need to make this clear to you," Kezier said with a gentle smile. "I see. However, Mr. Keziel, I would like to ask if I could take that person's place and enter the secret realm with you?" Sumu said. "You?" Keziel looked Sumu up and down, his eyes showing not disbelief, but some hesitation. "Mr. Keziel, of course it's not just me. There are others too." Sumu explained. "My strength is only average, but I have a subordinate who is very strong. She can even contend with a legendary mage. Is that enough?" Sumu was referring to Yulilua, of course. The strongest henchman in his territory. Let's not talk about the actual level of Yulilua's strength yet. Let's just brag about it first. Besides, Yulilua's strength is not bad either. Really, Keziel's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. "Mr. Keziel, you are so well informed. Have you heard about what's been happening in Tianlong City lately?" Sumu asked with a smile. "I've heard some things about him, about Andrew, right? I used to do business with him." Kezier recalled. As a wandering merchant, Kezier had his own channels for obtaining all sorts of inside information. He knew that Andrew had recently become possessed and had killed many people in the city. However, This was not a concern for Kezier. Not long ago, Andrew was killed by that subordinate I mentioned. Now, I am the city lord of Tianlong City. Sumu straightened his clothes, making himself look more imposing and sophisticated. Upon hearing Sumu's words, Kezier's face showed a look of shock. Andrew is dead? The demonization incident in Tianlong City been resolved? Kezier had met Andrew before and naturally knew the extent of his strength. Now that it's been corrupted by demonic energy, it will only get stronger, not weaker. Therefore, the person who could kill Andrew must be incredibly powerful. If you agree, Mr. Keziel, then let us go to the secret realm together. Then you can give me your materials. We can help each other out. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Seeing that the time was right, Sumu spoke up from the side. But, Keziel hesitated. Mr. Sumu, you have never been inside the secret realm. Even if you are very powerful, it is difficult for you to know what it is like inside. Mr. Keziel, I assure you, as long as Elise is alive, I will bring her out of the secret realm. Sumu patted his chest, deciding to make a grand promise first. Even if it costs me my life, this is the promise and sincerity I can offer you. I understand. This time, Keziel nodded without hesitation. Mr. Sumu, the secret realm will not open for some time. I will come to find you in person when that time comes. Based on what you just said, I believe you. I choose you too. Thanks. This time, it was Sumu's turn to give a gentlemanly bow. Kezier left, and this time he left in a hurry, probably to prepare something. Sumu wasn't in a hurry and returned to the outside of her house. It seems that the task of building the city wall needs to be put on the agenda ahead of schedule. The stone house they live in now has no class whatsoever and doesn't reflect Sumu's current status at all. It has to be said that after acquiring Tianlong City, Sumu started to get a little arrogant. Furthermore, the city lord's mansion of Tianlong City was severed in two by Yulila, and Sumu also had Hasid recruit workers to prepare for the reconstruction of the city lord's mansion. He still has some money on him, so building a new city lord's mansion shouldn't be a problem. This is also why Sumu didn't blame Yulila. Yulila may have been a bit impulsive at the time, but her impulsiveness also had its benefits. At least, no one dared to say a bad word about him, nor did anyone dare to question Sumu's strength and status. With that thought in mind, Yulila cleaved the city lord's mansion with her blade. That was a good chop. However, Sumu also needs to have a serious talk with Yulila, telling her not to get the urge to chop things up again, and to chop something else instead. He can't afford to have this happen every time. Sumu was thinking when he saw Yulila, just as he reached the door. It's true, don't talk about people during the day, and don't talk about ghosts at night. Chapter 208 This is just to my liking. How is your injury? Yulila took the initiative to speak, her gaze falling on Sumu's shoulder. He was wearing clothes, so she couldn't see him clearly. Sumu hadn't expected that Yulila would come over so late at night just to ask him about this. He didn't hide anything and took off his shirt in front of her. Yulila. She clenched her fist but didn't say anything. Such a frivolous and casual gesture. In the past, Yulila would have either turned and walked away or punched Sumu to the heavens. Unfortunately now, Yulila did not. It's alright now, look. Tao Yao treated my wound, and new granulation tissue has already grown back. I estimate that another treatment tomorrow will be enough. Unaware of Yulila's true feelings, Sumu only thought that she was simply showing concern for him. Lilua handled things well tonight. Sumu was in a good mood and decided to respond to her. It's good that you're alright. It seems the corrosive power did not enter your body. Yulilu finished speaking, she turned to leave. She had only taken 2 steps when she turned back. Yulilu. Sumu didn't expect Yulila to suddenly turn around. He was secretly showing off his biceps with confidence. With an awkward smile, Sumu quickly put her clothes on. You don't need to shield me from attacks next time. That level of injury wouldn't do me any harm, even if I were ambushed. Yulila said calmly. How would I know if it would cause you harm? When I saw those sharp vines heading straight for your heart, I was afraid I would die. You really think I'd be happy to take the fall? Of course, Sumu was only thinking these things to herself. He looked at Yulila carefully and found something strange. Yulila actually took the initiative to tell him these things. She even took the initiative to ask him how his injuries were. Something's off about this woman. She must have wanted to kill him, right? Sumu pondered to himself. Seeing that Sumu didn't speak, Yulila didn't say anything more either, and turned to leave. Hello. Sumu called out to Yulila. Don't be so careless next time. Cherish your life. I don't want you to get injured or have any accidents during the fight, you know? Living is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary. Okay. Yulila responded and left. Su-mu was completely bewildered. He felt that something was off about Yulila. But something felt off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. It just felt strange. Just then, Frenna floated over. Here's what you wanted. Upon hearing this, Su-mu's eyes lit up immediately, and he exclaimed excitedly. Hiss! Take me to see this quickly. Night. After coaxing Su-su to sleep and tucking her in, Winstia turned and went back to her own room. She had just lain down to rest when there was a knock on the door. During this time, only one person could be thinking of knocking on her door. Peach Blossom. So, she subconsciously said. The door's unlocked. Come in. The moment the door was pushed open, Winstia froze. It's not Yao Yao. It was Su-mu. Owner. Winstia quickly stood up, nervously clutching the hem of her dress. At this time, Su-mu's sudden arrival made it difficult for Winstia not to overthink and feel nervous. After all, she wasn't Su-su, and she wouldn't think that her master came here to lull her to sleep. Winstia is not stupid. Winstia, are you still awake? Su-mu smiled and closed the door, then locked it from the inside. No. Winstia naturally noticed the small detail of the door being locked from the inside, and her pretty face flushed slightly. Cough, cough. The master has brought some good stuff for you to see. Could you try it for me? As Su-mu spoke, she naturally sat down on the bed. What is that? Winstia became curious and glanced at the small package in Su-mu's hand. This is it, some clothes. I had Frenna make them especially for you. Try them on and see if they fit. Oh. Winstia didn't think much of it, just treating it as clothing. After all, not long ago, Frenna had indeed asked her to take her measurements. This is true. But when Winstia took the package from Su-mu and opened it, her face turned increasingly red as she looked at it. Owner. What are these? Winstia blushed instantly as she looked at the small pieces of fabric. She's naturally smart. After taking a look, how could she not know what it is? Su-mu said with a smile. Winstia, judging from your reaction, you probably already know how to dress, right? And there's something black called stockings. There's also a white one, and your signature pink one. You can wear them in rotation from now on. If they get worn out, just have Frenna make you a new one. And these two. Su-mu patted the two maid outfits. From now on, this will be your uniform, which you may wear within the territory. The maid outfits Su-mu mentioned were not very revealing. They were all quite conservative. But paired with stockings, it's safe to say it's YYDS. Oh, okay. Winstia looked at the clothes and found them acceptable, just a bit novel, nothing else. Winstia, stop standing there, go inside and change. The inner room that Su-mu mentioned was actually just a small wooden partition and could hardly be considered a private space. Winstia pursed her lips, then gritted her teeth, and said, I see. I'll go change right away. Watching Winstia's departing figure, Su-mu's smile deepened. I said I'd tease this girl tonight, just to tease her a little, to keep her from getting too cocky. Winstia was initially a little worried that her owner might suddenly sneak a peek while she was changing clothes. It turned out she was overthinking it. The master didn't. Master, I'm all better. Winstia's voice came from behind the wooden plank. Oh, then come out. This woman took a long time to change her clothes. Su-mu almost fell asleep waiting. Uh-huh. After responding, Winstia peeked out from behind the wooden plank, her face flushed with embarrassment. Don't be shy. Su-mu encouraged him. Okay. Winstia took a step forward. To be precise, it was feet wearing white stockings. Sure enough, her taste was exactly the same as Su-mu's, and Su-mu's eyes lit up again. Chapter 209. Having come this far, Flint is to blame. Su-mu gasped, her eyes widening, her heart pounding. Beautiful. So beautiful. Dressed in a maid outfit, Ventilla exudes a captivating yet innocent charm, perfectly complemented by the nervous shyness on her face. A blend of purity and allure. One glance is enough to make it impossible to look away. Su-mu was stunned. White stockings are the best. In particular, her demi-human aura blends seamlessly with the maid outfit. It's as if maid outfits were born for them. This isn't some kind of cosplay. It's real work, no cosplay required. Owner. Is it pretty? Winstia clutched her skirt and glanced up at Su-mu. It's in a woman's nature to crave even a little praise. Even when Sisha still longs for recognition and affirmation. Nice. It looks amazing. Su-mu stood up. Then, should I wear it a little longer so that master can look at me? As soon as Winstia finished speaking, she realized that Su-mu had already come to her side. Then, Winstia found herself airborne. Owner. Winstia, you have no idea how charming you are right now. No matter how beautiful the scenery is, it can't compare to the moment you appeared in front of me. Su-mu praised him generously. Thanks. I smelled that fragrance again. Sumu sniffed and said, of course, Winstia knew why the fragrance was there. Sumu's eyes were somewhat confused and unfocused. This is completely different from the usual Qingming festival. It's over. Could it be that my scent is having some strange effect? But Grandma Chief never mentioned that it would have this effect, did she? What's wrong with the master's condition? Winstia thought to herself. The unique body odor of the Red Fox clan can indeed have some unexpected effects when secreted in excess. Winstia didn't know whether Sumu's current state belonged to. Before she could figure things out, Sumu leaned closer again. At the same time, in Frena's room. It's over. You took the wrong one. That white stocking shouldn't have been given to him. Flina stared blankly at the white silk in her hand. She reached up and covered her forehead, then turned to look in the direction of Winstia's room. Won't there be any problems? Not long ago, Flina finished making the white silk. Furthermore, because she possesses the master's hand, talent, the white silk she created also comes with an additional effect. Mystic socks. Wearing these stockings gives you a 50% chance of attracting and captivating the opposite sex, leaving them utterly mesmerized. The effect is amplified by 200% if the stockings are damaged. Please wear with caution. This is the effect that stockings originally had when they were made. Flina saw it, and even kept it in case anything unexpected happened. However, it seems she wasn't paying attention and gave the wrong thing to Sumu. It's all over, it's all over. When Frena returned from her trip, she slumped into a chair, looking utterly dejected. This pot. She even carried it on her back. After thinking about it, Frena sighed and accepted the consequences. She would take the blame when asked. The next morning, Sumu got up feeling refreshed. Tao Yao, spread the word. Today is a special day. All activities within the territory are suspended. Everyone, you don't need to go to work, take a day off. Sumu gave the instructions. After you give the order, go to Flina and get the clothes for each of the older sisters to wear. Then today, we'll all go out for a picnic and have some fun. Really, Master, Tao Yao was excited when she heard that they were going out for a picnic and to play. At her age, she's naturally playful. It's just that I usually have a lot of responsibilities and want to demonstrate my value, so I've never dared to be playful. Really, let's make the arrangements right away. Yay, that's great. Tao Yao excitedly turned to leave, but was stopped by Sumu again. Tao Yao, remember to make sure all the older sisters wear new clothes when they go out. Okay. Tao Yao skipped and hopped away. Meanwhile, Sumu wasn't idle either. He found Zhou Yuqi. Have I arranged everything you asked me to prepare? Uh-huh. Zhou Yuqi. Don't worry. With my sister here, there won't be any accidents. Sumu smiled. After spending so many days together, Zhou Yuqi has become more and more cheerful, and her sense of belonging to the territory has become stronger and stronger. However, she still seems to prefer spending time in the kitchen. Sumu wanted her to manage other matters, but she was unwilling. Oh, right. Tao Yao will bring you some new clothes later. Remember to wear them when you go out today. Oh, Zhou Yuqi didn't think much of it. Chapter 2, 10 It's unfair. Why didn't I get it? Sister Winstia, did you hurt your foot? Why are you walking so unnaturally today, limping? Tao Yao's voice rang out, and she stepped forward to take Winstia's arm as she was arranging things. If you get hurt, you should tell Tao Yao, okay? I can heal you in no time. I'm not hurt, Tao Yao, don't talk nonsense. Winstia's face was flushed with pink. She glanced furtively at Sumu, who was lounging leisurely in a chair by the river, his eyes half closed. That glance made Winstia blush even more. She couldn't help but recall the events of last night. Crazy scenes unfolded. Aren't you hurt? Tao Yao looked down and examined Winstia's feet. Sister Winstia, you were walking strangely today. I didn't notice it last night. Tao Yao was speaking. A group of women, led by Serena, slowly walked towards them. A massive and impressive procession. Everyone was wearing their new clothes for the day, and Winstia quickly reached out and covered Tao Yao's little mouth. Tao Yao, stop talking. You little rascal, you're so cunning. You know perfectly well what you're asking. Wouldn't you have done the same that day? Humph. Tao Yao, whose mouth was covered, looked completely bewildered. Would she do that too? But she never did. The naive Tao Yao truly had no idea what Winstia was referring to. At this moment, Sumu had already sat up from her recliner, and the straw she was holding in her mouth unconsciously fell out. Hiss. Which man wouldn't be excited? It's really hard to stay calm when a large group of stunningly beautiful women walk towards you. In particular, they were wearing maid outfits and uniforms that suited their individual personalities. Speaking of this, I really have to mention Flina. She's so considerate. Sumu was in charge of drawing the blueprints, and she was in charge of improving them. Every piece of clothing that is cut out is meticulously tailored. The basis for meticulous editing is the unique temperament of each individual. For example, Serena possesses an innate leadership quality. She is dignified, noble, aloof, and elegant. The outfit that Flina dressed her in was a white and black stand-up collar outfit that suited her temperament. For example, Tao Yao is cute, innocent, lively, and charming. Her outfit was a blue and pink color that suited her personality. For example, someone with a gentle and refined temperament like Coco Nai would wear a pink and white color scheme, and her clothes wouldn't be too extravagant, but rather slightly conservative. It's more accurate to call it a uniform rather than a made outfit. However, what comforted Sumu was that the stockings were still the same stockings. The skirt wasn't very long, even though it was short. The scenery he was meant to see still exists. Let's put aside our work today, have some fun by this little river, have a picnic together to relax, and then head back tonight. Sumu went up to him and said, "Is today some important day? Why is it so special?" Serena looked at the tables and chairs already set up by the river and couldn't help but ask a question. Her question reflected the doubts of everyone. "It's not a special day. I just wanted to relax with you all. Don't be so immersed in building the territory all day long. It's good to balance work and rest." Sumu smiled but didn't say anything. His arrangement today naturally has its own reasons. "Okay." Serena responded but didn't say anything more. She walked to the side and found a chair to sit down. Behind them, Coco, holding Coco's hand, passed by Sumu. Coco didn't even glance at Sumu today, nor did she say a word. Coco's gaze remained fixed on Sumu, and she tugged hard at her aunt. Auntie, I'm looking for Brother Sumu. I'm looking for Brother Sumu." "No." Coco blushed slightly, her usual easygoing demeanor gone, and she grabbed Kokolu, pulling her forward with hurried steps. "Kokonai, your outfit looks great on you. It suits your temperament and figure perfectly." Sumu's voice suddenly rang out, and Kokonai paused, standing still. Sumu wasn't just talking nonsense. Previously, Coco wore loose-fitting clothes, so it was impossible to tell what her figure was like. It's only barely noticeable that the body shape is decent. But now, wearing the uniform specially made by Flina, it's incredibly flattering. Coco's figure was immediately on display. She was rather thin, but her bust was surprisingly impressive, which made her waist appear exceptionally slender, creating a striking sight of delicate branches laden with large fruit. Sumu couldn't help but take a few more glances. Thank you." Kokona's tail swung up in a circle and then swayed twice. She glanced back at Sumu and found his gaze fixed on her, scrutinizing her closely, filled with amazement. Upon noticing this detail, Coco's tail immediately drooped down and became straight. "Pinkish white suits you very well. It makes your skin look brighter and is very pretty." As Sumu spoke, his gaze drifted downwards, landing on Coco's pink stockings. Hiss. Surprisingly, Coco's legs are also very beautiful, long and straight, making it impossible to look away once you see them. "Let's go, Coco." Kokona pulled Kokolu away quickly, and her slightly hurried steps revealed the turmoil in her heart. Coco received the outfit. She hesitated, wondering whether she should wear it. Because this is completely different from her previous style of dressing. Especially the form-fitting belt, which greatly restrained her bust and then displayed it, and the strange, transparent stockings she wore on her legs. All of this made Coco feel embarrassed. Finally, seeing that Winstia wore it, Taoyao wore it, Serena wore it. Coco and I awkwardly put it on and followed him out. Sumu stared at Coco being led away, lost in thought. Why didn't he think of arranging one for the little cutie Coco too? What a blunder. It must be arranged. I'm unhappy. Why don't I have these clothes? Eileen ran over, staring resentfully at Sumu, who was deep in thought. They all have it, but I don't. You're isolating me. Snort. Eileen remained as straightforward as ever, saying whatever came to mind. Sumu smiled. Do you know what kind of clothing this is? You just want to wear it. Isn't it just stockings and a maid outfit? I used to love wearing stockings the most, Eileen said, grabbing Sumu's arm and rubbing against it. Don't change the subject, I want one too. Okay, I know. Sumu quickly agreed, afraid that if he didn't, Eileen would jump on him and whine that she wanted it, and then he would be doomed. Just from that, Serena's gaze had already swept over them several times. Chapter 2:11 The King of the Western Sea throws a grand banquet. You arrived later, and I already had Frenna make your clothes. It's normal that they weren't available for you. I'll have her tailor make another one for you then. Are you satisfied now? That's more like it, Eileen said, suddenly standing on tiptoe and giving Sumu a sneaky poke on the face. The sudden attack caught Sumu off guard. When he turned around, he found that Serena wasn't looking in his direction. They were all chatting amongst themselves. Be more mindful of the impact next time. Sumu gritted her teeth secretly, glaring at Eileen, this troublemaker. To a certain extent, Sumu wouldn't be afraid of Serena finding out. The concept of monogamy does not exist in this world. If you have the ability, marrying thousands of women is no problem. As a man from the 21st century, Sumu still needed an adjustment period. Serena was like his legal wife, and Sumu felt a little guilty seeing her being intimate with other women in front of her. No way. What impact would that have? They can do that too. I'm not jealous at all. Eileen said generously. Hey, you haven't forgotten you're from the 21st century, have you? Do you think polygamy is popular in your beer country? Sumu glanced at Eileen. What she said was a bit ahead of its time. What's so hard to accept? Eileen shrugged. In the era of lords, what's wrong with capable men marrying multiple wives? Besides, same-sex marriage is legal in our country, so what's the big deal? As Eileen spoke, she patted Sumu's face and teased him. I'm not going to say anything more. I need to get along well with them and not be isolated. As Eileen spoke, she jogged towards Serena and the others. Sumu rubbed his forehead, looking helpless. With Eileen around, I'm afraid I'll never be lonely. It's a pity that Funingyu's territory is quite far from here, otherwise Sumu would have called her over as well. Maybe next time. By the way, Vinstia, where's Effia? Why haven't I seen her? Sumu asked. He looked around but couldn't see Effia, so he couldn't help but ask. You see, today's topic is about Effie. Effia has to look after Malor, so she'll probably come with Malor later. Winstia was preparing food and took a moment to reply. She was still too embarrassed to face Sumu, because the sight of him involuntarily reminded her of their intimate moments the previous night. Winstia's ears turned slightly red. Sumu didn't notice these details. He quietly approached Winstia and whispered in her ear. How about it? Are you feeling alright anywhere? Did you drink the soup I brought you this morning, the kind that's good for your health? I drank it. Winstia responded softly. Master, I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. You still need to be careful and not overwork yourself. Once you finish this, go and rest. Sumu gave instructions. He didn't know what happened last night either. Logically speaking, he is not such an impulsive person. But I just couldn't control myself. Looking back, Sumu realized that she had probably become addicted and lost her self-control. Understood, master. The two were chatting secretly when Sumu looked up and saw Tao Yao leaning her ear close to his. The little girl's ears perked up. She was clearly eavesdropping. Indeed, Tao Yao felt that her master and sister Winstia were different today. Especially in the morning, Tao Yao saw her master come out of sister Winstia's room, his face glowing, looking like good things were about to happen. So, Tao Yao's little head was full of curiosity. What exactly did the two of them do? Is there something Tao Yao is hiding from her? Little girl, what are you eavesdropping on? Sumu grabbed Tao Yao's cat ears, but not with force. He stared at her with amusement, pretending to be fierce. Master, I was wrong. Tao Yao shouldn't have eavesdropped. Tao Yao's speed in admitting her mistakes was truly exceptional. Get to work, little girl. Stop being so gossipy. Sumu rubbed her ear. 5-star value intelligence. A week ago was the birthday banquet of the King of the West Sea, Sato Anders. He held a grand banquet and invited aquatic creatures from all over the world. The banquet lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, and today it has finally come to an end. Intelligence analysis. If we keep watch by the river today, we might find something good. Information alert. There's a chance of finding good items, but don't blindly wait around. The intelligence system resonated in Sumu's mind. He wondered to himself, is there really such an uncertain intelligence tip? To be honest, this was the first time Sumu had encountered this. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He wouldn't leave the riverbank during the day, so he had plenty of time to wait. Susu, do you want to go fishing together? Sumu extended an invitation. Today, Susu is wearing a light green maid outfit, which is absolutely adorable and eye-catching. However, at this moment her little mouth was so pouted that an 4 drip could hang from it. Okay. Seeing that Sumu took the initiative to talk to her, Susu's pouting lips immediately disappeared. She picked up her small stool and quickly sat down next to him. Brother, what is fishing? Susu doesn't know how. Sumu knew perfectly well why Susu had looked so unhappy just now. Of course, it's because he hasn't spent enough time with her lately, and he didn't ask her about it today either. The little girl is unhappy and is pouting and sulking. However, it's clear that Susu is the type of person who gets angry quickly, but also loses it quickly. Sure enough, Sumu had only said a few words to her when she was already all smiles. You don't even know what fishing is, so why did you agree so quickly? Sumu smiled and patted Susu's head. I'll definitely answer quickly when my brother calls me. As Susu spoke, she moved the chair slightly closer to Sumu until it was practically touching her chair before she gave up and stopped moving it. I'll teach you. Sumu smiled gently and began to explain the essentials of fishing to Susu step by step. Soon, the clever and quick-witted Susu had learned to cast the line and draw the bait herself. The sight of the two fishing quickly attracted Coco's attention. The little girl joined in and had a great time playing with Susu. I didn't catch a single small Christian carp, but I'm still happy. Sumu only had 2 fishing rods in total, so he could only watch from the sidelines. Noon arrived quickly. Effia finally arrived, albeit belatedly, supporting Malor. Effia was also wearing a maid outfit. However, her maid outfit, adorned with feathers and fluff, gave her an air of mystery and distance. It quite fits Ifia's innocent yet aloof and mysterious temperament. Sumu felt it was a perfect match. Flina has excellent taste. Sumu quickly went to greet him. Chapter 2, 12th Birthday. Effia's touch. Milo, how are you feeling? Sumu asked proactively. Much better, thank you. Malor remained silent, just as before. However, judging from her rosy complexion, her injuries are no longer a major concern. That's good. Now that you're here, come along with us. Sumu mobilized everyone to gather around the table. Coco and Susu, who were having a great time, were also pulled over. A group of people were gathered around a table with something covered by a lid on it, making it impossible to see what it was. Sumu counted. Serena, Winstia, Susu, Taoyao, Kokalu, Kokona, Flint, Eileen, Zhou-Yuchi, Ifia, Malor. It seems like we're missing someone? Sumu turned around and, sure enough, saw Yulilua standing by the river. She's here too. However, she was not sociable and stood alone at the farthest point, her back view somewhat desolate. Yulilua, come here too. Sumu called out twice before Yulilua finally responded. She turned around and glanced back, seemingly still hesitant. Hurry up. Come over. Sumu waved to her. After a pause, Yulilua still came to Sumu's side, remaining aloof and silent. Sumu didn't say anything. Today, we have gathered everyone here because there is an important matter. Sumu spoke, and he was the absolute core of this group of women, giving birth. I think you all know that everyone in this territory is like family to me, and I am very grateful for your efforts for this territory. Since we're family, I'll remember every important day of yours. After Sumu finished speaking, he pointed at Ifia. Today is Ifia's important day. Effia was stunned. She stared blankly at Sumu, who was pointing at her. Her important day? Why doesn't she know it herself? Ifia was somewhat dazed, and she felt a little lost as everyone's eyes were on her. An important day? Effia opened her mouth and pointed at herself. Malor, standing nearby, also looked at Effie with curiosity. She had absolutely no clue. Of everyone present, perhaps only Zhou-Yuchi understood something. She smiled, but also somewhat embarrassedly tugged at the hem of her skirt, trying to pull it down a bit. Sumu said in the morning that he had arranged clothes for her, and she thought they were some nice clothes. The result was a cook in a maid outfit. They even wear aprons. When Zhou-Yuchi saw the new clothes, her face immediately turned red. She's from the 21st century, reads a lot of comics, and is a big fan of anime. Sumu's maid outfit could easily make her shy and have impure thoughts. But after some hesitation, Zhou-Yuchi still put on her cook's outfit. Fortunately, Sumu's attention was not on her at all, which relieved Zhou-Yuchi's panic considerably. Yes, it's your important day, Effie. After Sumu finished speaking, he suddenly opened the large lid on the table, revealing what was inside. A huge cake. Moreover, it's a cake topped with a layer of animal cream. 3 days ago, Sumu found Zhou-Yuchi and asked her if she knew how to make cakes or something. For Zhou-Yuchi, the little chef, making cakes is of course no challenge. As long as the materials are available, she can handle it in no time. Sumu secretly had people gather the materials, which led to the appearance of today's cake. Today is your birthday, Effie. Do you know? Sumu looked at Ifia and smiled. Birthday? When she heard those 2 words, Ifia froze. She couldn't possibly not know what a birthday means. However, for Ifia, the word birthday was both familiar and unfamiliar, and she felt a sense of resistance towards it. From childhood to adulthood, Effia had only ever seen her parents celebrate Malor's birthday, Flo's birthday, and their own birthdays. She has never celebrated her own birthday. Every time she asked her mother about it, the answer she received was always the same. Who knows when your birthday is, you bastard? I have no idea, so get lost. Effia asked her father, but the answer she always received was silence. Over time, Ifia forgot that she even had a birthday and gradually became indifferent to it. But has she really forgotten? Is it really that they don't care? No. But Ifia knew that even if she cared, what could she do? It will only add to your sadness and sorrow. She became increasingly sensible and stopped mentioning the word birthday. Even today, when Ifia suddenly heard Sumu say the word birthday, she was truly stunned. My birthday? Effia murmured something unconsciously. Yes, it's your birthday, your 21st birthday. It's been verified, so you can rest assured, Sumu said with a smile. A few days ago, when Sumu was looking at Ifia's information, he saw from her age that Ifia was 5 days away from turning 21. Sumu noticed this small detail. He immediately decided that he wanted to celebrate Ifia's birthday. So he secretly arranged all of this. Your 21st birthday? Ifia spoke softly, her tone still betraying disbelief. Sister, you really do look 21 years old. Malor suddenly said. Effia glanced at her. I'm 19. I've heard my father say before that you are 2 years older than me. Malor said. Listening to Malor's words, Effia stared blankly at the white object before her. At this moment, Sumu picked up a smear of cream and smeared it on Ifia's nose. Effia looked up in surprise. Haha, Ifia's white nose is so funny. Susu laughed from the side. The little girl has an unusually low threshold for laughter. How dare you laugh at others? Following the principle of fairness and justice, Sumu also smeared cream on Susu's face. So much fun. Coco, always eager for chaos, reached out and smeared cream on her aunt's face. My aunt has a white nose, just like Susu. You bad guy. Coco was already embarrassed and shy enough because of her clothes today, and now that she's been teased like this, she's even more flustered. She was so angry that she was about to grab a handful of Coco Lu and smear it on her face, but Sumu grabbed her arm and stopped her. No. This is food. Sumu explained. Let's wait for Ifia to make a wish first, and then we can do whatever we want. Today is Ifia's birthday. She's the boss. And let me tell you, this cake is really delicious. Something delicious? Coco suddenly licked her little hand, which was still covered in cream, and then her eyes lit up. So delicious. It's sweet. Coco Lu likes it. I want to eat it. The little girl ran to Sumu's side as she spoke. Brother Sumu, I want to eat. I want to eat. Coco wants to eat something. Serena and the others smiled knowingly at this sight. It doesn't count with me. Today is Sister Ifia's birthday. The cake belongs to her. We have to wait until she makes her wish before we talk about it. Sumu patted Coco's little head. Sister Ifia? Quick, quick, Coco wants to eat it. Make a wish quickly. Who can resist Coco's adorable and charming Egio? Effia, naturally, couldn't resist either, and she nodded. I understand. But what is making a wish? Afia's gaze fell upon Sumu. Chapter 213 Malor, I will stay. Making a wish means expressing what you want or what you want to accomplish in the future in the form of a wish. Perhaps in the future you will achieve the wish you made today, forming a perfect closed loop, which you can use to motivate yourself. Faced with Ifia's question, Sumu patiently explained. This is an expression of having beautiful aspirations and a positive attitude towards life. As Sumu spoke, he picked up the homemade candle Zhoyuchi had given him and stuck it on the cake. All right, light the candles and make a wish. Gazing at the small candle that had already begun to burn, Effia slowly stepped forward under the watchful eyes of everyone. A sudden feeling of tension welled up inside her. An inexplicable tension. This is her first time. I hope. Ifia was interrupted by Sumu before she could finish speaking. Ifia, wishes should not be spoken aloud. They should be kept safe in your heart. Also, you must close your eyes and put your hands together when making a wish, to show that you are more devout. Sumu naturally took Ifia's hand and helped her correct her posture. This was the first time Ifia had heard such a statement, and it was quite refreshing for her. Remember to blow out the candles after you make a wish. Effia slowly closed her eyes. Zhoyuchi's cake is delicious. She successfully showed Sumu that no matter when, no matter what world, whether they are demi-human or human, girls always have a unique love for sweets. A 20-inch cake was eaten up just like that. Both Susu and Coco Lu had expressions of lingering enjoyment on their faces. But if we're talking about who was the happiest and most touched, it would probably be Ifia. She celebrated her first birthday ever. Milo, I think I have the answer to the question you asked me this morning. By the river, Effia turned to look at her younger sister and whispered. Her voice was filled with determination. Malor didn't speak. She waited. But she knew exactly what the problem from this morning was. In the morning, Malor only asked Effie one question. Would you like to leave this place with her? The reason for asking this question was, of course, because Malor had heard about Effie's experiences these past few days and knew that she had voluntarily stayed in the territory for Flo's sake. Malor may be young, but she is very reasonable. She knew that Effie disliked the Holy Spirit Roya. If Effie chooses to stay, Malor wouldn't be surprised at all. She might even offer her blessings. In the morning, I might have hesitated about whether to leave with you to find Flo, and then we could go back together. Ifea never uttered the word home, but when the word finally came to her lips, she said, return to Holy Spirit Roya. But right now, I just want to stay here. Ifea said softly. I hope you can understand me. Malor, I can't go with you to find Flo. Sumu's birthday celebration for Ifea deeply touched Ifea's heart, giving her a sense of belonging to a home. Compared to the daily scorn, beatings, and insults she endured in Holy Spirit Roa, Ifea felt that her current life was infinitely better. It was the first time she had ever seen a birthday cake. This is the first time I've learned that making a wish while looking at a birthday cake represents hope and blessings. This is the first time I've ever had cream smeared on my face. My first time cutting a cake. For the first time, a group of people happily shared food, making a lively and cheerful scene. These many firsts made Ifea feel at ease. At this moment, her wavering heart was no longer wavering. She wants to stay? It's okay, sister. I understand. Malor smiled gently. Milo. Effia pursed her lips and thought for a moment, then finally extended her own invitation. Why don't you stay with me? Within the territory, Ifea doesn't feel too lonely. It's lively here every day. Everyone has a great personality, and there's no one who's particularly difficult to deal with or get along with. But if Malor were there, Effia would feel more at ease. No. Malor shook her head. Sister, I promised father and mother that I would bring Flo back. Therefore, I must leave. But I'll come back to see you when I have time. Okay. Ifea smiled and extended her hand. It's a promise, I'll come back. On the other side of the riverbank, Sumu was examining the list in front of him. Ranking of merits. First place, Sumu, Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, 200 merit points. Second place, none available. Sumu remembered the merit list that appeared last night and checked its function. It turns out that you can get a merit point by completing the task announced in the system announcement. Once you accumulate a certain number of merit points, you can use them to exchange for scrolls in the merit shop. Sumu glanced at it and found that the minimum amount of merit points required to redeem an item was 1,000. It's a scroll for making a dragon frame cannon. This dragon frame cannon has similar power to a cannon, but it is much lighter and more convenient to carry. Even in guerrilla warfare, it can still play a huge role, so it's not a bad thing. If Sumu can assemble a pair of light artillery units, the dragon frame cannon would be a good choice. The only regret is that Sumu doesn't have enough merit points to redeem it yet. He really wants it. As for the items in the merit shop, they are all related to territory and war, mainly weapons, cannons, and the like. There are plenty of good stuff too. There are also many golden legends. Furthermore, the system announcement stated that the items currently listed are only those that can be used temporarily at this stage, and the list of redeemable items may be updated later as appropriate. However, one important point is that you can only redeem items on the redemption list 5 times. This means that once 5 lords worldwide have redeemed the dragon frame cannon, no 6th person will be able to redeem it. This is a significant limitation. Moreover, some items can only be redeemed once. The system's message is to encourage everyone to complete tasks and actively redeem items. First come, first served. Oh right. There are also rewards. Sumu then remembered that he hadn't checked the system's rewards from last night, and what they were. Dragon frame cannon crafting scroll. Sumu spotted this thing at first glance. He smiled. Among the items in the merit shop, the first thing Sumu saw was the dragon frame cannon, which was also one of the items that interested him out of the 1,000 merit points. The system was delivered right to my doorstep. Materials needed to craft the dragon frame cannon. 100 magic metal, 10 crystal, or 1 earth dragon bone pyramid. Materials needed to craft dragon frame cannon shells. 10 saltpeter powder, 5 steel cannonballs. Chapter 214 Joint Declaration of War against Luo Wuxi. When Sumu saw the ingredients, she felt a headache coming on. He tried asking Serena, but found that she didn't know much about the source of these materials either. At this moment, Sumu deeply felt the importance of having a master blacksmith in the territory. As for the materials we have now, anyone who isn't a professional simply wouldn't know where to get them. But if you're a professional, it's very easy. Sumu was determined to build this dragon frame cannon. He had even imagined that in the near future, he would have a majestic artillery unit under his command. Unstoppable. Gold Coin Exchange Scroll 1. This gold coin exchange scroll was the most unexpected thing for Sumu. The system actually rewarded me with money, and it was 1 million gold coins at once. The system probably knows that building a new city requires initial funding, which is why it's doing this. Not to mention, the current nightly forces of Tianlong City have so many mouths to feed, and they are all waiting for Su Muyang in the future. You definitely can't get started without some money. However, Sumu had already made up his mind that Tianlong City would not be merged with his territory for the time being. Tianmu Town was his true starting point. Giant Bone Shield Crafting Scroll, an incredibly sturdy bone magic shield, 2 meters high and 2 meters wide, capable of withstanding continuous attacks until damaged. It can self-repair if undamaged. At first, Sumu didn't think much of the description of the giant gate bone shield. But when he saw the last part, the words undamaged and self-repairing, he suddenly became interested. Does this mean that once the bone shield is made, the material can self-repair as long as it is not completely damaged? That saves you a lot of trouble. Shield bearers aren't a bad option either. Sumu also wanted a unit that could withstand the skeleton archers and skeleton mages, allowing them to safely deal damage. Even if we take a step back and assume the worst, shield bearers can still hold the line at the front of the formation and stop the enemy's charge, which is still very useful. However, this shield is a full 2 meters tall, and ordinary skeleton soldiers certainly cannot handle it. Bone Shield Formation Training Scroll. Formation activated. A giant bone shield phantom barrier rises, capable of blocking attacks from all directions, lasting 2 minutes. A square formation for training shield bearers? Not bad. Sumu immediately felt that the bone shield had value. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Lord Yorick of the Beautiful Country for successfully repelling the combined attack of Lord Eli of the Beer Country and Lord Felta of the Eagle Country by fighting against 2 opponents. This battle will be recorded in the Lord's Development History System. Lord Yorick of the Beautiful Country has successfully received the system reward. System notification. The top 5 lords who make it onto the battle leaderboard will receive system rewards. Just as Sumu was checking the rewards, the system announcement sounded. Another new person has entered the list. Sumu opened the Lord Development History System and found that in addition to himself, the list now included Yorick, who had just been mentioned. Yorick's battle ranked 2nd. Sumu wasn't surprised at all. His territory is developing very well now, but that doesn't mean other people's territories are doing poorly. The world is vast, and there are many powerful people. Those special map lords who remain silent in the shadows will become his greatest rivals in the future. Sumu was certainly not so arrogant as to think that he would be invincible after taking over Tianlong City. We still need to develop. Intensify development efforts. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Lord Luo Wuxi of the Dragon Kingdom for successfully upgrading her territory to level 4. Because this is the first time a lord on a special map has upgraded their territory to level 4, they have received a system reward. What's going on? Luo Wuxi hadn't been looking for him for a few days, and now the first news she got was about a level 4 territory? Sumu couldn't believe it. He had only recently upgraded his territory to level 3. As expected of the lord of the special map, Luo Wuxi is amazing. Sumu was about to send Luo Wuxi a blessing. The notification sounded again. System-wide announcement. The Eagle Kingdom's Lord, Hansen, in alliance with the Sakura Kingdom's Lord, Kitagawa Joichi, and the Dragon Kingdom's Lord, Yanghani, have declared war on the territory of Lord Luo Wuxi. The war will continue from the date of declaration until a final victor is determined. Since this battle marks the first declaration of war on a special map, all lords are now eligible to participate in a prize-winning prediction contest. The winning team will receive a reward. At this moment, the most excited were undoubtedly the lords chatting in the world chat. Damn, has the system finally seen through me? Today's notification isn't for Sumu after all. Who says otherwise? Every time the system notification sounded before, it was about Sumu. I'm fucking sick of hearing it. Exactly. Sumu got all the good stuff by herself. It's infuriating. This is something I've never seen before. I'm finally participating in a prize-winning quiz that doesn't involve Sumu. We're free. I wonder if our shouts had any effect. The system is now favoring others and giving rewards. The system's favorite son is finally not Sumu, a godsend for all lords worldwide. The lords were all excitedly discussing it. as if it were New Year's Day. As long as the reward doesn't belong to Sumu. As long as the prize-winning quiz doesn't belong to Sumu. They felt incredibly happy and joyful. This is enough to show that Sumu's repeated receipt of rewards based on his own abilities has already aroused the secret dissatisfaction of many lords. Sumu has already attracted a lot of envy. These days, the fact that they can hear a system-wide announcement that doesn't belong to Sumu is already considered heavenly music. Sumu was naturally unaware of the matter concerning the World Chat channel. He didn't get involved at all, but instead focused on sending a message to Luo Wuxi asking about it. Finally, he also included a random Lord Talent scroll in the trade, hoping it would be of some help to her. This random Lord Talent scroll was naturally a system reward Sumu received for leveling up to level 3 for the first time. He still had one left unused. Now he took out a card, hoping it could help Luo Wuxi have the lightning skill scroll he just obtained. Thunderbolts rained down from the heavens. He also did not hesitate and traded it to Luo Wuxi. According to Serena, this lightning-type skill scroll is much more powerful than Sumu's Heavenly Fireblaze. If skill scrolls had quality, this Nether Thunder Thousand Falls should be considered epic quality. It's one level higher than Heavenly Flame. Sumu had used the Heavenly Flame, so he naturally knew what kind of strength it was. Now that Ming Lei Qianluo is even more powerful than Tian Hui Zhaoyan, he traded it over without hesitation. Chapter 215. This Sumu is not that Sumu. The first reason is that Sumu is currently unable to use lightning element skill scrolls. The second reason is that Luo Wuxi has been a great help to him, and the Scroll of the Dead has never stopped supporting him. Sumu is not an ungrateful person. Luo Wuxi is so generous to him, yet he keeps his good things to himself? Is that plausible? Besides, at this critical juncture, if he doesn't help Luo Wuxi, who will? I doubt anyone else can help. The last one is something the system just rewarded Sumu with. Amplifying Aura Potion. After use, the overall strength of all members in combat within the territory is increased by 50%. Lasts for 60 minutes. Can only be used once per day. Sumu only had 2 bottles of this medicine, and he gave them both to Luo Wuxi without hesitation. I just hope she can get through this battle successfully. Luo Wuxi did not reply to Sumu's concerned messages, nor did she accept the scroll transaction. Could something have gone wrong? Sumu frowned slightly. 3 lords on a special map have jointly declared war. To be honest, Sumu was still quite worried about whether Luo Wuxi could handle it. After all, the lords of special maps are different from the lords of ordinary maps. In terms of ability and strength, they are definitely not comparable to the lords of ordinary maps. Now the 3 of them are teaming up to take down Luo Wuxi alone. Sumu was genuinely worried about Luo Wuxi. He couldn't help but send a few more messages, hoping she would receive them and claim all the items in the transaction. However, at this moment, the lords in the World Chat channel were more concerned with the following topic. So, which side are you all supporting? Should we guess Luo Wuxi or one of the other 3? Do you even need to ask us? Are you an idiot? Of course it's 3 people. 3 against 1, no question about it. Exactly. Just blindly go for the other 3. Agreed. I also applied to the other 3 companies, and I feel like I've got this reward in the bag. In a 3v1 situation, there's really no suspense. Even a fool would know which option to choose. Just as the lords were excitedly discussing, a chat message suddenly appeared. Have you all forgotten that Sumu recently took on 4 opponents in a 1v4 battle? Who said the other 3 teams had an absolute advantage? I think the guy above is right. Didn't you guys hear the system announcement? Luo Wuxi is the first lord to reach level 4. Her strength speaks for itself, doesn't it? That makes a lot of sense. Wait, I suddenly remembered. Wasn't Luo Wuxi also one of the people who received the first upgrade rewards for levels 1, 2, and 3 territories? No wonder. I was wondering why the name sounded so familiar. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be true. This statement sparked another argument, making it very difficult to choose a winner. The lords who originally wanted to join the other 3 allied forces all hesitated, because they discovered that Luo Wuxi also seemed to be very capable, until a message appeared. Everyone, have you overlooked the fact that these 3 who have joined forces are all lords of special maps? They're not lords of ordinary maps. I believe there's a significant difference in lord strength on regular maps, but is the difference really that large on special maps? I'm afraid all 3 of them working together are quite formidable. The lords pondered carefully. It seems that's actually the case. That's right. All 3 are lords from special maps, not lords from regular maps. How could an idiot survive that long in a special map? I've heard special maps are full of monsters, and they're probably all ruthless. Of course it is. You can't survive on special maps without being ruthless. So, does that mean I support the other three? Yes. It's highly likely to be correct. After all, not everyone is Sumu, right? A 1v4 situation like this only happens occasionally. As the lords chatted, the topic eventually turned to Sumu again. Anyway, as long as it's no longer a system announcement about Sumu, that's fine. It doesn't matter who you support. That bastard Sumu. He made me choose the wrong option time and time again. I've never won a reward in the guessing game because I can't guess him even once. This time, we finally guessed right, didn't we? Haha. The topic quickly gained traction. The support rate for the Three Kingdoms Lords lineup reached 99%, while Luo Wuxi's support rate was a pitiful 1%. With only 1% of the vote, and who knows which fool voted wrong, it has been ridiculed by some online trolls. 1% support for Luo Wuxi? Which guy is out of his mind? Perhaps others don't even care about the reward. Haha, you're an idiot. The system's rewards are quite generous. I guessed correctly once before and got a reward, which made my development 10 times faster than before. Don't you care about the rewards? That's true. The system is a bit nasty, but the rewards are undeniably good and very useful. So, those who voted for Luo Wuxi are really stupid. They wouldn't even accept a reward that's practically handed to them. Just as the lords were chatting enthusiastically, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Lord Luo Wuxi used the megaphone to issue a message. Sumu, I've accepted your things. I can't reply to messages right now due to limitations here. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Luo Wuxi's system-wide announcement instantly left all the lords dumbfounded. Wait, what's going on? Was that Sumu that Luo Wuxi just called out? Luo Wuxi? Sumu? No way. Bro, those two are together? Travelers? Know each other? What a coincidence. Don't rush to conclusions. It's not certain whether this Sumu is the same Sumu as that Sumu. There are so many lords with the same name in this world. That's true. It might not be the same Sumu. Just as the lords were still clinging to a sliver of hope, another system announcement rang out. Lord Sumu used the megaphone to issue a message. I saw it. Good luck. I voted for you in the prediction contest, and I'm looking forward to your victory. The lords were still not quite convinced that the one responding was none other than Sumu himself, whom they heard about every day. It could be another Sumu. After all, obtaining some special items is understandable. It doesn't necessarily have to be a system reward. That's right. It can't be the same Sumu. Everyone stop thinking about it. It's just that the name sounds too familiar. Yes, it might be Sumu, but Sumu might not be Sumu, right? It wasn't explicitly stated. The lords were still trying to convince themselves. But the next system announcement completely broke their composure. Lord Sumu used the megaphone to issue a message. Stop trying to comfort yourselves. I am the Sumu you're thinking of. Luo Wuxi is mine. We know each other. Also, I cast 1% of the prediction votes. I'm the idiot, moron, and moron you all call me. Sumu's forceful response delivered a resounding slap to the faces of all the lords, completely shutting down the world chat channel. However, on the riverbank, Sumu watched everything unfold with a smile on his lips. Dare to criticize me? I'll make you furious, hee. My lord, look what that is. Chapter 216 Alma, Deep Sea Clam Clan. My lord, look what that is. The slime hopped and skipped to Sumu and reached out its little hand to grab him. What? Sumu, who was lying comfortably in the chair, glanced at it. The entire territory was resting today, so naturally followed them here to play. Well, a duang sound, and Sumu looked in the direction it was pointing and indeed found something. On the riverbank, a large clam shell was stuck between the rocks, and no matter how much the water surged, it could not move forward. Because of its presence, the river once experienced a fault line. Winstia and the others noticed the clam shell. They stood curiously on the riverbank, watching, but no one was the first to go down. It seems they didn't know what it was either, and were just as curious and cautious. How big is this clam shell? It's as long as a person and at least a meter tall. Upon seeing the giant clam shell, Sumu recalled the intelligence system's earlier alert that the king of the Western Sea was holding a grand banquet, and that there might be a chance to obtain some novelties by the river. Could it be that the giant clamshell in front of us is the good stuff the intelligence system was talking about? It's so big. It's probably not some good material that can be used to forge a peerless divine weapon, right? Come on, let's go take a look. Curious, Sumu got up and quickly reached the riverbank. Master, what is this thing? It's huge. Tao Yao was originally squatting on the ground observing, but as soon as she saw her master, she happily ran to him. The other girls, as if they had found their pillar of support, all focused their attention on Sumu. Serena, do you know? Sumu looked at Serena beside him. In his view, Serena was a know-it-all among people, and she must know a lot. To Sumu's surprise, Serena shook her head. I can only guess that it's a large clam from the deep sea, but I don't know the specifics. Although our Dragon Roar Empire is not a landlocked country, I rarely get to go to the seaside and don't know much about marine life. Tao Yao nodded in agreement. She doesn't even know what this humanoid monster encyclopedia is. Sumu nodded. It should be a clam. However, I have never seen such a big clam before. You could call it a giant meat clam, and the meat inside must be very firm. Anyway, let's pull it up first. As Sumu spoke, he came to the riverbank and reached out to grab the edge of a clam. Thanks to his efforts, the giant clam was finally pulled ashore. Master, it seems to still be breathing. Just as everyone was thinking about how to open the clam, Winstia noticed the clam's mouth opening and closing and quickly offered a suggestion. Sumu seized the opportunity, forcefully shoved his hand into the clam, and then pried it open. It would have been better if they hadn't broken it open. Once they did, Sumu was stunned. Where's that giant clam? There is indeed meat inside, but it's not clam meat. It's woman's flesh. To be precise, inside the clamshell lay a beautiful young woman who looked to be around 20 years old. Her eyes were closed, her breathing was even, and she was fast asleep. Moreover, the moment the clamshell opened, Sumu smelled a strong odor of alcohol. Did he get drunk and drift down to the riverbank, ending up here? Sumu was guessing what was going on in his mind, so he quickly used his insight technique. Hama, deep-sea clam tribe Havis. The feedback from the insight technique was minimal, but Sumu knew that the woman before him was not human. This is a demi-human of the deep-sea clam race. Suddenly a figure appeared, and everyone looked over to find that it was Yulilaw, who hadn't said much and wasn't very sociable. She actually took the initiative to speak up, which is quite rare for her. Even though Yulilaw is still some distance away from them, this is already a huge change for her. Do you know anything about their tribe? Sumu spoke. Not many. I know they live in the deep sea, and the pearls produced by their clan are an excellent material. Yulilu finished speaking, she turned and walked away. This woman was as aloof as ever. Her leaving indicated that this was all she knew. Sumu could probably guess it. However, he was already quite pleased that Yulilaw was willing to step forward and share the information she knew. Pearl from a clam? I think I know what this thing does. Serena thought for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Seeing that Sumu was looking at her, she continued. Pearls possess the ability to repel water, and they are often used to make water-repelling potions. After using this medication, a person can move freely in the sea for up to 5 hours without worrying about breathing problems. Many people use water-repellent agents when they want to go into the deep sea. Serena spoke slowly. Moreover, the pearl's uses don't stop there. It can also be used to make potions that grant immunity to water elemental magic, which can temporarily increase immunity to water elemental attacks after consumption. Finally, pearls are also excellent for beauty. When ground into powder and applied to the face, they can slow down aging and achieve a youthful appearance. This is something that many royalty and nobles would want to buy. Serena touched the smooth surface of the clamshell with her slender hand. I never imagined that pearls were produced from oysters. The noise from Sumu and the others' conversation clearly disturbed the sea woman, Heavies. She let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes a crack. She glanced at everyone present, then closed her eyes again to continue sleeping. It's as if nothing ever happened. What should we do with her? Serena looked at Sumu, wanting him to make the decision. Let's take her back to our territory first, and then we'll see what happens. I doubt she'll wake up anytime soon. Master, I'll go and call someone to come and take her back. The Vincians are very perceptive and immediately know what to do. But Sumu stopped her. Tao Yao, go ahead and call a few slimes over. They're not heavy. Okay, I understand, Master. Yao was overjoyed to be needed, and without a second thought, she hurried away. At this moment, Serena's gaze fell briefly on Winstia, but she said nothing. After Hyvis was moved back to the territory, Sumu continued to stay by the river, enjoying a rare moment of leisure with Serena and the others. As the afternoon drew to a close and the sun began to set, Sumu had gained nothing more, and no strange things floated into the river. Not forgetting his promise to the tree spirit Princess Vivial, Sumu rode Ifea toward Eileen's territory. Shilur and 3 other elven girls followed behind him on griffins. Chapter 217 The Invasion of the Fiery Demon Clan. Deep in the forests of Siam, On the colossal tree king, which 1,000 people could not encircle, in a meticulously decorated treehouse, the noble tree spirit, Queen Los Reyes, sat gracefully on a tree chair. Her eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes fell on her snow-white skin, making her look otherworldly. Los Reyes seemed to hear something, and suddenly opened her eyes. A short while later, a female tree spirit walked in. "How about it? Have you found the princess?" Los Reyes spoke. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry, our guerrilla forces did their best. At present, all we know is that Princess Vivial led Fakir and the others out of the Siam forest, but we don't know exactly where they went." "That's too willful." Los Reyes furrowed her brows slightly, exuding an air of authority without anger. "Send more people to investigate. No matter what, we must bring Vivier back. Especially Feiyan City, she is very likely heading in that direction." "I understand, Your Majesty." The female tree spirit hurriedly bowed and left. Just after the female tree spirit left, Los Reyes coughed lightly, and a trace of green blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. "Oh no, oh no, Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened." Another female tree elf rushed in. She was Fuan, a guard by Los Reyes' side. "What's wrong?" Los Reyes silently wiped away the blood seeping from the corner of her mouth and asked. "The sentry said that the demon clan is coming again, and they are less than 10 kilometers away from us. Moreover, they brought quite a few people with them this time, probably close to 3,000. 3,000 people? Upon hearing this number, Los Reyes' brows furrowed immediately, and her face darkened considerably. "Yes," Fuan said urgently. "This time, it's not Forworth leading the way, but Anderson." "That old man Anderson came in person?" Upon hearing the name Anderson, Los Reyes' expression became even more serious. Forworth is the young patriarch of the demon clan, but his strength is only average. Recently, Los Reyes' people have been attacked repeatedly, all because of Forworth and his men. Even with a headache, Los Reyes still didn't take Forworth seriously, thinking he was just a bug, a mere mortal. However, Anderson is different. He is the patriarch of the demon clan, the absolute leader of their clan. His strength remains a mystery to this day. If she were at her peak, Los Reyes might not be afraid, but now she... "Your Majesty, what should we do? Should Farrell lead the sentries and wage guerrilla warfare against them?" Fuan asked. Los Reyes thought about it carefully and agreed. "We can only have Farrier lead his men to engage them in guerrilla tactics to disrupt their formation as much as possible, preventing them from gathering in one group, so that we can defeat them one by one." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." As Fuan was speaking, she was about to leave, but Los Reyes called her back. "Fuan, the demon clan has night vision, similar to ours, so our clan's night vision is at a disadvantage in this battle. Don't let Farrer underestimate us. Use our agility and familiarity with the terrain to distract them." "Understood, Your Majesty." Fuan left in a hurry. Los Reyes sighed softly and waited quietly. She knew she couldn't rush it. "I just hope that heaven will help their clan and that no more trouble will occur." 1 hour later, Fuan rushed back, a slight smile on her face. "Your Majesty, good news. Farrell led 1,000 sentries into battle against the demon clan. The demon clan seemed to have gone mad, relentlessly pursuing and killing them. Using the terrain to their advantage, Farrell and his people worked together to successfully repel 800 members of the fiery demon clan, disrupting their formation. Moreover, we don't only have fewer than 100 injured people. The demon clan seems to be afraid, and they are retreating. Another thing is that Anderson seems very dissatisfied with the performance of his people. It's as if he's left the heavens." So smoothly. Los Reyes frowned, somewhat incredulous. Anderson's own people be so easily defeated? The demon clan clearly knew that the tree elf clan was good at guerrilla warfare, yet they still insisted on going head-to-head with them. Perhaps the demon clan is too confident. They think they are not afraid of the poisonous miasma and termites in the forest and can break through our clan-esque guerrilla tactics. Fuan explained. Furthermore, Farrer provoked and mocked them, which probably angered them so much that it's understandable that they did something unwise. Is it really that simple? Los Reyes lowered her head in thought. "Your Majesty, shall we send troops now?" Fuan said excitedly. "With Anderson gone, the demon clan is at its weakest point. Your Majesty, if you lead the troops there, you will surely be able to wipe them out. Then let's see how those demon clan people dare to be arrogant in front of us." Fuan's excitement was not without reason. Have recently been harassed by the demon race, which has greatly troubled them. Every now and then, members of the clan are killed by the demon clan, or attacked and captured by the human clan. They were already struggling to deal with the humans, and now they had to deal with the demon clan as well. In summary, the tree spirits have long harbored deep hatred for the demon clan. Now that there's a chance to wipe them all out, Fuin naturally doesn't want to miss such a good opportunity. No. Los Rhea raised her hand, rejecting Fuan's offer. We will stay where we are and remain within our clan's territory. We will not go anywhere. Tell Farrer to stay put and wait for my orders. Why, Your Majesty? Now is the best opportunity to encircle and annihilate the fierce demon clan. Fuin didn't understand. If we can deal with the demon clan, then we will be much more relaxed when facing sneak attacks from the human race. Your Majesty, this is the best opportunity. Stop talking. It's not that simple. Listen to me. Los Rhea's eyes sharpened as she stared at Fuan and said in a deep voice, Lothria is the supreme being within the tribe, and no one can challenge her authority. Even Fuin, who served by her side. I understand, Your Majesty. I'm sorry, I'll arrange it right away. Fuin left in a hurry without saying another word. This is so unusual. With the demon clan multiple times, Los Rhea felt that the demon clan was behaving very strangely tonight. They have no reason to be foolish enough to actually engage in guerrilla warfare with their tribe in the jungle, or to launch a frontal assault. Even if the demon clan were furious, they would never do such a thing. Therefore, Los Rhea felt that things were far more complicated than she had imagined, and she chose to remain inactive. Chapter 218 The Demon Clan and the Human Clan Unite. Shilure, how did you end up following Mr. Sumu? When Sumu landed in the territory with Shilure and the others, Vivier excitedly came to greet them. When Fakir told her that Sumu and the others had appeared, she excitedly ran out to take a look and immediately spotted Shilure and the other three on the griffin. They were from the same clan and met often, so Viviel was naturally very familiar with Zilure. Most importantly, when Viviel left the territory, there was already no news of Zilure. She left the forest of Siam, largely searching for any trace of Shilure along the way, but to no avail. Now that Vivier has seen Zilure appear unharmed again, she can't help but be excited. It was Mr. Sumu who saved us. Before Sumu could speak, Shilure had already answered. Shilure's face flushed slightly as she turned to look in Sumu's direction. Seeing that he was also looking at her, she quickly turned her face away and continued to explain to Vivier what had happened. Sumu felt a slight chill run down his spine upon seeing this. No way. Shilure looked at his shy smile and wondered what was going on. While Sumu was flying in the sky, Shilure made several requests, saying that it was too crowded for 4 people to sit on the griffin, and asked if she could come and sit with Sumu to free up some space. At that time, Shilure also had a shy smile on her face. Sumu found it rather strange. Everyone says that tree spirits are reserved, so who would take the initiative to suggest riding a horse with you? That's an intimate act where your chest is pressed against your back. Shilure, your intentions are impure, you're wicked. Sumu had noticed it secretly at that time. Therefore, Shilure's idea was rejected by him on the grounds that Ifea did not like being ridden by strangers. Ifea was very cooperative at the time, echoing Sumu's words. Seeing this, Shilure didn't say anything more. The matter has only just come to a temporary end. Along the way, Sumyuk noticed that Shilure's gaze was always on him, looking at him countless times. Every time he looked over, she would shyly turn her face away, pretending nothing had happened. Sumu had already sensed many such behaviors along the way. Now that they've arrived in the territory, Shilure is still the same. Sumu really has to overthink this. This chubby little tree spirit has fallen for him? Please don't. Sumu said he was very flustered. Thank you so much, Mr. Sumu. After listening to Shilure's story, Vivier looked up at Sumu and bowed, saying, Thank you so much for saving Shilure and the other 3 members of our clan. Thank you so much. It's nothing, Sumu said with a carefree smile, waving his hand. I just happened to run into you, and when I saw that you were from the Tree Elf clan, I just lent a hand. Don't be so polite. Yes, I will, Vivier said. You probably don't know how important Shilure is to our clan. Ever since she was lost, my mother has been very troubled every day. Unfortunately, no matter how much we inquire, we have no news of Shilure. I never expected that after all these twists and turns, you would be the one to save her. Viviel smiled. Mr. Sumu, rest assured, as long as you bring Shilure back, my mother will definitely thank you properly, and she may even consider any requests you make. Sumu glanced at the chubby Shilu. He never expected that Shilure would have such a great role. Isn't she just the Elf Queen's niece? Seeing Sumu's gaze sweep over, Shilure smiled shyly and turned her face away, pretending that nothing had happened. Sumu. All right. Vivier, take us to the place where your clan lives. Sumu spoke. He could sense that after he brought Shiluer and the other tree spirits with him, Vivier and the others' level of trust in him had clearly increased by a notch. Good. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Something terrible has happened. Oh no. Fuan's anxious voice made Laviria, who had just closed her eyes to rest, open them again. What happened now? Your Majesty, Farrier and the others have been attacked and are seriously injured. Our entire clan, 2,000 warriors, some wounded, some dead. What's going on? Laviria suddenly stood up from her throne. Didn't I tell you to pass on the message, stay put, and not make any further moves? What on earth happened to Farrier? Fuan hesitated. She could feel the queen's fury. Things have come to this, and you still won't talk. Laviria said coldly. Her imposing presence was overwhelming. Cold sweat poured down Fuan's face, and she immediately knelt on the ground. It's Farrell. He disobeyed your Majesty's orders and led his people to ambush and kill the demon clan without authorization. Unexpectedly, the demon clan is no longer the same as before. There are now humans among them. The demon clan and the human clan have long since laid a trap, just waiting for Farrell to lead his troops there. Your Majesty, you are right. Things are not that simple. When Farrier arrived, he was ambushed, and almost all of our people were wiped out. The message was given to me by the sentry who escaped back. Lothria's face was already extremely grave. She stopped dwelling on Farrier's mistake and instead asked, do you know how many people there are in the demon clan and the human clan combined? Also, how many members of our clan are still capable of fighting? Our clan should still have around 2,000 people capable of fighting, but most of them are women and children, Fuan replied. As for the total number of the demon clan and the human clan, the sentries who escaped did not know either, only saying that there were no fewer than 5,000 people, including many experts from the human clan. They're clamoring that they'll wipe out our entire race today. Moreover, it said they're already on their way here. Fuan anxiously recounted everything she knew. Your Majesty, should we evacuate or what? Everyone is waiting for your orders. We cannot evacuate. Laviria shook her head. This is the foundation of our race. We can only fight, not back down. Besides, do you think we can leave safely now? No sooner had Losrea finished speaking than another female elf rushed in. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The demon clan and the human clan have already attacked, and they're right below us. Losrea didn't look at Fuan again. She turned and went back into the inner room, took out a branch scepter, and walked outside. Chapter 219, Why Target the Tree Spirits? Deep in the forests of Siam, Lothria gazed calmly at the combined human and demon formation ahead, and spoke. Anderson, I didn't expect this. The fact that you would one day unite with the human race truly brings honor to your clan. Anderson, who was over 2 meters tall, with crimson skin and 2 black horns on his forehead, took a step forward and sneered. Queen of the Tree Elves, Losrea, don't talk like you know so much about our race. We'll do anything that's in our interest, and besides, you know what I want. Losrea's gaze sharpened slightly, but she remained silent, her eyes fixed on the human leader not far away. He was dressed in a black robe and wore a black hat with a low brim, making it impossible to see his face clearly. Losrea could sense that the man in the black robe was definitely not weak. This must be their first meeting. It seems our Empress is quite curious about my identity. The man in the black robe stepped forward, removed his black hat, revealing a shrewd face with gold-rimmed glasses. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Kelly Sean, the head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Feiyun City. As Kelly spoke, she gave a slight bow, performing a standard gentlemanly gesture, before raising her head again to examine the elven queen before her. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Kelly dared to say that he had seen countless women, but the elf queen before him was truly the most beautiful, elegant, and noble woman he had ever met. Standing over 1.7 meters tall, he wore a light green, floor-length robe adorned with strings of emeralds, and held a finely carved wooden scepter that was 2 inches taller than him, exuding unparalleled majesty. Upon seeing the elf queen's appearance, a glint of light flashed in Kellis's eyes, and he smiled. I have long heard of Her Majesty's extraordinary beauty and unparalleled charm. Seeing her in person today, I can confirm that seeing is believing. Her Majesty the Queen's beauty and grace are truly unforgettable, I think. At this point, Kelly grinned slyly, a shrewd glint reflecting in his glasses. It should fetch a good price. A flash of coldness crossed Losrea's eyes, and she said in a chilling voice, I'm very curious. If we're talking about beautiful women, we tree elves are just a small branch of the elven race. There are many elven races that are more beautiful than us, so why do you always target our race? This is a question that Losrea can't understand. If Kellis and her companions weren't solely after the female elves of their race, but rather wanted something else, she could understand. However, Kelly's goal was to traffic the women of her tribe, which she couldn't understand. There are many races more beautiful than the tree elves, so why target them? Do you think they're easy to bully? Not bad, Your Majesty. Your understanding is truly insightful. Kelly took 2 steps forward and adjusted her glasses. There are indeed many beautiful women, and many races have even more beautiful women. Women are like painted skeletons. You can say they're useful, but you can also say they're useless. However, you tree elves are different. Kelly once again flashed his signature sly grin. Do you really want to know why? Losrea didn't speak, but her gaze was fixed on Kelly. Her meaning was self-evident. It won't hurt to tell you. Kelly stopped smiling. Your tree elf race can train archers with a 100% accuracy rate, and each of you has a 50% chance of landing a critical hit on the enemy. I initially thought it was just a coincidence, but little did I know that after combining so many experiments, any one of your tree elves could do the same. You should know that the success rate of this training far exceeds that of our human race's top archery masters. Kelly stared at Losrea. And you only need one ordinary member of your tribe to do this. Can you accurately calculate its value? What Kelly said is indeed true. What's even darker is that the tree elves can train human archery masters simply by developing a close relationship with them. There's absolutely no need for me to personally teach them. However, Kelly did not explicitly tell Losrea this. The reason why Kelly was able to obtain this information was because of a tree spirit female slave who had existed in his family for 500 years. 500 years ago, the tree spirits and the human race signed the peace treaty of non-aggression between the 2 races. Therefore, from that time onwards, the concept of tree spirit slaves ceased to exist. Those that existed before are not included in this category. The fact that Kelly's family had female tree spirit slaves 500 years ago was a conclusion he reached after conducting numerous experiments. At first, Kelly thought it was a coincidence. Little did he know that after repeated testing, he discovered it was true. 2 years ago, Kelly had already wanted to experiment again with a new female tree spirit. However, since the Dragon Roar Empire still existed at that time and the non-aggression pact between the 2 races was still in effect, Kylie's had no way to take action against the tree elves. Sure enough, when the Dragon Roar Empire collapsed, Kelly immediately started to have ideas. He ordered the capture of tree spirits and conducted experiments using the newly captured female tree spirits, discovering that it was indeed the case. After having a relationship with them, even an archery idiot can instantly become a powerful archery genius. Of course, this effect can also be applied to serious teaching. Those who have been properly taught by the tree spirits also become geniuses. But for Kelly, he didn't care about any proper teaching methods. He needs results quickly. Therefore, when Kelly learned that the tree spirits had this effect, he immediately had an idea. Capture them all, force them to reproduce with their tribe, and then you'll have an endless supply of tree spirits. Then, after making the tree spirits' effects public and greatly increasing their value, they will be sold through auction. Kelly had even considered a continent-wide sales strategy, knowing that once the tree spirits' effects were announced, countless people would yearn for them. And he, Kelly, was the first to know that they had this effect. Whenever Kelly thought about this, he became incredibly excited. Losrea never expected that her tree elf clan would be targeted for this reason. She really didn't know about this. However, the tree elves are natural-born rangers in the jungle, and they are truly born with a talent for archery. Each of them is a genius. In terms of archery, the tree elf clan has never had anyone truly terrible, except. Chapter 2:20 Aren't you two going too far? All right, Your Majesty. Kelly opened her mouth. I've said everything I should have said, and I've also said things I shouldn't have said. Now is the time for me to make a choice for you. You saw it all, right? How many people were there? Kelly shrugged and glanced back at the dark sea of people. They were all a joint force of the demon clan and the human clan, totaling 8,000 people. If you surrender obediently, I can guarantee that you will be spared physical pain and will not be harmed. But if you try to resist, don't blame us for attacking. We'll slaughter you. Losrea's eyes sharpened, and she slammed her scepter forward, shouting, Have you killed too few members of our clan? The tree spirits that had landed on the trees had secretly taken out their longbows, and were ready to shoot. That depends on whether you know what's good for you or not. Kelly stepped forward and drew her own blade. With him taking the lead, the guards behind him drew their own weapons. In an instant, tensions rose and the air was thick with the smoke of battle. A fight was about to break out. Etc. A voice rang out. Anderson stepped forward at this critical juncture. Kelly frowned and glanced at Anderson. Los Rhea, if you can give me what my people want, perhaps I can lend you a hand and help you withdraw from this conflict. What do you say? Anderson, what do you mean? Kelly began by questioning. Have you forgotten that we are now in a cooperative relationship? Do you intend to go back on your word? Wait a minute. Anderson arrogantly shook his finger, looking at Kelly. You need to understand that you took the initiative to invite me to join forces with you, not the other way around. What does this mean? Kelly's expression grew increasingly grim. This shows that it is you who need me, not the other way around. Anderson sneered. What a load of rubbish. They initially lied to me, saying they just wanted to capture the tree elves and sell them as slaves. I never imagined they would have such a clever purpose. Do you really think I'm a fool? Kelly was taken aback. He hadn't expected Anderson to turn against him over this. Anderson, there's no need for us to fight like dogs here. You get what you need, I get what I need, and then we have no further contact. Isn't that better? Anderson grinned. I'll say it again, Kelly. It's you who needs me, not the other way around. Kelly's face immediately turned ugly. He knew that Anderson was telling the truth. With so many of them, without Anderson's protection, they naturally had no way to reach the depths of the Siam forest and see Los Rhea. Conversely, without Anderson, they might not have been able to cross this primeval forest. Despite the fact that Kelly brought 5,000 people, Anderson's demon clan only had a mere 3,000. There's simply no comparison. Therefore, Anderson's decision to bring this up now is undoubtedly because he wants to gain something from it, and he doesn't necessarily want to turn against the other party. Thinking of this, Kelly gritted his teeth inwardly, cursing himself for being too smug, and cursing Anderson for being a bastard and a scoundrel who went back on his word and had no sense of contract. Anderson, what do you want? Just tell me. Kelly gritted her teeth and said, show your sincerity and tell me your plan in detail. Anderson snorted. Perhaps I will reconsider cooperating with you. Reluctantly, after thinking it over, Kelly could only whisper her plan to Anderson. This also included a plan to capture all the elves and force them to reproduce. Kelly told Anderson everything without hiding anything. Although they spoke softly, Los Rhea heard them all. Her face was already covered in frost. Los Rhea never imagined that Kelly's plan would be so contrary to human nature, so inhumane, so perverse and disgusting. This further solidified her resolve. She's going to leave all those bastards here. Stay deep in the forests of Siam. Los Rhea gripped the scepter tightly in her hand. I didn't expect this, Mr. Kelly. Your plan is so detailed. You must have been considering it for a while now, right? Anderson even changed how he addressed people, as if he was plotting something. No, it'll only be a year or two. I wonder what advice Mr. Anderson has for me. Responded sarcastically. He wasn't afraid to tell Anderson everything. Kelly has already made plans. If the dog misbehaves, she'll just keep an eye on what's behind the door for some snacks. The demon clan is nothing but a tiny speck. If it weren't for the need for them, they would be nothing at all. Kelly suppressed her anger. I want all the tree spirits to belong to me, to be taken away by me. Anderson opened his mouth, and his first words were a bombshell. Adults don't make choices. Anderson wants it all. We need not only the treasure, but also the people. They wanted it all. Their greedy nature was laid bare. What do you mean? Kelly's tone immediately turned unfriendly. Anderson, are you making fun of me? I don't recall asking you what kind of treasure you wanted, did I? I'll say it again. It's you who need us. Anderson smiled sinisterly. But calm down first. Let me explain. Anderson said slowly. I can keep the tree spirits under my care, and I will take care of their reproduction. However, when you sell tree spirits, I also need to receive the same profit as you. Is that too much to ask? A 50-50 split is the best Anderson could hope for. He was afraid that if he pushed him too far, Kelly would resort to desperate measures. Little did he know that Anderson's request had severely crossed Kelly's bottom line. His chest heaved violently, and it took him a while to compose himself before he forced out a sentence through gritted teeth. Good. I agree. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Anderson smiled and extended his large, red hand to Kelly. Just as the two were about to shake hands and reach a verbal agreement, Los Rhea, who had been holding back her words, spoke up. Aren't you two going a bit too far? Who gave you the audacity to utter such arrogant words within the territory of our tree elf race? Do you really think I have absolutely no way to deal with you? Los Rhea stared sharply at Anderson and Kelly below, her voice filled with boundless anger. As the supreme queen of her race, how could Los Rhea tolerate these people deciding the future of her race in front of her? She couldn't stand it. These arrogant and thuggish bastards. Los Rhea took a sudden step forward, slamming her scepter heavily onto the ground. Chapter 2:21 The Elf Tree. Purge everything. Los Rhea suddenly took a step forward, slamming the tree spirit scepter in her hand heavily onto the tree. Penetrating. The tree spirit scepter stood upright. Suddenly, an invisible energy surged out. Los Rhea's entire body flew parallel to the sky, her hair moving and fluttering without any wind. Your Majesty, this is... Below, Fuin saw this scene, and her face turned slightly pale. She seemed to have a premonition of something. But remembering what Los Rhea had just told her, she dared not make any further moves. Farah's disobedience has already cost his people dearly. If Fuan continues to disobey orders and arbitrarily commands her people to launch attacks, she will most likely follow in Farah's footsteps. With tears welling in her eyes, Fuin abruptly turned away, choosing not to look at Los Rhea in the sky any longer. She now shoulders the mission of her clan, the mission of survival. This time, unlike Farah, Fuan chose to obey Los Rhea's orders and resolutely turned and left. What's going on? Kelly frowned and her face darkened. Don't be afraid. I know what Los Rhea is capable of. Besides, she fought a major battle with some of your human experts before, and she already has considerable injuries. Her current situation is purely a bluff. Anderson lowered his eyes, a calm expression on his face. It would be foolish of us to be afraid. Hearing this, Kelly felt much relieved. In Feiyun City, he is also a nobleman with the title of Viscount, and his father is a marquis in Feiyun City. You could say the whole family is aristocracy. Kelly wields considerable influence in Flying Cloud City, so he doesn't want to die and cherishes his life even more. However, even with Anderson's words, Kelly remained somewhat uneasy. He had a feeling that Los Rhea's sudden change was definitely not ordinary. But the next moment, Los Rhea, who was floating in midair, suddenly spat out a mouthful of pale green blood, and her whole body became much weaker. Kelly's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, instantly settled back into place. Anderson, stop wasting time and get started. No, I just can't stand it. Anderson raised his arm, ready to signal his men to launch an attack. Sudden, with a whoosh sound, tree spirit scepter, which had been embedded in the tree, emitted a series of earth-shaking sounds before soaring into the sky and floating in front of Los Rhea. Los Rhea suddenly opened her tightly closed eyes, shooting out a beam of green light. Anderson, and those ignorant scum of the human race who dare to decide the fate of our race. Tonight, none of you will leave here alive. As soon as Los Rhea finished speaking, the Tree King, on which their clan depended for survival, seemed to be summoned by something, and its lush and complex canopy began to tremble, as if it had been given life. A blinding green light shone, and a massive amount of life force was drawn from the Tree King and surged toward Los Rhea. At this moment, Los Rhea was like a god, awe-inspiring everyone below. Launch the attack. Everyone, launch an attack. Don't give her time to cast spells. Seemingly having guessed something, Anderson roared wildly. This crazy woman wants to take us all down with her. She's consuming the life force of the elf tree right now. This woman's gone mad. Doesn't she know that besides her own death, her entire clan has no way to survive by doing this? What a fucking madman. Anderson was truly losing his composure. I was genuinely scared. He had investigated and knew that the tree spirits lived in the Tree King of the Siam Forest, a tree king that had lived in the forest for tens of thousands of years. This Tree King is also known as the Elf Tree, the foundation of the tree spirit race. Tree spirits cannot leave the elf tree because the immense life force it contains has always been the secret to their longevity and youth. What Anderson wanted was the precious life force of the spirit tree. There is a rumor that as long as he can obtain the life force of the elf tree, he can live for 10,000 years, or even live forever. The tree of spirits can even resurrect the dead. This is the treasure of the tree spirits, and it's what Anderson desires most. Anderson never expected that Los Rhea would want to absorb the tree of life's immense life force to strengthen herself and perish together with them. After doing that, the tree spirit race also lost its right to live for thousands of years. They will no longer live forever. Instead, they are like humans. This is a genuine act of genocide. Anderson had considered a million possibilities, but he never expected Los Rhea to be so fierce. Despite his meticulous planning, he still fell short by one move. Boom boom boom. A barrage of attacks rained down on Laviria, but it was too late. The life force converging from all directions repelled the attack. Attacking Laviria in the center is like attacking a god. No attack can shake her in the slightest. Blood kept seeping from the corner of her mouth. She was clearly exerting all her strength, gathering up an attack powerful enough to destroy the world. Los Rea, have you really gone mad? Anderson shouted. Aren't you afraid of becoming the eternal sinner of the tree spirit race? You actually attempted to absorb the power of the spirit tree and destroy it. You crazy woman, your entire clan is finished. Anderson attempted to disrupt Los Rea's thinking with his words, forcing her to hesitate or stop. Anderson underestimated Laviria's determination and resolve. Los Rea's expression remained solemn, unchanged. Madman, let's go. Anderson was completely panicked as he watched the spirit tree grow increasingly withered and decayed, turning into dust with the slightest breeze. With a wave of his hand, he intended to lead the main force to retreat to the rear. Kelly realized that Los Rea was no ordinary person at this moment, and she quickly yelled for her men to retreat. You scum! Trying to leave? Too late. Los Rea's voice rang out, like a sacred chant, causing everyone present to feel a terrifying pressure. Everyone froze on the spot. This also includes Anderson and Kelly, who are among the strongest. They were controlled by an invisible force, unable to move an inch, and were all forced to stand still as punishment. Wrath of the elves, the lament of the tree spirits. Withering away, Los Rea parted her white lips slightly and slowly uttered a judgmental utterance. Silently, everyone present had their life force drained at that moment. Their faces aged rapidly, wrinkles became more pronounced, and their bodies grew increasingly weak. Similarly, there is Los Rea floating in the sky. Chapter 222 Rapid Aging. Is Los Rea dead? Your Highness, how did you get here? And Miss Shilur, how did you two end up together? As Fuan led her people to evacuate as Los Rea had instructed, she encountered Vivial and her people, who were venturing deep into the forest. Humans. When Fuan's gaze fell on Sumu, she immediately raised the wooden sword in her hand, on high alert. Not only her, but also the tribespeople she led behind her took a step back, raised their weapons, and looked at Sumu warily. Fuan, no. Mr. Sumu is a good person. He came to help us. Vivial quickly stepped forward and hurriedly grabbed Fuan, afraid that Sumu would be angry or mind. After all, nobody likes having someone point a weapon at them. Your Highness, humans are good at deceiving people. How can you be with them? What if something happens to you? Fuan leaned close to Vivier and whispered. And another thing, you brought them here. Are you trying to take them back to our territory? Your Highness, this is extremely irrational. Fuan had already taken into account that Sumu was still nearby, so she deliberately moved closer to Vivier to speak, which was a way of taking care of Sumu's feelings. However, although her voice was soft, Sumu was no longer the same Sumu as before, and he heard her very clearly. Sumu didn't think anything of it. Demi-humans generally harbor deep prejudices against humans, which is naturally caused by the humans' slaughter and trafficking of them. A small portion is due to war, resource plunder, etc. Sumu could understand Fuan's prejudice against him, and he didn't think it was a problem. Fuan, you've really misunderstood. Mr. Sumu is a good person, Vivial whispered. You have no idea. That day outside the Siam forest, when someone attacked us, it was Mr. Sumu who stepped in and helped save us. Therefore, neither of us was injured. If you don't believe me, you can ask Fakir. Fakir nodded vigorously beside him. Your Highness is right. Mr. Sumu has indeed helped us a lot. But we can't get too close to them. We should be careful, Fuan whispered. I haven't finished speaking yet, Fuan. Vivier glanced at Zilur and the others behind her. Shilur and the others were also rescued from the slave merchant guild by Mr. Sumu. He is our benefactor. He's really a great person. Shilur nodded in agreement, glancing shyly back at Sumu before turning her face away coyly. Mr. Sumu saved me and my sisters. He is truly our benefactor. Fuan, Mr. Sumu can be trusted. Shilur and Vivier's conversation, Fuan seemed to have changed her opinion of Sumu quite a bit. She turned her head and glanced at Sumu, only to find that he was also looking in her direction and giving her a friendly smile. The friendly smile silenced Fuan. She glanced back and waved to the tribespeople behind her. Everyone put down their weapons. By the way, Fuan, how did you guys get out of here? Is there some kind of defensive operation? Vivial suddenly asked. Fuan brought so many tribesmen out late at night. Could it be that they were under attack by enemies? That's right. Fuan suddenly remembered why they had come here. She was about to speak when she saw the look of horror on the faces of Vivier, Zilluer, and the others. Fuin, what's going on? You're getting old. Sumu frowned slightly. He also noticed this strange scene. At the very beginning, Fuin and her people were still young, beautiful elves with incredibly firm skin. But in the short time they had been speaking, Fuin and the people behind him were aging at an alarming rate. Their skin became loose and wrinkled, and their bodies gradually became hunched. It was as if a 20-year-old had suddenly become an old man. The shock was so great that even Su Mu was taken aback. Moreover, he discovered that this change was not only occurring with Fuan and her people, but also with Vivier's people. Fakir, what's going on with you guys? Why are you all like Fuan and the others? What's going on? Vivier panicked. Fakir and the others were also aging at an alarming rate. The bizarre scene before her eyes instantly threw her into disarray, and she almost lost her balance. Seeing this, Sumu quickly stepped forward to support Vivier, letting her lean against him. Male, Your Highness, don't panic. Fuin walked over gracefully. Actually, I wanted to tell you this earlier. Every word Fuin spoke was extremely difficult. Her skin was like withered grass, devoid of any vitality, and her voice was incredibly hoarse. To before, it's like two completely different people. Fuin, what happened? With tears in her eyes, Viviel quickly stepped forward to support Fuan, who was as frail as a candle in the wind, and let her lean against her. Shiluer, who was standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to help. Your Highness, not long ago, my clan and our clan were attacked by the combined forces of the demon clan and the human clan. Your Majesty, in order to cover our escape and allow me to lead my people to safety, Your Majesty chose to stay behind alone. Fuin slowly recounted what had happened. It turns out that when the demon clan and the human clan arrived at the elf tree, Losrea made a decision. Today, we must ensure that neither the demon clan nor the human clan returns alive. For this, she did not hesitate to sacrifice herself and the life force of the elf tree, perishing together with everyone else. Losrea and Fuan explained that after she absorbed the life force of the elf tree to fight against the demon clan and others, her tree elf clan would age rapidly. This is a normal change, because the elf tree is the foundation upon which the tree elf race depends for survival. When the foundation is destroyed, the tree spirits lose their vitality and age rapidly, then return to the appearance they should have at their age. For example, Viviel and Shiluer, who are only just adults in terms of elf age, have not changed in appearance. But those elves who are already old will grow old to a certain degree. Fuin is a prime example. She's already 1,300 years old. You mean, Mother has perished along with those villains? Vivier heard the news. She felt like the sky had fallen. The image of Losrea's voice and smile involuntarily appeared before her eyes. And her stern yet kind smile. Scenes from the past unconsciously floated before Vivier's eyes. While Viviel burst into tears, her entire shoulder trembling uncontrollably. Although their voices were not loud, the tree spirits could hear them clearly in the quiet environment, and their faces all darkened. Losrea is the queen of the tree elves, and the backbone and greatest support of their race. Chapter 2:23 The Elf Tree Withers? A turning point. Since taking office, Losrea has handled the affairs of the tree elf race very well, being assertive when necessary and tactful when appropriate. It can be said that with Losrea around, even if their tree elf race is bullied by other races, they will have the queen to back them up. Now that they have learned that Losrea may have died of old age, and that their pillar of support is gone, they are all deeply saddened, and their hearts are heavy. In an instant, the already somber atmosphere became even more heavy. Sumu never expected that Losrea, whom the intelligence system had mentioned, would die before he even met her. He didn't even get a chance to see the tree elf queen in person. But compared to all of this, Sumu also felt sympathy for Vivier's plight. It's really heartbreaking to go out for a short trip and not be able to see your mother again. Shiluer hugged Vivier and gently patted her back to comfort her. Your Highness, Princess. Fuin called out at this moment, as if she still had a lot to say. I know you are grieving. I'm also very sad, but now is not the time for us to grieve. Besides, there is an even greater mission that you need to shoulder. What is it? Vivier stepped forward and grabbed Fuin's hand. Did your mother tell you something important? Is there a chance for her to be resurrected? Vivier was somewhat excited. Not this. Fuin shook her head with difficulty. Her Majesty the Queen told me that if we grow old, it means the elven word has withered away. But we don't need to be afraid of aging. Aging lasts for a week, and after that, we gradually die. If we can find something important during this time, perhaps we can revive the roots of the elf tree. Perhaps there is still hope for our race. Fuin's words came out in fits and starts. However, Sumu understood what she was trying to say. Basically, they need to find something to revive the elf tree, and then their race will have a chance to return to what it was before. What is it? Vivial wiped away her tears. She knew now was not the time to be sad. As the princess of the Tree Spirit clan, she must shoulder the hopes of her entire clan now that her mother is gone. Fuin glanced at Shilur beside her, and her wrinkled face suddenly broke into a smile. Originally, I also felt that the heavenly demons had forgotten about our tree elf race. I may not be able to find what Her Majesty the Queen is talking about, but I didn't expect. She actually appeared in front of us. Is Mother referring to Shilur? Vivier was very clever and immediately guessed. I. Shilur pointed to her own nose, also finding it hard to believe. Right? As Fuin spoke, she tried to force herself to stand up. Fuin, you're weak right now, don't move around. Vivier quickly helped her up. Your Highness, Princess, please help me back to our home. After you help me back, perhaps we can verify whether what the Queen said is true or false. Okay. Vivier helped Fuin up and was about to walk forward when Sumu blocked their way. Vivier, don't waste time. I'll carry her across. You lead the way. Okay, I understand. Vivial looked around as she spoke. Everyone stay put. Fuin and I will be right back. Yes, Your Highness. Shilur, you come with us. Instead of traveling with the main group, Sumu and his companions were able to move much faster this time. Because it's in the forest, Effie's abilities can't be fully utilized, so she can only walk. Soon, Sumu, led by Vivier, arrived at the so-called Tree of Elves. Stunned by what he saw, that enormous withered tree must be the elf tree where the elf race once lived. Beneath the Tree of Spirits stood thousands of withered corpses. Their bodies were blackened, and their faces showed various expressions of terror. They had clearly died under extreme fear. Under absolute power, they didn't even have a chance to struggle or resist. Even more terrifying, with just the slightest movement from Sumu, the resulting gust of wind could erode these corpses, turning them into a pile of dust. A chilling scene. Sumu knew very well that this must be the person Losrea had taken away using the power of the restriction. That's terrifying. I can't even imagine how strong Losrea must be. Mother! Vivial seemed to have discovered something and suddenly rushed forward, with Sumu quickly following in her footsteps. It is the Mother's scepter, the Mother's Tree Spirit scepter. Wah, where is Mother? Could you help me look for it? Vivier clutched a withered wooden scepter, frantically searching around for something. Could you help me look for it? Her voice was almost pleading. Is it there? Sumu had sharp eyes, and he quickly spotted something lying on a patch of open ground not far away, covered with withered leaves. Vivial rushed over quickly. Mother! When Sumu arrived, he saw Vivier holding a withered, blackened corpse in her arms, crying uncontrollably. Sigh. Sumu sighed inwardly. He probably guessed it too. It must be Losrea's corpse. Unlike the other dead people, Losrea has become a dried corpse. Even as a mummified corpse, one could still discern her remarkable beauty in life. Sister Vivier. Shilur also stepped forward sadly and hugged Vivier, and the two of them cried their hearts out. In this situation, Sumu and Ifia couldn't get a word in edgewise. He could only put Fuin aside for now and wait quietly for Vivier to calm down before speaking. Madman, madman. A murmur suddenly broke the silence. The surroundings were quiet, with only Vivier and Zilur crying, so this murmur was very abrupt. Sumu immediately became alert and looked around. Not found. Splash. Suddenly, all the corpses in front of them turned into black powder, and a figure appeared in front of Sumu and the others. The figure was over 2 meters tall, with crimson skin and black horns on his forehead. It's Anderson from the Demon Clan. Watch out. He's still alive. Upon seeing the figure behind her, Fuin excitedly stumbled to her feet, instinctively reaching for her weapon. But then she realized what her situation was like. Not only were her weapons not with her, she even had difficulty standing up. Phew. Whoosh. Anderson took deep breaths, slowly turned around, and looked at Sumu and the others. He heard a sound. Chapter 224. Miss Shilur, are you willing to sacrifice for our clan? Haha. It seems that your elven race has also suffered a severe backlash. Anderson smiled the moment he saw Fuin. To before, Anderson's ruddy skin now has many more wrinkles, and he too has been affected by aging. Fortunately, he did not die. To be precise, it was the secret treasure on Anderson's body that saved him. Without the secret treasure, he would probably be no different from the dead people around him now. Anderson, you'll die a horrible death. Fuin started cursing. Your collusion with humans will soon spread throughout the Siam forest. At that time, your demon clan will surely be unable to hold your heads high in the forest. You still have the energy to curse me? Anderson sneered and glanced at Sumu. Don't you else have any humans around you? If we are ridiculed, you won't fare much better. As Anderson spoke, his eyes darted around, and he suddenly spotted Vivier, who was still crying sadly while holding her mother's body. His eyes lit up immediately. A princess of the Tree Spirit clan? Perhaps she knows some secrets. Anderson said, ignoring Fuin, Sumu and the others, and walked directly toward Vivier. Ifia. Sumu called out to Ifia, who had transformed into a Pegasus beside him. Ifia naturally understood his meaning, but before she could make a move, a silver light swept down from the sky. Anderson was caught off guard and struck by the attack from above, a line of blood splattering across his back. Yulilua floated in midair, silent and aloof as before. But when Sumu saw her, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Lilua to come along earlier. At that time, Yulilua didn't say anything, nor did she reply that she wanted to come over. Sumu thought she wasn't coming. Unexpectedly, she came. However, she always kept her presence hidden. Lilua was not the only one protecting him from the shadows. However, he was still very surprised that Yulilua would appear here. You dare to hurt me? You're asking for it. Lilua in the sky, struggling to get up and launch an attack. Yulilua's attack gave him no chance to prepare. She swung her black blade again. At the same time, her icy voice rang out. In your prime, you might be able to fight me. Not now. Yulilua never spoke without certainty. Under her relentless attacks, Anderson was unable to withstand them and was ultimately cut down by the black blade. Fuin was stunned when she saw this. She may be old, but her mind hasn't aged. She could tell that even if Anderson wasn't dead, he must have been affected and his strength was not what it used to be. Even though his strength is not what it used to be, Anderson is not someone who can deal with just anyone. So who exactly is this Mr. Sumu? Why does he have such capable people around him? At this moment, Fuin was actually somewhat relieved that Sumu was a friend, not an enemy. But she was even more afraid that he would become her enemy. Dead. Yulilua turned to look at Sumu. Oh, so easily defeated? Sumu had thought Anderson was at least a big boss, but he turned out to be even less formidable than Andrew from Tianlong City. They're both named Ander, but the difference is so huge. Sumu walked over and kicked Anderson, but Anderson didn't move. Out of caution, Sumu drew his demonic dragon horn blade and decapitated Anderson in one swift motion. Didn't I tell you to be more careful when killing people in the future? It hasn't been long since what happened with Andrew. Learn from your mistakes. Sumu casually tossed Anderson's head aside and said. Yulilu remained silent. About 2 breaths later, she finally replied. New. Intelligence system alert. An unidentified person is secretly observing you. Please remain vigilant. Is someone observing us in the shadows? Sumu quickly looked around, but not finding anything, he dared not leave the place. What if it's a feint by an enemy hiding in the shadows? Not long after Anderson's death, Vivier finally calmed down and returned to Fuan's side with Ziluer. Fuan, what exactly did my mother say to you? Fuan looked up and glanced at Sumu. Let me go look at the scenery first, you guys chat. Sumu wasn't stupid. He naturally understood the meaning behind Fuan's gaze. He casually made up an excuse to leave, giving them some space. However, Vivier reached out and grabbed him. Fuan, you should have just seen it. Mr. Sumu killed Anderson. He's on our side. We can absolutely trust him. I, Vivier, would swear on my life. Sumu. Sumu hadn't expected that Vivier would trust him so much. I understand, Fuan sighed softly. Mr. Sumu, why don't you stay here too? Sumu didn't stand on ceremony and sat down next to Vivier. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shiluer secretly ran over and sat down next to Sumu. Sumu couldn't say anything about Shiluer's actions. Your Highness, as you have already seen, the elf tree has withered. Fuan's gaze fell on the huge withered tree, which was once the place where her clan lived. The giant tree had thousands of holes in it. Now, everything is gone. I saw it. It's true that the elf tree has withered, but there's still a chance to obtain a sapling of the elf tree. Fuan said slowly. As long as we plant the sapling of the elf tree will not disappear from the world, and our race will still have a chance to return to its former state. Then how do we obtain the sapling of the elf tree? Viviel pressed for an answer. She had never heard her mother mention these things. Perhaps if she had been in the territory at the time, Los Rea would have told her. Therefore, Vivial is now very anxious. She wants to shoulder the burden of her clan and restore it to its former state. Only in this way will her mother's sacrifice not have been in vain. That depends on Miss Shilur. Fuin said. Her Majesty the Queen once told me that Miss Shilur was very slender when she was a child. But because she ate some things she shouldn't have, she gained weight and became the way she is now. This is contrary to the physique of our tree elf race. I'm sure your highness has noticed it too, hasn't she? I can see that. It wasn't Vivier who said that, but Sumu. Well, please continue. I will try not to interrupt. Feeling their strange gazes, Sumu covered his mouth. He had just involuntarily chimed in. As they were talking, Sumu suddenly felt Shilur move a little closer to him. He turned his head and saw Shilur looking at him with a smile on her round face. Sumu smiled helplessly in response. Shilur's smile became even sweeter. However, Fuin's heavy words rang out. Miss Shilur, are you willing to make a sacrifice for our clan? Chapter 225 Shilur Wait. Fuin you. What do you mean? The question, Miss Shilur, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for our clan? Stunned Vivier. Soon, the quick-witted girl came up with a possibility. Fuin, does the method you're talking about require sacrificing Shilur? Fuin was silent for a moment, then nodded, her gaze falling on Shilur's surprised face. Miss Shilur, when you were little, you ate the tender branches that sprouted from the heart of the elf tree. Do you remember that? Shilur thought for a moment. It seems there is such a thing. I remember my aunt scolded me and put me in solitary confinement. Vivial also has memories. She remembers that her mother was really angry at the time. It was the first time she had ever lost her temper like that. Shilur was confined for a full 30 days at that time, and Vivier even secretly brought her food. So she remembers this too. Actually, Miss Shilur, what you ate was the spirit sprout of the spirit tree, which is a very important thing. The spirit sprout contains a lot of life force. Fuin began to explain. A spiritual sprout only appears once every 1,000 years, so for our clan, 1,000 years is a very important milestone. We need to protect the growth of the spirit bud and let it flourish into a part of the spirit tree, so that the spirit tree will continuously provide life force and never wither. With the spirit bud being eaten, the life force of the spirit tree is severely affected, and it may wither at any time. Sumu roughly understood what Fuin meant. The spirit sprouts are like a gas station for the spirit tree, appearing only once every 1,000 years to refuel it. Then the elf tree can live a carefree life for another 1,000 years. Miss Shilur, after you ate the spirit sprout, the elf tree was in danger of withering at any time. The queen was very troubled by this. Fuin continued recounting. However, it seems that the heavens are looking out for our clan. Her Majesty the Queen received news that there was a treasure with the power of life in a secret realm, and then she went there. Was it during the 6 months when Mother suddenly disappeared? Vivier couldn't help but ask. Many years ago, her mother disappeared for half a year and returned with considerable injuries. This incident. During that time, she was very obedient and dared not cause any trouble, for fear of upsetting her mother and hindering her recovery. Yes, Her Majesty the Queen disappeared for half a year and successfully brought back the treasure, temporarily alleviating the crisis of the withering of the elf tree. Fuin said, And Miss Shilur, you have always been plump and often have trouble sleeping. You are 200 years older than Her Highness the Princess, yet you still maintain a youthful appearance. Force within you is too surging. The Queen didn't tell you before because she wanted to protect you and prevent you from feeling guilty. As she spoke, Fuin's tone became tinged with sorrow. Unexpectedly, our clan has now reached a critical juncture of life and death. The Queen had no choice but to entrust me with telling you the truth on her deathbed. Furthermore, Her Majesty the Queen has said that we should respect Miss Shilur's choice. Whether you like it or not, she hopes I won't force you. Fuin, what should I do? Without much hesitation, Shilur made her choice, looking at Fuin with a firm gaze. Beside him, Sumu glanced at Shilur with surprise. He thought she needed time to think it over, but she didn't. Even as an outsider, he could tell from Fuin's words that this was a matter of life and death. Sumu's opinion of Shilur has changed quite a bit. The chubby girl is quite brave. Are you sure, Miss Shilur? Fuin's eyes held a deep reluctance. She knew that this was indeed unfair to Shilur. But there's really no other way. One person, another tribe. Shilur then smiled nonchalantly. Otherwise what? If sacrificing myself can save everyone's lives, I think it's worth it. Besides, that's for sure, isn't it? Shilur took Fuin's hand and said firmly. Even if it's just a chance, let alone a certainty, I'm willing to try. Fuan, tell me. I see. Fuan sighed. You need to do this. Fuan embraced Shilua with her wrinkled hands and whispered something in her ear. The sound was very soft, but Sumu probably heard it. It should be that Shilua needs to use her own blood to awaken the sapling of the elf tree. Because Shilua's blood contains a rich life force, only by using her blood as a sacrifice can the sapling of the spirit tree be awakened. When the time comes, all you need to do is take the sapling of the elf tree to a place and replant it, and the new elf tree will grow. Once the elf tree is successfully planted, the tree elf race will be able to return to its former state. Fuan, I know what to do. Shilua stood up and walked towards the withered elf tree. Her steps were firm, and she soon walked 10 meters. Shilua, Vivial bit her lower lip tightly. Her slender hands clenched so hard that blood seeped from between her fingers and dripped onto the withered wooden scepter on the ground. Vivial also wanted to stop Zilliur from sacrificing herself. But if that were the case, their entire clan would have no hope. Vivial couldn't do anything to stop Zilliur. She felt useless and selfish, unable to help Zilliur in the slightest. Vivier inwardly berated herself vehemently. Vivial was powerless to do anything when her people were slaughtered by humans and attacked by the demon clan. Now, she is witnessing Shilua need to sacrifice herself to benefit her entire race. At this moment, Vivial felt utterly useless and incompetent as an elven princess. More than ever, she longed to become stronger, to become even stronger. He's transformed so much that he can protect his people and anyone around him with a simple wave of his hand. Vivial craved power. She longed to become stronger, like her mother, capable of shouldering the responsibilities of her people. As Vivier watched Shilua's departing figure, her gaze gradually hardened, becoming filled with longing, intensity, and unwavering resolve. Shilua. A call rang out. Shilua remained crouched in place. She turned around and looked back, only to find that it was Mr. Sumu. He called out to her. Mr. Sumu, is there something you need? Shilua looked at Sumu, her eyes filled with doubt. This was because Sumu took the initiative to call her and respond to her. Shilua felt flattered and overwhelmed. Chapter 226, Shilua is dead. A strange change. Shilua, you are very brave. Sumu approached Shilua and spoke. Sumu entered the depths of the Siam forest intending to help the tree spirits, but he never expected that in the end he would be unable to help them at all. All they did was kill Anderson. Sumu was also deeply moved by this, especially when he saw Shilua willingly sacrifice herself, turning away without hesitation, wanting to awaken the sapling of the elf tree and save her entire clan by sacrificing herself. He was filled with mixed emotions. Shilua was a brave warrior who sacrificed herself. Previously, Sumu had indeed not paid much attention to Shilua because of her body shape. But now, Sumu's impression of her has changed drastically. From the bottom of his heart, he greatly admired and respected Shilua's spirit. Taking everything into account, Sumu fell in love. This feeling is not about romantic love, but rather a simple and genuine liking and appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Sumu. Shilua smiled from afar, her face subtly revealing a hint of girlish shyness. She was considerably shorter than Sumu, so she had to tilt her head back to meet his gaze. This made Shilua even more shy. Shilua, may I hug you? Sumu suddenly spoke, saying something that surprised and shocked Shilua. Oh. Shilua was completely stunned. Shilua, you are very brave. May I hug you? Sumu thought she hadn't heard him clearly, so he repeated it. Oh. Can. Sure. Shilua was flustered, unsure of what to do with her hands, whether to put them behind her back or in front of her. She wondered if it would be impolite to wear it behind her back. But how can I hug it if I have it in front of me? To be honest, Shilua had never hugged anyone before. She had absolutely no experience with it. Shilua's round face flushed. An unprecedented sense of shame spread through her chest. Mr. Sumu actually said he wanted to hug me? What to do? What should I do? I've never hugged anyone before. Moreover, it's Mr. Sumu. Shilua was torn between her inner thoughts and her inner struggles. In fact, Sumu's feeling was not wrong. From the first time Shilua met Sumu, she developed a special feeling for him. When he took them away from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, this special feeling intensified. As for what kind of feelings they were, Shilua herself didn't know. I really want to see Sumu. That very evening upon returning to Tianmu town, Shilua even asked Winstia if she could meet Sumu to express her heartfelt gratitude. At that time, Shi Luer's excuse was representing her rescued clansmen and herself. Actually, it was Shi Luer herself who wanted to see Su Mu. She didn't know why, but she really wanted to see him. Unfortunately, Su Muin refused Shi Luer's request to see her that night. When Winstia brought the news to her, Yuru was heartbroken all night and felt very sorry. However, she didn't blame Su Mu for not seeing her. In fact, deep down, she thought he must be very busy. So I can't see her. Anyway, that's how Shi Luer comforted herself. She automatically found a reason and excuse for Su Mu. Throughout the journey with Su Mu, Shi Luer's gaze frequently fell upon him. She didn't know why she felt so strange, so eager to see someone. But Shi Luer just wanted to see more. She wanted to see more. But just now, Shi Luer didn't dare to look at Su Mu again, because she had decided to sacrifice herself for her people. When she made this decision, Shi Luer knew that she would never see Su Mu again. She dared not look any longer, afraid she wouldn't be able to bear it. Su Mu looked at Shi Luer, who was flustered and at a loss because of the request for a hug, and found her inexplicably cute. He didn't have mind-reading abilities, so naturally he didn't know how conflicted Shi Luer was at that moment. With a smile, Su Mu took a step forward and pulled Shi Luer's trembling body into his arms. Shi Luer's body stiffened, and she stood up straight. She didn't know what had happened until Su Mu let go of her. I felt like I was being electrocuted, and my heart was pounding so hard. Mr. Su Mu. Thanks. Shi Luer finally came to her senses. She finally understood what Mr. Su Mu's hug really meant. Go. Su Mu forced a smile. There was nothing he could do. His heart was heavy, and he couldn't bring himself to smile. Uh-huh. Shi Luer nodded heavily, then turned around. She left without looking back. Bless you, Shi Luer. Why? Su Mu sighed softly to himself. Seeing this, Vivier and Fuan behind them didn't say anything. They watched everything unfold quietly. They felt the emotion in that hug too. It's very pure and simple. Shi Luer arrived at the base of the elf tree and slashed her hand. Green, glowing blood began to flow wildly, dripping onto the roots of the elf tree. Shi Luer endured the pain, the helplessness of blood slowly draining from her body. Her unwavering resolve made her fearless in the face of all hardships. Moreover, Su Mu's embrace just now gave her immense strength. She didn't know how much time had passed when Shi Luer collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. This is, Fuin exclaimed in surprise, noticing that the withered wooden scepter beside Viviel was glowing green. A flash of green light. You wouldn't notice it unless you looked closely. Fuin happened to be paying attention the whole time, and she saw it all clearly. Your Highness, quickly grab the scepter at your side. Fuin said urgently. What's wrong? Viviel was clearly still immersed in the grief of her mother's death and Shi Luer's sacrifice, and she looked like she had lost her mind. Quick! Fuin urged her on. Despite her doubts, Viviel could only pick up her mother's belongings. But the moment her hand touched the withered wooden scepter, green light burst forth wildly. The commotion here also attracted Su Mu's attention. What's going on? Su Mu looked over. Vivier was shocked. She felt as if the withered wooden scepter in her hand had entered into some kind of pact with her, and it had become a part of her body. Moreover, this feeling is extremely strong. Just like her hands and feet, Viviel felt that the withered wooden scepter had become her hands and feet. Soon, a burst of green light sucked Viviel in, forming a strange cocoon of light. Chapter 227, Receiving the Queen's Scepter. The Sapling of the Elf Tree. The moment the cocoon of light appeared, Fuan was forcibly pushed several meters away, separating her from Vivier. What's going on? Su Mu came to Fu inside and asked with a frown. Something might happen to Vivier since Shi Luer had already run into trouble. Don't worry, Mr. Su Mu. Her Highness the Princess will be fine. This is not a bad thing, but a good thing. A slight smile appeared on Fuan's face. The fact that Fuan could still smile despite the heavy burden of Shi Luer's willing sacrifice was enough to prove that Vivier was all right, which was a good thing. What exactly happened? Su Mu couldn't help but ask. You know what happened, right? Uh-huh. Fuan did not hide anything. Judging from the detail of embracing Shi Luer just now, Fuan's trust in Su Mu has been strengthened considerably. If it were before, she might not have bothered to explain to Su Mu, but now she would. The withered wooden scepter in Her Highness's hand was left behind by Her Majesty the Empress. Don't let the unassuming appearance of the withered wooden scepter fool you. It is actually the symbol of our elf queen. It contains the power passed down through generations of our clan. Fuan explained. Throughout history, any tree spirit that aspires to become the queen of the tree spirit race must gain the approval of the withered wood scepter, hence its other name. The Queen's Scepter. Princess Vivial has now been recognized by the Empress's scepter. The Empress's scepter will baptize her, at which time the princess will be reborn, and we will see a completely new her. So, the position of queen isn't hereditary in your tree elf clan. Sumu roughly understood. At first, he thought that the position of queen of the tree elf clan was passed down from generation to generation. With Losrea dead, the throne naturally fell to Vivier. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the approval of some kind of scepter was required. Yes, it's not hereditary. Fuan nodded. It requires the approval of the scepter. Once the reigning elf queen dies, the scepter will choose a new successor. No matter how strong you are, or how many tree spirits support you, if your mind is crooked, you will not be able to gain the scepter's approval, and you will never be able to become the new tree spirit queen. Once the scepter is approved, the tree spirit must unconditionally acknowledge the queen's position. Sumu nodded, understanding the rule. That's wonderful. God has finally opened his eyes. Fuan's eyes were red, and she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her wrinkled face. The Empress's scepter was chosen for Her Highness the Princess, which is a fitting tribute to Her Majesty the Empress's sacrifice. It must have been the princess's spirit and resilience that moved the queen's scepter, causing it to choose her. Your Highness, you can do it. Sumu was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Just then, system-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Lord Luo Wuxi of the Dragon Kingdom for successfully achieving victory in the battle against the combined forces of the three kingdoms. This battle will be recorded in the Lord's Development History Ranking. The prediction results are in. Rewards will be distributed to all lords tomorrow. Please check your accounts. Luo Wuxi won. Moreover, only 7 or 8 hours have passed since the declaration of war. To be honest, Sumu was actually a little worried about Luo Wuxi. After all, her opponents are the lords of 3 special maps, whose strength should not be underestimated. Seeing her win the battle, Sumu finally felt relieved. Sumu was happy, but all the lords in the World Chat channel wanted to kill him. They voted for the 3 kingdoms' lords, not Luo Wuxi. Their reward just flew away. Immediately, cries of agony filled the air. The various lords shifted their focus from Sumu to Luo Wuxi, all speculating whether she was the system's illegitimate daughter. Otherwise, how could he have taken on 3 opponents at once? And it's a special map? She also received the first-time upgrade rewards for upgrading her territory to levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. The cyberbullying that once belonged to Sumu has now descended upon the pitiful Luo Wuxi. Time passed second by second. From the cocoon gradually dimmed. Finally, the light faded. Vivial seemed to have emerged from her cocoon, and her aura was completely different from before. She held the Elf Queen's scepter in both hands, and even just standing there with her eyes closed, Sumu could feel the aura she exuded and the invisible pressure emanating from her. Vivier's strength has changed. This was Sumu's first thought, and he could clearly sense it. 1 breath. 10 breaths. Vivial shoved her unassuming queen's scepter into the ground and opened her eyes. An invisible force surged outwards. Away, Sumu's heart skipped a beat involuntarily, a strange sense of unease washing over him. He was overwhelmed by the imposing aura Vivial exuded the moment she opened her eyes. However, this oppressive force quickly dissipated. Welcome, Your Majesty the new Empress. Fuan staggered to her feet and crawled on the ground. Fuan, get up. Vivial stepped forward, placed the scepter on the ground, and helped Fuan, who was prostrate on the ground, to her feet. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but smile slightly. Vivier's strength has indeed increased, that's undeniable. However, her personality doesn't seem to have changed much from before. It seems the Tree Elf Queen still has a long way to go. Congratulations, Vivier. Sumu offered his congratulations. He was naturally happy that Vivial had become the new Elf Queen. After all, her relationship with him was quite good. Vivier also trusted him a lot. This is indeed a good thing for Sumu. Thank you. Vivial nodded gently, then turned her gaze towards the direction of the elf tree. What if it works out with Shiluer too? Sumu spoke. Let's go take a look. Vivier looked at Sumu. Good. When they arrived at the base of the elf tree, they couldn't find any trace of Shiluer. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Sumu and the others only saw a small, lush, and vibrant seedling. That is the sapling of the elf tree. Fuan's eyes were filled with sadness. Also an incarnation of Yiluer. She was absorbed by the Tree of Spirits, and we will never see her again. Sumu. Sumujin couldn't believe that Shiluer was dead just like that. There wasn't even a body. He was also thinking that even if she bled to death, there would still be a corpse, so he could bury her properly. I never imagined he'd die a gruesome death. No. Perhaps, as Fuan said, this little seedling in front of us is the incarnation of Shiluer. Chapter 228 Vivier's Decision. Your Highness. No, Your Majesty. As soon as Fuan opened her mouth, she suddenly remembered Vivier's changed status. She was no longer the princess she used to be. It is the Empress. Our former Empress was right after all. Shiluer is the only hope to save our entire race. Now, all we need to do is take this seedling away and successfully plant it, and our clan may be saved. Fuan spoke with some excitement. Your Majesty, let's quickly take the seedlings and find a suitable place. I see. As Vivier spoke, her gaze fell on Sumu. Mr. Sumu, I would like to plant the sapling of the elf tree in your territory. Is that all right? Huh. Vivier's words stunned Fuan completely, her hands trembling. Your Majesty. Fuan, I have my own considerations. Vivier raised her hand to interrupt Fuan. I am now the queen of the elf race, and I have the right to decide our new residence, right? Fuan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Vivier's overall demeanor is somewhat different from before. She exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without her even trying. At least, Fuan felt a considerable amount of pressure. She dared not say anything more. That's fine then. Vivier smiled, bent down, and carefully dug out the sapling of the elf tree. Seeing this, Sumu also squatted down to help. Vivier said she wanted to plant the sapling of the elf tree in her territory, and Sumu naturally knew what she meant. The burden on his shoulders has become even heavier. Just as Sumu and the others were about to leave, Vivier seemed to remember something and ran away again. Sumu followed her and learned that she wanted to take away her mother's remains. I'm sorry you had to see this, Mr. Sumu. Vivier awkwardly began. I want to take my mother's body with me and bury it in your territory. That way we can be together forever, and I can feel her presence. I'm sorry to have made you laugh. How can this be considered a joke? Sumu walked over. Vivian, let me handle this myself. Huh. Vivier was taken aback. No need, no need. It's necessary, for your filial piety. As Sumu spoke, he picked up Losrea, who looked like a dried corpse, and walked forward. Vivier took a deep look at Sumu's retreating figure, then followed in his footsteps. After successfully placing the sapling of the elf tree, Sumu followed Vivier and the others back to the place where the tree elves were settled. Vivier's becoming the queen of the tree elves was quickly accepted by the race. This clearly demonstrates the power of the queen's scepter. Once recognized by the queen's scepter, it almost certainly gains the approval of the tree spirits. This is the power of faith. Many members of the tree elf clan raised doubts and disagreed with Vivier's plan to plant the saplings of the elf tree in the territory of Sumu. Sumu was unable to help with this. Finally, Vivier could only patiently recount her experiences meeting Sumu, as well as the story of Shiluer. After her explanation, Vivier, just like she had done to Fuan, once again brought up her identity as the Empress. Explain with emotion, appeal to reason. After Vivier's efforts, the entire tree elf clan finally agreed to migrate together. Having witnessed the entire scene from the sidelines, Sumu secretly gave Vivier a thumbs up. Vivier is increasingly displaying the demeanor of a clan leader. It seems that hardship and setbacks really do help people grow. Let's move a little further back in time. Flying Cloud City. In the Marquis Mansion, the appearance of dark purple spatial energy startled the guards in the Marquis Mansion, who gathered around it. Suddenly, a figure fell out of the spatial rift, crashing to the ground in a very disheveled state, letting out a scream. Who is it? How dare you trespass into the Marquis Mansion? The captain of the guards led his men to surround the person, drawing their long swords and warily eyeing him. Are you all crazy? Don't you recognize me? The figure spoke, its voice unusually hoarse. It was the old man's voice. When the figure turned around, what appeared in front of the guards was indeed an old man with a wrinkled face who looked to be in his 70s or 80s. Hey, old man. What exactly is going on with you? Why did you come to our Marquis Mansion without permission, and why are you saying such strange things? The captain of the guard spoke. He didn't recognize the old man in front of him at all, so there was no need for him to be polite. If it weren't for the fact that he was an old man, he would have killed him with a single sword stroke long ago. Hayward, are you blind? I am Kelly, your young master Kelly. Roared madly. You old geezer, don't you want to look at what you're saying? Don't think that just because you called out my name you're really my young master. Hayward frowned and cursed. Our young master is only 25 years old. In the prime of his youth, handsome and dashing. How dare you, a stinking old man, try to extort money from him? What are your thoughts? Hayward said, his face darkening as he picked up his long sword and took 2 steps forward. He's lost his patience. Wait, Captain Hayward. The clothes he's wearing really do look like the clothes our young master wears when he goes out. A guard suddenly grabbed Hayward's hand and spoke. Yes. I remember the young master was wearing this when he went out. This green robe with cloud patterns. I remember it very clearly. I think I vaguely remember. It seems so. More and more guards began to speak, etc. The old man who had just been roaring seemed to realize something. He crawled on all fours to Hayward's armor and looked at his reflection. What's going on? What? Why am I getting old? Roared in frustration. They're all tree spirits. It's their secret technique that's to blame. Definitely. We won't let them get away with this. We will absolutely not let them get away with this. Kelly's roar was filled with his rage. Endless rage. Luo Wuxi. Sumu, thank you for the things. Thanks to you today, I was able to beat those 3. I was so scared, I almost lost. Thank goodness for you. Your amplifying aura potion is absolutely amazing. Have you received your reward? Did you see what it was? To demonstrate his sincerity, Sumu personally led the Tree Spirit clan to Tianmu Town. He didn't ride Ifia, nor did he ride a griffin. Like the tree spirits, he walked. Chapter 229. The Tree Spirit arrives in Tianmu Town. Back to Tianmu Town, he received a message from Luo Wuxi. It was already the afternoon of the 2nd day. Congratulations. It's good that you're all right. I have complete faith in you. You can't lose. Sumu smiled unconsciously and replied. Luo Wuxi. It's only because you believe me that I don't even believe myself. Luo Wuxi, who typed out those words, also had a smile on her face. A gentle and soft smile. Surviving in the Nightmare Treehouse map is extremely difficult. Every day when I wake up, I am faced with endless slaughter. Luo Wuxi felt that the most relaxing time was when she chatted with Sumu for a few minutes. She cherishes it very much. Anyway, thank you so much for your things. I would have really lost without you. This is your reward. It was called a reward, but it was really just something nice that I wanted to give Sumu as always. Sumu didn't stand on ceremony and clicked to take a look. High-level Undead Summoning Scroll, 985. Medium Undead Summoning Scroll, 1956. Undead Summoning Scroll, 3651. Common Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll, 365. New Magic Element Expansion Slots. Luo Wuxi. The stuff isn't very good, but you'll have to make do with it for now. If I find something better later, I'll definitely give it to you first. Don't be modest. After accepting everything Luo Wuxi had traded for him, Sumu replied. You rich woman, don't you dare say anything bad about this gift you gave me. I won't be able to repay your kindness even if I sell my own meat later. Luo Wuxi, exaggerated. We call this mutual help. I'm not exaggerating. How about you consider offering yourself to me and letting me be your sugar daddy? Luo Wuxi, really? I don't care. The world-famous Lord Su Mai, repeatedly mentioned in the World Chat channel, known as the system's illegitimate child, is being taken care of by me. Just thinking about it makes me feel proud. Haha. It took Sumu 5 whole days to lead the Tree Spirit clan back to Tianmu Town. Because of him, we didn't encounter any danger along the way. Sumu was able to evade them all thanks to the intelligence system. Unless there are special circumstances. Looking at the small town of Tianmu so close at hand, Sumu was filled with emotion. This must be the longest period of time he's been away. Mr. Sumu, is this your main territory? Looking at the vast territory where city walls were being built on the outskirts, Vivier slightly opened her mouth. This territory was different from what she had seen before. It's true that the previous territory also had brick houses, but there were also some wooden houses interspersed among them, and the basic construction was nowhere near as good as the territory we see now. Viviel was also surprised. Not only her, but also her clansmen. However, they didn't have any particularly outstanding performance. For them, the territory they see now is far less warm and emotionally resonant than their previous treehouse. After all, the tree spirits love nothing more than being surrounded by trees. There is a lot of vegetation in this territory, but it consists mostly of low-lying trees. In summary, the tree spirits could only barely accept this environment. Their sense of belonging was not strong. The tree spirits were simply amazed that Sumu's territory was so vast. Sumu naturally noticed all of this. Yes, Vivier, this is my territory. Sumu turned around and said, How are you feeling? It's quite big. Viviel nodded. Living here should be quite nice. Viviel was rather conservative, she didn't dare say too much. She also noticed that the green environment in Sumu's territory was not as good as in his previous territory. However, Vivial felt that since their clan had chosen to leave the forest, they needed to adapt. That's why she didn't say much. Sumu was very clever. He could probably tell what the elves were thinking from their reactions. He could roughly guess what Vivier was thinking. Vivian, rest assured, I promise you that once your elven race joins our territory, I will allocate a special place for you, a place suitable for your survival. Furthermore, this is a separate place, and it will not allow other tribes within your territory to harass you. You have a relative degree of freedom within the territory. Sumu made this choice not because she wanted to treat others differently. Rather, elves are a rather proud race, and allowing them to live in a separate place is largely to avoid conflicts with other races. Sumyuk didn't have time to deal with their argument. To prevent these things from happening, it would be better to designate a special area for them to live in. No need to worry, Sumu is happy. The tree spirits were happy to have their own territory. It's a win-win situation. Oh, really? Vivial hadn't expected that her clan had special privileges. On the way back, Sumu had already given her a general idea of what kind of people were in his territory. Vivier was quite familiar with this. Behind them, the tree spirits were also quite interested after hearing that their race could have a separate living environment. They exchanged glances, seemingly very satisfied with Sumu's suggestion. Real. Furthermore, within the territory, I will personally lead people to transplant some giant trees and strive to shape it into an environment more suitable for your living. As soon as Sumu said this, the tree spirits below could be heard whispering among themselves. Really? He's been so kind to us since he transplanted the big tree. They probably said it on purpose for us to hear. Humans are good at deception, so don't trust them too much. Yes, I think so too. We should be trying to appease our queen. I just don't know what kind of spell the queen has been cast on, why she insists that our clan come back here with us. Let's say less. I think Mr. Sumu is a very good person and a good person. He clearly had a better way to get there without any effort, but he accompanied us on the hike. He is very sincere. I also feel that I do not see the arrogance and conceit of other humans in Mr. Sumu. Perhaps Her Majesty the Queen's decision is correct, and our race needs to change. Yes, we've been traveling for so many days, but Mr. Sumu never complained about being tired. He ate and lived with us. I've seen his character for myself. You were bought off over such a small matter? You're too easily satisfied. Exactly. Let's see if he actually does more than he says. I'll remain neutral. Me too. Was mostly in hushed tones, and Sumu couldn't hear it clearly. But he could probably guess a little. Chapter 230, I don't want special privileges. Master, Tao Yao misses you so much. Alright, stop talking about it. Vivial suddenly turned stern, turned around, and said sharply. Didn't I tell you? If you have any complaints, you can raise them to my face. Don't try to sow discord behind my back and disrupt the overall thinking of the community. I know what you're thinking. Vivial held up the queen's scepter, glaring angrily. But now I am the queen of the tree spirits, and I have the responsibility and obligation to lead you to greater heights. All the members of the tree spirit clan were trembling with fear and dared not utter another word. Seeing this, Vivier continued. Our people have been conservative for too long, staying in the forests of Siam. We have lost the ability to communicate with other races on an equal footing and to trust them. We need to break down the old and then rebuild. Vivier turned to look at Sumu. Mr. Sumu, thank you very much for your decision. Vivier said, giving a slight bow. But I hope that Mr. Sumu will rescind the privileges and decisions you have granted. We are already grateful to have a place to settle down. There is no need for them to transplant big trees back for us. Vivial said, since we have chosen to come out, we need to adapt to a normal living environment and do not need special privileges. Looking into Vivier's determined gaze, Sumu nodded. I see. Thank you for your understanding. With Vivier able to say such things, Sumu's opinion of her improved considerably. Wah! Master, you're finally back. Tao Yao misses you so much. Wah! Caught by Tao Yao, who was urging the slimes to build a city wall, because he stepped into the territory with his left foot. Tao Yao was stunned at first, then her mouth opened slightly, and finally she rubbed her eyes hard, looking incredulous. When she realized it really was her master, she didn't say a word and sprinted to give Sumu a big hug. The immense impact nearly knocked Sumu over, but fortunately his core strength was powerful enough that he barely managed to hold on to Tao Yao's small body. This clearly shows just how excited Tao Yao was. Silly girl, it's not like I'm not coming back. Didn't I send Ifia back first to tell you? Why are you so agitated? Sumu patted Tao Yao on the back, his face full of smiles. Who doesn't enjoy the feeling of being cared for? Sumu is just an ordinary person. He also enjoyed. Behind them, a group of tree spirits watched this scene unfold. Vivial was among them, but she didn't say much, just watched quietly. I don't care, I don't care. Tao Yao misses her master so much, so very much. Tao Yao hugged Sumu tightly, unwilling to let go, while she kept saying, Master, you have no idea. In the days you were away, besides missing you, Sister Vinstia and Sister Serena sighed more often each day. Now I, Tao Yao, am also looking miserable humph. Tao Yao knows that everyone misses their master, and so do I. Su threw a tantrum several times because of this. As if she had thought of something, Tao Yao used one of her hands to cover her mouth. Why did you stop talking? What's wrong with Su? Yao with amusement. No, I can't betray Su. I can't say any more. Sister Winstia specifically told me not to tell you, Master, that you would worry and wouldn't be able to concentrate on your business outside. Tao Yao muttered softly. On the one hand, she felt she had to listen to her sister Winstia, but on the other hand, she felt she couldn't keep it from her master. Yao is caught in a dilemma. Looks like you girls have been chatting quite a bit lately. As Sumu spoke, he gently turned Su's body around so that she could look at him. I didn't see Tao Yao's face looking that miserable. It seems she doesn't miss me enough. Tao Yao is lying. Sumu teased, reaching out to rub Tao Yao's little face. No. Tao Yao mumbled incoherently and could no longer speak clearly. All right. Go tell your sister Vinstia and the others that I'm back. I'll settle the tree spirits first. Sumu released Tao Yao. The little girl is quite cute, and Sumu likes to tease her. It's fun. Okay, I know. Tao Yao had only run 2 steps when she ran back. What's wrong now? Missing me again? Sumu smiled. No. Tao Yao shook her head, her little face turning red. Oh, so you don't miss me anymore? No. Tao Yao misses her master. But you said it wasn't. Sumu continued to tease Tao Yao. That's not what I meant. Yao hurriedly explained. I miss my master very much, but I just ran back, not because of that. This is what Tao Yao means. Really not. No, it's really not true, master. You have to believe me. Tao Yao's face turned red with anxiety. Okay, I believe you. Tell me why you suddenly came back. Sister Vinstia has already arranged where the tree elves will live. She told me that master should head in that direction. Tao Yao spoke. She pointed in a direction. Keep walking straight ahead, and you'll see it. Was everything meticulously planned by Winstia? Sumu was somewhat surprised. He had only asked Ifia to bring back the general information. Unexpectedly, Winstia had even arranged her accommodation. That's so thoughtful. All right, master. Tao Yao is going to tell Sister Winstia that you're back, so she won't go with you. As Tao Yao spoke, she hurriedly ran away. This little girl. Sumu smiled helplessly. As Sumu continued walking forward, her eyes soon lit up. He could tell at a glance that the place ahead was the one Tao Yao had mentioned, the place specially reserved for the tree spirits to live in. How can you tell? The vegetation is so lush. Besides the abundance of trees, flowers, and plants, the houses here are not all made of blue bricks, but rather a combination of wooden houses and trees. This combination is more suitable for the tree spirits to live in, giving them a feeling of returning to the depths of the Siamese forest. They are also more accepting of it. Sumu could tell that many of the elven masters were quite satisfied with this place. Their faces showed surprise and smiles. Vivian, this is not a privilege I bestow upon your clan, but rather the place where you will live. My members have already thoughtfully arranged it. Sumu said with a smile. All right. Vivier gave Sumu a deep look. She didn't know if it was arranged beforehand, but it was certainly full of sincerity. Thank you very much, Mr. Sumu, but this is enough. Chapter 231 Perfect Teamwork. Coaxing Susu. Mr. Sumu, we are very satisfied with our living environment, but the most important thing now is to plant the saplings of the elf tree. Over the past few days, our tree spirit clan has grown increasingly weak. We must hurry up and plant the seedlings. Vivier spoke. Over the past few days, the sapling of the fairy tree in her arms has maintained its vigorous vitality. Because of this, their entire clan was exposed to radiation, yet they still maintained their vitality and followed Sumu here. The vitality of the elf tree is terrifyingly vigorous. No wonder it can sustain the longevity and youth of every member of the tree elf race. Sumu even wondered if he could also live a long and healthy life, reaching thousands of years old, if he lived around the tree of spirits for a long time and benefited from its blessings. I see. Sumu looked around. Vivier, find a suitable environment, and I will immediately help you plant the sapling of the elf tree. It's right around here. After Sumu finished speaking, he put down Los Reyes' mummy, which was wrapped tightly in cloth strips, from his back. Sumu carried her the whole way. Although, given his physique, this is nothing. But now that we've arrived at our destination, we should naturally choose something more relaxed. Good. Viviel's gaze also began to search. Brother, brother, brother. Another voice rang out, and Sumu looked in the direction of the sound. Susu was running towards them barefoot. Tao Yao's smiling face. Susu's face was filled with grievance. So much grievance. The grievances on his face were palpable. Susu suddenly threw herself into Sumu's arms, the force of which knocked him to the ground. Just as Sumu was about to say something, Susu suddenly bit Sumu's shoulder. Sumu! What's going on? Sumu was completely dumbfounded. There was no pain in her shoulder. Sumu only felt that her clothes were wet. He glanced at her and saw that Susu's tears were flowing like water, soaking his clothes completely. Susu's pitiful little expression and appearance broke Sumu's heart, and he quickly hugged her small body. What's the matter? Did someone bully our little Susu? She looks so pitiful. Tell your brother quickly, and he'll stand up for you and teach them a lesson. Sumu gave a soft snort and patted Susu's back. How dare they bully my cutest, prettiest, and most obedient Susu? It's outrageous. Come on, tell your brother, and I'll teach them a lesson. Don't cry, okay? Wah. Susu sniffed, tears still streaming down her face, still looking pitiful and wronged, without saying a word. Sumu was suddenly in a dilemma. Serena arrived just then. Who else could bully Susu? It's you, her older brother. You've been gone for so long without a word, even though you clearly have a teleportation scroll that allows you to come and go freely anytime. You have no idea how much Susu has been eagerly awaiting her brother's return. She's been waiting for him like the stars and the moon. After all, someone promised to tell Susu a story tonight and lull her to sleep, but they didn't come back that night. That's absolutely outrageous. Serena smiled and winked at Sumu, then patted Susu's head. Susu, is Sister Serena right? Uh-huh. Susu nodded her little head frantically, still refusing to let go of her mouth. Sumu suddenly realized. It turned out that while he was fishing that day, he casually agreed to tell Susu a story to put her to bed that night. Sumu also thought he would be able to return that night, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen, which made him stay for 5 days. During this time, Susu must have harbored quite a bit of resentment. He failed to keep his promise to the little girl once again. Thinking of this, Sumu felt extremely guilty. It was my fault. Susu, I promise you, I'll tell you stories for 3 nights in a row to lull you to sleep, okay? Sumu quickly admitted his mistake. Humph. Susu snorted softly, without saying a word. Then, how about 4 days? Sumu spoke again. Susu still didn't answer. Only 4 days. You're being too stingy. Serena chimed in from the side. It will take at least 7 days, right? Without any sincerity, how can Susu possibly agree? Don't even mention Susu. I think you're too stingy. It's not an attitude of admitting mistakes. For the first time ever, Susu nodded slightly, which was taken as tacit agreement with Serena's statement. All right, then 10 days it is. I'll spend the next 10 days with Susu. Before Sumu could finish speaking, he found his shoulder had been released, and the little girl looked at him with a surprised and delighted expression. Brother, are you serious? Did you really spend all 10 days with Susu? Looking at Susu, whose face still bore traces of tears, looking both adorable and pitiful, Sumu's heart softened instantly. He reached out and touched Susu's little face, wiping away the tear stains. Really, I spent 10 days with Susu, putting her to sleep and telling her stories. Is that okay? Susu, please don't be angry with your brother anymore, okay? Pinky promise. Susu held out her finger. Brother said he would do it after making a pinky promise. Even though he broke his promise last time, Susu will still believe in you. Susu's childish voice rang out. Besides, Susu isn't angry with her brother. Susu just wants him to spend more time with her. As Susu spoke, she showed no disgust and nestled against Sumu's chest, which was covered in dirt and sweat, nuzzling him with her little head. Good. Brother promises you. Sumu held Susu's small body in his arms and quietly made a hand gesture to Serena. They really looked like a married couple at that moment, coaxing little Susu together. Excellent teamwork. Mr. Sumu, I have found a suitable planting location. Viviel came up. She had already found a spot, but seeing the little girl Susu crying so hard, and knowing that Sumu needed to comfort her, Vivier didn't dare to go up and disturb her. Which location? Right there, in the very center. I can sense that the soil there is the most fertile, and the life force is extremely vigorous. Viviel pointed to a spot. Viviel had excellent taste. The location she chose was in the center of the area, very open, with no surrounding buildings and lush vegetation. This looks like the perfect place to plant an elf tree. Okay, but I need to wait for one more person. Let's plant the elf tree when she arrives. To be precise, she was the one who planted them. Chapter 232. How could a little girl be allowed to plant a sapling of the elf tree? She should plant them? Who are you talking about? Viviel asked curiously. Planting doesn't require specialized personnel. We can all do it, because the seedlings of the elf tree are extremely resilient. Not a specialist, but yes, she's here. Sumu had already caught a glimpse of Kokona walking towards them with Kokolu out of the corner of his eye. Brother Sumu. Koko abandoned her aunt, took short strides, and ran quickly to Sumu, calling out in a clear voice. Good girl, Koko. Have you been thinking about me lately? Sumu held Su in his arms, and even reached out to touch Koko's little head. The little girl is adorable. When you touch her head, her little ears will stand up with a duong sound, maximizing her emotional value. I miss it. I think about it every day. I want Brother Sumu to take me out to play. Sumu knew that what Kokolo meant by play was actually fighting. This little girl is quite the troublemaker. Have you been taking good care of the farmland in my territory lately? Yes, I go to encourage germination once a day. We've already planted new seeds in our fields, and they'll sprout soon. Koko didn't slack off. Koko replied with a grin. And today? Did you go today? Koko stuck out her little tongue. I haven't had time to do it today yet. That's good. Sumu smiled and turned to look at Vivier behind him. Viviel, she is the one I was talking about, the one who planted the sapling of the elf tree. Huh. Viviel stared blankly at Koko, who was more than half a head shorter than her. The one Mr. Sumu mentioned wanting to plant the elf tree was actually a little girl? Viviel had initially thought it would be a professional. To my surprise, it was a little girl. Sumu smiled without saying a word. He didn't explain directly to Viviel, but waited until Kokolu planted the elf tree herself before speaking. Viviel, the little girl in front of you. Her name is Kokolu, and she is also a member of our territory. She is from the White Fox clan. Do you know anything about this race? Viviel lowered her head and thought for a moment, then shook her head. No. Our clan has lived in the forests of Siam for many years and knows little about the races outside of Siam. Sumu probably guessed that Vivier didn't know anything about the White Fox clan. He smiled and began to explain. Every race in our territory possesses power. They are all very special and indispensable. Simply put, my race doesn't support idlers. Viviel nodded and unconsciously straightened her body. Viviel was very clever. She knew that Sumu's words were largely conveying a signal to her. You cannot be idle either. You must demonstrate your value within my territory. If it were the Tree Elf clan led by Losrea, perhaps she wouldn't be able to accept Sumu's words. After all, the tree spirits have their own pride. Vivier can accept it. She thought Sumu was right. If you join this territory just to find a place to stay, what's the point? Unlike her mother, Vivier understood and was able to accept Sumu's ideas. Don't be too nervous. With your clan joining us, I don't need you to do anything in the early stages. Just get used to life here first. Sumu smiled and continued. Actually, Kokola's White Fox clan has a special ability, which is to accelerate the growth of plants. Wherever their race exists, spiritual energy will gather, and plants will grow faster and stronger. For example, a tree that can only grow to a maximum height of 10 meters can be made to grow to 20 meters, or even taller and bigger by the White Fox clan. That's what makes them special. Is there really a race in the world with such amazing abilities? Viviel looked shocked and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That's amazing. So incredible. Mr. Sumu, your territory actually has such a powerful race. Truly remarkable. Not far away, Koko, who heard Vivier's praise, couldn't help but raise her neck as well. That's because their White Fox clan is inherently very powerful. If the population were larger, they would be even more formidable. Right. However, I hope that you, Vivier, can keep the special abilities of the White Fox clan a secret and not reveal too much about them. I'm telling you this because I trust you completely, just like you trust me. Sumu spoke seriously. The White Fox clan are truly extraordinary. If this gets out to others, Sumu's territory will face a great disaster. I see. Vivier's expression was solemn. To send a little girl to plant our clan's sacred tree is incredibly disrespectful to our people. Just as Su-mu and Vivial were talking in hushed tones, the tree spirits around them became suspicious again and couldn't help but start discussing it amongst themselves. That's right, this is our clan's sacred tree, the one we worship. What if something happens to the sacred tree, or it dies? Your Majesty is far too careless. Lady Fuan, you should go up and explain the importance to Her Majesty the Queen. This is the lifeblood of our clan, and it cannot be taken lightly. Yes, Lady Fuan, planting the saplings of the elf tree is a very important matter. How can we let a little girl do it? This is too childish. The tree spirits' discussions reached Su-mu's ears, and he roughly overheard them. However, Su-mu didn't say anything. Vivial didn't say anything. Fuan received feedback from her tribesmen. She hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly. All right, everyone, stop talking. I trust Her Majesty's decision. Lord Su-mu must have his own reasons for doing this. He is a person who considers the overall situation. Lady Fuan, really? Even you say that? Yes, Lady Fuan. If you don't speak up, then we have even less right to speak. Lady Fuan, please reconsider. Mr. Su-mu. The clansmen's discussions grew louder and louder, and Vivier blushed with embarrassment. She felt that her leadership was lacking. That's not enough to convince the public. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much chatter, so many voices. Vivial wanted to explain something to Su-mu, to tell her not to misunderstand her people, as they were acting out of caution. Fine. Su-mu smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, Vivian, I understand. It is not something that can be done overnight to fully integrate a race. But time will tell, and things will get to you in time. Believe me, your people will soon be utterly astonished. Chapter 233 The Highest Etiquette of the Tree Spirit Clan. Of course I believe in Mr. Su-mu. Vivier spoke. Then there's no need for further explanation. If I didn't even have this much magnanimity, I could never have become a lord of a territory. Su-mu said calmly. Brother Su-mu, it's planted. As the two were talking, Coco sat up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Coco didn't know why her brother Su-mu asked her to plant trees, but she still completed the task very seriously. And very meticulous. Coco, help induce labor. Su-mu looked at the vibrant sapling of the elf tree and said, Oh. Coco obediently turned around and did as Su-mu instructed. In no time, something shocking happened to Vivial and the tree elf race. A strong green light emanated from the sapling of the elf tree, and then the small sapling, which was originally less than 50 centimeters tall, began to grow, growing up like crazy. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters. That's not all. The sapling of the elf tree grew to 20 meters before it stopped. It grew from a small seedling into a large tree that required 5 people to barely encircle. The tree spirits were all shocked. What's going on? The sapling of the elf tree was just planted. Why has it grown like this? It's too fast, too big, and too thick. Does anyone know what's going on? The tree spirits all spoke up, expressing their shock and confusion. Truly worthy of being our clan's sacred tree. It has grown so much so quickly after being planted. It's amazing. You mean, it's because of our sacred tree? Otherwise what? What do you think is the reason? That's true. It's our clan's sacred tree, so it's normal for it to be a bit illogical. While the tree spirits were discussing the matter heatedly, believing it was due to the tree itself, Fuan stepped forward. It's not because of the spirit tree. It's because of that little girl. It is because of her that our clan's sacred tree has grown to this extent in such a short time. Fuan's words carried weight. Once she spoke, many of the tribe's people fell silent. However, there are still some dissenting voices. Really? Lady Fuan, you're not talking nonsense, are you? I'm not lying. Fuan turned to look at them and said earnestly, The elf tree possesses powerful life force, but that doesn't mean it can defy the norm and grow so rapidly and enormous all at once. These are all recorded in our clan's records. The planting of saplings of the elf tree, just like the saplings of ordinary trees, requires time to grow. However, it is a fact that its rich life force will nourish us in return. It seems to be just as Lady Fuan said. I remember it being mentioned in the ancient texts as well. That's true. I just glanced at the ancient texts. Could it really be because of that little girl? She's actually that amazing? I never imagined there would be such a capable person in this territory. Impressive. No wonder Her Majesty the Queen wanted us to join this territory. She probably knew all along, didn't she? Your Majesty is wise. I told you, those who trust Her Majesty the Queen are never wrong. The tree spirits were all shocked and surprised. Not far away, Sumu smiled slightly and looked at Vivier beside him. Viviel smiled in response. She knew what Sumu was trying to express. Some things don't need explanation. Time will tell. People are the same. As they were discussing, they suddenly sensed a rich life force gathering. The fairy tree was glowing green. It's emanating from the divine tree. Such pure vitality. I felt it too. Hey, how come the wrinkles on your face have disappeared? And on your face too. What happened to the skin on my hands? The tree spirits were astonished to find that their aging skin was now slowly returning to its former firmness. Their aged appearance is slowly returning to its youthful state. Everything is geared towards a positive outcome. I understand now. It must be because the divine tree grew rapidly, and its life force became more abundant, allowing us to return to our previous state. That means our race has recovered. Are we done? We don't need to wait 10 years. Very good. The tree spirits were extremely excited. Originally, after the elf tree was planted, they would have to wait 10 years or even longer for it to return to its previous state. Because the elf tree is too small, the life force it contains can only sustain the life of their race. But now that the elf tree has grown to this extent, it's only natural that their race has recovered ahead of schedule. Mr. Sumu, thank you so much. Viviel was also very excited to see her people gradually regaining their youth. If it weren't for etiquette and her status, she would have jumped up. Viviel understood this principle as well. Therefore, her gratitude towards Sumu intensified even further. At this moment, Vivier was absolutely certain that leading her people to join the Sumu territory was the right choice she had ever made. We're all on the same side. It's all right. Sumu smiled. Sumu hadn't expected that Kokolu could unleash such power from the elf tree. It was a pleasant surprise. But soon, something even more unexpected happened to Sumu. The tree spirits, now young again, were gradually approaching him. Just as Sumu was wondering what they were doing, the tree elf clan, led by Fuin, suddenly knelt down on one knee. Mr. Sumu, thank you for your efforts for our clan. From now on, besides Her Majesty the Queen, you will be our second leader. All the tree spirits joined in reciting Fuin's words. In an instant, the sound was deafening. Mr. Sumu, kneeling on one knee is the highest form of etiquette among our tree elf clan. This means they have approved of you. Vivier exclaimed excitedly. Very good. That's wonderful. Viviel's worst fears have finally been resolved. Thank you everyone. Sumu didn't stand on ceremony. He stepped forward and said loudly. From now on, if anyone has any questions or suggestions within the territory, please feel free to raise them with me. I hope you can integrate into the territory as soon as possible, and I will do my best to lead you to a better future. I and the territory are your strong support. As long as I am here, you will no longer be bullied by other tribes. After gaining the approval of the tree spirits, Sumu was overjoyed. He gazed at Los Reyes' corpse. Vivier, what should we do? I wish to bury my mother under the elf tree so that she can always be with me and protect our people. I'll help you. Just as Sumu had freed Los Reyes' corpse, Su, who had been standing nearby, suddenly said, Brother, she's not dead. Why did you dig a hole and bury her? Chapter 234 Los Reyes is not dead. Brother, she's not dead. Why did you dig a hole and bury her? Su's words stunned not only Sumu, but also Vivier, who turned to look at Su in disbelief. Little sister, what did you say? What did you just say? Vivier rushed over and grabbed Su's arm tightly with both hands. Are you telling the truth? Is she really alright? The she refers to is, of course, her mother, the queen of the tree elf clan, Los Reyes. Su frowned slightly, but still nodded and said, Right, she's not dead. Su, are you serious? How did you arrive at that conclusion? Sumu also came over. Los Reyes was already like a dried-up corpse. Sumu carried her for so long. He knew her condition very well. It's definitely not the level a living person should have. But Su actually said she was still alive? A real brother. She's still alive. Su explained. Su could sense that her life force was being depleted, but it was only that her life force was being depleted. She was not completely dead yet. Sumu didn't quite understand what Su was saying, so he looked at Vivier beside him. Vivier, do you know what that means? After a long silence, Vivier shook her head, but her gaze remained fixed on Su, hoping to glean some more important information from her. Because of Kokolu, Vivier no longer looks down on anyone around Sumu. Even tiny Coco has such amazing abilities. Despite Su appearing to be older than her, Vivier still dared not underestimate her. Brother. To put it simply, She had been surviving solely on the power of life. However, perhaps due to the use of some secret technique, her life force was severely depleted in a very short time, resulting in her current state. It's that her life force has been depleted. She herself is not actually dead. But she's not breathing at all, and her pulse isn't beating? She's really not dead. Sumu raised his doubts. He felt a chill run down his spine. Considering that he had been carrying Los Rea on his back for the past 5 days, Susu was now saying that she was not dead. Doesn't that mean there's a pair of eyes that's always staring at his back? No wonder Sumu has been feeling a chill down his back lately. He thought it was because he was too handsome. So that's the reason. Brother, it's normal for someone in a state of suspended animation not to breathe or have a pulse. Susu covered her mouth and smiled, then said in a clear, crisp voice. She must have noticed the subtle detail that Sumu seemed a little timid. Can that little girl come back to life? Vivier finally couldn't help but ask the question that concerned her most. When she asked that question, she felt her heart beat faster. There's a chance. Susu's 3 light words elicited an even stronger reaction from Vivier, who grabbed Susu's hand again. Little sister, you know what the method is, right? Vivian, don't get agitated. Sumu quickly went over and pulled Vivian away. He could tell that Viviel's excitement had hurt Susu. Susu is a kind little girl who doesn't know how to express her resistance. Sumu stepped in at the right moment to help her out of the predicament. I'm sorry, I got too excited. Vivier realized her mistake, quickly released Susu's hand, and looked apologetic. Susu, do you have a way to bring her back to life? Sumu held Susu's small body and asked. Since she is lacking in life force, then we will replenish her with life force, a large amount of life force. As long as one reaches a certain critical point in life force, I believe it is possible to be resurrected. Susu looked at Los Rea's dried corpse, not far away, and spoke. However, I don't know for sure if it will work. I can only say that if we try it, as long as the approach is correct, it should be fine. The power of life? Viviel seemed to have thought of something, and she excitedly voiced her idea. Our race, Elven tree, also contains the power of life. Does that mean that as long as my mother's body is kept under the tree, she has a chance to come back to life? Sumu felt that things were not as simple as Vivier imagined. If it were that simple, the life force of the elf tree would have already affected Los Rea. Sure enough, Susu shook her head as well. No. It requires even purer life force to accomplish this. Susu shifted her gaze from the elf tree. The tree possesses life force, but it's not pure enough. Is the life force of our elf tree not pure enough? Vivier frowned slightly. The elf tree is their race's sacred tree, yet now its life force is being questioned as not being pure enough. In other words, there were no other tree spirits around, otherwise their reaction would probably have been even stronger. Viviel was also slightly unhappy, but she forced herself to suppress her emotions and patiently said, Little sister, do you know what kind of life force is considered pure? Certainly. Susu turned her head and glanced at Sumu, as if seeking his opinion. Go, Susu. Just showing off a little bit. Sumu reached out and touched Susu's little face. Susu nodded and quickly knelt down next to Los Rea. Soft green light shone from Susu's body. This is... Viviel opened her mouth, her heart pounding with shock. She sensed the life force emanating from Susu. Moreover, it possesses an extremely rich aura of life force. Not only rich, the aura of this life force seemed to be very pure. With just a slight touch, Viviel felt incredibly comfortable. Viviel was naturally very clear about the power of life, and she knew how to distinguish it. At that moment, Vivier's dissatisfaction completely dissipated. How could she dare to question what Susu said? The life force of the elf tree is indeed not as pure as the life force emanating from Susu herself. Just who is this young girl? Viviel pursed her lips, deep in thought. She increasingly realized that none of the people around Sumu were ordinary. Brother, this is all I can do for today. Susu turned around and glanced at Sumu. Her face was pale, her lips were trembling slightly, and there was a little cold sweat on her forehead. Upon seeing this, Sumu quickly rushed over and hugged her in his arms. Brother, I'll stop here for today. I need to rest before I can continue. Let's do it tomorrow. Even if it's a one-time thing, Susu has no way to bring her back to life. Susu is still talking. For her, her brother's affairs were a major issue, the thing she cared about most. Therefore, whenever Sumu asked her to help with treatment, Susu would never complain, but would carry it out diligently. Chapter 235 The Awakening of Havis. It's okay, you should rest now and don't worry so much. Sumu hugged Susu's small body, but his gaze fell on Losrea. Susu is absolutely right. Perhaps Losrea really does have a chance to be resurrected. Because, thanks to Susu's efforts, Losrea's body is much better than before. Her skin now had a radiant glow, a stark contrast to her previous dry and withered appearance. Little sister Susu, thank you so much. Vivial had naturally witnessed the changes in her mother's body. At that moment, besides feeling excited and grateful, she simply didn't know how to organize her thoughts. All I could do was keep thanking Susu. You're back. Susu has fallen asleep in your arms again. When Sumu returned to the stone house, Serena was the first to greet him. She had visited the tree spirit's dwelling place before, but Sumu asked her to return first, and Serena had been waiting ever since. Yes, the little girl is exhausted today. I'll carry her inside, and no one will say anything. Okay, sure. I'll ask Yuchi to arrange some food for you, Serena said. Good. Sumu did not refuse. He really hadn't eaten properly during all those days of traveling. After settling Susu in, Sumu turned around and saw Winstia. Owner. Winstia looked delighted. Where did you go? Why couldn't Tao Yao find you just now? Sumu asked. Previously, Tao Yao had spread the news of his return. The only thing missing is Winstia. If it were before, Winstia probably would have been the first one to come over. So Sumu was very curious about what she was busy with. Master, of course I'm going to gather information for you. Fu Ningyu sent me a message saying that the goblin you're curious about has arrived, and she's asking when you'll have time to visit her territory. Winstia reported. The goblins have arrived? The goblin Sturu from Fu Ningyu's territory had said that her niece would arrive in the territory in about a week, at which time he could ask her about the mechanical metal. Now that he's been gone for so many days, it's actually been about the right amount of time. I see. By the way, has anything unusual happened in the territory recently? Something you couldn't handle? Sumalai has been in power for 5 days. The affairs of the territory have been handled by Winstia and Serena, so they are quite aware of the shortcomings. Not at the moment, Master. In the days since you left, the territory has been relatively peaceful, with no disputes. Moreover, I have already mobilized the slimes to start building the city walls. You have seen that, Master, haven't you? Yes, I saw it. Well done. As Sumu spoke, he couldn't help but touch Winstia's little face. Serena and Vincia in his territory, he felt relatively at ease. Winstia is skilled in literature, Serena in martial arts, and both are courageous and resourceful. With the two of them around, Sumu won't have any major problems, even if he leaves for half a month. Winstia, have you missed me? Stroking Winstia's face, Sumu couldn't help but speak. Uh-huh. Without hesitation, Winstia nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at rice. Wait for me tonight, you hear me? Sumu whispered something in Winstia's ear. An ambiguous statement. Uh-huh. Knew. Winstia certainly knew what those words meant. But her longing for Sumu left her no time to care about any of that. During the 5 days Sumu was away, Winstia was in a complete daze. He has finally come back. Good boy/girl. Sumu patted Winstia's head. Just as Sumu was enjoying the food Yuchi had brought, Tao Yao rushed over. Oh no, Master. Sister Havis has woken up, and she's shouting that she wants to leave. Sister Serena is stopping her from leaving. It looks like they're about to fight. Tao Yao made a fuss from her little mouth. She was very anxious, but she had made everything she wanted to say clear. Sumu was puzzled. Sister Havis? Who is it? Do we have a powerful figure in our territory? The name, Havis, felt incredibly unfamiliar to Sumu. He racked his brains, but couldn't think of a face that matched hers. Master, Havis is the deep-sea clam we saw by the river that day. Winstia reminded her from the side. You even asked us to move her back then. Oh, so it was her. Sumu then realized what was happening. He wouldn't have remembered if Winstia hadn't reminded him. So many days have passed, and she only woke up today? Sumu left for 5 days. Logically speaking, Havis should have woken up the next day after getting drunk. Why did Tao Yao just say that Heiwazi has woken up? Sumu didn't understand. Master, Sister Heiwise hasn't woken up yet. She only just woke up. Tao Yao explained. I used to bring things to her room every day with my sister Winstia, but she never woke up and remained asleep. I just ran over to bring her food, and that's when I found out she was awake. Yes, Master, Havis was fast asleep the whole time, and I can vouch for that. Winstia chimed in. Drunk for 5 days? How much fake alcohol did this woman drink to be able to sleep like that? Sumu smacked her lips. Oh, Master. These are not the main points. Tao Yao took Sumu's arm. The important thing now is to get there quickly, otherwise she might really start fighting with Serena. Master, you don't want to see this either, do you? Let's go take a look. Seeing how serious Tao Yao's words were, Sumu didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly got up. Chapter 236. Key points to persuading Havis? Who exactly are you? If you try to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. I've already said I'm leaving. Havis' voice rang out. She was a stunningly beautiful, mature woman, yet the sight of her carrying a large clam shell on her back seemed utterly incongruous. The one blocking her way was naturally Serena. You can't leave yet. You have to wait a little longer. Serena showed no sign of backing down. She once again blocked Havis' path. Since you are now within our territory, we must wait for our lord to decide whether you stay or leave. Are you kidding me? Havis frowned, displeased, and said, all I did was have a few drinks, and then you tied me up and brought me here. Do you think that's a reason to detain me and take away my freedom? Isn't that just too unreasonable? I'm not taking away your freedom. I just need you to wait, Serena repeated. Get out of the way. Havis strode forward, trying to shake off Serena. But Serena stood firm and blocked Havis' path once again. You forced me to do this. A flash of anger crossed her eyes as Havis formed a magic incantation with both hands, and water elemental magic energy appeared around her. Serena also immediately used her ice elemental magic to prepare an ice wall to defend against Havis' attack, etc. Just as the two women were about to fight, a voice rang out. It's Sumu. He rushed over. So you're the lord this woman is talking about? Havis glanced at Sumu, her face full of dissatisfaction. A week ago, Havis attended the King of the West Seas banquet. Because of the rare wine served at the banquet, she drank quite a bit. I drank a lot of alcohol. As she left, Havis felt dizzy and sleepy, so she hid inside a clamshell, hoping to take a nap, and drifted downstream. But when Havis opened her eyes again, she was in an unfamiliar environment. She instinctively assumed that someone had deliberately taken advantage of her being drunk to lure her over. Havis was naturally very unhappy about this. Therefore, in her eyes at this moment, Sumu was playing the role of the villain. I think so. Sumu glanced at Serena, his eyes asking what had happened. After all, he wasn't entirely clear on the cause of the conflict. Before Serena could speak, Havis preemptively questioned. So you're the one who kidnapped me here while I was asleep? Let me tell you, there is no conflict between our race and your human race. Don't be so willful as to provoke a conflict between our two races. I'm not staying here. Let me leave now. Wait, have you misunderstood something? Sumu interrupted Havis. I misunderstood. Havis frowned, a hint of doubt rising within her. Yes. Sumu smiled and patiently explained. We didn't kidnap you. You drifted from the sea into the river and came to us. Luckily, we found you, pulled you out of the river, and brought you back to our territory. Otherwise, given your previous condition, if you had fallen into the hands of bad people, you might have been sold into slavery. They dare. Havis gritted her teeth, revealing her sharp little canine teeth. What's there to be afraid of? Sumu said with a smile. Everyone here knows that your deep-sea clam clan is very popular within the slave merchant guild. Many people like to buy you as collectibles. If you hadn't met me, you might already be in a cage, with no freedom left. Am I right? Sumu looked at Wenstaya and the others. Yes, master is right. Those who come to buy slaves all prefer the deep-sea clam clan. Tao Yao was very clever and immediately covered for Sumu. Yes, that's right, that's correct. Winstia quickly cooperated as well. The two's cooperation left Havis somewhat skeptical. Seeing this, Sumu said again. Look, you're awake now, and you can talk to us face to face and peacefully. I didn't chain you up, did I? Havis thought about it, and it seemed that it really was true. You really saved me? It's not so much about saving you, but it's more like helping you, Sumu said with a smile without saying anything. Havis was already cautious enough, but unfortunately, she had run into Sumu. He's a notorious conman. Ifia, you Lilil. Who hasn't been fooled by him? Sumu's words are a mix of truth and falsehood. You simply can't tell which of his statements are true and which are false. Thank you. Havis wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. After thinking for a moment, she still politely thanked her. It's nothing. Sumu waved his hand, then added. By the way, would you like something to eat? You took so long to wake up, you must be hungry, right? I'm having dinner right now, why don't you come along? Sumu extended an invitation. Havis initially wanted to politely decline, but the next moment, her stomach protested. The gurgling sound too obvious. All right. Havis blushed and had no choice but to agree. Please. He winked at Serena behind him, indicating that he would talk to her in detail later. Serena smiled. She knew Sumu's personality and knew he was definitely up to something. The food is delicious, but it's a pity that something is missing. During the meal, Havis's face was full of regret. Is there not enough wine? Sumu could easily tell that Havis was a heavy drinker. Judging from the fact that she can get drunk and drifted here alone from the Western Sea, she is a real alcoholic. Besides liking to drink, I also enjoy eating a lot of food. Right? You like to drink too? Knowing her thoughts had been exposed, Havis's eyes lit up slightly. Do you have good wine in your territory? Certainly. Then hurry up and bring some to try. Havis couldn't wait. Sumu didn't hide anything and took out a small wine pot from his inventory. He bought this in Tianlong City and has kept it ever since. Havis couldn't wait to grab it and drink from the flask. Her demeanor confirmed her fondness for alcohol. It's all right. Havis put down the wine jug with some disdain. I also think it's just SOSO. Because the good wine is still being brewed and hasn't been taken out of the vat yet, it needs to wait for a while. Sumu said with a smile. Sumu wanted Havis to stay in his territory. He was after the value of the pearl. This item was a crucial part of building his business empire. Therefore, Havis absolutely cannot be let go like this. If Sumu wanted her to stay in the territory, he would naturally need to put in some effort. Alcohol is the most important element in this process. Chapter 237 Serena's Worries. Do you really have good wine? Upon hearing about the fine wine, Havis subconsciously licked her lips, seemingly somewhat tempted. Right. Not only do I have it, I can also brew it, and I dare say that the wine I brew is unique in the world. You definitely won't find this anywhere else. And I guarantee that the wine I brew is absolutely the best in the world. No wine on this continent tastes as good as the wine I make. Sumu had considerable confidence in saying those words. He had previously drunk with Peter, a merchant of spatial scrolls, when he was in Tianlong City. The drinks in the tavern back then were terrible. They looked similar to 21st century beer, but tasted completely different. Anyway, Sumu found it hard to eat. But Peterson drank it with great relish, even finding it delicious. Moreover, according to Piton himself, he traveled to various countries and drank wine in almost every country and every city's tavern. The wines in the Tianlong City Tavern are already considered to be top-quality craft wines. As someone who also appreciates fine wines, Sumu sees the craft beer that Patern speaks of as no different from swill. It was from that moment that Sumu began to have a certain understanding of alcoholic beverages in this world. That's why he had the courage to say those words to Havis. Havis frowned slightly, clearly deep in thought, hesitant. She felt that the Lord named Sumu in front of her was exaggerating. But her strong love for wine made Havis unwilling to miss any opportunity to experience fine wine. She is very hesitant now. Sumu had already seen through her thoughts. Miss Havis, if you are willing to believe me, you may stay in my territory for a while longer and test it yourself. Moreover, my wine is newly released and needs an excellent and authoritative taster to personally taste it. Sumu's words were quite skillful. He praised Havis in his words, saying she was an excellent and authoritative connoisseur. This struck a chord with Havis. After all, who doesn't like to be praised? For a moment, Havis was indeed somewhat tempted. However, she was still hesitant and conflicted. Seeing this, Sumu said again, Miss Havis, if you have time, why not stay a few more days? We have great food, drinks, and accommodations, and the scenery is beautiful. But if you don't have time, you can leave first. However, it's uncertain whether my wine will still be available when you come next time. Then I'll have to trouble you for a few more days. I want to taste the wine you've described myself and see if it's as good as you say. Sumu's words finally convinced Havis to stay for the time being. She really hasn't had anything going on lately. Moreover, Sumu was right. In this territory, she was treated to the best of food and drink. What could she possibly be dissatisfied with? But for Sumu, it was certainly a good thing that Havis could stay. Persuading Havis, Sumu went to take a bath. These past few days, running around with the tree spirits every day, he has long been covered in the stench of sweat. However, this time, it wasn't Wintia or Tao Yao who helped Sumu scrub his back, but Serena. My dear Nana, have you thought of me these past few days? Sumu grasped Serena's hand as she massaged his back and asked with a smile. Serena's way of expressing herself was always rather reserved. She nodded slightly and took Sumu's hand in return. Their fingers were intertwined, and everything was understood without words. What are your plans for the tree spirits? Why do you ask that? Serena with a puzzled expression. Serena began to explain. With the tree spirits around, it seems your territory will no longer be able to support humans. Because of the abundant vitality of the elf tree, it is easy for humans and tree elves to clash. They will try to take away the environment in which the tree elves live, which, simply put, is to take away the elf tree. Huh? There's something else like that? Why didn't I know about it? The humans attacked the tree elves. They didn't want to seize the so-called tree of elves, but rather to trade the tree elves. Sumu didn't know the reason for this. His initial guess was that they were similar to other races of demi-humans. The tree spirit's beauty attracted the attention of the human race. But now that Serena has said that, Sumu feels that things are not so simple. The tree spirit might be hiding an even bigger secret. It will happen, Serena said. Tree spirits have a considerable number of branches throughout the continent. What you've brought back is just one branch of the comparison. However, the battles between the other branches of the tree spirits and humans have never stopped. But because of the elf queen's existence, even if they really had any ideas, there was nothing they could do. But your territory is different. You are the leader of the human race. Serena's tone became much more serious. Therefore, when you reach a certain age, it is inevitable that some people with ulterior motives will instigate you to deal with the tree spirits. And at that time, internal strife will break out. For a future, vast empire, internal collapse is faster than external disintegration. Sumu roughly understood what Serena meant. The tree spirit must hold the secret to immortality and eternal youth. Many human beings only live to around 100 years old. Therefore, it is inevitable that humans would covet the long lifespan of the tree spirits. At that time, the war will break out from within. But that's decades from now, isn't it? Aren't you thinking too far ahead? Serena with amusement. We've only just brought the tree spirits back. We have to think long-term, Serena said, giving Sumu's shoulder a firm squeeze. Because I have high hopes for you. You will definitely be able to dominate the entire continent in the future. Therefore, there are some things that need to be considered clearly now. In fact, what Serena said would not happen in Sumu's mind. Because Sumu did not intend to bring humans into his Tianmu town. He planned to use this as a base to cultivate his own strength. Introducing subhumans would be a great idea. If we're talking about humans, he's the only one. This was Sumu's idea, but he didn't explain it to Serena. Thank you for your approval, Serena. But that's not what I'm thinking about right now. Sumu spoke, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. However, Serena didn't notice. So what are you thinking about now? Sumu did not answer, but instead proved his thoughts with his actions. He suddenly stood up and splashed the water from the bucket onto Serena. Then, to her surprise, he picked her up. What I'm thinking about now is, after starving for so many days, how can I properly devour you and make you disappear completely? Sumu's voice rang out. Chapter 238 Malor leaves. What's Flo's situation? With Serena ended, Sumu rode Ifea away from Tianmu town, feeling refreshed. His purpose in this trip was to go to Fu Ningyu's territory and meet the goblins who had already arrived. Ifea, when did Malor leave? Sumu couldn't help but ask. Not long ago, he learned from Tao Yao that Malor had left their territory. Yao didn't say the specifics, saying she only found out later. Milo left the day after you left, Master. Ifea replied. Oh, did she go back to your hometown? Malor left, but Effie did not follow. From this detail, Sumu already knew that Ifea had chosen to stay. He had said before that, in order to repay Malor's kindness in helping him, he would never stop Effie from leaving with him if she was willing. So the fact that Ifea hasn't left means that she has accepted him and his territory. She's willing to stay and live here. Sumu was naturally happy. No, Malor went to find Flo. Effie's voice rang out. Malor left the Holy Spirit Roya because she came to find me and Flo. Now that I'm not going back with her, she's naturally going to find Flo on her own. Did Malor go to see Flo? Upon hearing this news, Sumu's heart skipped a beat. Flo's current situation better than him. Malor went to find Flo? Sumu felt it was necessary to go to Zhang Dahai's subordinate territory to find out the truth. I wonder where Flo has gone off to cause trouble again. He didn't even go back to Holy Spirit Roya and had Malor come out to find him himself. I hope Malor is alright. Otherwise, I will absolutely not let Flo off the hook. What an idiot. Ifea muttered to herself. Sumu. At this moment, in a mountain ridge not far from Sumu's territory. Did you see that clearly? That must be Sumu, right? He's damn impressive, riding a celestial horse. The speaker was a lord from the Dragon Kingdom named Zhao Dapeng. He's only at level 3 territory right now, yet he's so awesome, he even rides a Pegasus. No mistake, I remember his face very clearly. It's Sumu. Next to Zhao Dapeng was a lord from the country of Kimchi named Han Dongxing. He must have had some extraordinary adventure. Otherwise, how could he have advanced to a level 3 territory so quickly, and even ride a celestial horse? Zhao Dapeng smacked his lips, his face full of envy. A few days ago, while Zhao Dapeng was searching for a mine, he discovered a vast territory. The infrastructure there is much better than that in his territory. At that time, Zhao Dapeng secretly kept something in mind. He found Lord Han Dongxing, whom he knew well, and the two of them went together to investigate. Han Dongxing took a look around the territory and immediately realized that things were far more complicated than they seemed. This territory is definitely not the territory of an ordinary lord. So the two of them decided to stake out the location and investigate. Where there's a will, there's a way. Today, they finally saw the true face of the owner of this territory. It was the topic of the most discussion in the World Chat channel, and the object of envy and hatred from lords all over the world. Sumu. It seems we can't pose any real threat to that territory. Let's disperse. Zhao Dapeng sighed and patted Han Dongxing on the shoulder. Forget about taking it over. Sumu is not someone the two of us can afford to mess with. He could probably crush us with one hand. Let's be honest and look for mines elsewhere, and work hard to develop our own territory. Zhao Dapeng also had a general understanding of Su Mu's strength. He was also present at the live stream of Su Mu's 1v4 battle that night, and saw it very clearly. At that time, Su Mu's territory had not yet been upgraded to level 3, yet his strength was already so extraordinary. Now that he has successfully upgraded, Zhao Dapeng doesn't think that he and Han Dongxing can pose any real threat to Su Mu. If things go wrong, you might even lose everything. Etc. Han Dongxing stopped Zhao Dapeng. What's wrong? Zhao Dapeng thought he had something else to say. You should know that Su Mu's territory isn't actually that far from ours, right? We'll arrive after crossing 2 hills. Han Dongxing spoke up. So what? Zhao Dapeng did not understand what Han Dongxing was trying to express. Our territory is so close to Su Mu's territory. He might have already discovered us. Han Dongxing said. It can't be that bad, can it? If he had discovered us, wouldn't he have dealt with us already? Zhao Dapeng stroked his stubble-covered chin and muttered. He probably doesn't know about our territory yet. You underestimate him, Han Dongxing sneered. Su Mu was able to develop his territory into what it is now in such a short time. Do you think he doesn't have any cunning or shrewdness? And he rode a celestial horse. You witnessed that terrifying speed just now, didn't you? It takes him 20 minutes to get to our territory. Do you still think he won't be able to find our territory? Zhao Dapeng frowned, realizing that Han Dongxing's words made sense. Based on the strength Su Mu just demonstrated, he is capable of traveling anywhere. It really doesn't take long to get to their territory. For a moment, Zhao Dapeng also felt a sense of unease. Since he might know about our territory, why hasn't he attacked us yet? I'm more inclined to believe he didn't know. Dapeng, that's why I like working with you. It's because you're such a straightforward and honest person. Han Dongxing smiled and patted Zhao Dapeng on the shoulder. When Han Dongxing was born into this world, he discovered that his territory was in the same valley as a dragon kingdom. Moreover, the two territories are less than 100 meters apart. This Chinese man is none other than Zhao Dapeng, who is standing right in front of him. At that time, Han Dongxing's first thought was to kill Zhao Dapeng, and then use this place to develop his own territory. For Han Dongxing, he clearly understood the importance of resources for the development of his territory. With Zhao Dapeng sitting next to him, it's like sharing a piece of meat between two people. Han Dongxing was clearly unwilling. But what changed his mind was that Zhao Dapeng saved him. Rescued from the clutches of vampires. Zhao Dapeng killed the ferocious vampire with his bare hands without using any weapons or tools. At that time, Han Dongxing discovered Zhao Dapeng's formidable abilities. Zhao Dapeng actually knows Chinese Kung Fu. For this reason, Han Dongxing temporarily put aside his hostility towards Zhao Dapeng and instead sought to cooperate with him. He soon discovered that Zhao Dapeng was an honest, kind, simple, and guileless person. For Han Dongxing, such a person was extremely easy to control. He had more on his mind. Chapter 239 Goblin Slika. Su Mu knows where our territory is, so why doesn't he choose not to deal with us? Han Dongxing spoke slowly, his eyes flashing as he analyzed. After all, pigs need to be fattened up before they can be slaughtered and eaten, right? You can't just kill it when it's skin and bones, can you? Han Dongxing thought he had made himself perfectly clear, but little did he know that Zhao Dapeng would simply say something else. What's the meaning? Could you explain it more clearly? Han Dongxing slipped and almost got killed by Zhao Dapeng's words. No way, bro. He's made it so clear, and Zhao Dapeng still hasn't realized it. Han Dongxing took a deep breath and patiently explained. His plan is to wait until we have built up our territory and stored up our resources. Then he will look for the most opportune moment to strike and take over our territory. Zhao Dapeng frowned. It can't be that bad. Su Mu is a Chinese from our country. He wouldn't be so scheming or malicious. He's not that kind of person. He must not know about our territory. Humanity, Dapeng. Han Dongxing patted Zhao Dapeng on the shoulder. Even if we assume Su Mu doesn't know about our territory, what about the future? When he levels up again and expands his territory once more, will he expand into our territory as well? At that time, we'll be like meat on a chopping board, completely at his mercy. Zhao Dapeng remained silent. He had figured things out. Han Dongxing was indeed right. Each time their territory is upgraded, the area of their territory will expand outwards. At that time, Su Mu will easily expand to the edge of their territory. They really are like fat meat on the chopping board. Dealing with them would be incredibly easy for Su Mu. Then what do we do? Zhao Dapeng glanced at Han Dongxing. Normally, Han Dongxing is responsible for using his brain, while Zhao Dapeng uses his strength. To some extent, Zhao Dapeng did feel that Han Dongxing had more ideas than him. Of course, we should seize the opportunity to nip Su Mu in the bud before he can further develop his power. As Han Dongxing spoke, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Huh? You mean start a war? Zhao Dapeng smiled wryly. You think you can compete with me? You overestimate me. Han Dongxing smiled, put his arm around Zhao Dapeng's neck, and whispered, Of course not, just the two of us. But what if we add them to the mix? Them? Who is it? Zhao Dapeng thought for a while, but couldn't figure out who Han Dongxing was implying. They don't seem to know anyone else, do they? Su Mu was able to upgrade his territory to level 3 in a short time. He must have some secrets that others don't know. The secret to making crops grow quickly. Han Dongxing's face was full of calculation. Using this secret as a bargaining chip, I think they'll be interested in his territory. This is the best solution I can think of. Han Dongxing said fiercely. Rather than wait to die, we might as well fight back now. Zhao Dapeng was completely confused by what Han Dongxing was saying. He didn't know who the they he was referring to were. Su Mu, this is Slika Ironeel, Sturu's niece. Fu Ningyu was introducing the two of them to each other. Slika, this is Mr. Su Mu. He has some AI metal. He also said he wanted to find you to inquire about the uses of AI metal. Hello. Su Mu smiled slightly and greeted the goblin girl in front of him. Before coming here, Su Mu thought that goblins were all short and had rather peculiar faces, not much different from goblins. Referencing Stull. But when he met Elizabeth, he changed his mind. Slika is not very short. She is about 1.5 meters tall, Sturu is 1.3 meters tall, and her skin is flesh-colored, Sturu is pinkish red. Stulu is like a gas cylinder. Slika's figure was no different from that of an ordinary human girl, except that she was a bit flat-chested. What Su Mu found amazing was Slika's appearance. Goblins can be beautiful. Although Slika's appearance clearly shows goblin features, she is the kind of person who is very striking and beautiful. Su Mu didn't know how to express it, but his eyes lit up the moment he saw Slika. Compared to the frown he made when he first saw Stull, the difference isn't too great. Hello. Slika spoke, her voice soft but steady. You can tell from her voice that she is a very calm and thoughtful person. That is indeed the case. In her daily life, Slika is a very rational person. Mr. Su Mu, how much AI metal do you have? Slika wasted no time and asked directly. It must weigh several kilograms. Su Mu gave a casual, perfunctory answer, without revealing the truth. After all, Slika asked him how much metal he had right away, so he couldn't help but be wary. That would be a pity. Slika sighed and shook her head, saying, Several kilograms of intelligent metal did not have any effect, which is different from what I thought. Upon hearing this, Su Mu couldn't help but feel puzzled, and he asked, Miss Slika, what exactly is the purpose of AI metal, and why are you saying this? Even the smallest piece of metal is still metal. A few pounds of refined iron ore is enough to forge a full suit of armor, yet Slika says a few pounds of intelligent metal is useless. Since you're curious, I'll explain it to you. Slika replied. Intelligent metal is actually a kind of intelligent metal, a material used to manufacture battle armor. It is said to have originated from Antonius, a very magical place. Intelligent metal can also be used to build ships. One advantage of ships made of intelligent metal is that they are easy to store. Easy to store? Su Mu frowned. Slika continued to explain. A ship is very large, as I think Mr. Su Mu should know, but a ship made of intelligent metal can be folded down to the size of a palm, and this folding is arbitrary because of the intelligence of the intelligent metal. Change it will. Sumu thought of this phrase. You're not wrong to say that. A rare smile appeared on Silica's face. She was clearly very satisfied with Sumu's comprehension ability. What a pity. Slika suddenly sighed. Actually, I've been searching for AI metals all along, trying to use them to make battle armor. However, a single suit of armor requires at least 300 to 400 pounds of AI metal, which I haven't collected yet. I only have 70 pounds of AI metal on me. When I heard my Aunt Sturu say that you have mechanical metal, I was actually quite excited, but unfortunately there is too little of it. As she spoke, Slika looked at Sumu again. It's little, but it's better than nothing. Mr. Sumu, please sell me the AI metal. Name your price. Wait, Miss Slika, I don't quite understand. What do you mean by battle armor? Do you mean armored armor? Sumu couldn't help but voice her doubts. Chapter 240 Star Empire. Kingdom of Soul Armor. Of course not. Slika shook her head and said, battle armor is not just armor. Battle armor also has a name, soul armor. It is a terrifying existence that, when worn, can instantly transform even a mage into a warrior. The soul armor can envelop a person, transforming them into a metallic combat form. The soul armor possesses elemental abilities corresponding to the elemental nature of a mage. At this point, Slika's expression turned solemn. Mr. Sumu, you should know that the most powerful beings on the continent right now are the legendary magic gods and legendary knights, right? Sumu nodded. Serena had already told him about the hierarchy of this world once, and he remembered it very clearly. Legendary mages are already the pinnacle, the ceiling, on the continent. And soul armor is a type of armor that allows one to break through to the levels of legendary mage god and legendary knight. The most outstanding figures on the continent all yearn to possess a set of soul armor, which would give them a significant advantage over their peers. Slika said, so, does that mean soul armor is extremely precious? And the same goes for AI metal. I guess so. Slika did not deny it. Sumu was puzzled. Why would he have found something so precious in the goblin's lair? Logically speaking, shouldn't it be in the treasury of nobles? Sumu couldn't quite understand it. But Sumu's doubts were quickly answered by Slika. However, the technology to manufacture battle armor is currently only possessed by the Star Yuan Empire. They are a veritable nation of soul armor, and their technology is never leaked. This is why the Star Origin Empire can still stand at the top of the continent. If any country has intelligent metal, as long as it doesn't flow out of the Star Yuan Empire, it's essentially the same as scrap metal and won't attract much attention. The buying and selling of smart metals is absolutely prohibited in the market. It can only be done privately or on the black market. Slika seemed very happy to answer questions. However, there isn't much intelligent metal to begin with. Most countries don't even have it. So when I heard Aunt Sturu say that you had some, I was quite surprised. Miss Nazrika, are you from the Star Yuan Empire? Sumu looked at Slika. He hadn't forgotten what she had said earlier. You just said you were planning to build a suit of armor. Slika seemed hesitant. She glanced at Sumu, then at Fu Ningyu beside him. I am not a citizen of the Star Origin Empire. Citizens of the Star Origin Empire cannot leave their country. Not to mention, mechanics who know how to make armor. Given your wisdom, Mr. Sumu, do you think they would allow such a being to leave their country? Slika is really outspoken. In Sumu's mind, the mechanic that Slika mentioned was equivalent to a scientist in an important field of a country. And they even knew the secrets. Such people should not be allowed to leave the country at will. May I ask, Miss Slika, why do you know how to manufacture battle armor? Mr. Sumu, your question is indeed a bit presumptuous. Slika smiled and simply refused. I'm sorry, I can't answer your question. We're not that familiar with each other, don't you think? Goodness, this is the first time Sumu has been so directly rejected. However, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Not everyone is as naive and easily fooled as Ifia and her friends. It's all right, Miss Slika. Sumu waved his hand, then quickly changed the subject. But what if I could exchange a few kilograms of AI metal for this question? May I? Slika remained silent. She was clearly taken aback by Sumu's request. After a long silence, Slika finally spoke. I will consider it, Mr. Sumu. For now, I will stay with Aunt Stewart for a while longer. If I wish, I will look for you when I leave. Sumu nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, he could tell that Slika was already somewhat interested. Seeing that Slika was about to leave, Sumu called out to her again. Miss Silica, I have 2 more questions. Could you please answer them? What's your doubt? Slika glanced back at Sumu. Are you a master blacksmith? Sumu was searching for a master blacksmith for his territory, So he was eager to know if Slaika was a talent in this profession. No. And the second one? Slaika's answer was straightforward. Sumu felt a pang of disappointment. He had initially thought Slaika was a master blacksmith and even considered trying to keep her around. It seems we need to start looking again. The second question is, how much AI metal is needed to build a ship made of AI metal? Do you understand this technology? Sumu raised his doubts again. Mr. Sumu, these are two questions, Slaika said with a smile. Sumu. Sumu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Slaika to nitpick over his words. Then answer my second question. Understand. Slaika uttered a single word and turned to leave. Sumu, are you looking for a master blacksmith? Fu Ningyu stepped forward and said this. Yes, my territory needs a master blacksmith to forge magic wands. Do you have any recommendations? Sumu looked at Fu Ningyu curiously, wondering why she suddenly brought up this question. Actually, Stuhl is a forger. Never mind. Sumu quickly interrupted Fu Ningyu. Stolu is too temperamental. She might not be willing to do things for me. Besides, what I want is a master blacksmith who is more under my control. All right. Fu Ningyu said nothing more. Sumu's choice was not wrong to some extent. Given Stuart's personality, even if Sumu invites her back to her territory, she might not necessarily return. Even if he does come back, it's highly likely that Stuart will only do so because of Fu Ningyu. Sumu dislikes begging others to do things, so Stuhl is not a good choice for him. Just then, Stuart walked out from the side, startling Sumu and Fu Ningyu who were talking. Sumu didn't know if Stuart had heard his comment just now, but judging from Stuart's expression, it was quite possible that he had. From this perspective, even if Stuart is an incredibly skilled forging master, Sumu can no longer succeed on this path. 4-star value intelligence. The god of resources has bestowed a blessing. An airdrop is landing 500 meters ahead. Intelligence alert. The airdrop will disappear within 15 minutes. Please claim it as soon as possible. Intelligence analysis. The god of resources is an invisible god who controls the source of the world. You might find all sorts of strange and wonderful ores in his treasure chest. Just as Sumu was riding Ifea through the sky, a system notification sounded in his mind. Chapter 241 The Fiery Demon Clan, Inorial. Miss, we've lost track of that human and tree elf. Why don't we go back to our territory and discuss this further with the young master? Cancius spoke up. He was a guard of the Demon Clan and one of the trusted guards of the Demon Clan Chief Anderson's daughter. Yes, miss, with just the 5 of us, we're probably no match for that human youth. We've been wandering around in the forest for 2 days now. If it's really too much, let's go back and talk about it. Ode also offered his advice from the side. No, I will not return to my territory until I find out news of my father's killer. Inoral's beautiful face looked rather haggard, but her tone was very firm. That guy for worth just does nothing all day and waste time. I'd rather rely on myself than him. 5 nights ago, Inor went out with 5 guards, led by Cancius. Inor knew that her father, Anderson, had joined forces with the humans to annihilate the tree elves. She wanted to take advantage of the chaos to go and see if she could help. For NRL, her father always favored boys over girls, only valuing her brother for worth and assigning him all the tasks. Her father never valued her. Therefore, Enola was eager to prove herself to her father. She knew that surrounding and killing the tree spirits was the best opportunity. She can express herself and show that she is more capable than her brother. But to Enor's utter surprise, by the time she arrived at the tree spirit's territory with Cancius and the others, the battle was already over. Enor also witnessed her father being beheaded by the human youth. Seeing her father being hacked to death, Enor felt as if the sky had fallen. She was struck by lightning and stood there stunned. When she finally came to her senses, her face filled with hatred as she tried to avenge her father and kill her enemies. She was held down by Cancius and the others. Cancius and the others were able to suppress Enorial was naturally because they sensed the presence of demons in the area. Moreover, that demon woman was extremely powerful, a terrifying being that even the combined forces of the demons couldn't defeat. Cancius calmed Enor down and told her to look for an opportunity to take revenge. After calming down, Enor also realized that Cancius was right. If she can't find the right opportunity to take revenge, wouldn't rushing out be just a pointless suicide? Then her father died in vain. That would be pointless. After calming down, Enorial made an important decision. She chose to follow her enemy, hoping to find a suitable opportunity to take revenge. And so, Enor, who had chosen to follow along, witnessed her father's killer reunite with the tree spirits, and then they all left together to continue their journey. She couldn't find a chance to take him out alone, so she couldn't get her revenge. To avoid being exposed, Enor, along with Cancius and the others, followed at a distance. Then, they successfully lost them. Even after losing track of him, Enor was still determined. She wandered around the forest, searching for the whereabouts of her father's killer. Enor is very smart. She knew that the other party had led the Tree Elf clan on a long journey from the forest of Siam, so they must have some territory or city there. Therefore, all she needs to do is find a city nearby, and then she can find her father's killer. But miss, we're just wasting time doing this. Cancius began. Even if, as you suspect, he does have his own territory, then we have even less chance of killing him. If he stays in his territory and doesn't come out for a week or a month, we have no way to deal with him. We can't just keep putting up with him, can we? Besides, the fact that he has territory nearby is just your guess, miss, and it hasn't been confirmed yet. Yes, miss, I think Cancius is right, Ode chimed in from the side. Instead of wasting our time like this, we might as well go back and have a good talk with the young master. Maybe he has a solution. No matter what, the young master knows more people than we do. Now that the clan leader has been killed, he has to support the entire Liama clan, right? Ode's mention of Forworth, which made things better, immediately provoked Enor's displeasure. Her desire to prove herself grew even stronger. But this time, Enor wasn't trying to prove anything to her father. Rather, it was to prove something to myself. No need to say anything more. If you want to go back, then go back. Enor walked forward. Even if you leave, I will find him on my own. I will not give up. No sooner had Enoriel finished speaking than a guard rushed over. Miss. A discovery. What discovery? Enoriel became excited when she heard that there was a discovery. Forward, in front. The guard took a deep breath. The murderer who killed the clan chief has been discovered ahead. He's all alone right now. Before the guard could finish speaking, Enor had already dashed forward. Hurry up and keep up. Cancius realized something was wrong and immediately led OD and the others to catch up with Enor's pace. About 5 minutes later. Look, miss. I didn't mistake you for someone else, did I? That bastard who killed my father. Seeing the figure squatting on the ground ahead, seemingly fiddling with some kind of box, Enor's eyes blazed with fury. She'll never forget that face, even if she dies. This beast personally chopped off his father's head. Enor made as if to rush forward, but was pulled back by Cancius, who came from behind. What are you doing? Enor frowned and glared at Cancius with displeasure. Miss, we have this. As Cancius spoke, he took out a musket. This is a fine gift that young Master Forworth gave me last time. It's called a long-handled musket, and it's said to have a range of up to 200 meters. That means we can attack that guy even from that far away. A fierce and calculating glint flashed in Cancius's eyes. We can't sense his strength at all. It's rather strange. We should take a safer approach. If that musket hits someone in the head, it'll kill them instantly. One hit kill? Really? Enor was astonished. She looked down at the long-handled musket in Cancius's hand several times, but she couldn't figure out why such a thing had such great power. Real. Cancius laughed. This is a valuable item. No matter how high his cultivation level is, if he doesn't react in time, he will surely die. This is a good product produced by goblins, and I have personally tested its power. You know how to use it? Enor asked in a low voice. If what Cancius said is true, then it's certainly worth a try? Certainly. Chapter 242 Assault. You are the Nesser my master spoke of? Of course. Cancius smiled slightly and patted his long-handled musket. Miss, have you forgotten? I previously killed Elder Filgis of the Blood Demon clan. His strength was comparable to that of a holy knight. Why was I able to kill him and receive the clan leader's reward? You know, compared to Filgis, he's a whole major level stronger than me. Is it because of this musket? Enor had not forgotten that Cancius had indeed been praised by her father, who said he was brave and resourceful and had thwarted the Blood Demon clan's plot. So that's how he killed Filgis. In that case, it's up to you. Enoril made a promise. If you can kill him, I will reward you. Enova, I can give her to you in marriage. Thank you, miss. Cancius was extremely excited. Enova is a great beauty among the demon clan, second only to Enoriel. Cancius had been secretly in love with her for a very long time, and this was common knowledge in the tribe. Unfortunately, Enova had never been interested in Cancius, so now that he had the chance to get close to her, he was naturally extremely excited. Perform a good performance. Enoriel gestured to him. Yes, miss, rest assured. Cancius will certainly live up to expectations. As he spoke, Cancius began to use the bushes as cover to set up his gun on the spot. Obtained a refined iron or exchange scroll. Obtained a wood exchange scroll. Obtained stone or exchange scroll. Obtained a tin iron or exchange scroll. Obtained a crystal or exchange scroll. Obtained a glaze or exchange scroll. Obtained a mechanical metal exchange scroll. Obtain a hedge exchange scroll. The treasure chest contained scrolls for exchanging wood and mineral resources. Sumu glanced at it. Crystal ore? Isn't this the material for making a magic cannon? It was given to him by Eileen at that time. Moreover, Sumu was pleasantly surprised that he could exchange 2,000 crystal ore at once. But what surprised and delighted him the most was the scroll that could be exchanged for mechanical metal. AI metal from Slyka today, and he never expected to actually find it. Obtain AI metal by picking up treasure chests? This discovery greatly excited Sumu. Colored glaze mineral, a type of brightly colored mineral. Its specific function is unknown. Hedgewood, a sturdy material imbued with rich magical elements. Its specific uses are unknown. The newly discovered colored glaze minerals and hedges had no known function, so Sumu didn't dwell on it. Suddenly, Sumu's eyes sharpened. He seemed to sense something and lunged forward. Bang! Then a loud bang. A deep pit appeared where Sumu had just been standing. How is that possible? Cancius frowned. His expression changed drastically, and his face was full of disbelief. How could that guy possibly dodge my musket? Impossible. Even a Holy Spirit Knight like him died at my hands. Could that guy's strength possibly surpass that of a Holy Spirit Knight? How is that possible? He's human, and so young. As Cancius was muttering to himself, Od spoke up beside him. Miss, that bastard seems to have spotted us. Should we retreat? He's acting strangely. Now that they've discovered us, let's engage them directly. Just as Anor was about to push aside the bushes, a stunningly beautiful girl blocked their way. Ifia, kill them. Sumu's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly shouted. Ever since killing Anderson, the patriarch of the Liama clan, Sumu has been receiving unsolicited intelligence alerts from the intelligence system. Throughout his journey with the tree spirit, Sumu received a constant stream of information alerts, all of which were unclear and very confusing. This was the first time Sumu had encountered such a situation, and he was also very confused. At that time, he wondered if someone was following him. However, in order not to alert the enemy, Sumu kept quiet. Furthermore, with the tree spirits around, he couldn't leave, lest it be some kind of feint attack. Until 2 days ago, the strange notification sound finally stopped, and Sumu was certain that something had indeed been following him all along. Just now, as Sumu rode Ifia through the sky, that strange notification sound appeared again. Sumu knew that the entity following him had reappeared. He had Effie hide, and then used himself as bait. Finally, they discovered the person who had been following him all along. They look like members of the Fierce Demon Clan. They are from the Fiery Demon Clan. Sumu recognized her at a glance, and he immediately ordered Ifia to attack. Ifia is very strong. She may not be as strong as Malor and Ulilua, but most people would have no chance to fight back against her. In less than a minute, Ifia had dealt with Cancius and the others. She unleashed silver-white elemental energy in her hand and blasted it towards the last remaining Enorial. Bang! A deafening roar erupted. Enor's face was filled with terror, but she found herself completely unharmed. What on earth happened? Who are you? Sumu frowned as he looked at the long-legged beauty who had appeared before him and began to speak. Ifia's attack was clearly capable of killing in one hit, but it was blocked by the long-legged beauty wearing a hat in front of her. Sumu subconsciously thought that she was an accomplice. However, he felt that the long-legged beauty in front of him looked very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Oh right. Sumu suddenly remembered. That day, when he and Eileen were kissing in the sky on their griffins, they encountered a beautiful woman riding a firebird. She came out from a spatial rift. Sumu remembered that it was the woman in front of him. Although it was only a glance, Sumu remembered it very clearly, simply because the other person's legs were longer than his life. You can't kill this demon clan member. The long-legged beauty spoke. Why? Give me a reason? Being beautiful is not an excuse. If the other party cannot provide a reasonable explanation, Sumu will definitely take action against her. He is not the kind of person who can't move his legs when he sees a woman and who thinks with his lower body. The long-legged beauty remained silent, her gaze quietly fixed on Sumu as she scrutinized him. Sumu frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, the long-legged beauty spoke up. You have the scent of a spatial scroll on you. It comes from my master. Nesser my master spoke of, aren't you? Etc. Nesser? Chapter 243 The Spirit Thunder Rabbit Clan, Sabathini. Your master is Peter, the merchant of spatial scrolls. Su Muqing couldn't help but speak. He remembered Patern, the space scroll merchant, with whom he used to drink and boast in the Tianlong City Tavern. At that time, Patern had said that he would introduce his apprentice to him. Sumu thought it was a joke he made while drunk, but she didn't expect it to actually happen. It seems Peter Parker is serious. Sumu secretly used a perception spell on the long-legged beauty in front of him. Sharbastini, a member of the Thunder Rabbit clan, has a significant backstory. The insight technique was very general, but it did yield some basic information. So she's a rabbit girl from the Rabbit clan. No wonder her legs are longer than her name. Sumu's doubts were finally resolved. But what about Sabathini's bunny ears? Sumu glanced at the hat on her head. It seemed to be hidden under the hat. Sumu wondered if the rabbit ears looked and were purple, just like Sabathini's hair. Looks like you really are something. My master's original name was Peter Sinka Philanroy Elderson Longkimi. His name to outsiders is Peter. If you can say his name, it proves that you are good enough. Sabathini rolled her eyes, a look of helplessness on her beautiful face. Why would master send me to find a morally bankrupt bastard like you? So annoying. A heartless bastard? Was the first impression really that bad? Sumu didn't know what he had done to lead Sabathini to such a conclusion, and he was curious as well. I just killed a demon clan member who ambushed me from the shadows. Does that make me an immoral bastard? Isn't this hat a bit too big for you? It's not about killing people. You've probably forgotten the dirty things you did on that flying beast when we first met. Snort. Sabathini snorted and rolled her eyes again. Sumu. Wow, it turns out this bunny girl still remembers what happened when they first met. But how can love and affection be considered something dirty? That is the engine of human society. It is infinitely glorious. Sumu felt it was too unfair to be labeled as immoral for doing this. Besides, he and Eileen couldn't help themselves that day. So why did Sabathini suddenly show up to see them? Does that make me immoral? I haven't even said you're immoral yet. Sumu smiled, neither annoyed nor angry. You peeping Tom who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What? I'm not a peeping Tom. Sabathini's beautiful face immediately turned bright red, clearly indicating that she was extremely prone to blushing. Of course it is. We're having a normal emotional exchange. How can that be dirty? You're the dirty one, you intruding peeping Tom. Sumu countered that he thought it would be fun to tease Sabathini, since she was such an easily angered person. I didn't suddenly barge in. Sabathini rolled her eyes. Don't slander me. Did you suddenly appear? Sumu asked. Do you dare admit it? Yes. Sabathini gritted her teeth. Why would I be afraid to admit it? But Sumu's next sentence broke her defenses. Then you're a voyeur, suddenly appearing to spy on me and others having emotional exchanges. You're shameless. You bastard. Sabathini was furious, but she quickly took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Forget it. I won't argue with you. Let's not talk about this. Sabathini didn't go berserk as Sumu had imagined, which surprised him slightly. You can't kill this demon clan member. Suddenly, Sabathini turned her attention to Inor beside her. Inor didn't know why the girl in front of her was helping her, but she still felt a sliver of relief. Inor hadn't forgotten the hatred for her father's murder, but after witnessing the strength of the beautiful girl next to Sumu, she quickly calmed down. With her current abilities, she simply cannot achieve this without a good opportunity. To live on for now than to die in vain. The deaths of Cancius and the others completely brought Inor to her senses. Why? Sumu said unhappily. She just led her people to attack me, so why can't you just say you can't kill her? You're not in cahoots with her, are you? Then I won't be polite. Inor and her tribesmen launched an attack on Sumu. To Sumu, she was a scourge. Sumu would not allow such a person to stay, unless there was a genuine reason why she could not be killed. Sumu didn't want to be the first thing someone thought about the moment she opened her eyes. That feeling was definitely not pleasant. And the most important one is, Sumu sensed from his sixth sense that Inoriel definitely wanted to avenge her clan leader. She must have witnessed him killing Anderson. No, Anderson was killed by Yulila. Sumu only beheaded him. But no matter what, he couldn't rest easy as long as Inoriel was alive. You dare to be impolite? As soon as Sabathini spoke, she seemed to realize her tone was inappropriate, hesitated for a moment, then took it back and added. I'm not with her, I don't know her. Real? Then why? Sumu was an extremely stable person, and he was not angry because of Sabathini's tone. After all, Sabathini in front of him is Patern's apprentice, so Sumu will just do her a favor to Patern. Another point is that Sumu thinks that Sabathini might have some good scrolls on her. If we completely break off relations, we probably won't get any benefits. Because Sabatini hesitated visibly, and after a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, because the fire demon clan possesses fire elemental energy, I was searching for them, and it wasn't easy to finally find them. Moreover, the fire elemental energy on her body is extremely pure, making her an excellent furnace for what I need. A furnace? Sumu murmured subconsciously. To be honest, Sumu had only ever seen the concept of a furnace or cauldron in older novels. But they are nothing more than martial arts novels and fantasy novels. This means that women can become the vehicle for men's self-cultivation. Women referred to as furnace vessels all possess special constitutions, and men who engage in dual cultivation with them can greatly increase their power. Sumu subconsciously assumed that Sabatini meant the same thing, and he stared at her strangely. This girl from the Thunder Rabbit clan is actually a lesbian? Sumu's gaze gradually became ambiguous. No wonder Sabatini hesitated so much just now. This is something that really can't be discussed openly. Chapter 244. You're a master blacksmith. What kind of look is that? Sabatini noticed Sumu's ambiguous gaze, and she frowned slightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. I never expected you to have such a hobby, to actually like finding furnaces and cauldrons. Sumu smiled. He wasn't trying to mock Sabatini. He just found it somewhat funny and abstract. What's so funny about looking for a furnace cauldron? Sabatini had no idea what Sumu found funny, and her brows furrowed even more. Behind them, Inor was speechless. Did these two people consider her feelings? Were they discussing the furnace in front of her? Wrong. Is she the furnace/cauldron? Inor felt as if she had been dealt a heavy blow to her heart. Isn't that ridiculous? Sumu's smile widened. In his mind, he thought that the novel only allowed men and women to cultivate together, since men and women are different. But what about the girl in front of me, Sabatini and the demon clan? Do we really need to do all this? What's so strange about that? Sabatini was very displeased with the smile on Sumu's face. She put her hands on her hips and said in a coquettish voice, on this continent, every renowned master blacksmith has their own furnace. I, Sabatini, am also a saint-level craftsman. Don't I deserve to have my own furnace? Besides, it's not like you have to be a master craftsman to find your own furnace cauldron. Why are you laughing at me? That's outrageous. You re not only immoral, you're also a jerk with no manners. Snort. Sabatini launched into a rapid-fire barrage of criticism at Sumu, speaking at an extremely fast pace and with a fierce tone, etc. Sumu seemed to have heard some incredible news. What did you just say? What did I just say? Sabatini thought for a moment, then rolled her eyes again. You re not only immoral, you're also a jerk with no manners. Sumu. Not this sentence. Sabatini wondered why Sumu was asking these questions, but she patiently answered anyway. It's not like you have to be a master craftsman to find your own furnace. Not this sentence, but the sentence before it. Sumu was almost at the key point. Go ahead and play again. Sabatini pouted, thought for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. Am I, a master craftsman, not worthy of having my own furnace? You're a master blacksmith? Sumu was excited. He had heard Serena say that the levels of master blacksmiths on this continent were divided into forging apprentice, craftsman, master craftsman, grandmaster craftsman, saint master craftsman, divine master craftsman, legendary master craftsman. They all have one name, forging master. Sumu never expected that the woman in front of him, Sabatini, was actually the master blacksmith that Serena had been searching for. Moreover, he was a master craftsman. You should know that there are only two major realms above the saint craftsman. Therefore, Sabatini is already a very remarkable blacksmithing master, with a high level of skill. Sumu's eyes lit up immediately. I searched high and low without finding it, but then it came to me without any effort. Thanks, Patern. You're already a master craftsman at such a young age? Sumu feigned disbelief as he praised her. That's amazing. That's amazing. Based on Sumu's past experience, maximizing a girl's emotional value first is the best approach in dating. Since that's the case, he'll transform into a complimenter and shower Sabatini with compliments until she falls for him. Sumu had already made up her mind. Sure enough, after being praised, Sabatini showed a rare hint of a smile. Although it is not easy to detect, it can be barely seen. You're only just realizing that now. Sabatini gave a soft hum. If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have known. I originally thought you were just a pretty girl who was unemployed and traveling around, a mere pretty face. I never expected you to be so capable. Sumu spared no praise, striving to maximize Sabatini's emotional value. Master Craftsman. That's a level that many people can't reach in their entire lives. You've achieved it at such a young age. You're truly amazing. Judging from your appearance, you must be no more than 15 or 16 years old, right? How did you do that? You're even more talented than a genius. You must be a monster. You're so amazing, your master never told me. Peter is really lucky to have such a talented and precious apprentice. Sabathini proudly raised her chin, her smile even more uncontrollable than AK's. She couldn't stop trembling. Actually, it's not so bad. I'm already 18. It's not as exaggerated as you say, only 15 or 16 years old. In any case, you've already surpassed 99% of people. Who else at your age has such talent? A master craftsman. I really can't believe it. It's only a matter of minutes before you surpass the legendary craftsman. Sumu continues to transform into Su the Praiser. No, there's still a long way to go before becoming a legendary craftsman. Sabashini was getting a little embarrassed by Sumu's constant praise and attacks. I still have a long way to go compared to my seniors. I don't care. In my heart you are already extremely strong. You have truly shocked me, Saint Craftsman. Emotional value at its peak. At this moment, a radiant smile had blossomed on Sabathini's beautiful face. So now, you're willing not to kill her, right? I need her to make a furnace for me. Sabathini pointed at Honor again and said, more than willing. If you just say the word, I'll wipe out the entire demon clan and bring them back for you to choose from as your furnace vessels. Sumu insists on exporting his philosophy. A small lick doesn't count as a lick. As long as you can lick Sabathini back to her territory, it doesn't count as licking. Only what you can't reach, that's what you call licking. Therefore, Sumu had no psychological burden whatsoever. That won't be necessary. It's clear that Sabathini is in a very good mood and has put the previous unpleasantness behind her. By the way, may I ask you something? What do you mean by furnace? At this moment, Sumu raised his doubts. Since Sabathini is a master blacksmith, the furnace she speaks of is not the furnace Sumu understands. Huh? Didn't you already know that? Sabathini was somewhat puzzled. Sumu. I know a little, but not much. After your professional explanation, I probably understand it better. After all, you are a saint craftsman, right? Sabathini's face lit up with a smile again. The furnace is a forging aid used by master forging craftsmen. Its function is to control the flame intensity, temperature, and so on during the forging process. We master blacksmiths usually seek out forging aids made of pure fire elemental energy to help us during the forging process. You can think of it simply as a laborer who helps us stoke the stove. Chapter 245 Enslaving Honor. The backbreaking labor of tending the stove? Sumu nodded, then he understood. Does that mean they were practically slaves? If you interpret it that way, that's fine too, but their status will definitely be much higher than that of a slave. After all, the honor of the furnace is tied to the master forging master. If I am respected on the continent, would anyone dare to bully the people around me? Sabastini said with a smile. In that case, I will not kill her. You may do as you please. Sumu waved his hand and said, do you know that if ordinary people wanted to kill me, I would have killed them without hesitation? I wouldn't keep a time bomb by my side. Sumu was very artful with his words. His subtle remark inadvertently placed a favor on Sabathini. Thank you then. As she spoke, Sabathini turned around, went to Honor's side, and took out a piece of brown paper. This is no ordinary parchment. Sumu could see magical patterns on it, indicating that it possesses magical power. What is this? Sumu walked over and couldn't help but ask a question. He was really curious. This is a furnace contract. You can think of it as a slave contract. After signing it, she must be loyal to me. If she disobeys, I can kill her immediately. Sabathini patiently explained. Sumu glanced at Honoriel and realized that she hadn't resisted at all when the furnace contract was signed. Not only did they not resist, they were quite compliant. Could it be that this woman from the fierce demon clan is plotting something wicked? Sumu frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything more. Having already promised Sabathini, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. Sabathini also found it strange, but she didn't think much of it. Contract complete. Sabathini looked at Honoriel. Your name is Honoriel, right? It's already been reflected in the contract. I hope we can cooperate happily in the future. If you follow me with peace of mind, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. I understand. As Honor responded, she glanced in Sumu's direction, her eyes thoughtful. It was this one glance that made Sumu understand a lot. It seems that Honor wants to stay by Sabathini's side and find the right opportunity to kill him. No chance. I'll talk to you tonight about what you should do following my lead from now on. Also, don't be hostile towards Ness in the future. He's not as bad as you think. There must be some misunderstanding between you two. Sabatini was unaware of what had happened between Sumu and Inoral, and her advice was entirely well-intentioned. Sumu quickly stepped forward and extended an invitation, interrupting their conversation. Miss Sabatini, if you don't mind, would you like to have dinner in my territory? It's getting late. Sure. Sabatini hesitated for a moment. The small town of Tianmu. Sumu and the others sat around a table, on which were laid out delicious-smelling food. Sabatini was eating with her chopsticks without a care for her image. Nesser, is the chef in your territory a tree spirit from the Ernie tribe? Why is his cooking so superb? It's so delicious. This is the best dish I've ever had. Miss Sabatini, if you like it, eat more. Take your time. There's plenty of food. Sumu said with a smile. Our chef is not from the Ernie tribe. She is human, just like me. Sumu also knew about the Ernie tribe. Serena had mentioned it to them before. Sumu also thought that when he had time, he would personally go to find the tree spirits of the Ernie tribe to see if they had any people who could be brought back to their territory. As Sumu's territory expanded, his thirst for talent grew ever stronger. He wished more talented people could stay in this place. Human chefs can make such delicious dishes. Looked up at Sumu in surprise, still stuffing food into her mouth. You're not lying to me, are you? Real. Just then, Zhou Yuqi finished her work and came over. Sumu took the opportunity to introduce her. This is our territory's head chef, Zhou Yuqi. If you, Miss Sabatini, enjoy her cooking, you may stay a little longer. Sumu hoped that Sabatini would stay. After all, she was a master blacksmith and a holy craftsman, and a talent that his territory lacked. However, Sumu couldn't say it directly, for fear of scaring Sabatini and causing her to dislike him. He could only probe her thoughts step by step. Hello, Zhou Yuqi greeted politely. Hello? Seeing that Sumu had invited her to stay for a few more days, Sabatini looked around again and found that everyone around her was female, with Sumu being the only male. Yes, I happen to be free and can stay for a while. Then I'll trouble Mr. Ness. Miss Sabatini, you can call me Sumu from now on. Actually, my real name is Sumu, just like your master. Nesser is just my alias. Noticing the strange looks from Serena and the others, Sumu quickly offered an explanation. It's really not good to keep saying Nesni all the time. Tao Yao and the others are okay, they won't be led astray, but Serena and Winstia are bound to have the wrong ideas. Okay. Sabatini didn't say much more and continued to focus on her meal, but she quickly steered the conversation towards Zhou Yuqi. Miss Zhou Yuqi, your culinary skills are so outstanding. Why not consider taking a rating exam? I think being a saint chef should be a very easy thing for you, and the entire territory will become famous throughout the continent because of you. Rating? What does that mean? Zhou Yuqi was completely focused on the kitchen, oblivious to what was happening outside her territory. She clearly didn't understand what was going on and looked at Sumu with a puzzled expression. Serena, standing beside her, had already offered an explanation. The rating is just like your own strength. For example, I am a mage, and that is my own strength. I don't need to prove it or judge it. But other professions are different. They need to participate in the rating exams of the neutral associations on the continent. For example, for forging masters, if they want to improve their level, they must pass the Forging Association's exams and gradually raise their level. The assessment methods for each profession are different, and you need to find out the specifics yourself. Yes, Miss Serena is right. Sabatini nodded. This was the first time Sumu had heard such a statement, and he couldn't help but ask, what are the benefits of participating in the rating program? Chapter 246 People from the Yang Demon Clan have arrived. Miss Sabatini, please explain. You should know the benefits of ratings better than I do. Serena smiled slightly and gestured for them to proceed. All right. Sabatini wasn't being pretentious either. The benefit of the rating is that your reputation will soar, and you will gain recognition and respect from everyone on the mainland. This is the most basic thing. On a deeper level, after the rating, the association can provide you with some special materials for a certain period of time for free, but you need to exchange them for contribution points. These materials include some very difficult to obtain items that you cannot acquire on your own. Finally, you can use your own magic to enchant the things you create. At this point, Sabatini's expression became unusually solemn. But despite her solemn demeanor, she didn't forget to stuff a piece of meat into her mouth. Sumu. Sumu could already label Sabatini as a pure foodie. If he's just a foodie, Then he'll have a way to keep Sabathini in his territory. Enchantment? What does that mean? This was the first time Sumu had ever heard this term. You don't even know about enchanting? Sabathini glanced at Sumu. Are you even from this continent? How come you don't know anything about this? Sumu wasn't actually from this continent, but he couldn't explain it to Sabathini, so he could only smile. Oh my god. Sabathini sighed in exasperation. Enchanting means giving your work certain abilities. For example, if I forge a piece of armor, I can enchant it with some attributes, such as immunity to fire elemental magic, immunity to water elemental attacks, or to enhance its defense, or enchant it with magical attack or defensive moves, and so on. That's called enchanting. Enchanting is a very important part of our crafting professions. Without enchanting, the crafting professions in Dream World would have little value or meaning. After Sabathini explained it this way, Sumu roughly understood what enchanting meant. For example, his demon dragon hornblade is likely an enchanted piece. However, Sumu was puzzled. Could dishes be enchanted? Can chefs enchant their own dishes? Sumu raised his own question. Sure. Sabathini spoke excitedly. The legendary chef Saliasil made a dish called roasted sky-high snails last time, and the enchantment it had was that it could increase the eater's ability to travel through space for a month. The ability to travel through space. Ordinary people have no chance of obtaining this ability, but after eating Saliasil's dishes, you can gain the ability to travel through space for a month. That's the power of enchantment. Sumu expressed surprise. The food enchantments look really good. If that's really the case, it would be excellent for Zhou Yuqi to take an assessment. This kind of thing is truly something that can only be encountered by chance. Sabathini continued. Do you know that the dish, time-traveling snails, fetched an astronomical price at auction in the main city of St. Lembas back then? That's an astronomical price. Do you know how much it costs? Sabathini muttered to herself. The enchanted armor I painstakingly forged only sold for 5 million gold coins at auction, but a single dish of theirs is already worth an astronomical price. I can't compare. Sabathini said bitterly. Although I am only a master craftsman and not a legendary craftsman, normally speaking, chefs are much more sought after than us in the daily life professions. Serena, standing nearby, glanced at Sumu briefly upon hearing the words, sacred craftsman. When Sumu brought Sabathini back, he did not explain her identity. Serena had gotten used to him bringing girls home every few days. But now that she knows the other party is a saint craftsman, Serena couldn't help but glance at Sumu a few more times. She had just finished saying that the territory needed a master blacksmith when Sumu brought him back. This clearly shows that he truly took her words to heart. Serena was also very happy, and she was already thinking about how to properly treat Sumu tonight. As she pondered the matter, a blush inevitably crept onto Serena's face. Just how much money is it that makes Miss Sabathini so concerned? Sumu couldn't help but ask. You guess? Sabathini playfully held up 2 fingers. 200 million gold coins. Sumu felt that his valuation was already bold enough, but Sabathini still shook her head. 2 billion. It's just a dish. It can't be that serious, can it? A dish that can sell for 2 billion yuan. That's more than just an astronomical price. This is an astronomical price. But Sumu guessed wrong again. It's 20 billion. You underestimate the ability to travel through space. Sabathini rolled her eyes. And not gold coins, but amethyst coins. That's equivalent to 200 billion gold coins. Sabathini felt like her aversion to stupidity was about to kick in. How could Sumu have so many questions? Sumu was truly shocked. 200 billion gold coins. Grandpa's. A dish costs 200 billion gold coins. Will I die if I don't eat it? Sumu really couldn't imagine dishes priced like that. If it were a suit of armor, he could understand. Zhou Yuqi was clearly surprised as well. She roughly knew the value of gold coins, but she never expected that a dish could have such a price. This world is crazy. Or is it that there are just too many rich people who are bored and have nothing better to do? Zhou Yuqi became curious about the certification process for the profession of chef. The purple crystal coin is the exclusive currency of the main city of St. Lembas. Within their main city, only the purple crystal coin is recognized, and other gold coins are not accepted for transactions. Serena's voice rang out. She noticed Sabathini's gaze and also felt that there were too many things Sumu didn't understand. She quickly stepped in to help explain. St. Lembas is a neutral city, not under the jurisdiction of any country. All the associations of life and professions gather here, making it an incomparably prosperous place. That place is full of countless possibilities. It's also a place that all warriors and adventurers flock to. Serena had barely finished speaking when Sabathini chimed in. That's right. Well, this looks like a good place. I'm getting a little curious. To be honest, after Serena and Sabathini said that, Sumu's curiosity about this place called St. Limbius was greatly aroused. 6-star danger intelligence. The Yang Demon clan has been detected attempting to tear through a spatial rift to reach your territory. Their intentions are unclear. Please prepare your defenses. Intelligence alert. The enemy numbers 10 people. It's not a large group. Chapter 247 Yang Yellen, the young master of the Yang Demon clan. As Sumu and Sabathini were chatting, a notification from the intelligence system sounded in his mind. Moreover, it's an extremely rare 6-star danger intelligence. This is currently the highest level star-level danger intelligence that Sumu has ever seen. He has to secretly ponder it and prepare to defend against it at any time. Serena, take them inside the house. Those who haven't finished eating, please continue eating and don't come out yet. Sumu suddenly stood up and gave the order. The women looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding why he had suddenly made such a decision. I see. Serena didn't ask too many questions. She quickly got up to make arrangements. Sabathini, her mouth stuffed full, babbled as Winstia and the others led her into the house. I bet she was also asking, what happened? As soon as Serena and the others retreated inside, Sumu saw a spatial rift, as wide as an insurmountable chasm, appear in the sky above. He first met Yulilua. It was a grand affair. The strength of the person who came was evident. Sumu did not leave. The ground beneath his feet was his own territory, and there was nowhere else for him to go. Lilua, who had been missing and never ate at the same table with Sumu and the others, suddenly appeared. Her gaze was solemn, as if she had sensed something, her eyes fixed on the spatial rift in the sky. The next moment, just as the intelligence system had said, 10 people appeared outside the spatial rift. Their leader was a handsome young man with blonde hair and a very cold gaze. As soon as he appeared, his eyes fell on Sumu and Yu Lilua, observing them repeatedly. Yang Demon Clan, Yang Yulin. Yang Demon Clan, Yang Demon Clan warrior Yang Liwei. Sumu scanned the area with his insight technique and found that all the entries were introductions of Yang Demon Clan warriors, except for the young Yang Demon Clan member, who was the leader and named Yang Yellen, who was rather special. Go inside. They came looking for me. Yulilua suddenly spoke to Sumu. This was the first time Sumu had seen any anxiety or panic on Yulilua's face, something that rarely happened to her. Before Sumu could respond, Yang Yellen in the sky spoke. Yulilua, you are now an adult, and you bear the weight of the honor and fate of the entire Moon Demon clan on your shoulders. Do you think running away will help, given that you're already my fiancé? Etc. Fiancé? Yulilua Yang Yellen's fiancé? Sumu seemed to have heard some incredible news. Before he could think further, Yang Yellen's gaze sharpened, and he spoke again. And who is this man? Sumu could feel that Yang Yellen was watching him closely, and if Yulilua's answer was not satisfactory, the other party's attack would likely fall immediately. You don't need to know who he is. Yulilu finished speaking. Yang Yellen suddenly swung his hand forward. Moment. A golden light streaked towards Sumu. Careful. Master, be careful. Inside the stone house, Serena and Winstia, who were secretly watching the situation outside, couldn't help but shout out. Bang! A violent explosion rang out. What reassured Serena and Winstia was that Sumu was alright. He stood perfectly intact in the same spot. The one who blocked the main attack was Yulilua. Just as her attack was about to hit Sumu, she rushed to his side without hesitation and blocked the attack with her own body. Master! Just as Winstia was about to rush out of the house to check on things, Serena grabbed her arm. Sister Serena. Winstia looked at her, puzzled. Have you forgotten his instructions? Let's not go out yet, lest we cause even more irreversible consequences. The newcomers are from the Demon Clan, and with Yulilua here, there shouldn't be any major problems. Let's observe first. Serena was indeed worried about Sumu, but she still calmly analyzed the current situation on the field. All right. Although Winstia was worried about Sumu, she chose to follow Serena's advice and wait and see for the time being. Furthermore, Sumu did indeed instruct them not to come out unless necessary, and to stay inside the house. Are you alright? Yulilua, who had blocked the attack for him, Sumu couldn't help but take a step forward to her side and pull her aside to check on her. The attack was too swift. With his current strength, Sumu had no way to withstand or dodge it. Sumu himself is very clear about this point. So when he saw Yulilua shield him from the attack, He was quite surprised and touched. Liluo now shared a life. If he died, she wouldn't live either. However, Liluo's subconscious act of selflessness still touched Sumu. He felt that she had changed a lot. Fine. Liluo pushed Sumu away, because she had already noticed Yang Yelin's unfriendly and angry gaze in the sky. His fiancée had actually risked her life to shield another man from an attack right in front of him. One can imagine how profound the impact this scene must have been on Yang Yelin's heart. He simply couldn't accept it. He felt like he was being completely cuckolded. Killing Sumu has become his obsession and the thing he wants to do most right now. Liluo, you're being all lovey-dovey with another man right in front of your fiancé. Is this your response to me? Yang Yelin said coldly. I heard your father say that you didn't want to be married off, so you ran away from the clan's territory at all costs. Now, in my opinion, that's just a joke. You probably left your clan and abandoned your original identity and status because of this wild man. Yang Yelin, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. Liluo interrupted Yang Yelin, staring at him with unwavering determination. I left the Moon Demon clan simply because I couldn't stand your clan's dirty methods of forced marriage. You're not worthy of me marrying you. Humph. Yang Yelin's eyes blazed with anger again. He grunted and glared at Sumu. I am not worthy. Does he even deserve it? Humans are like ants. I could crush them with a single finger. As Yang Yelin spoke, his figure vanished from the sky in an instant. When Sumu saw him again, he was already standing in front of him. Liluo immediately blocked Sumu's path. It seems you're determined to protect him. Yang Yi was about to speak. I can't explain it to you. What a convenient excuse. As Yang Yelin's attack landed, Liluo shielded him with her own body. Started fighting right in front of Sumu, one attacking and the other defending. Liluo's strength is clearly much greater than Yang Yelin's, as can be seen from the details of how she can take care of Sumu to prevent him from being attacked and even fight back. But the more she acted this way, the angrier Yang Yelin became. Suddenly, Yang Yelin flashed back into the sky, his eyes fixed on Liluo's neck below. Chapter 248 Divine Punishment from Heaven. What did you do? Liluo's long, slender, and fair neck, which was as beautiful as a swan's, she was wearing a black ring. Yang Yelin saw the ring during the fight. Okay, Liluo. Excellent. Against the backdrop of the full moon high in the sky, Yang Yelin trembled, constantly sneering. You, a princess of the Moon Demon clan, have actually been reduced to a slave to a mere human ant. Good. That's absolutely wonderful. The Yang Demon clan, so he knew very well what was on Liluo's neck. That wasn't an ornament at all. It was a collar worn exclusively by slaves. Yang Yelin could even sense the power of the contract contained within the collar. Liluo, do you truly love this human so deeply? Yang Yelin's voice was filled with suppressed anger. A princess of the Moon Demon clan, willingly wearing a slave collar for him, becoming his plaything, his slave. This love is truly profound. Yang Yelin gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound. He simply couldn't accept that the woman he loved so dearly, his nominal fiancée, had become another man's slave. Yang Yelin felt like he had been cuckolded. Liluo did not speak. She had no way of explaining the situation to Yang Yelin. Moreover, Liluo herself strongly disliked Yang Yelin. From her current perspective, Yang Yelin is not even as good as Sumu in terms of character. In her opinion, Sumu was not a good person, but he was at least honest. Yang Yelin, behind the scenes, did countless dirty tricks to facilitate his marriage to her. He even instigated other races to massacre members of the Moon Demon clan in order to provoke conflict and force the Moon Demon clan into conflict and war with other races. The methods used were utterly dirty. Moreover, Yang Yelin is not necessarily faithful in matters of the heart. As the young master of the Yangma clan and the next clan leader, he already has over 100 women by his side, of falling in love with every woman he meets. Furthermore, according to Liluo's knowledge, 80% of Yang Yelin's women were taken by him. Whether it's open robbery or covert robbery, Yang Yelin enjoys the thrill of getting what he can't have by any means necessary. He's a madman. Liluo was naturally aloof, proud, and assertive. How could she possibly accept someone like Yang Yelin? Lilu felt nothing but resistance and aversion towards Yang Yelin. Sumu felt even more helpless. He thought that guy named Yang Yelin was just plain stupid. What merit or ability does he possess? Liluo, a princess of the Moon Demon clan, humbled herself for love, donned a slave collar, and became his slave, allowing him to play with and command her at will. Good heavens, this plot is something even novels wouldn't dare to write. Is it possible to reach this level of That's too absurd and abstract. But Yang Yellen actually dared to imagine it. This worldview is absolutely mind-blowing and beyond words. 10-star dangerous intelligence. The rapid development of your territory has attracted the attention of an unknown force, and divine punishment has been imposed. In 1 minute, lightning will fall from the sky above the territory, lasting for 12 hours. Intelligence alert. The divine lightning carries boundless destructive power. Buildings within your territory may be damaged, and creatures within your territory may perish under its wrath. Intelligence analysis. The divine punishment lightning is extremely dangerous. Please do everything possible to defend against it. Just as Su Mu was complaining about Yang Yellen's poor judgment, the intelligence system alerted him again. Moreover, compared to Yang Yellen's appearance, this time the danger intelligence has actually reached the 10-star dark red level. Su Mu's heart trembled with fear. No way. 10-star danger intelligence? Has this already reached its maximum? Afraid to answer? Alright. Above the night sky, Yang Yellen spoke again. Then I will personally kill him, and let you witness firsthand how I torture him to death. Yang Yellen grinned menacingly, revealing a set of white teeth. After he dies, I will turn you, Yu Liluo, into my slave. You are no longer worthy to be my fiancé. Yang Yellen waved his hand, and gave orders to the troops he had brought with him. Charge! Kill that guy. Yes, young master. The warriors of the Sun Demon clan responded in unison and swooped down towards the territory below. Quickly use a spatial scroll to escape. There are too many people. I can't protect you. They will kill you. Yu Lilu left those words and suddenly dashed forward. She didn't have time to say anything more. With her strength, she could easily stop Yang Yellen, but with 9 guards added, it's hard to say. Moreover, Yu Liluo felt that Su Mu's strength might not be enough to defeat the warriors around Yang Yellen. The Yang Demon Clan warriors who could follow Yang Yellen were all top-notch elites. The elite of the elite. What? Yu Liluo suddenly froze, stunned on the spot. She discovered that Yang Yellen and the Yang Demon warriors who were swooping down were all isolated by an invisible shield. They can no longer enter the territory. What's going on? Yang Yellen's dark eyebrows furrowed tightly. Just now, he had fallen and fought with Yu Liluo. How could they be separated by a sudden force in less than 2 minutes? Young master, it's probably a protective array. Yang Liwei, who was standing nearby, offered a reminder. I have seen similar protective formations when I fought alongside the clan leader before. They are exactly the same. How can we break this? Attack. As long as the attack reaches a certain intensity, it can be broken. Then attack. As the two were talking, Su Mu's shouts came from below. Yu Liluo, come back quickly. Don't go out, come down. Grab her. Yang Yellen reacted and rushed towards Yu Liluo. Su Mu's suggestion was very helpful, and Yu Liluo trusted him to some extent. So she turned around and returned to the territory's protective barrier, landing next to Su Mu. Once the territory shield is activated, you can only leave, not enter. Yu Liluo's situation was special because half of her body was outside and the other half was inside. Damn it! Yang Yellen's face was contorted with rage as he roared furiously. Attack! Attack them all! Break this damn shield! Yes! Just as the Yangma warriors were about to make their move, the once clear and cloudless night sky changed. Several bolts of lightning flashed. Above the sky, bursts of thunder and lightning filled the air. What's going on? Yang Yellen turned around, looked up at the sky, and the Yang Demon Clan warriors were also puzzled. Boom! Bolt of lightning, thicker than a person, crashed down, heading straight for Yang Yi. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and narrowly escaped. A cold sweat broke out on Yang Yellen's back. What did you do? Yu Liluo turned to look at Su Mu. Chapter 249. Not bad. This heavenly lightning is my method. What did you do? What else can Su Mu do? He simply received a notification from the intelligence system and raised his own territory's protective shield. The heavenly lightning above the sky wasn't summoned by him. However, judging from Yula's reaction, she seems to have misunderstood that the heavenly lightning was summoned by him and was used to deal with Yang Yellen and the others. Su Mu felt he needed to explain. Thunderclouds continued to gather in the sky, forming a terrifyingly huge dark cloud. Amidst the dark clouds, lightning bolts continuously gathered, flashed, and erupted. The momentum was terrifying. That guy did it. Really? Above the sky, Yang Yellen's gaze fell on Su Mu, his eyes filled with disbelief. In his eyes, the human youth was nothing more than an ant, and he absolutely could not possibly summon such terrifying heavenly lightning. He couldn't possibly possess such methods. Yang Yelin narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering, his heart filled with resentment. Young master, the lightning summoned by this young man is extraordinary. We don't need to fight him head-on. Let's retreat first. Yang Liwei flashed to Yang Yelin's side. As the young master's bodyguard, he had a very keen sense of danger. He could already sense danger from the force of the falling lightning. Extremely dangerous. Snort, are you out of your mind? You don't actually believe that he summoned the lightning in the sky, do you? If Yang Liwei hadn't spoken, Yang Yelin might have felt a little better. Now that it has been brought up, he is naturally displeased and absolutely does not believe that such a powerful heavenly thunder was summoned by that lowly human youth below to deal with him. Do you really think he has that ability? Yang Yelin's voice was loud enough that Sumu below could hear it clearly. Sumu frowned at that moment. Yang Yelin perhaps seriously ill? He's just a demon. What right does he have to be so arrogant? Sumu just couldn't stand his arrogant attitude, like he thought he was the most awesome person. Besides, the intelligence system said that the sudden lightning strike was because of his territory. To some extent, this heavenly lightning can be considered as something Sumu summoned, right? Is there anything wrong with this logic? Thinking of this, Sumu shouted towards the sky. Why can't it be someone I summoned to deal with you? Or are you scared by my little bit of lightning? Huh? Is that all you've got? It must be said that Sumu's sarcasm was quite effective. His words greatly displeased Yang Yelin, who unleashed a terrifying aura and roared at Sumu below. You think you can scare me? You insignificant human ant. You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Yang Yelin sneered. Besides, do you really think you can prove that you summoned this lightning with just your words? You? Yang Yelin's face was full of sarcasm and disdain. Huh, you still don't believe me. I'll show you the power of hitting anything you point at right now. After speaking at lightning speed, Sumu suddenly pointed. Boom. The lightning python suddenly appeared and crashed down in Yang Yelin's direction. Its speed was so fast that it sent chills down one's spine. Yang Yelin had no time to react or dodge before being struck head-on by the lightning python. His body was instantly charred black, and he was no longer the spirited man he once was, but rather disheveled and miserable. Yang Yelin was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't immediately activated his defenses, he might have been seriously injured by the thunder python. See that? You still dare to say that the thunder python isn't under my control? Sumu spoke at the opportune moment. There's a saying, master math, physics, and chemistry, and you'll be able to go anywhere in the world without fear. The lightning wasn't summoned by Sumu, but he could use his knowledge to predict when it would appear next. Just now, Sumu pointed lightly, confirming that the lightning that suddenly appeared in the sky was summoned by him. Yang Yelin's expression changed drastically, but he stubbornly insisted. So what if you summoned it? If it weren't for that passport, I could crush you ants with a single finger. Enough with the nonsense. Sumu spat and glanced sideways at Yang Yelin in the sky. If you're scared, then get lost. If you slow down, my heavenly lightning will obliterate you. Lilua away from my territory? Who do you think you are? You're asking for death. Yang Yelin clenched his fists, staring intently at Sumu below. That look in her eyes. Did she want to tear him to pieces? Young master, let's retreat. Yang Liwei stepped forward again to persuade him. This lightning is rather strange. It's probably not simple. Get out. Yang Yelin shoved Yang Liwei aside and said to Sumu below. Kid, don't think you can scare me off just because you know how to summon lightning. Today I will show you just how different you humans are from us demons. Oh. With a loud shout, Yang Yelin rose into the sky, determined to compete with the thunder python above and determine the victor. Young master. No. Yang Liwei was anxious, but he had no way to stop his young master's progress. Sumu remained silent, watching Yang Yelin making a ruckus in the sky like a monkey being entertained. Beside her, Yulilua looked at Sumu with a somewhat inexplicable and meaningful gaze. Especially his statement, you think you can take Yulilua away from my territory? The words still echo in her ears. Why didn't he use this method when he dealt with me that day? Why did he deliberately choose to engage me in combat? Unconsciously, Yulilua recalled the scenes that had happened with Sumu. She seemed somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Sumu was concentrating on chatting with Luo Wuxi, who was on his friend list. Luo Wuxi, Sumu, you're amazing. How did you know something bad would happen tonight? You have no idea. My main territory was just invaded by poisonous miasma. If you hadn't told me to take precautions, the members within the territory would have suffered heavy losses. Thank you so much, Dot. It's good that you're all right. I was just guessing. After all, my territory ran into trouble before yours. When Sumu received the notification from the intelligence system, he still couldn't help but mention it to Luo Wuxi. Based on the previous pattern of acid rain, Sumu could roughly guess that this was another way for the system to select talent. However, this time it's not targeting all Lord players. Instead, they are like Sumu, temporarily occupying the top position among the Lord players. Luo Wuxi was naturally one of them. After all, she is one of the few level 4 territory lords. Are you also having trouble? Can you handle it? Need help? Luo Wuxi raised several questions in a row, expressing her concern and care for Sumu. It's nothing, a minor issue. Chapter 250 may seem illogical, but it is actually full of logic. Boom. Screams mingled with thunderclaps echoed continuously across Sumu's territory. The screams belonged to Yang Yellen. This guy is a stubborn fool, determined to prove to Sumu how awesome he is, and is engaged in a non-stop battle with lightning. At this very moment, Sumu had a pot of strong tea in front of him, and he was watching the monkey show in the sky with great interest. Yuliloa, what are you standing there for? Sit down and have some tea. Let's enjoy the view and chat for a bit. Sumu casually extended the invitation. Yuliloa turned her gaze away from the sky and looked at him, hesitating for a moment. What? Feeling sorry for your fiancé? Sumu glanced at her. Nonsense. Who feels sorry for him? Yulilu said coldly. She suddenly sat down opposite Sumu and, without thinking, picked up a cup of tea on the table and drank it down in one gulp. Sumu was stunned. After a moment, he pursed his lips and pointed to the teacup in Yulilua's hand. Well, that's the teacup I drank from. Sumu coughed lightly and spoke awkwardly. Yulilu. Her expression visibly stiffened. Then she spoke coldly after a moment. So what if it's yours? So I'm not allowed to use it? I don't mind. So why are you bothering me? Sumu. She is the first person to be so arrogant after drinking his imported tea. No. You should have said you didn't mind earlier. I would have filled your cup again. As Sumu spoke, he poured Yulilua another cup and then looked at her with a smile. Yulilu. She could tell that Sumu was doing it on purpose. However, having already said it, Yulilua naturally wouldn't go back on her word. She picked up the teacup again and drank it all in one gulp. Sumu. It seems he was overthinking it. Perhaps Yulilua really didn't take it seriously. It's just an imported teacup, isn't it? Isn't it just intermittent kissing? Another scream echoed from the sky. This time Yang Yellen was hit by the descending thunder dragon and slammed hard into Sumu's territory shield, leaving him in a sorry state. That's right, the intensity of lightning has increased. Compared to the previous Razor and Razor Python, the current one can now be called Razor Dragon. It's thick and strong. Even with Yang Yellen's incredibly strong physique, if he were accidentally hit, he would still feel a tingling sensation and be unable to move. It should be noted that the Yang Demon clan is one of the few demon races that cultivates body techniques. Their physical strength is 100 times that of humans. Yang Yellen's strength is just one step away from that of a divine knight. His physical strength is beyond imagination. Young master, hurry up and go, don't push yourself. Yang Liwei rushed forward to support Yang Yellen, still trying to persuade him. Let's go back to our clan and call our people over. Then, with the full strength of the clan, we'll wipe him out. There's no need to rush to take revenge. Okay. Yang Yellen was about to speak when Sumu's voice came. Yes, you should take your men and get out of here. Where we came from, we return to. You little punk, like you dare to show your face in front of me and yell at me? After Sumu finished speaking, he arrogantly took a sip of tea and looked at Yang Yellen in the sky with a defiant expression. Damn it. Sumu's arrogant demeanor successfully provoked Yang Yellen once again, and he slammed his fist onto the territory's protective barrier, creating ripples. Young master, he did it on purpose. That kid is just trying to annoy you. We must stay calm. Yang Liwei pulled his young master back. Get out of my way. Yang Yellen pushed him away. I refuse to believe that he can maintain such terrifying power indefinitely. Yang Yellen roared and soared into the sky once more. Sumu secretly chuckled to himself. He can't sustain such a continuous output of power? Maybe. But this power isn't his. Moreover, the intelligence system said that the divine punishment lightning would last for 12 hours. In fact, after watching the whole process, Sumu had gained some understanding of Yang Yellen's strength. This guy is indeed arrogant and cocky, but he does have some real strength. It was struck by lightning multiple times, but didn't fall down. It was still able to jump around and stay alive. Such strength is truly astonishing. However, as far as Sumu was concerned, Yang Yellen was his enemy, and he would not feel any pity or appreciation for his talent. Yang Yellen is impossible to control. Not to mention that he also has the added connection of being Yu Lilua's fiancé. You shouldn't have provoked him like that. Yu Lilua suddenly spoke. How? Are you really in pain? Sumu looked at her with a playful expression. He currently only knows that Yang Yelin is Yu Lilua's fiancé, but he doesn't understand the entanglement between the two. Therefore, to some extent, he couldn't quite figure out what Yu Lilu was thinking. No, I'm doing this for your own good. Yu Lilua spoke. For my own good. Sumu was puzzled. Right. If Yang Yelin dies in your territory, it will be a big problem for you. The Yang Demon clan will come looking for you. At that time, your territory will likely be in grave danger. Yu Lilu analyzed. I see. Sumu smiled. He had just questioned Yu Lilua's ulterior motives, but her explanation was reasonable and not without merit. Then do you think the Yang Demon clan will let me go if Yang Yelin doesn't die? Won't they bring their troops? Sumu's question left Yu Lilu stunned. Really? Even if Yang Yelin doesn't die, as long as he returns to the Yang Demon clan, Sumu's territory will still be in danger. Instead of doing that, it would be better to just leave Yang Yelin and the others here. Yu Lilua lowered her eyes and looked at Sumu. She originally thought Sumu was a rather mean, boring, vain, and argumentative person who was deliberately trying to disgust and toy with Yang Yelin. In retrospect, it turns out that every step Sumu took was actually full of his own wisdom and calculation. Yu Lilua's opinion of Sumu changed once again. In contrast, Sumu gazed intently at Yang Yelin in the sky. Sumu deliberately provoked Yang Yelin. Was it really to prove a point? Is he deliberately trying to show off? If that's really what they think, then it just shows they don't understand Sumu's character at all. From the moment Yang Yelin appeared in his territory, from the moment he showed hostility towards Sumu, Sumu had already sentenced him to death in her heart. It can be said that every word Sumu said and every action he took, which seemed very childish, boring and mindless, was actually part of his plan. The outcome that the planners hoped to see was nothing more than Yang Yelin die. The Thunder Dragon has descended once again. The dark clouds in the sky had an eerie, dark purple hue, as if they were brewing some terrible attack. Young Master. Danger. Yang Liwei seemed to have discerned something. Boom. A purple lightning dragon crashed down. Accompanied by a scream. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Lord Sumu of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 251 The Demon Clan declares war on Xiangyang. Dragon Kingdom Lord Sumu has killed Yang Yelin, the young master of the Yang Demon clan, and has officially declared war on the Yang Demon clan. From this day forward, the Yang Demon clan will officially declare war on Tianmu town, a war to the death. As soon as the system announcement was released, lords all over the world stopped what they were doing, and an uproar arose. The world chat channel was bustling with activity once again. What happened? Sumu killed Yang Yelin, the young master of the Yang Demon clan? The Yang Demon clan is a demon clan, right? I think so. Is Sumu the Sumu we know? Really? Is he that powerful? He can kill a demon single-handedly? Besides him, who else do you think could do that? Is Sumu courting death? He actually killed a demon and declared war on them? What was he thinking? Idiot. Exactly. He's way too ambitious and incompetent. He dares to declare war on the demons before even having a level 4 territory. He's practically pushing his own territory into the abyss. That's so irrational. While the lords were discussing this, Sumu himself was completely bewildered within his territory. What's going on? Why did he declare war on the Yang Demon clan? He didn't do anything. Also, did he kill Yang Yelin? Yang Yi was dying. Yu Lilu suddenly stood up and looked up at the sky. Sumu was startled and looked up at the sky. Yang Yelin's body landed on the territory's protective shield and remained motionless for a long time. His body was charred black and still emitting white smoke. Young Master. Yang Liwei seemed to sense something and flashed downwards, trying to lift Yang Yelin's body up with him. But at that moment, another dark purple lightning dragon crashed down from the sky. Boom. Sizzle. Yang Liwei's body was struck by the thunder dragon and fell downwards. Not only him, but the other Yangmal warriors around him were also being chased by the thunder dragon. They scattered in all directions, looking disheveled. It seemed as if the thunder dragon had been equipped with a precise positioning system, and it once again tracked down the scattered Yang demon warriors. There's absolutely no way to withstand this lightning. What terrifying thing did you summon? Yu Lilu looked at Sumu, her gaze unreadable. Sumu. I'm innocent. By Yu Lilu. What Sumu couldn't understand was why the system also concluded that he was the one who killed Yang Yelin. And they even declared war on the Yang Demon clan? Sumu felt utterly wronged. This system is a total ripoff. Could it be that Yang Yelin was killed by his territory's protective shield? So the system concluded that he killed Yang Yelin and initiated the declaration of war mode? This is outrageous. As Sumu was secretly complaining, a system notification suddenly sounded in front of him. System-wide announcement. Due to the war between the human and demon races, all lords are welcome to travel to Tianmu Town to join forces with the humans in fighting against the Yang demon race. Rewards for meritorious service will be given. Battle merits can be exchanged for system rewards. The announcement of this system excited all the lord players. Does this mean that lords around the Sumu territory can participate? How envious are the lords around Sumu? They're practically taking off. Damn. Does this mean Sumu has opened another instance? It seems that's the situation. However, even if it's around Sumu's territory, it wouldn't be of much use, would it? Without a specific location, no one would know it's Sumu's territory, right? Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. There's no specific location. Even if it were next door, I wouldn't know. Perhaps the system will reveal the exact location of Sumu's territory? If that's the case, I'm actually starting to look forward to it. Just as the lords were reaching the height of their discussion, each thinking about how to go and gain some benefits, the system announcement sounded again. Because Lord Sumu disagreed with enabling territory location sharing, the exact location of the territory cannot be determined. The system announcement uses concise commands. Upon learning this news, the lords were once again in an uproar. Damn, Sumu doesn't agree to share his location. How selfish. He wants to keep all the benefits for himself. That was really unfair and disgusting. Don't start cursing yet. Put yourselves in their shoes. If you disagree with sharing your location, doesn't that mean Sumu will have to face the Yang Demon Clan alone? It seems that's really the case. Sumu is courting death. Serves him right. I'd love to see him die. Hopefully, the system will announce some good news then. The Yang Demon Clan has wiped out his territory. Let him be arrogant. Yes, let him pretend. I want to see him fail too. The lords grumbled and cursed. But Sumu wasn't concerned with any of these things. The Yang Demon Clan are all dead. Yulilu looked at Sumu with a solemn expression. Especially Yang Yelin. He is the eldest son of Yang Qingtian, the patriarch of the Yangma clan, and also the future successor of the Yangma clan. He's dead. The entire Yangma clan will never let you go. You must be prepared for their attack at any time. Even without Yulilua saying anything, Sumu already knew he would face this situation. After all, the system has already issued an announcement. The Yang Demon Clan, how much do you know about them? What do you think my chances of winning are? After thinking for a moment, Sumu spoke. Yulilu remained silent. She withdrew her gaze from Sumu's face, shook her head, and sighed softly, all in one fluid motion. It's a pity. 0. Sumu. Is my territory really that wretched? It's not unbearable. Yulilua explained. Our Moon Demon Clan has 100,000 warriors, which is considered a large clan in the demon realm. Ordinary demons dare not provoke us. Even so, our clan still has no way to deal with the Yang Demon Clan. They are much stronger than us in terms of both the number of their warriors and the overall quality of their warriors. Yulilua was still saying. Do you know why Yang Yelin said I was his fiancé? It was because he besieged the city and coerced my father into a marriage alliance with me that my father had no choice but to make the decision. I refused, so I severed ties with the Moon Demon Clan and escaped. When I fled, I even killed the guards around me. I know that only by doing this will it appear as a complete break, and even if the Yang Demon Clan wants to blame us, the Moon Demon Clan will have no grounds for complaint. You should know that the Yang Demon Clan has an army of 200,000 Yang demons, whose numbers already overwhelm ours, and the spirits of the dead in your territory. Yulilua sighed again. Sumu felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to Yulilua's story. 200,000 troops? If they all came to Sumu's territory, they could definitely sweep through his territory. No wonder the system just sent out an invitation to other lords to participate. How? Are you scared? Do you regret killing Yang Yelin? Yulilu couldn't help but ask. Chapter 252 The Third Lord's Talent. Regret. Sumu chuckled softly. Regret is impossible. Why did Sumu, knowing there would be heavenly lightning, still send Qi Yang Yi to fight against it? He wanted to use the heavenly lightning to kill Yang Yelin. In Sumu's mind, it would be best if Yang Yelin died. If he doesn't die, then he should be made to fear him for a period of time, so that he won't dare to cause trouble in his territory again. Everything that is happening now is exactly what Sumu expected. The Yang Demon Clan will retaliate. Sumu had already foreseen it. The only surprise was the announcement issued by the system. Sumu hadn't expected things to develop so unpredictably. But if you ask him if he regrets it, he really doesn't. Not having regrets means being afraid. Yulilua spoke again, her gaze falling on Sumu's face. No, not at all. Sumu shrugged and put his hands behind his back. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Now that it's already happened, what's the use of being afraid? Let the Yang Demon Clan come if they want. Let them take revenge if they want. As long as I live, I'll always have a chance to turn the tables. Besides, I think you're wrong. Sumu looked at Yulilua. What's wrong? Yulilua was taken aback. She sensed something different in Sumu's eyes. Subtly, his aura seemed to be rising and changing, making him somewhat unfathomable. Your Moon Demon Clan thinks you're outnumbered and can't handle the Sun Demon Clan. But that doesn't mean I have a 0% chance of winning. Military operations are all about strategy. It's not just about numbers that can create an advantage. If the strategy is applied properly, it's not impossible to win with fewer troops or against stronger opponents. If it's really like you say, then it just needs to have more people than any other country, don't you think? Sumu turned and left. Watching her departing figure, Yulilua stood there stunned for a long time. For the first time, she felt like she had been taught a lesson. But the first time, she really didn't have the slightest thought of arguing. Because she felt that Sumu might be right. Sumu will put aside the matter of the Yang Demon Clan for the time being. Since they've already declared war, the Yang Demon Clan can fight for as long as they want, and they can simply accept the challenge. What's more important for Sumu now is to improve his own strength and that of his territory. Use a random Lord Talent scroll. Congratulations, Lord, on acquiring the Lord Talent, Devouring Stars and Moon. Star Devourer and Moon Eater absorbs the energy of stars and moon, extracts the powerful abilities of deceased targets, and refines them for one's own use. The more powerful the target, the more valuable it is to extract. Each extraction consumes star and moon energy. Note, refining abilities may mutate. This is not a group buff Lord Talent. Please use it with caution. Sumu noticed the introduction at the end and understood why it was so. Currently, Sumu's Lord Talents all provide collective benefits, affecting all members within his territory. Both Lord's Pride and Purgatory Hot Spring are collective buffs, truly worthy of being called Lord Talents. But now this Star Devouring and Moon Devouring is no longer a collective act, but an individual one. It can only affect Sumu himself. So, should we learn it or not? Sumu was somewhat conflicted. Actually, he prefers the strength of the collective. For Sumu, in the struggle for survival within a territory, the strength of the Lord himself is not as important as the strength of the collective members within the territory. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and he doesn't have the magic to create clones. No matter how strong he is, he's still just himself. Study. After hesitating for a moment, Sumu still chose to study, and a star-moon value quickly appeared in his mind's eye. Sumu quickly understood how to absorb star-moon value. It simply means that at night, when he is bathed in darkness, his body can automatically absorb the essence of the stars and moon for his own use. It's still very convenient. Watching the star-moon value gradually increase, Sumu focused his attention on the undead summoning scroll that Luo Wuxi had given him earlier. The Yang Demon Clan, Sumu was under immense pressure. He now suffers from a severe fear of insufficient firepower and must frantically summon undead. After using all the scrolls, the number of undead in Sumu's territory surged again, successfully increasing to 15,054. Sumu's territory currently has only 21,051 members. The undead make up 1/3 of them. Unfortunately, this summoning did not summon any undead units that had not appeared before. Sure enough, only single pulls can produce miracles. Consecutive pulls are destined to bring bad luck. This law will never be outdated, no matter when it is applied. Successfully summoned the undead dragon, Ghostfire Dragon. Successfully summoned the undead dragon, Dark Thunder Dragon. Successfully summoned the undead dragon, Dark Steel Dragon. Previously, Luo Wuxi had given Sumu 365 ordinary undead dragon summoning scrolls, and now he used them all. The summoned undead dragon is a different species from the previous dragon, Rainons. The undead dragon is a species whose size is not much different from that of the skeleton earth dragon. The only difference is that the undead dragon can fly in the sky. The skeleton earth dragon can only fight on the ground. Furthermore, undead dragons possess many elemental attributes. Sumu's understanding is that the undead dragon is positioned as an aerial mage. Unlike the skeleton mage, it can launch surprise attacks from the sky. The undead dragon has effectively solved Sumu's current predicament of only being able to fight on the ground. According to Sumu's observation, the attack range of the undead dragon is more than 10 times that of the skeleton mage. If the skeleton mage's attack range is 10 meters, then the undead dragon can reach 100 meters. The destructive power is astonishing. In Sumu's understanding, the undead dragon deserves the title of powerful unit. Looking at the lightning still flashing in the sky, Sumu knew that his territory was safe. With the existence of the lightning of movement technique, even if the Yang Demon clan wanted to come now, they would have to consider their own strength. Sumu wasted no time. He found Sabathini, who had been assigned a room and was already settled in. "Mr. Sumu, is the matter resolved?" Sabathini opened the door a crack, not too big or too small. "It's solved." Sumu smiled slightly. "Would it be convenient for us to come in and talk?" "Good." As Sabathini spoke, she opened the door, and Sumu immediately saw Inor inside. She was actually in a room. "It seems Miss Sabathini is imparting knowledge. I have disturbed you," Sumu said politely. He came here because he needed something from Sabathini, so he naturally had to be polite. "It's all right, Mr. Sumu. Please speak freely." You can just call me Sumu." Sumu tried to get closer to him. "Okay. By the way, I've always been curious about something. What was your master's purpose in sending you to find me?" Sumu raised his own question. He shouldn't have said anything, because once he did, Sabathini seemed to think of something, and her face turned slightly red, but fortunately, it wasn't noticeable in the dim light. She coughed lightly. "He didn't have any ulterior motive. He just said you were an interesting person and that he would come looking for you again. He asked me to scout things out first." "All right." Sumu nodded. "Sumu, just say what you have to say. I don't like polite formalities." Sabathini spoke up. She couldn't possibly fail to see that Sumu had come with an ulterior motive. "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." Sumu spoke. "Miss Sabathini, could you forge a batch of magic wands for me?" Chapter 253 Epic Material, Hedgewood. "A magic wand. How much do you want?" Sabathini did not refuse, but instead asked. She felt it wasn't right for her to just stay in Sumu's territory and eat and drink for free, so she decided to use her free time to do something and didn't refuse outright. "The more the better, because I have a group of skeleton mages under my command who need to use magic wands." Sumu didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the reason. "For skeleton mages? For the undead?" Sabathini looked at Sumu in surprise. "What's wrong? You're being too extravagant." Sabathini shook her head and said, "Sumu, you are not a blacksmithing master. You don't know that forging a magic wand is actually the most complicated thing. It's not just about forging it, but also about engraving it with runes and imbuing it with magic. Ordinary magic wands require a master blacksmith with the rank of Grand Master to forge. I can understand if you forge one for someone else to use. But skeleton mages, if I remember correctly, are far less powerful than magic servants. Is it necessary to prepare magic wands specifically for them?" Sabathini has always been straightforward. She says what she thinks. In her opinion, Sumu's skeleton mage was too weak and didn't even deserve to use a professional magic wand. "Miss Sabathini, my skeleton mage is different." Sumu wasn't angry. He smiled and explained. "My skeleton mages can continuously increase their strength. In the beginning, their strength may be similar to that of magic servants. But given enough time, it wouldn't be difficult for them to become legendary magic gods. After I say that, do you still think my skeleton mage doesn't deserve a magic wand?" "The skeleton mages in your territory can level up on their own." Sabathini frowned, seemingly a little doubtful. "But I've never heard of undead being able to level up on their own. Aren't their levels fixed?" "That's someone else. My skeleton mage is different." Looking into Sumu's determined eyes, Sabathini had no choice but to withdraw her doubts. "All right, during my time in your territory, I will do my best to forge a magic wand for you, as a way to train the rapport between Inor and me. However, you must prepare the materials." Of course. Sumu was overjoyed that Sabathini had agreed to his request so quickly. "What materials are needed? You didn't know that?" Sabathini glanced at him, and after a long while, she held her head and named a few ingredients. "Golden alder." Sumu shook his head. "Golden spirit ebony." Sumu shook his head. "Chilingmu." Sumu shook her head. Sabathini broke down. "Mr. Sumu, you said you wanted to forge a magic wand, but you do have all the materials, don't you?" She rolled her eyes. "I thought Sumu was prepared, but it turns out she wasn't prepared at all. Moreover, judging from his expression, he didn't seem to have heard of any of the materials she had just mentioned. Miss Sabathini, what I mean is, you name the materials, and I'll go and prepare them. Actually, I don't know much about the materials needed for a magic wand. Sumu gave an awkward smile. Sumu wasn't worried about the materials, because he thought of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Tianlong City. Surely a merchant guild can still use the materials needed to forge magic wands? I give up. Sabathini shook her head helplessly and named an ingredient. Io wood. As far as I know, there is a type of wood called lingluo in the Siam forest, and the Siam forest is not far from the Miluo forest, so you can definitely get the materials. I see. Sumu pondered for a moment, then prepared to thank him and leave, when suddenly he remembered what he had obtained from the treasure chest not long ago. By the way, Miss Sabathini, I'd like to know, what is the purpose of hedgewood? Hedges. Sabathini raised an eyebrow. Sumu, are you sure you're asking about hedges? Didn't you say you knew nothing about forging materials? This is it. As Sumu spoke, he took out the hedge from his backpack. A thick, perfectly round piece of emerald green wood, shimmering with a faint, dark sheen. To Sumu's surprise, Sabathini suddenly stepped forward, snatched the hedge from his hand, and examined it closely. Her breathing quickened slightly, causing her beautiful face to flush a little. After a long while, Sabathini finally calmed herself down, raised her eyes, and gave Sumu a resentful look. Sumu, you clearly have the materials to make a wand. Were you just playing me? Huh? Is this also a material for making wands? Sumu scratched his hair and recalled. But I don't think I've heard of any of the materials you mentioned earlier. Seeing Sumu's innocent expression, as if she truly knew nothing, Sabathini shook her head helplessly. It seems you really don't understand. Immediately, Sabathini's expression turned serious. Actually, forging materials are also graded, roughly the same as the quality grades of weapons. This hedgewood comes from the San Facino forest, located in the territory of the Thorn Dragon, which is of equal strength to the Holy Spirit Knight. It is extremely difficult to collect. You can think of hedgewood as an epic level material. It's extremely rare, understand? The materials I just told you are all below epic quality, including the lingluo wood, which is only a blue quality material. At this point, Sabathini said helplessly, how was I supposed to know you had hedges? Sumu, I can help you forge a magic wand made from hedgewood, which will at least be an epic level weapon. At this point, Sabathini blushed slightly, a rare occurrence for her. It's only because I'm currently at the Saint level craftsman that this material is a bit of a waste. Otherwise, I could at least get a legendary grade top tier weapon. What a pity. If you trust me, I can build it. If you think it's a waste, you can leave it as is and find someone else. Because your hedges will likely attract many master blacksmiths who will forge them for free, as they all hope to improve their skills in the process. After all, good materials are rare, and hedges are one of them. The green hedgewood that Sumu took out made even the master craftsman Sabathini feel somewhat unworthy of forging it. This is truly an excellent material. With this kind of material as a foundation, Sabathini's strength, which has been stuck at the 3rd level of Saint Craftsman, might be able to climb up a bit. To be honest, Sabathini was very reluctant to give up the opportunity to forge such good materials. This represents an improvement in her abilities. Master blacksmiths cherish every opportunity to forge fine materials. This is a breakthrough and a refinement. Chapter 254. What? You still have 2,000 hedges. If Sumu doesn't want her to forge it, Sabathini won't force him. She is a master forging artist with principles and integrity, and she would never deceive or conceal anything from others. Miss Sabathini, based on what you just said to me, you are truly worthy to use this hedge. I'm leaving it to you. Sumu is not an ungrateful person. He could tell from Sabathini's words that she meant well. If someone has malicious intentions, there's no need to explain too much to them. Just forge it directly. This one detail alone instantly boosted Sumu's favorability towards Sabathini to the maximum. Thank you so much. Sabathini didn't stand on ceremony. She smiled as she gathered up the hedge and said to Sumu, in that case, Sumu, you should get some rest. Starting tomorrow, I will begin forging the hedgewood. All you need to do then is provide me with a forge. That's natural. Oh, by the way, Miss Sabathini, I'll take the hedge I have with me as well, so you won't have to go through the trouble of carrying it back and forth. Sumu said, oh, you still have some hedges. Sabathini was slightly surprised. The hedge bushes originated tens of thousands of miles away from here, and she thought Sumu had obtained one by chance. I didn't expect there to be more. Sumu, how many do you have left? If you're comfortable with that, give it to me as well. No wonder Sabathini said that. As a master craftsman, she was well aware of the preciousness of hedge wood. Because hedges themselves possess magical properties, they are an extremely suitable material for making magic wands. Both being epic-level materials, hedgewood is definitely the best among epic-level materials. It relies on its inherent magical advantage, making it superior to other magic wand materials, resulting in wands with higher output and lower magic consumption. It's a wand material that many magicians desire. Can fetch 5 million gold coins at auction. Keep in mind, this is raw wood. It hasn't been forged into a weapon yet. If it were forged into a weapon, it could fetch an even higher price. Because of this price, even though there are dangerous tree-spinning dragons around the hedge, many adventurers still flock there to find hedge. How many? Sumu was unaware of the value of hedges. He only felt that Sabathini's words were looking down on someone. How could he have the nerve to take out a few pieces of wood and have them forged for her? Miss Sabathini, I don't just have a few hedges. I have a full 2,000. What? Sabathini exclaimed in surprise, thinking she had misheard. She couldn't help but say, Sumu, how many did you say? 2,000. Miss Sabathini, I have a total of 2,000 hedges. Sabathini. After a long pause, Sabathini finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Mr. Sumu, did you rob the Spinosaurus from the San Facino forest? Sumu left. Watching his departing figure, Sabathini remained unable to calm down for a long time. 2,000 hedges. She didn't even dare to think about it. Looking at the small mountain of hedge timber piled up in the corner, Sabathini could feel her heart pounding. Maybe. It was right for my master to tell me to come find him. Perhaps after today, I will have the opportunity to try my luck at becoming a master craftsman. Sabathini's eyes burned with passion. Oh no, I forgot to ask Sabathini if she had any space scrolls. I need to borrow one. Also, I forgot to ask what colored glazed minerals are. Sumu looked at the closed door and sighed softly. It seems we'll have to wait until tomorrow to discuss it. He was about to turn and leave when, unexpectedly, a soft body was drawn into his arms, and then 2 thighs, like serpents, wrapped around his waist. Before Sumu could react, she felt her mouth being covered. He instinctively hugged the body in his arms, enjoying her passionate kiss. And the only one who could make such passionate and intense gestures in their territory, regardless of the occasion, was Eileen. After a long while, their lips parted. Sumu held Eileen in his arms. I missed you so much. Asshole. You've been gone for so long, and you didn't even add me as a friend or chat with me. Eileen pounded on Sumu's chest, complaining incessantly. You're absolutely awful. Sumu restrained her uneasy hand. I heard from Tao Yao that you returned to our annexed territory to develop. Sumu did not see Eileen during the previous meal. He then asked Tao Yao about it, and finally learned that Eileen had gone back to her territory to develop her own territory after she learned that he was going to lead the tree spirits back. Moreover, Eileen is a reckless woman. Tao Yao offered to send a small team of orcs to go back with her, but she stubbornly refused. Upon hearing this, Sumu was worried that something might happen to Eileen. He was thinking of going over to take a look when he had time tomorrow, but unexpectedly, Eileen appeared in front of him. Otherwise what? If I don't go back, will all those territories be abandoned? Glanced at Sumu with a resentful look, then pouted, her expression full of implications. Sumu knew exactly what she meant, and could only lower his head and place a kiss on her cheek. Little did she know, Eileen wanted far more than that. She passionately and generously bit Sumu's lips, responding enthusiastically. Let me tell you, I have recruited more vampires to join my territory, and now I also have werewolves in my territory, making a total of 3,000 members. I have been working on restoring the territory's development recently, and I believe that it will soon surpass the previous level. Sure. Sumu glanced at Eileen in surprise. I heard from Tao Yao that you didn't bring anything with you, yet you managed to develop like this in such a short time through your own efforts. Incredible. For Sumu, having 3,000 plus members might not be much. But Eileen started from scratch. These are 2 completely different concepts, and Sumu was surprised by her. That's right, I'm very good. Eileen raised her chin proudly and said, I can be of great help to you in the future, and I will definitely not be a burden to you. Tell me quickly, how exactly did you do that? Eileen pouted again, begging for a kiss. Sumu slapped her on the butt. Just say it, why be so fierce? Eileen complained, but her eyes were bright, and she was all smiles. She's probably been longing for this moment for a long time. Sumu said he had a headache. Actually, I had a serendipitous encounter. Eileen spoke up. Chapter 255 Eileen's Talent. Queen of the Night. A miraculous encounter? What kind of miraculous encounter? Eileen's words immediately piqued Su-Mu's curiosity. Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you. Eileen leaned close to Su-Mu and pouted. Stop asking for kisses and hugs all the time, like a horny woman. Su-Mu rolled her eyes and couldn't help but mutter a complaint. As a traditional Chinese man, Su-Mu found it hard to resist Eileen's fiery and passionate nature. Since you're not taking the initiative, then I'll have to take the initiative myself. Eileen didn't care about the nickname sex symbol at all. She also knew that Su-Mu was just teasing her and had no malicious intent. More importantly, when Eileen is with a man she likes and admires, she doesn't care what others think or say. In her opinion, being true to oneself is the most important thing. Eileen tilted her head back and kissed Su-Mu again. Just as the two were exploring fun mouth-chasing games between couples, the door next to them opened with a click. Sabathini rolled her eyes and closed the door again. She only wanted to talk to Su-Mu about something because she remembered her master's entrustment. Unexpectedly, just as I stepped outside, I encountered such a spectacular scene. Sabathini was speechless about this. Look, someone saw us again. Su-Mu glanced helplessly at Eileen, who was still biting his lip and refusing to let go. She was seen being intimate with Eileen twice, and both times Sabathini witnessed it. Su-Mu deeply suspected that the three of them might be incompatible according to their birth charts. How could it be her? How did she end up in your territory? Eileen has a good memory. She recognized at a glance that Sabathini was the one who had seen her and Su-Mu kissing on the Firebird. Her name is Sabathini, she is a master blacksmith, and she's here in our territory for a few days. She's a talent we need, and I'm trying to figure out if we can keep her here a little longer. Su-Mu gave a brief introduction. Oh, alright, let's get down and walk. As Su-Mu spoke, he slapped Eileen's bottom again. She was still wrapped around his waist like an octopus. This woman. Eileen sent Su-Mu a screenshot. The day after you left the territory, when I returned to the territory myself, I saw the airdrop that had been dropped. There's this in there. Eileen explained. Su-Mu glanced at the screenshot and instantly understood why Eileen was able to gather 3,000 members in such a short time. Lord Talents. Queen of the Night. Possessing this Lord's talent, you are the absolute Queen of the Night. All dark races will automatically submit to your territory and acknowledge you as their king. As the Queen of the Night, under your leadership, all members of the dark race will receive a 200% power boost in battle, fighting to the last drop of blood. Queen of the Night's exclusive skills, Spatial Blink, Night Lament, Night Hymn. With just one glance, Su-Mu secretly clicked his tongue. Eileen's lordly talent is amazing. Su-Mu remembered that Zhang Dehai had previously obtained a Lord talent, Master of Spirit Control. Compared to Zhang Dehai's talent, Eileen, the Queen of the Night, is simple, brutal, and brainless. Moreover, it's even more mindless than Fu Ningyu's, turning iron into soldiers. This is the strongest Lord talent that Su-Mu has seen so far. Of course, this does not include his own lordly talent. Most importantly, Eileen's Lord talent even comes with her own exclusive skill. This made Su-Mu extremely envious. He already has 3 Lord talents, but so far there hasn't been a Lord talent with a unique skill. Eileen got it right away. She's absolutely amazing. How is it? Eileen's voice rang in Su-Mu's ear. She looked at him expectantly, as if anticipating something. Very strong. Su-Mu praised. As it stands, if you make good use of this Lord talent and recruit more Dark Elemental members, none of the surrounding lords will be your match in the future. Right? Eileen was very excited. That's what I think too. From now on, not only will I not need your protection, but I can also help you. By the way, weren't you declared war on by some Yang Demon clan? I can help with that too. The preceding sentence isn't the key point. The most crucial part is the phrase, can help you. This is what Eileen most wants to achieve. Nothing makes Su-Mu happier than helping her. I understand. Su-Mu smiled, not expecting that Eileen was most concerned about his declaration of war against the Sun Demon clan. It seems that this is the main reason she came to see him so late. As for intimacy, that's just a side effect. At this moment, Su-Mu also gained a new understanding and awareness of Eileen's feelings for him. He reached out and put his arm around Eileen's slender waist. By the way, send me your skills so I can see what they do. Oh, Eileen didn't hide anything and directly showed the screenshot to Su-Mu. Spatial Blink. Ignore obstacles in front and teleport a certain distance. Can only be used at night. Did you just enter my territory using this skill? After seeing the flashing introduction in the space, Sumu couldn't help but ask a question. His territory was surrounded by divine lightning, and a protective shield had been erected around it, allowing only exit but not entry. So he had been wondering for a long time how Eileen had returned to his territory. He doesn't seem to have given her a teleportation scroll that allows her to travel to a specific location. Yeah, I don't know what's going on outside your territory. There's been constant thunder. It looks terrifying. I used this skill to travel like crazy back to find you, and just happened to come in. Eileen looked at Sumu with a grin. How? Am I smart? Clever. You're the smartest. Sumu reached out and pinched Eileen's cheek, returning the gesture with a smile. He then continued reading the descriptions of the other skills. Dark Knight Elegy. There is an 80% chance that fallen Dark-type members will be resurrected upon hearing your call. Hymn of the Night. Wounded Dark-type members will gradually heal upon hearing your call. Hiss. Upon seeing the descriptions of these two skills, Sumu couldn't help but gasp. With these two exclusive skills, Eileen's Lord talent is arguably on par with his Infernal Hot Spring. Absolutely amazing. Eileen was really lucky on this trip. Do you know what the dark elemental races are? Sumu looked at Eileen and asked. In his current view, Eileen only needs to get close to the members of the dark faction to gain their allegiance and join her. The best way to recruit members with a dark element is to actively seek them out. Have no idea. Eileen shook her head, stuck out her tongue, and said shyly. So far, all I know is that werewolves and vampires are members of dark-type races. Then I'll ask for you. Eileen's improvement is also a great help to Sumu. He naturally had to take her affairs to heart. Chapter 256 Professional Attire. The Tailor's Blessing. Brother. Susu didn't understand. Susu's voice rang out. Didn't Pigsy become a pig demon? Purple Spider loves her, so why did he turn into a spider? Shouldn't she have turned into a pig? Wouldn't that allow them to be together forever? Pigs are animals, spiders are insects. How can they be mixed together? Susu's tone was full of doubt. Not forgetting his promise to Susu, Sumu's task tonight was to coax Susu to sleep. To this end, he specifically took out a fragment from the story of Zizhuer and Zhu Beiji in Black Maloud and told it to Susu. To his surprise, Susu became more and more engrossed in listening, while Sumu grew increasingly sleepy as he spoke. He had no choice but to force himself to stay awake and continue explaining patiently. That's because Zizhuer was too hasty. When she descended to Earth, she misheard become a pig and become a spider, so they each became different things. Susu was very clever. Her eyes lit up quickly, and she realized what was going on. So that's how it is. Then, brother, you mustn't call Susu by the wrong name from now on. Susu wants to be with her brother forever and ever. As long as Susu disappears and doesn't recognize her brother anymore, Susu will immediately come to her brother's side the moment he calls her name. As she spoke, Susu snuggled closer to Sumu, her face beaming with happiness and enjoyment. Okay. I will be with Susu forever. Sumu spoke with great affection for Susu, who was like a younger sister to him. The little girl is almost like a child now. She could be said to have been raised by Sumu since she was a child, so Sumu still has special feelings for Susu. Pinky promise. Susu stretched out her little finger. This was something Sumu taught her, and she remembered it well. Okay, pinky promise. Sumu smiled and granted Susu's childish request. Next, Sumu told a story about the man of destiny and fourth sister, and chatted idly. When the story of how the fourth sister was refined into an elixir by the crane immortal, and how the mandate of heaven angrily destroyed the heavenly court was told, even breathing sounds rang out. Sumu looked down and saw that Susu had fallen asleep in his arms. The little girl still had a glistening tear on the corner of her mouth, looking charming and adorable. Sumushin was completely captivated by the sight. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily, the little girl fell asleep. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to continue. Fourth sister, please don't blame me for turning you into a pill. Sumu muttered to himself as he put Susu on the bed and covered her with the blanket. Finally, he couldn't resist the urge and leaned down to kiss Susu's little face. Get a good night's sleep. After leaving Susu's room, Sumu did not return to his own room, but instead pushed open the door to Winstia's room. He hadn't forgotten that he'd told Winstia earlier that day to get dressed and wait for him. Sumu has always been a man of his word, so he came. As expected, Winstia's door was unlocked, and Sumu pushed it open with ease. Sumu spotted Winstia at a glance. She was huddled under the covers, with only her head sticking out. When she heard the door open, she glanced out, then blushed slightly and turned away shyly. This coy and hesitant side of her aroused Su-Mu's desire, and the flame that Eileen had ignited in him not long ago was instantly rekindled. Su-Mu quickly closed the door and went to the bedside. "Did you listen to me and change your clothes?" Winstia's voice, barely audible, rang out. Although they had already been intimate once. But she still gets nervous and shy at times like these. "Then why won't you let me see it?" Su-Mu reached out and pinched Winstia's cheek, a gentle smile on his face. "Okay, alright." Winstia obediently pulled back the blanket covering her. Hiss. Su-Mu couldn't help but gasp, her breathing quickening. This time, Winstia wasn't wearing a maid outfit, but a proper business suit. A bodycon skirt, a tight-fitting blouse, and black stockings. This was the secretary's three-piece set that Su-Mu had Fluina specially make for Winstia. Because, for him, Winstia's existence was really similar to that of a secretary. Su-Mu felt that nothing suited Winstia better than a secretary's office lady outfit. Looking back now, it's clear he had an incredibly good eye. A fox-woman demi-human. Winstia wears a professional OL secretary outfit, which is a combination of primitive and modern, and a collision of sexiness and innocence. That big pink tail, bobbing up and down. Those fluffy fox ears add a touch of mystery and cuteness to the office lady's professional attire. Especially those tiny buttons ripped by Winstia's astonishing bust. They were enough to make one's blood boil, heart race, and unable to resist. Su-Mu's eyes instantly became unfocused. "Master, I should still report to you on the recent situation in the territory." Winstia spoke, not forgetting her work. With Su-Mu absent for so many days, he naturally couldn't fully grasp the situation in the territory. "What's the situation? Let's talk about it tomorrow." Su-Mu was no longer concerned with the situation of the territory. He had only one thought in his mind. It's all about how to completely take advantage of Winstia. Su-Mu grabbed Winstia's tail with one hand, forcefully pulled her from the bed into his arms, and then kissed her. Meanwhile, in Frenna's room. She hasn't been in the territory recently either. She only returned today with Su-Mu to finish her own work. After finishing a garment, Frenna stretched and looked outside. "By now, that big guy should be asleep again, right? I haven't seen it for 5 days. I wonder if it still remembers me." Flyna floated up from the chair. "It's time to go find it." "That's right." Flyna thought of something. "Should we talk to Winstia and tell her to be more careful when she wears that outfit?" Flyna hesitated for a moment. "Let's go and tell them." 2 minutes later, Frenna returned to her room, her face flushed. She sighed softly and drifted out of the territory. Half a day ago, Flyna finished making the professional office lady outfit that Su-Mu had asked her to make. That was prepared for Winstia. Just then, Winstia came over asking for clothes, and Frenna gave them to her. However, Frenna's master hand talent was triggered again, and this time the OL set also had unexpected additional attributes. The tailor's blessing. Wearing this garment has a 50% chance of triggering a special random event. Chapter 257 Activation. Winstia's new talent. Congratulations, Lord. All attributes increased by 20. Congratulations, Lord. Charm increased by 20. Su-Mu was embracing Winstia, enjoying a rare moment of tenderness, when a system notification sounded in his mind. What's going on? Su-Mu was dumbfounded. How did his attributes suddenly improve so dramatically? Moreover, even charm, which is usually the hardest stat to improve, has increased along with it. What exactly happened? Su-Mu felt a sense of unease. "Master, what are you thinking about?" When Winstia's voice rang out, she craned her neck to look at Su-Mu several times and found that his brows were furrowed, as if he had something on his mind. The changes during this period were so rapid that Winstia was puzzled. Thinking of this, Winstia stretched out her slender arm, her delicate white fingers gently brushing against Su-Mu's brow. "What are you doing?" Su-Mu chuckled and took Winstia's hand, saying something. It was during this handshake that Winstia's status bar appeared before his eyes. Red Fox daughter, Winstia female. Age, 17 years, 11 months, and 18 days. Job suitability. Crafting LV2, planting LV2, logging LV1, mining LV1. Special talent tags. Inescapable, alluring body, flesh-pulling fox cauldron, unknown. Su-Mu immediately noticed that Winstia's special talent tag had an additional column. Meatball fox cauldron? What is this? Su-Mu couldn't help but take a look. The fox flesh cauldron, a rare and special talent possessed by women of the Red Fox clan. Using oneself as a furnace, there is a 50% chance to enhance the strength of both parties, a 2% chance to learn existing elemental magic techniques, and a 1% chance to increase the charm of both parties. Hiss. Sumu is so smart. He could roughly understand what was going on just by reading the description of the flesh and fox cauldron. However, the probability of triggering it is not certain. It requires a certain amount of luck. In other words, as long as Sumu cultivates his relationship with Winstia more, his strength has a chance to continuously improve. The only thing Sumu couldn't understand was how Winstia suddenly developed this talent. He noticed that Winstia's status bar hadn't changed at all before. This means that this talent tag only appeared this time. So why exactly? Master. Seeing Sumu lost in thought, Winstia couldn't help but call out softly once more. My dear Winstia, can you feel that your strength has improved? Winstia shook her head. No. Sumu frowned slightly. That's not right. His attributes all improved, so why didn't Winstia's improve? Does a 50% chance not represent both sides? Does this mean that when Sumu improves, Winstia might not necessarily improve as well? You really haven't noticed any changes in your body? Sumu couldn't help but ask again. Without. Winstia's reply was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. She really didn't feel any changes in her body. They were even more confused about what Sumu meant. Strangeness? Sumu pondered for a moment. He believed that practice was the sole criterion for testing truth, so he decided to give it a try and see what was really going on. The rooster crows and the sky brightens. Congratulations, Lord. All attributes increased by 20. Congratulations, Lord. You have learned the fire elemental skill, Heavenly Flame Blade. Sumu. Thanks to Sumu's efforts, the pleasant notification sound from the system rang out again. Moreover, this time he also mastered a fire elemental magic skill. Heavenly Fire Blade condenses the intent of a flaming blade and unleashes a devastating strike, clearing away enemies in its path in a straight line, dealing damage with 100% increased damage due to attribute suppression. Essential weapon, sword. You cannot use the move without a sword, and the strength of the move is affected by the quality of the sword. Powerful. Sumu dared to make a bold judgment even without using this move. It's simply because he knows very well what level his current fire magic has reached. For example, spells like Heavenly Fire and Flame Vortex require casting time and cannot be cast instantly. In the real battlefield, instant cast moves are often the key to victory. Sumu had already observed that, so far, only magical techniques using weapons could be cast instantly. For example, his Gale Slash and his 100-blade Whirlwind Slash. Therefore, the appearance of the Heavenly Fire Blade greatly compensated for Sumu's shortcoming of instantaneous fire elemental moves. This is a significant boost for him. Owner. Winstia's sweet, coquettish voice rang out, sounding somewhat weary. What's the matter? Sumu's voice was soft. You must be exhausted. Sumu gently kissed Winstia's forehead and pulled her closer to him. It's all right. Winstia snuggled closer to Sumu, saying, Master, I understand what you mean. I feel changes in my body. It's as if I've suddenly gained a lot of knowledge, and my strength seems to have increased as well. Winstia and Sumu are different. Her changes can only be detected through her own senses. However, Sumu received a notification from the system. At first, Winstia didn't know why Sumu suddenly went crazy, but when she felt her strength increase, the intelligent girl didn't need any more explanation. How do you feel? Do you know what the change is? Sumu asked curiously. It's hard to say. Winstia hesitated for a moment, then gently shook her head. My mind is a mess right now, and my body. I have no energy. We might not know until tomorrow. It's all right, it's getting late. We're not in a hurry. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 258 Extracting Yang Yelin's Strongest Ability. Master, is this change really because of me? It feels so good to be held by Sumu. It's like this every night. They can fall asleep nestled in their owner's arms. Yes, it's because of you. But why do you, master? No, and even I don't. Guess why I'm your master? That seems to be true. Idiot, haha, go to sleep. Aren't you afraid Tao Yao will laugh at you when she gets up? Okay, I'll go to sleep. Winstia's every word and action exuded a strong feminine charm. Sumu could feel her strong dependence on him. The next day, when Sumu woke up, it was already noon. Finally, Sumu was no longer refreshed. He clearly realized the destructive power of those words. Only oxen die from exhaustion. Even if Winstia has a bug, we should be more careful when using her in the future. The probability is too low, it's not worth it. Master, this is what Sister Yuchi asked me to bring to you. Sumu finished washing up. Tao Yao came over with a bowl of soup. He glanced at it when he had a spare moment. Goodness. Oyster soup. Life in this territory has improved. Zhou even managed to get her hands on oysters that only appear on the beach. Little Peach Blossom, where did these oysters come from? Sumu couldn't help but ask. Oysters live in the intertidal zone where fresh and salt water meet. They cannot survive in pure fresh water. Sumu was well aware that there was no such thing along the river in their territory. It was Sister Hyvis who brought it. She went down to the sea along the river this morning and brought back a lot of these. Sister Yuchi said that Master needs to replenish his energy, so she asked me to bring this to you. Tao Yao didn't hide anything and explained to her master, as if presenting a treasure. Zhou said he needs to replenish his energy? Hearing Tao Yao's answer, Sumu was puzzled. How did Zhou find out? Oh right. Sumu suddenly realized that Zhou room was right next to Wenstia's room. Does that mean Zhou heard everything last night? Well, that's not surprising at all. Well, there's nothing shameful about contributing to the human race's spark. It's an honorable thing. Sumu comforted himself, and before he knew it, his skin had thickened considerably. Hyvis went into the sea. Where is she now? Has she gone out again? Sumu couldn't help but ask. He didn't want Hyvis to sneak away. He still had feelings for her. Taking a bath in the river. Sister Highway said that her skin gets dry if she doesn't soak in water for a week, so she's determined to soak to her heart's content today. Okay, at least you didn't leave. By the way, where's Winstia? Where did she go? Sister Winstia and Sister Serena have both gone to urge the slimes and orcs to build the city wall. There's still a lot of our city wall project that hasn't been completed yet. Sumu was deeply gratified. With Winstia and Serena around, there shouldn't be any major problems with the infrastructure construction in his territory. What about Susu? Did she go to the tree spirit's place? Recalling the resurrection of Vivier's mother, Sumu couldn't help but ask a question. Yesterday, he told Susu to go to the tree spirit's place every day. Let's go. It was Sister Coco who took Coco and Susu there. That's good. Knowing that nothing in the territory had been affected by what happened last night, Sumu felt much more at ease. When he left the territory, he found that the divine lightning in the sky had disappeared. Come to think of it, 12 hours have already passed. Sumu saw Yululu standing not far away, lost in thought, and he couldn't help but walk over. What? Are you reluctant to part with it? Staring intently at his corpse. As Sumu approached, he discovered that Yululu was staring blankly at Yang Yelin's corpse. You're not so annoying when you're not talking. Yululu rolled her eyes, not wanting to even look at Sumu. TCH, can't take a joke. Sumu pursed her lips and said nothing. He knew that Yululu wouldn't really be angry. Lilua who would threaten to kill him at the drop of a hat. I'm thinking about what to do with his body. Should we bury it, or leave it? Yululu's voice rang out. Perhaps, if we leave him with a complete corpse, there will still be room for maneuver when the Yang Demon clan comes looking for him. You can say that you didn't kill him. With your strength, perhaps the Yangma clan might believe you. So, all you've been worried about is me? Haha, Sumu shamelessly ran up to Yululu and stared at her as he spoke. What are you doing? Yululu frowned and turned away. Who cares about you? I'd rather you were dead. But as she turned around, her face flushed slightly, but it only lasted for a moment before she returned to normal. I'm serious. Yululu suddenly turned around and stared at Sumu. I know you might not be afraid. The power and danger of the Yang Demon clan cannot be easily dismissed with just a few words. This involves not only your life, but also the lives of others in your territory, who are also risking their lives for you. As a leader, you should shoulder your own responsibilities. Yululu looked at him intently with a serious expression. Sumu put away her usual cheerful demeanor. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. That would be best. Yululu pursed her lips. Soon she noticed that Sumu was squatting in front of Yang Yelin's corpse, seemingly examining something. Yululu frowned slightly. She didn't know what Sumu was doing either. But she didn't want to ask anything. She was afraid he would tease her again, saying that she couldn't bear to part with her fiancé, Yang Yelin. Consuming 80% of Star Moon value, attempting to extract Yang Yelin's strongest ability from the Yang Demon clan. 1%, 5%, 100%. Ability extraction successful. Gained ability, Yang Demon body. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Sumu quickly examined the effects of the Yang Demon body. Yang Demon body. The Yang Demon race's proud and powerful physique, directly reducing physical damage by 500% and magical damage by 250%. Upon seeing the description of the Yang Demon body, Sumu clicked his tongue in amazement. Was so powerful last night, able to withstand wave after wave of divine lightning. It turns out his physical abilities are just that monstrous. damage reduction of 500%. Having played many games in the past, Sumu could clearly sense the terrifying nature of this ability. It's absolutely insane. Refining the Yang demon body requires 300% of star moon value. Currently, your star and moon value is 0%, insufficient for refining. Please accumulate star and moon value to meet the refining requirements. Chapter 259 Special Undead. Kanai. Is the star and moon value insufficient for refining? Sumu roughly calculated that he should be able to store the star-moon value to 100% in one night. In other words, it would take at least 3 nights to refine Yang Yelin's Yang demon body. Good things come to those who wait, but it seems I'll have to wait 3 more days. By the way, are there any other corpses of the Yang demon clan? Or is it only Yang Yelin's? Knowing that he still had the spirit-binding general, Sumu adhered to the principle of not wasting a single needle or thread and decided not to waste the corpse of the Yang demon clan. What? Yulilua glanced at Sumu, wondering why he asked that. Could it be that he has some kind of unusual fetish? For example, things like corpse torture. It works. Sumu only said 2 words. I see. Yulilua responded and turned to leave. Soon, 5 corpses of the Yang demon clan were placed in front of Sumu. That's all we found. The others should have been shattered by the thunder. Yulilua said. That's enough. Sumu beckoned to the spirit-binding generals beside him. The 2 old buddies, who understood the procedure perfectly, immediately began to operate the equipment. Yulilu had ever witnessed such a scene. She hadn't expected that Sumu had undead under his command with such abilities, capable of producing undead on their own. Just as Juling was about to attack Yang Yelin's corpse, Felina, who hadn't appeared for a long time, suddenly showed up. Should we turn him into a ghost doll? Felina looked at Sumu and said, his combat ability is not bad. If he were made into a ghost doll, it would be better than him becoming a ghost. That Felina had taken the initiative to make such a request, and Sumu couldn't help but look her over several times. Felina was acting strangely today, actually taking the initiative to care about these things. It must be difficult to find her even under normal circumstances. These few glances made Florina anxious, and she suddenly floated into the air and spun around in a big circle. Why are you looking at me like that? No, I just think you're acting strange today, Sumu said. What's so strange about it? Felina gritted her teeth and glared at Sumu. Clearly, she was very unhappy that he called her weird. In fact, Felina was very perceptive, and she could sense that Sumu had encountered quite a bit of trouble this time. That's why she reacted that way. You didn't let me finish. I said you're kind of cute. Sumu suddenly changed the subject and chuckled. Felina was taken aback at first, then realized what Sumu meant. She took off again, embarrassed, without looking at him. Do you want it or not? Flint's voice came through. Forget it. Sumu spoke. This guy has a foul mouth and is annoying. He's not worth making into a ghost doll. I hate him just looking at him. Not everyone is a gabong, suitable for being made into a doll. Whatever. Humph. Felina gave a soft snort and quickly disappeared from Sumu's sight. But in the next corner of the room, Frena puffed out her cheeks, and a rare blush appeared on her pale face. Huh. All you do is spout nonsense. As she spoke, Felina turned and disappeared into her room. May I ask what you mean by making a ghost doll? Yuliloa, who was standing next to her, spoke up. She naturally noticed the exchange between Sumu and Felina, and she was curious about what it meant to make a ghost doll. Given Yuliloa's recent behavior, Sumu patiently explained to her what it meant. Then I think you should turn him into a ghost doll. Yuliloa said. This is a significant help to you. Even if the Yang demon clan really comes, you will have something to rely on with this. Sumu smiled slightly. Perhaps you are right. Yuliloa was delighted, thinking that Sumu had accepted her suggestion, but his next sentence made her frown slightly. But I just won't listen. After Sumu finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the spirit-binding general next to him stepped forward to bind Yang Yelin's corpse. You're a madman. You will pay the price for your willfulness. Yulilu said from the side. She understood the terror of the Yang demon clan, so she was wholeheartedly thinking of Sumu's best interests, but she never expected him to respond in this way. Yuliloa was extremely displeased. In her opinion, turning Yang Yelin's corpse into a ghost doll was the best option. Conversely, after the spirit is bound, Yang Yelin's corpse will turn to dust and cease to exist. At that time, the Yang demon clan will be even more enraged. It doesn't matter. Sumu shrugged, completely ignoring what Yuliloa was saying beside him. Snort. Seeing that he was still stubborn, Yulilu snorted coldly and prepared to turn around and leave. But the next moment, A wisp of black smoke suddenly appeared from Yang Yelin's corpse. Sumu let out a soft eh. No one else experienced this, so what happened to Yang Yelin? The black smoke emerging from Yang Yelin's body gradually transformed into the form of an undead. It has some similarities to Mordrence's form, but there are also significant differences. In any case, what can be identified is that Yang Yelin's spirit is different in form from the spirits of other corpses. Sumu immediately used an insight spell to strike. Kanai, a special type of spirit created by the binding of spirits. Its specific functions remain to be explored. Seeing the feedback from the insight technique, Sumu felt helpless. However, he could roughly guess that the reason for this result was most likely due to Yang Yelin's own strength. Yang Yelin was powerful, and after his death, his spirit was bound to a different form than that of ordinary people, thus creating a unique kind of undead spirit. For things that the insight technique couldn't figure out, Sumu naturally had other methods. He reached out and touched the Kanai, and its status bar quickly appeared before his eyes. Special Undead, Kanai None. Age, None. Work Adaptability, None. Special Talent Tag, Shared Fate. Looking at the undead that resembled smoke, Sumu was puzzled for the first time. It turned out to be all nothing. This shared destiny talent mean? Shared fate. The target possessed by it will die a painful death together with it. Sumu. Upon seeing the introduction to shared fate, Sumu was invigorated. The simple and brutal way to use this special undead called Kanai is that it has only one purpose, to kill. However, what Sumu doesn't know right now is how strong the people that Ku-Wu can kill are. Regardless, the Kanai is extremely useful, because Sumu possesses the Hellfire Hot Spring. In other words, even if the Kanai dies along with the enemy, it can still revive. Suddenly, Sumu's mood brightened because of the appearance of the Kanai. He decided to keep the Kanai with him and find an opportunity to test it. Yu Lilua watched as Sumu's expression shifted from confusion to bright surprise. The clever girl guessed that he probably knew what the undead in front of him really was. She was curious too, but thinking of the unpleasant incident with Sumu just now, Yu Lilu could only grit her teeth and hide her curiosity. Chapter 260 The Master of Spirit Control Techniques displays his power for the first time. Ifia, come with me. Sumu's main goal today is to go to Zhang Dahai's territory and then to Tianlong City. Okay. Who was sitting in a chair in a daze, quickly entered the form of the Sky Shuttle Silver Feather Horse, and Sumu rode on it. Yu Lilua looked at Sumu's figure, seemingly wanting to say something, but holding back. You don't need to come with me. Just stay in the territory and keep an eye on things. Sumu patted Ifia's body as he spoke. Ifia flew towards the sky. Yu Lilua did not respond, but it was easy to see from her tightly furrowed brows that she was very unhappy. The Yanhua clan might come at any time. I'll feel more at ease if you stay in the territory. Sumu's voice drifted over softly. Yu Lilua looked up at his receding figure, and her proud heart felt a little better. What's going on? Why are there so many trees in the ocean's territory? Before Sumu even landed, he immediately noticed the changes in Zhang Dahai's territory. To before, Zhang Dahai's territory now has many more trees, and from above, you can also see patches of flower beds. Even the wooden fence surrounding the territory was planted with circles of colorful flowers, which looked quite nice. However, compared to before, the changes are truly enormous. Sumu had a feeling that this was more like the territory where tree spirits should live. What exactly did the ocean do? Sumu was curious and couldn't help but urge Ifia to fall down, wanting to ask her what was going on. But then, something unexpected happened to Sumu. The large trees within Zhang Dahai's territory suddenly stirred, and in an instant, hundreds of vines attacked him and Ifia. Not only that, those originally beautiful flowers revealed human faces, and countless petals flew towards the sky like sharp blades. Sumu! Get out of the way, Ifia. Don't attack yet. To avoid accidentally harming allies, Sumu chose to temporarily evade, while Ifia used a leap to ascend into the sky, successfully dodging the attacks from below. Quick! Stop! Those are our own people! Shouts rang out, and Zhang Dahai, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, began directing his subordinates. 10 minutes later, Sumu sat in Zhang Dahai's exclusive lord's chair, listening to his endless narration. Boss Sumu, that's how it is. Zhang Dahai touched his head and explained all the changes that had come so unexpectedly to Sumu. So, all those trees in your territory were transplanted and planted by you yourself, all for the sake of your lord's talent? That's right, just like you saw back then. As long as the plants are within the territory, my lord's talent will have the opportunity to transform them into troops. Zhang Dehai said, I originally thought the odds would be very low, but now I realize they are terrifyingly high. For example, out of the 10 trees I transplant, 8 of them successfully transform into tree warriors. They usually don't look special in their territory, but as soon as an outsider comes, they will immediately launch an attack. Just like what you did just now, boss, wasn't that because you were attacked? However, now that I've spoken to them, this situation won't happen to you again, so don't worry. Zhang Dehai patted his chest and guaranteed. Next time, they'll recognize you, boss. Sumu waved his hand, not caring at all about being attacked. What he was more concerned about was, Dehai, how strong are your Treant warriors? A very powerful boss. Speaking of this, Zhang Dehai seemed very excited, and he quickly said, a neighboring territory attacked me with 3,000 goblins and 2,000 leopard men, but my Treant warriors wiped them all out. Moreover, I only have about 100 Treant warriors. 100 battles against 5,000. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Sumu had witnessed both the goblins and the leopard men, and had a general idea of their strength. You could say they're about evenly matched. But if it's really like Zhang Dehai, 100 versus 5,000, then that's indeed very strong. Your flowers weren't included? Just now, Sumu noticed that the flower garden on the outskirts of Zhang Dehai's territory had also joined the attack. He could also clearly see that the flowers had grown human faces and were obviously no longer ordinary flowers. It is a flower fairy. I hadn't even transplanted the flowers yet at that time. Zhang Dehai laughed and said, because I knew about the Treant warriors' formidable combat power, I focused all my attention on planting and paid little attention to things like construction. Look, the territory hasn't seen much development, has it? Zhang Dehai touched his head apologetically. The powerful Su Mu told him to focus on developing his territory, but instead he went off to study his own lordly talent. Zhang Dehai felt extremely embarrassed. He had failed Su Mu's trust. Su Mu naturally understood the meaning behind his words, and he patted Zhang Dehai's arm. Fine. Compared to developing your territory, once you understand your own lordly talent, you will achieve twice the result with half the effort, and it will have no impact in the long run. Boss, do you really support me doing this? Zhang Dehai was extremely excited. He was worried that Su Mu would blame him, but he didn't expect that Su Mu would be able to understand. Zhang Dehai instantly felt a warm feeling. Of course I support it. Su Mu smiled. That attack just now really startled me. You never reported it to me before, so I thought I had come to the wrong territory. Zhang Dehai chuckled dryly and said, Boss, next time you bring your territory flag over and let me plant it, then we can tell if we've come to the wrong territory, right? Can't your vassal territories design their own unique territorial flags? Do you need me to give them to you? Sumu knew that the flags of subordinate territories could be different from those of the main territory, and did not necessarily have to be his Mu flag. Fu Ningyu's territory is indeed a subordinate territory of Su Mu, but she already has her own exclusive flag. A little girl with a very funny lemon-shaped head. Su Mu had seen it when he went to see Slika, and he even teased Fu Ningyu about it, asking why she had to release a cartoon flag. It lacks any sense of dominance. At that time, Fu Ningyu blushed and tried to defend herself. What's wrong with that? She's a girl, so what if the flag is a little cartoonish? That's true, but you've forgotten, boss. Even in our Dragon Kingdom, there's a distinction between the national flag and regional flags. It would be more recognizable if both the main territory and the subordinate territories displayed the same flag, wouldn't it? It has to be said that Zhang Dehai's words really reminded Su Mu. Wherever the banners point, they are all his admiration banners. What a shocking scene that would be. Su Mu adopted Zhang Dehai's suggestion. I understand, I'll arrange it for you later. By the way, Ocean, can your Treant warriors move? What I mean is, leave the territory. Chapter 261, The Key Spirit Fruit. A mutant version. No. Zhang Dehai shook his head and said with a hint of regret. The Treant warriors are really good at fighting. Their battles within their territory are like a net that is difficult for ordinary people to break into. The only drawback is that they cannot leave their territory, otherwise they would be truly invincible. Sumu nodded in agreement. What Zhang Dehai said confirmed his suspicions. But boss, my flower fairy warriors are pretty good, aren't they? They're also very good attackers. Zhang Dehai said excitedly. They are capable of fighting outside their territory, and planting them on the outskirts can prevent enemy invasion and give them a surprise attack. Recently, quite a few ill-intentioned individuals have been eyeing my territory, but just as they came to scout, They were all recognized and killed by my flower fairy warriors. At this point, Zhang Dehai suddenly remembered something and continued. By the way, boss, didn't you declare war on the Yang Demon Clan last night? Do you want me to plant some plants around your territory? Once they grow up, they'll be quite a fighting force. Last night, after Su Mu declared war on the Yang Demon Clan, Zhang Dehai did not send any messages of greeting, nor did Luo Wuxi. Su Mu subconsciously assumed that none of them knew about this news. I didn't expect that they still knew. Oh, you do know that I, the Sun Demon Clan, have declared war on you. Su Mu glanced at Zhang Dehai and said with a smile. Zhang Dehai was a clever man. He certainly knew what Su Mu meant by asking that question. He smiled and said, of course, now that the system-wide announcement is going off, it's hard for me to guess it wasn't you, boss. As for why I didn't send you a message to say hello, it's because I have a very high understanding of your abilities and absolute trust in you. Zhang Dehai gestured wildly, spitting as he spoke. Don't even mention a mere Yang Demon Clan. Even if the Moon Demon Clan, Blood Demon Clan, and Fire Demon Clan attacked simultaneously, wouldn't that be a piece of cake for you, big boss? You overestimate me. Su Mu rolled her eyes. Good heavens, it turns out that in Zhang Dehai's eyes, his declaration of war against the Yang Demon Clan was a trivial matter. No wonder this guy didn't even say hello. Su Mu finally grasped the key point. That's not overestimating you. It's because you have absolute strength, and I have complete trust in you. All right, stop flattering me. I'm immune to that. Su Mu quickly stopped him, then asked. By the way, what's the deal with what you just said about helping me plant some plants around the perimeter of my territory? I remember that your Lord Talent, Spirit Master, can only nurture plant life in your territory, right? Would it still be of any use to move it to my territory? This is something Su Mu doesn't understand. He felt he hadn't misremembered the description of the Spirit Master. Right. But boss, I have this. As Zhang Dehai spoke, he sent Su Mu a message. Spirit Master, mutant version plants within your territory have a very high chance of developing into living beings and becoming your troops. There's an 80% chance that the seeds you plant will sprout into creatures that will fight for you. Different seeds will produce different types of soldiers. When did your lordly talent change? Su Mu raised an eyebrow. You can play it like this? Mutant version? That's why I didn't greet you, boss, right away last night. I found an airdrop by the river. Zhang Dehai recalled what happened last night. At that time, I opened a treasure chest and found a fruit called the Key Spirit Fruit inside. I didn't know what it was for, but I could smell a sweet fragrance. Then I took a bite and found it incredibly delicious, so I finished it all in one go. Immediately afterward, my Lord Talent changed and became what you see now, boss. It's practically an evolved version of the previous one, much stronger than just one form. The secret fruit? Su Mu had never heard of such a thing before. Judging from Zhang Dehai's appearance, he doesn't seem to be talking nonsense. This kid has really had a lot of fortuitous encounters. He can be considered a person with great fortune. Su Myuk has not forgotten Zhang Dehai's experiences from the beginning to the present. It can be said that Zhang Dehai's life from birth to the present day has been nothing short of magical. In that case, come and plant a circle of plants in my territory. Su Mu thought for a moment and said, declaring war on the Sun Demon Clan is, to be honest, a lot of pressure for me right now. I'm not as optimistic as you might think. Is that so? Zhang Dehai's expression also turned serious. Don't worry, boss. Just say the word, and I'll immediately lead everyone in my territory to your aid, regardless of the cost to my life. If you want to deal with me, the big boss, you'd better ask me, Zhang Dehai, for permission first. Zhang Dehai's face was solemn, his chest pounding loudly, exuding an indomitable spirit. Okay. Su Mu smiled and patted Zhang Dehai on the shoulder. Many hands make light work. Whether Zhang Dehai's words were true or not, he was pleased. However, sir, you might need to prepare some seeds. Because I don't have any plant seeds on hand. Zhang Dehai has never been to the main city, so his supplies are far less abundant than Su Mu's. Good. Su Mu nodded, glanced at Ifia, who was intently admiring the flowers in the flower bed in the distance, and whispered, is that guy I had Matarenza and Gabong throw here back then? Ahem. Zhang Dehai coughed lightly, also lowering his voice. Boss, didn't you tell me to get rid of it? It just so happens that when I went to Flying Cloud City in the south, I met an old gentleman who recognized what kind of being that guy was. Then, to avoid trouble, I traded directly with him. Sold it like that. Su Mu had indeed asked Zhang Dehai to deal with Flo, but he didn't expect him to do it this way. Right. How many did you sell? Su Mu asked. Didn't I already tell you, sir? Zhang Dehai scratched his head, looking puzzled. Is that so? Sumu opened her chat history with Zhang Dahai, searched through it, and actually found something relevant. Sold 10 million gold coins. At that time, Zhang Dahai also explained what had happened. Sumu remembered. One night, he was in a hurry to chat with Luo Wuxi and completely ignored Zhang Dahai's message. It was probably around that time that Zhang Dahai told him, "Boss, all the money is in there. I didn't spend a single penny." Zhang Dahai handed over a card. "If this thing were available for trade, I would have given it to you long ago, boss. By the way, boss, I didn't sell it cheaply, did I?" Chapter 262 Go. The farther the better. The Tizot Silver Feather Horse. However, for a beast spirit, a price of 10 million is somewhat of a ripoff. But Sumu didn't feel bad about it. After all, it was an unexpected windfall for him. With Flo's trash talent and that mouth that's as bad as a latrine, 10 million is a lot. There's no cheap option. As Sumu spoke, he took out a card and handed it to Zhang Dahai. "There are 200,000 gold coins in this card, which is all I have saved up so far. Consider it a reward for you." "No need, sir," Zhang Dahai declined. "How could I ask for your money after I'm doing this for you? You're underestimating me, Zhang Dahai." Not only did Zhang Dahai refuse, he also took out a small box and handed it to Sumu. "I ate one of the key spirit fruits from yesterday, and there's another one here. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Sumu handed over the key spirit fruit and stuffed the card into Zhang Dahai's hand. "I recently conquered Tianlong City. As you know, development requires funding. Otherwise, I would have rewarded you even more. Take this money and spend it without worry." "Well," Zhang Dahai hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Then I'll accept it. Thank you so much." "We're all brothers when we say those things," Sumu said with a smile, patting Zhang Dahai on the shoulder. Next, Sumu toured the subordinate territory, but did not linger. He told Zhang Dahai that he was leaving. "Dahai, I'm going to Tianlong City today. I'll be buying a lot of seeds there. You can come to my territory tomorrow." "Got it, boss." After bidding farewell to Zhang Dahai, Sumu rode Ifia toward Tianlong City. "Right now?" "In the forest south of Tianlong City." "Hathaway, surrender. For the sake of our past friendship, Mutterson and I might let you go." The one who spoke was Hasid, the acting deputy city lord of Tianlong City. Since gaining Sumu's trust, Hasid's status in Tianlong City has risen significantly. He is no longer an ordinary guard. And Hasid did not disappoint Sumu's trust. In the days that Sumu was away, Tianlong City developed in an orderly manner under his leadership. However, things haven't been very peaceful these past few days. In particular, just 2 days ago, Hasid received a message from a scout saying that Hathaway was leading a small army of about 1,000 men who had repeatedly ambushed and killed civilians leaving Tianlong City. This action undoubtedly caused panic among the city's residents and brought considerable trouble to Hasid. As guards within the city, they cannot control areas that are too far away, but if civilians still die outside Tianlong City, they are to blame. Without much thought, Hasid immediately led his soldiers to surround and kill Hathaway in an attempt to regain the people's trust. Hathaway, in front of Hasid, also had a special identity. The previous lord of Tianlong City. When Andrew died, Hathaway was leading her guards on a mission outside. When she returned to Tianlong City, the sky had fallen. Hathaway learns from others about the tragic death of her father, Andrew, and the loss of his position as city lord, and the seeds of hatred begin to sprout in her heart. She vowed to avenge her father. Spat dismissively at Hasid's words, staring at him with utter disgust. "If you value my father's relationship with him, would you still acknowledge someone else as the city lord of Tianlong City?" "Hasad, your hypocrisy disgusts me. How about it? You must be laughing at me in your heart right now, Deputy City Lord. You think I'm like a clown, doing something pointless? Hasad, after knowing you for so many years, you really disgust me." Faced with Hathaway's close-up insults, Hassan did not refute her. He simply sighed. "Hathaway, I'm talking about the bond between you and me. You said it yourself, I am your friend, but I am not your father's friend. Furthermore, you've been completely misled. You have no idea what your father did back in Tianlong City. He has become a demon. He is no longer your father. He has killed so many people, and I had no choice." Hassad knew that any further explanation would be futile. His only regret was that he and Hathaway had actually known each other for a long time. Both of them graduated from the Knights of the Claw and were very good classmates. Now, however, we must fight each other. Hypocrite. Hathaway gritted her teeth, her eyes fixed on Hassad. Hassad is not from Tianlong City. His hometown is on the far south coast. The reason he appeared in Tianlong City was because of Hathaway's recommendation. After graduating from the Knight Academy, Assad had nowhere to go, so Hathaway introduced him to Tianlong City to work as a guard. Unfortunately, Hasid, who disliked flattery and sycophancy, remained lukewarm and made no significant achievements in Tianlong City, nor did he gain Andrew's favor. Even so, Hathaway still felt there was no problem. She believed that with Hasid's excellence, he would one day become dazzling. It can help you achieve great things. Hathaway found hard to accept was that Hassad had become the acting deputy city lord of Sky City. She even climbed up by stepping over her father's corpse. This was a huge blow to Hathaway. In that instant, Hathaway no longer wanted to distinguish right from wrong. She only felt betrayed. Hasid's betrayal. I know that no matter how much I say, you won't believe me. As he spoke, Hasid waved to his guards. Put down your weapons. The guards hesitated for a moment, but then lowered their weapons from Hathaway and the others. Hathaway, you should go. Leave Tianlong City. Go far away. Hassad, no. Upon hearing this, Mudson quickly stepped forward. If the city lord finds out you let her go, we're doomed. Hassad raised his hand to interrupt Mudson. He looked at Hathaway and the soldiers behind her, more than half of whom had already been captured, and spoke. Hathaway, I won't pursue this matter further this time. But if there's a next time, even if we were once friends, I'll have no choice but to draw my sword against you. As he spoke, Hassad turned to look at Mudson and the guards. Don't worry, I will personally explain the cause and course of events to the city lord when he arrives, and then I will go and accept my punishment alone. It won't involve anyone. With Hasid having said so much, what complaints could the guards possibly have? Not only them, but even Mudson was speechless. Behind them, Hathaway's expression shifted. What Hassad did still touched her. Originally, Hasid could have arrested them and taken them back to claim credit. But he didn't do that. Instead, they chose to release them all. For a moment, Hathaway's gaze as she looked at Hasid's retreating figure was filled with complex emotions. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps began. Something's up. Be on guard. Hassad raised his longsword. Chapter 263 Assassination. Lodi City's ambition. Just as Hasid and his guards were on guard, a large army suddenly surged in from their flank and rear. They were all clad in black armor, riding red-haired wolves, exuding a menacing aura. Upon seeing the black armor and the red-furred wolf-like beast, Hasid's brows immediately furrowed, and he glared at the leading commander with an unfriendly expression. Do you people of Lodi City know that this place is less than 20 kilometers away from our Tianlong City? Who gave you the audacity to lead your troops into our city's territory? There is some basis to what Hasid said. According to long-standing practice, if there is no war assistance between cities, it is not allowed to lead troops to appear within a range of about 20 miles around the city. Once they enter within 20 kilometers, they will automatically assume that a premeditated war has been launched. At that time, the invaded city will have a reason to launch a defensive offensive. Even though these cities belong to the same empire, this tacit agreement still exists. Even if a city that is in passive defense is sued before the king, it still has a valid case. Hassad and his group were definitely no more than 20 kilometers away from Tianlong City, so his first reaction to the sudden appearance of the Lodi City army was that they had ill intentions. The Dragon Roar Empire no longer exists, so who cares about those so-called war agreements? That's just a joke. The leader was named Narek, and as Hasid said, they all came from Lodi City. They were recognized because of their black armor and the red wolves they rode. Both of these items are prominent symbols of the Lodi City army. Their army has a resounding name. Red Wolf Army. Unlike other knights, they did not ride war horses, but rather crimson wolves that possessed fire magic. Narek, do you mean you want to attack our Tianlong City now? A voice rang out, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to find that it was Mutterson. Oh, Mutterson. Nalek, recognizing an old acquaintance, flashed a mouthful of large, yellow teeth. I heard a week ago that your city lord Anderson has died. Is your Tianlong City leaderless right now? Mudson snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes slightly, and strode forward. Who says we're leaderless? We already have a new city lord. Forget it, Nalek interrupted Mudson. According to my scouts, I haven't seen your so-called city lord of Tianlong City for over a week. With your numbers, you think you can take over Tianlong City? I'm afraid it'll be difficult. As Nalek spoke, his gaze swept around the room, finally settling on Hasid's face. I heard that you are the acting city lord of that Tianlong City. Where did this nobody come from? Hassad clenched his fists, his eyes flashing coldly as he looked at Nalek. He was about to say something when Mutsun's hand landed on his shoulder. Narek, when did you become a rebel in Lodi City? So you're already thinking of going solo? Upon hearing Mutsun's words, the soldiers behind Nalek exchanged bewildered glances, all showing expressions of disbelief. Mutterson, stop trying to sow discord. Seeing this, Nalek quickly tried to clarify things for himself. Our city lord's idea was to bring us here today. Even if Anderson hadn't died, our city lord had already set his sights on Tianlong City. Taking you down was something he had planned long ago. Nalek stopped there, realizing he had said too much. Great Mutterson, you did this on purpose. If Nalek still didn't realize that Mutsun was deliberately trying to trick him into revealing information, then he would be a fool. It seems you planned this all along. Mutterson's eyes turned hostile. So what if it is? Having said that, Nalek directly abandoned all pretense of civility. Now that you're all here, I can take you all down in one fell swoop. Tianlong City is finished. Just the people behind you. Mutsun glanced at the large group gathered behind him, estimating it to be around 2,000 men. But their main force is also nearly the same size, so at worst, they'll have to fight. Kanalek's statement that they were finished was rather arrogant. You really think there are only these people among us? Nalek laughed. Do you know that we are merely the advance team? 50,000 elite troops will arrive at your Tianlong City soon. If you know what's good for you, surrender now and hand over Tianlong City. Otherwise, snort. Nalek gave a cold laugh and drew his longsword. Those who obey prosper. Those who defy perish. Don't waste your breath on him. Let's break through and get back to Tianlong City. Hassad said, no longer caring whether Nalek's words were true or false. If what Nalek said is true, then Tianlong City is indeed in crisis. If Nalek is lying, then they should break out and return to Tianlong City and be prepared to guard against an attack from Lodi City at any time. Therefore, Hassad raised his sword and gave the order to break out. Stubborn fool. Whoever captures those two alive will be rewarded with 100,000 gold coins and a cartload of beautiful women. A generous reward always brings forth brave men. As soon as Narek gave the order, the wolf riders riding crimson flame wolves behind him couldn't wait to charge forward. In an instant, weapons clashed, and a great war began. Careful! Hassad was nearly attacked by 10 wolf riders, but fortunately, a figure darted out from the side and successfully intercepted the attack from behind. A narrow escape. Hassad glanced at the person who had blocked the attack for him. Thank you, Hathaway. That's right, it was Hathaway who shielded Hassad from the attack at the critical moment. This is something Hassad never expected. Hathaway didn't say anything. She just glanced at Hassad and then turned around and joined them in the breakout operation. Just as the two armies were locked in a fierce battle, a strange change occurred in the sky. 7 or 8 enormous fireballs hung above their heads. The crowd stopped fighting and couldn't help but look up. It was during this brief moment that the fireball crashed down. Scatter! Nalek roared. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball crashed down with lightning speed. Instantly, the area below turned into a sea of fire, and many Red Wolf soldiers were affected by the attack. Who is it? Who's coming for us? Nalek could tell at a glance that these attacks were aimed at their Red Wolf army, because most of the wounded were their own men. He searched around for his target, and finally spotted a young figure riding a winged horse in the sky. Lord City Lord. Hassad spoke excitedly. It really is the City Lord. Mutsun also noticed it immediately. Hearing their calls, Hathaway couldn't help but look up at the sky, her eyes gradually darkening. Chapter 264 Another Use of Kanai. So you're the new City Lord of that Tianlong City? You snot-nosed brat, are you still breastfeeding? All you know is how to sneak up on me from behind. Seeing his soldiers suffer considerable damage, Nalek's eyes turned red, and he angrily cursed Sumu in the sky. If you have the guts, come down and fight us on the ground. Don't just throw a couple of spells in the sky. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the public? A sneak attack? That's not in line with our chivalry. Nalek wasn't afraid of ground combat at all. As a holy knight, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. But Nalek does have one weakness. It can be said that all knights have one weakness. That means they are only good at ground combat, not aerial combat. Of course, dragon knights are an exception. Nalek's primary goal was not to be afraid of Sumu, but to use provocation to lure Sumu down. Sumu was fully aware of his little tricks, so he just smiled and remained silent, then unleashed his magic once more. Heavenly fire shines brightly. A terrifying fireball gathered in the air once again. Sumu isn't a knight, So what kind of chivalry is he talking about? Therefore, Nalek's taunts had no effect on him at all. Grass. This kid has no sportsmanship. Nalek panicked and waved his hand dismissively. Quick. Spread. Narek and his men weren't without ways to deal with aerial combat. It's just that today they only deployed knights, specifically the Crimson Wolf Knights. The Crimson Wolf has a fatal weakness. It cannot be set too high or too far. That's why Nalek was in such a sorry state under Su Mu's attack and could only keep running away. This time, thanks to their preparedness, Nalek's Red Wolf army successfully evaded the fireball attack with virtually no losses. However, their neat formation was thus scattered. This gave Hassad and Mudson the opportunity to gradually defeat them. Hassad clearly noticed this as well, and he roared. Quick! With the city lord providing aerial support, let's intensify our attack. Their formation has been broken. Yes. The soldiers of Tianlong City were in high spirits and launched powerful attacks. They all wanted to show off their skills in front of the new city lord, hoping to catch his eye. That's a chance to rise to the top. The soldiers showed themselves off without reservation. Nalek also clearly noticed something was wrong. His eyes hardened as he looked at Su Mu in the sky and made a decisive decision. The entire army is ordered to retreat. 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 After receiving orders, the Red Wolf army calmly and systematically covered Nalek's escape. Their performance in the critical moment showed that they are indeed a well-trained team. Su Mu rode on Ifia's back, his brows furrowed slightly. He had overheard the conversation between Narek and Hassad, among others. He knew, of course, that this wolf riding group was their enemy. Su Mu never showed mercy to his enemies. Kanai? Enter his body. Su Mu summoned the undead Kanai he had recently acquired. He now has only one goal, to capture the leader first. Once the commander is eliminated, it's only a matter of time before the army collapses. Moreover, Su Mu could take this opportunity to test the effect of the Kanai and see if it would work on Nalek, the Holy Spirit Knight. The Kuwu couldn't speak, but after receiving Su Mu's command, it transformed into a wisp of smoke and darted towards Nalek below. What is that? During the retreat, Narek clearly saw the presence of the Kanai. He was greatly surprised by the strange, black smoke-like object and hurriedly drew his knight's sword to stab at the Kanai. Surprisingly, Narek's attack had no effect whatsoever on the Kanai. Kanai, it actually ignores physical attacks. Narek, realizing what was happening, brandished his knight's sword with a silver gleam, his next attack still gathering momentum. The Kanai was even faster. It turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into Narek's forehead in an instant. Nalek shuddered, his pupils dilated sharply, and in the next moment, he seemed to have been robbed of his soul, his eyes vacant. Commander, let's go. The guards beside him roared and blocked the attack of Hassad and his men for Narek. Ignoring his teammates' calls, Kenalek continued to let the Red Wolf beneath him thrash about until he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Mudson quickly led his soldiers to charge forward and soon captured Narek, who was still in a daze. Seeing their commander captured, the Red Wolf army was caught in a dilemma. Retreat or stay, they were caught in a bind. Until Narek, with a long sword pressed against his neck, spoke. Do not move. Flame Wolves, listen to my command. All of you, cease all your actions. This 1,000-strong force consisted of Narek's personal guards, who had an extremely high degree of obedience and trust in him. Upon receiving the order, they all ceased their actions and surrendered without resistance. Mudson was puzzled. Based on his understanding of Nalek, he knew that Nalek was not a coward. Yet now that he had been captured, his soldiers had surrendered and stayed to keep him company. This is really not like Nalek. The sudden change left Mudson struggling to adapt. Not to mention Mudson, who knew Narek. Even Hassad couldn't understand it. He even wondered if the other party was plotting something. Or perhaps there are other reinforcements nearby. Just when everyone was confused, Su Mu descended from the sky. Lord City Lord. Hassad and Mudson quickly offered their greetings. The surrounding soldiers also shouted in unison and with great excitement. Lord of the city. Clearly, Su Mu's act of supporting them from the sky had established a towering image in the hearts of the soldiers. This unified shout is the best example. Su Mu raised his head and straightened his chest, his gaze intense, and nodded slightly with a smile on his lips in response. He was incredibly talented, a natural leader. Even on his first time as the lord of a city, he had already mastered the right demeanor and presence. Wherever Su Mu went, the soldiers very consciously parted to both sides, making way for him. Kanai. Su Mu lowered his voice and spoke to Nalek, who was being suppressed by Mudson. Owner. Nalek bowed slightly, his eyes filled with respect. Sumu smiled. Others might not understand the significance of those two words, but he knew it all too well. He just didn't expect that, besides causing death, the kunai would also have such an ability to possess a person's body and control them. This couldn't be more perfect for Sumu. Lord, be careful. Careful. No. Just as Sumu was immersed in the special power of the kunai, a series of voices rang in his ears. Chapter 265 Shocking the Soldiers. Unharmed. Amidst shouts, Sumu was stabbed from behind by a sharp sword gleaming with a cold light. City Lord. Lord City Lord. Grown-ups. Amidst the shouts of the crowd, Hathaway stood frozen in shock. How is this possible? Hathaway could hardly believe that her powerful attack had landed on her father's killer, yet he was completely unharmed. He clearly had no time to defend himself, and didn't even notice. She clearly struck when no one was paying attention. This should be the weakest point, so why didn't her sword leave a single scratch on the opponent even though it landed on them? There were no scratches, not even a tear in the outer clothes. Hathaway was surprised. Not only him, but the soldiers around him were the same. They were all deeply shocked. Just how powerful is the City Lord? To be stabbed in the back at such close range, and still be completely unharmed. They didn't even have a chance to react. Fear. That's truly terrifying. The soldiers were shocked by Sumu's strength, and their eyes were filled with awe as they looked at him. Even Hasid was shocked, his heart pounding, and his face filled with terror. How dare Hathaway do that? How dare they attack the City Lord in this situation? Has she gone mad? I still want to die? Just as the soldiers were about to rush forward and seize Hathaway, a black light suddenly emanated from Sumu. Soon, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone. He gripped the massive knight's great sword in both hands, his gaze cold and fierce. Guardian Knight Gabong is here. How dare you attempt to harm my master? Damn bastard. With a roar, Jurbin swung his great sword, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind that swept towards Hathaway. Boom. Hathaway had no way to avoid it, and was thrown 10 meters away, crashing hard into a tree before finally coming to a stop. Sumu frowned, his gaze falling on Hathaway, who was struggling and groaning in pain. What just happened was so sudden that the intelligence system didn't have time to react or provide any feedback. Not to mention the intelligence system, even Sumu himself didn't react. Because Hathaway's attack range is too short. However, Sumu knew why Hathaway's sneak attack had failed. She triggered Gabong's talent. A strong shield. The strong shield ability allows you to withstand a fatal blow when you transform into a doll and carry it with you. So even though Hathaway launched a sneak attack, Sumu was still completely unharmed. Arrest her and let her be dealt with as I see fit. Sumu gave the order. If it weren't for Gabong, he would have been in real danger today. Sumu naturally wouldn't have a good temper with the person who tried to assassinate him. Yes. Eager to prove themselves, the soldiers rushed forward and subdued and captured the already injured Hathaway. Gabong's strength has long since recovered to the level of a holy knight. He's been leveling up with the undead army lately, dying 10 times a day, and his strength has increased considerably without him even realizing it. Sumu was naturally aware of this. Therefore, Sumu didn't feel much about Gabong knocking him away with one blow. Even though he didn't know that Hathaway's strength had reached the level of a supreme knight. But Hasid knew Hathaway's capabilities all too well. But now he was sent flying by a single blow from the undead knight, who suddenly appeared beside the City Lord. While Hasid was amazed by the number of capable people around the City Lord, he couldn't help but worry about Hathaway's fate. However, being clever, he didn't say much. He knew that the City Lord was definitely angry, and any conditions he proposed now would surely be rejected. Lord City Lord, are you alright? The longsword that Hathaway just stabbed at you was an epic weapon. Should we have it checked? Mutsun stepped forward and asked with concern. If his previous level of acceptance of Sumu's identity as the City Lord was only 50%, then what just happened has increased it by at least 30%. The Muttersons are a traditional knightly family. He only ever respects those who are better than him. Mutterson dared to say that, as a holy knight, he would have been unable to escape in that situation either. Death may not be possible, but serious injury is certain. If the shot had hit his heart more precisely, he might have been finished. It was precisely because Mutterson understood this so well that he admired Sumu even more. What was said without malice may have been taken to heart by the listener. Mutterson's words about an epic weapon caused another uproar and astonishment among the surrounding soldiers. They all knew the difference between ordinary weapons and epic weapons. They never expected that the city lord would emerge unscathed from the sneak attack by an epic-level weapon. Perhaps, with such a powerful figure as the city lord, Tianlong City will truly get better and better. Unbeknownst to them, the soldiers' spirits were lifted to some extent. The look in their eyes towards Sumu now held a greater degree of genuine respect. The strong are never short of followers. A devoted follower. No, don't worry. Sumu waved his hand and casually picked up the so-called epic longsword and put it away. All right. Seeing this, Mudson said nothing more, and Hassad, who was standing to the side, breathed a sigh of relief. Kanai, have your men follow us, and don't make a sound. Sumu lowered his voice and spoke to the Kanai. Just now, Sumu learned that Lodi City had considerable ambitions for their Tianlong City. Now that Kunu has the ability to control Narek's body, why doesn't he take advantage of it? Sumu is not an idiot. Yes, master. Kuwu bowed in response, and the instant he turned and stood up, his aura returned to exactly the same as Nalek's before. Red Wolf Army, heed my command. Put away your weapons and follow me. Don't ask any more questions. I have my own decision. Yes. The Red Wolf Army didn't know why their commander had suddenly acted this way, but military orders were absolute, and after thinking it over, they had no choice but to obey. Half an hour later, Tianlong City. Sumu and his group returned here. Lord City Lord, while you were away, the City Lord's mansion has been undergoing intensive reconstruction. However, the construction will take some time, so please make do with the inn for the night, Lord City Lord. Mudson stepped forward and spoke. He originally wanted to arrange for Sumu to stay at his home, but after thinking it over, he was afraid that Sumu would think he had ulterior motives, so he made other arrangements. Sumu didn't say anything about this. What he was more concerned about was, during my absence, has anything unusual happened in Tianlong City? Mudson didn't say anything, but turned around and glanced at Hassad, then nudged him. Oh. Hassad snapped out of his daze and quickly stepped forward. Lord City Lord, during the time you were away, I did everything you asked me to do with the tax benefit announcements you issued. Chapter 266, Andrew's Little Treasury. Because of the tax reduction, the people who were frightened by the Andrew incident chose to stay in Tianlong City temporarily instead of leaving. We have lost almost 1% of our population. When it comes to the tax system, Hassad thinks Sumu is too generous. According to his latest understanding after joining the company, Tianlong City's annual tax revenue previously reached 90 million gold coins. But now it's tax-free. And it's tax-free for a whole year. This represents a loss of 90 million gold coins for the city lord's mansion. However, while feeling sorry for Sumu, Hassad also greatly admired him. He himself simply wouldn't have such courage and boldness. There is a problem that requires your decision, Lord City Lord. Hassad said. What's the problem? After our policies to benefit the people were introduced, many people from surrounding small towns wanted to join our city. What should we do? What Hassad said is precisely the problem they have been facing recently, their biggest problem. Many people want to move into their city and live there permanently. You should know that Tianlong City has been a saturated city for the past year. The total population has reached 780,000. For a long time, Tianlong City refused to allow outsiders to enter. Outsiders can stay in Tianlong City temporarily, but if they want to live there permanently, they must have relevant identification documents and be recorded. Furthermore, Tianlong City regularly inspects and removes outsiders. Now that the pro-people policies have been introduced, many people want to join, which has led to many minor disputes and conflicts. Hassad explained the general situation to Sumu. Sumu lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Since the Andrew incident hasn't resulted in a significant population loss within our city, we will refuse all outsiders who wish to join our Tianlong City. However, this is not absolute. Sumu continued. To join us, you must obtain a green card from our Tianlong City. Only those who do can reside in our city for an extended period. Green card. Hassad and Mudson exchanged glances, clearly not understanding what the green card meant. A green card means that to join our Tianlong City, one must be a talent in various fields, or have made contributions to our Tianlong City. Sumu briefly explained the meaning of a green card to the two of them. In their era, to join a country and obtain a green card, one definitely needed to be a talented person who could contribute to and benefit that country. If just any ordinary person can join, then where's the prestige? Although Sumu's Tianlong City is not a country, the necessary style and temperament must be cultivated from childhood. He decided to put the green card system into practice first. Do you want to stay in their Tianlong City? Sure. First, demonstrate your own value and see if you're worth staying. This value, of course, refers not only to strength, but also to financial resources. If you don't have either of those, it's really not worth staying. Lord City Lord's idea is truly ingenious. After understanding the meaning and function of a green card, Mutterson's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands excitedly, exclaiming, "This plan not only solves the problem of people wanting to join the migrant population, but also provides an opportunity to address the talent shortage in various fields of Tianlong City. It is truly a win-win situation." That's brilliant. Mudson looked at Su Mu with admiration and amazement in his eyes. As the leader of a knightly order, Mutterson was a rough man. Because he was a rough man, he had no grand schemes or long-term vision, which is why he admired people who were smarter than him even more. Hasid's eyes lit up slightly, and he was equally impressed by the idea of a green card. Su Mu hadn't expected that it was just a simple green card system concept, and that it deserved the admiring looks on Mutterson and Hasid's faces. That's all. Nothing else. After resolving the issue of the outsiders, Su Mu looked at Hasad and Mudson again. There's one more. Seeing Hasid's hesitation, Mudson stepped forward. Lord City Lord, during the reconstruction of the City Lord's mansion, we found Andrew's treasury, and his family and relatives have all been temporarily detained according to your instructions. We are waiting to be judged by you. Mudson continued. Moreover, the woman who attacked you, Lord City Lord, was Andrew's daughter, Hathaway. I see. Su Mu nodded. He had already used his insight technique to see her, so he naturally knew Hathaway's identity, but it was difficult to explain these things in too much detail. By the way, what about Andrew's secret stash? Did you open it? This was still the matter that Su Mu cared about most. When Su Mu replaced Andrew, he raised questions about Andrew's legacy. Logically speaking, how could such a powerful city lord not have any resources or foundation? Surely such a large city lord's mansion couldn't have been left without any money? Unfortunately, the accountant in the city lord's mansion had been killed by Andrew, and Su Mu's questions remained unanswered. He simply gave an order for Hasad, Mudson, and others to keep an eye on it. Unexpectedly, he actually made a discovery this time he came back. Without your presence, Lord City Lord, how dare we open it? Mudson smiled wryly. Besides, the claim that it's Andrew's vault is just something we've heard rumors about. After all, the large bronze door underground hasn't been opened, so we don't know what's inside. Good. Su Mu was very satisfied. I'll go check it out myself later. Yes. By the way, go and bring Hathaway, who just attacked me, over here. I want to interrogate her myself. Yes. Hasad and Mudson left together. Su Mu turned his gaze to the Kanai beside him. The reason for sending Hasad and the other man away was naturally to give them time for a private conversation. Kanai, how long can you maintain this state? Su Mu asked. When it was still an undead, Kanai could not speak, so Su Mu could only judge its abilities by looking at its talent tags. Things are different now. Master, I can only possess a living person for a month at most, provided that their soul does not resist me. 1 month from now, no matter what happens, the person I attach myself to will die. He answered without any respect. Do you have memories of him? When the Red Wolf army followed earlier, Kanai's demeanor and aura were very similar to Nalek's at the beginning. Therefore, Su Mu guessed that Ku Wu might possess the memories of the possessed master and be able to imitate him. I possess it. I can clearly perceive the past of this body. All right, tell me about the current situation in Lodi City. What was the purpose of the original owner of this body? Yes. Kanu responded and began to slowly recount his story. Chapter 267. If you're not ruthless, your position won't be secure. Lord of the city, are you just going to let Nalek leave like this? He is one of the commanders of Lodi City. If you let him go like this, you might as well release a tiger back into the mountains. Lodi City is eyeing our Tianlong city covetously, and war could break out at any time. Lord of the city, if we can keep Nalek here, it will be a great asset to us. He knows Lodi City very well. Hasad stepped forward hastily and spoke. Not long ago, when he and Mutterson were escorting Hathaway here, they witnessed Su Mu having someone take Nalek away. This really worried Hasad. He assumed Su Mu was unaware of Narek's identity and importance, so he quickly stepped forward to explain. Su Mu glanced at Hasad, offered no further explanation, and casually remarked, I have my own plans. But Lord City Lord, Nalek is cunning by nature. Before Hasad could say anything more, Mudson, who was standing nearby, stepped forward and pulled him back. All right, Hasad, the city lord must have his own plans. Let's just watch and not say too much. Mudsun was standing close by, so he must have heard Narek calling out to Sumu very clearly. Owner. Nalek calls Sumu master. Although Mudsun didn't know when Sumu met Nalek, or why Nalek called him master. But he understood that it was best for servants to ask as few questions as possible. Fine, alright. Hassad sighed, and said nothing more. At this moment, Sumu had already turned his gaze to Hathaway. From the moment the woman entered the room, she glared at him angrily, her face full of resentment. If looks could kill, she would probably want to tear him to pieces. Hassad, Mudsun, you two tell me, what's going on with her? When Sumu appeared, the Red Wolf Army and Tianlong City were fighting each other, so he naturally didn't know anything about other things. Not to mention anything about Hathaway. Why is she in our group? Didn't you say that Andrew's entire family was under control? Lord City Lord, this is what happened. Mutterson knew that Hassad and Hathaway were old acquaintances, and that there were many things that were inconvenient to explain. It was more convenient for him to step forward and explain things to Sumu, so he stepped forward. After listening to Mudson's account, Sumu frowned and said, "And what about the group of soldiers she led? Did they kill him or try to persuade him to surrender?" "They have all been captured and brought back, Lord City Lord." Mudson began. "The construction of the new City Lord's mansion requires some laborers, so these soldiers can fill those roles and redeem themselves through meritorious service. We'll see how they perform afterward before deciding whether to reuse them." Sumu had no complaints about this approach. He stared at Hathaway and said, "You dared to attack me. You should know what your fate will be, right? If you don't want to die, show me some value and let me see if you still have any reason to live." After a moment's thought, Sumu continued, "Or, tell me about your father's treasury or any valuable secrets within Tianlong City, and we'll exchange them. Perhaps then I might spare your life." Mutterson said they found Andrew's vault, but he wasn't sure if that was true. So Sumu wanted to try and extract some useful information from Hathaway to see if that would work. What if there are any traps or dangers in Andrew's vault? It has to be said that Sumu's attention to detail was outrageous, but Hathaway simply wasn't buying it. "Pooh, stop trying to trick me. Since I can't kill you and you're now a prisoner, then kill me if you want. If I, Hathaway, even frown, I'm not human." "This girl's got quite a strong personality," Sumu chuckled, glancing at Mutterson beside him. "Mutterson, are there any places like that in our city?" "Which places?" Mutterson looked confused, not knowing what Sumu was referring to. "Stop pretending." Sumu cursed. "It's a place of prostitution, a den of debauchery where men linger." Upon hearing this, the astute Hathaway seemed to have guessed something, and her body trembled slightly. "Yes, Lord City Lord." Mutterson wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had thought it was some kind of place, but it turned out to be a dance hall. "Lord City Lord, there's absolutely no need for hints. Just say it outright. It's legal here, not just in Tianlong City, but throughout the entire continent. What's there to be ashamed of?" Mudson was puzzled, but still honestly spoke up. "Lord City Lord, there are 2 dance clubs in our city, one in the south and one in the east. Would you like to go there?" "I can arrange it." Mudson hesitated for a moment, then scratched his head. "However, given your status as the city lord, it would be better to just go to those places to have a drink and watch them dance. It wouldn't be appropriate to actually do anything there, would it?" "It's not clean." Mudson thought for a moment. His eyes lit up, and he continued, "Lord City Lord, how about I arrange for some beautiful women to come over for you?" Mutterson's words startled Sumu, who realized he had misunderstood. "Don't get me wrong. I mean I want to send her to those places." Sumu pointed at Hathaway, his gaze deep and intense. "Asshole." Hathaway started swearing. "You bastard, you beast. Kill me if you want, but don't insult me. If you dare send me to those places, I will find a way to kill your whole family. I'm going to turn Tianlong City upside down." Hathaway was emotional. She wasn't afraid of being killed or tortured. In fact, that was exactly what Sumu had mentioned, and what she found most repulsive and frightening. Hathaway has no desire to become a plaything for men, to provide them with amusement. That would be worse than death for her. "Mutterson, tie her up and send her over." Sumu waved his hand impatiently. "Well," Mudson hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Hassad beside him. Seeing that Hassad didn't say anything, he directed his men to walk toward Hathaway. "Son of a bitch. I'm going to kill you. You bastard, you beast, you demon. You devil." Hathaway launched into a tirade, her voice even alerting the guards waiting outside. Sumu closed his eyes and leisurely tapped the chair with his fingers. "If you're not ruthless, your position won't be secure." Sumu never showed mercy to enemies who wanted to kill him. Moreover, Sumu never considered himself a hero. He's going to be a tyrant. City Lord. Seeing that Hathaway was about to be dragged away, Hassad gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Just as he was about to say something, Hathaway's voice came again. I'll talk. I said it. Chapter 268 Return of Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Kaisen transferred? I'll talk. I'll make a deal with you. Sumu raised his hand, signaling Mutterson and the others to stop. Push her back. Yes. Mutterson obeyed the order and brought Hathaway back to Sumu. I have only one request. Once you've said it, give me a quick and painless response. Good. Sumu was very decisive. My father hid the treasure in the cellar south of the city lord's mansion. It was a forbidden area for the city lord, and few people knew about it. After a moment of silence, Hathaway spoke. Sumu looked at Mutterson, who understood what he meant and stepped forward, saying, Indeed, that place was discovered in the south. Sumu then looked at Hathaway, signaling her to continue. Knowing they had discovered her father's treasure trove, Hathaway didn't hesitate and blurted it all out. The treasure vault can only be opened at noon. Opening it earlier or later will result in death. There's a spirit living inside. I once heard my father say that the curse on the treasure vault was set by that spirit. It became the guardian spirit of my father's treasure trove out of gratitude for saving my life. Hearing this, Mudson, who was standing nearby, secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, when a soldier suggested that he go in and take a look, he managed to suppress his curiosity. Otherwise, if what Hathaway said is true, they would have been doomed long ago if they had gone in earlier. Thinking of this, Mudson was glad that he had been loyal enough. He was afraid that Sumu would be displeased if she found out about this, so he didn't dare to go in immediately. Have you ever been inside the treasure vault? Sumu asked. His suspicion that the treasure vault was dangerous was just a random guess, but he never expected it to actually be so. Sumu was glad that she had read a lot of novels before, otherwise she would never have thought of such a crucial point. Logically speaking, if Andrew had kept his treasure vault so well hidden, I really wouldn't believe it unless he had set up some kind of trap or mechanism. I went in once. Hathaway thought for a moment, then told the truth. In that case, you can take us in tomorrow at noon. Hathaway. No. Hathaway knew she had no choice. Take her away and keep a close watch on her. Sumu waved his hand. Yes. Mutterson obeyed and pushed Hathaway down. Hassad, did you have something to report just now? Sumu stood up and looked at Hassad beside him, remembering that the other man seemed to have something to say. No, Lord City Lord. Mudson quickly shook his head. In that case, accompany me to the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Yes. Sumu came to the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce again, but this time, he did not see Kaisen's shadow in the Chamber of Commerce. Instead, I saw another woman with a hot body and a glamorous appearance. Yo, Lord City Lord, what brings you here? As soon as Ines saw Hassad, she immediately perked up. She swayed her sexy body and rushed up to him, grabbing his arm and leaning against him. Ines, please have some self-respect. Hassad frowned slightly and pushed Ines aside with displeasure. I never expected our city lord to be such a good man. Ines covered her mouth and giggled, then winked at Hassad. Ines, don't talk nonsense. Ines kept referring to him as city lord, which terrified Hassad, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He quickly clarified his identity. I am merely an acting deputy city lord. The person standing before you is the true city lord of Tianlong City, Lord Sumu. Why aren't you calling him Lord City at once? Hassad urged. Ines' eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this. She had actually noticed Sumu, who was handsome and spirited, long ago. However, as a mature woman, Ines knew that a man's good looks were useless. Without power and strength, he was as worthless as the weeds outside the city. Now that she heard Hassad say that Sumu was the mysterious city lord of Tianlong City, she felt a surge of curiosity and goodwill. Iris approached Sumu with a charming smile, saying, I've long heard of the city lord's illustrious reputation from the people of the city, but it's a pity I haven't been able to see him in person for so long. Now that I've seen him with my own eyes, it truly makes me eager to see him. Ines was about to attack him in the same way she had attacked Hassad, but Sumu subtly dodged her attack. Miss Ines, is that right? I'd like to ask, where is Miss Kaisen from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Isn't she the person in charge of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Tianlong City? Undeterred by her failed attempt, Ines covered her red lips and exclaimed in surprise. So, Lord City Lord and Miss Kaisen are old acquaintances? It's a real shame, but because Miss Kaisen is so outstanding, she has been transferred to the headquarters of our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Ines continued, smiling. I'm now in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. Lord City Lord, please feel free to send me if you need anything. I will respond to everything, and I guarantee that the City Lord will be satisfied." As she spoke, Ines gave Sumu 2 flirtatious winks. Sumu chose to ignore it. He was more concerned about why Kaisen had been transferred. Is it, as Ines said, because she is too outstanding? Sumu felt that things were far more complicated than they seemed. Kaisen had let Zilluer go last time, and he felt that he owed her a favor. If what Ines said is true, then Sumu feels there's nothing to worry about. His fear was that things were far from what Ines had described. Sumu asked calmly, "Miss Ines, I have no requests. I just came to catch up with Kaisen. I want to know where she is now." "Oh, does the City Lord not know that the headquarters of our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is in Feiyun City? Flying Cloud City?" Sumu was very familiar with the name of the city. "I understand. Thank you, Miss Ines." Sumu did not linger, but turned and left, with Hassad and the others quickly following. Humph. So it was that little bitch Kaisen's lover. After Sumu's figure disappeared, Ines's eyes turned indifferent and cold. "I knew it. That slut was so bold as to let the tree spirits go without telling the young master." "I see. No, I have to report to the young master right away." Ines turned around hastily. Sumu originally planned to buy some materials for making magic wands from Kaisen, but he didn't see her, so he changed his mind. Hassad, take some men and investigate when Ines arrived in Tianlong City. Also, do you know whether Kaisen has actually left Tianlong City, and whether she really went to Feiyun City? Please help me confirm these things and see if you can find out anything, but try not to arouse suspicion. Understood, sir. Hassad acknowledged the order and turned to leave. That night, just as Sumu was preparing to take Ifia back to Tianmu Town temporarily using a spatial teleportation scroll, there was a knock on his door. "Who is it?" "Lord City Lord, it is I, Mutterson. What do you need so late?" Sumu was puzzled. "Sir, you'll know once you open the door." Helpless, Sumu could only get up and open the door, but he froze the next second. Chapter 269 Mudsun. You've got some nerve. Sumu was stunned. It was simply because, standing behind Mutterson at the door of his room, was a row of beautiful women. Human beauties and demi-human beauties, some shy, some charming, and some openly flirting with Sumu. Mudson stepped forward and whispered in Sumu's ear. "Lord City Lord, I overheard you asking about the dancer's salon today. I guess that you must be feeling lonely and empty during this long night, so I took the liberty of bringing it to you." Mutterson's smile gradually turned lewd. "Lord City Lord, please rest assured, they are all virgins. I guarantee that no one has touched them. You can rest assured." As a man, Mutterson believed he understood men. On every lonely night, who wouldn't want someone to wait on them? Not to mention someone like the City Lord, who has status, ability, and power. When Mutterson heard Sumu mention the dancer's salon earlier, he guessed that the City Lord must be lonely, which led to tonight's arrangements. Common name. Cater to their preferences. Sumu. He was about to leave, and Mutterson pulled this stunt. This old guy knows a lot about the ways of the world. He's much more shrewd than Hassad. But does Sumu lack beautiful women around him? Although the women in front of us are indeed beautiful, they can't compare to Winstia and her group in terms of looks. Sumu was losing interest. Just as he was about to tell Mutterson to leave, Ifia suddenly came out of the room. She was just curious about what had happened. Unexpectedly, there was a row of girls standing outside, and Ifia was visibly taken aback. Was stunned by Effie's beauty. His mouth gaped open, and he looked completely dumbfounded. Mudson had seen Effie from afar before, but at that time, we were far away and couldn't see her clearly at all. Besides, Ifia often existed in the form of the Sky Shuttle Silver Feather Horse, so it was very difficult to see her true face. That's why Mudson was so amazed when she appeared. Beautiful. So beautiful. Cough. Sumu coughed unhappily. Ifia was indeed his mount, but she was also a demi-human. For Sumu, who was possessive, Ifia was his. Sumu was naturally unhappy when Mutterson stared at Ifia like a pig's head. "I'm sorry, Lord City Lord." Coming to his senses, Mutterson quickly looked away, bowed slightly, and apologized. Mutterson knew perfectly well that some women, no matter how beautiful, were not for him to have his way with. He was very clear about this fact. But soon, he raised his head again, leaned close to Sumu, and whispered, "Lord City Lord, when I saw this young lady, I finally understood why you could remain so calm in the face of so many beautiful women." But, at this point, Mudson smiled slightly again. "I came prepared this time as well." Mudson clapped his hands as he spoke. Sumu frowned slightly. "Did they come prepared?" What does that old bastard Mutterson mean? Sumu felt that he needed to get to know Mutterson again. He actually tried to test the cadres. Soon, two guards pushed a figure whose hands and feet were bound by shackles. It was a woman, but because she was wearing a black cloth over her head, her appearance was not clear, only her body shape could be seen. Slender and shapely, the emerald green patterned velvet skirt couldn't hide her enviable figure at all. Lord of the city, this is a demi-human that my guards captured in the wild some time ago. It's a race I've never seen before. Mutson's voice rang out. However, she is truly, truly beautiful, and her beauty rivals that of the young lady beside you, sir. The moment I saw her, I felt utterly ashamed of myself, deeply feeling that only someone like the city lord could barely be worthy of her. Mutson glanced at his guards as he spoke, giving them a meaningful look. The guard immediately understood his meaning and removed the black cloth covering his head. Hiss! Sumu was no stranger to beautiful women. He had many beautiful women around him, each with her own unique charm and beauty. However, the moment he saw the figure clearly, he couldn't help but gasp. Indeed, as Mutterson said, she is very beautiful. Her willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes like fallen stars, and small, oval face, paired with her natural red lips, made her flawless. She's beautiful from every angle. Moreover, the woman before him possessed an innate gentle and kind aura that made one instinctively want to get close to her. She showed no fear of being captured. Instead, she was calm, composed, and curious, looking around at her surroundings with eyes as bright as stars. Her gaze also fell on Sumu's face at the same time, blinked curiously, and then blankly moved to Ifia's face behind her. What intrigued Sumu was the presence of twig-like structures on the woman's head, seemingly indicating her demi-human identity. What race is it exactly? Sumu was also curious. Mutterson didn't know, so asking him was pointless. Sumu simply used his insight technique. Hestira, Ernies the Ernie, also known as the tree spirits, are a renowned race on the continent, and are also considered symbols of great intelligence and wisdom. Ernie people? Why does this look so familiar? Sumu pursed her lips and thought for a moment. Sudden, he seemed to have thought of something. His heart skipped a beat, and he stared at Mutterson with annoyance on his face. Mutterson, you've got some nerve. Huh? Mutterson was taken aback. What's the meaning? A beautiful woman was offered to the city lord, and the city lord even said he was bold? Is this a compliment? Mutterson wanted to think that way too, but even he, in his naivete, could see that Sumu's face showed anger, not happiness. Mutson immediately knelt on one knee and said in a trembling voice, Lord City Lord, have I done something wrong? Mudson, do you know that the people you've brought before me are members of the Ernie tribe? The Ernie tribe, also known as the Tree Spirit tribe, do you understand? As Sumu spoke, he kicked Mutterson, knocking him to the ground. Use your own pig brain to think. Sumu had heard about the Ernie tribe from Serena before. He knew that this race was a highly intelligent race that produced masters of various professions, and that they were protected by a neutral government and were forbidden to hunt in any country. Anyone who dares to capture a subhuman of the Ernie tribe is essentially declaring war on the neutral government. Moreover, Sumu also learned that there were many experts in the neutral government, and that many countries were unwilling to offend them. Sumu already has many enemies, and he doesn't want to offend any neutral government prematurely because of a woman. Wouldn't that be pointless? That's why he suddenly got angry with Mutterson. This old bastard is really going to kill him. Chapter 270 Hestia, with her terrifying affinity. The Ernie people? Tree Spirit Clan? The Ernie people? Mudson stood there dumbfounded, muttering those two sentences over and over again, when suddenly he shivered violently. I'm sorry, Lord City Lord. It is my fault that I deserve to die. But I really didn't know she was from the Ernie tribe. Otherwise, even if you gave me 1,000 lives, I wouldn't dare bring her before you, Lord City Lord. Mudson finally remembered what the Ernie were like. He never expected that his subordinates would capture such a terrifying being while searching in the forest. This has really created a huge mess. Mudson understood why Sumu was so angry. What are you still talking nonsense for? Sumu frowned and said sternly, Let her go right now. Yes. Mudson immediately stood up. Quickly untie this noble Ernie lady. Yes. The guards dared not say a word and hurriedly unlocked the shackles on Hestia's hands and feet. Miss, may I ask your name? Sumu walked up to Hestila with a smile and asked. He already knew her name through his insight technique, but it would be better to get to know her formally. Besides, Sumu didn't want others to know about his abilities. Hestira. Hestira's voice was very soft and ethereal, giving one the feeling of being bathed in the evening breeze and sunset, warm and languid. I couldn't help but want to hear her say more. There really wasn't a single woman around Sumu who could give him this feeling. For a moment, he also felt very novel. Miss Hestira, please allow me to introduce myself. Sumu straightened his clothes and put on a confident smile. I am Sumu, the city lord of Tianlong City. My men were careless and failed to recognize your worth. They didn't know what the Ernie people looked like, so they captured Miss Hestila. I hope you will forgive them. Sumu abruptly changed the subject, glaring fiercely at Mutterson, and continued. Miss Hestia, if you have any complaints or conditions, please feel free to voice them. I will punish this foolish subordinate on your behalf. Mutson's body trembled slightly. Mr. Sumu, you don't need to punish him. Hestira's voice rang out, and she rejected the suggestion of punishment without hesitation. Real. Miss Hestira, can you forgive us? Sumu hadn't forgotten what Serena had said. The Ernie were a very kind and peace-loving race. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. Hestira seemed to have no anger or resentment towards Mutterson and the others. Really, Mr. Sumu. Hestira brushed the strands of hair from her forehead behind her ear and looked at Sumu softly, saying, Everyone makes mistakes, including us, but I believe that if we are more tolerant, we can make fewer mistakes. Your subordinate did not know me and therefore offended me, but I hope that such a thing will never happen again, whether to me or to anyone else. If that were really possible, I would think that the little bit of suffering I've endured today is nothing. Hestira's voice was like a gentle evening breeze, and her unusual angles of approach also inexplicably warmed one's heart. Sumu was certain that the Ernie people were indeed a very peace-loving and kind race. Hestira is a prime example. No wonder she has such an inexplicable charm. This must be an innate quality. Thank you, Miss Hestira. I have learned a great deal. Sumu smiled slightly. Mr. Sumu, you flatter me. Hestira returned the smile politely. She's beautiful enough even when she's not smiling. Now, when she smiles, Sumu is unconsciously captivated by her smile. There was even a moment of distraction. That terrifying charisma. Sumu was secretly alarmed. Can you imagine? When someone is in front of you, you can't help but want to get close to them, and you feel like you're being captivated by them. This feeling startled Sumu. He couldn't help but think of Winstia. Winstia possesses a special talent. Charm body. The effect of the alluring body is that one is naturally charming, and one's attractiveness to the opposite sex gradually increases with age. This is what is commonly known as a vixen, who is very easy to attract men and make them attracted by her charm. But those are all rooted in the most primal desires. But the Hestia before me was quite the opposite. She didn't give off a seductive vibe, but rather a clean, fresh, and gentle feeling. She also possesses a terrifying allure, an attraction opposite to that of Winstia. Sumu was very curious about Hestia's attribute panel. Miss Hestia, it's getting late, and it's not convenient for you to go back to your tribe. Why don't you stay here for now, and I'll personally take you back at a later time. Sumu spoke up. Hestia hesitated for a moment, but, not being good at saying no, she quickly nodded. Okay, Ifia, take Miss Hestia into her room to rest for a bit. Sumu quickly waved to Ifia. Women are more likely to develop feelings for each other, and no one is more suitable for this task. Yes. Ifia stepped forward and led Hestia into the room. Lord City Lord. Mutson stood hesitantly beside Sumu. I truly didn't know she was Ernie. All right. Just as Mudson was about to explain, Sumu suddenly patted him on the shoulder, interrupting him. You did a great job. Huh. Mutterson was stunned. Well done? Did he hear that right? Wasn't the city lord looking furious just now? Why did you suddenly praise him for doing a good job? Mutterson was filled with questions. All right, let's go. Sumu didn't explain much, just waved his hand, signaling Mutterson to leave. According to Sumu, Mudson facilitated his contact with the Ernie people to some extent. Without Mudson, he wouldn't know when he would have been able to find the Ernie people. That's why Sumu praised him for doing a good job. In his heart, Sumu naturally didn't really blame Mutterson. What I just did was just a deliberate act. As for why, those who understand will understand. However, these things cannot be explained in detail. Mudson must figure them out for himself. Lord City Lord, I shall take my leave now. Mutterson had many questions in his mind, but he knew he couldn't get the answers, so he could only choose to leave. Miss Hestia, is your tribe located in the Milieu Forest? Oh, Mr. Sumu, you know him? Hestia looked at him in surprise. I've heard about it, but I've never actually seen it. Yes. Hestia readily admitted it. In that case, Miss Hestia, would you like to come back to my other territory with me? It's very close to the Milieu forest. That will also make it easier for me to take you back. After thinking for a moment, Sumu made a suggestion. Okay, shall we set off now? Hestia stood up as she spoke. We'll use a spatial scroll to leave. Miss Hestia, would you mind giving me your hand? This is Sumu's true purpose. As soon as he touches her little hand, Herstela's attribute panel will naturally appear in front of him. Hestia hesitated noticeably for a moment before nodding slightly. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Sumu. Chapter 271, The Divine Chef. Hestia agreed, and Sumu naturally didn't hesitate. He first reached out and grabbed Effia, then reached out and grabbed Hestia, and finally used the teleportation scroll. Ernie's, Hestira female. Age, 21 years, 6 months, and 28 days. Job suitability, Chef LV6, Tailor LV3, Crafting LV1, Medical LV1, Pharmacist LV1, Seeding LV1, Mining LV1, Logging LV1. Special talent tags, Tree Spirit Destiny, Unique, Favorable to Spirits, Divine Hand, Enlightened Mind, Unknown. The moment Sumu's hand touched Hestela, her attribute panel appeared in front of him. This also surprised Sumu slightly. Isn't it still within the territory of Tianlong City? Why is attribute feedback appearing? Could it be that now that Tianlong City has been incorporated into his subordinate territory, the Lord's Pride, skill will also take effect? This discovery was simply wonderful for Sumu. A level 6 chef talent means Hestia has extraordinary culinary talent. Another thing is that Hestia seems to be similar to Tao Yao in that she has a wide range of handicraft adaptability and is almost an all-rounder. The only downside is that, apart from tailors, everyone else is of a relatively low rank. It's rather useless. Sumu quickly checked the talent description. Tree Spirit Destiny, unique to the tree spirit race. These kind and peace-loving beings possess endless lifespans. Damn it. Does it mean to live as long as heaven? Sumu was shocked. If the Ernie people have such long lifespans, then Hestia, who is only 21 years old, does that mean she is still a child? She is a natural leader with a powerful affinity that makes people want to follow her. No race can resist her innate affinity. The monster will not attack it proactively, and normal attacks cannot cause it any real damage. Hestia's spiritual favor skill may not seem particularly impressive at first glance, but upon closer inspection, its power becomes apparent. In particular, monsters do not attack on their own initiative, and normal attacks cannot cause damage. This is incredibly powerful, absolutely terrifying. The Divine Hand. 95% of items created by her will be imbued with special power. Was stunned when he saw the description of the Divine Hand. That's incredible. That's terrifyingly strong. It's important to know that Frena's Master Hand only has a 15% chance of granting special powers. Hestia's Divine Hand has a terrifying 95% success rate. In Sumu's view, when it comes to probability, if you're lucky, there's almost no difference between 95% and 100%. But if you have bad luck, 95% of the time it can be 0%. Does Hestia's Chef Level 6 mean that every dish she cooks can be imbued with special powers? Deeply shaken, Sumu took one last look at the last talent. Insightful understanding. Possesses photographic memory, an unparalleled learning talent, and the ability to gain sudden enlightenment. She can easily master various skills if she sets her mind to them. Can increase her crafting adaptability level. At first glance, Sumu thought it was just average, with nothing particularly outstanding. But when Sumu saw the last sentence, can improve the level of handcraft adaptability, his scalp tingled. It's really numb. This is the first time Sumu has seen a talent that can improve manual adaptability. In other words, if Hestia wanted to, she could become a top-tier professional player in no time. Sumu's heart was pounding. A flash of dark purple light, and Sumu and his companions appeared in the sky-curtained town. Hestia looked around curiously, then realized her hand was still being held. Her gaze instinctively fell on Sumu's face, only to find him looking at her with shining eyes. Hestia trembled slightly. She paused, her tightly pursed red lips parted slightly, and she uttered, "Mr. Sumu. Mr. Sumu?" Well, Hestela's call brought Sumu back to his senses, and he smiled brightly. "Sorry, I was just lost in thought. Hestira, is there anything you need?" Sumu directly changed the way she addressed her from Miss Hestela to Hestela. At this moment, a grand plan was brewing in his mind. "Mr. Sumu, your hand." Hestia glanced down at Sumu's slender hand and said softly, This was the first time in her life that a man had ever held her hand like this. Hestia felt inexplicably nervous, along with a sense of shyness. Normally, Sumu would have acted as a gentleman and let go of Hestila's hand. But this time he did the opposite. Hestira, my territory is rather dark and the roads are rather rugged and difficult to travel. As a gentleman, please allow me to lead you by the hand. Note that Sumu did not ask questions, but made a direct decision. With no chance to refuse after all this, she could only blush slightly. That's troublesome. Let's go. Sumu led Hestila toward his house with a smile. Hesdira, can you cook? Sumu spoke, testing the waters to see if Hestila knew about his talent. Yes, it will. When it came to cooking, Hestia tilted her head back slightly, revealing a confident expression. I cook very well, and I really enjoy cooking. Oh, Sumu feigned surprise. Hestila, when did you start to enjoy cooking? It's been over a year, hasn't it? Hestila thought for a moment, then finally confirmed. It's been a year and a half. Have you taken the professional qualification exam? Yes. Hestia nodded without hesitation. I took the exam not long ago. I see. Upon hearing that Hestia had just taken the exam, Sumu immediately felt that Hestia's professional rank couldn't be that high. Another point is that Hestia has only been a chef for a year and a half, which is not a very long time. Therefore, Sumu's expectations were not high. But the next moment, Hestia's words stunned him. Not long ago, I passed the God Chef assessment and reached the God Chef level. Oh, Sumu responded, but quickly realized what was going on. Wait, Hestia, what rank did you just say you reached? My God, what's wrong with the chef? Hestia stopped and looked at Sumu, her eyes filled with doubt. A master chef? Sumu considered it in his mind. You mean, there's only one professional rank above you? Yes, above me are legendary chefs, what a pity. Hestia said with some regret. Whether it's cooking ingredients or skills, I'm still far from being a legendary chef. I've let down Wenku's mother's trust in me. Chapter 272 How to Keep Hestia Here. Hestia was still lamenting her regrets, but a huge explosion was already happening inside Sumu's heart. A year and a half. Achieving Master Chef status in just a year and a half. Hestia's talent is truly terrifying. After careful consideration, Sumu felt that it might be closely related to her talent of comprehension and enlightenment. With this talent, Hestia should be able to learn anything very quickly. Hestira, you are really amazing. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to taste your cooking in person? I think that must be incredibly blissful, Sumu said with a sigh. Sigh. I've never seen what a master chef's dishes look like in all my life. As an outstanding lord, Sumu realized. To effectively manage your subordinates, you must understand their personalities and then treat them accordingly. The most comfortable and correct way is to interact with them in different ways and gain their favor. It's similar to the principle of teaching according to aptitude. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon against Vinstiania and Serena. For Coco and Susu, companionship is the key. For Eileen, she had to be fierce, ruthless, and tough. When it came to Sabathini, who had just arrived in their territory, the only thing they did was to shower her with praise. After all, Sabathini is the kind of person who simply can't refuse compliments, and she enjoys them. Hestia, in front of Sumu, was primarily kind. When interacting with someone like her, besides sincerity, another key point is to try to inspire her kindness. This is the way of managing subordinates that Sumu has come to understand. Is that really the case? Hestia glanced at Sumu. She suddenly felt sorry for him because of his dejected look, and her heart couldn't help but feel a little down, which also greatly aroused her sympathy. But Hestia quickly made a decision. It's all right, Mr. Sumu. I can cook you a meal. Really? Sumu asked in surprise. Certainly. Seeing him so happy and excited, the kind-hearted Hestia couldn't help but smile. Thank you so much. Sumu held Hestia's hand. Hestira, calling me Mr. Sumu is too formal. Please call me by my first name from now on. All right. Looking at her hands being held, Hestia felt shy and wanted to pull them away, but she was afraid that her sudden movement would hurt Sumu, so she hesitated for a moment and then gave up. Let's go, it's getting late. I'll arrange a room for you. Sumu took Hestila's hand again. He could tell that Hestia was someone who wasn't good at saying no. In other words, as long as he makes some requests that aren't too unreasonable, she might be able to accept them. Back in the house, Sumu first handed Hestila over to Winstia and asked her to take her to a room to rest. You brought back people from the Ernie tribe? Serena came to Sumu's side and said. From the moment Hestia came into view, she recognized her race. You noticed? Of course, the branch on her forehead is a very obvious feature. How did you find her? Did you go to the Ernie territory today? Serena bombarded him with questions, and Sumu could only patiently answer them one by one, telling her about his whereabouts that day. You really dare to do that? They actually dared to capture Ernie people. That's insane. Serena couldn't help but sigh after hearing what had happened. You don't know him, do you? Sumu casually remarked that he was no longer considering holding Mutterson and the others responsible. Your handling of the situation is correct. Even if it's an act, it leaves the Ernie people speechless. That way, they won't complain to the neutral government. Serena praised Sumu's quick thinking. After all, she knew very well that offending the Ernie tribe was tantamount to offending the neutral government. Of course. Sumu chuckled, reached out, and put his arm around Serena's waist, giving her a kiss. If your man can't even react this quickly, does he even deserve to be your man? Serena glanced at Sumu seductively, the smile on her lips betraying her true thoughts. Clearly, she thought so too. What profession does Hesdira have? Serena let Sumu's hands roam around her waist, asking questions as she did so. She's a master chef. A master chef? Serena exclaimed in astonishment. That's someone close to the pinnacle of the continent. Yes, that's why I really want to keep her in our territory. Sumu briefly revealed Hestia's terrifying learning ability to Serena. Serena became increasingly surprised as she listened. If what you say is true, then we really should keep her in our territory. She is an invaluable talent. Serena also has a love for talent. Because no one understands better than her how many talented people it takes to form a large country. The more capable people around Sumu, the happier and more gratified she becomes. I'd like to, but the question is, should we hire her? Speaking of this issue, Sumu also had a bit of a headache. Her Stella's excellence is undeniable, but keeping her in the territory for a long time is by no means easy. Don't be fooled by Hestia's lack of skill in saying no. It's all because she can still accept it. But to stay within the territory is tantamount to selling oneself into servitude to the territory. If she were someone who yearned for freedom, she might not be able to accept it. Sumu felt that Hestia was capable of decisively refusing anything she couldn't accept. Hiring them is too expensive, Serena said, pursing her lips. The Ernie people we hire in our palace cost 100 million gold coins a year, and that's only because she's only at the Saint Chef level. Someone as young as Hestia, and a master chef at that level, would probably require even more money. 100 million gold coins. Upon hearing this, Sumu immediately chose to ignore it. Yes, and another thing is that unless you have something they want, then perhaps you can use it as a bargaining chip to let her stay temporarily. Serena continued. But ultimately, they were still hired, and they might not be entirely devoted to the territory, which is quite different from Vinstia and Tao Yao. What we want is for her to willingly join our territory, or rather, to stay and live with us. Does what you're saying mean you have a good idea? Sumu glanced at Serena. He felt like she had a good idea. Otherwise, why would he say so much? I actually have a solution. Serena smiled, her gaze fixed on Sumu's face as she scrutinized him closely. If you have a way to say it, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? As Sumu spoke, he vigorously rubbed his face. He felt a little uneasy under Serena's gaze. The method she suggested doesn't seem like a good one. Chapter 273, Using a Handsome Man to Capture Her. There's nothing on your face. Serena suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. It's just that I suddenly realized you've become more attractive. You look better? Sumu was taken aback. He remembered that his charm had increased significantly because of Winstia. Perhaps that's why Serena thought he looked better? Thinking about it this way, Sumu suddenly realized that the women he met today looked at him differently. At first, he thought it might be his imagination. Now it seems that it wasn't just a misperception. The allure of soaring prices must have worked. So you mean I wasn't pretty before? Sumu placed his large hand on Serena's waist and made a wicked gesture, a mischievous smile on his face. You know that's not what I meant. Serena gave Sumu a charming glance. She knew he was doing it on purpose, just to tease her. Then tell me, how do you plan to solve Hestia's problem? What's your solution? Sumu asked. That means you should use your charm to make her willingly stay in our territory and help us develop. Serena said without hesitation. Sumu. Although he already had some suspicions, he was still surprised when Serena said it herself. Using my good looks? That's not a good idea. I already have you. Sumu looked again and saw Serena staring at him with a half-smile, which made him feel uneasy. Am I the only one? Where's Winstia? Serena spoke. Cough cough. Sumu quickly coughed tactically, feeling a little guilty. Am I that obvious? Don't worry, I didn't mean to blame you. Sensing Sumu's guilty conscience, Serena covered her mouth and smiled. I'm telling you this very seriously. If Hestia is really as good as you say, then you must use all means to keep her here. As a leader, you know better than I what that means. Serena continued. Of course, I don't mean for you to be a heartless man, but I hope you can treat her seriously. After all, Ernie women are very devoted to one man. They will not refuse to intermarry with humans. Once they fall in love with you, they will be devoted to you wholeheartedly and will never change their minds. Who would let their man get involved with other women like you? Sumu muttered. Was his thinking outdated, or was Serena too ahead of her time? They even came up with the idea of using a handsome man. Serena didn't speak immediately. She gently reached out to straighten Sumu's slightly disheveled clothes, then looked at him affectionately and said, because I know that your future is definitely more than what I see now. Your life will be much more vast and expansive. You won't only have me by your side. I'm not that selfish, wanting all your love. So go ahead and do it. I'll always be there to support you. Serena gently stroked Sumu's face, a faint, genuine smile on her lips. Sumu was deeply moved. Originally, he thought that the most difficult part of his harem dream was conquering Serena. Now it seems he was wrong. Thank you, Serena. Sumu grasped Serena's hand and held her tightly in his arms. Overwhelmed with emotion, he couldn't help but kiss Serena. But the next moment, an uninvited guest appeared. Serena, her face flushed, pushed Sumu away and gave him a meaningful look. Sumu turned around and looked. Good heavens. It's Sabathini again. This woman always seems to appear precisely on time whenever others are being intimate, as if she has some kind of special buff. Faced with the astonished look on Sabathini's face, Sumu was speechless. You guys chat first. I'll go check if Taoyao has prepared a bath for you. Serena smiled at Sabathini and politely left. Miss Sabathini, is there something you need? Sumu spoke helplessly. It seems I've inadvertently interrupted Mr. Sumu's good time again. Sabathini deliberately brought up the very thing she shouldn't have, leaving Sumu speechless. Why do you still insist on saying things that everyone already knows? That's stupid. Of course, Sumu could only grumble in his heart, as the territory still needed to use Sabathini's resources. I've already started forging the magic wand you requested, but your forge is really poor and needs a lot of improvement. Sabathini spoke. You're the expert in this area. Just tell us how to change it, and we'll cooperate. That's good. Sabathini was very pleased to hear this. If she's willing to cooperate, she'll work much faster. Sabathini has also encountered some uncooperative employers, which is very frustrating. Clearly, Sumu is not. Oh right, this is for you. Sabathini pulled a cloth bag from her bosom. This is what my master asked me to bring to you. For some reason, Sabathini's face suddenly turned red when she talked about this. You should know that even when she saw Sumu and Serena being intimate, she didn't blush. But when she mentioned her master and saw the cloth bag, she blushed. Sumu didn't notice this detail. He reached out and took the cloth bag. What came from here? Did Pitin ask you to bring this to me? Sumu examined the bag and quickly discovered that it contained spatial teleportation scrolls. There are over 1,000 fixed-point teleportation scrolls and over 1,000 random teleportation scrolls. Sumu even found 10 rather rare teleportation scrolls inside. Unrestricted space teleportation scroll. Ignore any barriers. Whether in a secret realm or a dungeon, you can instantly teleport away and return to a place you've been before. This is a wonderful treasure. Sumu was overjoyed. Miss Sabathini, why did your master give me so many spatial scrolls? Is there anything I can help you with? He who takes a man's money is bound to him. He who eats another man's food is bound to him. Sumu subconsciously assumed that Patern needed his help with something. No. Sabathini spoke with an unnatural expression. What could he possibly need your help with? Don't overthink it. He said that last time you mentioned to him that he didn't have many scrolls and couldn't give you many, so this time he'll give you more. As if remembering something, Sabathini added. Oh, and he also said he'll come looking for you then. That's wonderful. I miss Senior Patron too. Sumu didn't think much of it. Patern is a very generous person by nature, so his sudden extravagance is not without reason. Then I'm leaving. As she spoke, Sabathini adjusted her hat and prepared to turn and leave, etc. Sumu suddenly remembered that he still had questions for Sabathini, so he quickly reached out and grabbed her. Chapter 274 Sumu's Scheme. The act begins. Sumu reached out and grabbed Sabathini. However, as he reached out and Sabathini moved forward, the momentum caused Sabathini's hat to fall to the ground. Sumu. Such long ears. After the hat fell off, Sabathini's ears were exposed right under Sumu's nose. Her light purple, Fluffy bunny ears extended all the way to her chest, looking fluffy and inexplicably cute. The thought of wanting to touch it immediately arose in Sumu's mind. He knew that he was probably sick. He is very ill. I want to touch its ears, and I want to pet its tail. This is the after effect of being an Ajin mommy. What are you doing? Sabathini frowned, her face instantly turning frosty. She picked up her hat with great displeasure, hurriedly put it on, and covered her long ears. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Sumu quickly apologized. You're annoying, you know that. Sabathini glared at Sumu, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. It was obvious that she was very unhappy about her hat falling off and Sumu seeing her ears. Sumu wasn't angry. He casually said, I think you look cuter without your hat, much better looking than with it. Why do you always wear a hat? Does this hat have any special significance? What did you say? Sabathini looked at him in surprise. I told you you're much cuter without a hat than with one. Why do you always wear a hat? Sumu repeated the sentence. He certainly didn't say anything inappropriate. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, the image of Sabathini's bunny ears had already left a deep impression on him. Don't you find this strange? Sabathini clearly hadn't expected this answer. Her anger vanished instantly, and she was at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter a sentence. My ears are big, okay? They're not pretty at all. Sumu was unaware that Sabathini had always been somewhat insecure about her overly large ears. From a young age, Sabathini suffered from ear problems and was constantly looked down upon by her tribe. As a result, she left the Thunder Rabbit tribe at a very young age and traveled around the continent. It was her past experiences that led her to always hide her ears in her hat, afraid to show her true face. The moment Sumu took her hat off, Sabathini was furious, embarrassed, and wanted to hide somewhere. Just as she was about to turn away, Sumu suddenly said something to him. I don't think it's big at all. I think it looks great. Sumu said, If you don't believe me, you can ask Winstia and Serena to see if they share my opinion. Never mind. What did you want to ask me when you stopped me? Sabathini was no longer bothered by her ears. At the same time, she also felt a strange, barely concealed sense of elation. After all these years, this is the first time she has received such praise. Oh, right, that's what I wanted to ask. As Sumu spoke, he took out a piece of colored glazed minerals. How come you have colored glazed minerals? That's a rare thing. Sabathini asked in surprise. Do you know what it does? Sumu pressed for an answer. Since Sabathini could name the glazed mineral, she must know its uses. This is a mineral used for coloring. Sabathini explained. Do you know what a siege engine is? A crystal cannon? If you have those weapons, you can make them invisible by coloring them with colored enamel minerals. In this way, your army can send out its weapons without anyone noticing, and the enemy won't even know where the attack came from. Fearing that Sumu might not understand, Sabathini continued. You know about the chameleon monster, right? They are masters at using their skin's color-changing properties to confuse their enemies. You can think of the glazed mineral as the chameleon's skin layer. It's the same principle. After applying colored glazed minerals as pigments, it can achieve the same effect as a chameleon, adjusting its external color in real time according to the environment. After hearing what Sabathini said, Sumu finally understood. Simply put, the colored glazed minerals are very strong. But he doesn't need it yet. I understand, thank you. 10 minutes later, Sabathini was sitting at her desk in her room. In front of her was a glass mirror, which she had brought herself. After hesitating for a moment, Sabathini took off her hat. Once again, her large, light purple ears were revealed. Will it really look good? Sabathini frowned and muttered to herself. 4-star value intelligence. In 10 minutes, an airdrop of military supplies will drop at the territory entrance. It seems to contain quite a few valuable items. Please proceed to check it out immediately. Intelligence alert. The airdrop will disappear in 15 minutes. Please act quickly and don't miss the opportunity. Because of a notification from the intelligence system, Sumu went out right after taking a shower. He just didn't expect that an intelligence alert would follow. Samsung Danger Intelligence. There seem to be Yangma clan spies operating covertly outside the gates of your territory. They appear to be gathering information. Intelligence alert. The Yangma clan spies are not very strong, but they possess extraordinary speed and keen hearing, making them highly skilled at intelligence gathering. Please be cautious and do not leak any information. Upon hearing the system notification, Sumu was taken aback for a moment, but soon an idea came to mind. 15 minutes later, of Tianmu town, Sumu squatted in front of the airdrop, inspecting the contents. Standing in front of him was Serena. How is our territory today? Have we spotted any members of the Yang Demon clan? After packing the items from the airdrop into his backpack, Sumu casually asked Serena a question. Nothing has been found yet. The territory is quite peaceful today. Nothing has happened. Serena replied. Are those guys scared? Sumu smiled, her tone laced with sarcasm. Don't say that. Serena reached out and covered Sumu's mouth, her brows furrowed. The Yang Demon clan is a demon clan. They are dangerous and powerful, and they are vengeful. We must not underestimate them. Don't worry. Sumu grabbed Serena's hand, his smile growing increasingly arrogant, his tone filled with disdain and contempt. I've already gone to Lodi City and found some help today. They told me that they could easily subdue a mere Yang Demon clan member like that. Moreover, they have already dispatched 50,000 troops toward Tianlong City, and it's only a matter of time before they reach me. Really? Serena's worry lessened considerably upon hearing this. Would I lie to you? Sumu put his arm around Serena's waist and walked into Tianmu town. Just you wait and see. If the Yang Demon clan dares to come, the soldiers of Lodi City will make sure they never return. Now I can rest assured. Let's go back to our room and do something we like to do. Hate. Chapter 275 The Terrifying Idea That Frightened Sumu. Early the next morning, Sumu accompanied Su to the tree spirit's temporary habitat. Vivian, how have you been living in the territory these past 2 days? Have you settled in? Sumu met Vivier. Thanks to Mr. Sumu, we have gradually adapted, and the members of the territory all like their current living environment very much. Viviel smiled, and after thinking for a moment, she spoke first. Mr. Sumu, if there is anything in the territory that we need to do, please don't hesitate to ask. Don't be shy about speaking up. Otherwise, we always feel like we're missing a sense of belonging. We, the tree spirits, also want to contribute our share to this place. Vivier was very sensible. She brought it up herself without Sumu even mentioning it, which saved him a lot of trouble. Sumu continued. Certainly. If Viviel and your clan are willing, you could help me train the archery skills of the undead skeletons within my territory, since that's something your clan excels at, right? Sumu hadn't forgotten what the system intelligence had said, that they should make good use of the tree elf race's archery skills. Moreover, having them teach archery might produce unexpected results. Sumu was very curious about this effect. Of course, no problem. Vivier agreed without hesitation. Let alone things that are within the capabilities of our clan, even the most difficult tasks, we will definitely find a way to complete them. Then I'll arrange for the undead skeletons to come over, Sumu said with a smile. Certainly. With Viviel's approval, Sumu immediately arranged for Gubang to summon the undead skeleton troops. Taking advantage of this break, Sumu brought Su to see Los Reyes again. Of nourishment from the life force, Los Reyes' withered body has undergone considerable changes. To before, Los Reyes' body is now noticeably larger, and the skin on her face looks much firmer. To its previous, mummified state, it has indeed undergone a qualitative change. At least it now resembles a human. Moreover, you can vaguely tell from her silhouette that Los Reyes was a beautiful woman in life. Unfortunately, Sumu still couldn't sense any vitality from her, and he didn't know if Su's efforts were effective. I'm sorry to trouble you, Su. Vivier spoke. She is now familiar with Su. The news of her mother's resurrection. Apart from Fuan, no other tree elf knew. Without any definite news, Viviel dared not give her people too much hope, for fear that they would be disappointed. But deep down, she desperately longed for her mother to be resurrected and awakened. Su responded without saying anything more, and as before, she began to nourish Los Reyes' body with the life force within her own body. Sumu let out a soft eh. To before, the effect of Su's life force nourishment this time seemed to be very good. He could clearly see that Los Reyes' body had expanded again. Moreover, it was visibly clear to the naked eye that her complexion was rosy, and that her blood and energy were flowing freely. After this period of nurturing, Los Reyes became like a normal person. If an uninformed person saw this scene, they would only think that a stunningly beautiful woman was sleeping soundly in bed. They never imagined that this stunningly beautiful woman was a mummified corpse not long ago. Los Reyes, you've returned to your human form. Mother. Seeing this, Viviel was also very excited, but afraid of disturbing Su. She could only clench her fists and wait in place, not daring to move rashly, for fear of making some mistake. Finally, the pale green light on Su's body dissipated. Viviel finally couldn't hold back any longer and immediately ran up to Los Reyes. embracing her body and calling out to her. Mother. Despite several calls, Losrea, lying on the bed, did not respond at all. Her eyes were closed, and she remained motionless. Sumu walked over. The next moment, he felt as if his heart had been squeezed hard. Beautiful. So beautiful. Standing far away, Sumu couldn't see Loslea's face clearly. Now that we've taken a closer look, it's incredible. Having seen so many beautiful women, Sumu felt as if her breathing had momentarily lost its rhythm. Mature, noble, elegant, sacred. No amount of words can adequately describe Losrea's beauty. Words like fairy and goddess only sound vulgar and tacky. All you need to know is that she is indeed a woman so beautiful that she makes people unconsciously forget to breathe. Impeccable. There wasn't a single flaw to be found. When Sumu saw Losrea, he couldn't help but think of Hestia, whom he had just met the night before. Hestia was beautiful, but she had a beauty that made it impossible for one to feel any desire to possess her. Simply put, you can't bring yourself to have bad feelings towards Hestia. You always feel she's very pure and holy. It's a very strange feeling. On the contrary, upon seeing Lothria for the first time, two words immediately came to Sumu's mind. Conquer, possess. No matter what methods I use, no matter how upright or dishonest they may be, I must possess her. Then, my mind was filled with bad thoughts. Sumu was astonished by the terrifying thoughts in his mind. He couldn't understand why this was happening. Logically speaking, even when facing Vinciania, who possessed the charming body, he had never entertained such thoughts. But why is it like this when facing Losrea? Why would someone lose their composure like that? Sumu quickly bit her tongue, composed herself, and forced herself not to let her mind wander. Susu, do you know what's going on right now? Seeing that Vivial had called out to Losrea several times without receiving a response, Sumu asked on her behalf. Brother, she's just like a normal person now. If you don't believe me, feel her pulse. She's breathing again. Susu glanced at Losrea on the bed and said, However, I don't know why she hasn't woken up yet. We may need to observe for a few more days. Have you regained breathing and a pulse? Sumu looked at Losrea on the bed again. The moment I saw her face clearly, that unpleasant thought resurfaced. This is insane. I was just testing whether she was alive. Sumu comforted herself and reached out her hand to Loslea. Vivial merely glanced at it and made no attempt to stop it. Sumu's hand touched Losrea's neck. It was cool and exceptionally smooth, like touching jade. He could clearly feel that her carotid artery was indeed throbbing. It was beating very powerfully. Sumu reluctantly let go and placed his hand on Losrea's nose. It's breathing too. Facing Vivier's eager gaze, Sumu nodded. That's exactly what Susu said. Chapter 276 The Remarkable Abilities of the Tree Spirit Clan. Vivier, I can feel your mother's pulse beating. She has indeed come back to life. Sumu spoke up. Then why hasn't she woken up yet? Vivial was naturally very excited and happy to see her mother recover, but she was still worried because she hadn't seen her open her eyes or speak. She feared that her fervent hopes would ultimately turn into disappointment. So she was a little anxious. I'm not entirely sure either. It might take some time for us to observe further. Don't worry, okay? Sumu comforted her. After all, your mother has now recovered to the point where she is no different from an ordinary person. I think it's only a matter of time before she opens her eyes and speaks. Vivial remained silent for a long while before sighing. All right. Sumu did not leave the tree spirit's temporary habitat. He wanted to see how the tree spirits taught his skeleton archers archery. Vivier arranged for Fuan to personally participate. As an elder of the tree spirit clan, Fuan was able to stay by Losrea's side for many years precisely because of her own formidable strength. Among them, her archery skills are among the best in the tribe. The fact that she personally took charge of the instruction shows how much Vivier valued this matter. After observing, Sumu quickly discovered the problem. The archery skills of the trained skeleton archers seemed to have improved. The skeleton archer might hit a target 300 meters away with only 3 or 4 out of 10 arrows, a hit rate of only 20 to 30, which is extremely poor. In such a situation, going to the battlefield would not only waste a lot of arrows, but would also fail to suppress the enemy. But after Fuan's guidance, a miracle happened. The skeleton archer hits its target with every arrow it fires, achieving perfect accuracy. That's right, it really hits the bullseye every time. Sumu even conducted an experiment using a skeleton archer and found that it was indeed the case. Under Fuan's tutelage, the skeleton archer not only achieved perfect accuracy in archery, but its talent status also underwent a change. Eagle Eye's Contempt, 100% accuracy, 80% hit rate on weak points, 300% critical hit rate on weak points. This talent has two terrifying aspects. Firstly, it has a 100% hit rate, and secondly, it can critically strike weak points. The 100% hit rate goes without saying, right? Who in the world dares to say that their shooting accuracy is 100%? But with this talent, it's possible. Moreover, there is an 80% chance of landing a critical hit on a weakness, which more than triples the damage of a critical hit. Absolutely terrifying. Sumu couldn't believe that after receiving Fu En's instruction, the skeleton archer had gained such a talent. The question now is, can every skeleton archer acquire such talent after receiving instruction? This is a question that Sumu is concerned about. If this is true, then his undead army will officially take off. Combat capabilities have achieved a qualitative leap. After repeated testing, Sumu finally came to a conclusion. If the skeleton archer is born with the eagle eye trait, then after being taught by Fuin, the eagle eye trait will be upgraded to eagle eye of contempt in a short period of time, achieving a complete transformation. If the skeleton archer doesn't have the eagle eye trait by default, then after being taught by Fuin, he will. This discovery filled Sumu with ecstasy. What a terrifying boost. If the skeleton archers, who were given the eagle eye trait by Fuin, were to receive further training, would they be able to improve even further? To this end, Sumu even conducted an experiment, only to find that it was not as he had imagined. Nothing has changed. But Sumu did not give up. He just wondered if it was because the time was too short to achieve continuous changes. If we come back after some time, maybe we can achieve the evolution of the eagle eye trait? Sumu thought his idea was feasible, but it would take time to prove it. After handing over the remaining skeleton archers to Fuin, Sumu left with peace of mind. He found Sabathini. You want to make a bow and arrow with an attack range of 500 meters? Sabathini learned of Sumu's thoughts. Yes, the 300-meter range of my skeleton archer's fine longbow is no longer enough for me. After learning that skeleton archers could be trained to have a 100% hit rate, Sumu's first thought was to increase the power of the bow. Only in this way can the overall strength of the skeleton archers be improved. A longbow with an attack range of 500 meters is not difficult to obtain, but it requires a lot of materials. Sabathini hesitated for a moment, but still agreed to help with the forging. Okay, write down the information. I'll go to Tianlong City later and ask them then. Good. After leaving Sabathine, Sumu was about to find Ifia and go to Tianlong City with her when he encountered Hestila on the way. Hestira, how are you feeling? Did you sleep well last night? Sumu smiled and asked with concern. He hadn't forgotten his conversation with Serena yesterday. Forget about using your good looks for now, but you absolutely must do your best to win Hestia's favor. I rested very well. Thank you, Sumushian. Hestia suddenly remembered what Sumu had said last night, and she stopped using the word sir. By the way, Hestia, I still need to go to Tianlong City today, so I'm afraid I won't be able to send you back to your clan. Can you rest in my territory for a few more days? Sumu spoke. Can I send you back after I'm done with these few days? Sumu had thought it through. Even if he were to use his good looks to seduce someone, he would first need to keep Hestila within his territory. If she leaves and returns to her tribe, then no plan will work. So the first step is definitely to find a reason, an excuse, to keep Hestia here. What Sumu didn't expect was that Hestia wasn't there to ask him to take her home at all. Sumu, I'm not in a hurry to go back to the clan. You can talk to me after you've finished your own business. But will that disturb you? It won't bother you. How could it bother you? Sumu smiled. I'm so happy and thrilled that Hestia can stay a little longer. That's good. Hestia smiled gently, then said, I haven't forgotten our promise from yesterday. I was going to cook you a meal so you could try my cooking. How about tonight? I couldn't be happier. Hestila was even offering to cook for him, keeping her promise. How could Sumu possibly stop her? That's good. By the way, Sumu, there's one more thing I want to ask you. What is it? Just tell me. I'll tell you everything I know. Sumu patted his chest. Exactly. Who made the clothes that Win's Tia and the others are wearing? Hestia asked. She was clearly very curious about this. Hestira, are you interested in this? This news was incredibly pleasing to Sumu. He remembered Hestia's LV3 tailoring adaptability. If she's really interested in this, why not use this to keep her here temporarily? I'm interested. I think these clothes are very novel and beautiful. I've never seen them before. I'd like to learn how it's made. Hestia's words made Sumu overjoyed. Chapter 277, The Vault Door Opens. Sumu introduced Hestira to Flina, since she was currently most interested in tailoring. With Flina possessing a level 6 tailoring talent, the two naturally had more topics to discuss. Hestia now had a reason to stay, which made Sumu feel much more relaxed, as he no longer needed to rack his brains over the matter. Temporarily entrusting the development of the territory to Winds Tia and Serena, Sumu, along with Ifea, appeared in Tianlong City using a spatial scroll. Now that there are many space scrolls available, Sumu doesn't feel bad about using them. As soon as Sumu entered the room, he saw Mudsun and Hassad waiting there, both of them with anxious expressions on their faces. Lord City Lord. Although surprised that Sumu appeared from a spatial rift, Hassad and Mudsun immediately went to greet him. What's wrong? Why are you two in such a hurry? Has something happened? Sumu's ability to read people's expressions and moods is second to none. Lord City Lord. Our scouts report that an hour ago, 50,000 troops from Lodi City were stationed 20 kilometers outside our Tianlong City and have already set up camp. Hassad stepped forward and reported. Besides Narek, there are 4 other commanders with similar positions to Narek. They've come with great force. They're probably up to no good. Lord City Lord, what should we do? Should we take the initiative or defend ourselves? As soon as Hassad finished speaking, Mudson stepped forward. Lord of the city, I advocate defense. Because of Andrew, our city's elite troops suffered heavy losses. Currently, our Tianlong City army can only muster about 30,000 troops. If we fail to meet them head-on, the entire city will be in danger. Currently, our Tianlong City has sufficient food reserves, enough to last for about 6 months. During these 6 months, the situation will definitely be different. Passive defense might be the only chance of survival. Watching Hassad and Mudson talking animatedly and passionately in front of him, Sumu smiled. Laugh out loud. Lord City Lord, grown-ups. Hassad and Mudson exchanged a glance, both wondering why Sumu suddenly burst into laughter. Could it be that they panicked after hearing their report? That's not that bad. Then why laugh? Just as the two were filled with doubt, Sumu waved his hand and said, All right, I already know about what happened in Lodi City, so you don't need to worry. Just do what Tianlong City is normally like now. You don't need to worry about anything else. Now, bring Hathaway over here. We're going to Andrew's vault. It's almost noon. But, Hassad wanted to say something more, but Mudson secretly pulled him back. All right, since the city lord has spoken, let's do it this way. All right. Hassad was still worried, but he could only suppress his worries for the time being and chose to compromise. Wait, send this thing secretly to Nalek. Sumu suddenly remembered something, turned around, and handed Hassad a piece of brown paper, instructing him. Remember, no one must see the contents. Yes, Lord City Lord. Realizing the importance of the matter, Hassad quickly turned around and got to work. By the way, Mutterson, could you send someone to buy me a batch of seeds, all kinds of plant seeds and crop seeds? I need them for a while. Reimburse me for the expenses. Sumu then gave further instructions. He remembered his promise to Zhang Dahai. Zhang Dahai will arrive at his territory this afternoon, and Sumu can then take the seeds back with him. I understand. Mutterson was a very decisive person. He left as soon as he received the order. Around noon, Sumu, along with Mudsun and Hassad, appeared in front of Andrew's vault. It was a dark brown gate, which looked rather gloomy, more like a cemetery than a vault. No wonder Mutterson and his men didn't dare to go in immediately after discovering it. Putting aside the issue of loyalty, the very shape and feel of the door make it unapproachable for most people. Hathaway, do you know how to open the door? Sumu glanced at Hathaway, who was walking ahead of him. After a long silence, Hathaway nodded. But I have one condition. What? Sumu was not surprised at all that Hathaway would try to negotiate with him at this time. If we don't talk about it now, are we going to wait until we're inside to talk about it? Give me a quick death. Hathaway's words startled Sumu, but he quickly smiled. Good. After receiving the nod, Hathaway stood in front of the door for a moment, then looked up at the sun in the sky. When the time was right, she suddenly walked to a crystal mirror at the entrance and adjusted her position. Sunlight shone on the mirror, and the golden light was dazzling. The next moment, a dull thud sounded, and the door slammed down. Sumu immediately noticed the boxes of gold coins inside, neatly arranged, with the coins spilling onto the ground. Judging from the situation, there are not only gold coins inside, but also many other good things, though they are not very clear at the moment. Hathaway suddenly took 2 steps forward, but Sumu, very cautiously, reached out and grabbed her, shouting, What are you going to do? A mechanism. Hathaway glanced back at Sumu, gesturing with her shackled hands. Seemingly sensing Sumu's distrust, Hathaway threw her shoes forward. The shoe landed on the floor in front of it, and the floor immediately flipped upside down and sank in. There are also hidden mechanisms. If Sumu had led his men over there just now, they probably would have already fallen. I want to turn off this mechanism. Hathaway began. You'd better behave yourself. Despite saying it, Sumu still let go of her hand. Hathaway didn't stop. After taking a few steps forward, she groped and pressed down on a wall brick. Sumu only heard a few loud bangs, but didn't see anything specific. But in that instant of distraction, Hathaway suddenly ran forward, shouting, Lord Isel, hurry. My father was killed. You haven't forgotten your promise, have you? Quickly avenge my father. The one outside is the murderer who killed my father, Lord Isel. Isel, come out quickly. Hathaway ran inside shouting, while Sumu frowned. He knew this woman wouldn't be so obedient and resigned to her fate. Sure enough, she had other plans brewing in her mind. Out of caution, Sumu did not follow immediately, but instead quietly observed how things would develop. Behind them, both Hassad and Mudson's expressions changed. However, their inner thoughts were quite different. Chapter 278, When Did You Become Lord Isel? Mutterson felt they had been tricked by Hathaway, and was very unhappy, feeling indignant on Sumu's behalf. Hassad shared the same sentiment, but at the same time, he couldn't help but worry about Hathaway's fate. After all, he knew very well that Sumu was very capable. Hathaway's response was tantamount to courting death. Who is it? Who is calling me? A voice came, deep and hoarse. It was impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Soon, a dark shadow appeared before Sumu and the others. The shadow floated in midair, covered by a thick black mist, making it impossible to see its exact form. Lord Isel, I am Hathaway, Andrew's daughter. Do you remember me? Hathaway quickly stepped forward and said, It's you. What is it? The sound came again. Lord Isel, my father is dead, and the murderer is out there. Hathaway turned to look at Sumu at the doorway and pointed at him. He's the one who killed my father. My father once saved you. You will avenge him, right? Hathaway was desperate. She could only pin her hopes on the undead Isel before her. Even though she knew that the dead themselves didn't value any promises, and they certainly didn't feel obligated to do anything for her. Similarly, now that her father is dead, Hathaway doesn't expect Isel to actually avenge her. Even the slightest hope was worth trying. She didn't want to give up, only hoping that Isel would have a change of heart and avenge its benefactor. Andrew is dead. Isel's voice was filled with disbelief. It's strange to sense it. No wonder I haven't been able to sense his presence lately. After a moment of silence, Isel spoke again. Andrew once did me a great favor. Now that he is gone, I cannot keep my promise. Therefore, his enemy is my enemy. As long as I avenge him, I will regain my freedom. That's natural. Hathaway exclaimed excitedly. Lord Isel, I beg you. Hathaway hadn't had high hopes, but she never expected that Isel would be willing to avenge her father. It couldn't be better. Without Hathaway needing to say anything, Isel had already transformed into black mist and swept towards Sumu, all the while shouting, You brat, don't even try to resist. If you don't resist, I'll let you die peacefully and comfortably. But if you resist, then you won't have a choice. With a threatening tone, Isel was more proactive than usual today. All for that one, Lord Isel. You should know that Isel had never heard anyone call him Lord Isel. Even Andrew wouldn't call it that. The relationship between it and Andrew is more like that of a customer and an employer. But today, hearing Hathaway call him Lord Isel repeatedly, Isel got really excited. He was like he'd been injected with adrenaline and was determined to show off his power. As for Sumu, he showed no signs of panic. Although it was his first time fighting undead, he was surrounded by undead, so he was naturally very familiar with them. Conventional physical attacks cannot be used against the undead, otherwise it will be impossible to hit them successfully. Sumu lit up his hand, intending to test the power of his blazing fiery spirit body. After all, he had possessed this transformation skill for so long, but never had the chance to use it. This time, pulling it out can both demonstrate his strength and intimidate Hassad and Mudson, making it a win-win situation. Sumu was also a little excited after thinking about it. He raised his hand to stop Ifia, who was about to attack. Ifia, don't move, let me do it. Sumu took a sudden step forward, but before he could unleash his ultimate move, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Isel, when did you become Lord Isel? How come I've never heard of it? A figure appeared in front of Sumu. It's Frenna. She appeared so radiant and beautiful, etc. Shouldn't Frenna be teaching Hestia about tailoring? When did she come running over here? Sumu realized the key issue. But more importantly, Isel's black mist stopped in front of Sumu. At the same time, in the small town of Tianmu, Poor Hestia had just turned around when she discovered that Frenna, who had been behind her all along, had disappeared. Huh, where's Senior Flyna? Hestia looked around blankly, and finally, with a sigh, picked up a triangular piece of fabric. After examining it for a while, she pouted and muttered, "What is this? Can anyone tell me?" Inside the vault. What's going on? Hathaway seemed to sense something was amiss. Her brows furrowed quickly, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. Behind them, Hassad and Mudson exchanged a glance, and then both put down their swords, noticing the surprise and astonishment in each other's eyes. They both knew that Su Mu had demons around him, but they didn't expect that there were also undead. In that case, it seems that the undead army that Su Mu once told them about was real. What's wrong, Isel? Flyna floated in the air and spoke again. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you recognize me? I'm asking you. When did you become Lord Isel? Lady Fulina. It was a tearing sound. A cracking sound from Isel. Soon, the black mist dissipated, and Isel revealed its true form. A ghost resembling a little girl. Upon first seeing her, Su Mu did not feel afraid or terrified. Instead, she found her strangely adorable and silly. It turns out she was a little girl. No wonder she hid herself in the black mist, and even changed her way of speaking. If she didn't act this way, probably very few people would be afraid of her. Su Mu immediately understood the current situation. However, he understood even more clearly that the little girl named Isel and Frenna seemed to be acquaintances. I miss you so much, Lady Frenna. As Su Mu was pondering this, Isel suddenly lunged forward and buried himself in Flyna's arms, letting out a soft, whimpering sound. The art style has suddenly changed. Su Mu, Hassad, Mudson, Hathaway. Everyone was speechless. What happened to the tense atmosphere we were supposed to be at each other's throats? What is the current state of harmony and well-being? Lady Frenna, it's been hundreds of years since we last met, hasn't it? I've missed you so much. Wah. Isel seemed to have found a sense of belonging, holding Frenna tightly and refusing to let go, completely forgetting her promise to avenge Andrew. What do you want to do? Su Mu suddenly darted into the vault. Chapter 279, Getting Rich. Lots of good things. Who gave you permission to commit suicide? Su Mu reacted very quickly. The moment he realized that Hathaway wanted to end her own life, he decisively stepped forward and pushed her to the ground, thus preventing her suicidal behavior. Guards, seize her and keep a close watch on her. At Su Mu's call, Mutterson glanced at Hassad and decisively stepped forward, pinning Hathaway down and immobilizing her. Asshole, kill me if you want, but don't even think about sending me to a tavern as a dancer and insulting my dignity. Otherwise, I will curse you every moment of my life, and I won't let you go even after I'm dead. Hathaway was still struggling, trying to provoke Su Mu with words so that he would simply kill her. Hathaway's final scheme failed, and she knew what she would face next, so her actions were quite clever. But Su Mu didn't even look at her. Instead, he focused his gaze on Andrew's vault. This cellar is full of gold coins. There's no idea how many boxes there are. It seems that Andrew, the city lord, is living a very comfortable life. Take her out of here and don't bother me. While you're at it, call some reliable soldiers over to count how much money we have. Su Mu waved his hand and gave the order. Yes, Lord City Lord. Mutterson quickly pushed Hathaway away, who was still cursing and swearing. Crystal or 10020. Magic Essence 5230. 11200G of steel nitrate powder. Magic Gun 10350. Su Mu discovered materials for making magic rocket launchers and projectiles in Andrew's vault. He had reason to suspect that Andrew might also know the technology to make magic rocket launchers and had been consciously accumulating materials. When Su Mu discovered the blueprints for the magic rocket launcher, he was finally certain that Andrew did indeed know about the magic rocket launcher. It's a pity that all the materials he painstakingly collected over the years now belong to Su Mu. Just thinking about it makes him excited. The only thing that Su Mu was a little disappointed about was that one item was missing from these materials. Composite lithium enamel steel. If we had this, the magic rocket launcher could be made. But after thinking it over, Su Mu quickly composed herself. If all the materials were available, Andrew would probably have already made the magic rocket launcher. How could it possibly be his turn? Armor, jewelry, weapons, magic scrolls. Su Mu found many similar items in the vault. Moreover, many of the armor and weapons are of purple quality. It's worth noting that both Hassad and Mudson's weapons and armor were only orange-tier equipment. Furthermore, Mutterson stated that only captains and commanders in the army are qualified to use orange or higher-ranking weapons. Andrew is very strict about weapons and armor, so it's already quite an achievement for them to manage to get orange-grade weapons and armor. The commander only barely reaches the blue quality level. Mutterson was also surprised to find that Andrew's collection contained quite a few purple quality armor and weapons. Such a fine weapon, instead of being used to kill enemies and defend, to show its true brilliance, is left to gather dust in collections. Damn it, Andrew. Mudson gritted his teeth and cursed at that moment. Therefore, it's normal that Andrew is unpopular. The old man wasn't poor. On the contrary, he was rolling in money. He was just harsh on his subordinates. Sumu left all the armor and weapons in place. He kept all the magic scrolls for himself. What pleased Sumu even more was that he also found some materials in the vault for making a longbow with a range of 500 meters. Although it's not complete, it can at least save him some money. There are quite a few items, but it seems there's nothing particularly good about them. Sumu glanced around Andrew's vault, frowned slightly, and muttered something to herself. Andrew's vault does indeed contain many good things, but so far none have impressed Sumu at first glance. There was nothing that made him feel like it was a real treasure. But at this moment, "Sir, this box seems to be full of unwanted old things. What should we do with it?" Mutterson ordered his men to bring over a dusty wooden crate and place it in front of Sumu. "If you don't need it, I'll have them throw it away. The stuff inside is filthy." Mudson waved his hand dismissively, scattering the dust in the air. Sumu glanced down at the worn-out box beside him. "Where did it come from?" he asked. "Found in a corner, covered by several boxes of gold coins, probably forgotten not long ago," Mutterson said. "It looks like it's full of junk inside. Don't throw it away, let me see it." Sumu had no experience, but he was a college student in the 21st century and had read many novels. Who knows what treasure might be hidden in the most inconspicuous box? Thinking of this, Sumu excitedly pounced on the box and began searching. Seeing this, Mudson didn't dare to say anything. However, he was wondering to himself, does the city lord also have a hobby of scavenging? Why are you so excited to see this pile of junk? Not only Mutterson, but also the two soldiers who helped with the boxes were completely baffled. When they found the box, they secretly peeked inside and could tell that there was really nothing inside, just some war, damaged, and broken old things. They couldn't understand why they were so excited to hold on. If it were them, they would rather collapse into a chest full of gold coins. Regardless of what others thought, Sumu quickly found a yellowish, cool, to the touch, velvety soft armor in the box. Unfortunately, the soft armor bore many signs of battle and looked incomplete and worn. "It looks alright even though it's so worn out. I can't believe how good it used to be." Sumu muttered a complaint under his breath as he used his insight technique. Feather Spirit Light Armor, legendary grade defective item light armor, made from the feathers of the beast spirit sealed Heavenly Goose Dragon. It is said that making such a light armor requires the use of important back feathers from 9 Fengtian Yuelongs. Unfortunately, it seems to have suffered a lot of damage in a certain battle, and what is being shown now is not the complete version. Due to the damage, the true capabilities of the light armor cannot be discerned. Holy crap, legendary level. Sumu couldn't help but mentally complain. He was somewhat agitated. Even though it's a battle-damaged, defective version, this soft armor is still the highest quality equipment he's ever seen. Nice one. Absolutely fantastic. It's a battle-damaged version now, but what if it could be repaired? I wonder if there's any way to fix Sabassini? With these thoughts in mind, Sumu carefully brushed the dust off the soft armor, folded it neatly, and set it aside. Sumu's earnest, excited, and thrilled demeanor only added to Mutterson's confusion. Why is the city lord holding a tattered piece of soft armor with his eyes shining? There's some story behind this broken piece of furniture? Or is it that the city lord simply likes rotten, old things that have collectible value? Chapter 280 To kill or not to kill? That is the question. Did you understand? Why is the city lord so excited looking at that pile of junk? Mudson lowered his voice and chatted with the soldiers around him. He couldn't ask Sumu directly, so he could only discuss it with his subordinates. "Commander, you are unaware of this, are you?" Soldier A spoke with an inscrutable expression. "What do you mean you don't know? Stop playing games and explain." Mutterson put on a stern face. Now they dare to put on airs with him? "A peculiar fetish, Commander." Soldier A whispered. "I've heard that some people have a fetish for objects, and they especially like old things that other people have used. Those all have collectible value. I think the city lord must be like that." Yes, I've heard of fetishism too." Soldier B chimed in from the side. "I have a friend like that. You want to give him a new one, but he's not happy about it." "Pseudophobia? Really? Is it really that perverted?" Mutterson couldn't believe it. Did the city lord really have such a hobby? As they were talking, Mutterson suddenly noticed Sumu holding a blackened stick and sniffing it intensely, then looking relaxed and absorbed. He looked so happy. Mutterson. You see, Commander? Soldier A spoke up at the opportune moment. Mutterson. He suddenly seemed to understand something. No wonder he brought so many beautiful women to show the city lord last night, but the city lord didn't like them. Now that he thinks about it carefully, he realizes it's all his fault for saying they're all newbies. Perhaps the city lord prefers those who aren't virgins? Thinking of this, Mutterson shuddered. He had grasped a key point. Do you like things that others have used? Does that mean? Hiss. The more Mutterson thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and the expression on his face gradually became lewd. The city lord really knows how to have fun. He likes other people's wives. Mudson understood, and he decided to find another opportunity to please him. All attributes increased by 20. The system notification sounded in Sumu's mind. The reason for this notification sound is entirely due to the black wooden stick he is currently holding. Falcon Root Spirit, a divine wood material that emits a faint, pleasant fragrance, formed from the roots of the falcon tree. Effect 1. The first time you absorb its fragrance, your attributes will increase, and your overall strength will improve. Function 2. After the second use, the effect changes to refresh and invigorate the mind. Carrying it allows you to traverse poisonous and miasma-ridden areas, rendering the miasma ineffective against you. Function 3. Plant it, and you will get a falcon tree with a continuous supply of falcon tree root spirit. This is the second good thing Sumu found after the feather spirit light armor. Some of them are known by name, but whose purpose is currently unknown. They look very much like forging materials. Sumu didn't plan to check them one by one. He waved to Mutterson. Take this wooden box to my room. Remember, don't touch anything inside. Understood, Lord City Lord. Mutterson quickly summoned 2 helpers, which further confirmed Sumu's claim of having a fetish for foreign objects. After all, the city lord treasured this wooden box like a precious gem. Half a day has passed. Finally, with everyone's efforts, the number of gold coins was successfully counted. Andrew's vault contains a total of 132.23 million gold coins. That old guy is really rich. When they received this result, both Mudson and Hassad were cursing Andrew. The reason is simple. The walls of Tianlong City have many cracks and need repair, but Andrew has been reluctant to allocate funds. Even after his death, the city walls were never fully repaired, and the existing problems remained. At first, Hassad and Mudson both believed that the problem lay within the city lord's mansion's finances, and that Andrew was indeed in trouble. Now it seems like there's no problem at all. They just don't want to spend money to fix it. Hassad, Mudson, consider this 230,000 gold coins my reward for you. You've worked hard all day, so share it with the brothers. But consider it a reward for your hard work. Sumu pointed to the remaining box of gold coins and spoke. Lord, this won't do. We don't need any compensation for our trouble. Hassad spoke. The reward of 230,000 yuan is to be considered as compensation for their hard work. To be honest, neither Hassad nor Mudson would dare to even think about it. Not to mention, they never received any reward from Andrew. Even Andrew's close associates received a reward of no more than 10,000 gold coins, and that was for the merits they earned by risking their lives. The reason Hassad and his group only knew about the previous time, when it was at most 10,000 gold coins, was because Andrew was afraid others wouldn't know. He went around publicizing it and holding all sorts of ceremonies, all to let more people know that he had rewarded one of his subordinates with 10,000 gold coins. But now, Sumu, as the new city lord, casually took out 230,000 gold coins to reward them without blinking or hesitating, and even said it was a reward for their hard work. Both Hassad and Mudson were deeply moved. The money isn't the point. The point is that they felt respected and recognized. A sense of mission and belonging arises spontaneously. Mutterson had always been a greedy man, but this time he refused the reward. Yes, Lord City Lord, just like Hassad, I feel that you have this intention. My brothers and I are already very grateful, so we don't need the money. Hassad said solemnly. How could I possibly work for you, Lord City Lord, just for a paycheck? We did it willingly. All right, it's settled then. Sumu waved his hand to interrupt. I will not change my mind once I've made a decision. In addition, I will allocate another 3 million gold coins to repair the city walls. 1 million gold coins to build the city lord's mansion. If it's not enough, come to me for more. Don't cut corners. As a leader, Sumu understands that timely rewards are necessary. Without rewards, who would be willing to risk their life for you. This may seem like a reward for Hasid and Mudsun, but it is actually a move to win over people and consolidate their own position. This is an absolutely necessary action. You have to give up something to gain something. Seeing Su Mu's resolute attitude, Hasid and Mudsun hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Then thank you very much, Lord City Lord. After locking the vault door again, Su Mu instructed Mudsun to arrange for someone to guard it. The new City Lord's mansion is built. Now, I should think about what to do with her, right? Su Mu's gaze fell on Hathaway, who was wearing heavy handcuffs and shackles. She had been exposed to the intense sunlight for over 3 hours without drinking a drop of water, and she looked rather disoriented. Chapter 281 Hathaway's Talent. Get up. Su Mu tugged at Hathaway, trying to pull her up. But Hathaway wouldn't cooperate at all, and remained lying under the scorching sun. She was extremely weak and unable to resist. She could only let Su Mu pull her hand, and there was nothing she could do. Suddenly, Su Mu let out a soft exclamation, as if she had opened the door to a new world. What did he discover? And it's about Hathaway. Grown-ups. Just as Su Mu was focused on observing, Hasid's voice rang out beside him, and he walked over with a bow. What's the matter? Su Mu glanced at him. My lord, could you spare Hathaway's life, and let her join the main force in building the city walls to atone for her past crimes? Seeing that Su Mu's expression was changing, Hasid was terrified and hurriedly said, If that doesn't work, we'll lock her in the dungeon. Just please spare her life, sir. As he spoke, Hasid knelt on one knee. Give me a reason. Instead of reprimanding Hasid on the spot, Su Mu asked him for the reason. As a leader, it is very unwise to immediately reprimand subordinates in front of everyone without understanding the true situation. Could it be that you like her? Su Mu thought of a possibility. It's not impossible. After all, Hathaway is quite beautiful. To be precise, a great beauty. It's not impossible that Hasid might take a liking to her. Even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Hathaway, who was standing nearby, clearly heard Su Mu's words as well. She lowered her surprised eyes and looked at Hasid. It's not because I like her. Hasid quickly waved his hand in denial and gave a wry smile. Lord of the city, I am already a married man. How could I possibly like her? It's just because Hathaway was my classmate when I was studying at the Night Academy, and she was the one who introduced me to Tianlong City. To me, she has both affection and gratitude, Hasid said with a heavy heart. Moreover, just recently during the fight with Nalek and his men, I was almost killed by his soldiers. It was Hathaway who appeared in time and saved me, thus preventing me from being harmed. So, I owe her my life. Hasid lowered his head, not daring to look at Su Mu. Since ancient times, loyalty and righteousness have been mutually exclusive. I can testify that Hathaway did save Hasid's life. He was in real danger at the time. After hesitating for a moment, Mudsun also stepped forward. Regardless of any friendship between him and Hasid, any normal person should have the courage to tell the truth. That's what Mudsun thinks. Hasid cast a grateful glance at Mudsun, then bowed again to Su Mu, saying, My lord, I only hope that you can spare Hathaway's life. I dare not ask for more. Su Mu's face remained expressionless as he stared at Hasid. I can spare Hathaway's life. Upon hearing this, Hasid trembled, somewhat agitated. He was about to express his gratitude when Su Mu raised his hand to interrupt him. But what if I had to trade your current position for not killing her? Would you be willing to do that? Do you still dare to make such a request of me? I'm willing, Hasid blurted out as soon as Su Mu finished speaking, without the slightest hesitation. My lord, as long as you're not foolish, Hathaway, I'm willing to trade my current position and status for it. Because this is what I owe her. Thank you, sir. Hasid breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, placed one hand on his chest in a standard knightly salute, then knelt down on one knee again and bowed his head. A chivalrous salute is the highest level of respect and gratitude. Beside her, a weakened Hathaway looked at Hasid with a complicated expression. She knew very well where he was right now. This is a tremendous opportunity for Hasid. If he can seize it, his life will almost certainly undergo a qualitative transformation. But now, he's giving up everything he has to save me. And it was without the slightest hesitation. Hathaway gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. At this moment, her feelings were extremely complicated. Good. Su Mu was equally decisive. I can spare her life. From now on, your position will be temporarily filled by Mutterson. If you perform well in the future, I will consider assigning you to another position, depending on your performance. Thank you, sir. Hasid expressed his gratitude. My lord, I can't do it. Upon hearing this, Mutterson panicked. I'm just a rough man. I can handle fighting and killing, but what right do I have to be the acting city lord? Mutterson was genuinely afraid that he would be unable to fulfill his duties and would instead bring negative consequences to Tianlong City. After all, everyone enjoys the taste of power, and Mutterson was no exception, but he knew very well that he wasn't cut out for management. It's temporary, don't worry. Sumu said. If there's anything he doesn't understand, Hassad, please give him some pointers. Yes. Hassad quickly replied. He hadn't expected the city lord to be so agreeable and to agree to his conditions. Hassad was filled with overwhelming gratitude. He even secretly smiled to himself as he looked at Sumu. In fact, just now, even without Hassad saying anything, Sumu was also hesitating about whether or not to kill Hathaway. He was torn between killing and not killing. As for why Sumu finally made up his mind not to kill after being brought up by Hassad, it was naturally because he had his own reasons. Hathaway's assassination attempt on Sumu was witnessed by many soldiers, and the news has likely spread throughout Tianlong City by now. Absolutely not an exaggeration. So, if Sumu hadn't killed Hathaway, how would people have reacted if they found out? How to do it? After all, Hathaway had offended his authority as the lord of a city. If he doesn't die, wouldn't that make more malicious people think that Sumu is easy? Just then, Hassad stepped forward. That's definitely what Sumu wants to see. It can be said that Sumu complied with Hassad's request, making him completely devoted and grateful, while also perfectly resolving the issue of not killing Hathaway. This can be described as killing 3 birds with 1 stone. As for why it was a win-win-win situation, and why Hathaway wasn't killed, it was naturally because when Sumu took her hand, he saw her talent. Human, Hathaway female. Age, 27 years, 4 months, and 8 days. Job suitability, forging LV6, medical LV6, pharmaceutical LV6. Special talent tags, master's hand, master's heart, focused concentration, balanced mind, unknown. This is the ultimate reason why Sumu hesitated about whether or not to kill Hathaway. Hathaway possesses 3 level 6 work adaptability traits. Of course, Sumu felt that his territory would not lack talent in the future, and he also had the courage to do so. But what really made him hesitate was the forging level 6. Chapter 282. Dare to take this risk. As everyone knows, Sumu's territory is currently in dire need of weapons, especially magic wands. This type of weapon cannot be purchased in bulk from stores. The essence of weaponry lies in a skilled master blacksmith. Sumu didn't know when Sabathini would leave his territory, nor was he confident that he could keep Sabathini there forever. Even if Sabathini stayed, her territory would still lack a master blacksmith. One master blacksmith is clearly not enough. That's why Sumu hesitated when he saw Hathaway's adaptability to the job. Why doesn't he train a master blacksmith specifically for his territory? An obedient master blacksmith who can be controlled by him. This is also why Sumu was moved. Although it's true that Sumu killed Hathaway's father. To be precise, it wasn't murder. Regardless of the circumstances, Hathaway definitely harbored resentment towards him. Resentment doesn't mean there's no way to control her. Just like Inoriel of the Demon Clan, didn't Sumu also kill her father? In the end, he still ended up working on Sabathini. Was Sumu afraid? What's there to be afraid of? As the saying goes, one can never have too many debts of killing one's father. At worst, you can just use it and then throw it away. He, Sumu, is a leader, a ruler appointed by heaven. He is hesitant and indecisive in his actions. What great things can he accomplish? Sumu convinced himself to keep Hathaway. Therefore, he thought that since demi-humans could become slaves, then humans could too. He could easily turn Hathaway into his personal slave. Hassad only told her not to kill Hathaway, but he didn't say that she couldn't be trained into a slave, right? Thinking of this, Sumu quickly glanced at Hathaway's talent description. Master's Hand. Items created have a 30% chance of being imbued with a special power. Grandmaster's Hand is an upgraded version of Master's Hand, but it is inferior to Divine Hand. Master's Heart. Strive for excellence in both work and combat, boosting performance by 20%. Focusing intently. Learning and comprehension speeds are several times faster than average, making it easy to apply knowledge to new situations. The Balanced Mind. Capable of multitasking, suitable for diverse development. Those with this talent should not focus solely on developing adaptability to one job. Developing in multiple directions can enhance understanding of other tasks. You can play it like this. After seeing the description of the Heart of Balance, Sumu was stunned. So it seems that Hathaway really shouldn't be killed. This is a multi-talented individual. Has Sad get up? Sumu looked at Has Sad, who was still kneeling on the ground, and spoke. Thank you, sir. Has Sad stood up, hesitated for a moment, and then asked. Sir, you promised not to kill Hathaway, so what will you do with her next? How can I know? Has Sad hesitated. However, Sumu secretly chuckled to himself. Goodness, this Hasid is getting cuter and cuter. Now that he asked that question, Sumu had a chance to say what he was going to say next. Thinking of this, he straightened his face. You may be spared the death penalty, but you cannot escape punishment. Hathaway tried to kill me in front of so many people. That's something everyone saw, right? Yes. Hassad and Mutsun both nodded. So many soldiers saw it, there's no point in denying it. If I were to put Hathaway in a dungeon and then have to feed her for free, that's definitely not an option. I don't have that much money to support idle people. Hassad. Mutterson. Both of them were taken aback. There aren't many idle people in this dungeon, but they're still being supported, aren't they? Besides, how much food can one mouth eat? Therefore, the city lord's words were definitely intentional. Hassad was clever. He quickly realized what was happening and replied. My lord, killing Hathaway is already the greatest favor you can do. She must be atoning for her confusion and mistakes, so I think it's reasonable to ask her to do whatever she wants. I don't want to. Hathaway seemed to realize something, and she murmured a rejection. However, she was of low status and no one paid any attention to her. My territory in the Milieu forest is in dire need of laborers, and I'm taking Hathaway with me. Sumu pondered for a moment, then spoke. But she hates me, resents me, and I'm afraid she still wants to kill me. Do you think there's any way to control her and make her willingly work for me? Sumu's words were quite skillful. He tried to get Hassad and Mutsun to make the choice for him by asking questions. Before Hassad could even speak, Mutsun blurted out. That's easy, just buy a slave collar and put it on. There are many collars with the power of contracts in that merchant guild. As long as a contract is signed, the master has the ability to make the slaves do anything. If they disobey, the master can kill them. With such a premise in place, I think you, Lord City Lord, can rest assured. Brilliant. Sumu suddenly found Mutterson much more pleasing to the eye. He would have preferred that Hassad say those words. But Mutterson's words achieved Sumu's goal in the same way. After all, if he wanted to have Hathaway working by his side, he couldn't let Sumu be the bad guy. Now that Mutterson is playing the bad guy, that couldn't be better. Sumu's consideration was indeed correct. When Mutterson mentioned using the slave collar against her, the hatred in Hathaway's eyes shifted. It was transferred to Mutterson. That bastard, how dare he come up with such a terrible idea? Hathaway absolutely hated Mutterson. Will this work? Noticing Hathaway's reaction, Sumu chuckled inwardly, but pretended not to understand. Of course it's useful. Mudsun patted his chest. Don't worry, Lord City Lord, I know exactly what kind of slave contracts to buy, and I've arranged everything clearly. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Sumu waved his hand. Yes. Hassad gave a wry smile, but ultimately said nothing. In his view, this was the best outcome for Hathaway. I can only hope that the city lord won't harm her. Soon, under Mutterson's arrangement, Sumu and Hathaway signed a master-servant contract. If Hathaway disobeys, Sumu can kill her instantly with a single thought. It could be said that her life is now completely in his hands. From then on, while Hathaway's resentment towards Sumu was not entirely transferred, most of it fell on Mutterson. Mutsun was also completely baffled by this, but being rather thick-skinned, he didn't pay much attention to the detail. Commander. Lord City Lord. New intelligence report. A soldier, covered in sweat, rushed in and collapsed in front of Sumu and the others. Chapter 283. The Young Demon Clan and Lodi City are at war. Something terrible has happened. Commander Narek, Commander Piss, a large number of demons have been spotted heading towards our camp. We're almost within 10 kilometers, what should we do? A soldier in silver armor rushed into the tent and reported urgently. What's going on? Why are the demons attacking us? Are you scouts blind? You only noticed them when they were this close. Nalek could speak. Pish, standing next to him, frowned and spoke up. He was one of the 5 commanders of Lodi City, and his power in the army was even greater than that of Nalek, who was of the same rank. Sir, we didn't want this either. The soldier explained. The demons emerged from a spatial rift. We reported back immediately upon discovering them, Commander Piss. Are you sure they're here for us? But none of us have provoked any demons, have we? After thinking for a moment, Piss spoke again. He thought they were probably just demons passing through, and not necessarily coming for their camp. We're not entirely sure either, but they are definitely heading this way. And according to experienced elders, they are members of the Yang demon clan. The soldier replied. When they received the news, they returned to report immediately. As for whether the demons were targeting them, they weren't sure. What if they were? The decision-making process wasn't for the lower-ranking soldiers to think about. Their job was simply to deliver the message. At this moment, Nalek, who had been silent until now, spoke up. The Yang demon clan came specifically for us. How did you know? Piss glanced at Nalek, his gaze hesitant. Could it be that this guy knows some inside information? Piss thought to himself. The Yang demon clan is an accomplice of Tianlong City. I've known about their collusion with the demons for a long time. Nalek didn't even glance at Piss, his face full of confidence and self-assurance. How do you know that Tianlong City is colluding with the demons? Piss was still somewhat skeptical. How come he had never received any news? What do you think was the reason I went out yesterday? Trying to look cool? Narek, ignoring the gloomy and hesitant Piss, strode forward. Commander Piss? The soldier glanced at Piss, unsure whether to follow Nalek out or stay put. For soldiers, their only chance to change their social class is through war. After years of peace, the soldiers were even more eager to achieve merit and establish their careers than the city lords and high-ranking commanders. Walk. Piss finally couldn't hold back any longer. He could have immediately withdrawn his troops and temporarily avoided the Yangma clan attack. But if we do that, wouldn't Nalek get all the credit for nothing? Piss absolutely will not allow this to happen. Tianlong City. Grown-ups. According to reports from our scouts, the army of Lodi City is already engaged in battle with the demons. Their fight was exceptionally fierce. Both sides were bloodthirsty. The soldiers in charge of reconnaissance were reporting the latest intelligence they had obtained to Su Mu, Mudsun, and others. Huh? Why are the people of Lodi City fighting with the demons for no apparent reason? Something's not right. Mudsun's first reaction upon hearing the news was confusion. Logically speaking, the demon race has kept a very low profile for the past 100 years, and it is unlikely that they would take the initiative to attack a city, unless this city offends them. However, offending the demons is no easy task. First, you have to see them. Demons generally live in the demon realm, which is a different plane from where humans live, so Mutterson couldn't understand it. Regardless of why the demons are fighting with Lodi City, this is a great thing for us, Lord City Lord. Hasad's face betrayed his barely concealed excitement. Lodi City originally came for our Tianlong City. Now that they're fighting with the demons, it greatly reduces the pressure on us. This is a very good thing. Heaven is truly blessing our Tianlong City. Hearing your words is better than hearing any other advice. After hearing what Hasad said, Mudsun understood completely. Yeah, why should we care why they're fighting? We'd love for them to fight to the death, to fight like dogs. Ha ha. Hasad, you're really smart. The two chatted and laughed, but soon they noticed that Su Mu's face remained expressionless. It's as if he doesn't care about this matter at all. Or perhaps he already knew about this and didn't find it strange. Hasad and Mudsun exchanged a glance, both finding it strange. Unable to contain his curiosity, Mutterson asked in a low, buzzing voice. Lord of the city, are you unhappy or agitated? This is great news. Also, don't you find it strange? The demons suddenly started fighting against the army of Lodi City. Hasad nodded in agreement. He was equally curious. However, Hasad was much smarter than Mudsun, and he seemed to have already sensed some kind of conspiracy. Sure enough, upon hearing their question, Su Mu smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, What's there to be excited about? I had expected this to happen, so you can get excited. Did I expect this all along? Mudsun was even more confused. Lord City Lord, how did you foresee this so early on? Grown-ups, you didn't send these demons here, did you? You know these demons? Hasad seemed to have thought of something. A stunningly beautiful demon woman by the side of the city lord before. Although he hadn't seen her these past few days, Hasad could vaguely guess that the demons and the city lord were connected in some way. Mudsun looked at Su Mu in surprise, wondering if it was true. You're overthinking it. I don't know any of those demons at all. Su Mu smiled mysteriously. But they were indeed the ones I tricked into going there to deal with the Lodi City army, so I had anticipated that the two armies would clash. Last night, when Su Mu received news that there were spies from the Yang demon clan secretly gathering information, he deliberately took Serena with him. After a conversation, he spread false information to confuse the public. He wanted to let the Yangma clan know that he had already deployed the army of Lodi City to deal with them. Earlier, when Su Mu first arrived in Tianlong City, he sent Mudsun to deliver a letter to Nalek, which contained only 2 words. Provoke war. A mix of truth and falsehood. This is a counter-espionage tactic. Sumu used Lodi City, which harbored ill intentions towards Tianlong City, to deal with the Yang Demon Clan. Using the Yangma clan, who harbor ill intentions towards Tianmu City, to deal with Lodi City, which has ill intentions towards Tianlong City. This is yet another case of using someone else to do the dirty work. Excellent. Chapter 284 Adding fuel to the fire for the Yang Demon Clan. Brilliant, Lord City Lord. Your actions are truly ingenious. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to think of these things. Mudsun exclaimed in admiration. After listening to Su Mu's account, Mudsun and Hassad finally understood what had happened. What a brilliant counter-espionage tactic. What a brilliant move to use someone else to do the dirty work. After hearing Su Mu's explanation, Mudsun and Hassad's admiration for Su Mu grew even stronger. Military operations can be conducted in this way. They're the type who act impulsively without considering the bigger picture. I admire your skill, sir. Hassad could not hide his shock. He was a smart man, so he understood the value of these tactics even more. His admiration for Su Mu was naturally greater than that for Mudsun. Not only them, but Hathaway, who was still shackled to the side, also raised her eyes and glanced at Su Mu several times. She had overheard their entire conversation. She hadn't expected this man to be so shrewd and to have considered so many questions. That's truly terrifying. Don't you use any strategies or tactics when you fight wars? Isn't this normal? Su Mu didn't understand. In his opinion, these were very simple and easy things to do, and any Chinese person could do them. Why do they look so shocked and full of admiration when it comes to Hassad and his people? There's no such thing as military strategy here. Hassad waved his hand and said with a wry smile, when we fight, we usually see who is the most fearless, who is the most reckless, whose formation is the most solid, and whose weapons and equipment are the most advanced. We never consider military strategy. Su Mu. He understood. In short, it can be summarized in one sentence. If you're not convinced, then fight. Whoever has more people is the stronger one. All right, enough said. Now, gather a group of soldiers and come with me on this trip. Su Mu spoke up. His original plan was to let the Yangma clan and the army of Lodi City fight to the death, and then leave them alone. But now, the plans have changed. The reason for the change was that Su Mu hadn't expected the Yang Demon Clan to be so vengeful and decisive. They received the intelligence just yesterday, and today they decisively deployed their troops. Since that's the case, why not add fuel to the fire? Sir, are we going to clean up this mess? Hassad considered a possibility. That works too. While they're both badly injured, we can send people over to beat them while they're down, so they won't be able to harbor any ill intentions towards us afterward. That makes sense. Mudsun clapped his hands beside him. Lord of the city, how many people do we need to gather? Is 20,000 enough? 20,000 is too few. It should be at least 30,000, Hassad said. Just as the two were arguing, Su Mu spoke up. 500 men and cavalry are required, preferably soldiers who have ridden other monsters and have some experience in taming them. Huh? 500 people. Upon hearing this number, Mudsun and Hassad's curiosity, which had just subsided, was reignited. Why exactly only 500 people? The Yangma clan and the Lodi City army had already fought to the point of mutual destruction. The 30,000 men of Lodi City were no match for the 10,000 men of the Yang Demon clan. The battle ended in a stalemate. Lodi City suffered heavy casualties. Some of the remaining troops have already retreated on horseback. The Yang Demon clan suffered heavy casualties due to their numerical disadvantage. When Su Mu arrived, the entire area was filled with a strong, lingering stench of blood. My lord, there is still a group of wounded Yang Demon clan soldiers over there, about 500 of them. Hassad had excellent visibility on the battlefield, and he quickly spotted the Yangma tribesmen who were resting in place. They were probably resting and regrouping after the battle when they prepared to evacuate. Lord City Lord, you are truly a genius. Mudsun exclaimed excitedly upon seeing this. How did you figure out that they only had 500 wounded soldiers? Is that why we brought 500 men? We didn't want to waste too many troops. That's true. Those guys are already badly injured. Let alone 500 of us. We could take them down even if we only had 100 men. Mudsun was very excited, and his admiration for Su Mu increased even further. Hassad glanced at Su Mu and thought to himself, is that really all the adults are after? Could he really have predicted that there were only 500 people on the other side evacuating? Wouldn't that mean we could predict the future? Hassad is shocked. Hearing Mutterson's words, Su Mu rolled his eyes. You're overthinking it. When I arrived, I didn't know they only had 500 men left. Then why do you ask, Lord City Lord? Just do as I say, and don't ask any questions. As Sumu spoke, he whispered in Mutterson's ear. 10 minutes later. Guards. There are still remnants of the Yang demon clan here. Charge. Kill them. A force of 500 men riding crimson wolves appeared, charging in unison towards the Yang demon warriors who were preparing to leave. The Yangma warriors' expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect the enemy reinforcements to arrive so quickly. We're still quite a distance from Lodi City, right? Quick. Combine our strength and tear open the spatial rift. The enemy's reinforcements have arrived. We must retreat immediately and not waste any time. Yangma warriors stepped forward and gave the order. Don't let them escape. They've killed many of our soldiers in Lodi City. Leave them here. Let those demon scum taste the might of Lodi City. Yes, let them be baptized by our wrath, those despicable demons. The charge continues. Along with it came the loud shouts of the soldiers. However, they managed to drag the Yang demon clan away from a distance of less than 500 meters, and they hadn't even completely passed them yet. In the distance, watching the departing Yangma warriors, Mutterson wore a puzzled expression. Lord of the city, the warriors have all done as you said, so why is that? Wouldn't it have been better to kill all those Yang demons? Why let them leave? They are just ordinary soldiers. We can handle them perfectly well. Sumu didn't explain. He simply patted Mutterson on the shoulder. All right, it's getting late, Mutterson. Let's go back to Tianlong City. I'll be leaving for the rest of the night. But Lord City Lord, I have a question in my heart. Some battles don't necessarily require real fighting. You can use your brain. Sumu smiled and spoke concisely. His goal was simple, to add fuel to the fire of the Yang demon clan and the fire of Lodi City. Now that he has achieved it, all he needs to do is wait and see how things develop. Back in Tianlong City, Sumu, carrying the seeds he had bought, some materials, treasure chests, and other items, used a teleportation scroll. Of course, Hathaway also left with him. 5-star danger intelligence. Chapter 2, 85 troops arrive from Flying Cloud City. The Cursed Dal Isle. 5-star danger intelligence. 20,000 troops from Flying Cloud City have gathered 10 kilometers outside your territory. They are approaching aggressively and seem to have premeditated a plan. Intelligence analysis. The Feiyun City troops are heading towards your territory. Please prepare your defenses immediately to avoid being put on the defensive. They will arrive in your territory in 20 minutes. Intelligence Hint 1. The commander leading the Flying Cloud City forces is Engels, a commander with the strength of a Holy Spirit Knight. The deputy commander, Wirtz, is a being with the strength of a Supreme Knight. Second intelligence tip. Feiyun City's forces consist of 10,000 knights, 5,000 infantry, 2,000 archers, and 3,000 mages. As soon as Sumu landed in his small town of Tianmu, a notification from the intelligence system sounded in his mind, and he immediately frowned. Where are Tao Yao, Vinstia, and Serena? Sumu looked at Tao Yao, who was peeking out. As soon as he appeared, Tao Yao sensed him, which was a characteristic of the Ice Cat clan. Master, the sisters are still supervising the construction of the city walls on the outskirts. As Tao Yao spoke, her gaze fell on Hathaway beside her. The master brought another woman home today. Tao Yao muttered to herself. She could tell that her master brought a woman home every day. It seemed to have become a habit. Immediately stop everyone from working, bring Winstia and Serena back, and put the whole city on high alert. Huh? Oh, okay. Tao Yao was surprised at first, but then she didn't ask any more questions and ran away. Hearing the alert status, she knew something serious must have happened. Sumu also discovered the shortcomings of his territory so far. The way messages are being sent is too slow. In the past, when a battle was about to break out in a city, drums would be beaten, similar to beacon towers. However, apart from the watchtowers on the edge, there was nothing like that in his territory. For example, now that we're in a state of war preparedness, he can only rely on Tao Yao to relay messages verbally, which is clearly not very effective. Sumu plans to build a similar drum platform to transmit messages after he gets through this busy period. As for the laws within his territory, he had already promulgated a rough outline. It still needs further improvement. For example, what kind of state and actions should the entire population take when war breaks out? This kind of education is crucial. From Feiyun City was something Sumu hadn't anticipated, and he didn't know their true purpose. Just then, Nightshade Snod suddenly appeared beside him. Your Majesty, a man outside the territory who claims to be named Zhang Dehai requests an audience. Let him in quickly. Sumu knew why Zhang Dehai had come today. By the way, Snowed, go and investigate. After giving some instructions, Sumu watched Snowed leave. Feiyun City is 20,000. If they really attack, Sumu's current territory will suffer heavy losses, even if it can hold out. After all, the outer walls of his territory were still under construction at an accelerated pace, and it would be very unwise to get involved in the war. Furthermore, Sumu had already inquired with Mordrinsa and learned that the undead army had gone to level up as usual today, and each undead had died the number of times they were supposed to die. This means that the undead army has lost the function of Infernal Hot Spring today. Thinking of this, Sumu did not hesitate and took out the territory shield and chose to use it. Sumu didn't feel bad about using the territory shields at all, because he had obtained quite a few territory shields during the military airdrop last night. The territory is currently under construction and must absolutely not be involved in war or suffer damage. After arranging everything, Sumu saw Fulina returning from outside. Beside Frena followed Isel, whom she had met earlier that day. Frena, Sumu called out. He had been busy in the vault all day, and when he remembered Frena and Isel, he found that they had disappeared. Unexpectedly, we returned to our territory. But what's the deal with Isel? Did she go with Frena? What? Frena floated casually in front of Sumu, followed by the adorably silly Isel. What's wrong with her? Sumu gestured to Isel behind him. Isel. Frena glanced at Isel behind her and explained nonchalantly. She's a friend I've known for a long time. I never expected to run into her again. Now she's with me. Lady Frena, is he your new master? It doesn't look very good. Just as Sumu was about to speak, Isel pouted and spoke, her eyes scanning Sumu up and down with great curiosity. Good heavens. This little girl has quite the big mouth. Sumu immediately used an insight spell. Cursed doll, Isel, unique, a doll imbued with necromantic power. No one knows how long she has existed. She is the most gifted undead in the realm of the dead. Beware of her curses. From the insight spell didn't provide much valuable information. All that was known was that Isel was a cursed undead. However, when it comes to curses, Mordrinsa also knows how to use them. Is there any difference between the two? Isel, don't talk nonsense. Frena quickly frowned and stopped Isel, who was about to say something. All right. Isel was clearly unhappy when Lady Frena shouted at her, and she secretly made a face at Sumu while making a fuss. Flina didn't see this scene, but Sumu saw it clearly, and he smiled. Little girl, it seems you're quite dissatisfied with me being Frena's master? You're the little girl. I'm not a little girl. Being called a little girl clearly stepped on Isel's red flag, and she angrily shouted at Sumu. I have existed for far longer than you. How dare you, a mere human, call me little girl? Do you believe I'll draw a circle and curse you? What? Should I draw a circle and curse him? Hearing this, Sumu's smile widened, but Frena looked tense and turned to grab Isel. Isel, you are not allowed to use your curse power on him. That's an order. Understand. Frena stared at Isel very seriously and lectured him. If you dare to curse him, all our years of friendship will be over. Huh? Is it that serious? Isel's head suddenly swelled 3 or 4 times its normal size, bulging with gas, all of which was her resentment. Isel was furious. She'd known Lady Frena for so long, yet she gravitated towards her new master. Isel is jealous. Seeing this scene, Sumu found it quite novel. Undead can be played like this? Chapter 286. Go back and apologize to the Yang Demon clan. Frena and Isel are gone. But the words of Flina's warning to Isel remained in Sumu's mind. Flina's seriousness only made Sumu more curious about the difference between Isel's curse power and Mordrinsa's. Curiosity aside, Sumu has no way of getting the answer right now. Anyway, it seems that Isel will stay in the territory for a while, and we can find an opportunity to ask Frena about it then. As Sumu was thinking about Isel, Yulilo suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of him. Something terrible has happened. Yulilua spoke. Looking at her solemn expression, Sumu couldn't help but say, What's wrong? More members of the Yang Demon clan have arrived? No. Yulilu shook her head. I just came back from outside and found a large, dark army about 10 kilometers to the south. They seem to be heading for us. What should we do? There are too many of them on the other side. We must prepare our defenses. No, we must take the initiative. Otherwise, if they arrive and surround us, we'll be in even greater danger. The city walls around us haven't even been built yet. Defense is definitely not an option. Yulila was nervously recounting her story. She noticed a smile gradually appearing on Sumu's face. The more she talked, the wider his smile became. You found out. Yulilua was very clever and immediately came up with her own guess. Right. Sumu didn't hide anything and said with a smile. Don't worry, they can't get in. I've already prepared the defense. Sumu smiled because he sensed that Yulilua's sense of belonging to their territory was growing stronger. This is something to celebrate. The more nervous she is, the more she cares about her territory. Sumu was very satisfied with Yulilua's reaction just now. That strange protective shield again. Yulilua seemed to have guessed something. But she didn't think too deeply about Sumu's smile. Yes, so don't worry. Let's eat when we need to eat, and do what we need to do. Let the bullets fly for a while. Sumu shrugged, her face completely indifferent. Having a lot of debt doesn't make me worry. How many people are eyeing him? Lodi City, the Yang Demon clan. Now there's another city called Flying Cloud City. Now that things have come to this, what is he still afraid of? Even if the sky falls, eating is the most important thing. All right. Yulilua was about to turn and leave. She suddenly felt a chill, as if she had sensed something. Etc. Yulilu called out to Sumu, who also wanted to leave. What's wrong now? Sumu turned around and glanced at her. Temporary danger alert. An irresistible spatial force has appeared above your territory. Please be aware. Please be aware. Please note. The intelligence system's notification had already appeared in Sumu's mind. Before Yulilu could speak, the sky, which had been bright daylight, suddenly darkened. Immediately afterwards, a spatial rift, as wide as an insurmountable chasm, appeared, tearing open. Who emerged from the crack were demons. However, they weren't from the Yang Demon clan, but from the Moon Demon clan. A dark mass of moon demons arrived. Sumu roughly estimated that there were around 10,000 of them. The leader was a man with fleshy wings, over 2 meters tall, and bulging muscles all over his body. Lilua saw him. Her expression immediately darkened. He is my third brother, you too. Yulilua said in a deep voice. Be careful, he's stronger than me. Yulilua, you traitor of the Moon Demon clan. Above the sky, Yu2's powerful voice resounded through the clouds as he stared intently at Sumu and Yulilua. Sumu could feel a tremendous pressure on him, very similar to when he first met Yulilua. This Moonslayer is indeed extraordinary. You actually dared to collude with that savage human to kill Yang Yellen, the future successor of the Yang Demon clan. Do you know that our clan has already been hated by the Yang Demon clan because of your actions? The Moonslayer came. You, right now, come back with me immediately and go before the Yang Demon clan to confess your sins. Yulilua looked up at the sky. She felt no fear, but her eyes betrayed a deep disappointment. She knew very well what she would face when she went to the Yang Demon clan. Die? There will be no other result besides this. However, the fact that her third brother, Yu2, was present here already makes the meaning quite obvious. With the Yangma clan to avoid war. Now, it is she who is sacrificed again. Yulilua's heart was broken once again. Yu2, I made it clear when I left the Moon Demon clan that I would sever all ties with them. I am now only Yulilua, and I represent myself, not the Moon Demon clan. Yulilu suppressed her emotions and said loudly. You can simply repeat what I said to Yang Jingtian. Come back with me. The Moonslayer's answer consisted of only these 4 words. Don't you understand? I said, I'm not going back. Yulilua tilted her head back and contradicted Yu2 for the first time. In the past, Yulilua had her own pride and backbone and a good status in the clan, but she had never dared to confront her elder brother like she did now. It's important to know that the hierarchy among the Moon Demons is extremely strict. Even if he's just the eldest brother, a younger sister can't talk back to him. That would be considered disrespectful to elders and would result in being locked up. So, although Yulilua appeared glamorous on the outside, her status within the family was not necessarily high. Above her were 7 older brothers. In fact, because she didn't know how to flatter or fawn, her status was even lower than that of her younger sister. Disrespectful to elders. Yu2 was clearly enraged. His vertical pupils suddenly contracted, and his right hand formed a claw as he grabbed at Yulilu below. Soon, Yu2 realized something was wrong. His void power was not working. Yulilua was not lifted from the ground like a chick and sucked into the sky as he had expected. Moonslayer's gaze sharpened, and he casually unleashed a silver blade spanning 100 meters downwards. Boom! A terrifying collision sound rang out, and Sumu could clearly feel the outer territory's protective shield tremble. Fortunately, anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be of high quality. It looks a bit creepy, but nothing happened. I see. So that's why you dare to talk so arrogantly to me. Turns out you're protected by a shield formation, haha. As Yu2 spoke, his gaze fell on Sumu. He was certain that his sister did not possess such a treasure. The only one who could possess these strange things is that wild man down there. Moonslayer withdrew his gaze and raised his right hand. All troops, listen to my command. Land and stand by. I refuse to believe they can stay hidden forever. Upon hearing this, Su Mu was instantly stunned. Seriously, bro? This month, Tu doesn't play by the rules. Shouldn't he be giving orders, letting the Moon Demon warriors unleash a barrage of attacks on his territory? How did it turn into a siege? Judging from U2's appearance, it seems he's planning to wait for the rabbit to run into his trap. Su Mu was suddenly thrown off balance. Chapter 287 The Ultimate Goal of Flying Cloud City. Kinmu Town is located more than 10 kilometers away. It's in the news. Commander Ingalls, we have discovered a large number of demons on the outskirts of that territory. They appeared suddenly, and there may be around 7 or 8,000 of them. The scout responsible for gathering the latest information informed his commander of the news about the alien beast. Demons? They appeared out of nowhere. Are you sure? Ingalls frowned slightly when he received the news. Yes, they suddenly appeared from the sky. I spotted them when I arrived. The scout quickly answered. What do you think? Ingalls turned to look at the deputy commander Wirtz behind him, wanting to see his opinion. Wirtz asked, are these demons their people? Did they come to help them? Upon hearing this, the scout shook his head. I don't know. I only saw a lot of demons, which made me a little panicked, so I came back. I don't know why you came back. Wirtz waved his hand with great flair. Keep exploring. Find out the truth for me. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the scout turned and quickly left. At this moment, 2 young men with black hair and brown eyes walked up. Commander Ingalls, Commander Wirtz, is there a problem? The one who spoke was Zhao Daping, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Beside him was Han Dongxing, the Lord of the Kimchi Kingdom. No, suddenly some demons appeared. I sent my men to investigate and find out what their purpose is. A demon has appeared? Upon hearing this, Han Dongxing's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't worried about whether or not there were demons, but rather whether their plan would go wrong. Han Dongxing and Zhao Daping's territories both belong to the Sumu region. If Sumu upgrades his territory again, the territory will extend to theirs, and war could break out at any moment. Not long ago, the two of them saw Sumu riding a flying horse on the mountaintop, and they became deeply aware of Sumu's power. Therefore, Han Dongxing had a plan to use someone else to get rid of Sumu. This is why the army from Feiyun City suddenly appeared here. Yes, they are demons. Ingalls nodded in agreement, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further on the matter. Commander Ingalls, I suddenly remembered that not long ago, Sumu's territory offended the Yangma clan, and the Yangma clan has declared war on them. Could these demons be members of the Yang Demon clan? Han Dongxing recalled the system-wide announcement not long ago, something that every lord knew about. Sumu had offended the Yang Demon clan. Oh, you mean that anyone from the Yang Demon clan is someone who wants to deal with Sumu? Ingalls glanced at Han Dongxing. He still thought the news was quite important. Yes, if they are from the Yang Demon clan, they should be considered our allies. Han Dongxing smiled and said, smugly, I'm so clever. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ingalls showed no appreciation whatsoever. He scoffed dismissively. We don't need to be friends with demons. Froze instantly. Despite looking down on Han Dongxing, Ingalls still took his information quite seriously. He specially dispatched a soldier who had studied the demon race to investigate. The soldier's name was Wayne. About an hour. Something terrible has happened, Commander Ingalls. Wayne rushed in anxiously. The first scout team you sent out was accidentally discovered by the demon leader and killed. 10 people in total. All of them are dead. What? Ingalls stood up abruptly from his seat and slapped the tree in front of him. In an instant, the tree, which would take 3 or 4 people to encircle, snapped in two, sending debris flying everywhere. Seeing this, Han Dongxing and Zhao Daping were both shocked and excited. The fear stems from the terror of the power. Their excitement stemmed from the realization that one day they too could possess such power. When I first went to investigate, I found that the demons had neatly arranged the scouting soldiers they had killed so that they could take turns admiring them as if they were admiring a masterpiece of murder. This is absolutely outrageous. They don't treat our people like human beings. Veen was even more furious when he thought about what he had just witnessed. He felt like he was grinding his teeth to dust. How could he not be angry when his own people were treated like this? Ingalls and Wirtz both clenched their fists. The ranks from the lowest ranks, and they naturally cared deeply for and protected the soldiers below them. Have you found out what kind of demon race they are? Is it a member of the Yang Demon clan? Engels suppressed his anger and calmly inquired. No, they're from the Moon Demon Clan. Wayne, who had some knowledge of demons, quickly spoke up. Moon Demon Clan? Does that mean these demons didn't come to fight him, but to help him? Wirt said from the side. It's highly likely that they've already temporarily set up camp around their territory and killed our people. It's very probable that they discovered us and specifically arranged for moon demons to guard this area. Wayne replied. That's right. Han Dongxing, who was standing nearby, seemed to have thought of something and stepped forward to say, Commander Engels, we previously discovered demons in Sumu's territory. Moreover, he was attacked by the Moon Demon Clan before, but now it seems they have become friends. Han Dongxing recalled the beginning when Sumu's territory was invaded by the Moon Demon Clan. At the time, the world chat was very excited because everyone thought a new instance had been opened. Not long after, Sumu withstood the attack of the Moon Demon Clan. And the Moon Demon Clan hasn't bothered Sumu again for quite some time now. After careful consideration, Han Dongxing immediately concluded, with self-proclaimed wisdom, that the Moon Demon Clan and Sumu had become good friends. Commander Engels, something terrible has happened. At that moment, another soldier ran in. While my brothers and I were patrolling outside, we spotted some demons. They seem to be investigating something. What should we do? Where are they? Engels asked. They got away. They have wings, and we simply can't catch up with them. They really did discover us. A look of seriousness flashed in Engels' eyes, and he quickly turned to Han Dongxing and Zhao Daping. Are you too sure? So, does Lord Sumu really possess the secret you're talking about, the ability to stimulate plant growth? Really, the commander? Han Dongxing nodded hurriedly. How could we dare to deceive you? We wouldn't dare even if you gave us 100 lives. Sumu must possess a secret that allows plants to grow rapidly. Once we capture him, the whole truth will be revealed. Han Dongxing patted his chest. And this is the ultimate reason they persuaded Feiyun City to send troops. Chapter 288, Even if the sky falls, we still need to eat. Timu Town. The Moon Demon Clan has already settled in place. They have planned a protracted war of attrition. Moon Slaughter didn't believe it. With such a large territory, surely there must be plenty of food and drink to eat and drink. Since they're going to eat and drink, they'll inevitably have to leave their territory sometime. Looking at the still unfinished city walls, Yu-Tu roughly made his own judgment. Your Highness, Third Prince. A demon warrior descended from the sky and landed in front of Moonslayer. How's the investigation going? Third Prince, those humans are probably princesses. The Moon Demon warrior realized something and quickly changed his words. Those people are probably Yulala's accomplices. They knew we were here, yet they still mobilized all their forces and came here. What? Upon hearing that the humans dared to launch the first attack against them, Yu-Tu's brows furrowed deeply. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, How dare you, a mere human, attack us first? What audacity! Not long ago, Moon Slaughter discovered, thanks to his powerful mental strength, that human spies were observing them. He immediately took action and saved everyone. I didn't get any useful information. However, Yu-Tu guessed that those human soldiers were probably reinforcements for Yulala and her group. It's aimed at them. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being cold-blooded. Moonslayer asked, How many of them are there? Probably 10 or 20,000. Yu-Tu narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. We shouldn't stand still. We should take the initiative. They have the advantage in numbers, but with their poor physical condition and cultivation level, how could they possibly be our match? Moonslayer has absolute confidence. Go. Mobilize all Moon Demon warriors and engage them head-on. Yes, Your Highness. While the outside world was filled with the smoke of battle, Sumu was still feasting and drinking comfortably within his territory. My lord, the Moon Demon Clan is at our gates. Aren't you worried at all? I heard there are still 20,000 flying Cloud City soldiers. Watching Sumu enjoying his meal with great relish, Coco couldn't help but speak up. When she heard the news, she was so worried that she couldn't even eat. But then we can observe Sumu again, acting like nothing happened. Coco was somewhat impressed by his attitude. Coco, there's no use being nervous or worried. Sumu got up himself, cut a large piece of steak for Coco, and put it in her bowl. Eat and drink as you please. If the sky falls, I, the Lord, will hold it up. At this point, Su Muchong smiled slightly at Coco. He knew what Kokonai was thinking. She and her people were already bound together with his territory by fate. If something were to happen to the territory, the White Fox Clan's fate would certainly not be good. Those are matters that could lead to the extermination of an entire clan. Kokona must be under a lot of pressure. Sumu could understand. Coco, eat slowly, don't get your mouth all oily. Sumu affectionately wiped Coco's mouth with his sleeve, then patted the little girl's head. Slow down, there's plenty of food. The older sisters won't fight you for it. Okay, Coco responded sweetly, then took small bites of the wolf leg in her hand. The worry in Coco's eyes lessened considerably because of this scene, and her lips softened. At this moment, Sumu suddenly looked at her again and said softly, "Eat without worry, I haven't forgotten our promise. The situation is still under my control, I guarantee that." Serena and the others nearby knew they couldn't get a word in edgewise, so they all watched them quietly. Okay, I understand. Coco nodded. She remembered the promise Sumu had made to her. To harm the White Fox clan, one would have to step over their dead body. Thinking of this, Coco's lips curled into a slight smile, and she couldn't help but glance at Sumu a few more times. "Smile and let me see." Sumu suddenly spoke. "Oh." Coco looked at him in surprise. "You? Are you talking to me? Otherwise what? I've been watching you say that the whole time." Sumu smiled. "Smile and let me know, it means you're no longer worried, and I'm relieved too." "No." Coco blushed and refused without even thinking. Who would make such a shameful request? Besides, with so many people watching, how can I possibly laugh? "Coco, your aunt is no fun at all. Smile at me." Sumu changed his target. Coco was quite obliging, flashing Sumu a bright smile with her white teeth before focusing on the food in her hand again. This childlike scene caused the women around to cover their mouths and giggle. They all thought Coco was so cute. Even Coco couldn't help but laugh along. "See, aren't you smiling? You look so beautiful when you smile, Coco. Smile more often." Sumu caught Coco's smile. No way." Coco turned her face away shyly, but couldn't help but steal a glance at Sumu out of the corner of her eye. When she found that he was still looking at her, Coco quickly turned her face away again. At the same time, she also found her heart racing and her face burning hot. Coco couldn't help but gently fan her face with her hand. Because of this little incident, the slightly somber atmosphere was restored to its previous harmonious and cheerful state. Everyone ate, talked, and chatted, discussing the events of the day. A peaceful and serene scene. Just as Sumu said, "Eat and drink as you please." After the meal, Sumu personally brought a dish to Hestia's door and knocked. "Come in." The doors open. Hestia's voice came through. She sounded very busy. Sumu pushed open the door and entered, immediately seeing Hestia engrossed in sewing something at her desk. "You're sewing a flag with the character Mu on it." Sumu immediately noticed that Hestia was sewing his territory's flag. "Yes." Hestia didn't look up, but replied, "Teacher Flina's task for me is to sew 3 flags before she will teach me anything else. I need to hurry up and finish sewing them." There's a reason why Hestia is so versatile and talented. Just looking at her level of dedication, Sumu felt that she had already left many people behind. Moreover, Hestia was so busy sewing that she even neglected to eat. Otherwise, why would Sumu need to personally deliver the food to her room? Studying is important, but eating is just as important. Why don't you eat something first before you start sewing? There's no rush. Sumu advised. "No, that won't work. I must finish this as soon as possible." Hestia refused without even thinking. Chapter 289. It's hard for me to refuse your request. Have a meal. Sumu forcefully took the flag from Hestia's hand, placed the food in front of her, and said as he did so, "If you don't eat properly and continue like this, I'll tell Frina to stop teaching you anything about tailoring. Let's see what you do then." "Huh?" Hestia's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "No. I think Teacher Frina is really amazing. Please don't stop her from teaching me." Hestia, in a panic, tugged at Sumu's sleeve and looked up at him. For the first time, Sumu saw a hint of coquettish pleading in her eyes. There was absolutely no way to resist it. He softened instantly, his heart softened. No matter how eager you are to learn, you have to eat first, right? Good health is the prerequisite for doing everything. Sumu said softly, trying to persuade him. "But, right now, all I can think about is finishing sewing the flag. I don't want to do anything else." Hestia hesitated for a moment. Then suddenly, as if she had thought of something, her eyes lit up. "That's right. How about you feed me while I continue sewing? Is that okay?" Hestia looked at Sumu with eager eyes. Those eyes, as bright as jewels, seemed to say, "Quick, please say yes." Hestia didn't speak, but Sumu could sense that she was speaking. "Only, is it really appropriate for me to feed you?" Sumu hesitated. Serena had originally intended for him to use his charm to keep Hestia willingly in her territory. Now, he felt like Hestia was using her beauty to try and stay in his territory. Isn't this role reversed? They weren't very familiar with each other, yet Hestia let him feed her. There's nothing wrong with it, please help me out, okay? Seeing that Su-mu was still hesitating, Hestila tugged at his sleeve. Alright. In the end, Su-mu nodded in agreement. Feeding Hestia? I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. When has Su-mu ever fed a woman? However, when he focused on doing this, he realized that Hestia really didn't think much about it. She simply wanted to concentrate on her work. She's such a workaholic. Hestila, this is my first time feeding a girl. Please forgive me if there are any shortcomings in my service. Su-mu said jokingly. Su-mu, you gave me your first time like this. Hestia glanced up at him briefly. These words stunned Su-mu completely. What does it mean that he gave her his first time? That's a very ambiguous statement. However, judging from Hestia's expression, she didn't seem to care about any of this at all. She really didn't think about it that way. Okay, it was my own mind that was clouded. Su-mu muttered to himself. It has to be said that feeding a beautiful woman is indeed a pleasure. Su-mu was able to observe Hestia up close, unabashedly admire her stunning beauty, and even see her give him a radiant smile. Before they knew it, their relationship had grown quite close. Thank you, Su-mu. You must have a lot of work to do, and I'm so sorry to trouble you. After the meal, Hestia finished sewing the flag in her hand, and she thanked them. Fine. Su-mu smiled. Then her gaze fell on the Mu flag. Can I take a look? Sure. Hestia smiled and handed over the flag. Su-mu hadn't forgotten that Hestia possessed the talent of divine hand, and he couldn't wait to see if the banners she created would be imbued with special powers. A 95% chance is awesome. The flag possessed special power, which Su-mu could clearly see. Musi flag. Epic quality. The moment the flag is hoisted, members of the territory will temporarily be crowned with the title of workaholic. Work enthusiasm increased by 20%, work speed increased by 20%, and work endurance increased by 20%. When the territory flag is waved, combatants will transform into battle frenzy, gaining a 20% increase to all attributes, a 20% increase to battle determination, and a 20% increase to fearlessness. One flag, two uses, and it's much better than the flags that Frena made before. Su-mu deeply felt Hestira's power. If something is made by her hands, it probably won't need any special enchantments. It will be imbued with special abilities. Hestia is incredibly strong. At this moment, Su-mu felt that using a handsome man as a weapon might not be a bad idea after all. Hestira, you should get some rest. Don't push yourself too hard. There's no end to the work. Before leaving, Su-mu gave a word of advice. Okay, Su-mu, you should get some rest too. Good night, sweet dreams. Hestia said with a smile. Good night. After leaving Hestia's room, Su-mu saw Kokonai as soon as he stepped outside. She looked anxious and was walking hurriedly. Su-mu quickly stopped her. Koko, what's wrong? Still worried about what's going on outside? Su-mu didn't expect that her previous comforting words had no effect. Kokonai seemed unchanged, still so nervous and worried. No. Su-mu. No, something bad has happened. Koko stopped addressing him as Lord and called him by his first name. She rushed forward nervously, grabbed Su-mu's arm, and said anxiously, I just received news that 3 members of our tribe went out earlier and haven't returned yet. I'm worried that something might have happened to them. What should we do? There are moon demons outside, as well as people from other cities. I'm afraid they might have been discovered and captured. Upon receiving the news, Koko was in a state of turmoil. Her first instinct wasn't to solve the problem, but to run over to find Su-mu. In Koko's subconscious, she had long regarded Su-mu as her pillar of support. When something happens in the clan, her first reaction is not to solve it herself, but to ask Su-mu for help. It's clear that her level of trust in Su-mu is now vastly different from before. Kokonai, don't worry. Tell me, how long have your people been gone? Once the territory shield is erected, people can only leave, not enter. Therefore, the members of the White Fox clan are likely outside and unable to enter. They went out at noon to pick a kind of star luo flower in the Miluo forest, but they haven't come back yet. I only just found out from other tribesmen. Koko quickly said. Going out at noon? Su-mu thought about it and realized that the time span was 8 or 9 hours. The White Fox clan might really have encountered danger. Moreover, since the moon demons are outside, even if they are not in danger, they really have no way to get in. Seeing Koko's nervous and worried expression, Su-mu took the initiative to reach out and hold her hand. Wait for me in the territory. I'm taking some men out for a while. I'll find out everything, don't worry. Chapter 290, A False Alarm. Koko's Gratitude. No, I want to go with you. Koko took Su-mu's hand, and at this moment, she didn't care about being shy anymore. She couldn't let Su-mu face the danger alone. After all, there were Moon Demon clan members guarding the outside. That's nearly 10,000 Moon Demon warriors. Coco was very worried about Su-mu's safety. It would be dangerous for you to come with me. I can be more flexible going out on my own, and it's easy for me to come back. I have a spatial teleportation scroll. Su-mu squeezed her hand in return, smiled brightly, and comforted her. Don't worry, I will return safely, and so will your people. You'd better stay in your territory and wait for me to come back. Seemingly out of habit, Su-mu used a head pat on Coco, who was half a head shorter than him. He reached out and patted Coco's head, then turned and left with a flourish, leaving her stunned in his gaze. Coco has turned red and warm. Her face flushed crimson. Even her ears felt burning hot, and her heart was pounding wildly. Su-mu. He actually touched her head. This. At this moment, Kokona had no thought whatsoever about the safety of her people. It was all about shyness. An overwhelming sense of shyness. She has lived for nearly 200 years. When has she ever been treated like this? Coco felt that in front of Su-mu, she was not the leader of a clan at all, but a little girl similar to Coco Lu, the kind who could be patted on the head by him at any time. But soon, the embarrassment faded. What followed was Coco's worry. She was very worried that something might happen to Su-mu. Even though she was worried about her people, she didn't expect Su-mu to choose to go out and risk his life because of this. He could have easily sent some people out to search. He was surrounded by so many undead and night ghosts, yet he went out to search for them himself. For a moment, Coco was filled with both gratitude and fear. What she feared most was that something might happen to Su-mu. Coco moved a small stool and sat in front of the stone house. She had already planned it out, an hour and a half. If Su-mu hasn't returned in an hour and a half, she will definitely discuss with Serena and the others that they will go out to search for Su-mu, even if it means using the full strength of their clan. 10 minutes have passed. 15 minutes have passed. Time slipped away little by little amidst Coco's worries and fears. Coco had never realized that time could be so hard to pass. In her 178 years of life, she has never felt sad about this hour and a half. During this time, Serena and Winstia both came over to ask her why she was sitting by the door instead of going inside to rest. But Coco and I just made up some excuse to brush it off. Su-mu's situation was still uncertain, and Coco didn't want to tell Serena and the others in advance, lest the entire territory fall into chaos. Therefore, she could only bear this secret alone and wait. Finally, almost an hour and a half has passed. No, I need to find him. He's in danger. Coco stood up, ready to take action. But at that very moment, the surrounding space suddenly began to distort. A dark purple light shone, a spatial rift opened, and a familiar face appeared. Coco's familiar face. It was her 3 clansmen who emerged one after another from the spatial rift. Wenluo, where is Su-mu? Where is your lord? Where is he? Coco immediately stepped forward and nervously inquired about her tribesman's situation. Chief, you're hurting me. A sharp pain shot through Wenluo. She could feel Coco's nails digging into her flesh. When had they ever seen Coco so irrational? What's there to be in pain about? I'm asking about Su-mu, tell me now. Why are only the 3 of you back? As soon as Coco finished speaking, a dark purple spatial energy light shone up again next to her. Soon, Su-mu appeared among them. With him was Yulilua. As soon as Su-mu landed, before he could even react to what was happening, a body had already hugged him tightly. Well, Su-mu stood there stunned. Yulilua, standing beside her, also cast a surprised glance. Clearly, she didn't know what had happened either. Did Coco suddenly rush up and hug Su-mu so tightly? What happened? Thank goodness you're all right. It's so good that you're back safe and sound. Coco's voice reached Su-mu's ears. At that moment, he finally understood what that hug meant. I'm fine. Su-mu, who had been holding back, gently patted Coco's shoulder to comfort her. Coco was really worried about him while he was away. After a moment, realizing her mistake, Coco finally released Su-mu, her face still flushed. What exactly happened? How did you find those 3? Coco herself didn't expect that hug she would do something like that. But the moment she saw Su-mu, she couldn't help but want to hug him and feel that he was safe and sound when he got home. The 3 of them were not in any danger, nor were they discovered by the moon demons. They were quite clever. Su-mu explained with a smile. When they finished picking the star luo flowers and were about to return, they found that they could not enter the territory. At that time, the moon demon clan appeared in the sky. The 3 of them realized the danger and cleverly hid in the forest to observe quietly. That's why I searched for so long. It was a false alarm, and I didn't encounter any danger. That's good. Coco took a deep breath, then turned to look at Luo and the other two. Why aren't you thanking the Lord for saving your lives? Do you know that he risked his life to come find you? Thank you, Lord. Luo and the other two bowed deeply in gratitude. It's nothing. Sumu waved his hand and said, you should take them back right away. Coco's matter came to an end. Sumu brought Hathaway, whom he had been waiting for, to Sabathini. At first, Sabristini was reluctant to pay attention to Hathaway and raised her own questions. She felt that Sumu was making her do things for no reason, which was really going too far. But soon, Sabathini discovered that Hathaway indeed had an amazing talent for forging, and she agreed to let Sumu keep Hathaway for the time being. Before leaving, Sumu naturally instructed Hathaway to reform herself properly and not to have any wicked thoughts. I wonder if Hathaway listened to him. When Sumu returned to his room, he found Coco waiting outside the door. Coco, what happened again? Sumu couldn't help but ask. Coco lowered her eyes and glanced at Sumu, a hint of shyness on her face. She gently bit her lip. Let's talk inside. All right. Sumu didn't think much of it, assuming that Coco was looking for him again about their clan. He gestured for her to come into the room. Chapter 291. Can you slow down a bit? Coco, you don't really need to worry. Coco into the room. Before she could even speak, Sumu took the initiative to say, I just went out for a bit and actually got the latest intelligence. The Moon Demon Clan and the people of Flying Cloud City are fighting. I suspect they probably thought the other was my reinforcement, which is why they started fighting. There are no moon demons outside our territory now, so you can rest assured. This is the latest intelligence that Sumu and Yulala discovered while searching for the White Fox clan. The clever Sumu immediately realized that it was a dogfight between two armies, and he was naturally very happy about this situation. The Moon Demon Clan and Flying Cloud City, the better, so he can find an opportunity to clean up the mess. Moreover, Sumu had already instructed Matarenza and the others to hide in the shadows and observe, so that they could notify him immediately if anything happened. Nightshade Snowdray wasn't sent was because Nightshade would attract the attention of the Moon Demon Clan, which was also Yulila's suggestion. They, as demons, could easily sense the presence of Nightshade. That aura was very familiar to them. Sumu naturally believed Yulila's words. After all, why did she attack his territory in the first place? Isn't it all because of Nightshade and the others? That's great. Coco responded, then hesitated for a moment, clenched her fist tightly, and said, Actually, I'm not worried about that anymore. Coco looked at Sumu and said, Oh. Sumu was slightly surprised. Then why did you suddenly come to find me? Isn't it because of this? No. Coco's voice suddenly became much softer, and for some reason, her face flushed red. That's quite rare. Sumu was stunned. Sumu. This time, Coco still did not address Sumu as Lord, abandoning her usual title. I've thought about it and I agree. I agree to what you said before. When she said this, Coco's face turned even redder, as if she had mustered up a great deal of courage. You agree with what I said before? Sumu's mind raced, trying to recall if he had made any requests to Coco before. I don't think so. Wrong. Sumu suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. You agree? That's wonderful, Coco. I need you. Sumu was thinking about the time he had Coco Nai learn medical skill scrolls a long time ago, since Coco Nai had LV5 medical work adaptability, which should not be wasted. But at that time, Coco said something. No, we've only known each other for a short time, and there's no emotional foundation between us. Sumu was puzzled at the time. Do you need any emotional connection to learn a medical skill scroll? However, since Coco had said that, he could only respect her choice, so for a long time, Sumu did not mention the matter again. Now, when Coco brought it up again, Sumu realized that this was what she should have said. Sumu's words, I need you so much, made Coco's heart beat even faster. She thought to herself, who would talk about these things so openly? However, for some reason, Coco felt a touch of sweetness and happiness in her heart. Being needed is always better than not being needed, right? Coco's lips began to soften. Coco, you're confident in entrusting yourself to me, right? Unaware of Coco's thoughts, Sumu asked. As a meticulous person, he felt it necessary to ask for clarification. I've already come to you of my own accord. Why are you asking so many questions? Coco's words were as soft as a mosquito's buzz. This was one of the few times in her more than 100 years of life that she was extremely embarrassed. Coco felt that Sumu was absolutely despicable. All right, come and sit down. Coco's shy behavior puzzled Sumu, but he didn't think much of it and reached out to pull Coco to sit on his bed. Oh, are those things going to happen right now? Coco froze on the spot, and Sumu didn't dare to pull her too hard. Otherwise what? Since you're already here tonight, we should definitely make the most of our time and get things done. Sumu was puzzled. Did studying require choosing a good time and a good day? People on this magical continent don't seem to care about metaphysics, do they? But isn't this too fast? I can't quite accept it yet. We can get to know each other more gradually. Coco lowered her eyes and glanced at Sumu, then said gently, "Could you slow down a bit more? Give me some time to prepare myself. Don't go so fast. I thought you were mentally prepared, so why did you come to see me tonight?" Sumu was even more puzzled. He thought Coco had figured it out, but it turns out she hadn't at all. "I just want to make it clear to you that I can accept you. But let's slow down those things." Coco had to muster up a lot of courage to come and express her feelings to Sumu tonight. Had happened, Coco went back to her room and thought about it carefully, only to find that she couldn't calm down at all. That hug remained in her heart for a long time. Coco was certain that it wasn't a momentary impulse. Rather, she truly wanted to open her heart and try to accept Sumu's proof. This acceptance, of course, refers to Coco's desire to accept the fact that Sumu will become her spouse. Because she couldn't calm down in the room for a long time, Coco came to find Sumu and tried to explain things to him. She is an impatient person, and she will do whatever comes to mind immediately. So she came. But Coco felt that reaching that point tonight was still a bit too fast. She felt it could go a little slower. You should at least give me some mental preparation. This is too fast. Coco said softly. What's there to be mentally prepared for? Sumu spoke up at that time. Learning a medical skill scroll will give you access to related healing magic. Do you really need to prepare mentally and pick a specific day for this? What did you say? Coco was stunned. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. I'm telling you, I just want you to learn a medical skill scroll. What's there to be mentally prepared for? Sumu explained. I've long noticed that your medical talent is definitely not weak. If you were to learn healing magic, you would have a very promising future. I happen to have a skill scroll for healing magic cultivation, and I'd like to ask you for it. Coco stood frozen in place. Suddenly, she felt as if she couldn't breathe, and her heart felt incredibly heavy and painful. Chapter 292 The Escaped Milieu Flower Fairy. When you said you could entrust me to you with peace of mind, was this what you meant? Coco's voice was hoarse. She felt as if her heart had been squeezed. It hurt so much, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Otherwise what? Sumu shrugged. That's always been what I meant. Don't you know that? I don't know. Coco glared at Sumu, slammed the door shut, and disappeared from the room in the blink of an eye, leaving Sumu completely bewildered. No. What happened to him? Why did Coco suddenly lose her temper and slam the door as she left? Sumu's mind was filled with question marks. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. I don't understand. Instead of dwelling on Coco's matter, Sumu figured it was probably because Coco had been inconvenienced these past few days and was in a bad mood. As was the usual procedure, after Sumu finished taking a bath, he was about to go to Susu's room to tell her a story and lull her to sleep when he ran into Ai Fia at the door. Ai Fia was gazing into the distance, seemingly preoccupied. After thinking for a moment, Sumu walked over. Effia, what happened? Master. Ifia withdrew her gaze and glanced at Sumu. I've been feeling uneasy these past few days. Uneasy? What? Sumu quickly thought of. Is it because of Malor? Right. Effia nodded. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that Malor is in trouble. Moreover, I could clearly sense that she was over there, not far from us. As she spoke, Ifia pointed to the direction she had just been gazing into. There. The only place Sumu could think of when Ifia pointed was Feiyun City. According to Zhang Dehai, Flo was sold to Feiyun City at that time. Therefore, if Malor were to go to find him, she would definitely have to go to Flying Cloud City. Perhaps it's your imagination. Malor is so powerful, who could possibly pose a threat to her? Sumu offered words of comfort. Maybe. Effia sighed softly. All right, don't worry, I'll send someone to keep an eye on it. After thinking for a moment, Sumu still made a promise. Malor saved him. She was kind to him no matter what. Sumu is the kind of person who will repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. He was naturally duty-bound to help Malor. Thanks. Afia's gaze fell on his face, and a smile suddenly bloomed on her face. A radiant smile. Perhaps she sensed Sumu's kindness and felt happy and grateful to him from the bottom of her heart. It's all right. Malor is also a very good friend of mine. After dealing with Ifia's matter, Sumu found Susu. He takes putting his little girl to sleep seriously. The next day, Sumu had just finished washing up when she saw Nightshade snowed. Your Majesty, there's been progress in the matter you were investigating. How so? The purpose of Flying Cloud City is to find the secret of your territory that allows plants to grow rapidly. Snod replied. This was the result of his hard work all night. The secret to the rapid growth of plants in my territory. Sumu murmured, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. The White Fox clan finally been discovered? But that doesn't make sense. It was only the Lord players who discovered it, not the natives, who were unaware of his rapid territorial upgrades. Could it be that the White Fox clan was discovered because they went out? Sumu considered this possibility. However, Feiyun City is about 200 kilometers away from his territory, just like Tianlong City. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for him to plant spies around him. So how did the people of Feiyun City discover the White Fox clan from such a distance? Sumu's doubts remained unanswered, because the information Snowd had received was only superficial. Snord, how's the fighting outside? Is the Moon Demon clan still at war with the people of Flying Cloud City? Sumu asked again. The battle continues, Your Majesty. Snowd reflected. The people of Feiyun City and the Moon Demon clan engaged in 5 or 6 back-and-forth battles and guerrilla warfare last night. The Moon Demon clan has been unable to break through their defenses for a long time, and their battle is still ongoing. It is estimated that the fighting will continue for another day or two. Compared to the rapid battles between the Yang Demon clan and Lodi City, the battles between Feiyun City and the Moon Demon clan seem to have become more tactical, lasting for a whole day and night, and are still not over. Sumu didn't know how to comment on this. Have Mater and Sato keep an eye on things, and be ready to inform me at any time that we are prepared to attack them from the flank. Understood, Your Majesty. Snowd stepped down. Brother Sumu, are you going out to play? Can I come with you? Just as Sumu was about to leave to find Zhang Dahai, he ran into Coco Lu, who had just come out. The little girl skipped over and reached out to take his hand. How can we go out to play? Sumu smiled wryly. The situation outside the territory is still unclear and dangerous, so you absolutely must not run around. Understand? Okay. Coco was fairly obedient, but still held on to Sumu's hand tightly. The expression on his face seemed to say, I don't care, I have to take them with me wherever I go. Sumu immediately understood Coco's thoughts. He smiled and said, Let's go. I'll take you to find a strange uncle. You'll come with me today. The little girl nodded vigorously. She was so excited. By the way, Coco, did you see your aunt this morning? Coco's sudden departure last night. Yes. Coco nodded. Is there anything strange about her? Sumu pressed for an answer. A strange place. Coco tilted her head and thought for a moment, then pouted and said, That's a bit strange. It seems like Auntie didn't sleep well last night. She looks listless and her eyes are red. It's very odd. Is that so? Sumu frowned. Dahai, how did you sleep last night? Did you get used to it? Because there were too many women in the territory, Sumu did not arrange for Zhang Dahai to come inside last night. Instead, he was allowed to stay overnight in a house on the outskirts of the territory. Of course, there will definitely be plenty of food and other necessities. It's alright. I'm not some delicate person, so what's there to be uncomfortable about? Zhang Dahai scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, but soon, as if he had discovered a new continent, he stared at Coco next to Sumu. Wow, where did you find such an adorable demi-human fox loli? So cute. Zhang Dahai's eyes lit up. If various ear-girl characters are what lords pursue on this continent, then a little girl with ear-girl characters is the ultimate pursuit. The moment Zhang Dahai saw Coco Lu, he felt his heart melt. Envy welled up in his heart. Coco, say hello to Uncle. Sumu smiled and said, Hello, Uncle. Coco asked timidly. Okay. Zhang Dahai squatted down, trying to get close to Coco Lu with a smirk, but the little girl didn't give him any face at all. In the blink of an eye, she hid behind Sumu and tightly grabbed his clothes. Alright, stop looking so lewd, don't scare her. Oh my god, how did I do anything perverted? Zhang Dahai cried out in protest. He's clearly a handsome guy, otherwise why would he have been forced into that position by the Goblin Princess? Master, oh no. The flower fairy of Miluo has escaped. A voice rang out from behind. Chapter 293. Don't worry, your master will take care of it for you. Sumu didn't even need to turn his head to know that the only person beside him who could make that sound was Tao Yao. He knew her voice all too well. However, Zhang Dahai, who was opposite Sumu, stared wide-eyed the moment he saw Tao Yao. This is a purebred cat girl with an amazing figure and a youthful, beautiful face. Who could resist it? Boss, you've gone too far. Have you gone this far with keeping a mistress? Zhang Dehai, his face full of envy, kept talking. I know you had Vincian by your side before, and Zhou Yuqi too. Now you have a pretty little lowly, and such a pure and beautiful cat-eared girl by your side. That's too much, boss. You're making me so envious. Zhang Dehai felt a pang of sadness. Why? They're both lords, so why is there such a big difference? So far, he hasn't had a single decent demi-human girl by his side. As for the bear people, forget it. Goblins are more pleasing to the eye. Tao Yao was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhang Dehai was extremely envious. Sumu did not respond to Zhang Dehai's statement. All he knew was that if Zhang Dehai knew he had other demi-human mothers around him, he might go crazy with envy. Tao Yao, what exactly happened? Why did the Miluo flower fairy escape? The more pressing issue right now is resolving the escape of the Miluo flower fairy, so Sumu didn't pay much attention to Zhang Dehai. This Miluo flower fairy was left behind by the guys from the Yunlong Merchant Guild when they saved the White Fox clan. Since they couldn't find a way to deal with her, Sumu had her kept locked up and cared for. They actually ran away now? Master, it's because of me. Tao Yao, her face etched with guilt, whispered. Because the Miluo flower fairy has been locked up for several days, I've been bringing her food every day. Over time, we've become quite familiar with each other, and I don't think she's that harmful. Tao Yao explained. Yesterday, the Miluo flower fairy seemed a little unwell and had a poor appetite, so I took the liberty of temporarily removing her shackles. I didn't expect her to take this opportunity to escape. When I went to find her this morning, I found that the locked door had been smashed, and she was gone. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, master. Tao Yao stepped forward and grabbed Sumu's clothes, her little mouth still saying, Punish Tao Yao. Tao Yao knows she was wrong. Tao Yao dared not think about what would happen if the escaped Miluo flower fairy harmed the members of the territory. Every time she thought about this possibility, she felt incredibly guilty. If members of her territory are harmed because of her, Tao Yao will feel even more distressed and guilty. Seeing that Tao Yao's eyes were filled with tears and her nose was red, and she looked extremely guilty, Sumu had no intention of blaming her. Besides, Tao Yao is too naive and hasn't experienced the complexities and wickedness of human nature, so to some extent, it's not entirely her fault. The mistake was that the flower fairy of Miluo was too scheming and bewitched Tao Yao. Thinking of this, Sumu quickly took Tao Yao's small hand, pulled her into his arms, and comforted her. It's all right, Tao Yao. It's just a Miluo flower fairy who ran away. No matter if she has run out of the territory or even to the ends of the earth, the master will help you catch her. Let her bully our little Tao Yao. Master, she didn't bully me. It's just that I'm too stupid. Tao Yao sniffed, still blaming herself in her heart. When this happened, Tao Yao didn't dare to hide it at first, but the only thing she could think of was not to find other people, but Sumu. Over the past few days, Tao Yao has gradually come to regard Sumu as her pillar of support, and he is the first person she thinks of when something happens. Even when he's not in the territory, Tao Yao will still think of him. So she rushed to find Sumu. I said she bullied you. Sumu gave a soft snort and pulled Tao Yao closer to him. The Miluo flower fairy is a complicated person. She knows that our Tao Yao is innocent and kind, yet she still dares to deceive and bewitch Tao Yao. Isn't this bullying? Tao Yao had been trying to stay strong and not cry, but when she heard Sumu's gentle words of comfort, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears in Sumu's arms. Just as Sumu said, Tao Yao delivered food to the Miluo flower fairy every day, and they interacted a lot during that time, chatting extensively. To some extent, Tao Yao genuinely believed that the Miluo flower fairy had become a good friend of hers, someone she could trust. Now that the Miluo flower fairy has escaped, the feeling of having this trust trampled on is truly unbearable. It would be a lie to say that Tao Yao didn't feel wronged. She just doesn't say it. When Sumu brought it up, Tao Yao could no longer hold back her tears. Okay, you idiot. It's all right. Master will take care of it for you. Sumu patted Tao Yao's constantly shaking shoulders to comfort her. Zhang Dehai silently looked away. I can't watch anymore. His mouth watered just looking at him. Out of sight, out of mind. Comforting Tao Yao, Sumu summoned the undead team led by Snowed and Nightshade, along with Gabong. They must find the Miluo flower fairy, Rose, no matter what. This name was naturally given to Sumu by Tao Yao. Because there are still dangers on the outskirts of the territory, it's definitely not possible for Zhang Dehai to grow things all by himself. For his safety, Sumu had to arrange for Yulala to accompany him, and also gave them 2 fixed-point teleportation scrolls so that they could teleport immediately if they encountered danger. Upon hearing of Yulala's appearance, Zhang Dehai was naturally astonished, and then his mentality exploded, causing him to have a heart attack. Sumu already has Winstia by his side, and now he also has a little lowly. Zhang Dehai can still accept it, right? But then there's this incredibly beautiful cat-eared girl, Tao Yao. Oh well, it's still within Zhang Dehai's psychological tolerance. But now, there's another aloof and stunningly beautiful demon princess. This was incredibly shocking for Zhang Dehai. He was filled with envy and jealousy, to the point of wanting to cry. Zhang Dehai had thought that if he worked harder, he could catch up with Su Mu's pace a little more. Little did he know that no matter how big his steps were, he could never surpass the great Su Mu. They're not even in the same league. After lamenting the differences between people, Zhang Dehai obediently followed Yulilua out to plant plants. Yulilua was merely completing her mission. She didn't even want to give Zhang Dehai a second glance. In Yulilua's mind, Su Mu is the only man in the territory who deserves her respect. No one else does. Zhang Dehai certainly wasn't at that level. Chapter 294. Demand the people directly from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Brother Su Mu, I want to eat this. Okay, I'll buy it. Brother Su Mu, I want that little gadget, it's so cute. Okay, I'll buy it. Bye. Such conversations have been heard countless times in Tianlong City. It's all because today, Su Mu was accompanied by the little girl Coco Lu. There was no way Su Mu could refuse Coco's persistent requests, so he had to satisfy them all. Bye. Play. The little girl was so happy. Lord City Lord, I have investigated everything you asked me to investigate. Mutsun suddenly walked over. He has temporarily taken over Hasid's position, so he is doing many things personally. Oh, what is it? As she spoke, Su Mu quietly pressed down the hat on Coco Lu's front. When out and about, Coco's ears and tail must not be exposed, as they are the mark of the White Fox clan. Su Mu was afraid that others with ulterior motives would notice and remember them. Although Tianlong City is the city he manages, he still needs to be cautious to some extent. Coco stayed very obediently close to Su Mu, without running around or moving around. It's about Miss Kaisen from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Mutsun said. How's it going? Upon hearing that it was about Kaisen, Su Mu immediately became concerned. I have investigated thoroughly and found that Miss Kaisen did not leave Tianlong City as rumored. That woman, Ines of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, is lying. Mutsun reported the latest news he had received. Kathy didn't leave Tianlong City. Su Mu's gaze sharpened slightly, and he suddenly looked at Mutterson. Have you found out where Kaisen went? Mutterson trembled at Su Mu's sharp gaze. He knew this matter was extremely serious and could not be taken lightly. We found it, but so far, we don't know if it's true or false. Speak, Su Mu said succinctly. It is said that Miss Kaisen has been imprisoned in the dungeon of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, where she is kept among the slaves. Furthermore, I've also received information that Miss Kaisen will be transferred out tonight, apparently, to Feiyan City. I don't know the specific reason. Su Mu frowned, pondering what to do next. Lord of the city, should we stop her when they move out at night? Seeing Su Mu's troubled expression, Mutterson quickly stepped forward and shared his thoughts. Within our Tianlong City, aren't we the ones who call the shots? We can ask the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce for someone. What can they do about it? Don't be silly, Mutterson. Su Mu raised his hand and said. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce has its own secret passage. If they want to move Kaisen away, they don't need to go through the city gate. They can just go through the secret passage. I once walked through the secret passage of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce with Kaisen, so I know it very well. Huh? Really? Mutterson scratched his head. He really didn't know about the secret passage. That's right. Su Mu suddenly smiled and patted Mutterson on the shoulder. However, you don't need to be discouraged. You said something very good. What did you say? Mutsun blinked, somewhat agitated. Did the city lord praise him? You're right. This is Tianlong City, within our jurisdiction. If we ask them for someone, what can they say? If they're not satisfied, I'll just tell them to get lost. It's just a small chamber of commerce. Your Excellency is mighty. Mutterson flattered at the opportune moment. Normally, Su Mu would feel disgusted, but at this moment, he only felt very comfortable. Mutterson's words served as a reminder to Su Mu to some extent. This is his territory. In his territory, does he have to be mindful of other people's feelings? Mutterson, you're doing this and that. Su Mu made arrangements for the next steps. Yes. 1 hour later. Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Oh, Lord Mutterson, what brings you here? You must be a very busy person these days. Your sudden appearance at our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is truly an honor. As soon as Mudson appeared, Ines sidled up to him, flattering him with a beaming smile. All right, stop with your sweet talk. I'm here on business, not to flatter you. Mutterson pushed Ines away without making a sound and spoke seriously. Hey, Lord Mutterson, we can talk about serious matters slowly. It's not like I'm not listening to you, but your sudden seriousness has startled me. She's a weak woman who can't even kill a chicken, Ines said, trying to lean closer again. Please have some self-respect, Miss Ines. Mutterson pushed Ines away again, and at the same time, a large number of guards suddenly rushed in through the door. Seeing this, Ines finally realized that the visitor was up to no good. Those with good intentions would not come. Her eyes were dark, but she still maintained a charming smile on her face. Oh dear, Lord Mutterson, what has happened? Has our merchant guild done something wrong and offended you? Please enlighten me, sir. Today, I am acting on the orders of the city lord to ask you for someone. Mudson didn't keep them in suspense and directly stated the reason. Who is it? Ines seemed to have guessed something, but still asked a question. Ms. Kaisen, the former head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Lord Mutterson, didn't I already tell you? Miss Kurson was recently transferred to Feiyun. As she said this, Ines secretly winked at a female subordinate not far away. The female subordinate immediately understood and turned to leave. All right, over here, Mutterson, who hadn't noticed Ines's movements, raised his hand to interrupt her. Miss Ines, you are a smart woman. Do you think we would blindly come here to ask you for people without doing our due diligence? But sir, your information is really inaccurate. Miss Kaisen is definitely not here with us. Ines's charming face was full of grievances, as if she had really suffered a great injustice. An ordinary person might have been swayed by her, but Mutterson was a straight man and didn't care at all about the beautiful woman's aggrieved expression. Stop talking nonsense. We need to go into your Chamber of Commerce's dungeon to take a look. Lead the way. Mudson's attitude was very tough. No, sir. We have distinguished guests selecting slaves in the dungeon right now. You're bringing troops in like this will frighten them and damage our merchant guild's reputation. How about we wait a little longer? If we wait a bit longer, they'll definitely let us in, okay? Ines stepped forward again, but was pushed away by Mutterson. Get out of here, I want to go in now. Come with me. Mudson waved his hand. Chapter 295 Kaisen is indeed here. Lord Mudson, we really do have distinguished guests. Please don't put them in an awkward position. Ines twisted her body and quickly stepped forward to block Mutterson's path, spreading her arms and thrusting out her impressive bust. What do you mean? Aren't we, the city lord's men, honored guests? Mutterson frowned, looking at Ines with hostility. He was feeling extremely displeased. Just as the city lord said, this Yunlong Chamber of Commerce really needs to be taught a lesson. Look how arrogant they've become. Daring to block their city lord's army was clearly a sign of disrespect. Despite Ines's smiling face, she probably doesn't take the city lord's mansion seriously at all. Lord Mutterson, you've misunderstood. Of course you are distinguished guests of our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, but there are other distinguished guests inside as well. Could you please wait a little longer? Give me some face. Get out of the way. Mutterson stepped forward and shoved Ines aside without any politeness, and the guards behind him rushed forward to help. Seeing Mutterson leading everyone toward the Chamber of Commerce's dungeon, Ines's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly followed, only to find that the female subordinate who had left earlier had returned and winked at her. Ines's heart immediately settled, and she smiled and stepped forward. Lord Mudson, you are such an impatient man. Women can't stand you in front of them. Let me show you the way, really. Ines eagerly swayed her hips as she led the way. Watching her retreating figure, Mutterson let out a cold snort inwardly. Soon after, in the dungeon. Sir, I've already told you, Miss Kaisen really isn't here. Now you should believe me, right? Ines smiled and said, Miss Kaisen was once the head of our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. She is one of our own. How could we possibly throw her into the Chamber of Commerce's dungeon? I don't know which villain dared to speak ill of us, Lord Mutterson, and sow discord between our merchant guild. They deserve to die. All right, Mutterson called out, interrupting Ines's rambling. Speaking of which, Miss Ines, where is the distinguished guest you mentioned? Why can't I see anything from here? Are you trying to make fun of me? Mutterson's eyes narrowed, and his gaze toward Ines gradually turned hostile. Ines, do you know the consequences of mocking our city lord's mansion? Does your Chamber of Commerce even want to continue operating in our Tianlong city? Despite Mutterson's recent rise to power, his past military experience had garnered him considerable charisma, which he unleashed in a sudden burst of power startling Ines. She quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Meanwhile, in a forest not far from Tianlong City, Brother Sumu, my mouth is so sour. Coco's voice rang out. Sumu glanced down and immediately smiled. Little girl, a candy the size of your fist, you're holding it all by yourself and licking it. Doesn't your mouth get sore? If you keep eating so much sugar, you'll ruin your teeth. As Sumu spoke, he pinched Coco's slightly chubby cheeks. Then I don't want it. Coco panicked when she heard that her teeth were broken. She handed the candy to Sumu. Little girl, what are you doing? Sumu looked at the candy in front of her with surprise, still covered in Coco's saliva. Brother Sumu, I don't want it anymore. You can have it. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Why give it to me? Sumu said awkwardly, touching his nose. Let him eat Coco's saliva? Isn't that a bad idea? Well, Auntie said we shouldn't waste food. Brother Sumu, we can't waste food, so I'm giving it to you. Eat up, eat up. It shouldn't be wasted. Coco stomped her little feet and forced the candy in her hand to Sumu's lips. I just can't do anything with you. Helpless, Sumu could only accept the imported cocoa candy and eat it. Surprisingly, it's quite sweet. I wonder if there's some kind of special effect. Yes, here it comes. Sumu suddenly raised his right hand and then hugged Coco Lu tightly, pulling her close to him. Not far ahead, a huge rock covered with vines and weeds was suddenly pushed aside, revealing a cave behind it. A head peeked out from behind the cave, looked around, and only after confirming it was safe did it turn around and shout. There's no one outside. Let's get going. Soon, 10 burly men dressed in black robes emerged from the cave, with a figure following in the center of them. Sumu recognized the familiar figure. It was Kaisen, who had been out of contact for quite some time. Her clothes were tattered and stained, bearing numerous whip marks. She was shackled on her hands and feet, and was being escorted forward. The marks on Kaisen's body show that she has been suffering a lot recently. Hurry up and leave. Don't waste our time. Seeing that Kaisen was dragging her feet, the leader of the black-robed men, Moose, suddenly shoved her. She stumbled, lost her balance, and fell to the ground. Damn, what a piece of trash. It falls over with just a push. Moose spat a mouthful of phlegm next to Kaisen, her tone full of disdain. He was Ines's lover and naturally harbored resentment towards Kursen. If it weren't for orders not to kill Kursen, he probably would have killed her long ago. This also saved us the troublesome step of escorting her to Feiyun City. Brother Moose, please don't kill her. She's the one our young Master Kelly specifically requested. A burly man next to me said. Don't worry, you won't die. That bitch is just being pretentious. As Moose spoke, he stepped forward, grabbed Kaisen's handcuffs, and forcibly pulled her up. See, everything's fine, isn't it? Moose deliberately ignored Kursen's murderous glare and sneered. At this moment, Brother Sumu, are we going to rescue that sister and get her away today? She's in such a bad situation. Let's help her quickly. Coco's childish voice rang out. She had already lowered her voice, but it was still noticed. Who goes there? Moose shouted sternly. The direction he was heading was precisely where Sumu and Coco were hiding. I've spotted you. Get out here now. Who is it? Moose roared angrily. He didn't know how many people hiding in the shadows had discovered, or whether they had seen the secret passage of their Chamber of Commerce. If you don't come out now, don't blame us for being impolite. Seeing that he had been discovered, Sumu stopped hiding and appeared in front of Musi and the others, holding Coco. The moment Kaisen saw Sumu's face clearly, her dim eyes lit up. What are you hiding there for? Seeing that Sumu and Coco Lu both had relatively young faces and looked harmless, Musi's tense mood relaxed. Chapter 296 The Poisonous Power of Coco's Milk. Before Sumu could answer Musi's question, Coco suddenly broke free, took a step forward, and put her hands on her hips. Release that woman immediately. You big bad guy. Coco's fierce yet adorable appearance didn't frighten Moose at all. Instead, it made him burst into laughter. Little girl, you're quite fierce. But Kaisen, when did you meet these two clowns? You don't actually think the two of them can save you, do you? Moose looked at Kursen, her words full of mockery. He wasn't stupid. He could tell that the young man and the girl in front of him were both there for Kaisen. Although he didn't know why Sumu and the other person knew they would be here. But this did not affect his pleasant mood at all. You two, go up and take care of them. Kill the man, and let the little girl stay and play with me. Moose waved his hand, giving instructions to his two subordinates. Yes. After the two burly men behind them responded, they approached Sumu and Coco Lu. Sumu frowned inwardly. He now had only one thought about Musi. Kill them. Before Sumu could call for help, Coco had already launched an attack. A pale green light, unique to healing magic, shone from her hands. Oh, this little girl knows healing magic. Moose was slightly surprised, and his gaze toward Kokolu instantly became possessive. He had an idea: capture Kokolu and then train her to be his own. After all, there aren't many people on this continent who know healing magic, and even fewer young girls who do. Those are all incredibly talented monsters. Moose seemed to see her bright future. Little girl, let me tell you, healing magic isn't for attacking, it's for healing people. If you use your magic like this, you're just wasting your time. After Moose finished speaking, he chuckled and didn't dodge, letting Kokolu's healing magic fall on him. Not only him, but even the two burly men at the very front didn't dodge. They faced Kokolu's healing magic head-on, their faces full of mockery. But soon, the playful expressions on their faces froze. They felt as if they had been struck hard by a huge, invisible hammer, a dull ache shooting through their chests. The same goes for Moose, who was laughing the loudest. Disbelief crossed his face, and as soon as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out. At the very back, the remaining burly men exchanged puzzled glances at each other several times. They were all unclear about what had happened. Wasn't it supposed to be healing magic? Why did Brother Moose vomit blood? Wearing shackles, Kaisen glanced at Coco several times, then looked at Sumu repeatedly. Obviously for these. You bad guy. Now you know how powerful I am. Coco's adorable face broke into a bright smile. She proudly flashed her big white teeth at the burly men in front of her, then looked up and cast another healing spell. Get out of the way. Moose was still spitting blood, but he didn't forget to tell his companions to get out of the way. A group of burly men fled in panic under Coco's poisonous milk attack, creating a very comical situation. Seeing this, Sumu was amazed by Coco's growth, while at the same time pondering something deeper. Kokolu's current attack strategy is undoubtedly very deceptive. Take Moose for example. He had no idea that Kokolu's healing magic would actually have an offensive effect on them instead of a healing effect. Kokolu continues to grow stronger by using this deceptive tactic. Wouldn't that mean she has a high chance of being able to surprise and instantly kill a large number of enemies in the future? This is quite rare. Sumu felt that Kokolu had great potential. Coco, stop playing around and come with me to take care of them. Stop hiding, come out now. At Sumu's command, 400 or 500 men suddenly surged out from behind. They were dressed in neat, bright silver armor and were clearly a regular army. Moose and the others' expressions changed drastically. 1 hour later, Kaisen was taken back to Tianlong City, and under Sumu's arrangement, she was taken to wash up. Lord City Lord, you are truly a prophet. Mudsun hurried back, his face beaming with excitement. What's wrong? Sumu took a sip of tea, looking completely unperturbed. Didn't you already guess that Miss Kaisen would be secretly moved by them? So they deliberately let me barge in to scare that bitch in eyes. Actually, I saw her giving me those meaningful glances a long time ago. Does she really think I'm stupid? Mutterson said excitedly. Mutterson went to the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce on Sumu's orders. Moreover, everything that happened within the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce was done, to a certain extent, in accordance with what Sumu had said. At first he didn't understand, but he gradually came to understand. The city lord deliberately sent him to the Cloud Dragon Merchant Guild to put on a show for Ines, to make her panic and frighten. At that point, Ines will only have two choices. Either Kursin is discovered in the dungeon by the people he brought there, and then she suffers a humiliating defeat. Either they should urgently relocate Kursin and have someone take her away. But no matter which one she chooses, Ines is wrong. She chose the first one, with Mudson present in person. Choosing the second option, Sumu had already had his men guarding the outside, all to take Kaisen away. After thinking it all through, Mutterson felt immense admiration for Sumu. I am truly in awe. Mutterson had never been so convinced of anyone before, and Sumu was definitely one of them. It's just a petty trick. Ines thinks she's got it all figured out, but I knew about the Cloud Dragon Merchant Guild's secret passage all along. So as long as she moves, I'll be able to rescue Kaisen halfway there. Sumu smiled, but there was no arrogance in her expression. Ines is on the first floor, while Sumu is on the 5th floor. There's nothing to be proud of, just a nobody. The real threat is the person behind Ines. And another thing, sir, you are truly a god. Mudsun continued excitedly. You told me not to notice Kaisen and to immediately pretend to be angry, and I did it. When I said some of the things you taught me, Lord City Lord, Ines was indeed frightened and immediately offered to send me some gifts to curry favor with our City Lord's mansion. The thought of Anai's subservient manner made Mutterson feel a sense of satisfaction. He and Hassad had visited the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce quite often before, but ever since they met Ines, this woman had always acted arrogantly. It was quite rare to see her now taking the initiative to curry favor with them. After reading this, Mutterson felt a sense of relief. The stench of being disrespected. This is why he was so happy and excited. Mutson felt that all of this was thanks to Su Mu's efforts. So what did she give you? More than anything else, this was what Su Mu was curious about. Of course I'll ask for what you say, sir. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce happened to have some, and Ines readily gave it to me. You mean composite lithium glazed steel? Hearing Mutson's words, Su Mu was also unsettled and stood up abruptly. Yes. This is the thing. Chapter 297 Latest News on Kaisen. Su Mu's magic rocket launcher currently only needs one last material. Composite lithium glazed steel. Now that Mutterson has obtained this material, it can be said that he has gathered the last item, and Su Mu's magic rocket launcher is expected to be produced. How many? Su Mu quickly asked. 8,000, I guess. Mutson thought for a moment and replied. I suspect that the people from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce obtained this material by chance, and they don't even know what it's for. That woman, Ines, even asked me about it. However, I brushed her off with an excuse that I didn't know. In that case, it's reasonable for her to be willing to give you 8,000. Su Mu nodded. If they knew the specific function of the composite lithium glazed steel, Ines and the others probably wouldn't have given away so much of it. It was quite a coincidence. But that's normal. The deceased lord of Tianlong City was secretly collecting materials to manufacture rocket launchers. This is something that probably very few people know about. After collecting all the materials, Su Mu was in a great mood, and he even praised Mutterson a few times. Mutson was naturally overjoyed by this. In his view, receiving praise from Su Mu was like receiving a knight's medal, which was exciting and exhilarating. Soon, Kaisen, who had been taken out to take a bath, reappeared in front of Su Mu. After taking a shower, Kaisen was clearly a completely different person from before, but some bloodstains could still be seen on her face. Su Mu Xian. No, Lord City Lord. Thank you for saving my life. Kaisen stepped forward and bowed, her tone full of gratitude. If it weren't for you, I can't even imagine what kind of suffering I would be going through now. Thank you so much. Miss Kaisen, you're welcome. Su Mu waved his hand, then asked. Can you tell me what happened? Why are you imprisoned in the Merchant Guild's dungeon? Is it related to the Tree Spirit clan? Because of me? Kaisen hesitated slightly, but finally nodded and said. There are some reasons, but that's not the most fundamental one. Lord City Lord, you don't need to feel indebted or guilty. It's all primarily my own fault. May I ask you briefly what the reason is? Su Mu couldn't help but ask. If letting the Tree Spirit go wasn't the main reason, then what was the main reason? He was eager to know how he should handle the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's considerations. In Su Mu's heart, he felt that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce was an ungrateful wretch who could bite him at any time. Having such a being inside Tianlong City would be extremely dangerous. In particular, there is a secret passage within their Chamber of Commerce. If this passage is opened and soldiers from other cities come in, how should we deal with them? Therefore, in Su Mu's eyes, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is now a thorn stuck in Tianlong City, the kind that must be removed. Otherwise, he will only suffer the consequences. On the other end, Kaisen didn't answer Su Mu's question immediately. Instead, she seemed to be weighing something, caught in a dilemma. Miss Kaisen, is there something you can't let go of? Do you still have any desire to go back to that godforsaken place, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Su Mu's words struck a nerve with Kaisen. She gave a wry smile before speaking. You're right, I really shouldn't still have any lingering feelings for that place. Kaisen shook her head. Actually, the main reason I'm being blamed is that my team recently lost a very important item. That item was extremely important. It contained the life form of the Tree of Life. Because of its loss, our guild has lost nearly 500 million gold coins. So far, we haven't found the bastard who robbed our Chamber of Commerce on the way. Not only that, all the people we sent out have disappeared without a trace, seemingly vanishing overnight. Kaisen didn't notice Su Mu's surprised expression. She was still talking to herself. Another thing is that we previously discovered a very important race in the Miluo forest, but I didn't handle that matter well. Kaisen sighed softly. This whole series of events has caused our Chamber of Commerce president to lose patience with me, which is why he appointed Ines to replace me. That woman has been unhappy with me for a long time, which is why she's been making things difficult for me in every way. Actually, if I were taken back to Feiyan City, I'm afraid I would not escape death. Indeed, as you said, Lord City Lord, I shouldn't have harbored any further thoughts about returning to the Cloud Dragon Merchant Guild. My only regret is that I couldn't take the slaves from the dungeons with me. I owe them something. Sumu. Sumu really didn't know whether to laugh or cry, or whether to laugh and cry at the same time. Kaisen told him not to feel guilty or indebted, but her current situation is largely related to him. Fortunately, he managed to save Kaisen, otherwise he would have incurred a life debt. Miss Kursen, why are you so kind to those slaves? After thinking for a moment, Sumu asked. I remember Tao Yao saying that you were very kind to the slaves in the dungeon and would advise them on how to behave when they came to their master's house. Moreover, you didn't forget to take them with you when you escaped last time. The things Sumu said were all reasons why he looked at Kai Xian with new respect. If she treats slaves so well, then even if Kursen is a bad person, she can't be that bad. Otherwise, Sumu wouldn't have saved her. Because that was my own past. Suddenly, Kaisen lifted up her shirt, and Sumu immediately saw a branding mark on her left waist. Very refreshing. This mark has followed me for 20 years. I was once a slave myself, so I know their situation very well. I hope they can find a good family. Perhaps that is their only good home. That's why I'm striving to become the head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. That's what Kaisen said. Sumu remained silent. At this moment, he finally understood why Kai Xian said her regret was that she couldn't take those slaves with her. Miss Kaisen, I actually intend to deal with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, but I don't know if you would be willing to assist me. If you're willing, perhaps I can help you rescue those slaves. Sumu said earnestly. Real? Upon hearing Sumu's words, Kai Xian's eyes lit up for the first time. Certainly. I do have some new information about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. If you, Lord City Lord, wish to deal with the Cloud Dragon Merchant Guild, this might be an excellent opportunity. Chapter 298. Ocean, you are truly hungry. After a thorough conversation with Kaisen, Sumu did not linger in Tianlong City. He instructed Mutterson to take good care of Kaisen before leaving Tianlong City with some composite lithium glaze steel and returning to Tianmu Town. At the same time, Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. What did you say? That bitch Kaisen was rescued. Moose and the others are all dead. Iness's sharp voice echoed throughout the entire Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Who is it? Who is it? You guys go and investigate right now. Yes, Lady Iness. Also, quickly check if the goods in the secret passage are still there. No, I have to go and confirm it myself. Iness hurried toward the secret passage. Boss, you're finally back. Sumu returned to Tianmu Town. Zhang Dahai's excited voice rang out. What's wrong? Have you finished planting your plants? Sumu glanced at Zhang Dahai, wondering what was causing his excitement. Okay, of course it's okay. With Miss Eulalia's help, things are progressing very smoothly. Zhang Dahai approached with a smile and said. Something was definitely amiss when things seemed out of the ordinary. Sumu felt that Zhang Dahai's attitude was strange. Didn't you encounter any danger today? Your third brother didn't come looking for trouble? Sumu looked at Eulaliu, who was standing not far away, watching them. No. Eulaliu uttered 2 words and turned to leave. This woman is still as aloof as ever. Sumu muttered to herself. Speak, what did you do? Why are you looking at me with that fawning smile? Is there something you want from me? Sumu looked at Zhang Dahai. He felt that Zhang Dahai was definitely brewing something. Sure enough, Zhang Dahai rubbed his hands together, leaned closer, and whispered. Boss, I do have one request, and I hope you can agree to it, considering how hard I've worked. What is it? Sumu asked. You nod first, Zhang Dahai chuckled. How can I nod if you don't tell me? Sumu frowned as she spoke. What if you have bad intentions towards my cocoa and peach blossom and want me to give them to you? Am I supposed to nod as well? Sumu rolled her eyes. Brother Sumu, I don't want to. I don't want to go with this strange uncle. Don't give me to him. Hearing this, Coco, who was with Sumu, turned pale with panic. She quickly clung to him, her little hands tightly gripping Sumu's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dahai was completely stunned. No way. He's only a year or 2 older than Sumu. So why is he considered a strange uncle while Sumu is seen as a sweet older brother? That's so unfair. When did Zhang Dahai reach the point of being an uncle? Zhang Dahai felt as if his heart had been trampled on several times, and he was extremely depressed. Okay, how could I possibly give you to him? Silly you. Brother Sumu was just giving an example. Nobody can take Coco away from me, okay? Sumu quickly hugged Coco's little body and comforted her. The little girl was really terrified. Her body was still trembling. Hug me. Coco opened her arms to Sumu, her little face pleading. It's so hard to refuse. Helpless, Sumu could only bend down and pick up Coco. She's a grown girl now, and you still want to carry her? If Coco saw this, she'd beat him up. After being picked up, Coco didn't resist at all. She even took the initiative to hold Sumu's head in her arms, her little tail swaying happily, showing her mood at the moment. Seeing this, Sumu smiled. A little girl is just a little girl. Her mood swings can happen in an instant. Zhang Dehai was so envious. If a little girl were to cling to him like that, he'd be happy to live 10 or 20 years less. Boss, a gentleman doesn't take what others love. I understand that principle. How could I possibly ask you for them? Even if you gave me 100 lives, I wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. Zhang Dehai quickly began to explain. Then you go first, Dehai. As long as it's not too much, I'll agree to anything you ask for. At this moment, Sumu took a moment to speak and respond. Boss, the Miluo flower fairy that escaped from your territory this morning has been found. I was thinking, could you give her to me? Sumu was stunned by Zhang Dehai's words. Oh, the flower fairy of Miluo, are you sure? Yes, Zhang Dehai suddenly blushed and said somewhat shyly. Earlier, I was planting flowers with Miss Yuluo when I saw the Miluo flower fairy being escorted back by the undead under your command, Boss Sumu. Aye. Zhang Dehai didn't say what he was about to say. He just kept grinning foolishly. However, Sumu understood his words. And then you fell in love at first sight with the Miluo flower fairy? Unconsciously, the image of the Miluo flower fairy appeared in Sumu's mind. He shivered. Ocean, you're really hungry. Your tastes are so unusual, you wouldn't even spare the flower fairy of Miluo? It's important to understand that Sumu's reason for saying that was not without merit. In his memory, the Miluo flower fairy, besides having a very amazing figure, had a face like a female ghost, with black lips and a green face, and hair that looked like vines, making her very alluring and eerie. Sumu never expected that Zhang Dehai would fall in love with the Miluo flower fairy and even personally ask him for her. Hiss. Sumu looked Zhang Dehai up and down and repeated, You're really hungry. Aside from that sentence, Sumu really didn't know how else to describe Zhang Dehai. Hey bro, appearance doesn't really matter. At night, with the lights off, it all looks the same, don't you think? Endo. Zhang Dehai said with a bitter expression. Much better than the Bearman clan in my territory. She is one of the few beings that I have ever seen that makes my heart flutter. If you had said earlier that it all looks the same with the lights off, I would have understood, Sumu said with a smile. Indeed, the Miluo flower fairy has a curvaceous figure, and there's really no fault with that. Most importantly, Sumu understood why Zhang Dehai made this request. Presumably, seeing so many demi-human women in his territory, Zhang Dehai himself had some thoughts of having a demi-human of another race serve him. It's a man's mentality. Sumu expressed his understanding. Zhang Dehai scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. All right. Sumu agreed. Since you've made the request, I naturally can't be stingy. If you've taken a fancy to the Miluo demoness, then take her away. But before that, I need her to do some things, so you may have to wait a bit. Of course, boss. Thank you so much. Zhang Dehai was overjoyed that his request had been granted. This means that he has now entered the category of lords who own slaves, further elevating his status. Let's go see this Miluo flower fairy now. Sumu spoke. Yes. Chapter 299 The Land of the Miluo Flower Demons. Sumu had learned that the territory of the Miluo flower fairy clan was the most mysterious place deep within the Miluo forest. Just like the habitat of the tree spirits, the depths of the Miluo forest are dense forests that have existed for hundreds of millions of years, filled with poisonous miasma, poisonous insects, and many unknown dangers. Therefore, even if the Miluo flower fairies did not possess terrifying toxins, no one would be curious about their kind. But now, Sumu is very curious about where the Miluo flower demon clan's territory is. Speak. Are you willing to take us to your tribe's territory? If you are, I will not pursue the matter of your escape. If you don't want to. Sumu's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he stared intently at Rose, the Miluo flower fairy, who was kneeling on the ground. I'll kill you right now. Zhang Dehai, who was standing nearby, didn't say anything when he heard this. Even though Sumu had already promised to give Rose to him. Even if Boss Sumu were to kill Rose now, he still wouldn't have much of a grudge, simply because he trusts him. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well not betray my people. Rose spoke, her voice quite pleasant, delicate, and very feminine. You mean your clan leader won't let you off either? Sumu understood Rose's meaning. Otherwise what? Are you so sure that I can't do anything to your clan? Rose raised her eyes and glanced at Sumu. I'm not afraid to tell you. The depths of the Miluo forest have always been guarded by us Miluo flower fairies, and even the air is filled with the toxins of our race. You should know how potent the Miluo flower demon's poison is. If you go in casually, you will have no power to resist at all. It's not that I'm overconfident, it's just the truth. Is the air filled with the poison of the Miluo flower demon? Is it that scary? To be honest, Sumu had only recently obtained the falcon root spirit, one of its features being the ability to travel through poisonous miasma-ridden lands while wearing it. However, it's unclear whether the falcon tree root spirit will have any effect on the Miluo flower fairy's poison. Perhaps we could try experimenting with it. Let's do it. Are you able to secrete the toxins of the Miluo flower demon? This is a basic skill that every Miluo flower fairy possesses, okay? Rose pursed her lips. However, I have already secreted enough toxins, so I can't secrete any more. But it just so happens that new toxins have been produced in the last 2 days. How? Do you want to taste my poison? Rose licked her lips as she spoke, a hint of provocation in her voice. Looks like you're really not afraid of death. Sumu snorted coldly. He understood perfectly what Rose meant. When they captured her earlier, it happened to be during a lull in the toxins in her body. Otherwise, Sumu and the others would have been in danger. Or perhaps, it was Tao Yao, who had been bringing her food, who was in danger. Rose had the chance to spit poison at her. Of course, there's also a possibility. Rose wouldn't dare. Sumu's guess was indeed correct. It wasn't that Rose didn't dare, but that she couldn't bear to. Rose had many opportunities to spit poison at Tao Yao, but she was touched by Tao Yao's kindness and innocence and never attacked her. But she did want to escape and regain her freedom, so she had to take advantage of the kind-hearted Tao Yao. However, Rose disdained to explain such things to Sumu. She felt that even if she spoke up, it wouldn't make any difference. Instead, it would only give the other person the impression that she was afraid of dying. Does being afraid mean you won't die? I never thought I'd live if I could be caught and brought back. As Rose spoke, her gaze fell on Jurban, who was standing not far away. It was this undead knight who captured her. She can't forget. Gabon. Sumu suddenly waved and called out. Yes. Gabon immediately strode over. Take this one from me, and see if you can withstand her poison attack. Sumu took out the falcon root spirit. The poison testing himself, the undead can do it for him. Anyway, the undead can be resurrected after they die, but he can't. Yes. Gabong immediately accepted the Hayabusa root spirit, and then faced Rose. Weren't you holding a grudge against him just now? Now I'm giving you a chance to get revenge. She harbored a deep grudge against Gubang for capturing her. You said it yourself, if I poison him to death, don't come after me. Rose opened her mouth. Oh, the poison of your Miluo flower demons isn't supposed to kill people, it's just addictive. Sumu had not forgotten the effects of the Miluo flower demon's poison, which was what the lizard man chieftain had intended to use to harm him at that time. Since it's poison, if the amount is too large, it will kill, even the dead. Rose has that confidence. Because their clan's toxins have indeed killed the dead. Bring it on. Gabong spoke without the slightest hesitation. Court death. Rose didn't waste any words, exhaling a puff of purple smoke. Sumu reacted quickly, pulling Zhang Dehai away to a safe distance. 30 seconds have passed. How is that possible? Rose looked shocked. Her toxins had absolutely no effect on Gabong. Impossible. Rose puffed out her chest again and spat out purple toxins from her mouth once more. Another 30 seconds passed. Gabong remained strong. It was the piece of wood in his hand. Rose finally understood what had worked. It's the piece of wood that Gubang is holding. It's the treasure that Guy just gave him. What an amazing treasure. 1 minute later, after the purple poisonous mist dissipated, Su Mu returned to Rose's side. Now, do you think I'm qualified to know the location of your tribe? Su Mu hadn't expected that the falconwood root spirit could actually resist the Miluo flower demon's poison. He was far enough away that he could see it very clearly. The purple poisonous mist came into contact with Gabong's body. It was blocked by a mysterious and magical force. That is the power of Hayabusa no Kajiki. It seems that poison and miasma are two separate things. Falconwood root spirit is a good thing. It must be cultivated and produced in large quantities. If you're not afraid of death, I can take you there. Rose remained defiant. Okay, then I'll leave her in your care for the time being. Sumu gave Zhang Dehai a wink, then smiled knowingly. Thank you, Boss Sumu. Zhang Dehai rubbed his hands together and jogged over. Rose frowned secretly, not knowing what those words meant. only assuming that a man would be bringing her food from now on. This is a slave collar. If all else fails, just put it on her and enslave her. Don't try to move her with any methods. That's foolish. To a large extent, she is a demon. Sumu pulled Zhang Dahai aside and began to whisper to him. Also, it seems her poison has temporarily dissipated, so you should be safe. Just be careful. Understood. Thank you for your instructions, sir. Zhang Dahai took the slave collar. Chapter 300. Using the key spirit fruit. Talent mutation. The thing Zhang Dahai regrets most in his life is that he shamelessly went to Su Mu's house for a meal. The food was delicious, but Zhang Dahai felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Looking at the demi-human women surrounding boss Su Mu, each and every one of them possessed an exceptional figure and stunning beauty. Zhang Dahai suddenly felt his excitement at having just obtained the Miluo flower fairy was dampened. He originally thought that Su Mu was only surrounded by the fox girl Venstia, the little lowly fox girl Kokolu, the cute and clingy cat girl Taoyao, and the aloof demon Yululu. That's a height that many people can't reach in their entire lives. Zhang Dahai never expected that what he had seen before was only the tip of the iceberg of Su Mu's greatness. No, it might not even be a single cent. Looking at the stunningly beautiful demi-human girls with their diverse personalities and appearances sitting at the table, Zhang Dahai had absolutely no appetite. He hurriedly shoveled down a couple of mouthfuls of rice and slipped away. Zhang Dahai thought to himself, rather than being a 3,600-watt third wheel there, he'd rather go back to Rose and nurture their relationship. Why didn't I see Coco come out for dinner today? Sumu looked around, but couldn't find Coco Nai. Even though Heiweizi, a member of the deep-sea clam clan who rarely appears, was present today. Her arrival reminded Su Mu that he should start brewing wine. It said that Sister Coco is not feeling well and has a poor appetite, so she didn't come out to eat. Winstia explained from the side. I just went into her room and asked her. I'll bring her some food later. Oh, okay. Sumu nodded, but secretly she was thinking. Is Kokona really feeling unwell, or is it because of last night that she doesn't want to see him? However, Sumu truly didn't know where he had gone wrong. This is so frustrating. By the way, Serena, since we can't build the city walls recently, let's not sit idle. Let's put the construction of the city lord's mansion on the agenda first. I'll give you the blueprints later. Also, you can first mobilize everyone to dig an artificial lake and raise the giant salamanders in it. Our city lord's mansion will be built around this artificial lake in the future. Sumu was outlining what needed to be done within the territory so far. Okay. Serena nodded, indicating that she understood. Winstia, lead the slimes to build more shops, develop a commercial culture within the territory, and get the members of the territory used to bartering or earning gold coins with goods. Trade gradually took shape within our territory. Sumu continued to give instructions. The upgrade task still needs to be completed. We can't just wait for the city wall to be built. After all, the matters between the Moon Demon Clan and Flying Cloud City are not yet over. On the contrary, things have calmed down considerably between the Yang Demon Clan and Lodi City today. However, Sumu could not allow external wars to cause internal imbalances in development. Anyway, his territory still has its protective shield, which can hold for a while, so there's definitely no need to worry about safety within his territory. I understand, Master. When Sisha obediently agreed, being able to share the workload with Sumu was the happiest and most fulfilling time for her. After finishing the meal, just like last night, Sumu brought the food to Hestila's room. Hestia is a complete workaholic and a study fanatic. Once she starts studying, she doesn't distinguish between day and night, and she even forgets the time to eat. Without a doubt, Sumu fed her today's meal again. Hestira, I gave you my first and second time, so you have to take responsibility for me. Sumu couldn't resist making a couple of teasing remarks when he had a spare moment. Thank you, Sumu. I will definitely repay you after I finish my studies. Hestia's smile was radiant, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with her. Do you remember that you promised to cook me a meal? Sumu didn't forget to remind him. I know, tomorrow. I promise I'll do it tomorrow, okay? Hestia patted her forehead, her face apologetic, her eyes fixed on Sumu's face. I've been so busy I've forgotten so many things. I'm so sorry, Sumu. I didn't mean to. It's nothing, I was just telling you. Sumu smiled wryly. He was more than happy for Hestia to do things slowly for him, so he would have plenty of time and opportunities to conquer her. Pooh. They should stay within the territory. Therefore, he is not in a hurry. No, I'll definitely make it for you tomorrow. I'm very serious about it. Hestia said. Seeing that she didn't seem to be joking, Sumu had no choice but to play along. Then let's pinky swear. Sumu extended her hand. Okay, pinky promise. Hestia hesitated for a moment, then extended her hand and hooked it with Sumu's. When Hestia was teleported here from Tianlong City, she had held hands with Sumu, which is why she didn't hesitate. However, to Hestia's surprise, this time Sumu held her hand tightly and did not let go. She tried to pull, but still couldn't break free. Sumu. You. Hestia originally wanted to say, you should let go. But she thought about how Sumu had been taking care of her meals these past 2 days, even feeding her tenderly. If she said that, she was afraid she would hurt his feelings. So, Hestia hesitated for a moment, but the kind-hearted girl still couldn't bring herself to say it. Bathed in the dim light, Hestia's long eyelashes fluttered, possessing a strange charm. Her gaze rested quietly on Sumu's face, and suddenly, her cheeks flushed slightly. A young girl's blush is more beautiful than anything. Sumu felt her heart skip a beat. It was a feeling of excitement. All right, Hestia, remember to take care of yourself and get some rest. Don't let me see you staying up all night, or I'll be checking up on you, okay? Sumu gently tossed out a sentence, then smiled and casually squeezed Hestia's soft little hand before turning and leaving with a flourish. Behind them, Hestia was still in a daze, and she hadn't recovered even after Sumu left. Consumed 100% of star and moon value. Congratulations, Lord Sumu, on successfully refining the Yang demon body. After 3 days of refinement, Sumu finally mastered the strongest ability he had obtained from the deceased Yang Yelin, the Yang demon body. From this moment on, his ability to save his life increased once again. Oh right, and this nice thing the ocean gave me. Sumu took out the key spirit fruit that Zhang Dehai had given him from the package. It's been 2 days since he last remembered. He's been so busy lately. But which of my lordly talents should I mutate? Sumu looked at the 3 lord talents on his body and was immediately stumped. Lord's Pride, Purgatory Hot Spring, and Star Devouring and Moon Devouring are all excellent lord talents. It's fair to say that, if possible, Sumu would want all 3 of them to mutate. However, there's only one key spirit fruit at present, which is the point of contention for him. After careful consideration, Sumu finally decided to mutate the Purgatory Hot Spring. This is the most useful one for him so far. Are you sure you want to use the key fruit on the Lord's talent, Infernal Hot Spring? Sure. Congratulations, Lord. Your talent has mutated. Chapter 301. Battle erupts between the Yang Demon Clan and Lodi City. Congratulations, Lord. Your talent, Infernal Hot Spring, has mutated and successfully evolved. Following the system's prompt, Sumu couldn't resist clicking to view his talent introduction. Infernal Hot Spring. Mutation upgrade. If there are undead members in your territory, they can be resurrected without taking damage after being killed or injured, and gain a 1% strength increase after each resurrection. Unlimited number of undead unit deaths. When your non-undead territory members die, they will automatically transform into undead beings within the territory. Enemies slain by your undead will automatically become undead under your control and be incorporated into your ranks. Powerful. After seeing the mutated and upgraded version of the Purgatory Hot Spring, Sumu only had one adjective in his mind. The fact that there's no limit to the number of times an undead unit can die is already ridiculously powerful, almost like cheating. Previously, the Hellfire Hot Spring limited the number of deaths to 10 per day, and each death only reduced the stand strength by 0.5%. Now it's 1%, and there's no limit to the number of deaths. It's like having someone with unlimited level-up abilities right next to you. Sumu didn't even know what to say. He was quite satisfied with the changes to the Purgatory Hot Spring. However, Sumu now has a question. If he obtains the key spirit fruit again, will he still be able to continue upgrading and mutating the Purgatory Hot Spring? After all, he really tasted the benefits. Your Majesty. Just as Sumu was secretly delighted, Nightshade Snod came to his side. How? What information have you uncovered this time? Snowd has been observing the affairs of the Moon Demon Clan and Flying Cloud City, which is also something Sumu is currently quite concerned about. Flying Cloud City has ceased its battle with the Moon Demon Clan. They seem to be investigating whether the Moon Demon Clan is actually an ally of our territory. Snowd reported the latest news he had received. Furthermore, according to my investigation, we discovered that Feiyun City's attack on us was due to 2 people. It was because they told the city lord of Feiyun City that our territory possessed a secret to make plants grow rapidly that they attacked us. Because of 2 people? Listening to Snowd's report, Sumu frowned slightly and thought for a moment. What do they look like? Can you describe them? For some reason, Sumu had a strong feeling that the two people Snowd mentioned were probably Lord players. It looks similar to yours, Your Majesty. Snowd replied. Really? Based on Snowd's words, Sumu was certain that it was the Lord player who instigated Flying Cloud City. Otherwise, Feiyun City is quite a distance from his territory, so it would be impossible for him to know these things. It seems there are still people who want to get back at me. Sumu muttered to himself. Snowd, what's the situation with the Moon Demons now? Have they stopped attacking Flying Cloud City? The Moon Demon clan lost nearly 2,000 Moon Demon warriors in the battles yesterday and this morning, while Flying Cloud City lost nearly 8,000 soldiers. So far, Feiyun City seems to have been frightened by the Moon Demon clan's terrifying fighting power. They have retreated into the southern part of the Miluo forest, and the Moon Demon clan has not pursued them to fight. Snowd told the truth. I don't know the specific reason either. Okay. Sumu nodded. Judging from this situation, the Moon Demon clan is probably afraid that there are Flying Cloud City's ambush troops in the Miluo forest, which is why they did not rashly enter to launch a new round of battle. Feiyun City was probably wary of the Moon Demon clan's strength and wanted to temporarily withdraw its troops. Sumu analyzed the current situation and felt that it was highly likely that it was just as he had thought. That won't do. Can Feiyun City simply retreat whenever it wants? What about the Moon Demons outside his territory? Once Feiyun City retreats, the Moon Demon clan will only have them as their target. Sumu was very clear that the troops of Feiyun City absolutely could not leave. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. The Yangma clan attacked Lodi City tonight, initiating a war between the two races. The battle between Lodi City and the Yangma clan has officially begun. The Yang Demon clan is a demon race. Humans, in order to preserve the spark of humanity, should wholeheartedly cooperate and jointly resist the demon invasion. Starting today, all players who participate in battles in Lodi City will receive battle merits, which can be exchanged for system rewards. The coordinates for Lodi City will be announced soon. All lords and players are encouraged to participate actively, join forces with Lodi City to fight against the demons, and radiate the light of humanity. The system announcement rang in Sumu's ears, causing him to pause slightly. What's the meaning? Lodi City and the Yang Demon clan? Moreover, according to the system, the Yang Demon clan launched a night attack on Lodi City. The first thing Sumu thought of was the day he led his men, disguised as soldiers of Lodi City, to launch a surprise attack on the Yang Demon clan. It seems that the fire he added has already ignited between the Yang Demon clan and Lodi City. Not only that, but it is burning very fiercely. Now the Yang Demon clan has abandoned Sumu and only wants to conquer Lodi City. Sumu's analysis is as follows. However, things did indeed turn out exactly as he had imagined. The Yang Demon clan is currently focused on dealing with Lodi City, and they have officially handed over the task of capturing Sumu, the murderer, to the Yu Demon clan. Sumu was completely unaware of this situation. He was currently focused on the messages in the World Chat channel. The Yang Demon clan? Isn't that the Yang Demon clan that Sumu declared war on? How come they're fighting with Lodi City again? These Yang Demon clan members are really warmongers. In just 2 days, they've either started a war with Sumu or with Lodi City. They're incredibly arrogant. What I'm more concerned about now is the situation between Sumu and the Yang Demon clan. Why has the war shifted? You mean, the war relocation is related to Sumu? The astute lord had already sensed something unusual. I think it's definitely related to Sumu. Perhaps he activated the instances of the Yangma clan and Lodi City. He must have used some kind of scheme to force the war to shift. Yes, I also think it's related to Sumu. Guys, please stop idolizing Sumu. The Yang Demon clan is just a demon, and he's actually controlling them? Do you really think the Yang Demon clan are all brain dead, and Sumu is a god? Indeed, we shouldn't over-glorify Sumu. There are plenty of people far more capable than him. Perhaps it was someone from Lodi City who offended the Yang Demon clan, and it has nothing to do with Sumu. I also think we shouldn't attribute everything to Sumu. He's not that powerful. Sumu smiled as he looked at the voices of approval and skepticism he heard in the World Chat channel. Sorry, this shift in the war effort is truly inextricably linked to him. However, there was nothing to brag about, so Sumu silently closed the chat channel. Chapter 302, A Two-Pronged Approach. Spreading Slander. By the way, Your Majesty, there is one more piece of news. Snowd seemed to remember something and spoke up from the side. What news? Slaughter, the main leader of the Moon Demon clan, has left tonight and is not here. Oh. Upon receiving this news, Sumu's mind immediately became active. By the way, Snowdrift, Send some nightshades to Flying Cloud City to investigate news about Sky Shuttle Silverfeather Horse Flow and Malore. Sumu hadn't forgotten his promise to Ifea. He definitely needed to find out about Malore's situation, so he quickly explained it to Snowed and asked him to take care of it. After all, no one is better at gathering information than Nightshade. When it comes to gathering information, they are practically invincible. Yes. No sooner had Snowdrift left than Sumu saw the undead Kanai. He paused for a moment, then blurted out, "Kanai, didn't you possess Nalek in Lodi City? Why did you suddenly come back?" Sumu thought of a possibility. The Yang demon clan attacked Lodi City, and Nalek is dead? Kanai couldn't speak. It could only nod to indicate, yes. That's fine too. Now that no one is by his side, Sumu's thoughts and plans have become more concrete once again. An hour later, thanks to Sumu's efforts, the Kowu successfully possessed the body of a moon demon warrior. What exactly do you want? Yulilu couldn't understand Sumu's actions. However, as a former member of the moon demon clan, she still harbored some affection for her people. Sumu's act of letting the Kanai possess the body of the moon demon warrior in front of her was undoubtedly equivalent to killing her people in front of her. There is no difference between the two. Your third brother has treated you like this, and you still care about your clansmen? Still haven't figured it out? Sumu glanced at Yulilu. He wasn't stupid. Of course he knew what she was thinking. He is him, and they are them. Yulilu's expression remained unchanged, completely unconcerned by Sumu's strange gaze. She appeared slightly forlorn. Those who suffer the most in war are always the lowest ranking soldiers. Sumu never expected that Yulilu could say such things. In his view, Yulilu should be a very ruthless and decisive person. It seems he still doesn't quite understand her. Since there is war, there will be sacrifices. Sumu understood Yulilu's reasoning, but the worst thing in war is to be emotional. I'm doing this to protect you, and also to protect myself. People have to be a little selfish sometimes. What do you think? Perhaps you are right, but I don't want to see my own people make unnecessary sacrifices. Yulilu sighed softly. All right, they're here. Sumu didn't say anything more, but instead began to whisper something to the moon demon warrior whose body was now occupied by a Kanai. Lilua didn't understand what Sumu meant by those inexplicable words. What does "they're here" mean? Who are they? But soon, Yulilu sensed movement from someone not far away. At this moment, she finally understood who they Sumu was referring to really was. But how did Sumu know someone was coming? He shouldn't be able to sense his current strength. Wrong. It should be said that the human race's perception is far inferior to that of the demon race. She had only just noticed someone was around, but Sumu had already noticed them before she did. Yulilu was slightly surprised. About 7 or 8 minutes later. All right, you can leave now. Sumu waved to the Kowu, then left with Yulilu. What's going on? Were those hiding in the shadows spies from Flying Cloud City? Once they were some distance apart, Yulilu finally couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked. Right. Sumu did not hide anything, and he was not surprised that Yulilu knew about the existence of the scouts in Feiyan City. After all, it's normal for someone with Yulilu's strength to be able to sense that someone is there. How did you know they would come? You sensed it from that far away? Is your mental power that strong? Yulilu is most curious about. Of course I have my own methods, Sumu said with a mysterious smile. As for why you want to know, I won't tell you unless you become my wife. It's my secret. Yulilu. She hadn't expected to receive such a response. Snort. Yulilu turned her head away. A secret that can only be known after becoming a wife. She'd rather not know. Sumu was able to obtain this information because of a notification from the intelligence system. He originally came out to spread rumors within the Moon Demon Clan, attempting to use these rumors to coerce the Moon Demon Clan into continuing their attacks on the soldiers of Flying Cloud City. However, due to intelligence from the intelligence system, Sumu temporarily changed his battle plan and turned his attention to the Moon Demon Clan. Then why did you do that? You were deliberately communicating with our Moon Demon warriors just now. What message were you trying to convey? You can at least tell us that, right? Yulilu raised another question. You have so many questions. Sumu smiled and glanced at Yulilu. It was the first time he had ever seen Yulilu so curious. Curious. Yulilu gave a two-word answer. Sumu answered subconsciously. Curious? That's not a good thing. As the saying goes, being curious about a man is the beginning of falling in love. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sumu immediately realized something was wrong. He's getting a little too cocky. How dare you say these things in front of Yulilu? Sumu carefully observed her reaction. But Yulilu rolled her eyes, said nothing, and kept her eyes fixed on his face. her expression full of curiosity. Sumu coughed lightly and spoke. The reason I communicated with the moon demon warrior whose body was possessed by the Kanai was to convey to the soldiers of Flying Cloud City that I do indeed have a relationship with your moon demon clan. Let them confirm their mistaken judgment and create the illusion that the moon demons are the helpers and reinforcements I summoned. The fundamental reason why Feiyun City is hesitant to engage in battle with the moon demon clan is their suspicion of a connection between Su Mu and the moon demon clan. Since that's the case, Su Mu decided to confirm their guess. Yuliloa was very clever. She quickly figured out the interests involved, nodded, and understood. Fighting a war doesn't always rely on military strength. Sometimes it also requires intelligence and strategy. Su Mu continued. All right, now, come with me out again. Where are you going? Yuliloa clearly didn't know Su Mu's next plan, but the more she didn't know, the more curious she became. Kill the soldiers of Flying Cloud City. And we must kill many. Su Mu made no attempt to hide his plan. I want to use you to kill a group of soldiers from Feiyun City, further escalating the conflict between Feiyun City and the Moon Demon Clan. Then, I will assign Kanai to possess the bodies of Feiyun City soldiers and spread slander within the military camp. They say Feiyun City fears the Moon Demon Clan's reputation and dares not fight them, dares not avenge their fallen soldiers. Humans are afraid of the demons, and Feiyun City's leaders are all incompetent and useless. With them leading the way, Feiyun City will be doomed sooner or later. Just you wait and see. A cold glint and calculation flashed in Su Mu's eyes. Within 2 days, the Moon Demon Clan and Flying Cloud City will definitely go to war. Beside her, Yuliloa secretly shivered. For the first time, she experienced war, which was far more terrifying than any conventional battle. Chapter 303 Hathaway is a genius. But she's just giving up. The next day, as soon as Su Mu got up, he saw Sabathini exercising her waist outside. The poses that Sabathini made were somewhat similar to the yoga that Su Mu had seen before. Her postures were extremely beautiful, and combined with her already excellent figure, they were a feast for the eyes. He couldn't help but stop and watch for a while. What are you looking at? Sabathini noticed Su Mu's presence. She stopped what she was doing, looked at him with a puzzled expression, and seemed a little embarrassed. She does this every morning, but being stared at like that by a man makes her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Su Mu was incredibly thick-skinned. Not only did he not look away, but he also took 2 steps forward and laughed. Humans are naturally drawn to beauty and enjoy appreciating beautiful things. Isn't that a perfectly normal behavior? Miss Sabathini, since you suddenly asked me what I'm looking at, I can only say that I'm appreciating beautiful things. Shameless. Sabathini spat directly, her face turning slightly pink. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as Su Mu. Peeping is one thing, but to call it something else entirely is quite another. Appreciate beautiful things. She's really good at talking. What are you doing? Do you want to exercise? Su Mu shrugged, unimpressed by the word shameless. A face is something you often have to use when you don't have one. If you care too much about your appearance, life will be too tiring. Su Mu is a carefree person. I'm stretching my body. Sabathini stood up from the silk cloth and wiped the sweat from her face. She knew that no matter how much she said to Su Mu, it would be useless. His skin was indeed exceptionally thick. Otherwise, how could he have engaged in intimate acts with women outside of marriage multiple times? Stretch your body. Su Mu wondered, what was the purpose of stretching her body so early in the morning? Seemingly sensing his confusion, Sabathini offered a hasty explanation. Stretching your body is to prepare for a good start to the day's work. You know how much work you've given me. I see. Su Mu smiled. By the way, how's Hathaway? She followed you around all day. What did you think of her? This is a question that Su Mu is particularly concerned about. Hathaway is up to him is crucial to whether his territory will have a master blacksmith he can control in the future. She's a genius, without a doubt. However, she doesn't seem to have much interest in forging. You could say she doesn't like forging, or rather, she doesn't want to do anything at all. Sabathini shrugged and said helplessly, if you don't like something, you can't concentrate on studying. I told her to go home last night and not to come over today. Her presence will only disrupt my forging rhythm. Upon hearing this, Su Mu frowned slightly. What does Sabathini mean? Is it that Hathaway is unwilling to cooperate? Su Mu smiled slightly. I understand. I'll try to talk to her and ask Miss Sabathini to be understanding. I don't like to force people. After leaving those words behind, Sabathini turned to leave, but Su Mu called out to her from behind. Miss Sabathini, Do you know how to make rocket launchers, or something like that? Rocket launcher? Sabathini turned around and glanced at Sumu. Yes, magic rocket launcher. As Sumu spoke, he took out the blueprints for his magic rocket launcher. Sabathini merely glanced at them before handing them back to him. As long as you have the materials and the blueprints, anyone can make this. But I can tell you with absolute certainty that you need to find a mechanic to operate it. Trust me. There is a difference between professional and amateur production. Unfortunately, I am a forging master, not a professional mechanic. Sabathini gave was similar to what Sumu had thought. Logically speaking, as a Lord player, as long as he has the blueprints and the materials, he should be able to craft items like the magic rocket launcher and the dragon frame cannon. However, Sumu was worried that the things he made by tinkering around would be far less sophisticated than those made by professionals. Sure enough, his doubts were answered by Sabathini. Then, Miss Sabathini, do you know where I can find a professional mechanic? You could try targeting the goblins. Many of them are professional mechanics. Sabathini hesitated for a moment before offering her suggestion. Goblin. Sturu in Fu Ningyu's territory. As Fu Ningyu once said, Stahl is a master blacksmith. So what about Slika? Is she a mechanic? Oh, Miss Sabathini. Sumu snapped out of his reverie. He was about to ask about the feather spirit light armor, when he discovered that Sabathini had already left. It seems we'll have to ask again later. Sumu felt dizzy from being busy with all sorts of things lately. The more and larger his territory, the more and more complicated the affairs he needs to handle. Tao Yao, where has Hathaway been assigned to stay? Yao was always in charge of arranging accommodations, which is why Sumu was able to find out where Hathaway was staying by asking her. She said she liked quiet in the little house by the river, so I arranged for her to stay there. By the way, Inor of the Demon Clan also lives there. Hearing Tao Yao's words, Sumu felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens, two people whose fathers he killed are living together? They're probably plotting every day how to get rid of him, aren't they? Sumu felt a chill run down her spine. Sumu found Hathaway by the river. When he found her, she was talking quietly with Inoriel. When she noticed Sumu's arrival, Inor glanced at him a few times, then got up and left. I heard from Sabathini that you're just giving up? Without dwelling on Inoriel's departure, Sumu walked over and said, Give up. What's the meaning? Hathaway did not ignore Sumu's question, but instead raised her own. It means not wanting to do anything, passively dealing with the world, letting it develop as it pleases, and not wanting to strive for or do anything. Sumu briefly explained the meaning of giving up. A rather apt phrase. Hathaway chuckled. Indeed, I have no intention of serving you. I know you want to train me to become a master blacksmith, and I know what your real purpose is in doing this. I know very well that I won't help you. Hathaway turned and stared at Sumu. Would I be a fool to help the man who killed my father? After becoming a master blacksmith, would he work for Sumu, forging weapons? Completely under his control? Chapter 304 Unbelievable Intelligence. All Hathaway could think of was that, given time, her forging skills could help Sumu conquer the world, thus solidifying his position and allowing his territory to grow larger and larger. That would be a truly terrifying thing. Hathaway had already learned about Sumu's scheme when she was in Tianlong City. She knew very well that he was a person with a great sense of the big picture, and that Tianlong City might really get better and stronger under his leadership. Hathaway couldn't even imagine it. She felt despicable for helping her father's killer meet such conditions. Therefore, she came up with the idea of giving up. Hathaway's thought was that since she couldn't kill Sumu, she would do nothing, make him feel disgusted, nauseous, and powerless, and ultimately only be able to unleash her impotent rage. However, Hathaway did not expect Sumu to come to find her so soon. She felt that her plan was quite effective. He seemed angry about her behavior. You'd be a fool. Just as Hathaway was deep in thought, Sumu spoke with a smile. Hathaway frowned slightly. She didn't understand what he meant. Noticing Hathaway's confusion, Sumu coldly looked down at her and continued. Do you really think I want to mold you into some kind of master blacksmith for my own benefit? Isn't that right? Hathaway was furious. She could feel the disdain and contempt in Sumu's eyes, as if he were looking at an ant. This greatly hurt her self-esteem. So, with your intelligence, this is all you can do, Sumu sneered. Training you into a master blacksmith is actually giving you a chance for revenge, a chance to kill me. Sumu's words made Hathaway tremble violently. Why shouldn't I be afraid to keep you by my side? Why did I let you live with Inoriel? Sumu continued his output. You should know that I also killed the patriarch of the fiery demon clan. Inoriel also wishes she could drink my blood, eat my flesh, and tear me to pieces. You should know this very well. Hathaway didn't speak, but everything Sumu said was true. Because Inor did tell her about her father being killed by Sumu and how much she wanted revenge. They shared a sense of loneliness and could only confide in each other and find solace in each other. Sumu continued speaking. I'm not afraid to keep you all by my side. What I really want to see is how far you lowly trash can go after you try. Haha. Sumu's arrogant laughter echoed along the riverbank. I only used you as toys for amusement. Now it seems I overestimated you. As expected, ants are ants. No matter how many chances you are given, you are useless. After uttering those last words, Sumu ignored Hathaway's reaction and expression and turned away with a flourish. A great leader sometimes has to get involved himself to win a decisive victory. 5-star value intelligence. The tree spirit Queen Losrea in your territory seems to be awaiting an opportunity for a complete resurrection. Intelligence analysis. Queen Losrea exhausted her life force in the battle against the demon clan and the human clan and fell into an eternal slumber. The pure life force of the daughter of life. She has successfully reached the point where she can be resurrected. Now, she only needs an opportunity to be resurrected. The resurrected Lothria will be a formidable force in your territory. As the former queen of the tree elves, she seems to possess considerable potential. Seriously? The intelligence system has said a lot, but they haven't mentioned how to revive him. Isn't this a joke? Sumu couldn't help but want to complain. The intelligence system goes on, but it doesn't reveal the trigger for the resurrection. Isn't that just pointless intelligence? He also knew that Losrea could be resurrected. Seemingly sensing Sumu's complaint, the system notification sounded again. Intelligence hint. This resurrection opportunity is related to pure life force. Simply infuse pure life force into Losrea's body, and she will be fully resurrected. The intelligence system's alert tone did not sound again. What's the meaning? Pure life force? Sumu was puzzled for a moment. Could it be that Susu didn't inject enough? Not quite understanding, Sumu decided to give it a try. Without further ado, Sumu led Susu to the place where the tree spirits lived once again. Mr. Sumu, you've arrived. Vivial greeted her warmly, and she seemed to be in a good mood. How is your mother? Sumu asked. The fact that the intelligence system was able to generate an intelligence response proves that Losrea's situation should be much better than before. My mother's complexion is much rosier than before, and I can hear her breathing evenly and much stronger than before, and her heartbeat is the same. Vivia reported excitedly, now becoming more and more mature, increasingly resembling the new queen of the tree spirits. You didn't tell your people this, did you? Sumu asked. He was afraid that Vivial might get excited and reveal Losrea's current situation, and if she failed to be resurrected, wouldn't that make the people happy for nothing? Not at the moment. That's good. Let's go in and check on Losrea again, and have Susu infuse her with some life force while we're at it. Sumu revealed the purpose of his visit today. Okay. Although Vivial didn't quite understand, she still did as she was told, guiding Sumu and Susu into the room. Losrea was still lying in bed, her face more dignified and elegant than before, still as beautiful as ever. Looking at her, Sumu still felt the same bad thoughts as before. He was also puzzled. Why is this happening? She's already a mother of a daughter. Could it be that Sumu's nature actually hides a dark side of a traitor? Pooh. What Chow Chow? That's just the legacy of Chow Chow. Brother, it doesn't seem to be working. Susu glanced at Losrea, her face showing extreme exhaustion as she diligently channeled a new wave of life force into her. Could it be that I misunderstood? The life force mentioned by the intelligence system is not Susu's life force. But where in the world is there a life force purer than Susu's? Sumu dared to say no. He has that confidence too. Therefore, what Sumu could think of was that the life force that Losrea needed was not Susu's life force. What exactly is this life force? He was completely dumbfounded. Unable to find an answer, Sumu could only leave with Susu. But just as he was about to leave, a light and melodious voice rang out. Don't go. Chapter 305 The Tree of Spirits has appeared. Don't go. A light and slightly familiar voice rang out, and Sumu couldn't help but turn around to look behind him, but there was no one there. What was that sound? Sumu murmured something. What's wrong? Vivier noticed Sumu's unusual behavior and went up to ask him about it. Did you hear a sound? A sound. Viviel looked around and shook her head in confusion. Was there any sound? I didn't say anything just now. Susu, what about you? Sumu glanced at Susu, whose little hand he was holding. No, Susu didn't hear anything. Susu shook her little head. Am I hallucinating? Sumu pinched her chin, looking puzzled. It's true that he's been busy with territory affairs lately, but he hasn't gone to see Win's Tia or Serena to cultivate their relationship these past 2 nights. It shouldn't be so tiring that it causes tinnitus, right? Unable to understand, Sumu shrugged. I might have misheard you, let's go. Sumu was about to leave with Su in her hand, but the voice rang out again the next moment. Don't go, stay and keep me company. Now only you can hear my voice. Sumu. Sumu dared to say that he might have been hallucinating before, but the 2 sentences he just heard were definitely right next to his ears. Is he the only one who can hear it? Damn it, is this some kind of ghost? Sumu's hair stood on end, and he couldn't help but look around several times, but there was still no one there. So who is lying? Ghosts shouldn't exist in this world. After all, there are spirits of the dead, and Sumu isn't someone who hasn't seen the world. Who are you? Who are you? Why am I the only one who can hear you? Sumu called out to the surroundings several times. Vivial was puzzled as to why Sumu was acting this way all of a sudden, but she patiently stopped and looked around several times. Su imitated Sumu, glancing around nervously, her eyes darting about, her little mouth slightly pouting. In Su's world, she wondered if her brother had encountered something strange. She was very curious. You walk forward. Keep walking straight ahead, and you'll see me. The sound rang out again. Sumu frowned. This time, the voice was even clearer. Walk. Sumu held Su's little hand and walked forward, with Vivier quickly following behind. Following the voice's instructions, Sumu continued forward until he arrived in front of the elf tree. And you? Sumu shouted. There were no living beings in front of him. There wasn't a single human figure, not even a ghost. I'm right in front of you. The sound rang out. Before, there was nothing in front of Sumu except the elf tree. You, the tree of spirits? Sumu's heart trembled violently, and he tried to voice a possibility. Uh-huh. The sound rang out, carrying a faint hint of elation and joy. It's me. Sumu was shocked and surprised by the answer. But he quickly remembered that the elf tree was planted by Kokalu herself, and Kokalu possessed a talent. Carefully cultivate. Cultivated with care, there is a 10% chance that a plant she carefully cultivates will give birth to a living being. Previously, Sumu had taken Kokalu to plant trees and other plants, but they hadn't been able to reap any rewards. Over time, Sumu came to think that this talent was rather useless, so he became too lazy to bother with farming for items with a 10% chance of success. Unexpectedly, the fairy tree that Kokalu planted herself gave birth to living beings. Is it possible that Kokalu forced the spirit tree to grow at that time, which led to this situation? Many possibilities arose in Sumu's mind, but the one fact that could not be changed was that the tree of spirits had indeed given birth to life. Sumu, the strange sound you keep hearing, is it coming from the elf tree? Vivial was very clever. She came up with a possibility. Right? Sumu gave Vivier a brief explanation. So, the spirit tree gave birth to life because of Kokalu's abilities? Vivial was at a loss for words when it came to how to evaluate the situation. She didn't know whether it was good or bad. After all, the elf tree was the guarantee of their race's survival. If it gives birth to living beings with their own consciousness, is it still the tree of spirits belonging to their race? Vivial dared not draw any conclusions, but she couldn't help feeling worried. Don't worry, Vivier. It seems to be a good thing so far. Sumu noticed Vivier's worry and offered words of comfort. After the elf tree gives birth to living beings, its bond with your race may become even stronger. If others want to take it away, it won't be so easy, will it? I hope so. Vivial forced a smile in response. This was all she could hope for. Sumu released Su's hand and stepped forward to touch the elf tree. He was curious as to why the tree of spirits wanted him to stay and keep it company. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be familiar with each other, right? After spending an hour by the elf tree, Sumu prepared to leave. By the way, Sumu, we've basically trained all of your skeleton archers these past 2 days. Those who needed improvement in archery have had their skills enhanced considerably. The next steps don't involve any complicated procedures. Vivier spoke. I just want to ask, is there anything else we can do to help? Vivial did not want her clan to play a passive role in the territory. She hoped to maximize their contribution. Teaching archery wasn't difficult for them. What Vivier really wanted was to be able to help Sumu in battle. I know that our territory is facing a powerful enemy. If possible, we elves are also capable of fighting. Vivial shared her thoughts. The territory is safe now, and we don't need you for combat for the time being. If needed, I certainly won't hesitate. Sumu understood Vivier's thoughts. She simply wanted to demonstrate her importance and consolidate her clan's position in the territory. By the way, I have a somewhat immature idea. Perhaps you could help me give it a try. Sumu suddenly said. What are your thoughts? Viviel was very enthusiastic when she heard that she could help. I was thinking, since you can train skeleton archers, could you also help train skeleton mages? The skeleton mages' attack accuracy isn't high either, which is very fatal for mages. Could you try teaching them some methods to improve their accuracy? Sumu spoke her mind. Chapter 306 Coco. What did I do to offend you? If the world is a giant database. So, if skeleton archers can develop new archery talents through the tree elf race, can skeleton mages do the same? After all, they are both things that are shot out, so they have a similar effect, right? This could be described as a wonderful idea that came to Sumu on the spur of the moment. He didn't know if he could do it. Viviel pursed her lips, seemingly feeling that Sumu's idea was somewhat unrealistic. But she didn't dampen Sumu's enthusiasm. Maybe you can give it a try, but I don't know if it's possible. You'd better not have too high expectations. Don't worry, just do your best. I won't feel disappointed. This is just a temporary idea of mine. Life is about trying. That's good. Viviel smiled and temporarily accepted this unrealistic task. The tree spirit's territory. Sumu went to a stone house that Wenstaya had prepared especially for him to brew wine. This stone house has been temporarily designated by Sumu as a brewing workshop. It can be said that he personally made an effort to ensure that Highweiss, the deep-sea clam girl, could stay. Sumu had already purchased the grains and ingredients for brewing in Tianlong City. All he needed to do next was to carry out the process. As for the brewing techniques, there's not much to say. How much time does Sumu spend scrolling through Douyin, TikTok online? How to brew a simple wine, does he? Not to mention, even before coming to the Lord's world, Sumu often brewed his own grape, plum, and lychee wine to drink. For him, brewing wine is a very simple thing. It's just a bit time-consuming and laborious. Master, can glutinous rice really be used to brew some kind of liquor? Tao Yao wrinkled her little nose, sniffed the large vat in front of her, and couldn't help but ask a question. Yes, but it will take some time to brew into liquor. Sumu responded. There is no good spirit in this world, just simple beer and water. However, there are strong liquors with high concentrations, which taste no different from alcohol and are very difficult to drink. Sumu had tried it, so he felt that this kind of high-proof liquor could not be used as a raw material for brewing ordinary liquor. He had to further dilute the spirit through distillation until it could be used to brew ordinary liquor. After many attempts, Sumu finally succeeded in distilling an alcoholic concentrate that he felt was drinkable. Actually, Sumu planned to brew his own baijiu. Before that, he had to attract Havi's attention with a wine that was more suitable for women and tasted excellent, so that she would have enough patience to wait for the wine to be released. He turned his attention to wine. The distilled alcohol from Sumu can be used as a good base for brewing ordinary liquor. With everything settled, Sumu crushed the grapes she had picked and began making her own wine. Now, all you have to do is wait. What's wrong, Tao Yao? Do you like to drink? Why are you keeping getting into the glutinous rice jar? Sumu asked with a smile. He found it somewhat amusing to see Tao Yao constantly looking into the glutinous rice jar. No, they don't drink alcohol. They're just curious. Tao Yao quickly covered herself with the sealing cloth and stood up straight. I think I figured it out. You're just curious about the taste of my wine, wondering what kind of strange flavors jaboticaba and wine could create, right? Sumu saw through Tao Yao's little scheme. The girl kept looking at the glutinous rice jar or his big bottle of wine, her curiosity barely concealed. Tao Yao smiled shyly. She really rarely drinks alcohol. After working with Sumu for a whole afternoon, she also began to wonder what the final product would be like. You should know that this is the fruit of her hard work with her owner. Let's wait a few more days. Sumu said. You can't drink it now. When the vat is opened, I'll let you have a taste first. Okay. Tao Yao nodded her little head like a chick catching rice. It seemed that Sumu had indeed spoken to her heart. By the time the wine was brewed, it was already afternoon. Sumu took the canned goods made from the water spirit essence produced by slimes and teleported to Tianlong City. Previously, Sumu had already obtained the mining rights for the tin mine. In recent days, Winstia has also been busy supervising the production of tin cans. And that's how the slime brand of water spirit canned goods came about. All so fresh and delicious. Eating one can keep you from feeling hungry for 4 or 5 days, so you don't need to eat. This is absolutely the best rations for marching and fighting. Once the first batch was produced, Sumu naturally took it to Tianlong City, intending to make use of it. Lord City Lord, you actually have such a wonderful item in your possession. This is absolutely amazing. After trying the water spirit canned food, Mutterson couldn't hide his amazement and praised it highly. From now on, we can completely solve the problem of food rations for our soldiers when they go to war. Who would dare to fight us then? With the soldiers' food problem solved, who can stop our march? Mutson's excitement was not without reason. When he was young, he also led troops on long marches. When they couldn't defeat the monsters and the supplies from the rear couldn't keep up, everyone in the army could only starve. If a person is starving, will they still have the will to fight? Therefore, Mutterson was very clear about the value of the water spirit canned goods. Not to mention, these little cans are so convenient to carry. Mudson understood the principles, and Sumu naturally understood them as well. When soldiers are fighting, there are essentially only two problems they need to solve: food and supplies needed. Equipment replenishment. We live in the age of cold weapons, so let's not even talk about equipment and supplies. We must ensure that our crucial food and supplies are kept up. After all, what's that saying again? An army marches on its stomach. This clearly demonstrates the importance of food supplies. This is the first batch produced in my territory. There aren't many, just over 500. I'll give them all to you so the brothers can have a taste. In the future, I will try to make sure that everyone can use this when marching, so that you will not have to worry about food supplies. Sumu said, Your Excellency is wise. Mutson quickly gave a thumbs up. What is the current situation in Lodi City? Sumu asked again. He had another purpose in coming to Tianlong City, to find out the current battle situation in Lodi City. The Yang Demon Clan launched a night attack on Lodi City, breaching even the south gate. Mutson reported what he knew. Now, Lodi City and the Yangma clan are officially at war. This morning I received a report that the Yangma clan has dispatched at least 50,000 troops who are at the city gates. Total, Lodi City has only about 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers. The situation is very bad. In just one night of fighting, Lodi City reportedly lost 10,000 men. Currently, Lodi City seems to be seeking assistance from other cities, but the specifics of the new situation are still unclear. And what about our surroundings? Is there any danger? Sumu asked with concern. He feared that the Yang Demon Clan might set up an ambush around their city. Does Your Excellency mean you're afraid the Yang Demon Clan might turn against us? Right. We must keep the warriors ready for battle at all times, and send more people to pay attention to the surrounding environment. The demons are extremely ruthless and cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Sumu thought for a moment, then said, Be especially careful tonight. I understand, sir. Mutterson's expression also turned serious. Returning to Tianmu town from Tianlong City, Sumu immediately met Coco Nai, whom he hadn't seen for 2 days, as soon as he landed. As soon as she saw Sumu appear, she immediately turned and walked into the house, clearly trying to avoid him. Seeing this, Sumu quickly chased after them. Coco, what did I do to offend you? Chapter 3:07 I feel annoyed just looking at you now. Coco, what did I do to offend you? With a loud bang, Sumu forcefully blocked the door that Coco was about to close. It's only because he reacted quickly that the door was closed. Go out. Coco gave her a push, but Sumu's strength was not to be underestimated. The two pushed and shoved each other, pulling and tugging for quite a while. If we keep going like this, the door will be ruined in no time, Sumu said. If the door is broken, I can just walk in, haha. Annoying. Coco stepped aside and sat back on her bed, turning her face away, refusing to look at Sumu. What did I do to offend you? Why have you changed so much? As Sumu walked in, he didn't forget to observe Coco's little nest. The decorations were quite cozy, with the air filled with the fragrance of flowers, and wildflowers picked from the garden were displayed on the table, creating a very charming atmosphere. This is enough to prove that Coco is someone who knows how to enjoy life. I remember you came to my room that night, and said you wanted to. Stop talking. Coco interrupted Sumu. Sumu really knows how to rub salt in the wound, completely hitting Coco's sore spot, which is the last thing she wants to face right now. Coco felt wronged. She initially thought Sumu was referring to courtship, but little did she know he meant she had a talent for medicine and wanted her to learn some healing magic. This made Coco feel that she had been the one indulging in wishful thinking all along, and had acted like a fool. Moreover, since Sumu brought it up last time, Coco has been quietly observing and considering Sumu these past few days. Let's see if he is someone worth following and someone to whom we can entrust our lives. Gradually, she also felt that Sumu was a good person. He was responsible, thoughtful, decisive, and had ideas that were different from ordinary people. He also doted on Coco Lu. Aside from his tendency to bring women into his territory, Su-mu has no major flaws. As a result, Coco's feelings for Su-mu increased dramatically. It can be said that the previous incident involving the clansman served as a catalyst, essentially Kokona taking the initiative to confess to Su-mu. Of course, this confession is not the same as that confession. How devastating it was for Coco when she learned the whole truth. She felt like a fool, still expecting so much. What exactly did you do? Coco didn't want to look at Su-mu, but that didn't faze him at all. He climbed onto her bed and brought his face close to hers. Did I say something wrong that made you feel uncomfortable? Tell me, and I promise I'll be careful, okay? Su-mu is someone who has to solve problems whenever they arise. He could let it go if he hadn't seen Coco before, but now that he was lucky enough to run into her today, he was determined to get to the bottom of it. I find you annoying right now, get out. Coco turned her face away again, unwilling to look at Su-mu, and her eyes were slightly red. 2 days have passed, and Coco feels that she has adjusted her emotions very well, but she still feels uncomfortable when Su-mu brings it up unexpectedly. Wrong. To be honest, she felt uncomfortable just looking at Su-mu's face. What exactly happened? Just tell me the truth. Give me a straight answer. If you don't like being a doctor or don't want to learn healing magic, I can completely understand. I won't force you to do something you don't like. Su-mu then moved to face Coco Nai again. How about that? Is it alright now? Get away. Coco turned her face away again. Su-mu did not give up. Get away. Coco turned her face away again. What exactly happened? Su-mu leaned in again. Get away. You're still not satisfied. Annoying. This cycle repeated itself, and after a series of struggles, Su-mu gradually lost his patience. Kokona, don't go too far. You're in my territory right now. I'm the Lord, so you should at least show me some respect, right? This is my territory. What? Are you going to drive me out of your territory? Su-mu's words caused Coco's emotions to erupt. Then just kick me out. I'll just leave. Why are you using your position as Lord to pressure me? Just because you're a Lord doesn't mean you have to listen to me. Aren't other people allowed to have opinions? You're insane. I never said any of those things. Su-mu gritted his teeth. This woman was simply unreasonable and too strange. He's already asked her in such a humble manner, and she still gives him the cold shoulder? That's what you mean. I'll leave. Little did she know, Coco was not one to just talk. She got up and started to walk out. Su-mu glanced at it, but in his anger, he didn't stop him. Coco, where are you going? Winstia happened to be passing by and saw this scene, so she quickly called out to Coco. Fine. Don't worry about it. Coco didn't even glance at Winstia before running off. Master, what exactly happened? Coco just said she's leaving? Winstia approached Su-mu and asked with concern. Did you two have a fight? What exactly happened? Forget it. Just leave her alone and let her calm down. She'll be fine. Su-mu stood up. He was furious and had no patience to explain things to Winstia. He just felt that Coco was really being unreasonable. If there's anything going on, just say it out loud, and we can all understand it clearly, right? Was it necessary for her to do this? But master, it's very dangerous outside. Winstia pulled Su-mu back, shook her head at him, and looked at him with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Even if you and Coco really have a fight because of disagreements, now is not the time to let her leave alone. Shouldn't we calm down and handle this properly? As she spoke, Winstia stepped forward, gently patted Su-mu's face with her slender hand, and said softly, I know you must have your own temper, but you should still prioritize the bigger picture, right? Winstia tried to help Su-mu release his pent-up anger with her hands, a faint smile on her face, coaxing Su-mu like a child. No matter what, Coco has been working hard every day to help our crops grow. You have no idea how much bigger they are now than before. Their clan are the guardians of the farmland, spending every day around it. Sometimes Kokona would personally lead her people to weed the crops, because while they were promoting plant growth, many weeds were also growing wildly as a result. Master, you really shouldn't have lost your temper with her. Chapter 308 Coco. Danger. It really isn't my fault. Su-mu sighed. After Winstia's comforting words, his frustration did indeed ease considerably, and he felt much better. Coco is too neurotic. I don't even know what I did to offend her. She's been acting strange these past 2 days and has been giving me the cold shoulder quite a bit. I know. I can tell Coco has been acting strange these past few days. Winstia gently leaned against Su-mu and whispered, Coco hasn't come out to eat with us for the past 2 days. She's usually alone and hasn't interacted with us. This is very different from how she was before. I noticed something was wrong a long time ago, And I even told my sister Serena about it. See? You all noticed. I'm still the same as usual, aren't I? Sumu shrugged. The strange one isn't him, it's Coco. That's right. As she spoke, Winstia stepped forward and planted a wet kiss on Sumu's cheek, quickly releasing it with a smile. But master, you're a man. Coco is a woman, so you should be more accommodating to her. Maybe she's not feeling well these past few days, and it's normal for her to be irritable. At this point, Winstia blushed slightly. Sumu. Is Coco on her period? To be honest, he didn't really believe it. There must be another reason. Okay, master. Winstia hugged Sumu, then looked at him earnestly and said, your most important task right now is not to figure out why, but to stop Coco from leaving the territory. You know, things have been very turbulent and dangerous outside the territory lately. I even saw moon demon warriors patrolling around here earlier. Winstia's words made Sumu frown slightly. Without much hesitation, he immediately stood up. I understand. Tell everyone not to wander around. I'll be right back. In such a short time, Coco and I shouldn't be able to run far. If what Winstia said is true, then Kokona might actually be in danger. Even though she herself is quite capable in combat, some dangers can be avoided. Winstia was right. He was a grown man, and Coco was just a young woman. Why should he argue with her so much? Being a man is tough. I know, master. Please be careful and come back soon. Winstia reminded him. Sumu went to find Kokonai, riding a griffin. He flew towards the edge of the territory, but he didn't see any trace of Coco. How could she run so fast? At the same time, Coco has already left the area of Tianmu town. She was angry, sad, and wronged. Sumu kept asking questions, which annoyed her. How could she explain to him that she was just being delusional and wishful thinking? There's simply no way to explain it. It's too embarrassing to even mention. Therefore, when Sumu used his status as a lord to pressure her, Coco's emotions surged. She didn't even know how she ended up running away. Coco originally planned to just wander around the territory and go back once she calmed down. At least her entire clan is still around. She can't just run away alone, can she? But when people are angry, their reason is also eroded, to the point that Coco didn't even know how she ended up walking out of there. Coco was well aware of the dangers outside her territory. She is well aware of everything that has happened recently. Thinking of this, Coco turned around and tried to see if she could re-enter the territory. An invisible shield of power kept her out. Sudden, Coco's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly fell to the side. Boom! The shield was hit, causing a ripple of shockwave. After falling to the ground, Coco looked back and immediately saw the assailant who attacked her. 3 moon demon warriors. After lying in ambush for so many days, someone has finally come out. These rats are really good at hiding. The lead moon demon warrior, spoke. He is the captain of this 3-man team. Captain, stop talking nonsense and hurry up and join forces to capture her and see if we can get anything out of her. This would be a great achievement, and the 3rd prince might be very happy. Moon demon warrior B spoke up from the side. That's true. A wave of his hand. The 3 moon demon warriors formed a triangular formation and advanced towards Kokona. Kokona was not someone who could be easily bullied or helpless. She immediately gathered her energy, and hundreds of vines were instantly unleashed by her, attacking the moon demon warriors. Battle is about to break out. The 3 moon demon warriors clearly underestimated Kokona. They thought that with 3 against 1, they had a numerical advantage and could easily win the battle. Little did they know, they had encountered an angry Coco. Vines danced wildly. A pale green light filled the area. Before long, the 3 moon demon warriors who had underestimated their enemy died one after another at the hands of the enraged Kokona. Coco was panting heavily from exhaustion. When she first started fighting, her first thought was to quickly win the battle and then leave. So they attacked without regard for anything else. Kokona knew very well that if she didn't hurry, the sounds of battle would attract more moon demon warriors at any time, and then she would be finished. Seeing that the battle was over, Coco didn't hesitate and got up to run into the woods. But, a scream came from Coco. She was blasted away by the attack that came from above, and she was thrown more than 10 meters away. Above, a young man who looked quite young was looking down at Kokona. He had black wings on his back and was a member of the Moon Demon Clan. Moon Demon Clan's 10th prince, Moon Shepherd. Moon Slaughter brought back after returning to the demon realm was Moon Shepherd, who possessed the strength of a 9th-level Holy Spirit Knight and was just a step away from becoming a divine blessed knight. Yumu glanced at Kokona, but didn't say anything more. He then summoned silver energy in his hand and attacked Kokona again. Below, The already injured Coco had no choice but to dodge in pain. Kazuki Mu attacked as if he were toying with a fool, each attack perfectly timed so that Coco Nai could dodge them. Coco realized that the other party was just playing with her, and she was very angry, but there was nothing she could do, because the gap in strength between them is too great. Finally, Uemu lost interest in playing. He tilted his head, and his attack struck Kokona precisely. Coco was once again sent flying 10 meters away, crashing into a large tree and breaking it. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yumu descended from the sky, walking step by step to Coco Nai, looking down at her coldly. As if she foresaw her fate, Coco closed her eyes. At that moment, she felt extremely regretful and remorseful. However, what she regretted was not leaving Tianmu town. What she regretted was that there were so many things and so many feelings that she couldn't explain to Su Mu before she died because of her. Besides, the people she abandoned first. Thinking of this, 2 tears slid down Coco's cheeks. Bang! Chapter 309. Everyone's heart is pounding. Everyone's palpitating. Bang! Inuyumu's hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He stared blankly at Coco, whose eyes were tightly closed, his silvery white pupils trembling. In an instant, Yumu felt his heart pound several times. He stood there, stunned and motionless. From childhood, because of his silver eyes, Yumu could only see a silver reflection of distant objects and couldn't see them clearly at all. So when he was in the sky, he couldn't see Coco's face clearly at all. Now that it's on the ground and he's gotten closer, he can see it clearly. In an instant, he was stunned by Coco's beauty and was immediately captivated by her. A long time. Seeing that there was no movement and she was not hurt, Coco opened her eyes in confusion. What came into view was the moon demon youth staring at her in a daze. Coco frowned slightly. She had no idea what the young moon demon wanted to do. Does he still want to toy with her like before? Coco was at a loss for what to do. Run? It's obvious they can't win, and they can't escape either. But staying is certainly not the best option. Coco's mind raced, and finally she gritted her teeth, struggled to get up, and moved to the side. Don't move. Moon Chariot opened its mouth. Coco's body trembled. She thought the other party wanted to deal with her as well, and she froze on the spot. Yumu didn't speak again, but instead reached out his hand to Coco and slowly approached her. What are you doing? Moon Demon in front of her actually tried to touch her. Coco endured the pain and moved back a few steps, leaning against a tree and watching him warily. What do you want to do to me? Yumu was startled by her violent reaction and withdrew his hand. He paused for a moment before speaking. You're injured. I want to treat you. Heal me? Coco's brows furrowed even more. What's going on? Wasn't she injured because of him? Now he's come over and says he wants to treat her? Isn't this just crocodile tears and feigned compassion? Coco felt that the other party was deliberately trying to tease and disgust her. She was so angry that, in her emotional outburst, a mouthful of blood slid down the corner of her mouth. Seeing her vomit blood, Yumu's heart tightened, and his hand couldn't help but reach out to her again. You're badly injured. Let me take a look at you. Before he could finish speaking, Yumu suddenly raised the silver blade in his hand and blocked it forward. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. Yumu's body was pushed several meters away by the powerful attack. His eyes turned cold as he stared intently at the young man who had ambushed him not far away. Sumu. When she saw that figure, a look of surprise and excitement flashed in Coco's light green eyes. When Coco ran out of the room, she knew that Sumu was angry with her. That's why she almost thought Sumu wouldn't come looking for her, or that he would only come looking for her after he calmed down. Another better possibility is to have his subordinates keep an eye on her movements. Regardless of the outcome, Coco believes that Sumu is unlikely to appear at this time. However, the reality was completely the opposite of what she thought. Sumu is here. Not only did he come, but he also looked extremely angry. Take your filthy hands off. Sumu flicked the demonic dragon horn blade in his hand, his eyes filled with ferocity as he glared in Yumu's direction. He had just arrived and was unaware of the situation. But what can be seen is that the moon demon youth in front of them is trying to reach his dirty hands towards the already seriously injured Kokona. At that moment, anger began to grow in Sumu's heart. Without saying a word, he decisively took out the demon dragon horn blade and delivered a gale slash to the opponent. If it weren't for the fear of affecting Coco, Sumu would definitely have used an even more powerful 100-blade whirlwind slash. Yumu stood up and also shook the silver blade in his hand. He knew it was time for battle again. How are your injuries? Can you hold on a little longer? Sumu used a stealth technique to appear in front of Coco Nai. He knelt on one knee, held her arm, and asked her anxiously, his eyes full of concern. Finally, he noticed that there was still blood on Coco's lips, and subconsciously reached out to wipe it away for her. Sumu's actions made Yumu's eyes grow increasingly cold. It's all right. Coco was too afraid to meet Sumu's gaze. On one hand, it was because she felt guilty. On one hand, it was because Sumu's gesture of wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth made her shy, and her heart skipped a beat. In particular, Sumu's concerned gaze made her feel both happy and flustered. Her heart felt as if it had been gently patted, which was strange. Just as Coco was panicking, she realized that Sumu suddenly hugged her, and then the two of them rolled around several times. A whooshing sound came through the air. The spot where the two had just been was now filled with flying sand and billowing dust. It was Tsukumu who launched the attack. Are you alright? Sumu quickly checked on Coco Nai in his arms to see if she was alright. Fortunately, she was not injured a second time. Sumu almost forgot that the enemy was still there, and now was definitely not the time to chat and greet each other. It's nothing. Coco nervously began to speak. She can no longer feel pain. All she feels is shyness and panic. I'll take you back after I deal with this guy. Sumu spoke, glancing back at Yumu behind him. Why is this guy staring at him with such a cold and angry expression? Isn't this the kind of emotion he should be experiencing? Sumu was puzzled. Get behind that tree and hide. Sumu glanced back at Coco Nai and noticed some sand and dirt still on her hair. He gently brushed it off for her. In Coco's eyes, this was not just a simple matter of brushing off the sand and gravel, but rather Sumu patting her head and comforting her. It has a bit of the feel of a couple saying, "Be good, listen to me, hide over there and watch what I do." A gentle pat on the head will work on a woman of any age. Even a woman like Coco, who lived to be over 100, almost 200 years old. I see. Coco nodded repeatedly, and seeing that Sumu was about to get up, she quickly and carefully gave him a word of advice. Be careful, he's quite formidable. If we can't win, we'll just run away. Don't be stubborn. I know. Sumu had already stood up and was walking towards Yumu step by step. As he walked, a crimson flame gradually ignited on his body. In an instant, Sumu was completely engulfed in flames. Who had been hiding behind a tree, peeked out and happened to see Sumu turn into a fire person. Blazing fiery spirit body. This was the first time Sumu had used this move. He flashed, leaving a crimson afterimage in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yumu, throwing a punch. Chapter 3 Ten Moon Shepherd. Get back to the demon realm immediately. Boom. Flame shot skyward. With the blazing spirit body activated, Sumu's attack speed is increased by 400%. The attack was so fast that Yumu had no time to react. He was struck head-on by Sumu's fiery fist, his body flying through the air, crashing through more than a dozen large trees before finally coming to a stop. But Sumu's attacks went far beyond that. With a 400% speed boost, Sumu instantly appeared in front of Yumu, wielding the demonic dragon hornblade with a fierce swing. Heavenly Flame Blade. Sumu's latest fire attack magic skill. Under the effect of the blazing spirit body, S400% fire elemental magic attack, Yumu was completely unable to defend himself, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Under Sumu's continuous attacks, Yumu's handsome face was distorted. Coco's face showed shock and astonishment as she witnessed this scene. The Moon Demon Clan member, whose strength was enough to toy with her, would not even have a chance to fight back under Sumu's hands. Sumu, when did you become so powerful? Coco felt that Sumu and everything she had seen before had changed drastically. Unbeknownst to her, Coco's eyes held a newfound adoration. I admire you. But it wasn't the kind of admiration one feels for the strong. Not to mention Coco. Even Yumu himself was completely stunned by Sumu's continuous attacks. He could sense from Sumu's previous attacks that the opponent's strength was clearly inferior to his own. Otherwise, a sneak attack wouldn't give him any time to react. But the power Sumu unleashed in those mere 20 seconds was something he just couldn't understand. As a result, he was constantly on the defensive, taking all the beatings and getting completely stunned. Yumu only felt that it might be related to transforming into a fire person. This must be some strange secret technique that greatly enhances the opponent's strength. On the other end, although Sumu was shocked by the power he had unleashed, he did not underestimate Yumu in the slightest. He only wanted to finish the battle quickly. At the same time, Sumuji also understood very well that the blazing fire spirit body could not last much longer. He must take advantage of this transformation time to destroy Moon Shepherd as much as possible. Su Mu's attack landed again. Do you really think I'm made of clay? Yumu finally came to his senses and blocked with his fist. Boom. Fists clapping together. Explosion. Su Mu and Yumu were both thrown back by the terrifying energy shockwave. How is this possible? Yumu stared in shock at Su Mu, who was completely unharmed. He simply couldn't imagine why the other party, besides having abnormal speed and attack power, also possessed such astonishing physical strength. His desperate counterattack failed to inflict any real damage on him. He's a demon, and the other person is a human. So why is that? Yumu was naturally unaware that Su Mu possessed the Yang demon body. What is the state of the Yang demon body? 500% physical damage reduction and 250% magical damage reduction. The Yang demon clan is naturally more physically powerful than the Moon demon clan, while the Moon demon clan's strength lies in their offensive capabilities. In terms of physical defense, the Moon demon clan is far inferior to the Sun demon clan. Taking advantage of Yumu's momentary daze, Su Mu launched another attack without hesitation. Su Mu's heavenly flame blade once again engulfed Yumu. The intensely burning flames were scorching Yumu's body. Unable to contain himself, he suddenly leaped into the air. But Su Mu seemed to have anticipated Yumu's movements. He leaped high into the air, closing in, and once again swung his demonic dragon horn blade with great force. Ganglanjan. Uft. Yumu was knocked to the ground from midair. Yumu's chest was a hideous and terrifying knife wound. Had already broken through flesh and bones, and looked extremely horrifying. It's unbelievable that Yumu, who was about to step into the realm of divine night, was completely powerless against Su Mu's continuous attacks. This also illustrates that you must never underestimate your opponent in battle. Yumu suffered this heavy blow because he didn't take Su Mu seriously. This outcome was unacceptable not only to Yumu himself, but also to Su Mu. His inability to accept it wasn't because he had brutally beaten Yumu, but because he's terrifyingly strong. Su Mu felt that in his current state, he was probably capable of going toe-to-toe with Yulila. Of course, they still can't win in a fight. Landed easily. Su Mu's blazing fiery spirit body state was also lifted. He defeated Yumu, but he had also reached his own limit. A sense of weakness enveloped Su Mu. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake, and, holding the demonic dragon hornblade, walked step by step toward Yumu. For Su Mu, there is no such thing as pity for his enemies. We must strike hard. Wildfire cannot burn at all. The spring breeze brings it back to life. But soon, Su Mu stopped in his tracks. Because a figure appeared in front of him. That familiar voice. Don't kill him. Yulilu looked at Su Mu, her tone pleading. This was the first time she had ever done this. Give me a reason. Su Mu spoke. Sister, sister. Yumu murmured as he opened his eyes, sensing a familiar presence. I was right. She was the older sister he longed for. Yulilua. He is my younger brother, from both our parents, my only brother. Yulilua spoke, glancing back at Yumu, who was desperately trying to get up, her eyes resolute. She turned back to look at Su Mu. He's not a bad person by nature. He must have been instigated by someone to do something wrong. Give him a chance, and I'll listen to you from now on. I'll do whatever you ask me to do from now on. Is that okay? Yulilua's tone was one of discussion, not command. She sensed Yumu's presence and ran out of the territory, never expecting that by the time she appeared, the situation had already become irreversible. Yulilu could only do her best to protect Yumu. It was sunset, and the wind was blowing bleakly. Su Mu hesitated slightly, then sighed and sheathed his demonic dragon hornblade. You know, I'm the kind of person who kills without hesitation, and I never show mercy to my enemies. I know. Yulilu nodded repeatedly. Thank you. She knew perfectly well what Su Mu meant by putting the knife away. I made an exception for you. After Su Mu finished speaking, he turned around. Then, suppressing his weakness, he went to Coco's side and picked her up in a princess carry. I can. Coco wanted to say, I can walk by myself, but the words were suddenly cut off. She almost instinctively hugged Su Mu's neck. Let's go back together. Su Mu spoke in Yulilua's direction. The territory's protective shield was still in place, making it impossible to enter except through his teleportation scroll. He couldn't leave Yulilua here. Yumu, you'd better get back to the Demon Realm territory right now. Don't be misled by that bastard. You Tuesday focus on improving yourself, understand? You idiot. After uttering those 3 sentences, Yulilua went to Su Mu's side and took his sleeve with one hand. A flash of light. The 3 of them disappeared from the spot. Sister, sister. Yumu murmured weakly, watching her sister disappear before her eyes. Chapter 311 Me or Coco Ruby, who's cuter? Phew. Tao Yao let out a soft breath and withdrew her hand from Coco's body. Along with it, the pale green light of the healing magic also disappeared. How's it going? Sumu quickly stepped forward and asked. Is Coco's injury serious? Don't worry, master. Tao Yao gently shook her head and casually wiped the sweat from her forehead. Although Sister Coco suffered mostly internal injuries, her body's core was not damaged. I have successfully treated her external injuries. Now you just need to rest for a while and not overwork yourself, and your body will recover to normal soon. That's good. Hearing Tao Yao say that, Sumu felt much relieved. Auntie, why were you so disobedient today, sneaking out of the territory by yourself? Coco gently hugged Kokona's waist, saying, You always tell us that we must never run out, that it's dangerous outside, and there are a lot of bad people. But you yourself are so disobedient, humph. My aunt really is. Coco puffed out her cheeks and snuggled into Coco's arms, saying softly, What will I do if something happens to you? Sumu, standing to the side, showed a look of relief. He brought Coco back. Coco saw that her aunt was injured, and her little face turned pale instantly. She seems to have only just recovered. This shows that Coco and her aunt have a very good relationship, and she cares about her aunt very much. Silly girl. Coco felt a warmth in her heart, reached out and hugged Coco, stroking her head. Auntie will never do this again, don't worry. This time it was Auntie's fault. Auntie was being willful. So, Auntie, what exactly did you go out to do? Coco suddenly raised her little face and looked at Coco. They didn't go somewhere fun, did they? No, don't overthink it, Coco quickly denied. To ask curiously, shaking her aunt's body and saying in a sweet voice. Auntie, tell me quickly, why did you go out? Are you hiding something from me? Tell me. The less Coco explained, the more her curiosity would grow. That's why she kept pestering her. Coco stammered, unable to give a coherent answer. She couldn't very well tell Coco that it was because she was angry with Sumu, could she? Coco's next question will definitely be what exactly made her angry. Coco, who rarely lies, was at a loss for what to do. She instinctively looked to Sumu for help, hoping he could lend a hand. Sumu noticed Coco's gaze, but instead of helping, he quietly turned his face away, saying, Don't ask me, I don't know anything either. With Coco back safely, Sumu couldn't help but want to teach her a little lesson. If you help her too easily, she will not appreciate it. Therefore, Kokolu must be allowed to give her a good annoyance. Thinking of all this, Sumu couldn't help but smile. Who was standing next to her, looked at her master and then at her sister Kokonai. She seemed to realize that something was wrong, even though she was usually slow to notice. If it were before, Tao Yao would definitely have spoken up to help Coco. But now, she remained silent, letting things unfold as they would. Coco was still lingering, curious. Hey, Sumu. Coco finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Her brief call revealed her plea. A heart full of pleading. There seemed to be a hint of pleading in the air. Sumu finally gave in. Of course, it's the kind of person who's soft-hearted. All right, Coco, it's because of me that your aunt went out to find something for me, which is why she encountered danger. Sumu spoke up, but to prevent Coco from pressing for details and asking what it was, he quickly gave Tao Yao a wink. Tao Yao had been by Sumu's side all along, and they had developed a certain level of understanding with each other. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Coco. Coco, your aunt's injury hasn't fully healed yet. Let's go out first and let her rest. She needs a quiet environment. Okay. Although Coco wanted to ask what they were going to find, since Tao Yao had already said so, she wouldn't be so ignorant as to continue arguing with her aunt. Tao Yao took Coco away, and Coco breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Sumu. You lied. It's all because of you. Sumu glared at Kokonai. I lied because of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the heart to deceive the lovely Coco, okay? Sumu's words were not malicious. They were just a casual remark. Little did he know that Coco's next words would leave him completely stunned. Am I cuter, or is Coco cuter? Huh. Sumu was stunned. This. Did he hear that right? Is this something Coco would say? Also, what does this sentence mean? Noticing Sumu's surprised look, Kokonai blushed. She didn't know if she had lost her mind, but she actually said such embarrassing things. This is not like Kokonai's usual style. However, when Coco thought about everything Sumu had done to save her and bring her back, she felt an inexplicable urge to get closer to him. This closeness is not only emotional, but also involves words, physical contact, and more. What? Didn't you hear me clearly? Coco, not knowing where she got the courage, repeated. Tell me, In your eyes, am I cuter or is Coco cuter? Tell me quickly. Coco pouted slightly as she scrutinized Sumu, wanting to see his reaction. Coco Nai repeated this sentence, brought to Sumu was no less than the shock he felt when he first met Yulilaw. But Sumu quickly realized what was happening. He touched his nose and said, unusually embarrassed. How can this be compared? Coco is Coco, you are you, and she's still a child. You can't say cute, you can only say pretty. Sumu thought he had found a flawless excuse, so he continued. You know, we men only say a woman is cute when she's not pretty enough, so you're not cute, you're beautiful. When he said those words, Sumu wanted to give himself a thumbs up. He felt that his thinking was clear and his answer was absolutely perfect. But Coco's next words surprised Sumu once again. Chapter 312 Coco reveals her true feelings. So, between me and Winsisha, am I prettier or is she prettier? Or rather, compared to Serena? Compared to Peach Blossom? Compared to Effie? Compared to Havis? Compared to Malor? Compared to Hestia? Compared to Irene? Kokona practically went on to name every single woman in her territory. Sumu. How is he supposed to answer that? And how should he answer? I need help urgently. Sumu even considered asking in the World Chat channel what he should do. This is practically a death trap. When a woman asks this question, it's almost a dead end. There's absolutely no perfect answer. Of course, you can also go against your conscience and say, of course you're prettier. However, Sumu was clearly not that kind of person. He thinks they each have their own merits. For example, Tao Yao's fierceness, Vinstia's waist, Serena's legs. Each has its own strengths and characteristics. It's difficult to evaluate. However, Sumu understood one thing. When a woman asks this question, she is often sending you a signal. She likes you. Sumu was clearly not a stereotypical straight man. He understood this perfectly well. But he couldn't quite believe that Coco had feelings for him. Is it true or false? Isn't she quite annoyed by him? In fact, she rarely took the initiative to contact him. So, to a large extent, Sumu wondered if he had misunderstood. Coco didn't seem to be showing him any affection. Just out of curiosity. Hey, why aren't you answering? Coco's tone was unusually gentle, which was rare for her. Even her gentle tone made Sumu feel a slight tingling sensation on the back of his neck. That's a difficult question to answer. Sumu coughed lightly and touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. I think you each have your own strengths. In my eyes, you are certainly very beautiful, but if I have to compare you two, I don't know how to answer. Furthermore, I think the most important point is that whether a person is good-looking or not is something that can only be seen at a glance. It's superficial. But a good personality is what truly matters. It's something that comes from within. A beautiful appearance is a dime a dozen, but an interesting soul is one in a million. Just like when Sumu finished the college entrance examination many years ago, her forehead was slightly sweaty, as if she had solved countless big and difficult questions. Answering this kind of question is actually less helpful than letting him fight Yumu for another 365 rounds. Coco didn't speak. She quietly pondered what Sumu had said. Kunai was not satisfied with the answer sheet he submitted. If I'm not satisfied, will she get angry again? To be honest, Sumu was a little nervous. Uffed. Suddenly, Coco smiled. She looked at Sumu, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Your answer is very good. If you just blurt out that I'm good-looking, I'll think you're being hypocritical and trying to flatter me, and I'll change my opinion of you. Thankfully, you're not. Coco is smiling happily. It seems that the answer Sumu handed in was indeed the one she liked. You're absolutely right. A truly interesting soul is one in a million, while physical appearances are all really the same. Coco repeated a sentence. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't give that standard answer. Come sit here. Coco suddenly patted the spot next to her. After a slight hesitation, Sumu finally sat down. He also wanted to see what kind of tricks Coco was up to. Soon as Sumu sat down, Coco suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand. Sumu was taken aback. He felt it was very sudden. But for some reason, he didn't resist it. Deep down, he accepted having this kind of contact with Coco. Were you very worried about me before, which is why you ran out to look for me? Coco asked softly. Of course. Why would I run out to look for you if I wasn't nervous? At this point, Sumu couldn't help but complain. I chased after you shortly after you left, even riding a griffin. I'm just wondering, why can't I catch up with you on foot even when I'm riding a griffin? This was a question that Sumu couldn't figure out. Can something that flies in the sky outrun something that runs on two legs? Suddenly, Sumu felt Coco Nai tighten her grip on his hand. I don't know either. At this point, Coco became embarrassed. Was very angry at the time, so I closed my eyes and kept rushing and rushing, not caring how fast or slow I was. Actually, I didn't want to run away. I just wanted to find a quiet place to stay for a while, calm down, and then go back. But I don't know why. When I opened my eyes, I was already outside. Coco was still recounting her experiences. Then when I wanted to go back, I couldn't. Next, I encountered 3 warriors from the Moon Demon clan, fought them, and won. Finally, the guy you defeated before appeared. I couldn't fight him at all, and he beat me up. Then you showed up. Which woman can resist a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Obviously not. Even if Coco lived to be over 100 years old, she still wouldn't be able to resist such a scene. The scenes of Sumu appearing beside her and saving her were deeply etched in her mind. That's why she's so brave now. Coco was touched. Luckily he didn't intend to kill you. Otherwise I would have torn him to pieces. Sumu said. He really wasn't joking. Coco could sense his seriousness. The more serious he was, the happier she became, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. I don't know either. He actually wanted to kill me. I could feel his murderous intent. But for some reason, after he landed on the ground, he suddenly stopped moving for a long time, which puzzled me. Is that so? Sumu frowned. He really didn't understand why Yumu didn't make a move. By the way, didn't you keep asking why I was angry with you and found you annoying? Finally, the problem is back on track. Are you willing to talk now? Sumu exclaimed in delight. Coco nodded, pursed her lips, and revealed the reason buried deep in her heart, completely opening up her true feelings to Sumu. Sumu could feel that Coco's hand, which was holding his, was sweating. This clearly shows how nervous she is right now. But what Sumu found even more unbelievable was that Coco was actually interested in him. I like him. Not only that, she was originally planning to accept him. Sumu was completely astonished. To accept or not to accept Chapter 313, that is the question. Alright, I've told you everything I should and shouldn't have said. Coco kept her head down, occasionally glancing up at Sumu. It takes a lot of courage to speak out one's innermost thoughts, but after what happened before, Coco and I managed to do it. She expressed her thoughts to Sumu. She just wanted to see Sumu's reaction. According to Coco's opinion, if Sumu really has feelings for her, then it doesn't matter if things go slowly. If there's no ulterior motive, then she said everything and made things clear, so she doesn't feel any pressure. She and Sumu will no longer have any unpleasantness, and even meeting each other will feel uncomfortable. Now that things have been clarified, this situation will no longer occur. But Sumu's surprise was still lingering. He was thinking quickly. Coco is a great beauty, and no one dislikes a beautiful woman. That's an undeniable fact. In this world, Sumu doesn't need to worry about how many women he has. But deep down, he didn't want to accept Coco's love so casually. Sumu felt that she might need some time to think about it. Why aren't you saying anything? Did I scare you? Seeing that Sumu did not speak, Coco took the initiative first. No, you didn't scare me. I'm just a little confused right now. Sumu sighed slightly, and could only tell Coco what was in her heart. So you don't dislike me, right? Coco was delighted. Because Sumu only said that he was confused and hesitant, and expressed surprise at her sudden affection, he didn't mean to resist. In Coco's opinion, if you don't hate or resist something, then you must like it, right? Suddenly, Coco remembered what the elders of her tribe had said. When a man and a woman are courting each other, they should be brave and bold. Especially for women. If they meet someone they like, they should quickly express their feelings, take the initiative to make contact or engage in intimate behavior. Men basically have no chance of escaping and will definitely win them over. In the past, Kokona scoffed at such remarks and even issued orders within the clan to ban them. But now, looking back, she thinks it makes a lot of sense and even wants to try it. However, Coco hesitated. After all, in her heart, she was the head of the clan. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? Coco, I've said everything I needed to say. Let's get to know each other better first. I'm feeling a bit confused right now, so I can't give you a proper answer right away. Sumu never expected that her misunderstanding of a single sentence would go so far. It has its pros and cons, and its cons and pros. In any case, Coco's liking for him is undoubtedly a perfect thing for his territory. Previously, Sumu had worried whether the White Fox clan would be able to live in the territory for a long time. What if one day their entire tribe suddenly leaves? This is something that has a certain probability of happening. But if Kokona really likes him, then it's a foregone conclusion that the White Fox clan will stay for a long time. This truly confirms Serena's point. The only way to keep Hestia is to use her good looks to make her fall in love with him. To keep the White Fox clan in his territory, he could also use his good looks. The current situation is that before Sumu even uses it, Coco Nai has already fallen for him and taken a liking to him. Alright, Coco, I'll leave now so as not to disturb your rest. Sumu stood up, etc. Suddenly, Coco reached out and grabbed Sumu, who was trying to get up. She wasn't very strong, but because it was so sudden, Sumu fell down instantly due to inertia. Fortunately, Sumu reacted quickly, bracing himself and regaining his balance. But the problem now is, Coco and Sumu faced each other, less than 5 centimeters apart. Sumu could even feel the warm breath Coco exhaling from her nose, along with the faint fragrance emanating from her body. Most importantly, Coco's stunning face was right in front of me, and there was obvious surprise in her blinking eyes. Yet it also subtly hides a hint of shyness and joy, making it increasingly captivating the more you look at it. Excuse me. Sumu was about to sit up straight when something unexpected happened to him. Suddenly, Coco reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, preventing him from leaving. Sumu. The atmosphere was silent, yet filled with a sense of romance and ambiguity. Sumu and Kikinai stared at each other, wide-eyed. Coco was the first to break the silence. She reached out and grabbed Sumu's hand, then placed it on her fox ears. Sumu could even feel that Coco's hands were trembling. She seemed nervous too. In our clan, only very close people will allow each other to touch or caress their ears. This action and gesture signifies that I accept you, that you can. When it came to the key point, Coco still hesitated a little. You can do whatever you want to me. This is the bravest effort Coco has ever made. And she wasn't talking nonsense. This is a way for men and women in the White Fox clan to affirm each other's status. Don't think that just because the ears are exposed you can touch or stroke them at will. The ears of the White Fox clan are not something you can touch as you please. Even the most important thing, the tail, is far less important than the ears. Because the ears of white foxes are very sensitive, they are an important sensory organ for transmitting joy and stimulation. In the White Fox clan, if any female or male has their ears touched by a member of the opposite sex without their consent, they will be executed according to clan rules. This is no joke. It's a very important matter. Almost instinctively, Sumu gently pinched Coco's ear. Coco trembled, her face flushed, and her pale green eyes glistened with moisture, making one's imagination run wild. This scene, this atmosphere. If Sumu doesn't do something, then he'll really be ungrateful. Coco walked 99 steps on her own initiative. How could he, a grown man, not even dare to take one step? Sumu mentally berated himself. Then without hesitation, he slowly lowered his head. Coco was still young and inexperienced. She knew what this meant. She nervously closed her eyes, and then felt a warm sensation on her cool lips. A long time. Sumu finally released Coco Nai. He looked down at her with her eyes closed, and felt a surge of affection for her. What? You're reluctant to open your eyes. Upon hearing Sumu's words, Coco opened her eyes, but the next moment, her lips were pressed against his again. Don't close your eyes this time, look at me. Sumu spoke domineeringly. Chapter 314 Exquisite Jade Canopy Soup. A highly nourishing dish. Timu Town. Through the faint protective barrier, Yululaw looked at the figure on the ground in the distance, her eyes filled with worry. Finally, as the figure in the distance swayed and stood up, then left, the worry on Yululaw's face eased slightly, and she sighed softly. Yumu, you shouldn't be here. After a long while, Yululaw turned around, preparing to leave. But the moment she turned around, she froze, rooted to the spot. He left. Yululaw saw was naturally Sumu, and it was also him who spoke. After leaving Coco's place, Sumu arrived here. He had a feeling that Yululaw would be there too. So he came to see if Yumu had left or not, and also to keep an eye on Yululaw. As for Coco, Sumu didn't spark any excessive romance with her. Their interactions were limited to kissing. As for other things, we'll take it slow. Yululaw nodded. Is he your brother? Sumu asked again. Right. Yululaw's answer was as concise and to the point as ever. You should know that he shouldn't be here. Before, I really wanted to kill him. Sumu spoke, looking directly at Yumu. It still is. Sumu understood perfectly well that the reason he was able to defeat Yumu so quickly was entirely due to his own unexpectedness. Under his series of attacks, Yumu was clearly bewildered and was forced to retreat step by step, which eventually led to his defeat. Yumu is on guard next time they meet. Sumu might not be able to beat him. Therefore, Sumu's territory is now in danger of various kinds. One moon slaughter is already troublesome enough, but with the addition of one Moon Shepherd, it will become even more difficult to deal with. It can be said that Sumu letting Yumu go was tantamount to planting a time bomb for himself. A time bomb that could explode at any moment. Of course, if Yumu doesn't get involved, then it doesn't count. Lilua understood this principle as well, and she spoke. Don't worry, it was because I wasn't there before. Otherwise, I could persuade Yumu to stay. He has always been very obedient to me since he was a child. I assure you he poses no threat to us. Yu Lilua's use of we is exquisite. Sumu felt much better after hearing this. Since you've made that promise, I'll believe you. Now, the Moon Demon Clan has officially started a war with Flying Cloud City, all because of what we did last night. In the perception of Feiyun City, their enmity with the Moon Demon Clan is no longer just about me. Sumu spoke up. This is the latest news he got from Snowed. The Moon Demon Clan has started a war with Flying Cloud City. In the morning, the game was already going back and forth. Has Flying Cloud City already gone to war with the Moon Demon Clan? Yu Lilu murmured, her emotions unreadable, neither joy nor sorrow. Yes, so I want to ask you, do you think your father will increase his troops and continue to fight Feiyun City head-on? This is a question that Sumu is very concerned about, as it relates to what he will do next. Don't worry, it won't happen. Yu Lilua said. If the men that you two brought out this time cannot achieve any results, my father, he will absolutely not send any more troops to support them. Oh, you're so sure? Yu Lilua nodded. Of course, I know very well. All of this is for the Yang Demon Clan to see. The Moon Demon Clan does not want to be involved in a large-scale war. They have their own concerns. Okay. Sumu pursed her lips. Yu Lilua spoke with certainty, but he remained neutral, believing only half of what she said. All right, it's getting late. Let's go back and have dinner. Don't stay here. Sumu turned around, and not far behind him, Ifia was waiting. Yu Lilua followed in his footsteps. Want to come together? When Sumu mounted Ifia, he reached out his hand to Yu Lilua. I can do it myself. Yu Lilua politely declined Sumu's idea of riding in the Ifia. Casual. Sumu shrugged indifferently and rode Ifia away. Although she seemed indifferent, Sumu was actually very regretful. He never held Yu Lilua's hand. Therefore, Sumu still doesn't know what Yu Lilua's status bar looks like. But Sumu didn't dare to make a move against Yu Lilua casually. This woman cannot be judged by common sense. We can only take it one step at a time, slowly. He always manages to hold that hand. Master, you're finally back. As soon as Sumu landed, Tao Yao excitedly ran over. Not only her, but also Coco and Susu, two adorable little girls. Brother, why are you only just getting back? Brother Sumu, where did you run off to again? Why didn't you take Coco Lu with you? Weren't you in Aunt's room? Three girls of different ages surrounded Sumu, chattering away. What's wrong with you all? Why are you all so excited? Sumu couldn't understand their excitement. It wasn't a special day in the territory, was it? But soon, Sumu smelled a fragrance. Why does it smell so good? Sumuchin couldn't help but ask. He looked towards the kitchen and saw Zhou Yuqi standing at the kitchen door, peeking inside at something. That thieving manner was quite comical. Sumu found it all amusing. Master, today Sister Hestia is cooking herself. Tao Yao said from the side. Oh, Hestia cooked. Sumu suddenly remembered that he and Hestila had hooked up last night. Hestia had promised then that she would cook him a meal no matter what. To be honest, even though they made a pinky promise, Sumu didn't have high hopes. It wasn't that he didn't trust Hestela, but rather because of Hestela's attributes. She's always been a study fanatic and a workaholic. Can she really put down her work and do other things? To Sumu's surprise, Hestia actually cooked. How long has she been inside? Sumu asked. Sister Hestia has been inside for almost half a day. Coco answered Sumu's question in a childish voice. Yes, it's probably been 5 or 6 hours. Sister Yuchi was so captivated by the fragrance outside that she ran over to learn the technique. Tao Yao smiled and said, I guess she was afraid of disturbing Hestia if she went in, so she didn't dare to go in casually. Have they been inside for that long? To be honest, smelling the aroma, Sumu was really looking forward to it. As if in response to Sumu's expectations, Hestia appeared in the kitchen doorway, carrying a large plate in her hands. Chapter 315, This is the real, hidden super rich woman. This is the Linglong Jade Canopy Soup, a highly nourishing dish, and it's also the dish I promised to make for you. I haven't forgotten today. Hestia placed the large bowl on the table, looking at Sumu with a hint of playfulness in her words. It's clear that she's in a very good mood today, having fulfilled her promise. Looking at the emerald green soup before him, Sumu couldn't help but lean closer and sniff. Instantly, Sumu felt full of energy, and all the fatigue of the day seemed to disappear in that moment. He couldn't help but sigh. It smells so good. Why is it that just smelling the aroma makes all the fatigue of the day disappear? Sumu looked up at Hestia. That's why I say it's a great tonic. Hestia smiled, and just as she was about to say something more, Su and Coco Lu couldn't wait to move closer. The two of them imitated Sumu, twitching their noses and sniffing carefully. Then, with a plop, both little girls started drooling. Haha. Seeing this, Serena, Winstia, and the others nearby covered their mouths and laughed. You two gluttons. Sumu smiled helplessly and quickly reached out to pull Su and Coco Lu back, afraid that their saliva would fall into the soup. No, master. I'm the one who's greedy. Tao Yao came over at this moment, wagging her cat tail and staring straight at the exquisite jade pot. It looks beautiful and smells wonderful. Tao Yao simply couldn't resist its allure. In fact, from the moment Hestia started cooking in the kitchen and the aroma wafted out, everyone present was already drawn in by the fragrance. Rather than saying Su and Coco are gluttons, it's more accurate to say that everyone here is gluttonous. In that case, everyone may wish to eat first. As I eat, I will introduce this exquisite jade-like soup. Feeling everyone's enthusiasm, Hestia smiled, picked up a bowl, and began to scoop food for everyone. Eat up, you three gluttons. Sumu first distributed the exquisite jade soup that Hestia handed over to Coco, Su, and Tao Yao. Thank you, Master. Tao Yao's eyes were wet. She never expected that she, a mere slave, would be able to taste it before her master. She was so excited. I was so touched. Hestia made a small amount of the exquisite jade soup, enough for almost everyone present to have a small bowl. It's a pity that Eileen and Fu Ningyu weren't there, otherwise they could have gotten some too. As for Zhang Dehai, he had already quietly left with the Miluo flower fairy in the morning, so Sumu couldn't give him a taste. Of course, this does not include Hathaway and Enor, who are not qualified to dine at the same table as Sumu and his group. As for Havis, the clam girl, she seemed to prefer living alone by the river and did not integrate into the group. Vivial was in the territory of the tree elves. She naturally didn't have the chance to taste it. The ingredients for the Linglong Jade Canopy soup are the meat of the snow dragon and the jade canopy that grows and is nurtured in the millennia-old glacier. Both of these are highly nourishing, especially beneficial to those who already know ice element magic. Hestia spoke up from the side. The snow dragon and the jade canopy? Serena heard about the two ingredients. A look of surprise crossed her face. She looked at the crystal-clear, emerald-green soup and couldn't help but glance at Hestia several times. Serena first heard the name Linglong Yuping soup. She subconsciously associated it with a material like a jade canopy. But at the time, she wasn't sure either. Now, upon hearing that Hestila was indeed Yupengzi, her astonishment was akin to hearing the news of her own country's demise. Because Serena knew very well what kind of material the jade canopy was made of. What's wrong? Are these two materials extremely precious? Sumu looked at Serena. Right. Serena nodded and slowly began to speak. I have read in ancient texts that the snow dragon is a powerful monster that lives in extremely cold places. Its strength is almost at the top of the continent, and it is a being that many legendary knights and legendary mages dare not provoke. Because they live deep in the frigid lands, the snow dragons are even more difficult to find. The chance of finding them is about the same as the chance of suddenly stumbling upon a secret realm while walking. You know, many people may never encounter a secret realm in their entire lives. The probability of that is extremely small. Listening to Serena's story, Sumu suddenly felt the bowl in his hands become very heavy. Hestia nodded beside her and said gently, Indeed, as Miss Serena said, there are always exceptions. Where there is demand, there will be supply, and there will always be someone willing to take the risk. So, Hestia, how did you get the snow dragon meat? Sumu asked curiously. Hestia replied calmly. It was bought at the St. Lembias auction house. I only spent 2 billion amethyst coins back then, and I only managed to snag a small piece. Wait, 2 billion purple gold coins. If Sumu remembers correctly, St. Lembias is a legendary neutral city that does not belong to any power, and all professional associations are located there. Moreover, the platform only accepts transactions using amethyst coins. You mean, what I'm holding right now is 20 billion gold coins. Sumu clicked his tongue, recalling the exchange rate between amethyst coins and gold coins. It's much more than that. Have you forgotten there's a jade canopy inside? Serena's voice rang out from the side. Jade grass is even more precious than snow dragon meat. In the extremely cold, millennia-old glaciers, jade grass only blooms once every 1,000 years, and the chance of finding it is much smaller than the chance of finding snow dragon. Hestia nodded. Yes, I also bought this from the auction house. It cost 4 billion purple gold coins, which is twice as expensive as the snow dragon meat, and there are only 3 of them. Hestia and the others were shocked by what Hestia and Serena said. They have no concept of money, but they know what billions mean. They never imagined that the bowl of soup in their hands would be so precious. Sabatini was one of only 2 among them who knew its value, and she looked at the bowl of food in front of her, hesitant to even take a bite. You see, after eating it, she would owe Sumu far too much. Even as a master craftswoman, Sabatini had never received such treatment, being able to personally taste the food prepared by a divine chef, let alone such a terrifyingly precious soup. If she were a legendary craftsman, she wouldn't feel any psychological pressure. But now, Sabatini feels overwhelmed by the pressure. Sumu remained silent for a moment. He felt the bowl in his hands grow even heavier. Chapter 316 Hestia's Versailles speech. Damn it. So, the thing Sumu is holding right now is worth billions of gold coins? Taking one bite is equivalent to consuming hundreds of millions of gold coins. This is ridiculously exaggerated. Sumushin couldn't help but curse inwardly. He knew that what Hestia did would never be ordinary, but he never expected it to be this extraordinary. But soon, Sumu thought of a key issue. Hestira, did you pay for all of these yourself? Yes, I took all of them myself, so what? Hestia looked at Sumu, puzzled as to why he would ask such a question. At this moment, Sabatini, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. For a master chef, money is just a number if she wants it. Right, Miss Hestia? Master chefs are extremely rare and precious. In St. Lebanon, countless people are willing to give money to master chefs just to obtain one of their dishes. Therefore, Sabatini knew very well that Hestia was not short of money at all. Well, it's all right. I don't have much money in my account right now. Only 2 trillion gold coins, which I'll probably spend very soon. Hestia spoke, her face calm and expressionless, using the phrase "that's all" to its fullest extent. This left Sumu, who was standing to the side, feeling extremely frustrated and surprised. 2 trillion gold coins. Hestia just said that. They also said the money would run out quickly. Sumu really wanted to vomit blood. Doesn't this woman know just how rich she really is? The kind of person who's richer than a country. If it weren't for Hestia's pure and calm expression, Sumu Fei would have thought she was being sarcastic about Versailles. Sumu, who knew her well, knew that she didn't actually have Versailles. She was simply stating the facts. Sumu dared to say that not even a single country might be as wealthy as Hestia. That's absolutely terrifying. It turns out that Hestia is the super-rich woman hiding by his side. That makes sense. Trillions in her pocket. How could she casually pull out expensive materials like snow dragon meat and jade canopy to cook for them? In Hestia's world, spending billions is probably no different from spending tens of gold coins. This is definitely an incredibly wealthy person. Sumu's eyes practically sparkled as he looked at Hestia. He now felt that Serena's suggestion was wise. We absolutely have to use this handsome man tactic. Keeping Hestia by his side would be a huge hidden treasure. Just then, Serena also gave Sumu a subtle look, and the two smiled at each other, everything understood without a word. The tacit understanding instantly emerged. I'm done eating. It's so delicious. Brother Sumu, I want more. While everyone was chatting, Coco had already finished eating. Her bright red little tongue licked her pink lips, and her face showed a big, greedy expression. Coco dared to say that this was the most delicious food she had ever eaten in her life. After eating it, her whole body felt warm, as if a strange warm current was flowing through her. So much so that she kept her head down and ate, having no time to speak or make any comments. Only after finishing the meal did she finally manage to sigh. Then I'll share some of mine with you too. Seeing that Coco still wanted to eat, Sumu, who doted on her, naturally wouldn't be stingy, but Hestia reached out to stop him. Sumu, no. The Linglong Jade Canopy soup itself possesses strong, nourishing properties, which will increase your strength, or rather, your abilities. Coco is still young. The amount I just gave her was the right amount for her. Giving her more won't help her, it will harm her. Hestia's words were by no means alarmist. She allocates the amount of food according to each person's age, achieving a balanced ratio. Even if it is extremely delicious, you should not overeat. Did you hear that? Your sister said so, so just bear with it. Sumu touched Coco's slightly flushed face. He didn't think Hestia would lie. He could tell from Coco's flushed face that she had indeed been nourished. Okay, Coco licked her lips, looking like she wanted more, but still obediently accepted the arrangement. All right, you guys should try it while it's hot, Hestia said. Everyone raised their bowls and began to savor the exorbitantly priced, exquisite jade canopy soup. The amazing thing is that the soup melts in your mouth, and although it's steaming hot, the first bite gives you a refreshing coolness, while the taste is sweet and lingers in your throat. It's hard to imagine that steaming hot soup would make someone feel cold. What kind of illogical and magical existence is this? That bright red substance, resembling shrimp meat, must be the so-called snow dragon meat. Sumu took a light bite and found it crunchy, like a bean, full of chewiness. It was truly a breathtaking taste experience. Sumu finished the soup in a few gulps. He found it refreshingly cool, but now he felt warm all over, and it was incredibly comfortable. Most importantly, it also has a very strong feeling of fullness. After finishing a small bowl of soup, he didn't feel hungry at all. Lu, who was just next to Sumu, had fallen asleep on the table, just like Su, who was also sitting next to Sumu. Su had already finished her exquisite jade soup. This is a normal phenomenon, don't worry, Hestia said from the side. They are still young, and their bodies are full of energy right now. They need some time to digest it, and sleeping is a very good option for them. After tomorrow, their strength will be completely transformed. When Hestia said those words, she was full of confidence, a confidence unique to a master chef. And what about us? Are we going to fall asleep too? Sumu asked worriedly. He must stay awake and not fall asleep. He needs to keep a close eye on matters concerning the territory. Don't worry, you're not children, it won't come to this. Moreover, the effects of this exquisite jade soup on each person are different. Once you have fully digested it, you will feel the benefits. Okay. Sumu finally felt relieved. All right, I've done what I promised you. I need to get back to my studies now. Hestia smiled gently, then gracefully moved away. At this moment, Sumu noticed that Sabathini was holding a bowl and staring blankly. Drink up, why aren't you drinking? This stuff tastes best when it's hot. Sumu reminded him. This is too valuable. Sabathini handed the bowl to Sumu. I am not from your territory, I cannot tolerate this. Before Sabathini could finish speaking, Sumu interrupted her. Everyone here is like family and friends to me. Since they are family and friends, there's no need to be so calculating. Sabathini trembled slightly, her heart deeply shaken by Sumu's words. Did Hestia say anything? Didn't she prepare everything for everyone? I need to watch you finish eating, hurry up. Sumu crossed his arms and stared at Sabathini, adopting a, I won't look away until you've finished eating attitude. Good. All right. Sabathini could only pick up the bowl, tilt her head back, and drink. Looking at her clean bowl, Sumu was finally satisfied. All right. I need to send one to Coco and Yulila. Sumu picked up the remaining 2 bowls. Coco did not appear because of her injury. Yulila was not a sociable person, she rarely ate with others. Theirs, naturally, could only be delivered by Sumu. Chapter 317, Did Yulila overdo it? Sumu found Coco Nai first, because she was the easiest to find, while Yulila was nowhere to be found. After explaining the general effects of the exquisite jade canopy soup, Sumu watched as Coco drank it all up. All right, I still need to deliver this to Yulila. Take good care of yourself. If you need anything, just call Taoyao. Get some rest. I reckon after drinking this, your injuries won't be a big deal tomorrow. Sumu said, preparing to leave. Etc. Coco reached out and grabbed Sumu. What's wrong? Sumu turned around and glanced at her. Instead of any words, Coco pouted her lips in response. Sumu. If Sumu doesn't understand what this means, then he really is an idiot. However, he did not expect that Coco would take the initiative to make such a move. It's often said that women who know how to be charming have the best lives, and that's absolutely true, because Sumu couldn't refuse her requests. He could only bend down and get up close and personal with Coco. Originally, Sumu only intended to try it briefly, but he never expected Coco Nai to be so proactive and bold, holding him tightly and refusing to let go. They exchanged a few words. After Sumu left Coco's room, he felt extremely angry. Anger rising from the bottom up. Perhaps it was because of the exquisite jade canopy soup that Sumu was much more impulsive than before. He almost couldn't resist taking Kokona right there and then. Fortunately, reason ultimately prevailed over desire. They found Yulila. She was in her room, lost in thought. What's this? Looking at the soup, which was still steaming slightly and looked incredibly beautiful with its crystal clear, emerald green color, Yulilu couldn't help but speak. She was somewhat surprised. She is usually not very sociable, so it is Tao Yao who brings her food. Over time, Yuliluo and Tao Yao developed a very good relationship. Yao Hu came, but Sumu. This surprised Yuliluo greatly. Sumu could only patiently explain the function of the exquisite jade canopy soup. Again. Snow dragon, jade canopy? Yulilu murmured a couple of words. She clearly knew about these two things as well. Hurry up and eat it while it's still a little warm. Sumu said from the side. Speaking of this exquisite jade canopy soup, it's quite amazing that it's still warm even after being left outside for so long. The invisible layer of oil on top effectively locked in the temperature, which was what Sumu found amazing. After all, he had just wasted a considerable amount of time because of Coco. Although she had previously been a princess of the Moon Demon clan and had tasted many precious ingredients, the snow dragon meat and jade pendant before her were clearly far more valuable than anything she had ever eaten before. Lilua glanced at Sumu, clearly hesitant. She is very clear about her current situation and identity, so she couldn't understand why Sumu would send her something so precious. Shouldn't he have wanted to torment her more? She once tried to kill him. Eat quickly, Sumu said from the side. It will affect the efficacy if it gets cold, and it would be a waste of such a precious ingredient. Upon hearing this, Yuliluo did not hesitate any longer. She tilted her head back slightly and drank the exquisite jade soup. Yuliluo's neck was long and slender, like a swan's, and as white as snow. The beautiful curve of her neck as she looked up made Sumu slightly lost in thought. Give me the bowl. I'm leaving, you get some rest. Seeing that Yuliluo had finished drinking, Sumu did not intend to stay any longer and suggested leaving. Yulilu handed the bowl to Sumu, but Sumu noticed something amiss with her. What's wrong? Why is your face so rosy? As soon as the exquisite jade soup was consumed, Win's Tia and the others' faces would become much rosier. In Hestia's words, all tonics are like this. But Yuliluo's condition was quite different. Her face turned as red as a persimmon, which was very unusual. I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy. Yulilu shook her head, trying to clear her mind. She didn't know why, but after drinking the Linglong jade canopy soup, her whole body felt hot, as if she were in flames and being roasted. A burning sensation enveloped me. What's going on? Sumu couldn't help but reach out and touch Yuliluo's arm. Wow. Sumu's hand touched Yuliluo. He felt a terrifying burning sensation, as if he had touched the flames sprayed from a high-temperature musket. If he had removed his hand any later, it would probably have been cooked. What's going on? Sumu was undecided for a moment. You can go now, I'm fine. Yulilu gritted her teeth, enduring the discomfort in her body. But a surprising scene unfolded. Yuliluo's clothes began to melt away. It really melted. That kind of melting after being baked by high temperatures. Spring is slowly beginning to unfold. Get out of here. Yuliluo swung her hand forward suddenly, and Sumu was instantly sent flying, crashing through the door. Get out. I can do it myself. Yuliluo suddenly turned around and jumped out of the window, leaving Sumu completely bewildered. Soon, Sumu realized what was happening and ran to find Hestia. Now, within the territory, perhaps only she knows the reason why. After eating the Linglong jade soup, my whole body felt like it was on fire, and my clothes even melted. Hestia stopped sewing and looked up at Sumu. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Sumu was still very worried about Yuliluo and didn't know where she had gone. Logically, this problem shouldn't occur, so why is it happening? Hestia frowned and thought for a moment. Could it be a problem with her individual constitution? By the way, what race is she? Hestia realized something important. Moon Demon Clan. Demons. Hestia seemed to understand everything. The demon race is much stronger than the human race and other races, making them one of the most powerful races on this continent. They don't need any tonics to enhance their strength. Perhaps my exquisite jade soup was too nourishing for the demons, which is why it had this effect. So what should we do now? This was the question Sumu was more concerned about. Since her body is like flames. Sumu interrupted Hestila. To be precise, it should be the same as molten lava. Quickly take her to the ice cellar to forcibly lower her body temperature. I have another ingredient that can channel warming and nourishing energy. I'll make it now. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Hestia put down her work. Good. Chapter 318, Don't Move. I'm saving you. Yuliluo has disappeared. Sumu could only pray that she wouldn't leave the territory's boundaries, as he frantically searched for her on his horse, Ifia. As for why he didn't let his undead subordinates help with the search, Sumu naturally had his own reasons. Yulila's clothes were almost completely burned off, which means she was most likely naked at the moment. Sumu feared that sending his undead subordinates to search would drive Yulila even crazier, leading to even more serious consequences. Was slapped away by Yulila, without hesitation simply because she accidentally saw a tiny bit of it. It's easy to imagine how crazy she is right now. Sumu naturally needs to respect Yulila. Half an hour. 1 hour. Sumu was about to give up, subconsciously thinking that Yulila had already run out of the territory's boundaries. But considering the constraints imposed by the rules of the slave collar, Sumu felt that she probably wouldn't run too far. He continued his careful search. Finally, after flying back and forth across the territory for an hour and a half, Sumu finally found Yulila not far south of the tree elf territory. She probably appeared here because there are many trees, making it a very good place for cover. But Yulila didn't know that she was now like a bonfire, a very obvious target. Looking down from above, Sumu could immediately spot the glowing Yulila below. Get away. Don't come any closer. Yulila clearly sensed Sumu's presence. Her voice could be heard from afar. Ifia, you should leave now. Sumu said to Ifia. Because of the Linglong Jade Canopy soup, Ifia is currently brimming with energy and needs to sleep and rest for a while. Sumu wouldn't have called Yulilu out if the situation on her side hadn't been so urgent. Master, are you sure you can do it? Ifia is now calling out Master more and more naturally, which means she has probably accepted her identity. Sure, don't worry. Go back and get some rest, and try to digest the energy in your body. This will be of great benefit to you. Sumu gave instructions. I see. You also need to remember to call me when you need me. Ifia increasingly felt that life within her territory was something she truly enjoyed. Back in Holy Spirit Roya, all that accompanied Ifia every day was beatings, scolding, arguing, insults, and slander. Once you get here, all of these things disappear. There is only care and love, and everyone gets along very well. In particular, Tao Yao and Winstia cared about her a lot. Sometimes, because she didn't pay attention to the time and couldn't go out for dinner on time, they would come and call her. All the details warmed Ifia's heart, and she is now very willing to contribute to the territory. Gradually, her sense of belonging grew stronger and stronger. Jade soup tonight, such a precious dish, and she even had a portion of it. Ifia had no concept of money, but after just one sip of the exquisite jade soup, she knew it was a delicacy she had never tasted in the previous 20 years. Within the territory, her status was that of a slave, but she felt no sense of being a slave at all. On the contrary, everyone treated her very sincerely and very well. Perhaps this is what home is. Ifia even had such a misconception? I understand. Be careful. Sumu smiled, reached out and patted Ifia's horse's head, watching her leave lightly and happily. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why did you come here? Yuliloa huddled behind a tree, peeking out only her head as she watched Sumu. From her glistening, reddish collarbone, Sumu could tell that she was completely naked at the moment, perhaps truly without a single thread of clothing. Just as Sumu had thought, Yuliloa was in great pain. She felt like her body was about to explode. The skin even cracked, and blood was seeping from the cracks. Yuliloa is really in pain. Endure the physical discomfort alone. At the same time, she also knew that this was due to excess energy. She wanted to tough it out on her own. You currently have excess energy in your body. I've already spoken to Hestia, and you're in danger of exploding at any moment. Do you want to die? Sumu spoke seriously. It's okay, I know I can handle it. You can go now. I'm not available. Yulila's voice came through, carrying a hint of resistance. She knew her current situation. If Sumu came over, he would see her naked. Yuliloa is a very traditional person. From childhood to adulthood, she has never allowed any man to touch her. So during the fight earlier, the fact that Sumu was holding her and entangled with her body had already made her very angry and uncomfortable. Not to mention her current state. Sumu didn't say anything. He had already started walking towards Yuliloa's direction. Don't come any closer. I told you not to come over. Yuliloa was emotional, but her voice contained pain. Do you know that what you're doing is tantamount to courting death? I'm going to take you to the ice cellar. Hestia has already prepared food to calm the raging power within you. I'm saving you. As Sumu spoke, he moved forward again. I don't want you to save me. Roll. As Sumu drew closer, Yuliloa grew increasingly excited. Finally, when Sumu was less than a meter away, Yuliloa moved and flew into the sky. This is insane. Sumu roared and lunged forward, knocking Yulilu to the ground. Get out. Yuliloa struggled. She was completely naked, and Sumu had already taken full advantage of her. Who cares about your health? I'm saving you, you idiot. Sumu forcefully restrained Yulilua, holding her tightly in his arms to prevent her from moving. In his extreme state of tension, Sumu had no time to appreciate Yulilua's body or the feelings she evoked in him. Soon, Yulilua stopped struggling. Because she discovered that Sumu's clothes at the chest were scorched by her burning body, and she could even smell the aroma of roasted meat. The intense heat on her body hurt Sumu. Moreover, the damage was quite significant. Yulilua wasn't stupid. She could foresee the immense pain Sumu was enduring as he clung to her. He genuinely cared about her, and wasn't simply trying to take advantage of her or humiliate her. The pained expression on Sumu's face stunned Yulilua. Quiet down, I'm saving you. Sumu gritted his teeth, forcibly enduring the searing pain on his body, and used the fixed-point teleportation scroll. Teleported back to the vicinity of the stone house, and because there was still some distance to the ice cellar, Sumu could only endure the pain and carefully carry Yulilua into the ice cellar. Finally, once inside the ice cellar, Sumu was finally freed. Meanwhile, the flesh on his hands and chest was now charred black, and one could even smell the aroma of meat. Seeing all this, Yulilua fell silent, deeply moved. It deeply moved me. Sumu's words echoed in her ears. Who cares about your health? I'm saving you, you idiot. Chapter 319, A Pitiful Tao Yao. Your body. Go get treatment quickly, don't worry about me. Yulilua curled up, withdrawing her gaze, unable to bear looking at Sumu's charred wounds any longer. That was all her fault. How are you feeling? Did you feel any better in the ice cellar? Sumu asked. Compared to Yulilua's situation, his injuries were at most external wounds. Just now, while holding Yulilua, Sumu witnessed firsthand how her skin was slowly cracking open, with blood constantly seeping out. Sumu was extremely worried about him throughout the journey. He was terrified that Yulilua would explode and die, so he could only speed up his actions. I'm fine, I'm much better now. Yulilua answered, enduring the pain in her body. The next moment, another large gash appeared on her leg, and gushing blood instantly stained the ice surface red. No, I have to hurry up and urge Hestia. Sumu, no longer caring about her burns, turned around and prepared to leave. Yulilua is an extremely dangerous condition. Could really explode and die at any moment. Just then, Tao Yao rushed over with a small bowl in her arms. She quickly noticed the wounds on Sumu's chest and hands and was immediately terrified. Tao Yao, is this what Hestia asked you to deliver? Sumu asked anxiously. Uh-huh. Tao Yao nodded repeatedly. Master, you are injured. Tao Yao will help you. Give me the stuff. Sumu didn't have time to say much to Tao Yao anymore. She snatched the bowl from her hand and ran to Yulilua's side. Drink it quickly. This should be what Hestia was talking about, something that can relieve and regulate the power within your body. I'll feed you. Yulilua was feeling unwell, but she did not refuse Sumu's kindness and let him hold the porcelain bowl to her lips. Careful. Sumu gave a soft shout and quickly pulled the porcelain bowl away from her hand. The porcelain bowl touched Yulilua's lips. It couldn't withstand the heat from her body and began to melt. The soup in the bowl was almost spilled, resulting in a complete waste. This was Yulilua's lifeline. Sumu was also startled, but fortunately he reacted quickly and managed to save the contents of the bowl. Master, I forgot to tell you. At that moment, Tao Yao's voice rang out from behind. Sister Hestia said that it should be taken from this special bowl so that it will not have any adverse effects, and the soup inside the bowl can be preserved. Tao Yao handed over an ice bowl that exuded a chilling aura. She had painstakingly kept this warm by tucking it into her bosom, and the extreme cold had made her stomach ache all the way. Moreover, they all seemed to have frostbite. However, Tao Yao didn't have time to check, and she didn't know what was going on. She could only vaguely feel that her clothes and flesh were stuck together. Why didn't you tell me you had this sooner? Sumu's eyes widened, and she snatched the ice bowl from Tao Yao's hand. Do you know that the soup was almost wasted? It was her life-saving medicine. Sumu's tone was unusually stern, the most so he had ever spoken to Tao Yao in all the time they had known each other. One could vaguely sense his strong dissatisfaction and reproach. Tao Yao shrank back slightly in fright and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, master. It's Tao Yao's fault. Tao Yao didn't explain things clearly in the first place. Did Hestia say anything else to you? Sumu pressed for details, being extremely cautious, afraid that Tao Yao might have overlooked something. There is none left. Tao Yao shook her head abruptly, not daring to say anything more. On the other side, Yulilua was struggling with pain. She couldn't bear to see Sumu blame Tao Yao, but she was too weak to speak up for her. She could only look at Sumu with pleading eyes. Her gaze fell upon Sumu's, turning into a pleading look. He waved to Tao Yao. Just stand aside and watch. Oh. Tao Yao responded weakly and stepped aside, but her gaze remained fixed on Sumu's wound, filled with deep worry. Although Sumu reprimanded her severely, Tao Yao felt no resentment. She was just a little aggrieved. But her minor grievances paled in comparison to her worry for Sumu. With the help of the ice bowl, Yulilua was able to drink the bowl of unknown soup very smoothly. Sumu's attention was constantly drawn to the ice bowl. He had previously thought that the bowl, which was as transparent as ice and exuded a cold aura, was made of ice. But upon closer inspection, it turned out not to be. Sumu couldn't tell what material it was made of. He was surprised by the coldness emanating from it when he first got his hands on it. If the temperature inside the ice cellar hadn't been so low, he probably would have been frostbitten by the temperature difference. That's why Sumu secretly kept something in mind. The art of insight. Chuanling Bone Bowl. A bowl made from the ground skull of the Chuanling ice crystal beast. It possesses unknown effects. Beware of the chilling aura emanating from it. A bone bowl. Chuanling ice crystal beast? It was yet another monster whose name Sumu had never heard of before. Even from the name, he could still sense how awesome Wan was. Besides, how could something that a rich woman like Hestia brought out be ordinary? Sumu took the Chuanling bone bowl and glanced at it, finding that the soup inside had been completely drunk up, and the bowl was miraculously clean, as if it had never contained anything. That's truly amazing. Sumu casually put the bowl back into his storage compartment, thinking to himself that he would return it to Hestia when he had time. How about it? He asked the question. Much better. Yulilua's voice rang out. To her previous ruddy complexion, her skin tone has indeed recovered quite a bit, at least slowly transforming back into her previous cool-toned fair skin, healing rapidly. Seeing this, Sumu felt much relieved. Tao Yao, you should go back now. There's nothing for you to do here. Sumu glanced back and saw Tao Yao shivering. She wasn't wearing many clothes to begin with, and she was probably getting cold from the low temperature inside the ice cellar. Master, your injury. I'm fine, you should go back now. Sumu waved his hand. He was worried that Tao Yao would catch a cold, so he urged her to leave impatiently. Oh. Tao Yao was naturally unaware of Sumu's thoughts. She assumed that her master had annoyed her, so she responded with a murmur, her eyes dimming, and left the ice cellar, turning back every few steps. Tao Yao left. Sumu continued to observe Yulilua's condition. Her eyes were closed, her breathing became more even, and her skin color had returned to normal, back to its previous pale complexion. The extreme heat generation seems to have been completely relieved. Sumu felt relieved. Only then did he begin to pay attention to Yulilua. If you don't pay attention, it's fine, but once you do, Sumu feels a surge of heat and agitation. Chapter 3:20. A flustered Tao Yao. What is the current situation? Yulilua was curled up, her eyes closed, her complexion normal, and her wounds had healed. But these are not the main points. The key point is that she was naked. Previously, Sumu was so anxious that she didn't pay attention to these things at all. Now that I'm relaxed, I won't pay attention unless it's something he does. What door did God close for Yulilua? Is it a personality trait? Sumu couldn't help but mutter to himself. Yulilua is simply a perfect masterpiece, without the slightest flaw. Sumu quickly recited the heart-cleansing mantra while looking away. Just then, at the moment Sumu looked away, Yulilua opened her eyes and saw his gentlemanly side. Immediately, feelings of goodwill welled up in Yulilua's heart. Do you have any clothes? Have. But it's only for boys. Afraid of seeing something he shouldn't have, Sumu kept his eyes straight ahead and tossed a piece of clothing to Yulilua. A short while later, a rustling sound came from behind. I feel fine now. You can leave here first and go treat your injuries. I have a very strong energy inside me, and I think I need to absorb and refine it here. Yulilua's voice came through. Are you sure you'll be okay on your own? Sumu was still somewhat worried. No problem. If you feel unwell or anything is wrong, remember to come see me. Don't try to tough it out. Sumu stood up as she spoke. I see. Yulilua answered. However, Sumu, who was somewhat flustered, did not notice the gentleness and gratitude in Yulilua's tone. Then I'll be going now. Watching Sumu's hurried departure, and recalling how he hadn't dared to look back at her even once, Yulilua's lips softened, and the corners of her mouth curved upwards. In an instant, the small, frigid ice cellar was transformed into a scene of springtime, with countless flowers in full bloom. "Master, how is Sister Yuliloa?" As soon as Su Mu returned to the house, Winstia came to greet him. She knew some of what had happened to Yuliloa. "The situation has stabilized, and there are no problems for the time being." Su Mu smiled and reached out to pull Winstia into his arms. Finishing the linglong jade canopy soup, he could feel a surge of energy within his body. When Su Mu delivered the soup to Kokonai, she almost couldn't hold back her emotions. It was then that he realized that energy needs an outlet. "Winstia, did you experience anything unusual after drinking the exquisite jade canopy soup?" As he spoke, Su Mu's hands began to wander aimlessly. I didn't. But it seems the older sisters have given feedback. They've all gone to bed early." Winstia answered. "Oh, you don't feel anything at all? Didn't Hestia say that drinking it would enhance one's strength?" Su Mu was somewhat surprised. I don't know either." Winstia's voice trembled slightly. "All right." Su Mu didn't dwell on it too much. "By the way, is Serena resting?" Then go and run the water for me. I'll take a bath in a bit. And then..." Su Mu whispered something in Winstia's ear. It's unclear what she said, but Winstia's face flushed, her eyes welled up with tears, and she looked shy and radiant. "Good. By the way, where is Tao Yao?" Su Mu asked. He had just put on a new set of clothes to cover his burns so as not to worry Winstia. Now, he naturally needs to find Tao Yao and ask her to help with the treatment. Tao Yao is in her room. "Okay, go and prepare." Su Mu lowered his head and planted a kiss on Winstia's cheek, grinning mischievously. Inside the room, Tao Yao was lifting her shirt to treat her frostbite. She initially thought it wasn't too serious. Little did I know that I would be in unbearable pain when I returned. So, as soon as she returned to her room, Tao Yao couldn't help but check her wounds. It's frostbite. It has spread extensively and is showing signs of chilblains, with some skin even starting to erode. Tao Yao bit her lip, a bright green light emanating from her hand, as she prepared to heal herself. "Tao Yao, how did you get hurt?" The familiar voice startled Tao Yao. She immediately raised her face, then hurriedly put down her clothes to cover her wound. Her face turned red at a visible speed. How could she be so careless? The door wasn't closed. If the owner sees this, he'll probably say she's clumsy and can't do anything right. Tao Yao was very anxious. She didn't want to be talked about like that, so she decided to hide her injuries. Master, how come you came back so quickly?" Tao Yao was flustered. She quickly stood up, forced a smile, and changed the subject. "Sister Yuliloa is all right now, right? Master, would you like to take a bath? Tao Yao will go and run the water right away." Tao Yao was speaking. She tried to walk out, but Su Mu suddenly grabbed her arm. "I asked you how you got injured." Su Mu's expression was serious, and his tone was stern. I pondered for a long time, but I couldn't come to a conclusion. Because she was so anxious, her face turned bright red, and she was almost crying. Realizing his tone might have been too harsh, Su Mu took a deep breath, reached out, and took Tao Yao's small hand, pulling her to the bedside and pressing down on her shoulders. "Sit down." Su Mu spoke these words quite loudly and forcefully, because he knew they would intimidate Tao Yao. Conversely, Winstia is different. The longer Su Mu spent with them, the more he understood their personalities and the better he knew how to get along with them. "Oh." Tao Yao sat obediently on the bed, her little hands fidgeting, revealing her nervousness and unease. "Lift up your clothes, let me see your stomach, and see what's going on." "It's all right, master, Tao Yao is really all right." Tao Yao raised her little face, shaking her head frantically, with a hint of pleading in her voice. Seeing Su Mu slightly harden her expression, Tao Yao's imposing manner immediately weakened, and she stammered. "Don't lift it. Tao Yao is a girl, she'll be shy." Tao Yao is still doing her best to mediate. "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up," Su Mu shouted. Tao Yao shrank back, and after hesitating for a moment, she had no choice but to slowly pull up her clothes under Su Mu's stern gaze. At the same time, Tao Yao was also blaming herself in her heart. Why didn't you start treating him faster? If treatment had been started sooner, none of this would have happened. Blame it on my own fear of pain. Tao Yao felt to herself that she couldn't do anything right, that she was clumsy and inept. No wonder her master scolded her. The master is right. Chapter 321. Tao Yao's medical skills have improved. Tao Yao's wound has been exposed. Su Mu immediately noticed the frostbite marks on her fair belly, with fibrous residue clinging to it, making it look rather horrifying. Idiot! Was it that Sichuan bone bowl that caused this? You've kept it close to your body all this time? Sumu thought of a possibility. The icy coldness emanating from the Chuanling bone bowl was so intense that even he felt it seep into his bones, which gave him an idea of the hardships Tao Yao had endured carrying it all the way. Tao Yao nodded and said guiltily, I'm sorry, master, it's my fault. I can't even do such a small thing right. Sister Hestia said it's too hot outside and told me to keep warm and not to be exposed to the elements. So, Tao Yao spent half a day, which is why she didn't produce anything. So you hid it in your clothes and carried it with you, and ended up getting frostbite? Sumu picked up the conversation for her. Tao Yao responded in a muffled voice, then fearfully raised her eyes to secretly look at Sumu, wondering how he would react. What an idiot. Sumu shook her head. It would have been better if you hadn't mentioned it, because as soon as you did, Tao Yao's face immediately fell. Yes, Tao Yao is an idiot. She can't do anything right. Master is right to scold me. Tao Yao will not refute him. Tao Yao kept fidgeting with her hands, seemingly waiting to receive a good scolding from Sumu. But after waiting for a long time, she realized that her master hadn't scolded her, so she raised her head slightly. Fool. Sumu smiled at Tao Yao. When I call you an idiot, I don't mean it as an insult. It's because I care about you, you know? Idiot doesn't mean I'm insulting her. It means I feel sorry for her. Tao Yao savored the words, and soon a smile appeared on her face. Is the owner feeling sorry for her? At this moment, Sumu took Tao Yao's small hand. All right, hurry up and treat yourself. You're a doctor. How can a doctor not treat himself? Master, let me treat you first. Aren't you injured too? Tao Yao is the kind of person who brightens up with just a little sunshine. And at this moment, she has long since put the previous unpleasantness behind her. She remembered the burns on Sumu's body. Treat yourself first, quickly. Under Sumu's insistence, Tao Yao had no choice but to treat herself first. In her opinion, only by quickly healing her own injuries could she help her master heal, which was a very important matter. You were injured, and you still wanted to hide it from me and not tell me. You. Watching Tao Yao treat his wounds, Sumu couldn't help but mutter a few words to himself. I don't mean to complain, I just think Tao Yao is a bit clumsy and silly. She was being nagged, but this time Tao Yao didn't feel wronged or unhappy. Instead, she felt sweet because she could tell that this was her master's way of showing concern for her. It's similar to the word idiot. Don't hide it from me next time you get hurt, okay? Sumu was still talking. It would be best if you could solve it, but if you can't, perhaps I might have a way. Yes, master. Tao Yao kept agreeing, and the grievances she had felt in the ice cellar had long since dissipated because of this care and concern. Master, mine is ready. Let me treat you. Tao Yao stood up. Sumu also confirmed that her frostbite was indeed fine, and new granulation tissue had grown. Tao Yao now has its own unique methods for treating external injuries, and the results are excellent. Bring it on. Sumu wasn't shy at all, and simply pulled up her shirt. The fabric fibers clung to the wound, causing Sumu to wince involuntarily. Master, your injuries are much more serious than mine. With just one glance, Tao Yao's eyes welled up with tears, and her eyes turned red. Compared to her frostbite, Sumu should be the one receiving treatment first. But because of her, he endured the pain and waited. It's okay, come quickly, I don't feel any pain anymore. Sumu comforted Tao Yao, afraid that she would really cry and then it would be difficult to coax her. Sumu's biggest fear is a woman crying. Tao Yao didn't dare to delay, and quickly bent down to treat Sumu. Does it hurt from a burn? Of course it hurts. It smells like barbecue, how can it not hurt? Sumu said it didn't hurt, but that was just to comfort Tao Yao. But now, Sumu really doesn't feel any pain anymore, because he found a way to distract himself from the pain. This girl seems to have become even prettier? Sumu muttered to herself. Master, does it hurt less now? Tao Yao raised her head, subconsciously asking her master how he felt. But to her surprise, the owner stared at her intently, without even glancing to the side. The next moment, her beautiful face flushed crimson. Master, Tao Yao called out in a muffled voice. Well, what's wrong? What happened? Sumu was in the midst of his painful distraction when he heard Tao Yao's call, and he quickly snapped back to reality. Are you still in pain? Tao Yao repeated the question. At this moment, Tao Yao's heart was beating very fast. If it were someone else, Tao Yao might panic and run away, not knowing what to do next. But it just so happens to be Sumu. She didn't resist his gaze at all. Chapter 322 Upgrade. It's destined to be an eventful night. It doesn't hurt anymore. Putting aside the pain transfer technique, Su-mu discovered that his wound was indeed different. He looked down and saw that new granulation tissue had grown from the wound on his chest and was improving. Tao Yao, your healing magic has become even stronger. Su-mu couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. Having observed Tao Yao's treatments many times, Su-mu knew exactly the strength of her healing magic. But now, in a short period of time, Tao Yao's healing magic has actually restored his wounds. It should be noted that for Su-mu's wound, if it were Tao Yao's previous treatment intensity, it would have taken at least 3 or 4 spells to achieve the same effect. But now, it seems that this effect has been achieved in just one go. Moreover, Su-mu had already noticed this detail when Tao Yao was treating her. At the time, he thought that Tao Yao's wound might not be serious enough, which was why that was the result. Now it seems that it has nothing to do with how serious it is. It's just that Tao Yao's healing magic has really become stronger. Did you feel it? Su-mu continued to ask. He himself might be wrong, but Tao Yao's own feeling is more authoritative. I felt it too, master. It wasn't working that well yesterday, but the treatment seems to be particularly effective today. Tao Yao confirmed it herself. She had actually sensed it while treating herself, but time was of the essence, and she was not allowed to investigate further. After her master pointed it out, Tao Yao shared her thoughts. Could it be because of the exquisite jade canopy soup? Su-mu attributed Tao Yao's abnormality to the exquisite jade canopy soup. According to Hestia, everyone who eats the exquisite jade canopy soup will become stronger to varying degrees. As for how much stronger one becomes, that completely depends on how well one absorbs the soup. Tao Yao has also undergone changes. That should be true. Tao Yao pouted her little mouth, tilted her head, and nodded. She didn't understand either, but since her master said so, then it must be. Tao Yao had no idea how devastating Su-mu's eyes were by her unintentional tilt of the head. So cute, so adorable. It makes you want to tease it a little. With a sudden pull, he drew Tao Yao into his arms. Owner, Tao Yao was taken aback. Her eyes were wide open. But for Tao Yao, obedience was an innate trait cultivated in her from childhood. Moreover, since it was her master, she had no reason to refuse. Moreover, in Tao Yao's young heart, Su-mu was the person she liked the most. She was even slightly higher in status than Serena, who had lived there for so long, and much, much higher than Tao Yao herself. Why hasn't master arrived yet? The water is getting cold. Inside the bathroom, Winstia pouted slightly, resting her head on her hands, and sat patiently on a small wooden stool, waiting. Finally, I don't know how much time has passed. Winstia staggered and almost fell to the ground. She woke up immediately. Oh no, I almost fell asleep. Where's master? Hasn't he arrived yet? The water's gone cold. Winstia frowned as she looked at the bathwater, which was no longer steaming. Could it be that the war outside the territory has affected the master, and he has gone out again? Winstia rubbed her numb calves and got up. She planned to go to Su-mu's room to find out what was wrong. Before she even reached Su-mu's room, Winstia was drawn to a familiar voice and stopped in her tracks. Her face flushed slightly as she looked in the direction the sound came from. Winstia wasn't stupid. She knew what that sound was. Tao Yao's room? The perceptive Winstia immediately understood what had happened. No wonder master hasn't come to take a bath in so long. So it turns out you've been with Tao Yao all along. Winstia pouted, and a smile inexplicably curved her lips. You said you were going to look for me. Not jealous, Winstia prepared to leave and poured out the bathwater. But the next moment, the door opened. Su-mu appeared in front of Winstia. His eyes were bright, and he exuded a sharp and terrifying aura. But the moment he saw Winstia, that invisible aura softened instantly. For some reason, Winstia felt that Su-mu had changed. But as for what exactly had changed, she had absolutely no idea. It's just a feeling. The moment the door opened, Winstia felt that Su-mu was a complete stranger. But now, it feels like it's back to how familiar it was before, which is a very strange feeling. Walk. Su-mu casually closed Tao Yao's room door, then took Winstia's hand and gently led her forward. Master, has your strength increased? Winstia spoke, as if she had thought of something. The aura that Su-mu exuded the moment the door opened was definitely different from anything he had ever shown before. Su-mu wasn't weak before, but he just didn't have that invisible aura accompanying him. But just now I got it. Considering the imposing aura emanating from experts like you, Leloa, and then thinking of the exquisite jade canopy soup, Winstia naturally connected the two. She was convinced it was because her strength had improved. You noticed? Su-mu smiled slightly, exuding a strange charm with every gesture. For some reason, Winstia felt that Sumu looked better and better today, especially his smile, which has a kind of irresistible charm that makes you want to fall for him the moment you look at him. I can feel it. Winstia looked away, afraid that she would not be able to resist snuggling into Sumu's arms. What's wrong with her? Why would someone have such a thought? Winstia really wanted to splash cold water on her face. It has indeed improved. Moreover, I also know how to improve. Sumu stared at Winstia and spoke softly. What is it? Winstia subconsciously asked. But soon, she was picked up in a princess carry. Chapter 323. Am I, Sumu, going to become a succubus? Before, when Sumu drank the exquisite jade canopy soup, he wasn't quite sure how he would improve. The entire territory was filled with women, offering him no valuable reference. He felt a surge of power within his body. At first, Sumu thought this power might be normal. But when he and that girl Tao Yao took the final step, he gained an improvement through Tao Yao. Congratulations, Lord. You have successfully absorbed the power of the exquisite jade soup within you, doubling all your attributes, including charisma. Congratulations, Lord. While absorbing the power of the exquisite jade pod, you received an external boost, unlocking the ice elemental magic slot, and now able to learn ice elemental magic. Congratulations, Lord. While absorbing the power of the exquisite jade soup, you received an external power boost, increasing your ice elemental magic attack by 15%. Congratulations, Lord. While absorbing the power of the exquisite jade soup, you received an external power boost, increasing your ice elemental magic resistance by 15%. This is the promotion that Sumu achieved not long ago. For him, he was not a native of this world, so he did not have any rank or anything like that. His improvement was simply an improvement in his attributes. Sumu had worked so hard for so long, and his attributes had always been just over 400. But now, they had doubled, and he had even unlocked the ice element magic slot. The effects of this exquisite jade canopy soup are simply too powerful. When the battlefield shifts, Winstia's talents, the flesh-eating fox cauldron, and the exquisite jade canopy soup, work together. All attributes increased by 20, charisma included. All attributes plus 20, charisma not included. Master the ice elemental magic skill, leap over ice walls. The Lord's skill insight has mutated, gaining insightful insight. Has the skill mutated? This was the first time Sumu had faced such a situation, so he quickly took a look. Insight technique. An enhancement of the insight technique. It allows you to obtain more detailed information about the target and discern hostility. It seems like I've gotten stronger? Or perhaps nothing has changed. What does it mean to be able to discern hostility? All attributes increased by 60, charisma included. The player's charm value has exceeded 200, reaching the maximum limit and cannot be increased further. Unleashing unparalleled charm. Unlocking the essence of the succubus. What's the meaning? Unleashing unparalleled charm. Unlocking the essence of the succubus? Bewildered by the sudden system notification. But he doesn't have time to check what's going on right now. Finally, Sumu carefully examined her current attributes. Tiamu Town. Territory attribute. Level 3 city. Lord. Sumu. Lord's talents. Pride of the leader. Infernal hot spring. Star devouring and moon devouring. Lord's strength. 936. Leader's strength. 920. Lord's agility. 916. Lord's wisdom. 940. Special status. Blazing fiery spirit body. Yang demon body. Lord skills. Common insight. Stealth. Lord skills. Wind element gale slash. Wind dragon technique. 100 blade whirlwind slash. Lord skills. Fire element flame vortex. Heavenly fire blaze. Heavenly fire blade. Lord skill. Ice element conquer ice walls. Lord's equipment. Musket. Dragon horn blade. Lord's charisma. 200. Succubus's intent. Elemental boost. Water element plus 15%. Ice element plus 15%. Elemental resistance. Fire resistance plus 30%. Ice resistance plus 15%. Needless to say, the attributes have been greatly improved. What Sumu was most curious about was, what exactly is the meaning of the succubus? Succubus's will. Active inherit the will of the succubus, enhancing overall temperament and increasing attractiveness to the opposite sex by 200%. Generally, members of the opposite sex will find it impossible to resist your charm and will be drawn to your captivating aura. Succubus's will, passive your charm, is outstanding. Everyone's loyalty, favorability, trust, and obedience towards you increase, making it easier for you to recruit talent for your territory. After reading the introduction to the succubus will, Su-mu went to Bungbu. He really did become a purebred succubus. Su-mu was still very satisfied. In any case, he has made tremendous progress today, and after tomorrow, he will undergo a terrifying transformation. Previously, Su-mu relied on surprise attacks to overpower Yu-mu. He now had a feeling that even without a surprise attack, he could still completely suppress Yu-mu. As for whether he could fight Yu-Lilua, Su-mu didn't know. After all, considering the increase in Lord attributes after the territory is upgraded, even without consuming the exquisite Jade Canopy soup, his current attributes would be comparable to those of a level 4 or 5 territory. In other words, every step up in the hierarchy of this world represents a huge difference, a doubling of growth. Therefore, Su-mu really doesn't dare to say that he can beat Yu-Lilua right now. Not to mention, Yu-Lilua also ate the exquisite Jade Canopy soup. Whether or not Su-mu could defeat Yu-Lilua was no longer something he needed to worry about. What he needed was to win her over and make her one of his own. Fighting is not the ultimate goal, reformation is. Thinking of this, a wicked smile curled at the corner of Su-mu's lips. "Owner, look at me." Winstia's voice suddenly rang out. "What's wrong?" Su-mu looked down at Winstia in her arms and raised an eyebrow. "Winstia, you've mastered fire elemental magic." Chapter 324 Zhou Yuqi has become more beautiful. In Su-mu's memory, Winstia did not understand elemental magic. In game terms, her attack method is based on normal attributes. There is no elemental power involved. Elemental flames danced at Venshtjen's fingertips. "Right, owner. Perhaps it was due to the effect of the exquisite jade soup that I was able to comprehend the magic of the fire element." Winstia's voice was filled with barely concealed excitement and exhilaration. Within the territory, Winstia has always played a supervisory role. They urged members of all ethnic groups to carry out their work in an orderly manner within the territory. She understood perfectly that the members' respect for her stemmed from their awe and reverence for their master, Su-mu. Ultimately, it's all because of Su-mu, not because of her, Winstia. Orcs are a prime example. Orcs are born to worship the strong, and the only person they respect and revere is Su-mu. Therefore, when Su-mu asked them to work, they were always very enthusiastic and dared not slack off in the slightest. Even when Serena asked the orcs to work, they had the same attitude. However, the same situation would be very different if it happened to Winstia. The orcs did not respond to Winstia's commands as readily as they had to Serena and Sumo. The reason for this is largely due to Winstia's own lack of strength. Over time, in Winstia's heart, she also hoped to become stronger and more powerful. However, once she left her clan's territory, she had no idea how to become stronger. But becoming stronger has always been Winstia's deepest desire. For this reason, Winstia envied Serena. "I envy how she can change the world with a mere wave of her hand." Now, Winstia has finally grasped the essence of elemental magic, so she is very excited and thrilled. "That's great, congratulations." Su-mu tidied the messy hair on Winstia's forehead, then gave her a gentle kiss. He could feel Winstia's happiness and excitement, and naturally he was happy for her too. But soon, Su-mu noticed something was amiss. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Looking at Winstia, who was staring at him intently, Su-mu couldn't help but tease her. Master, I feel like you look especially beautiful tonight. I sensed you coming out of Tao Yao's room, but you look even more beautiful now than before." As Winstia spoke, she nestled into Su-mu's arms, her love growing wildly within her. "Am I just imagining things?" "I see." Su-mu's lips curled up slightly. He wondered why Winstia kept staring at him. It turned out that the succubus's will had taken effect. Of Tao Yao's room, his charm had already doubled, so Winstia thought he had become more handsome. Now that his charm is at its peak, he's naturally taken a step further than before. So Su-mu wasn't surprised at all that Winstia would say those words. He reached out and gently lifted Winstia's chin, looking her into his eyes. Su-mu wanted to test how much his 200% increase in attractiveness to the opposite sex would achieve. Attraction between Winstia and him. However, it still has some experimental value. To Su-mu's surprise, Winstia's gaze gradually hardened as they locked eyes. The value of the Linglong Yupeng soup is still increasing. Despite being exhausted from a long night, Su-mu still got up early at dawn to get ready. After washing up, he walked through the territory feeling refreshed. There was someone in the kitchen so early? Su-mu noticed the smoke rising from the top of the kitchen and, out of curiosity, he couldn't help but go over and take a look. They found Zhou Yuqi cooking inside. So early. Sumu couldn't help but speak up. Clang. The spoon in Zhou Yuqi's hand fell to the ground. She turned around and saw Sumu. She rolled her eyes and said resentfully, "That was terrifying. Don't you make any noise when you walk?" Zhou Yuqi patted her chest, but soon her face flushed red, and she froze for a moment. How come Sumu has become so much more handsome after just one night? Am I just imagining things? Ah, he's so handsome. In her mind, Zhou Yuqi had already begun to talk wildly to herself. Oh no, my face is so hot. Did I blush just from looking at him? What the heck? He's inexplicably handsome. Could it be because of that soup last night? Ah. Zhou Yuqi has a rich inner world, and so does Sumu. Zhou Yuqi has become so much prettier. Although she wasn't ugly to begin with, there was still a gap between her and Winstia and the others. Now, I feel like that gap has been erased. By the way, her skin has improved. Her complexion is better, she looks radiant, and even her eyes have become more lively. It must be the exquisite jade canopy soup that's working, increasing my charm. Sumyuk was not exaggerating at all. In the past, Zhou Yuqi was just an average pretty girl in his eyes, quite cute. But today, her looks can be described as excellent, even stunning. So much so that Sumu was stunned for a long time when he first saw her face. Moreover, he discovered that it wasn't just her face. Zhou Yuqi's overall demeanor and figure had also improved significantly. Take body shape, for example. This is the most obvious way to see the difference. Zhou Yuqi used to have the figure of an average girl, nothing special, but now Sumu thinks her figure can be described as a killer figure. You seem to have become much more handsome. You seem to have become so much more beautiful. Sumu and Zhou Yuqi spoke in unison, and they were both taken aback, then subconsciously felt a little embarrassed. Sumu touched her nose shyly. Zhou Yuqi shyly brushed her hair aside. It's because of the exquisite jade soup that my charm level has changed. It's because of the exquisite jade soup that my charm level has changed. The two of them spoke in unison again, reciting the exact same number of words. Let me go first, Sumu said with a smile. Besides your increased attractiveness, have you noticed any other changes in your body? Chapter 325 The Master of Life. I want to become his apprentice. Yes, my overall attributes have been enhanced. Faced with Sumu's question, Zhou Yuqi didn't hold back and answered directly. Moreover, I suddenly comprehended a lord's talent on my own, which left me somewhat baffled. He's grasped a lord's talent? That's a real treasure. Sumu hadn't expected that the exquisite jade canopy soup could help Zhou Yuqi comprehend a lord's talent, which piqued his curiosity. What are your lord talents like? How can I show you? I'm not very good at it. Zhou Yuqi fiddled with it for a while, but still couldn't figure it out. For so long in this world, she had been focused on cooking and her daily work. It's fair to say that there's simply no free time to think about anything else. In response, Sumu could only patiently teach her how to take a screenshot, add him as a friend, and send it. After a series of actions, he finally saw Zhou Yuqi's lord talent. Master of Life. Passive within your territory or the territory of your faction. All members of the territory gain a 50% increase in the strength of their life skills, a 50% increase in their work efficiency, and a 50% increase in their work enthusiasm. A true master is always an apprentice. If you always maintain a humble and ambitious heart, your top-tier life and professional skills will always be a level above those of your peers. Sumu. Sumu was stunned after seeing Zhou Yuqi's lord talent. To be honest, Fu Ningyu, Zhang Dehai, and Eileen are all subordinate lords under him, but each of their lord talents is actively combat-oriented. Zhou Yuqi is arguably the only one by his side whose lord talent is related to his profession. Moreover, the most powerful aspect of this Master of Life lord talent is not stacking buffs on members within the territory. Instead, they will always be one step ahead of others. Hestia is awesome, right? The exquisite jade canopy soup was her creation. With her help, all the main members of Sumu's territory received a boost. Hestia is just a master chef, yet she has reached such a level. What if she reached the level of a legendary chef? Isn't it even more powerful? But now, Zhou Yuqi also has enormous potential. In a situation where they are of equal rank, Hestia will no longer be her match in the future. This is a perfect life career master. Sumu's gaze towards Zhou Yuqi changed. Does her Stiella smell good? Of course it smells good. Does Zhou Yuqi smell good? Fragrant too. It's such a hot commodity. Sumu's vision wasn't limited to the present. He saw enormous potential in her. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhou Yuqi felt slightly uneasy under Su Mu's gaze. Your career path is very powerful, and it is a great benefit to our territory. Very good. Su Mu praised. Yeah. Zhou Yuqi scratched her head. I don't know much about games, so I don't quite understand. Since you say it's amazing, then it is amazing. Su Mu. What a clueless person, they don't really understand games. What are your thoughts after seeing Hestia's exquisite jade canopy soup yesterday? Su Mu asked again. He would never let Zhou Yuqi go. She would stay in his territory forever. Previously, his perception of Zhou Yuqi was probably quite simple. She was just a cook. Now it seems that there is definitely room for better development. Amazing. Hestia is really amazing. Just hearing the names of those materials makes me dizzy. I don't recognize any of them at all. Zhou Yuqi sighed softly. Moreover, many creatures in this world have a natural fishy or pungent smell. When I usually cook it, I bleed the meat, then soak it in water for a very long time and marinate it for a while, but I still can't get rid of the fishy smell. Zhou Yuqi spoke out about her troubles for the first time. I also tried to make soup using the prey hunted by the orcs, but every time I couldn't continue because the fishy smell was too strong. I could only use strong flavored methods to cover up the original taste of the ingredients. If a chef can't taste the original flavor of an ingredient, it's undoubtedly a failure. No wonder your cooking is always so oily, salty, and heavily seasoned, and sometimes you even use a lot of chili peppers. Su Mu nodded in agreement, understanding Zhou Yuqi's predicament. Previously, Su Mu only thought that Zhou Yuqi might be a girl from Sichuan or Hunan, and that her specialty was that kind of cuisine. Now it seems that's not the case. She was using her own method to mask the fishy and gamey smell of the ingredients. Yes, that's why I'm busy in the kitchen all day long. It's because of these things that I always want to bring good taste to everyone. Zhou Yuqi pouted. This was the first time she had ever openly discussed her troubles with Su Mu like this, and it felt quite good. Could it be because the prey we hunted was all uncastrated and came from the wild, so it had a strong fishy smell? Su Mu thought of a possibility. How about you try cooking with domesticated animals? That's not the reason. Zhou Yuqi shook her head. As a chef, Hestila is much better in this regard. Yesterday, the meat of that snow dragon had a very strong fishy smell. I could smell it too. But under Hestia's cooking, it's light and refreshing, without a trace of fishy or gamey smell. It was from that time that I realized the gap between myself and her. Zhou Yuqi clenched her fists, and Su Mu could hear her unwillingness to admit defeat and her envy in her words. He offered words of comfort. Hestira is a master chef, so she naturally has more skills than you. How about I have her teach you some relevant knowledge? Perhaps you don't know enough about the ingredients in this world. Really? Is it possible? Zhou Yuqi asked excitedly. Actually, I also want to become Hestia's apprentice. In this aspect, she is truly better than 10 of me. Zhou Yuqi felt that 10 was too few, and that it somewhat belittled Hestila, so she quickly changed her tune. No, 100. You don't need to belittle yourself. Su Mu laughed, thinking that Zhou Yuqi was quite interesting. How come he hadn't noticed it before? Could it be that he finds her more pleasing to the eye now that she's prettier? Su Mu felt that she shouldn't be that superficial. It seems I need to communicate with Zhou Yuqi more in the future. Oh right, actually I also wanted to. Zhou Yuqi didn't know what she was thinking, but she was too embarrassed to continue. You mean you want to take the association's certification exam, right? Like Hestia? Having her thoughts read, Zhou Yuqi didn't deny it. She said awkwardly. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? After all, we're going to St. Lembias, which sounds like a very far place. Chapter 326, Yu Lilua blushes. The time is ripe. Zhou Yuqi is not stupid. She knew that St. Lembas was a very, very far place, and that she certainly couldn't get there by herself. As the lord of a territory, Su Mu was the pillar and absolute leader of the territory, and it was impossible for him to go to such a far place with her. Not to mention, with Su Mu now having more and more affiliated territories, he has even less time and energy to accompany her to St. Lebanon. Therefore, Zhou Yuqi felt that her words would cause Su Mu a lot of trouble. She did not expect that Su Mu would see through her thoughts and guess her ideas first. Don't worry. Just as Zhou Yuqi was lost in thought, Su Mu made a promise. As long as you work hard, one day I will take you to St. Lembias, and I will personally take you to take the exam. Su Mu left the kitchen carrying a bowl of pheasant and mushroom soup. He suddenly remembered that Tao Yao seemed to still be asleep in the room. As a responsible man, Su Mu was determined to take full responsibility for Tao Yao, so he took the soup and went to her. Pushing open the door, Su Mu immediately saw Tao Yao's disheveled and sprawling body. This girl is a restless sleeper, She kicked the blanket off to the floor. Fortunately, she was wearing clothes. Yao got up and dressed herself in the middle of the night, right? Sumu walked to the bedside. He was about to pick up the blanket to cover Tao Yao when he noticed her eyelashes tremble several times for no apparent reason. A smile crept onto Sumu's lips. Suddenly seized by a playful impulse, he sat down on the edge of the bed and muttered to himself. This girl, she's still not up at this hour. She's so lazy. No, she has to be sold to someone else as a slave. I don't want her anymore. We need to buy one that's hardworking. One that's too lazy won't do. Yao on the bed opened her large, bright blue eyes, which were as beautiful as gemstones and filled with tears. She stared at him sadly. Sumu was taken aback when he saw this. No way. This girl can't resist a joke. She just pretends to be about to burst into tears? The thought had barely formed in Sumu's mind when he saw Tao Yao reach out and hug him, then curl up in his arms. Master, you can't abandon Tao Yao. No. Tao Yao's voice was choked with sobs. Tao Yao will be diligent from now on and won't be lazy. It's just that I was too tired last night, so I went to bed a little late. Please forgive me, master. Tao Yao squeezed her little head into Sumu's arms, wiping her tears and snot directly onto his clothes. What a terrible thing. Sumu simply noticed that Tao Yao was pretending to be asleep, so he got the idea to tease her by saying those things, but he didn't expect her to react so strongly. There was nothing Sumu could do. He had to clean up the mess he made himself. He quickly reached out and hugged Tao Yao's petite body. Silly girl, I was just kidding. How could I really not want you? It's because you pretended to be asleep after I came in, so I was just teasing you. I really didn't mean to leave you. I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously, okay? Really? Tao Yao looked up at him pitifully. Of course it's true. Sumu wiped away Tao Yao's tears, continuing to comfort her. Don't say it's just a short nap. From now on, our Tao Yao can sleep as long as she wants. It's fine, okay? You are my little peach blossom, and I will spoil you. As Sumu spoke, he lowered his head and kissed Tao Yao's still somewhat cold face. As long as master doesn't abandon Tao Yao, that's enough. Tao Yao doesn't dare ask for too much. Just a little bit of love from master is enough for Tao Yao. Tao Yao reached out and hugged Sumu's waist tightly. Only then could she feel a sense of security. Since last night, Tao Yao has completely given herself to Sumu. She belongs to him now, body and soul. So, when she heard that she was going to be sent away and sold, she was really frightened. She's still scared to this day. Nonsense, what is our relationship now? Of course I won't abandon you, Sumu said, picking up the soup from the side and ladling a spoonful for Tao Yao. Drink it. Sumu's voice was very soft, perhaps sensing Tao Yao's insecurity. Master, you don't need to feed me. I can do it myself. Tao Yao spoke. She tried to sit up and serve herself the soup, but Sumu stopped her with one hand. Obedient. Just those two words were enough to make Tao Yao stay obediently in his arms. This bowl of soup is the most comforting, sweetest, and most blissful soup Tao Yao has ever had in a long time. It was simply because her owner fed her by hand, and very gently at that. Even after finishing her drink, Tao Yao was still a little unsatisfied. All right, I'm going to check on you, Lila. You stay here and behave yourself. You're not feeling well today, so please get some rest, okay? Tao Yao wanted to say something, but Sumu saw through her intention first. I'll have Vincent keep an eye on you. If you dare disobey, humph. Finally, ending with a humph, Sumu didn't try to scare Tao Yao any further. He knew she was naive and might take it seriously. Okay. Tao Yao lay obediently on the bed, letting Sumu personally cover her with the blanket. All right, let's rest a bit more. As Sumu spoke, he lowered his head and gave her a kiss. Sumu met Yulilua, who was still in the ice cellar. However, compared to last night, she is now full of energy, and you can still faintly feel her restrained and cultivated aura. You've gotten stronger again. Sumu spoke. The same to you. Yulilua also sensed the difference in Sumu today. How are your injuries? How are they? Yulilua had taken the initiative to care about someone, which genuinely surprised Sumu. He smiled and shook his head, saying, It's all right now, Tao Yao healed me. That's good. Yulilua was a person of few words and not good at speaking, and she didn't know what to say at this point. He could only stare blankly at Sumu's face. But soon, Yulilua's face suddenly flushed, and she gently turned her face away, no longer looking at Sumu. Sumu naturally noticed this small detail. Yulilua actually blushed? Did he blush? This is unprecedented. The succubus intent within him that had taken effect. That's interesting. Sumu smiled inwardly. Let's go, let's leave this place. I still need to go to Tianlong City today. Sumu turned around and suggested leaving. Yulilua got up and followed behind him. Her gaze fell on Sumu's back, and her flushed face finally eased. What's going on? Why does he suddenly look so much better? Why do I blush when I look at him? Yulilua, are you having a crush on someone? He's just being nicer to you. Don't be silly. Men are all unreliable and untrustworthy. At this very moment, this is what Yulilua's inner thoughts are. As soon as Sumu landed in Tianlong City, he immediately received the latest news about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 327 Intelligence Alert. A giant dragon egg. Mutterson, get to the point. What news does the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce have? Why are you staring at me like that? Sumu's voice rang out, and he stared at Mutterson with some displeasure. It's one thing for a woman to stare at him, but now even a rough old man like Mutterson is staring at him. Sumu is starting to get a little creeped out. He had no intention of approaching a man. My lord, didn't you recently order us to close the city gates? The people from the Yunlong Merchant Guild want to leave the city, and that woman Ines came to me, wanting me to give her special treatment. Mutterson quickly recounted the story about the Cloud Dragon Chamber of Commerce, while inwardly wondering, why has the city lord become so handsome and refined after only one night? His skin is so fair and tender. He was so handsome that he couldn't take his eyes off him, and it felt like he was being turned gay. Mutterson was terribly flustered. He had no interest in men, yet he had developed inappropriate thoughts about the city lord. He deserved to die. Mutterson quickly suppressed his perverse thoughts. Want to leave the city? How did you respond to her? Of course I'm upright and incorruptible, Mutsun said, patting his chest. Inez came to see me alone. She didn't want too many people to know. But I resolutely refused. I remembered your instructions, Lord City Lord. The city gates cannot be opened casually. Disobeying orders is punishable by death. Sumu nodded slightly and praised. Not bad. You have a high level of awareness. Thank you, sir. Mutterson quickly smiled and gave a knightly salute. By the way, do you know her purpose? Sumu asked again. I don't know. Ines only said that a batch of goods needed to be transported out of the city. Mutsun reported the facts truthfully. Sumu frowned slightly, lost in thought. Logically speaking, if Ines wanted to transport something out, she wouldn't need to come and apply to Mutterson in person. She could simply use a secret passage. But why did she go through all this trouble? Could it be that because of the incident where Kursin was rescued, Ines felt that the secret passage was no longer safe, so she wanted to take the main road to transfer? That makes sense. But what are they going to take away? This is a problem that Sumu can't understand. Mudsun, go and fetch Katie. Sumu gave the instructions. Yes. Mudsun didn't say much and turned to leave. At this moment, the intelligence system, which had been silent for a long time, issued intelligence again. 6-star value intelligence. In the Miluo Forest, 50 kilometers south of Tianlong City, the Yunlong Merchant Guild's transport team is camped and resting, seemingly waiting for something. Intelligence tip. The Yunlong Merchant Guild is transporting mostly everyday items this time, of low value, but there's a giant dragon egg mixed in. Intelligence analysis. The giant dragon egg is extremely valuable. The Cloud Dragon Merchant Guild is a merchant guild that built its fortune through human trafficking, committing countless evil deeds. We can boldly act on behalf of heaven and steal their goods. Sumu. To be honest, the words giant dragon egg successfully caught Sumu's attention. Sumu now has a mount, slaves, and women. All he lacks is a powerful fighter like a bodyguard. If you were to keep a giant dragon as a pet, that would be a pretty good choice, wouldn't it? Of course, the dragon, Reikan and Sumu's dragon hornblade is different, not to mention that guy is still sleeping. Even if he wasn't asleep, Sumu might not have the ability to control him. But if it's a small dragon, then it should be fine, right? Thinking of this, Sumu was itching to make a move. Sir, Miss Kaisen has arrived. Before Mudsun could even react, Sumu quickly met Kaisen. Sumu could see that Kai Xine paused, her gaze quickly settling on his face. About 10 seconds later, Kaisen blushed and turned her face away casually. Sumu. To be honest, Sumu was somewhat surprised that Kaisen blushed when she saw him. As a former head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, Kaisen had seen many travelers and was considered a woman who had seen the world. But the moment she saw him, she couldn't help but blush. This made Sumu wonder just how charming he was now. Kathy, Mutterson has told you everything about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, right? What do you think is the reason? Is it because of what you mentioned before? Sumu was the first to break the silence. The day he rescued Kaisen, she told him that she possessed information that could deal with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. However, the time wasn't right, and Kaisen didn't say exactly why. Now it seems like it's time? But all of this is just Su Mu's speculation, and has not yet been confirmed by Kai Xian. It should be. Kaisen's gaze fell on Su Mu's face, but lingered for less than a second before she quickly looked away again. Su Mu. What Ines and her group want to take away is probably a large amount of gold bars and goods. They realize that Tianlong City is no longer a place where they can stay for long, so they want to leave in advance. I had heard Ines talk about the evacuation before. Kaisen said in a gentle tone. The headquarters of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is in Feiyun City. Now that the Longyin Empire no longer exists, it could be drawn into a large-scale war at any time. Kelly has long considered withdrawing everything. If his father hadn't been the city lord of Feiyun City, he probably would have already transferred the wealth of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce long ago. Who was Kelly? Sumu couldn't help but ask. He could roughly guess, but he still needed Kursen's confirmation. Khalees is the head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Feiyun City, but in reality, he is the true owner behind the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. This is something everyone knows. When Kursen spoke, her face showed disgust and aversion when she heard the name Kelly, as if there was a deeper story between them. Sumu nodded. Kaisen then continued. I guess it's because you rescued me from the secret passage last time that Ines felt unsafe, which is why she wanted to leave the city through the main gate. Their purpose in going out was definitely to meet up with another transport team. Kaisen's gaze fell on Su Mu again, this time for quite some time. This is the news I told you about last time. The goods that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce needs to transport this time need to be delivered to Tianyin City. They are said to be very important goods, and the security deposit has reached 10 billion gold coins. This is very rare. Kaisen's expression was grave. The last time the fruit of the Tree of Life was guaranteed for only 500 million gold coins, but this time the goods have been guaranteed for 10 billion. Chapter 328 The Design. Malor has been captured. If the goods are lost, Kelly will be in serious trouble, because the other party is someone he can't afford to offend. Even if he could actually pay out 10 billion, he would still suffer a huge loss. His reputation among cities would plummet, and no one would dare to cooperate with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in the future. If a Chamber of Commerce loses its credibility, it is not far from collapsing and going bankrupt. After listening to what Kaisen said, Sumu roughly understood. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is somewhat similar to a security escort agency. If the goods being transported are lost, then compensation will be required. Indeed, as Kaisen said, the loss of integrity would be a devastating blow to a Chamber of Commerce. Do you know what this batch of goods actually is? Why is it so important? Sumu asked tentatively. Even though he already knew it was a dragon egg, he still wanted to see if Kaisen knew it too. I'm sorry, I don't know. By the time I received the news, I had already been replaced by Ines. Kaisen sighed softly and spoke with a hint of helplessness. But I know what you need to do now. Kaisen looked at Sumu. Sumu was also looking at her. He smiled slightly, knowing what Kaisen wanted to say. I agree to allow Ines to leave the city. Right. Kaisen had witnessed Su Mu's intelligence and shrewdness. She had a feeling that the city lord's future achievements would definitely not be limited to what she saw now. Lady Ines, Mudson just said he's agreed to give us special treatment and let us out of the city in the middle of the night. Upon receiving the news, the spies rushed to Ines's side to claim credit. Oh, why did he change his mind? Didn't he reject me before? Ines frowned and glanced at her subordinate. Something unusual must be going on. Ines was a smart woman, and she immediately became alert. It is said that Lord Mudson's wife is crying and making a fuss about repairing their mansion, saying that he is now the acting deputy city lord. How come he doesn't have a decent place to live? The couple argued about this and took it out into the street. Many people saw it, and Lord Mutterson even slapped his wife. Hearing her subordinate's report, Ines pursed her lips, then chuckled softly. I knew it. There's no such thing as absolute integrity in this world. It's just that I don't have the desire for it right now. Speak. Ines swayed her hips slightly. Mudson, what exactly do you want? You are wise, sir. The subordinate's gaze was fixed on Ines, his eyes practically darting under her skirt. Mutterson is demanding 20 million gold coins from us. 20 million. Agnes slammed her hand on the table, her face full of anger. Is he insane? How dare he? He's asking for an exorbitant amount. This is insane. Ines couldn't help but be furious. 20 million gold coins. She had originally thought that Mutterson would just ask for 1 million, but she never expected him to be so bold as to ask for 20 million. This is absolutely insane. Do they think the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is stupid? Will they really pay that much? Ines was so angry that her chest heaved. If the secret passage hadn't become unsafe, they wouldn't have needed to beg that bastard Mutterson at all. The subordinate shrank back, but still mustered his courage, and said, "Lady Ines, building a fine mansion does require a lot of money. 20 million may be a bit much, but it is certainly in line with Mutterson's current status. He only agreed to our request after arguing with his wife, so it seems he really needs the money now." The subordinate licked his lips, his gaze once again falling on Ines's heaving chest, wanting to feast his eyes on it before proceeding further. "As for why he's so bold, he just told me that this is something that could cost you your head if you're not careful. That Lord Su-mu has explicitly forbidden people from leaving the city. Not even an ant from Tianlong City can leave. Now he's colluding with a bunch of his subordinates to deceive Su-mu, which naturally requires a considerable cost. That is what he called hush money. So, you think it's reasonable for him to ask for 20 million? Ines stared at her subordinate and snorted. "Of course it's unreasonable." The subordinate smiled. "But the more irrational something is, the more rational it becomes. Someone like Mutterson, who has already gone back on his word once, would you believe he would suddenly ask for 1 million to let someone go?" "Humph," Ines sneered. "You do have some brains." "It's all thanks to Lady Ines's excellent training," the subordinate said, lunging forward and hugging Ines. "Don't do anything rash." Ines reached out to stop his wolfish behavior. "Go and tell Mutterson now that we can give him 20 million. But it's not just once. If there's a need later, he'll need to unconditionally let us through again." "Yes." At the same time, Flying Cloud City, Earl's Mansion. "Young Master Kelly, there's breaking news." Hayward rushed inside and immediately came to Kelly's side, who was dozing off. "What's going on?" An aged voice came through. It belonged to Kelly. Since returning from the forest of the tree spirits of Siam, Kellis's appearance has remained perpetually aged. He now looks older than his father and is completely indifferent to women. He hated the elves to the core. Adding to his woes, the recent war between Flying Cloud City and the Moon Demon clan has made Kellis even more upset. He feels that his life is truly a terrible mess. Since returning from the tree spirit, nothing has gone smoothly. "About the Tizot Holy Horse," Hayward reported excitedly. "Tizot Holy Horse." Kelly sat up abruptly, excited. "Quick, explain yourself." Seeing this, Hayward quickly stepped forward to support the trembling Kelly. "Young Master Kelly, please don't be in a hurry. Don't you remember? Mr. Cohen from the Chamber of Commerce bought a Sky Shuttle Silver Feather Horse before. Just 2 days ago, when they were transporting the Sky Shuttle Silver Feather Horse to Crow City, they were attacked. And the one who attacked them was the sister of the Sky Shuttle Silver Feather Horse, the Sky Shuttle Holy Spirit Horse. It said there's another one named Malor." Hayward shared the information he had received. "And what about her? Where are the people? Where are the horses?" Kelly exclaimed excitedly. The Tizot Holy Horse was his only hope of regaining his youth, and he couldn't help but be excited. "I just received news that it's on its way back and will probably take another 2 days to reach our Feiyun city. Because it was affected by the war." 2 days. Kelly was extremely anxious, but she knew that it was very unsafe outside. "Immediately send more people to ensure the safe return of the Skysock Holy Horse." "Yes." Chapter 329. Slika came looking for us. Because Ines was scheduled to leave the city at dawn, Su-mu first had Mutterson secretly lead a group of men to ambush her. After explaining everything, Su-mu used a teleportation scroll to return to Tianmu Town. Now he's running back and forth, not daring to leave Tianmu Town for too long. After all, the battle between the Moon Demon clan and Feiyun City is still ongoing. Su-mu is thinking about being prepared to lead the undead to attack at any time and deliver a major blow to either side. Of course, which side to choose depends on how the battle goes. He hasn't decided yet. Therefore, in order not to miss any necessary battles, Su-mu could not stay away from Tianmu Town for too long. He can only teleport back to the vicinity of Tianlong City in the middle of the night. This is a good opportunity to test Mudson's command abilities and see if he is up to the task. As soon as Su-mu landed in Tianmu Town, he saw Snowed waiting in the same spot. It seems he has something to report. What? Is there new information to report? Is it about the Moon Demon clan and Flying Cloud City? Su-mu took the initiative to ask. "No, Your Majesty. There is a goblin named Slika who has been waiting outside the territory for a long time and wants to see me. Since the territory is currently inaccessible, I have no choice but to have her wait outside." Snowed reported. "Slika?" Su-mu raised an eyebrow, then her face lit up with joy. "Take me there right now." "Yes." Currently, only Su-mu has the ability to bring people into the territory, so no one else can bring people into the territory except him. He is a very important hub. By the way, Snowed, how is the battle between the Moon Demon Clan and Flying Cloud City going? Sumu asked with concern. He doesn't have many territory shields left. If the Moon Demon Clan and Flying Cloud City can't determine who is stronger, it will be very disadvantageous for him. Sumu was also very anxious about this. Once the territorial shield disappears, the Moon Demons will pose a huge threat to their territory. Who knows if they might change their strategy and suddenly return to attack Tiemu Town. Sumu couldn't guarantee that either. He could only keep a close eye on the battle at the front. In the morning, the Moon Demon Clan and Flying Cloud City went to war. The battle was quite fierce, with Flying Cloud City at a great disadvantage and the Moon Demon Clan winning a major victory. However, it is said that Flying Cloud City has sent reinforcements. Reinforcements may arrive tomorrow. As Snowed followed Sumu, he reported. The Moon Demon Clan is unaware of this news. They have temporarily stopped to rest and recuperate, probably because they cannot see the soldiers of Flying Cloud City. They thought they were no match for them and were very arrogant. Snowed gave his own assessment. He is indeed a member of the Nightshade clan, but he also possesses the ability to think independently, just like a human, and he has his own judgment. Sumu frowned, thought for a moment, and shook his head, saying, It's definitely not that the Moon Demon Clan looks down on the people of Flying Cloud City, but rather that the Moon Demon Clan is also afraid of fighting. They are trying to subdue the enemy without a fight, hoping to suppress Flying Cloud City with a great victory. Let them leave voluntarily. Snod paused for a moment before finally speaking. Perhaps your majesty is right. Snod, spread the message to the Moon Demon Clan that the main force of reinforcements from Flying Cloud City will arrive tomorrow. After a moment's thought, Sumu spoke. Your majesty, aren't we helping them? What if the Moon Demons are prepared? Snowed raised his question, but Sumu shook his finger. You're still too young, Snowed. Believe me, given the nature of the Moon Demon Clan, their first step upon receiving the news will be a night raid on the main force of Flying Cloud City, and they will definitely not be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Sumu smiled confidently and continued. Didn't they want to win without fighting? What kind of good thing is that? If they don't want to fight, then I'll force them to fight. Let's see if they fight or not. Sumu's idea was to greatly deplete the strength of both sides, regardless of which side it was. They're all enemies anyway. Snowed suddenly realized, his dark eyes still processing what Sumu had said. I see. Snowed left. Why are there so many demons around here? Moon Demon warriors who appeared before her. Slika frowned, her face full of displeasure. This is the third time so far today. Attack together. Don't give her a chance. The Moon Demon warriors spoke, and with a flap of his wings, he attacked Slika. 6 months of demon warriors behind. Hurry up and catch up. Snort. Slika snorted, and then she pulled out a small hammer from somewhere. Suddenly, the hammer, which was no bigger than a palm, grew into a huge iron hammer that was more than 2 meters long. This giant hammer is quite imposing. Just by looking at it, you can feel its immense weight. The contrast between the hammer's large size and Slika's petite stature is striking. Surprisingly, the hammer, which looked incredibly heavy, seemed to be as light as a feather in Slika's hands. She swung her weapon with tremendous force, blasting the Moon Demon warrior captain away in one fell swoop. The remaining 6 Moon Demon warriors, under the weight of Slika's wielding giant hammer, found it difficult to get even a fraction closer to her. In a 1v7 situation, Slika firmly holds the advantage. Damn it, Slika's power is terrifying. That hammer must weigh at least several thousand pounds, right? Behind a tree in the distance, Sumu watched Slika fighting the Moon Demon clan, his eyes filled with surprise, astonishment, and shock. He had only been there a short time when he saw the Moon Demon warriors trying to besiege Slika, and his first thought was to help. However, Slika pulled out that big hammer, causing Sumu to stop in his tracks and not even start to help. He wanted to see just how strong Slika was. The result was completely unexpected. Slika doesn't need any help at all. Sumu could roughly gauge the strength of the Moon Demon warriors. Even the weakest among them were capable of rivaling the strength of a Golden Knight. To Sumu's even greater surprise, Slika quickly ended the battle. The 7 Moon Demon warriors were forced to retreat under her giant hammer and were quickly smashed to the ground. Some of them coughed up blood, others had dents in their bodies. They had all suffered injuries of varying degrees. The scene was incredibly captivating, drawing the attention of the only spectator, Sumu. Quick, go help. At this moment, shouts came from the sky again. Sumu looked up and saw 2 more teams, a total of 14 Moon Demon warriors. Seeing their people being so mistreated by Slika, they rushed towards her without saying a word. "Pa, you think I'm easy to bully?" With a sharp cry, Slika put down the giant hammer, then rummaged through her small cloth bag and pulled out a dozen steel balls, which she then scattered into the sky. Chapter 330 The Mechanic Slika. What kind of trick is this? Seeing Slika throw the steel ball into the sky, Sumu subconsciously thought it was an attack method like a bomb. But soon, Slika told him that things weren't that simple. With a loud bang, the steel balls in the sky transformed into Iron Men in a very futuristic way. To be precise, it's not an Iron Man, but rather, damn it, a steel robot. Sumu blurted out, her mouth agape in astonishment. It wasn't that he was naive. Rather, Slika's methods genuinely surprised and shocked him. This shock was even greater than when she picked up that giant hammer. Slika can actually conjure robots? It's as if no one has any help. Slika snorted, rolled up her sleeves, and seemed ready to get down to business. But she was unnecessary. The robots were already engaged in battle with the Moon Demon Warriors. Moreover, Sumu also saw that those so-called robots used magical attacks, and they also had different magical elements. This is really good stuff. Sumu licked her lips, her eyes filled with longing. Men simply cannot resist the tide of steel. Sumu had watched a lot of Transformers before, and was always deeply attracted by the cool robots that could transform. Even though Slika's robot is far from reaching the level of Transformers, it still shares some similarities. Looking at the bigger picture, if these robots are Slika's creation, could she eventually create robots like the Transformers? The thought of these possibilities filled Sumu with excitement, because he knew that anything was possible in this world. The robots are incredibly powerful in combat. The Moon Demon Warriors were ultimately defeated by them. Perhaps the Moon Demon Warriors had no idea how to deal with these iron lumps they were seeing for the first time. First, their bodies are terrifyingly hard. Secondly, they are not afraid of pain, nor are they afraid of direct confrontation. Third, their spellcasting is unpredictable, with no incantation time and no set pattern. Fourth, people always have a natural fear of the unknown. Even the mighty Moon Demons are no exception. With numerous buffs stacked up, the Moon Demon Warriors were defeated. A complete and utter defeat. "Come back, everyone." Slika waved her hand, recalling the robot, then turned around and looked behind her. "Have you seen enough? Aren't you coming out yet? How did you know I was here?" Sumu chuckled and stepped out from behind the tree. Slika had discovered his presence. It seems she is stronger than he imagined. Oh right, Sumu suddenly remembered his mutated insight technique. To be precise, it should be called the deception dispelling technique. Slika Irwin. Race, Goblin. Strength, unknown. Age, 489 years old. Occupation, mechanic. Biography. Elwyn is a high-caste goblin. Slika Elwyn is the youngest daughter of the Elwyn goblin family, and she holds a noble status among the goblins. She possessed exceptional forging talent, but because of her love for tinkering with machinery, she abandoned the forging industry and joined the ranks of mechanics. She traveled throughout mainland China, constantly honing her mechanical skills, searching for like-minded mechanics, and improving herself in the process. She was always shrouded in a veil of mystery. She was a goblin with a wealth of life experience, and stories about her circulated in many cities. This was Sumu's first time using the upgraded and mutated insight technique, and the effect was surprisingly good. The explanation was quite detailed. It's much better than the insight spell that could only display one name before. But soon, Sumu was stunned again, because the feedback from the discerning illusion technique is not yet complete. "I sense Slika Irwin's hostility towards you. What's going on?" Sensing hostility? Sumu was stunned. "It's really difficult to come and find you. You arrived a long time ago, but instead of helping out, you hid far away, hoping to watch the show. How despicable." Slika gave a soft snort and spoke. "Is this your way of treating guests?" After a few words, Sumu roughly understood why Slika was hostile towards him. She was very dissatisfied with what he had just done. "Miss Slika, when I arrived, you were already fighting with the Moon Demons. When you took out the giant hammer, I was stunned. So much so that I didn't act in time." Sumu explained. "What about the second wave of attacks? Why didn't you intervene?" Sumu was both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected Slika to be so detail-oriented. "During the second wave of attacks, you took out those steel balls. When I saw them, I was stunned and so shocked that I forgot to help. So it's my fault." Slika raised an eyebrow, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. "In the end, what's her problem with the relationship? Isn't that so?" Sumu smiled. Your methods have surprised and frightened me. How could I dare to interfere? He changed the subject. However, if you are unhappy, Miss Slaika, you are still free to scold me. After all, as a beautiful and capable young lady, you have special privileges with me. If you're still not satisfied, I've prepared a meal in my territory. Let's go eat our fill first. Then we'll have more energy to curse. Slaika's hostility has vanished. Sumu. Sure enough, every woman likes to be praised, flattered, and coaxed. Sabashini is like that, and Slaika seems to be like that right now. Mr. Sumu, you certainly know how to talk. You should know why I came to see you, right? Slaika stopped dwelling on the fact that Sumu had watched the show without helping. I can probably guess. Sumu nodded. Miss Slaika, you want to agree to a deal with me, right? When Sumu first met Slaika in Fu Ningyu's territory, he had a conversation with her. At that time, Sumu raised a question. Why does Slaika create battle armor? He was even willing to exchange several kilograms of intelligent mechanical metal for this answer. Slaika's response was that she should think about it. She's here now, most likely because of this. She must have agreed. Otherwise, she could have just left. Why did she need to make a special trip to find Sumu? You are very smart, Mr. Sumu. Slaika smiled slightly. I'm willing to make a deal with you. That's great. Sumu extended his hand. What do you mean? Slaika didn't understand the meaning of his action. Why did he suddenly reach out his hand to her? Miss Silica, it's dangerous outside. Let's go inside the territory and talk. You don't want to continue facing attacks from the Moon Demon Warriors, do you? Sumu explained. My current territory is protected, and I can only enter using a teleportation scroll. The way to do that is for you to hold my hand. Actually, Sumu could have given Slaika another teleportation scroll. That way, you can go in without holding hands. But Sumu did not do that, and those who understand will naturally understand why. All right. A slight hesitation, Silica still extended her hand. Chapter 331. Have all the materials for making the magic rocket launcher been gathered? Goblin, Slaika female. Age, 489 years, 5 months, and 23 days. Job suitability. Crafting LV5, Forging LV6, Mechanics LV6, Construction LV6, Scriptwriting LV3. Special talent tags. Goblin strength, Mechanical intelligence, Mental synergy, Magical enchantment, unknown. Sumu was surprised when he saw Slaika's information. Forging LV6, Mechanics LV6, and Construction LV6. Leaving aside the first two, Sumu, the key points are architecture and scripture, which are truly novel to him. But soon, Sumu remembered that he had heard Serena mention that there was a profession on the continent that specialized in making magic scrolls, called the Scroll Maker. So, this compilation text should be the meaning of the compiler? As for architecture, Sumu had heard Serena mention that architects did exist on this continent, and they could imbue things like city walls with power to enhance their defensive capabilities. It can also design very reasonable buildings according to the terrain. Architects and chefs are the same. Both are professions that require certification. To be honest, this was the first time Sumu had ever seen someone possess both architectural and rune talents. Slaika is definitely a rare and highly talented individual. He's a true prodigy with incredible talent. Goblin Might. A talent exclusive to high-ranking goblins, capable of lifting objects 1,000 times their own body weight. Upon seeing this talent tag, Sumu recalled the hammer that Slaika had wielded before. No wonder. So it turns out there's a natural talent bonus. That's really freakish. If her own weight is 1,000 times greater than her own, doesn't that mean that Slaika can easily lift something weighing 10,000 jin? Thinking of how the Moon Demon Warriors had been smashed to pieces, Sumu couldn't help but shudder. The goblin's immense strength is terrifying. Mechanical wisdom. Like many mechanics, she always stays ahead of the curve, possessing a unique understanding of machinery and consistently leading the way, surpassing everyone else in the industry. This is a talent exclusive to mechanics, and it means very simply that Slaika will be better than other mechanics in the same industry. Psychic connection. Able to communicate with machines, understand their inner thoughts, and create machines with a 10% chance of being a top-tier item. When Sumu first saw the coincidence of the mind, he didn't quite understand it, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it should be similar to the careful cultivation on Coco Lu's body. For example, when crafting machinery, Slaika can typically achieve epic-level quality with just a few steps. But when she triggers the mental coincidence, talent, an epic quality item might become legendary or ancient quality. The only difference is that Slaika can also communicate with machines. Are they talking? Or does it mean to have a spiritual exchange? Sumu was quite curious about this talent. Magical empowerment can imbue machines with magical energy, granting them their own elemental powers. Upon seeing this, Sumu roughly understood why the robot that Slaika had thrown out earlier could breathe fire and water. Emotions are the reason for her magic empowerment talent. But what Sumu is curious about now is whether this magical empowerment is unique to Slaika. Or is it that all mechanics can do this? Mr. Sumu, we have entered the territory. Just as Sumu was thinking, Slaika's voice rang in his ears. Excuse me. Realizing what was happening, Sumu quickly let go of Slaika's hand. But Slaika's next words made him freeze. Mr. Sumu, if I remember correctly, teleportation scrolls don't necessarily require two people to hold hands to teleport, right? You can give me one on my own. The effect is the same, right? Slaika stared at Sumu with a meaningful look. Haha. Sumu quickly switched the subject. By the way, Miss Slaika, you must be a mechanic, right? Have you ever heard of magic rocket launchers and dragon frame cannons? Slaika could easily tell that Sumu was changing the subject, but she didn't say anything more and nodded. I've heard of it. The dragon frame cannon is relatively simple, but the magic rocket cannon is much more complicated. Just collecting all the materials to make it is no easy task. In some city-states, blueprints for making magic rocket launchers are still available for sale. It's just that the difficulty in collecting materials has led to a lack of attention to the magic rocket launcher. But if it can be made, it still has great power. Slaika said, glancing at Sumu curiously. Mr. Sumu, you can ask this because you possess the design blueprints for the magic rocket launcher and the dragon frame cannon. Am I right? Having already decided to make a deal with Sumu, Slaika had no reason to hide her identity. Miss Slaika, you are very clever. Sumu smiled and praised. I knew it. A look of composure and confidence flashed across Silica's face. However, I can tell you the truth. I don't have the materials to make a magic rocket launcher. So even though I'm a mechanic and can participate in the manufacturing, I can't cook without rice. I can't help you either, Mr. Sumu. Slaika guessed that Sumu probably had the blueprints and wanted her to help make them. Therefore, she politely declined his offer by citing issues with the materials. This move was truly ingenious. But soon, Slaika noticed the smile on Sumu's face, a mischievous smile. She frowned slightly. Did we make a mistake in one of the steps? Miss Slaika, you are very clever, but you seem to have made a mistake. Sumu smiled slightly and said slowly. I have gathered all the materials to make the magic rocket launcher. What? Slaika looked incredulous. Mr. Sumu, do you know that talking nonsense will drastically lower your impression of me? I have no interest in cooperating with someone who has no credibility. Slaika's tone sounded very harsh, and you could tell she was angry. As a mechanic, Slaika was well aware of the difficulty in gathering all the materials needed to build a magic rocket launcher. Even in the most prosperous, famous, and populous city-states on the continent, gathering the materials to make a magic rocket launcher is not a simple or easy task for their king. Because the materials are not concentrated in one place, but need to come from all over the world, requiring huge financial resources to support the search, transportation, and so on. This series of complex conditions led Slaika to disbelieve that Sumu had gathered all the materials. In her view, places like the Dragon Roar Empire and the Miluo Forest were extremely backward. It was nowhere near as prosperous as the cities she had ever seen before. In Slaika's eyes, Sumu's territory was more like a backward, primitive tribe. So it's not that she didn't want to believe it, but that the circumstances didn't allow it. Chapter 332 shocked Slaika. Sumu's mind raced. He had only intended to tell Slaika the news and see if she could help make the dragon frame cannon and the magic rocket launcher. Offer Slaika Omnic Metal as payment if she so desired. This was Sumu's initial idea. Now, Sumu's thoughts have changed. It was entirely thanks to Slaika's reaction. Mr. Sumu, perhaps your blueprints are incomplete, and you have only obtained one or two materials, which is why you think you have collected them all. At this moment, sensing the awkward atmosphere, Slaika tried to ease the tension. If that's the case, I can understand, because you don't know how difficult it is to collect all the materials for a magic rocket launcher. Alright, let's move on from this topic. Slaika had already found a ladder for Sumu, but Sumu didn't manage to climb down. Miss Silica, do you have the guts to make a bet with me? What are we betting on? Slaika frowned. She's not interested in making a bet, but if you ask her if she has the guts, Slaika will get angry. The goblin race has no shortage of courage. After all these years of traveling around the world, is Slaika a coward? When it comes to the dignity of the goblin race, Slaika will not say no. This is exactly the effect that Sumu hoped to see. He smiled slightly. Miss Silica, I bet my magic rocket launcher blueprints are complete, and I have indeed gathered all the necessary materials. If I'm missing even one thing, I lose. Otherwise, you win. How about it? Do you dare to come? Sumu looked at Slika provocatively, trying to provoke her ambition. It has to be said, Sumu succeeded. Slika is a goblin who values dignity highly. She knew that by walking on this continent, she represented not only Slika, the goblin, but also her entire race. What's the stake? Slika asked directly. If you lose, you'll stay in my territory and help me build the magic rocket launcher. That's not too much to ask, is it? Sumu put forward his request. On the contrary, if I lose, I will give you 1,000 kilograms of intelligent metal and apologize for my presumptuous behavior. Okay, Slika agreed without hesitation, adding casually. The stakes are unequal, and I won't take advantage of you. If you win, I'll make you not only a magic rocket launcher, but even a dragon-shaped cannon, and I'll provide you with all the materials you don't have. Slika continued. But let me tell you, I need to see 1,000 pounds of intelligent metal before I'll bet with you. Goodness. Slika is quite cunning. It seems like Sumu will benefit, but the key point is that he will only bet with you after seeing 1,000 kilograms of intelligent mechanical metal. Sumu smiled slightly. He had already seen through Slika's subtext. Of course. If I don't have any chips, I naturally won't gamble with you, Miss Slika. Sumu gestured for them to proceed. Please. Good. Slika strode forward, her expression subtly unsettling, as if she were desperately suppressing something. In fact, when Sumu mentioned 1,000 kilograms of intelligent mechanical metal, Slika had already labeled him in her mind. Arrogant, conceited, brainless, nonsensical, and spouting nonsense. As for why, it's quite simple. Mecha metal isn't like cabbage in the ground. You can't just dig it up whenever you want. That is extremely rare and something that can only be encountered by chance. You'd be fine with 100 pounds, but 1,000 pounds? It wasn't that Slika looked down on Sumu, but rather that she felt the other party was completely fooling her, making fun of her, and toying with her. Therefore, Slika was very unhappy and dissatisfied. She had been suppressing her emotions, and she had already decided that when the time came, she would immediately expose Sumu's hypocritical mask, ignore him, and cancel the deal between the two of them. Sumu was unaware of all this. He walked ahead, guiding Slika forward. Soon, when Slika saw the dark, seemingly heavy mechanical metal weighing 1,000 pounds, she was completely shocked. Real? This is really AI metal. Slika could hardly believe it. Of course, Miss Slika, you are welcome to come forward and take a look. Sumu gestured for him to proceed. Without hesitation, Slika stepped forward and picked up the black metal to examine it carefully. It's real AI metal. Slika is still able to distinguish between real and fake. As a mechanic, being able to identify the metal being manufactured is a basic requirement. Mr. Sumu, I didn't expect you to actually have so much intelligent metal. Slika made a gesture that Sumu couldn't understand and said, This is our goblin race's way of apologizing. Just now, I had deep doubts in my heart about the authenticity of this matter. I apologize for this. Sumu smiled generously and waved his hand, saying, Nothing. I know how difficult it is to obtain AI metal, so it's normal for you to doubt me, Miss Slika. There's no need to feel sorry. Sumu took 2 steps forward, walked to the innermost room, and pushed the door open. Miss Slika, take another look and see what's in here. Hiss. Slika took a closer look and immediately gasped. Omnic metal. A whole room full of intelligent mechanical metal. Mr. Sumu, you? Slika's face was filled with utter shock. How did you do that? This is AI metal. Yeah, this is AI metal, not the potatoes and cabbages in the field. Of intelligent metals that were extremely rare for Slika. At this moment, Slika was beyond words in her shock. She really wanted to ask, Mr. Sumu, who did you rob? Sumu was very satisfied with the expression on Slika's face. He took 2 steps forward and opened another door. Miss Silica, look inside. This? Slika took a closer look and soon sighed. She stared at Sumu with a complicated expression. Mr. Sumu, it seems you had this all planned out, waiting for me to fall into your trap step by step. Inside the room were the materials for making the magic rocket launcher, neatly stacked and easily recognizable. No wonder Slika looked so resentful. Sumu was well prepared. He had dug a trap for her to fall into. Haha. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Miss Silica. Sumu extended his hand. I look forward to your guidance within our territory from now on. Slika shook her head, staring at Sumu's handsome face for a long time. Finally, She also reached out and gently shook his hand, everything understood without words. Keeping Slaika around to make the magic rocket launcher is Su-Mu's first step. The second step is to keep her here permanently. Can't let Slaika be on guard right from the start, can we? You have to eat one bite at a time. You need to understand this principle. Late at night, Su-Mu teleported to the vicinity of Tianlong City, accompanied by Yulila. Chapter 333 Kaisen's Wisdom and Vision. That night, the moonlight was cool and refreshing. What is our main purpose in coming here today? Yulila took the initiative to speak, breaking the silence between her and Su-Mu. I don't know why. Even now, whenever she sees Su-Mu's face, the events of last night involuntarily come to mind. Last night, he held her in his arms and rushed to the ice cellar. Before this, Yulila didn't even know what shyness was. But after what happened last night, she couldn't help but feel shy and embarrassed whenever she saw Su-Mu. After all, Su-Mu was the man who had seen most of her body. The only man. Yulila harbored a vague and inexplicable affection for him. However, she herself was unaware of it. What can we do on a dark and stormy night? Robbery, of course. Su-Mu smiled mysteriously. Robbery. Yulila clearly didn't understand what it meant. A rival chamber of commerce is transporting valuables tonight, and we're here to rob them. Of course, my goal isn't just the money, but also the dragon egg they were transporting. Trust those you employ, and don't employ those you don't trust. Su-Mu dared to bring Yulila here, so naturally he wasn't afraid to tell her the truth. A dragon egg? Yulila asked in surprise. Are you sure you're transporting dragon eggs? The demons are not ignorant of news from the mainland. They know that dragons are at the top of the food chain on the mainland. Many people may never see it even once in their lifetime, let alone possess it. Lilua was naturally surprised by the dragon egg that Su-Mu mentioned. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we see the actual product, won't we? Let's go? Su-Mu walked ahead as she spoke. Yulila didn't hesitate and quickly followed. Soon, at the agreed location, Su-Mu and the team, led by Mudson, successfully met up. How about it? Have you seen the Chamber of Commerce troops I mentioned? Su-Mu asked. Although he knew that information from the intelligence system was generally reliable, he still needed to confirm the location. We saw the adults, but we were afraid they would notice us, so we didn't dare to get too close. Mutterson lowered his voice and reported. My lord, the team sent by Ines has begun its march in the southeast, and the two teams will soon meet up. Have you found out how many experts they sent? Su-Mu continued to inquire about the situation. If Mudson can grasp this situation, he can determine the operational strategy. There were many strong individuals, so Su-Mu devised a plan to separate them and defeat them one by one. If there aren't many, then catch them all. Sir, there's simply no way to investigate thoroughly. Mutterson said with a bitter expression. Our scouts spotted 2 Supreme Knights on the outskirts today, but we don't really know the specifics. They are very strong. I was afraid they would detect our presence beforehand, so I didn't dare to go too deep. Mutterson's words were not without merit. In Su-Mu's territory, he always sent Yi-Mei to gather information, so the information he received was very accurate. After all, the existence of Nightshade is something that others cannot detect. Apart from demons, no one else should be able to sense Nightshade's exact location, no matter how strong they are. Therefore, this is where Nightshade's power lies. Su-Mu overlooked the strength of Mutterson and his group. They are human beings. Your thinking is not without reason. Su-Mu nodded, without blaming Mutterson. Being cautious is a good thing, not a bad thing. I can probably provide some information. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Su-Mu, and he turned around to look. Miss Kaisen, what brings you here? I asked Mutterson to bring me along as well. Kaisen stepped forward and said, I can tell you that the most powerful member of the Cloud Dragon Merchant Guild is a master at the level of a divine knight. I only know one, and that guy is called Putron. This is a very important matter. They will definitely send him. They will not treat it lightly. Kursin continued her analysis. As for whether others will come to help, that's something I can't speculate on. Divine Knight. Su-Mu turned to look at Yulila beside him. That's roughly Yulila's current strength, right? I wonder if Yulila can handle it. Even if we can handle it, what if the Cloud Dragon Merchant Guild has more than one Divine Knight? Given the importance of the Dragon Egg, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce would probably mobilize the entire organization to transport it out. So, the situation doesn't seem very clear. Su-Mu frowned. He was only thinking about seizing the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's goods, without considering the overall strength of his own side. Mudson and his men were relatively good at handling ordinary warfare. But it's simply impossible to deal with an existence like the Divine Knight. In battles of that level, sending countless soldiers would only result in pointless sacrifices. Sumu felt that she had oversimplified things. Just as Sumu was hesitating, Kai Xian suddenly stepped forward. Lord Sumu, you don't need to feel embarrassed because of their strength. I can tell you that this is the best time to deal with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. I naturally have my own confidence in this. Kursen's words are not hard to understand. She was simply conveying a message to Sumu. She already has a solution. Go on, Sumu said, glancing at her. Kaisen smiled slightly and began to speak. My lord, with your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult for you to figure out that we were able to obtain this information. So, will other people also receive this information? The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce has made quite a few enemies. There are many chambers of commerce that want to bring them down. Before Kaisen could finish speaking, Sumu had already understood. You mean, besides us, there are others who have already received the news and are just waiting for the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce to gather. Then they will decisively attack them and steal the goods? Kaisen nodded. I wouldn't say for sure, but there's at least an 80% chance. As soon as Kaisen finished speaking, Sumu's intelligence system beeped. 5-star intelligence. The Cloud Dragon Merchant Guild's team has been targeted by a team from Turlin City, and a battle will break out soon. Intelligence analysis. The team from Trench City consists of members of the Trench City Sea Dragon Merchant Guild. They are highly trained, and their leaders are the Divine Knights, Kells and Mordrin. Intelligence alert. The Sea Dragon Merchant Guild's target is the Cloud Dragon Merchant Guild's goods, and the Giant Dragon Egg is also part of their plan. It is advised that the host not forcibly intervene in the battle, but observe first before deciding on any action. 6-star value intelligence. The Yunlong Merchant Guild's team has been targeted by a team from Luolin City, and a battle will break out soon. Intelligence analysis. The continuous intelligence alerts caused Su Mu's gaze towards Kai Xian to change. Chapter 334 Roland City. Jike Roland. Kaisen is definitely not a jinx. Whatever she says is true. She possesses her own wisdom and discerning judgment. Sumu admired her for this. After all, without Kaisen's reminder, Sumu might not have thought of this layer of interests. If they were able to discover that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce was transporting important supplies, couldn't others have received the news and known in advance? The truth will out. No matter how high or good the confidentiality of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is, there will still be loopholes. Lord Sumu, you don't distrust me, do you? Seeing Sumu looking her up and down, Kaisen thought he was questioning her judgment and decision, and couldn't help but speak up. I trust your judgment. Let's observe further. Sumu waved his hand, signaling Mutterson to have his men stand still, maintain a quiet environment, and avoid being discovered. That's good. Kaisen smiled slightly, then quickly looked away. No way. She didn't know what had possessed her today. Whenever she met Sumu's gaze, she couldn't help but feel shy, blush, and her heart would race, and she would start having fantasies about him. Kaisen felt like she was going crazy. She's not that desperate for a man, is she? But there's one thing she has to admit. Sumu is really handsome and charming. Watching Kaisen's somewhat flustered retreating figure, Sumu helplessly scratched his head. He wasn't stupid. He could sense that Kaisen's gaze towards him was practically dripping with sarcasm. The effect of this succubus's will is simply too powerful. He's a womanizer. Fearing that his spies would be discovered, Sumu sent the more capable Yulala to gather intelligence. He received feedback very quickly. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's team was attacked before they could even regroup. They were attacked by a group from the Hailong Chamber of Commerce. See, Lord Sumu, I wasn't wrong. Upon hearing the news, Kaisen smiled happily, with a hint of pride in her expression. I knew there were no secrets in the world. The Hailong Chamber of Commerce is the biggest rival of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. They wish the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce would come down. Not bad. Sumu, who already knew that Kaisen's judgment was correct, remained calm and made no move. Seeing this, Kaisen reminded her. Lord Sumu, it's time to march. When their two armies clash, one of them is bound to be wounded. This is our best chance to strike. Take advantage of their weakest moment and wipe them out. No rush, Sumu waved his hand. Isn't there a rush? Kaisen frowned. If they finish fighting and leave, we'll miss the best opportunity. Mudson also looked at Sumu, and he felt that this was also the best time to march. They are 20 kilometers away from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, and it will take some time to get there. Wait a little longer. Sumu still did not change his mind. Kursen and Mutterson exchanged a glance and said nothing more. Here, Sumu has the most say, whatever he says goes. All they have to do is obey. Mudson understands this better than anyone. As a soldier, obeying orders from superiors is my duty. Yu Liluo, continue the investigation. Sumu gave the instructions. Oh. Yu Lilu didn't know why Sumu had repeatedly asked her to investigate, but she didn't ask any further questions and gracefully left. Another hour has passed. Yu Liluo hasn't returned yet. Kaisen grew anxious and went to Sumu's side again. Aren't we going to send troops? Wait a little longer. Those were Sumu's 3 words, as always, in response. It'll be too late if we wait any longer, Kaisen said. The Hailong Chamber of Commerce is stronger than the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. If the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is completely defeated, it will be difficult for us to keep them here. Our best approach is to engage in a 3-way struggle, muddying the waters and preventing them from recovering. You have a point, Sumu nodded. That makes sense. Quickly tell them to get moving. Kaisen's face lit up with joy. She was even more anxious than Sumu himself. She desperately wanted to see the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce collapse. This is a fantastic opportunity. You make a good point, but let's wait a little longer. Sumu smiled slightly and added the next sentence. You? Kaisen's face stiffened, and then, knowing she couldn't change Sumu's mind, she could only stomp her foot. Whatever. If you wait any longer, they'll run away. You'll regret it then. Snort. Kaisen was a little angry. Su Mumming said that what she said made sense, but still wanted to wait a little longer. He didn't listen at all. He was just making fun of her. She looked at Su Mu's handsome face with some displeasure. Just as Kaisen was about to leave, she noticed Yu Liluo had returned, so she could only stay where she was. What's going on? Sumu asked. The other branch of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce successfully joined forces to deal with the Hailong Chamber of Commerce. However, the Hailong Chamber of Commerce has a stronger foundation than the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Instead of being at a disadvantage, they actually have the advantage. Yu Liluo replied. See. Kaisen spread her hands and glanced at Sumu. Don't wait any longer, or it will be too late. You haven't finished explaining the situation yet, have you? Sumu ignored Kai Xin and continued to look at Yu Liluo. Just when the Hailong Chamber of Commerce was about to crush the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, another team appeared. To be precise, they are an army from Roland City. Yu Liluo finished speaking. Kaisen, who was standing next to her, suddenly said in a trembling voice. Luo Lynching got involved too. Are you sure? I'm sure. Yu Liluo was certain she hadn't misheard. Miss Kaisen, do you know anything about Luolin City? It was Sumu who spoke. Luolin City, originally named Chiming City, was occupied by a female field army leader named Jike Luolin when the Dragon Roar Empire declared its collapse. They killed the original city lord, Milson, took control of Chiming City, and renamed it Roland City. A female leader of a field army? Sumu clearly didn't have a strong concept of the term field army. Field army generally refers to soldiers who do not submit to imperial rule and have privately established their own armies. They do not have cities and roam the wilderness, but they should not be underestimated. Because field armies gather all kinds of talented people, possessing limitless possibilities. Kaisen said with a serious expression. It is said that Zeke Rolling is extremely beautiful. With her face and figure, she has gathered a large number of powerful people around her to serve her. For this, she is willing to sell her body and soul. Within just 2 months, 8 major cities radiating outwards from Roland City have been captured by Jik Roland. Tianlong City was once in danger of being occupied, but for some reason, Zeke Rolling suddenly stopped his conquest. As Kaisen spoke, her gaze fell on Sumu, her tone slightly regretful. If Luo Lynching also gets involved, then I advise you to give up. There must be something they need among the supplies from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Jek Rolling is a madwoman. She has legendary knights and legendary mages by her side. We can't afford to mess with her. That's why I'm afraid. Sumu. Chapter 335 says it all. But I'm still going to do it. Is that Luo Lin City really that strong? Is there really no way for us to deal with it? As soon as Sumu finished speaking, Mutterson couldn't wait to step forward and express his own thoughts. Yes, Lord City Lord. I have also heard about Jike Rolling's deeds. She is indeed a madwoman, just as Miss Kaisen said. Mutterson never expected that things would be connected to Roland City. This was a huge problem. As a permanent resident of Tianlong City and a captain-level officer in the army, Mutterson had heard a lot about Zeke Rolling. Every time she conquered a city, she would massacre more than 10,000 civilians. In her words, it was a sacrifice to choose a new ruler, but in reality, she wanted to intimidate the people and make them obediently accept her rule without any resistance. Mutterson wanted to tell Sumu everything he knew, and he wanted Sumu to understand just how terrifying this woman named Jike Rowling really was. Not only that, Zeke Rowling also sealed off the city, drastically changed the currency, introduced gold coins printed with her own portrait, and stipulated that residents of the city were only allowed to use her currency, or else they would be killed. She forcibly conscripted laborers to dig canals and move mountains for her own amusement, causing widespread suffering and resentment among the people. Moreover, whenever she was unhappy, she would kill the nobles in the city and forcibly seize their land for her own use. Mutson knew quite a lot, and he was still describing it vividly. Because she had 2 legendary magic gods and 2 legendary knights by her side, many nobles were both afraid of her and dared not resist her at all. She was licentious and prone to believing slander. Even if a slave praised her for being beautiful, she would immediately bestow upon him a noble title or official rank. It can be said that because of her existence, the entire southern region was in chaos, and the people even called her the Great Demon or the Devil Ruler. Listening to Mutson's account, Sumu raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that Zeke Rowling really that perverted? Of course, I would never lie to you, Lord City Lord. You are just that monstrous. Thinking that Sumu was already somewhat wary and did not intend to take action against Luo Lin City, Mutterson was also delighted. He said, Moreover, I think you know the strength of our previous city lord, Andrew. Najik Rowling used her own body to control for legendary beings who served her. She rules over 9 cities, and she can easily mobilize millions of troops. With our current strength, we really have no way to deal with her. That's right. Kaisen nodded in agreement. Mr. Mutterson is absolutely right. We should leave as soon as possible and avoid getting too involved with Roland City. It would be a loss if this attracted their attention. Kerson's words also carried a sense of relief. Now I think it was absolutely right of you to say to wait a bit. Otherwise I really wouldn't have known that this matter was related to Luo Lin City. Okay, we've finally escaped unscathed. If Sumu had listened to her and marched ahead, they would definitely have encountered the people of Luo Lin City. The chain reaction that would be triggered would be something they could not afford. Thinking of this, Kaisen felt incredibly fortunate. Now, in her view, Sumu's insistence on his own opinion wasn't such a bad thing. Okay. Sumu nodded, as if he understood. Seeing that he finally listened to their advice, Kerson and Mutterson breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at each other and saw the relief on each other's faces. They smiled at each other, appreciating their seamless teamwork. They all thought they had persuaded Sumu. Little did they know that Sumu's next words would make them both freeze in shock, their smiles instantly turning to ice. Let's go, Mutson. Give the order that we prepare to march. The army is heading straight for Roland City. Sumu waved his hand and gave the order, then took the lead and walked ahead of the main force. Wait, Lord Sumu, didn't you say you understood? Kaisen quickly chased after her. Yes, is there a problem with that? Sumu glanced at Kaixin. You understand, yet you still want to provoke Luo Lin City. Kaisen was extremely anxious. Does he understand or not? Or are you pretending to know when you don't? That's right, sir. Mutterson and Kaisen followed Sumu's footsteps, one on each side. They were all extremely anxious. Lauren City, Zeke Lauren, is infamous. That's no joke. I understand. But is there any necessary conflict between that and my choice to provoke them? Sumu looked at Mutterson and Kaisen, who were blocking his way, shrugged, and said. Seeing that Mutterson and the other person were still in shock, Sumu continued walking forward. Yulilua didn't speak. She quietly followed Sumu and walked with him. Lilua listened to what Mutterson and Kaisen said, and she roughly knew what kind of person Luo Linqing was. But she knew from the beginning that Sumu would not be able to skip it no matter what. He's not the kind of person who won't do something because he's afraid. As expected, Yulilua's intuition was correct. Aren't these two things contradictory? Kaisen looked at Mutterson, completely bewildered. Well, I think so. Mutson wasn't entirely sure either. Sumu and the others timed it perfectly. When they arrived, the battle was not yet completely over. Moreover, Kerson and Mutterson also noticed that besides the Hailong Chamber of Commerce, Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, and Luolin City, there was another force on the field. Rock Shield Emperor Dragon. To be precise, it's the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon clan. A total of over 100 Rock Shield Emperor Dragons were mixed in with the battle. They were over 3 meters long, so they were very easy to spot from a distance and could be seen clearly even in the dark. How come these big guys are among them too? Mutson licked his dry lips, a look of confusion flashing across his face. Rock Shield Emperor dragons are beings whose strength rivals that of Holy Spirit Knights, but their defensive capabilities are truly astonishing. Even ordinary Holy Spirit Knights cannot break through their defenses. Because of their excellent defense, many people like to tame them as riding pets. When marching, it's incredibly cool to sit on one. Mudson said these words without realizing it. As he said these words, a fervent look flashed across his face. A knight who doesn't want to be a dragon knight is not a good knight. Besides riding horses, Mutterson also longed to ride other things. And this Rock Shield Emperor dragon is undoubtedly an excellent choice. To some extent, they are similar to horses, and are even much faster than horses. Chapter 336 Ululaw, what exactly are you trying to do? A type of earth dragon with powerful earth elemental defense, yet possessing the speed of a whirlwind. It can be said that the Rock Shield Emperor dragon is absolutely the dream beast of knights, the mount they have always longed for. This was true not only in Mutterson's eyes, but in the eyes of any knight. However, the Rock Shield Emperor dragon is so powerful that they simply cannot tame it. Becoming a dragon knight is not such a simple matter. Unlike Mudson, Kesson's focus is on whether the battle is now a three-way fight. Shield Emperor dragon has also joined. It turned into a chaotic four-way battle. Moreover, because there are hundreds of Rock Shield Emperor dragons, even though they do not have a numerical advantage, their strength is enough to cause great trouble for the human team. Everyone is exhausted from dealing with the Rock Shield Emperor dragon. For a time, the battle scene was extremely chaotic. If that's the case, we might actually have a chance. After assessing the situation, Kaisen looked at Su-mu and said excitedly, "Currently, it seems that Roland City has not sent any powerful beings of the legendary rank. Their strongest seems to be only a divine knight. But even 4 divine knights are having a lot of trouble facing so many Rock Shield Emperor dragons. We can wear them down and then take advantage of the chaos to kill and plunder them." "Of course I know everything you're saying." Su-mu smiled slightly, already confident of success. Grasp of the situation was more precise than anyone else's. Not long ago, the intelligence system not only detected the presence of Roland City, but also the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon clan. Moreover, the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon clan is not a type of monster that will actively attack humans. The reason they attack humans is because they have smelled the scent of dragon eggs. It's fair to say that the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon's target is also the dragon egg. For them, dragon eggs are an excellent tonic. Absorbing the nutrients from dragon eggs will elevate their strength to a new level. That's why the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon launched its attack regardless of everything. Su-mu learned all of this through the intelligence system. That's why he insisted on coming. Of course, Su-mu absolutely needs the dragon egg. Even if that Zeke Rolling is portrayed as a great demon, he will not be afraid. The timid starve, the bold feast. Those who are hesitant and indecisive are destined to never achieve great things. Su-mu is not that kind of person. Kaisen didn't say anything more. She knew that what Su-mu said was true. He knew everything she said. Was it just a coincidence? Were we so lucky to run into the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon clan's attack? Kaisen started beating her own little drum in her heart. Or is it that he's not afraid of Zeke Rolling at all? Or does he have a trump card that I don't know about? A trump card that makes him unafraid of Zeke Rolling, unafraid of legendary powerhouses. As Kaisen gazed at Su-mu's handsome profile, she grew increasingly curious about him and found him more and more mysterious. Time passed second by second. Lay in wait, quietly awaiting orders. They are waiting for the perfect opportunity, the perfect moment to strike. An opportunity to attack from the flank and instantly clean up the mess. Ready to move out? Raise your hand as the signal. Su-mu patted Mutterson on the shoulder. Mudson quickly turned around and relayed the order to the soldiers one by one. Walk. Su-mu raised his right hand and suddenly leaped forward. Needless to say, the Hailong Chamber of Commerce and the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce have all suffered casualties. All that's left is Roland City and the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon clan. However, the situation for the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon clan wasn't much better. Many of them died or were injured, and in the end, only about 10 were still able to stand upright. Looking at the 4 divine knights in Roland City, 3 of them have already been killed or wounded, and they have less than 1,000 soldiers left. Many of these 1,000 people were severely injured and exhausted. If not now, when? Su-mu had been waiting for this moment. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He is neither the mantis nor the oriole, but the sole victor of the night. Rush! Kill them! A roar mixed with disordered footsteps came from behind. Seeing the army filing out, the Roland City troops who were fighting panicked. How come there are still people hiding in the shadows? They had already scouted the area beforehand, and there was absolutely no one else within a 20-kilometer radius. Why did Luo Linqing wait until the Hailong Chamber of Commerce and the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce were locked in a fierce battle before making his move? Because they were very cautious and had a very detailed understanding of the surrounding situation. It can be said that the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon was an accident. But they are not people. They are a group that lives in the forest. There's simply no way to control it. Just when it seemed that the unexpected incident involving the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon was about to be resolved, another unexpected incident suddenly occurred. The people of Roland City are about to explode. Regardless of whether he was mentally on the verge of exploding or not, Su Mu, wielding his demonic dragon hornblade, charged menacingly towards the middle-aged man in the center of the crowd. That's his goal for tonight. He is also the only remaining divine knight in Roland City, Demings. Su Mu wanted to use Demings to test just how strong he had become. Demings had clearly noticed the imposing Su Mu as well, and he drew his knight's greatsword, ready to meet him. Su Mu leaped high into the air, executing a stealth attack, and swung the demonic dragon hornblade forward with a fierce blow. Uft! A crisp sound rang out. The body of the divine knight Demings was split in two. He died without ever understanding how he died. Demings stared incredulously at the young man before him. He actually managed to kill him, a divine knight. He's so young. Demings' body crashed to the ground, his blood staining the earth red. Lord Demings is dead. Lord Demings is dead. Retreat! 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 Run! The soldiers of Roland City realized the seriousness of the situation. With their strongest fighter, Demings, dead, they had lost all will to fight and scattered, fleeing in all directions. Don't let them get away. Kill them all. Su Mu's voice echoed through the night sky, tinged with a hint of anger. Kill them. Mutterson raised his knight's sword and took the lead, beheading a soldier from Roland. You Liluo, what exactly do you want? Lilu with a speechless expression. What's wrong with me? Yu Liluo flicked the black blade in her hand and looked at Su Mu with an innocent expression. Why did you kill him? Su Mu pointed at Demings' corpse. I was hoping to exchange a few blows with him, but who knew you'd kill him with a single strike? Su Mu was speechless and even felt somewhat aggrieved. He swung his dragon hornblade. Demings was killed by Yu Liluo. It's like he was having a great time when he was suddenly stopped. This feeling is just too awful. That's it. Yu Liluo rolled her eyes back. Then her figure flashed and disappeared in front of Su Mu. Su Mu. Yu Liluo has become much stronger. Chapter 337 Luo Wuxi. Level 5 Lord. The battle ended quickly. The people of Luolin City had already suffered heavy losses, and now that their commander had died, they instantly collapsed and fled in all directions. Pursued by the Tianlong City soldiers led by Mutterson, they had no chance of escape, not to mention that Yu Liluo had joined the battle. Her figure moved through the crowd like a ghost, and wherever she went, a swift stroke of her knife would inevitably leave behind a cloud of blood mist. That's too ruthless. Seeing Yu Liluo's performance, Su Mu clicked his tongue. Even though Divine Knight Demings was split in two and his strength was greatly depleted, he was still Divine Knight. From that moment on, Su Mu knew that Yu Liluo had become much, much stronger. As for how strong she was, he didn't have a rough idea. He'd have to ask her when he had time. Alright, I want to raise a demon dragon hornblade too. Su Mu suddenly remembered that his demonic dragon hornblade could only be upgraded by reaping lives. He has to join this battle. But by then, the battle was over. Su Mu. Lord City Lord, what should we do next? Mudson stepped forward to receive the order, his face still bearing the lingering excitement of the battle. Have the soldiers transport everything back. After thinking for a moment, Su Mu gave the order. Also, take all the Rock Shield Emperor dragons back, whether they're dead or alive. If the people on site can't do it, call for reinforcements. We must be quick. Yes. Mudson didn't waste any words and turned to leave, but Su Mu grabbed his arm. What is it, Lord City Lord? Is there anything else you need? By the way, we shouldn't waste any of the weapons and armor those soldiers use. Take everything we can, and find a way to take what we can't. Su Mu looked at Mutterson seriously and said, Anyway, don't waste it. Iron can be remelted. I understand, sir. Mutterson nodded. He naturally agreed with Su Mu's approach. So hard and squat for so long late at night. Isn't it just supplies and money? Go ahead. Su Mu smiled and patted Mutterson on the shoulder. Adults don't make choices. Su Mu wants them all. The weapons are made of iron, and these things can be reused. And armor. These are all reusable resources, so there's no need to waste them. Take it if you can. As for the Rock Shield Emperor dragons, if they die, skin them, dismember them, and use the useful parts. Otherwise, throw them away. The Rock Shield Emperor dragon isn't dead. Take it back to heal it. Then try to tame it for your own use. If you can't tame it, then use it as a breeding machine. There's always a useful way, so there's no need to waste it. Moreover, the lack of any alerts from the intelligence system proves that there are no enemies around, giving them ample time to move their belongings. Oh right. And then there are the dead. Those are all white, lifeless spirits. The spirit binding general under his command. So many people died, but they were all beings capable of capturing souls and becoming spirits. We absolutely cannot waste them. Sumu personally teleported back to his territory and brought the spirit-binding generals over to bind their souls. Sumu has only one principle. Don't waste anything that can be avoided. The soldiers of Tianlong City were all busy and had no time to pay attention to the operations of the spirit-binding generals. Even if they had time to observe, they wouldn't say anything. After all, Sumu is the most powerful person here. Oh right. It's been a long time since we've heard from Luo Wuxi. Luo Wuxi, the rich woman who would take care of him. These past few days, he has been busy dealing with the Yang Demon Clan, the Moon Demon Clan, and other places, so he hasn't had time to pay much attention to other matters. Now, when he sees the spirit-binding general, he is reminded of Luo Wuxi. After all, the spirit-binding general was summoned by the scroll given to him by Luo Wuxi. Have you been preoccupied with something lately? Why haven't I heard from you? Sumu couldn't help but send 2 messages. The next moment, he received a response. But the response he received was not from Luo Wuxi, but from System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Lord Luo Wuxi of the Dragon Kingdom for successfully upgrading to a level 5 territory lord. Because you are the first special map lord to upgrade your territory to level 5, you will receive exclusive system rewards. After this system-wide announcement, the previously quiet world chat channel became lively again. Seriously? He's already a level 5 lord? Leveling up on this special map is like drinking water. Who said upgrading on special maps is difficult? At least for me, I'm only a level 4 lord. Damn, only level 4. I suspect you're in Versailles. Do you know how long I've been stuck at level 2 on normal maps? Those on regular maps are probably all stuck on the harvest quests. Damn it. It's disgusting. This Luo Wuxi seems to be a celebrity, just like Sumu, right? Her name has appeared quite a few times. She's not just a celebrity. She's also having an affair with Sumu. Damn, is this even fair? The group engaged in a heated discussion about Luo Wuxi's situation, and only then did they realize that Luo Wuxi, the level 5 lord of the special map, had a close relationship with Sumu. In an instant, many lords' resolve was shattered once again in the face of their painful experiences and the facts. Damn, he's already a level 5 lord? I'm still only level 3. Sumu was also stunned when he heard the system-wide announcement. He understood. It seemed that Luo Wuxi had disappeared for so long without any news, so she must have entered some secret realm or participated in some special map mission. You've entered the secret realm? Did you encounter any danger? This time, Luo Wuxi replied to his message very quickly. I've been gone for so long, and only now do you remember to message me and show you care. Isn't that going too far? Luo Wuxi's words, and one could also vaguely detect her slight displeasure and anger. It sounds like a couple having a fight. I've been gone for so long, and you only just remembered to check on me now? You heartless bastard. Sumu wasn't straight, so he naturally understood the meaning behind Luo Wuxi's words. Faced with this situation, he has extensive experience in handling it on the spot, which can be summed up in 2 words. Playing the victim. That's right, it's playing the victim. Often, using this tactic will allow you to successfully escape. So, Sumu quickly told Luo Wuxi about her recent experiences, with tears streaming down her face. What Yang Demon Clan wants his life. The Moon Demons want to drink his blood. The surrounding cities of Lodi, Fiyun, and the Yunlong Merchant Guild, among others, wish they could skin him alive and tear him to pieces. Chapter 338, Sumu's Promise. The Undead Army is formed. It's as bad as it gets. Sumu embellished his recent experiences and recounted them. Sure enough, after this series of outbursts, Luo Wuxi was not angry at all. Instead, her maternal instincts kicked in, and she began to feel sorry for Sumu. I went into the secret realm before and couldn't keep up with news from the outside world. I didn't realize you were having such a hard time. I'm sorry, I even blamed you for not caring about me. Luo Wuxi sent a message, her tone filled with guilt. Not long ago, Luo Wuxi came out of the secret realm and even checked her friend message history. The result was very disappointing. Sumu hadn't sent her any messages. At that moment, Luo Wuxi felt somewhat uneasy. She composed herself and upgraded her territory to level 5, but before she could even begin the upgrade, Sumu sent her a message. Luo Wuxi could have replied instantly, but she deliberately left it to her own devices. It wasn't until Sumu sent her a second message, asking if she had entered the secret realm and encountered any danger, that she softened and responded to him. Luo Wuxi didn't know why she felt resentful, but when she didn't see any news about Sumu, she felt lost and sad. She wasn't like this before, and she doesn't know what's wrong with her. It wasn't until Sumu recounted the series of events that had recently occurred around him that Luo Wuxi realized it was her own problem. Sumu's current situation is indeed very difficult. She shouldn't have questioned him in an accusatory tone about why he didn't care about her. This shows a bit of a girlish temperament. That's a sign of immaturity. Luo Wuxi has always been a mature and rational person, so she quickly apologized to Sumu. Fine. It's also my fault. Even if I'm busy or stressed, I should be able to find the time to send a message to check on you, but I didn't. You shouldn't be apologizing to me. I should be the one apologizing to you. Thank goodness you're alright. That's amazing. You're already a level 5 lord. Sumu used a strategy of retreat as a means of advancement. Okay, let's not apologize to each other anymore. That's not good. It's all over now, okay? It was clear that Luo Wuxi was in a good mood at this moment, as her tone was much lighter. In the forest, Sumu, having seen Luo Wuxi's message, breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself. Luckily, I'm experienced and react quickly, otherwise it really wouldn't have been acceptable. However, I'm really overwhelmed with work. Sumu looked bitter. He not only had to deal with the numerous female characters in his territory, but also had to shuttle between Tianlong City and Tianmu Town, while constantly guarding against the Moon Demon Clan and the Yang Demon Clan. He is indeed under a lot of pressure. He just doesn't say it. Thanks to Sumu's little trick, Luo Wuxi stopped arguing with him about why he hadn't sent a message to say hello, and instead immediately sent a transaction request. Undead Summoning Scroll 102-103. Medium Undead Summoning Scroll 12256. High-level Undead Summoning Scroll 3387. Common Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll 2514. Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll 1. Undead Lord Summoning Scroll 1. Sumu. Sumu was practically drooling as he looked at the things Luo Wuxi had traded for him. Especially that Necromancy Scroll. How many numbers were there again? Damn it. 100,000. Sumu swallowed hard, unable to believe it. Luo Wuxi's return this time actually brought him an army of 100,000 undead. You should know that Sumu recently felt that the growth rate of his undead army was too slow. After all, his lord talent, Purgatory Hot Spring, has mutated, allowing him to die an unlimited number of times every day, and to become stronger with each death. This is an enormous bug. Unfortunately, Sumu has only one flaw. The undead army is too small. If the moon demons weren't still outside the Miluo forest, Sumu would have wanted to send more Drinsa and Gubong out on a hunt with their undead army. Any enemy killed by the undead army can become an undead, which is largely a way to increase the undead army. But none of them could compare to the sheer shock of Luo Wuxi slamming those 100,000 plus scrolls of the dead right in front of him. I need a level 6 territory to leave the special map, so I can't help you. Here are some scrolls, see if they help. Unfortunately, I didn't get anything too good either, otherwise it might have been more helpful to you. Luo Wuxi sent a message. You think this isn't good enough? If scrolls worth over 100,000 are not good stuff, then what is good stuff? Luo Wuxi's gift solved Sumu's most troublesome problem so far. Personnel issues. No wonder everyone loves soft food. Rich lady, you'll take care of me from now on. Sumu didn't want to sell her male beauty, but Luo Wuxi offered too much. Haha, stop messing around. You're amazing too, okay? On the other end, Luo Wuxi blushed with embarrassment at Sumu's words. You'll support me. I'm not kidding. I'm sticking to you from now on, so you can't abandon me. Sumu made a witty remark. Luo Wuxi took these things out. A bunch of people were fighting tooth and nail for them. Especially the Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll and the Undead Domain Lord Summoning Scroll. Those two items are incredibly rare. The Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll needs no introduction. It's the scroll that once summoned the dragon Rainons, so how bad could it be? As for the Undead Domain Lord Summoning Scroll, it is an absolutely excellent item. Even without reading the description, Sumu knew how precious it was. Although there was only one scroll for each of them, Sumu was already very satisfied. Haha, you've made me unsure how to continue this conversation, so please don't say anything more. Don't feel pressured, it's just about helping each other. I believe you'll definitely help me if I'm in trouble. Luo Wuxi replied. She's naturally a rather reserved person, not very flirtatious, so she didn't know how to continue the conversation and could only honestly express her feelings. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Knowing that Luo Wuxi was sensitive about her image, Sumu quickly restrained himself. Certainly. You can rest assured. If you ever encounter any difficulties in the future, I'll immediately lead my undead army to your aid. No problem at all. Even if there are mountains of knives and seas of fire ahead, even if raging waves and insurmountable peaks await me, if I hesitate even for a moment, I, Sumu, am a bastard. Sumu patted his chest and assured himself, though he had no idea that what he was saying now would one day actually come true. Okay. On the other end, Luo Wuxi's lips curled slightly. She knew that Sumu was referring to an enemy that could not be defeated, an enemy that inspired despair. She didn't know if she would run into him, but she kept Sumu's words in mind. Sumu and Luo Wuxi chatted for a long time before finally ending their conversation with reluctance. On one hand, Luo Wuxi needed to rest, and on the other hand, Sumu was busy. He returned to Tianlong City and brought back all the most important supplies in the wagons. Chapter 339, The Frosty Jade Glass Magic Wand. Lord of the City, the count has been completed. There are a total of 152 Rock Shield Emperor dragons. 69 of them are dead, and 83 are injured to varying degrees. Of those 83 animals, 16 would still be unrideable even after being cured, but the remaining 67 would be rideable after being cured. Even after staying up all night, Mutterson was still very excited and not sleepy at all. This was his first time fighting alongside Sumu, and they won the battle with almost no effort, which was incredibly satisfying for Mutterson. He felt that this battle was all thanks to Sumu's wise leadership. Without Sumu's repeated decisions and choices, their endings might have been very different. Even if Mudsun couldn't understand how Sumu had done it, why is he able to issue orders accurately and anticipate the situation? Is this just luck? Mudsun doesn't think it was all luck. He felt it was Sumu's ability and vision. Will I be able to ride normally once all 67 heads are cured? Sumu pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and then asked, Are these Rock Shield Emperor dragons a good riding option for you? The Rock Shield Emperor dragon is about the size of a horse, and to some extent, its defense and speed are even greater than a horse's. Sumu could see all of these things with his eyes. Most importantly, the Rock Shield Emperor dragon can unleash earth elemental magic, helping the knight on its back to attack and defend. These features were something Sumu could have anticipated. Furthermore, judging from how much Mutterson cared about the Rock Shield Emperor dragon, Sumu could easily tell that he desperately wanted to own one. My lord, the Rock Shield Emperor dragon is certainly an excellent alternative to a warhorse. Mutsun replied. In the Knight Academy, the officers who teach us ride Rock Shield dragons or other elemental dragons, while we students can only ride ordinary horses. If we're talking about knights of the same rank fighting each other, the one riding the Rock Shield Emperor dragon will have an absolute and complete victory. A knight's strength can at least double after acquiring the Rock Shield Emperor dragon. Mutterson was talking nonstop as he tried to explain the benefits of the Rock Shield Emperor dragon to Sumu. Then why didn't your former city lord equip you with the Rock Shield Emperor dragon? Sumu regretted asking the question. He felt the question was too basic. The reason it doesn't deserve the Rock Shield Emperor dragon is simply because of its value and how difficult it is to obtain. What else could it be? However, Mudson didn't think anything of it and patiently explained. A wild Rock Shield Emperor dragon is being sold in the Merchant Guild for about 2 million gold coins. A tamed Rock Shield Emperor dragon costs 4 million gold coins. My lord, who do you think can afford to ride one of these? Mudsun said bitterly. You know, a good warhorse only costs around 10,000 gold coins. Sumu nodded, then said, If we could create a Rock Shield Imperial Dragon Knight order, wouldn't that put us ahead of many others? Sumu was thinking that if there were more Rock Shield Emperor dragons, he would create and organize a Rock Shield Emperor Dragon Knight order. Wouldn't they be invincible then? What cavalry would dare to challenge them? That's true. Mutterson agreed with the idea, but he also thought it was unlikely to be successful. However, the cultivation of Rock Shield Emperor dragons is extremely difficult. Raising them from a small dragon to a large one requires a huge amount of manpower, material resources, and financial resources, which is not something that ordinary cities can afford. Most importantly, they live in groups in the wild, making them extremely difficult to capture. Like tonight, capturing over 100 of them would require approximately 10 to 20,000 soldiers. Who would dare to invest such a huge amount? Listening to Mutterson's words, Sumu gained a better understanding of the preciousness of the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon. His idea seems plausible, but it requires a more detailed plan. After thinking it over for a moment, Sumu didn't hesitate and decided to talk about it later. Let's do our best to heal the 67 Rock Shield Emperor Dragons, and then we can keep them for ourselves. Yes. Mutterson nodded. However, the veterinarians in our city are not very good, so it may take a month or two to fully recover. I will continue to keep an eye on this matter. So long. Sumu frowned upon hearing this. There's nothing I can do, Mudsun said bitterly. The only doctor in our city who knew healing magic was killed by Andrew, and now the city is in dire need of such talent. Understood. After we finish taking inventory of the goods, I'll bring people over to treat them. Sumu was an impatient person. He couldn't wait that long. That's great. Dealing with the matter of Rock Shield Emperor Dragon, Sumu, led by Mutterson, inspected the Cloud Dragon Merchant Guild's carriage. Most of the items were supplies, all kinds of fabrics and materials. Whenever Sumu found something useful, he would keep a portion of it for himself. He also wants to take it back to Tiamu Town to use. After checking for a while, Sumu finally discovered the most precious thing for the day. A magic wand. Serena's long-awaited magic wand. Even though Sabathini has been making magic wands for Sumu, they are all ordinary magic wands. Sumu has always wanted to give Serena a magic wand that is suitable for her. A special magic wand. Upon seeing the magic wand, which was as beautiful as glass and exuded a chilling aura, contained in a brocade wooden box, Sumu's heart skipped a beat. It's like seeing a beautiful woman. He couldn't wait to use his illusion dispelling technique. Jade glazed magic wand, epic grade. Description: forged from 100,000 years of frozen ice beneath the Morbus Glacier. This is an incredibly powerful ice elemental magic staff. Crafted by the master craftsman Morin, it is one of his most prized creations. Power. With its blessing, your ice elemental magic will gain a 400% power boost, and you will automatically learn forbidden magic within your wand. Do not use it to cast other elemental magic, as this will deplete the wand's lifespan. Shortcoming. Lacks staff spirit protection. Otherwise, it could be upgraded to a legendary weapon. Upgrade method. Attempt to capture a staff spirit and imprint it on the staff. The staff will then receive a rank upgrade. An epic level magic staff, with a 4-fold bonus to ice elemental magic, is incredibly powerful. Dragon Hornblade in Sumu's hand is currently only at about this level. Importantly, this staff can be upgraded. Sumu was very satisfied. With a wave of his hand, he put the magic wand into his pocket and planned to give it to Serena. The magic wand away, Sumu continued to examine it. Yunlong Chamber of Commerce really wanted to run away. Gold bars accounted for 80% of their huge amount of supplies. Moreover, these gold bars can be melted down and used to make gold coins. Is the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce planning to abscond with the money? Chapter 340 Cold Moon. A giant dragon egg. After arranging the gold bars and placing them in Andrew's previous vault, Sumu continued to examine the remaining items. Fire Pearl Jade Necklace, epic grade top-tier jewelry. Description: taken from the center of the trillion-year-old active volcano Kunkas. This bead was formed after being tempered by magma for hundreds of millions of years and contains extremely rich and pure fire element power. Through the hands of master sculptor Enki, it was crafted into a bracelet with a captivating design, perfectly suited for women. Power: fire elemental magic power increased by 100%, fire elemental magic resistance increased by 30%, casting time reduced. Enchanted: Hellfire Barrier, capable of withstanding one fatal attack. Cooldown: 24 hours. This bracelet has excellent stats and a passive skill, which is great. Sumu was very satisfied. Upon further inspection, Sumu discovered that there were quite a few other exquisite pieces of jewelry, like the Fire Pearl Jade Chain. They are all of epic quality. In Kaisen's words, such a bracelet could fetch tens of millions of gold coins at an auction. This is for Winstia. This is for Tao Yao. Sumu picked and chose, making sure to determine the ownership of the jewelry first. This necklace. Crescent-shaped, shimmering white necklace lying quietly inside the brocade box. Sumu was instantly captivated. So beautiful. This is the most beautiful necklace he has ever seen. Lingyue, legend. Description. It is said that this necklace was crafted from a meteorite from outer space, possessing magical and mysterious properties. It was made by the divine engraver Enki, and is her most prized work, without a doubt. Power. Greatly enhances all physical attributes. Capable of absorbing lunar energy to nourish itself. Many more uses await discovery. Contains magic. It contains magical power. Only the wearer can truly know and control its power. Beautiful and powerful. This is Su Mu's assessment of the necklace. It's a legendary existence. I can't even imagine. Lingyue is among them too. That woman Ines is really bold. Upon seeing the necklace, Kaisen couldn't help but speak up. What's wrong? Sumu glanced at her. Lingyue has always been the prized possession of our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Tianlong City. I have seen it many times. This necklace was made by the divine engraver Enki, and it is an extraordinary piece. Kaisen began by saying. However, because its purpose is unclear and it has no advantage compared to other necklaces and jewelry, it has remained in our local Chamber of Commerce. Back then, someone offered 1 billion gold coins to acquire it because of Unqi's reputation and to unlock the secrets of the necklace, but our guild leader refused. He believed that Lingyue's existence, like the plaque of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, was a very good gimmick to attract people. Moreover, he wanted to unravel the secrets of Lingyue himself. At this point, Kaisen shook her head. I didn't expect Ines to be so bold. Instead of waiting until she ran away to take these things with her, she mixed them in with this batch of supplies that were all daily necessities, trying to confuse people and sneak them away. She is indeed very brave. This is what they mean by, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Sumu smiled. He roughly understood what Kaisen meant. This necklace shouldn't be in this shipment right now. Moreover, their leader certainly didn't order Ines to move this thing away. All of this was done by Ines on her own initiative. Of course, this was just Sumu and Kaiexion's guess. Ines just didn't expect to run into us. Maybe. Kaisen looked away. But one pair of eyes lingered on Lingyue for a long time, and Sumu noticed it as well. What, you like it? Sumu turned her head and looked at Yulula beside her. From the moment he began unpacking the various pieces of jewelry, he noticed Yulula's figure. She seems quite interested in these things. No, just out of curiosity. Yulula withdrew her gaze, turned her face to the side, and looked in another direction. Oh. Sumu didn't waste any words and added Lingyue to his collection. After sorting everything, Sumu didn't leave anything out that he could put in his pocket. The only regret is that this batch of supplies didn't include any materials, armor, weapons, or other items. Perhaps because gold bars are too heavy, most of the items are lighter. Sumu expressed his understanding. This is all that's left. The last carriage, and also the most inconspicuous one. This is something wrapped in a tattered rag. However, Sumu didn't need to lift it. He already guessed that what was inside was the real highlight. Kaisen seemed to realize this as well, and she stared intently at the carriage, waiting for Sumu's next move. Sumu glanced around and took out 2 cards containing a large amount of gold coins. Mudson, the brothers have all worked hard tonight. Take this 2 million and share it with them. There is 1 million in this card, which is a special reward for you. You can do whatever you want with it. The 20 million gold coins that Ines used to bribe Mutterson were all handed over to Sumu by Mutterson, so he naturally couldn't be too stingy. Lord City Lord, the brothers are all volunteers, and there is no need for any reward. Besides, it is our duty to work for the City Lord, and we are paid every month. Mutson tried to politely decline. All right, no need to say more. This is my decision. Go ahead. Sumu waved his hand. Let them leave. Upon hearing this, Mutterson immediately understood, and he quickly turned around and led the soldiers who were still on the scene away temporarily. The soldiers were more pleased with the large reward they would receive. They didn't care what was inside the carriage. Let's see what's inside this big carriage. Even though Sumu already knew it was a giant dragon egg, he still spoke up, pretending that he knew nothing. Lift the rag, and there's another layer of black cloth underneath. The black cloth was lifted, revealing another layer of silk cloth underneath. Finally, thanks to Sumu's efforts, the contents of the carriage were revealed. A giant, translucent, white egg, about 2 meters tall. You can even vaguely see the surging life force inside the egg and witness the layers of vein-like structures inside, constantly expanding. Hiss! A dragon egg? Kaisen's mouth gaped open, looking incredulous. Let alone her. Even someone as knowledgeable and powerful as Yulilua was equally dumbfounded. Chapter 341 Steel, Frost, Dark Star Dragon. Without hesitation, Sumu immediately used the illusion-breaking technique. Steel Eyes Phantom Dragon, Dragon. Introduction. The steel-blooded Dark Star Dragon is a very mysterious dragon race in the dragon realm. Legend has it that they live beyond the star field, and very few people have seen their true appearance over billions of years. Whether they possess any special abilities is currently unknown. Remaining incubation time: 5 days, 20 hours, and 30 minutes. The insight technique was very limited, which was enough to show that the giant egg in front of them was still very mysterious. Fortunately, Sumu still learned its name. Steelix Darkrai Dragon? That sounds pretty powerful. What kind of dragon is this transparent, white dragon egg? Why have I never seen this before? It was Kaisen who spoke. She forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart and thought about it for a while, but she still couldn't figure out the specific species of the dragon egg in front of her. Although dragons are mysterious, there are still some ancient texts that record their racial attributes and classifications. There are quite a few such texts, and Kaisen has read several of them. For people on the mainland, dragons are mysterious beings that they have always wanted to understand, and naturally, there are many similar books about them. The ancient texts even record images of the dragon from its egg stage to its various growth stages. Unfortunately, despite having seen many dragons, Kaisen still couldn't tell what kind of dragon this giant dragon egg belonged to. Not only is the species unidentifiable, but this dragon egg is also twice the size of a normal dragon egg. Yulilua spoke up, and she managed to exchange a few words with Kaisen, something she rarely did. Lilua with a hint of curiosity. Have you seen any other dragon eggs? There is no record of the size of the dragon egg in the ancient books, and Kaisen only has a general idea. The only thing Kaisen could think of that Yulilua could say was that she had seen a dragon egg before. I guess so. I've met them a few times. Yulilua shifted her gaze from the dragon egg to Sumu. Dragon eggs are extremely precious. You'd better hide them before they grow up. Otherwise they won't bring you good luck, but rather utter disaster. Also, you have to be prepared at all times that if you can't tame it, you might suffer a terrible backlash. Yulilua spoke to herself. Dragons are capricious in nature. Even when they are just born, their intelligence is no different from that of an 11 or 12-year-old child. They are very smart. Moreover, all taming collars on the continent are useless against purebred dragons. They are not bound by the power of contracts. If you want them to acknowledge you and follow you, you must gain their approval. The power of the contract is useless against them? Sumu couldn't help but ask. Yulilua said really struck a chord with him. Sumu had originally planned that if the little guy inside the dragon egg was disobedient after it hatched, he would just tame it with a collar and use it himself. But now Yulilua is telling him it's useless. This is really a bit of a dilemma. Yes, the power of the law of contract is useless against them. Of course I am referring to the powerful dragons. Yulilua continued. This is the first time I've heard of this. It seems that the ancient texts don't actually mention any methods for taming dragons. It was Kaisen who said these words. This was also the first time she had learned that taming collars and similar devices were useless against dragons. But soon, Kaisen thought of a problem. But aren't there specialized dragon tamers on the mainland? They can tame giant dragons, and it seems they also rely on something like collars. Dragon tamer is not common, but Kaisen knows that such mysterious beings still exist on the continent. She had heard about it more than once. Dragon tamer? Sumu became curious about these 3 words. He had only seen dragon tamers in some games and movies. Did such a profession really exist on this continent? Dragon tamers rely on shackles, not the power of laws. Yulilua slowly spoke. Moreover, dragon trainers can only tame ordinary dragons. They have no way of taming real dragons. I've already emphasized it. It's the powerful dragon race. Instead of being like the Rock Shield Emperor dragon. Is that so? Kaisen nodded, seemingly understanding what Yulilua meant by powerful dragon race. So, Yulilua, you mean that my dragon egg is hatching a powerful dragon? Sumu understood what Yulilua meant. He had used the illusion-breaking technique to know a little bit about it, but Yulilua probably didn't have this skill, so how did she realize that this dragon egg was extraordinary? Is it really necessary to judge solely based on body shape? I can sense that your egg is radiating an exceptionally pure energy. This energy is extremely concentrated, and some powerful individuals can sense its extraordinary nature. Yulilua looked at Sumu with a serious expression and said, Since I can sense it, it means that quite a few other people can sense it too. You really should consider whether you want to keep it by your side. You can't protect it right now, Not even I can. Yulilua spoke the truth. Sumu could understand what Yulilua was saying. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Sumu understood the logic, but he still couldn't resist being a little mischievous. What? Why are you telling me this so seriously? Are you afraid of dying? Yulilu rolled her eyes and, almost without thinking, threw out a sentence. I'm afraid you'll die. She was speechless. She was talking to Sumu in a normal way. How could he have made such a connection? I didn't realize you cared about me so much, Yulilua. You can't do this. I'm the kind of person who can't resist a woman's care. What if I can't help but fall for you? Sumu chuckled and teased. Yulilua finally fell for his little trick. He said that just to elicit her comment, and to his surprise, she actually thought the same thing. Sumu was quite pleased with himself for this. Over there, Yulilua was clearly stunned for a moment before she reacted. She glanced at Sumu, then turned around without looking back. The words boring still lingered in the air. In the moment when no one was watching as she turned around, Yulilua's face flushed slightly. Play around as you like, and have fun as you want. We still need to get the serious stuff done. The fewer people who know about the dragon egg, the better. Sumu covered it with layers of black cloth again and tied it up. He then had Mutsun summon 20 of his most trusted knights to help him transport the dragon egg to the small town of Tianmu. And Sumu will be present throughout this entire process. Chapter 342 Yulilua, this is for you. Tianlong City, Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Around noon, Ines emerged from her room disheveled, her face still flushed with allure and lingering charm. What's the matter? Why are you calling me in such a hurry? Ines looked at the guard Ong at the door and asked with dissatisfaction. She was inside doing something important when Ong was banging on the door. Ines was naturally very unhappy. She wasn't satisfied yet. Lady Ines, something terrible has happened. The caravan we sent out yesterday to meet up has been attacked by the Sea Dragon Merchant Guild and the people of Roland City. Everything is gone, Ong reported anxiously, relaying the latest news he had received. What? Ines's face turned pale instantly. She stared at Ong in front of her. You're telling the truth? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Not long ago, Ong went out to check in person to make sure that the Chamber of Commerce had not left safely. He was terrified when he saw it. The scene was filled with corpses. All of the Chamber of Commerce's essential supplies are gone. Moreover, after Aang's investigation, he quickly discovered the culprit. People from Luolin City and the Hailong Chamber of Commerce. There were traces of their presence at the scene. Are you sure it's the Hailong Chamber of Commerce that's collaborating with people from Luolin City? Ines forced down her panic and asked. Yes. Although I don't know where they got the information, judging from the situation at the scene, I did find weapons from the people of Luolin City and familiar faces from the Hailong Chamber of Commerce. Ong said with great certainty. I guess the Hailong Chamber of Commerce must have gotten some information and then colluded with the people of Luolin City to seize our supplies. After all, only the people of Roland City have this strength. Isn't it said that Zeke Roland has the help of legendary knights and legendary magic gods by his side? We're doomed. Agnes paced back and forth in a panic, trying to figure out the best option. After a moment, she looked up at Ong. Do you think our president knows about this news yet? It's hard to say, but if we don't know now, we'll probably find out soon. Walk. Pack your things immediately and leave through our secret passage. Leave Tianlong City and get as far away as possible, wherever you want to go. Ines made her choice very decisively. If their student council president knew this, she wouldn't be able to go on living. Ines understood this perfectly. At the same time, the two enormous carriages were getting closer and closer to Tianmu town. Inside one of the carriages sat Su Mu and Yu Lilua, facing each other. However, Su Mu was asleep, while Yu Lilua kept her eyes open, her gaze occasionally falling on Su Mu's face before shifting away. Then the light fell on his face, and after a few glances, it moved away. We're doomed. Yu Lilua found herself increasingly finding the guy she used to despise more and more agreeable. She felt that she was probably sick. Even if she doesn't hate Su Mu, there's no reason why she should find him more and more pleasing to the eye. She's not an ordinary woman, nor is she a lovesick fool. Maybe it's because of what he did to me that night that I felt grateful to him. Yu Lilu murmured to herself, pondering this only possibility. Thinking back to that night, the memory of Su Mu seeing most of her body would involuntarily resurface in her mind. Yu Lilua's face blushed slightly. If anyone else had treated her like that, she would have chased them to the ends of the earth and killed them. Unfortunately, it was Su Mu, and she couldn't bring herself to do it, because she was under his control. Unless she's determined to die? Unconsciously, Yulilua looked at Su Mu's sleeping face with some confusion. She thought of the current entanglement between the Moon Demon Clan and Su Mu, as well as the Yang Demon Clan. This whole series of events can be said to have started because of her. Even now, Yulilua sometimes doesn't know where to go from here. Why are you staring at me like that? Just as Yulilua was lost in thought, Su Mu's voice suddenly rang in her ears, and her gaze immediately focused. I wasn't looking at you. I was thinking about something. As Yulilua spoke, she looked away. You said you weren't staring at me, but look at you. You're already feeling guilty. Otherwise, why would you look away? Su Mu spoke, and his words struck a nerve with Yulilua. She quickly turned her gaze back to his face. I have nothing to hide. Yulilu emphasized. Look, you still say you have nothing to hide. If you have nothing to hide, what do you need me to prove or explain to you? Su Mu smiled and continued outputting. His mindset has now changed. He thought Serena was right. His territory needs talent, lots and lots of talent. Those who can fight like Yulilua are even rarer. Instead of letting her be bound by him and forced to obey his orders, why not sincerely try to influence her? How to make her one of our own? Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. The same principle applies to managing people. I can't argue with you. Think whatever you want. Yulilua looked away again and said. She knew that she couldn't compete with Su Mu in terms of verbal skills. The more I talk, the more confused I get. It's better to say nothing at all. Were you just thinking about the Moon Demon Clan and the Sun Demon Clan? Su Mu asked tentatively. Are you worried about your Moon Demon Clan? After a moment, Yulilua responded gently from her nose. She admitted it. Lord City Lord, it seems that the Tianmu town you mentioned is just ahead. A guard's low shout came from outside. Su Mu lifted the tarpaulin on the carriage and took a look, and found that it really was him. Tianmu town is right before our eyes. If Su Mu remembers correctly, his territory shield will end in 1 hour and 20 minutes. That was the perfect opportunity for him to bring the dragon egg into Tianmu town. At that time, the territory shield will be restored. Unfortunately, the dragon eggs couldn't be transported using teleportation scrolls. They had to be carried in manually. I understand. Let's stop here for now. You can go ahead and leave. Su Mu planned to have the guards leave. These are all Mutterson's trusted confidants, and can still be trusted. Lord City Lord, don't we need help transporting the goods in? No need, just make sure you get back to Tianlong City safely. Here are 20,000 gold coins. Take them and share them with the brothers. As Su Mu spoke, he took out a small card and stuffed it into the guard's hand. My lord, this is impossible. Lord Mutterson will. Alright, this is what I mean. If Mutson asks, just tell him the truth. Alright, thank you, sir. The guards left with gratitude. When they worked under Andrew, they weren't paid any coins, but now that they're with the new city lord, they get rewards for every mission. Although the guards wouldn't take this for granted, they were certainly happy and grateful inside. Privately, they even said that the city lord treated them so well that they would gladly give their lives for Tianlong City. Unbeknownst to him, Su Mu had already won over a large number of guards with his actions. This was something he himself was unaware of. After dispersing the guards and returning them to Tianlong City, Su Mu returned to the carriage and waited quietly. Knowing Su Mu well, Yulilua knew that he must have his reasons for choosing to wait, so she didn't ask or urge him. Hey Yulilua. Su Mu suddenly spoke. What? Yulilu could speak. Su Mu had already tossed her a brocade box. This is for you. Chapter 343 Yulilua's Bloodline Suppression. This is for you. Yulilua looked at the brocade box in her hand and had a feeling of déjà vu. She remembered that Su Mu had recently acquired a lot of jewelry, and each piece of jewelry was packaged in this kind of box. Yulilua never expected that Su Mu would give her the jewelry he had acquired himself. But soon he remembered that Su Mu had been very generous to the soldiers earlier, even rewarding them with gold coins. Perhaps this jewelry was just his way of rewarding her? She worked hard all night and hasn't rested yet. Perhaps it's not something particularly valuable? Yulilua felt that this was probably what she thought. Otherwise, Su Mu would have no reason to give her something for no reason. Thinking to herself, Yulilua opened the brocade box and was stunned when she saw what was inside. Yulilu closed the box and then handed it to Su Mu. What? Su Mu watched her actions with frustration. You don't like the gift I gave you? You've taken the wrong one, Yulilua said. You took the wrong one? Su Mu took the box and opened it. Inside lay a translucent, crescent-shaped necklace, its brilliance no less than that of a diamond. That's right, this is what I'm giving you. Su Mu handed the box containing Linghua back to Yulilua and said amidst her puzzled and surprised gaze. Just now, weren't you staring at this necklace the whole time? Don't you like it? I like it, of course I like it. How could Yulilua not like it? While Sumu was examining the jewelry, she had already followed him around curiously. Of all these pieces of jewelry, this necklace was the one that Yulilua fell in love with at first sight and couldn't take her eyes off it for a long time. However, Yulilua also knew that this necklace was probably the most precious one among them. She's not stupid, and she's seen a lot of good things, so she understands perfectly. So when Sumu gave her something, she couldn't connect the necklace in front of her with what Sumu had given her. Yulilu even thought that Sumu had sent it to the wrong person. Little did they know, this was exactly what he intended to deliver. For a moment, Yulilua stared at the necklace in front of her in silence, both surprised and bewildered. Was it simply because she glanced at it a few more times, and Sumu thought she liked it, that he gave it to her? Alright, put it away now. Sumu stood up at this moment, his face slightly serious. I have bad news for you. Your brother is here. What? Yulilua spoke. She immediately sensed a familiar aura. She abruptly turned her head and looked outside the carriage. Before long, a familiar figure descended from the sky. It was Yumu. Following behind him were 50 or 60 moon demon warriors. Yulilu frowned slightly, then leaped out. After hesitating for a moment, Sumu followed. He had just learned from the intelligence system that Yumu had arrived. And it comes very quickly, there's no way to dodge it. Furthermore, Sumu had no way to hide. His dragon egg was still outside. Before the territory shield expired, he could only passively guard his testicles. Yumu, what are you doing here? Yulilu stared directly at her younger brother, her brows furrowed and her voice cold. Yumu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the dragon egg wrapped in tattered cloth. Noticing his gaze, Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained silent. Beneath the tattered cloth, Yumu sensed a very pure and powerful energy. However, he couldn't sense what the energy actually was. But it was precisely because of this energy that he brought the moon demon warriors to this place. I never expected to run into my sister and that man. Yumu withdrew his gaze and reached out towards the tattered cloth covering the dragon egg, curious about what lay beneath. You rude jerk. A soft shout came from Yulilua, whose black blade appeared out of nowhere and swung fiercely towards Yumu. Call out. Yumu reacted very quickly, dodging the attack and looking at his sister in surprise. Sis, you've gotten even stronger? But Yumu's response wasn't any of Yulilua's words, but rather her attack. We'll be there in the blink of an eye. In a flash of lightning, Yumu was knocked to the ground. He stared somewhat disheveled at Yulilua, who held a black blade, his handsome face showing a hint of grievance upon closer inspection. Sis, why did you hit me? Yulilua punched Yumu on the head, glaring at him. Take your people and get back to the demon realm. Don't touch things you shouldn't. Yulilua was, of course, referring to the tattered cloth covering the dragon egg. I sensed a pure energy, so I came specifically to see what it was. Yulilua's bloodline. Yumu quickly covered his head and explained. I meant no harm. Is this my sister's? I told you. Take your people and leave here immediately. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, and don't say things you shouldn't say. Yulilua sheathed the black blade in her hand and turned to show Yumu her back. But I came out because I wanted to take you back with me. Yumu scrambled and stumbled to Yulilua's side. Sister, come back with me. Just apologize to your father, and he will accept you back. Yang Yelin is dead. The thing that could control you is gone. Come back with me, okay? Yumu wasn't talking nonsense. Why did he agree to let you two leave the demon realm? His goal was to bring his older sister back. It's impossible for me to go back. Yulilua looked at Yumu kneeling in front of her, her expression unchanged, but her eyes could not hide her affection. No matter what, Yumu came here to find her, and they are siblings from the same parents. If she didn't have any feelings for him, that would be a lie. Is it because of him? Yumu suddenly stood up, a white light blade flashing in his hand, pointing at Sumu. His aura changed in an instant, becoming murderous. Brother, you two told me that you were enslaved by this bastard and controlled by him, which is why you acted irrationally against our clan. He also told me that the root of the problem lies with that bastard, and all we need to do is kill him. After Yumu finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared instantly. The next moment, when he reappeared, he was already in front of Sumu, and he suddenly swung out the light blade in his hand. Ah! A scream. Yumu was knocked away. Liluahu knocked him away. Yumu struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth in disbelief. Chapter 344. Hey, you're the head of a clan. Yumu simply couldn't believe that his own sister would really want him dead. Yulilua first attacked Yumu. It was only a symbolic move, She didn't intend to target any vital organs. Yumu was very clear about this. It's just getting beaten up by his older sister, and as the younger brother, he's happy to accept it. But just now, if Yumu hadn't reacted quickly, he might have actually been hit head-on by the black blade in his sister's hand. That could be fatal. Therefore, Yumu simply couldn't believe that Yulilua would be so ruthless towards him. Meanwhile, while Yumu was still in a daze, Sumu had already driven the carriage carrying the dragon egg toward Tiemu town. I'm going back. The name Sumu was naturally spoken to Yulilua. She understood, and with a graceful turn, she was already on the carriage. I'm saying this for the last time. Get back to your demon realm territory right now, or you'll be used as a pawn by others. Hateful. Watching the carriage disappear from sight, Yumu angrily slammed his fist on the ground. He simply couldn't understand why his sister was doing this. But at the same time, Yumu was also very upset. The one who hurt him was his older sister, whom he had respected since childhood. This kind of emotional damage was far more devastating and intense than physical damage. So much so that Yumu didn't chase after them, but watched Sumu and the others leave without making a move. What are you sad about? You're protecting him. Sumu spoke. Seeing that Yulilua's expression was slightly gloomy, he couldn't help but say something. Yulilua turned her head to look at Sumu, but did not say anything. Actually, you don't need to do this. Sumu looked ahead, and had already spotted Tao Yao's small figure in the distance. He is your own brother. Based on that alone, I will not want to harm him for the time being. Yulilu. Master. Before she even arrived, Tao Yao's sweet voice could be heard. With a smile on her face, Sumu leaped down from the carriage and caught Tao Yao's running body in her arms. Are you in such a hurry to see me? Sumu's return might not be known to others, but Tao Yao will definitely be able to sense it. This is a characteristic of the Ice Cat clan. Their perception is stronger than that of many others. Yao is always the first to know when Sumu comes back. Holding her so casually in Sumu's arms, Tao Yao was still shy. She peeked out from Sumu's embrace and glanced at Yulilua behind her. Sister Yulilua. Yulilua nodded in agreement, then lightly leaped into the air and disappeared from the spot. She didn't know when Tao Yao and Sumu had become so close. But being clever, she knew she was superfluous here. Oh, my little peach blossom has gained weight again. Did she eat a lot while I was away? Sumu put his arm around Tao Yao and teased her with a smile. No way. I didn't steal any food. Now that no one was around, Tao Yao grew bolder. She rubbed her cat ears against Sumu's chin, acting coquettishly. But you really have gained weight. Sumu said earnestly. I can pick him up in one go. Oh, really? Tao Yao pouted, looking somewhat worried. She rubbed her fingers together vigorously, looking aggrieved. My master said I'm fat, so? Then I won't eat dinner tonight. Tao Yao clenched her fist, seemingly making a very important decision. Being fat is not a good thing. Who says being fat isn't a good thing? Sumu put his arm around Tao Yao's small waist. It wasn't a good thing to begin with. I remember Sister Kaisen saying that we slaves have to pay attention to our figure at all times and can't eat too much. Otherwise our masters will dislike us if we get fat. Look what Kaisen has taught us. Seriously, I need to have a serious talk with Kaisen about this another day. Sumu muttered to himself, but said aloud. Did your sister Kaisen tell you that being chubby in some places is actually a good thing? To gain weight in these areas, you not only need to eat, but you also need to eat more. Sumu's face was full of smiles, resembling a creepy uncle deceiving a young girl. His smile gradually became lewd. There are places like this. Tao Yao looked herself over and finally shook her head, saying, Sister Kaisen really didn't tell me. Before she could finish speaking, Tao Yao couldn't continue, because she noticed Sumu's gaze. Even the most naive Tao Yao understood what her master was referring to. Her face turned bright red instantly. Master is a bad guy. Tao Yao murmured softly. But soon she discovered that a necklace had been placed around her neck. It's sparkly, and it's in her favorite cat ear shape. Do you like it? This is for you. Sumu asked with a smile. Tao Yao could no longer contain her joy. She stepped forward and gave Sumu a big hug. Good heavens. The excitement of Tao Yao almost made Sumu breathless. But one thing he could confirm was that Tao Yao had really gained weight. Having brought back some good stuff, Sumu naturally wanted to show it off to everyone. He reaped a great harvest this time. Almost every woman in his territory received a piece of jewelry, which he had specially selected to suit them best. Needless to say, the Fire Pearl Jade chain was specially made for Winstia. It couldn't be more perfect for her. When Sumu put it on her by hand, there was naturally a tender moment and a lively exchange of words. When it was Serena's turn, her reaction was much more subdued. She simply offered a kiss. She was quite fond of the frosty jade glazed magic wand, and as soon as she got it, she said she wanted to go out and test its power. Sumu couldn't stop her and could only let her go out. However, Sumu could understand Serena's reaction. She must have seen a lot of jewelry and such, and she was someone who had experienced grand occasions. On the contrary, the jade glazed magic wand was truly a perfect match for her needs. As Sumu wandered around, thinking about who to give something to, Coco Nai pulled him into her room. Your injuries, MMM. From the 3 words, one can roughly predict Sumu's fate. It's been so long. Sumu let out a long breath and stared at Coco. Hey, you're the head of a clan. Can't you be a little more reserved? Who told you not to come see me for 2 days? Can't you even be a little reserved? Coco pouted, looking like she wouldn't listen to him no matter what. Sumu originally thought that Kiki Nai was rather reserved when it came to feelings, but little did he know that after she opened up about her inner thoughts, Kiki Nai was more proactive and passionate than anyone else. This enthusiasm is even comparable to that of Eileen. It's such a contrast. There's a reason I haven't come to see you for 2 days, look. Sumu produced a pink beaded bracelet with a fox face engraved on it, as if by magic. Coco's eyes lit up. After leaving Coco's room, Sumu felt sleepy. He was just about to go and rest when he was stopped by Nightshade Snod. Chapter 345 Malore's Whereabouts. You mean, Malore was captured by their people? Sumu got the latest news from Snod. It's still about Malore. Yes, Your Majesty. When did you receive the news? Sumu asked with a serious expression. He knew Malore's strength. The fact that he could capture her meant that she was equally powerful. But Sumu was more worried about Malore's safety. In any case, he had promised Ifea that he would keep an eye on Malore. I received the news the night before last, Snod reported truthfully. Then why didn't you report to me sooner? Sumu glanced at Snod, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. But he quickly realized that he hadn't been in his territory for the past 2 days, as he had been busy with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Tianlong City. It's possible that whenever Snod was looking for him, he just happened to be out of the territory. Thinking of this, Sumu's emotions calmed down. Never mind, I've been quite busy these past few days and haven't been in the territory, so it's not your fault. Go and find out where Malore is now, and get accurate information and location. Your Majesty, we have located Malore. Snod spoke. Where? Snod's answer was completely unexpected by Sumu. He found out where Malore was. In a waterfall cave less than 10 kilometers away from Feiyan City, there are more than 3,500 people, and Malore is being held in an iron cage among them. Snod blurted out everything he knew. Because the Moon Demon clan had already attacked outside Flying Cloud City, they couldn't enter the city immediately, so they could only passively hide in the waterfall cave. Wait. Sumu interrupted Snod, his brows furrowed. What changes have occurred in the battle these past 2 days? Why were the Moon Demons able to advance to the outskirts of Flying Cloud City? Did they send more people? Ulilua once said that the Moon Demon clan would never send more people, so what is the reason? The Moon Demon clan is quite strong, but surely they don't have the strength to besiege the city? It's not that the Moon Demon clan sent more people, but that Flying Cloud City was attacked by another group of people. Snod spoke up. Yesterday at noon, an unknown army approached the city. Feiyan City had no choice but to urgently recall the troops it had dispatched. Your Majesty, your plan from the previous 2 nights has also worked. The Moon Demon clan launched a night attack on the Flying Cloud City army and engaged in fierce fighting with them. Both sides suffered heavy losses. The Moon Demon clan, in a bloodthirsty frenzy, pursued the Flying Cloud City army all the way to their city walls and refused to leave for a long time. Sumu remained silent. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. However, given his intelligence, he probably guessed it. The sudden large-scale deployment of Moon Demons by Flying Cloud City must have attracted the attention of other cities. They pretend to be on good terms with Feiyan City, but behind the scenes they are definitely thinking about how to annex Feiyan City. Feiyan City may have lowered its guard and sent troops because of this reason. Looking back at the history of the Dragon Kingdom, there are countless examples like this, and Sumu understands this very well. Do you know which army this other force belongs to? I don't know. Snod shook his head honestly. Never mind, whatever. Based on the information Snod has received so far, Sumu has nothing to complain about. He thought about it for a moment and said, By the way, Snod, now that Flying Cloud City is in trouble, shouldn't the people guarding Malore in the waterfall cave go back to provide support? If that's the case, wouldn't the guards be more lax? I understand. I'll go investigate immediately. Snowed was very clever. He was able to accurately understand Su Mu's meaning. After Snowed left, Su Mu glanced at his combat supplies package, which contained 4 territory shields. In other words, his territory can remain intact for 2 more days, after which it will be exposed, and the territory shield effect will be removed. The Moon Demon Clan and Flying Cloud City within 2 days. Oh, and the Yang Demon Clan too. Thinking about all this gave Su Mu a headache, and he was no longer sleepy. He quickly went to an open space and began to summon his own army of the undead. There are a total of 100,000 necromancy summoning scrolls, and even if they are used in combination, it will still take some time. Su Mu continued summoning until nightfall before finally using up the necromancy summoning scroll. It can be basically confirmed that the only undead units summoned by the undead summoning scroll are. There are 3 types of skeleton soldiers, skeleton mages, and skeleton archers. Because all 100,000 plus necromancy summoning scrolls had been used up, Su Mu's summoned creatures were basically devoid of any unusual beings. However, there weren't any major problems. As long as he has the Infernal Hot Spring, Lord Talent, his undead army will be invincible in the future. When using the medium undead summoning scroll, in addition to the usual ghost skeleton knights, Su Mu finally unlocked a brand new unit. Ghostly Ghoul Undead. Description: infamous beings in the realm of the dead. They are the spirits of evil people after death. They are adept at attacking from underground, and, once they entangle a target, they will fight to the death. They are like mad dogs. A terrifying undead creature, somewhat resembling a human, with scarlet eyes, crawling on the ground. The ghoul's role should be to launch surprise attacks from behind. Su Mu does indeed need such cannon fodder troops at the moment. Ghouls have a significant speed advantage, strong single-target attack power, and the ability to burrow underground, allowing them to deliver a major blow to enemy rear areas at crucial moments. The only drawback of this unit is ugly. Other than that, Su Mu really couldn't find any major faults. Ghost Cannon Undead. Description: a type of wandering ghost in the realm of the dead, capable of self-destruction. The explosion causes damage over a small area. Avoid contact with it. This is a kind of undead that floats in midair, emitting a chilling blue light, much like clusters of will-o'-the-wisps, but they strangely possess a single eye. Su Mu was excited when he saw the description of the ghost cannon. This is practically a ghost from my dreams. Originally, the ghost cannon only had 1 life, so its existence was rather useless, which allows the ghost cannon to revive after death. After revival, it becomes stronger, with a wider explosion range and greater destructive power. Su Mu didn't even dare to think about it. The potential of the ghost cannon was simply too enormous. It can transform small area damage into large area damage, giving the enemy the advantage of surprise. Good unit. Continuing to summon, Su Mu assembled a team of 2,000 ghost cannons. After that, no new units appeared in the medium undead scroll. They were all skeletons, earth dragons, and other units we had seen before. However, the skeleton earth dragon also serves a purpose, signifying that Su Mu's earth dragon knight force is taking shape. Chapter 346: Preparing to summon the Lord of the Undead Realm. Kimu Town. Yulila's room. She was staring blankly at the crescent-shaped necklace in her box. That was the Lingyue that Su Mu had given her. Yulila stared at it for an entire afternoon, growing to like it more and more with each glance, and never getting tired of it. To this day, she still can't understand why Su Mu gave her such an expensive and beautiful necklace. Shouldn't he use it to please the other women in his territory? In Yulila's opinion, this might be more effective. She is actually the harder one to please. But, by some strange twist of fate, Su Mu gave her this beautiful necklace. After thinking for a moment, Yulila reached out and took out Lingyue. Just as she was about to put it on, there was a knock on the door, and Tao Yao's voice came from outside. "Sister Yulila, it's time for dinner. I've brought it to you. Come in." Yulila answered subconsciously. But soon, she realized that she was still holding Lingyue in her hand. Yulilu was wondering whether she should put the necklace away for now, but it was too late. Tao Yao had already pushed the door open and entered. "Wow! Sister Yulila, your necklace is so beautiful. It must have been a gift from my owner. It's so beautiful." Tao Yao leaned closer and carefully examined the necklace in Yulila's hand. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in Yulila putting the necklace away anymore, so she generously let Tao Yao admire it. Yes, it was a gift from him. "It looks so good." Tao Yao smiled and straightened up, praising it. "Yours looks good too." Yulilu noticed the cat ear necklace on Tao Yao's chest. She remembers. When she saw the necklace, she felt it matched Tao Yao's cute and sweet temperament. She never expected that Su Mu would actually give it to her. Hee hee, I love my necklace the most too. Tao Yao twirled the necklace on her chest, her eyes curving into crescent moons. This clearly shows the joy and happiness she felt. Sister Yulilua, you want to wear it, right? Let me help you. Tao Yao took the initiative to suggest it. After hesitating for a moment, Yulilua nodded and said, okay. Tao Yao clumsily put the hair on Yulilua's head. Her eyes lit up. Sister, this really suits your style? Master has such good taste. Sister Yulilua, if you go out wearing that, Master will probably be completely captivated by you. Because even a girl like Tao Yao is captivated by you, not to mention Master. Peach Blossom transforms into Peach Praise, showering praise upon the character. It's not that she's exaggerating, it's just the truth. Yulilua already possessed a cool and ethereal beauty. Her most outstanding and alluring feature was her slender neck and collarbone area. Now, paired with the Lingyue title, her best features were amplified hundreds of times. At first glance, it's hard not to notice the area from her neck to her chest. Yulilua was naturally aloof and not good at interacting with others. Now, after being praised by Tao Yao, she had no idea how to respond. As she continued to praise him, her face turned rosy. With great difficulty, she could only bring food over to eat, in order to cover up her inner embarrassment. Sister Yulilua, I'll be going now. I still need to deliver food to my master. Tao Yao proposed leaving. Okay, sure. Yulilua heard that Tao Yao was going to deliver food to Su Mu. She didn't try to stop her, but after hesitating for a moment, she still called out to her. Peach Blossom. What's wrong? Tao Yao poked half her head back, looking at Yulilua with a cute yet confused expression. Next time, just invite me out to eat. You don't need to bring it over yourself. Yulilua spoke. Okay, sister. Tao Yao smiled sweetly and left. Her steps were incredibly light. She was determined to bring this good news to her master. Because Tao Yao knew very well what this meant. On the other side, after a great deal of effort, Su Mu finally finished using up his medium undead scroll. He didn't even have time to eat, and Tao Yao personally fed him what he ate. Fortunately, Tao Yao also likes this job. She had already shown off her necklace to her sisters, and everyone gave it a beautiful review. This made Tao Yao incredibly happy. Although this was a gift that everyone received, Tao Yao's little heart was already extremely satisfied. Because her master hadn't forgotten her. Yulilua told you not to bring her food anymore, and to just tell her to go out to eat. That's great. Su Mu smiled and reached out to touch Tao Yao's cat ears. This is good news. By the way, Master, Chief Vivier of the Tree Elf clan came to see you today. Tao Yao remembered something else. However, you were very focused on the summoning at the time, and she left after seeing that. Vivian is looking for me? Okay, I'll go see her when I'm done with my work. With 3387 high-level undead summoning scrolls, Su Mu had plenty and chose to use 100 scrolls at a time. No unique high-level undead were summoned, but a new undead unit did appear. Dark Druid Undead. Description: a powerful undead species with summoning abilities within the realm of the dead. They can transform into animals to fight, and can summon the vengeful spirits of animals to fight alongside them, while also bestowing various wondrous statuses upon the summoned vengeful spirits. Each Dark Druid can summon 5 to 6 animal wraiths to aid them in battle. The strength of the summoned creatures depends on the Druid's strength. Su Mu. The Summoner, type Undead, has finally arrived. This is a great type of soldier. Looking at the scepter-wielding and animal bone and the ghostly humanoid undead, Su Mu found it increasingly pleasing to the eye. He quickly summoned more and more, assembling a large team of 1121 Dark Druids. Continue summoning, Spirit Binder. Just then, Su Mu felt that his soul binding efficiency was too slow, which seriously affected the production of undead. The appearance of the soul binding general could make up for this problem. Subsequently, new undead units appeared again. Giant Shield Minotaur Undead. Description: a type of undead with astonishing defensive capabilities in the realm of the dead. Wielding giant shields, their indomitable spirit is enough to strike fear into the hearts of all enemies. They can imbue their giant shields with special energy for both defense and offense. A giant defensive shield can be crafted for its use. The shield's quality affects its strength. The Giant Shield Minotaur is a tall unit with a height of just over 2 meters. Their size is comparable to that of an orc, and they carry giant shields that are slightly smaller than their own. It looks very imposing. A unit that can hold the line and absorb attacks to give teammates time to deal damage is exactly what Sumu needs. High-level Undead Summoning Scroll used. Next up is the normal Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll, which is still a ghostly dragon flying in the sky, nothing special. Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll can summon a powerful undead dragon creature. Note, dragons are extremely powerful beings in life, and even after becoming spirits, they retain their former personalities and remain unpredictable. Please use with caution in case the summoned undead dragon attacks you. Having learned from the previous experience, Sumu temporarily put away the Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll this time. He planned to finish dealing with the Moon Demon Clan and the Sun Demon Clan before choosing to summon. Sumu was lucky to have summoned the dragon Raynon's last time. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable trouble as the scroll had described. This isn't an ordinary scroll. It actually summons a powerful, dead dragon. Sumu's gaze fell upon the scroll of summoning the Lord of the Undead Domain. This is safe to use. Chapter 347 Lord of the Undead Realm, Eleonora. Undead Domain Lord Summoning Scroll. The Undead Domain is divided into thousands of smaller domains. Using this ancient scroll, you will summon one of the powerful Undead Domain Lords. A contract will be formed between you. If he/she is not satisfied with you, he/she will return to the realm of the dead. If he/she is satisfied with you, he/she may stay to assist you. The summoned Undead Lord is powerful, but because of the power of the contract, he/she will not pose a threat to you. Have a look. Although they are both scrolls, the Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll and the Undead Domain Lord Summoning Scroll are vastly different. At least the latter is safe once it is summoned. Sumu praised the user-friendly design of the Undead Domain Lord Summoning Scroll. With a hint of anticipation, Sumu used the scroll. It's still a similar array of power to that of summoned creatures, lacking the dazzling, complex, and terrifying array of a summoned undead dragon. The blinding light of the array patterns faded, and the first thing Sumu saw was a coffin. Yes, it really is a coffin. Moreover, it was a huge coffin made of ancient black wood, which looked very historical. It exuded a sense of antiquity and heaviness, mixed with a hint of eeriness and horror. The coffin was carved with intricate runes that Sumu couldn't understand. The system indicated that the summoning was successful. Having had previous experience summoning the dead, Sumu wasn't afraid of this coffin. He slowly stepped forward, preparing to examine it. Soon, Sumu noticed the difference. It turns out that the coffin he was seeing was actually an outer coffin, because there was a smaller inner coffin inside it. It's like a coffin within a coffin. The small coffin likely contains the so-called Lord of the Undead Domain. Is she asleep? Hearing no sound, just as Sumu was about to reach out and push the coffin open, he suddenly caught a glimpse of two figures out of the corner of his eye. Flint. And there's also the undead little girl Isel, who likes to act like an adult. Peering curiously into the coffin. What are you two doing? Sumu stopped what she was doing and couldn't help but look at the two of them and speak. It would have been better if Flinna and the others hadn't appeared. As soon as they did, he felt something was off, as if this coffin couldn't be opened. The aura of the realm of the dead is so strong. We were drawn here. Flinna spoke, glancing into the coffin. What did you summon? I don't know either. It should be a lord of the undead realm. The lord of the undead. Isel was even more excited. She floated to the front of the coffin in an instant. Could it be another old acquaintance of Lord Isel's? If that's the case, that would be wonderful. I will be just as excited as if I were to meet Lady Frenna. Isel, don't be too happy yet. Perhaps it's not someone you know well. Frenna floated over. Have you ever seen a coffin like this? Isel looked at it carefully, then shook his head. How strange. Why would the dead still lie in a coffin? Haven't we already tried that once? Isel stared with his round eyes and posed a soul-searching question. That's right. Is it a zombie? Isel seemed to realize something. Zombie. Upon hearing these two words, Sumu unconsciously conjured up the man's face in her mind. Sumyuk has watched countless zombie movies since she was a child. The question is, are there zombies among the undead? Sumu looked at Fulina. He was genuinely very curious about this. Yes. Florina nodded, giving an affirmative answer. Quick, open it, and see if it's really a zombie. Isel exclaimed excitedly. If it's the zombie domain lord, perhaps I, Lord Isel, would actually know him. Lady Frenna, do you remember Rocco Nana? After thinking for a moment, a cute face appeared in Frenna's mind. The little girl you used to play with? What little loli? She's Lady Nana now, ruling the zombie domain of the undead realm. She's the domain lord. Isel exclaimed excitedly. You have no idea how busy she was after she became the domain lord. That's why I left the zombie domain and stopped hanging out with her. I've been thinking about it for so long. It's been thousands of years since I last saw Nana. Isol was lost in fond memories of the past. If it were her, that would be great. Now, Isol's anticipation only grew stronger as she looked at Sumu. Quick, quick, open it. Let me see if Nana is lying inside. So much time has passed. Frena sighed softly. Thousands of years. For the dead, it's just a blink of an eye. They have no idea what the passage of time means. Because they are immortal. Be careful. Frena looked at Sumu and spoke. Good. This time, Sumu did not hesitate and reached out to lift a corner of the coffin lid. So heavy. It should be noted that Sumu's current power is already astonishing. He dares to say that he can lift 1,000 pounds with ease. But the coffin lid made him feel its weight. It's incredibly heavy. I can't even imagine how heavy that coffin lid must have been. With gritted teeth, Sumu finally lifted the coffin lid. A strange fragrance wafted towards her, and upon taking the first inhale, Sumu even felt a little dizzy. Fortunately, through his efforts, the face of the coffin's owner was finally revealed to him. A pale face, long white hair, sculpted and deep features, and an exquisitely beautiful yet cold Western appearance. Huh? Not Nana. What a pity. Isol glanced at it, and disappointment immediately appeared on her little face. Frena didn't react much. She glanced at the figure in the coffin, a hint of apprehension in her eyes. They're from the blood domain. Blood domain. Sumu glanced at Felina. Yes. Frena affirmed. The blood domain, also known as the vampire's abode, is located in the southernmost border of the realm of the dead. It is a cold place where they are in a deep slumber year-round. The demonic blood race within lives by drinking blood. Demonic blood clan? Do you mean vampires? But aren't they the same race as you, belonging to the undead? In Sumu's mind, the realm of the dead should be inhabited by the dead, right? Could there be other races? Not necessarily. Frena shook her head and said, the demon blood clan is also classified as part of the undead clan. They are a rather special group, but it doesn't mean that everyone living in the realm of the dead is an undead. However, the undead make up about 70% or 80% of them. I see. Sumu nodded, realizing that his thinking was too rigid. Who says that everything living in the realm of the dead is necessarily undead? There's no sweet potato in sweet potato noodles. Sumu used a debunking technique on the target. Lord of the Undead, Eleonora. Chapter 348 Your blood is so sweet. Eleonora, Draconic. Age, long ago. Synopsis. Eleonora holds the prestigious title of Earl. She hails from the blood domain, one of the thousands of extra-dimensional planes within the realm of the dead. She is the ancestor of the vampire race, possessing the purest bloodline of the blood demon clan. She has existed for a very long time, and no one knows how long she has lived. Her deeds seem to exist only in certain ancient books. Many people only know that she is very mysterious and has great power. Try to awaken her from her slumber with your blood. After reading the introduction to the illusion-breaking technique, Sumu finally understood why Eleonora hadn't reacted at all during their long conversation. It turned out it was asleep. Moreover, she needs to be awakened with blood? Looking at Eleonora's exquisite and flawless face, yet as white as a sheet of paper, Sumu felt a headache coming on. Summoning her is one thing, but having to awaken her with blood donation is another? Will he be bitten and turned into a vampire in the future? Sumu, who had watched plenty of vampire movies in the past, hesitated. He knew perfectly well that vampires like to find servants, blood servants, and the like. He doesn't want to become that kind of person, even if the vampire in front of me is a woman and excessively beautiful. But Sumu had no feelings for her. She seems to be sleeping. How can I wake her up? Isol lay on top of the coffin, his little hand reaching inside to touch Eleonora's body. Hey, wake up. Wake up. You from the realm of the dead. Isol, don't move, she's asleep. Seeing this, Frena quickly stepped forward and pulled Isol back. She is aware even when she is asleep. Be careful, she might wake up and give you a lesson. Tisish. Isol pouted, wearing a timid yet defiant expression. What are you doing? Frena suddenly noticed that Sumu had cut his hand. Awaken her with blood. Sumu was initially hesitant, but with a mindset of seeing things through, he felt he had to wake her up and check on her. He couldn't let Eleonora remain asleep here forever, could he? That's so abstract. Awaken with blood. Florina hadn't expected the awakening method to be like this, but it was too late for her to stop it. Sumu's palm was cut, and blood dripped down his hand onto Eleonora's lips, instantly adding color to her pale lips. Isol clearly didn't like seeing this. She hid to the side of the coffin. 10 seconds later, visibly, a touch of pink returned to Nora's paper-white face, and her eyes flickered slightly behind her eyelids. Knowing she was reacting, Su-mu increased the bleeding. 1 minute later, Flina looked at Su-mu with concern. If it really doesn't work out, let's just forget about it. Her lips are red, but yours are pale. Don't force yourself, maybe you can come back after some time. Su-mu heard everything Flina said. Although he didn't feel dizzy, he knew he had lost a lot of blood. As the saying goes, 1 essence equals 10 parts blood. This loss is not just about blood. Had turned blood red, perhaps due to the nourishment of his blood. Very strange. Nora, I know you're reacting. If you don't open your eyes soon, I'm going to feed you black dog blood. Su-mu couldn't help but make a threat. He didn't expect it to have any effect, but surprisingly, it really worked. Suddenly, Nora's eyes, which had been closed, snapped open. Her eyes were blood red and had an eerie vertical pupil, but in an instant, they returned to the same shape as Su-mu's. Even her hair color turned black. Very strange. You're finally awake. Just as Su-mu was about to pull his hand back to stop the bleeding, Nora acted first, sitting up straight and grabbing Su-mu's hand. Depend on. Don't bite. Su-mu thought that Nora, this vampire, was going to bite him, and his instinctive reaction was to react. But he was clearly overthinking it. Nora didn't bite him. Instead, she held his hand and gently licked his still bleeding wound. Huh. As soon as Isel peeked out and saw this, he immediately shrank back in. She was in the body of a child, but she knew a lot. She felt that what she was seeing was inappropriate for a child. But Su-mu was still naive. He thought Nora was just grabbing his hand and licking the blood off it, but he didn't expect her to suck on it so hard. Su-mu could even feel the blood in her body being rapidly drawn away. A very intuitive feeling. It's that feeling of blood being instantly sucked out of your body. Fortunately, Nora didn't go too far. She really only took 2 sips. Then she gently licked the wound on Su-mu's palm with her pink little red tongue, looking at him with a very ambiguous gaze. It wasn't a provocative look. It was a seductive and alluring gaze. Flint, standing next to her, frowned slightly, her gaze towards Nora becoming noticeably less friendly. No way, they really got the script to become a blood servant? Su-mu muttered to herself. Nora's actions were so ambiguous that he couldn't help but have impure thoughts. Imagine a vampire countess using her beauty to seduce her master, Su-mu, into becoming her blood servant, constantly supplying her with her blood. Then the two of them lived together shamelessly. No, we don't want this kind of script. Just as Su-mu was about to withdraw his hand, a miraculous scene unfolded. That Nora licked miraculously healed. Su-mu dared to say that this was definitely not his ability, but rather Nora's ability. Your blood is so sweet. Nora spoke, her voice carrying a hint of gentleness, allure, and languor. It easily evokes the image of a mature, sexy woman with a bubbly voice. You're the one who woke me up, aren't you? What do you want me to do for you? Nora licked her red lips, thoroughly cleaning the blood from them. Don't go too far, everyone else can. As she spoke, she winked at Su-mu, a lazy smile on her face, and leaned against the coffin. Su-mu. Actually, you don't need to come with me. You can go and rest with Flina and the others first. I have my own things to take care of. Besides, I don't have anything you need to do right now, but maybe I will soon. Looking at Nora, who had been following him since the beginning, Su-mu spoke helplessly. It wasn't that he disliked Nora, but with her around, Su-mu's neck always felt a little cool. I don't want to go with those two little brats. Nora's feet barely touched the ground as she stayed close to Su-mu. You smell much better than them. Su-mu. Vivian. Fortunately, Su-mu found a lifeline. Otherwise he really wouldn't know how to respond to Nora's words. Chapter 349, Even a Mage Can Use the Eagle Eye's Contempt. Vivian, Taoyao said you wanted to see me. Is there something you need? Su-mu approached Vivier. You're finally done with your work? Vivier smiled politely. Actually, it wasn't anything important. Didn't you ask me to train the skeleton mage in attack accuracy a couple of days ago? Su-mu nodded. There was indeed such a thing, and he still remembered it. At first, we were just trying it out, but we didn't expect it to work so well, Vivier said. She was somewhat amazed, wondering how Su-mu came up with such a wildly imaginative idea. When she first heard about his request, she thought it was nonsense. After all, only archers have accuracy. What magical accuracy do mages have? However, when Vivier tried it herself, she found that it really worked. The skeleton mage's magic attacks now have a hit rate of approximately 99%, which is terrifying. I wouldn't say 100%, but Vivier felt she needed to hold back a bit, otherwise. Viviel didn't know why this had such an effect, but she greatly admired Su Mu's bold idea, because it had actually come true. Vivian, do you mean that skeleton mages, like skeleton archers, have also seen a significant increase in accuracy and hit rate? Sumu finally understood what Vivier was trying to say. That's right. Vivier nodded with a smile. Sumu, I am quite shocked that your idea has come true. Take me to see it quickly. Sumu couldn't wait. Of having the tree elves teach the skeleton mage's archery skills was just a spur-of-the-moment thought of Sumu's. He didn't expect it to actually succeed. What a pleasant surprise. Led by Viviel, Sumu met the skeleton mages who were practicing. He checked their status bars and found the talent tag, Eagle Eye's Contempt. Eagle Eye's Contempt. 100% accuracy, 80% chance of hitting a weak point, 300% chance of a critical hit on a weak point. Does this mean that any life form that has been taught by the tree spirits can possess the talent tag of Eagle Eyes of Contempt? This piqued Sumu's curiosity, so he tentatively had Viviel teach the skeleton soldiers to see if they would gain the talent tag, Eagle Eye of Contempt. After trying for a while, nothing worked. No, not really. Sumu pinched her chin, somewhat puzzled. He felt that the tree spirit's teachings would inevitably result in the Eagle Eye's Contempt, which he believed was a definite pattern. Even if you're at your worst, you should at least get the Hawkeye trait, right? So what exactly is the purpose of the skeleton soldiers? Just as Sumu was trying to figure it out, he suddenly heard a lazy yawn coming from beside him. He turned his head and glanced at it, only to find that it belonged to Eleonora. She looked languid as she leaned against a tree trunk, her long, slender, and fair legs on full display. Moreover, Sumu could vaguely see the view under her skirt when looking up from below. That vampire. Sumu quickly looked away, maintaining a straight gaze. Eleonora seemed to be talking to herself, her legs crossed elegantly. Isn't it a bit absurd to expect them to teach a skeleton that uses knives and swords archery skills? A seemingly unintentional remark made Sumu frown slightly. After pondering it carefully, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, perhaps it's related to their profession. Skeleton soldiers are designed to be melee fighters. Teaching a melee fighter archery skills is like putting a stone in a stone. In other words, does that mean any ranged class is acceptable? With that in mind, Sumu decided to call over a slime to conduct an experiment. This is where we'll need to use E, who hasn't been around for a long time. It just so happens to be one of the more leisurely members of the group, with plenty of time to cooperate with Sumu. Sir, why do you want to teach me archery techniques? They posed soul-searching questions one by one. The adults have been busy with matters concerning the territory lately, and there are more and more people in the territory, so E hasn't seen him for a long time. Seeing that he remembered her, E was naturally very happy. Try using the archery techniques they taught you to gather water elemental magic for an attack. Sumu didn't explain further, but instead had E follow along and learn. Seeing Sumu's serious and focused attitude, E knew the importance of the matter and quickly began to study diligently as well. Soon, Sumu reached the conclusion of the experiment. It works. After a round of instruction, E has developed the Eagle Eye trait. This is a talent label that appeared out of nowhere. With diligent training, the Eagle Eye trait will eventually evolve into Eagle Eye's Contempt. This means that the teaching energy of the tree spirit can be applied to any ranged class. Sumu thought of the dragon frame cannon that would appear soon. And there are magic rocket launchers. If he could combine this with the teachings of the tree spirits, he would gain a group of expert gunners. It's terrifying to even think about. Such a powerful weapon has a perfect hit rate and also doubles the damage from weak points. That would destroy the world. However, the dragon frame cannon is a portable cannon, so skeleton archers certainly cannot become cannon wielders. Therefore, gunners need to be trained by other personnel. Sumu felt that within his territory, only orcs could easily move and fire the dragon frame cannon. However, since orcs are in charge of transportation within their territory, they naturally cannot be recruited as gunners. This gunner needs to be from another race. We need to bring in specialized gunners for the territory. Thank you for your hard work. Let's call it a day. Sumu squatted down, rubbed Rua Yi's head, and thanked her. Was the slime who helped him build the territory in the very beginning, and for Sumu, it held great sentimental value and significance. He plans to take a good walk with the giant salamander after he finishes this busy period, and also spend some time playing with It's alright, sir. Just call when you need anything. They skipped and hopped away. Wow, you can even communicate with these little guys. That's amazing. Sumu didn't need to look up to know that it was Eleonora who was speaking. Her signature lazy tone paired with her bubbly voice was very distinctive. That's right, I'm more than just sweet blood. Sumu looked up and made a teasing remark. Giggle. Eleonora was amused by Sumu's words. She leaned against the tree trunk, laughing so hard that her body trembled, and there was a hint of danger in her laughter, revealing a hint of cleavage. Winsty is a vixen, and so is Eleonora. Sumu quickly looked away. Vivian, I've always had a question I'd like to ask you. Sumu thought of the fact that Los Rea was still asleep. What? Chapter 350 The Method to Awaken Los Rea. Besides your elven tree, do you know of anything else that can be called pure life force? Sumu asked his question. He has been thinking a lot lately about what exactly is behind the clues given by the intelligence system. What exactly is pure life force? As a result, they did not get the answers they wanted. Sumu even asked Serena, Sabathini, Hestia. They were all quite knowledgeable people, but they all answered, I don't know. Today, since they happened to be in the tree spirit's habitat, Sumu couldn't help but ask Vivial about it. Perhaps Vivier knows the answer? Besides the life force of the elf tree, what else can be called the purest life force? Vivial repeated the question, thought about it quickly, and finally shook her head regretfully. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. Vivial looked at Sumu apologetically, as if to say that she was very sorry for not being able to help him. It's nothing, I was just asking. It's okay if I don't know. Just as Sumu finished speaking, Eleonora in the tree suddenly spoke up. Why don't you ask me? Perhaps I know? You know? Sumu looked up at Eleonora, who had already crossed her legs and was looking down at him with her head tilted back. This posture exudes confidence, nobility, and elegance. Eleonora nodded slightly. Then answer me. Maybe Eleonora really does know. Sumu suddenly realized that Eleonora had existed on this continent for a long time. She was an immortal vampire, and perhaps with her knowledge, she really could know the answer to this question. Thinking about this, he was also a little excited. Furthermore, Eleonora wasn't too surprised that he could communicate with the slime race. She must have seen something like this before. It's nothing unusual. Sumu thought about it more and more and felt that Eleonora really knew the answer, and he looked at her expectantly. If you want me to answer, give me a bite. Eleonora didn't mince words and stated her request directly, her mouth slightly opened to reveal a sharp vampire tooth. Although Vivial wasn't very knowledgeable, she had already guessed Eleonora's identity. Vampire. I'll give you a bite on the head. Sumu was speechless. Was it really just a matter of taking a bite? He knew all too well that they wanted to suck his blood. Moreover, he didn't know if he would turn into a vampire after being bitten by Eleonora. So how could he dare to let her bite him so easily? This is something we definitely have to refuse. How naughty of you. You actually want me to bite your head. Eleonora suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled, her ambiguous gaze lingering on Sumu. I knew it. You must have thought things through before waking me up, but you're really dreaming. I don't want to. No, what does Eleonora mean by babbling on like that? All right, since you woke me up, I'll tell you. Eleonora hugged herself, resuming her previous languid posture. The purest life force in this world is nothing more than the power of life's reproduction and continuation. No other life force is purer than this. Can you understand what I'm saying? Eleonora's eyes fell on Sumu's face, and a smile curved her lips, carrying a hint of mockery. The power of life's reproduction and continuation? Sumu repeated. He seemed to have grasped the key point and was just a little short of being able to fully understand what Eleonora meant. How stupid. Eleonora laughed happily, her laughter somewhat alluring. But her clumsiness is kind of cute. Let me remind you again, only men have that. Vivier's face was already flushed, and she glanced at Sumu many times. She thought she was so stupid that she already knew. So how could Sumu not know? Could it be that he's pretending not to know what he's talking about? By the way, why did Sumu suddenly ask her this question? Could this be hinting at something? Does he like her? So you deliberately said these things to imply something? Thinking of this, Vivier's face flushed even more. She's not just any tree spirit. Even though Sumu is a very nice person and quite pleasing to the eye, Vivial felt that things between them were far from reaching that level. Depend on. Sumu couldn't help but swear. Vivial understood. So how could he not understand what Eleonora meant by the purest life force? It's nothing more than a man's. Sumu felt numb. Are you kidding me? The way to awaken Los Rea is... Sumu thought carefully about the previous hints from the intelligence system. Sumu was completely numb. Good grief. The emotion system even made a suggestive joke with him, but unfortunately, he didn't understand it at the time. Now that I think about it, it really does seem to make sense, doesn't it? At least 9/10 like him. It seems you understand what I mean now. Giggle. Eleonora laughed in the tree, swinging her long, fair legs like a little girl. Like Susu, she wasn't wearing shoes. But your feet won't get a speck of dust on them. On the contrary, the toes, which were carved like jade, were dazzlingly beautiful. Sumu suddenly remembered that he didn't use the insight, discerning technique to check. Perhaps using the deception detecting technique would reveal whether Eleonora's claims are true. After all, when Sumu used the insight technique to check Eleonora's information before, it contained a method for awakening her. Perhaps the same thing will happen if it is applied to Losrea? After all, the discerning truth technique is no longer the same as the previous insight technique. Sumu was about to put his ideas into practice. Snowed found him. Tonight at midnight is the best time to rescue Malore. Chapter 351. I said yes. Let's sleep in the coffin for one night. Snowed has already investigated. Because the battle in Flying Cloud City is intense, most of the more than 3,000 guards protecting Malore will be evacuated tonight, leaving only a few hundred guards. Moreover, the main fighting force will also leave in the early morning. Their goal was to infiltrate the Moon Demon clan from behind and strike them. These 3,000 guards will form a force behind enemy lines, acting as a surprise attack. Upon learning this news, Snowed returned immediately to inform Sumu. The best time to rescue Malore will be in the early hours of tonight. Sumu and Ulilua set off under the cover of night. The reason for not bringing Effia was that Malore was her family, and if something unexpected happened, she might do something irrational. After careful consideration, Sumu decided to set off with Ulilua. Moreover, with only a few hundred guards, there's no need to bring along the undead warriors from the territory. Sumu and Ulilua alone are probably enough to handle it. Moreover, Sumu has a little tail whose strength is unknown but seems to be extremely powerful. Eleonora, Your Majesty, it's the cave ahead. Miss Malore is inside. Snod pointed to the inconspicuous cave hidden at the mouth of the waterfall and began to speak. Okay, go and find out how many people are inside, just in case anything goes wrong. Sumu lowered his voice and gave instructions to Snowed. Okay. Just as Snowed was about to leave, a voice came from above Sumu's head. No need to investigate further. There are 398 people inside, including 260 knights, 100 mages, and the remaining 38 are useless women and children. Their overall strength is very ordinary. I estimate you can handle them by yourself. Sumu glanced back at Eleonora behind him. Are you serious? Is it true or false? Eleonora knew exactly who was inside and how many people were inside. Her perception really that strong? Sumu suddenly became very curious about Eleonora's status bar. He remembered that when Eleonora held his hand and licked the blood from his palm, he didn't seem to see her status bar appear. Did he not notice? Or is it really not true? Sumu frowned secretly. Hearing Eleonora accurately recite these figures, Ulilu couldn't help but glance at her. To be honest, Ulilua, like Sumu, was curious and skeptical about whether what Eleonora said was true or false. Because she didn't sense it. Lilu felt a natural resistance to this suddenly appearing vampire from the Demon Blood clan. Some even disliked the way she always hung around in front of Sumu. 100%. Eleonora smiled slightly, lazily stretched at Sumu, displaying her perfect curves right under his nose, and said, If I'm wrong, you can do whatever you want with me. But if I'm right, I won't bite you. At this point, Eleonora's smile shifted, becoming slightly mischievous. I told you, you'll sleep with me on the coffin for one night. How about it? Do you dare to bet? Eleonora's slightly provocative gaze made Sumu cower. It's okay to sleep in one night. Who would ask someone to sleep in a coffin for one night? That's really bad luck. Sumu didn't want to become an undead. No gambling. Sumu resolutely refused. Why? Eleonora pressed for an answer. I'm a coward, okay? Sumu was quite decisive. Giggle. Eleonora laughed, her body trembling with laughter, her breast swaying. Unnoticed by Sumu, Ulilua's face was frosty, and her gaze towards Eleonora was even more displeased. As if sensing something, Eleonora turned around and glanced back. Ulilua decisively turned her head away. The two avoided it perfectly. At this very moment, inside the waterfall cave, Captain, I have a bold idea. Session's gaze kept falling on the large black iron cage in front of him, but in the end he couldn't resist and sat down next to his captain, Guschi. What a bold idea. Guschi glanced at his good brother and spoke. On the surface, the difference between the two is that they are the captain and the team member. Privately, the two have been friends for nearly 20 years. Captain, You should know how much that Sky Shuttle Silver Feather horse cost, right? Bought for 50 million, then resold for 500 million. 500 million. Sessions licked his lips, a greedy glint in his eyes. Is this the kind of money we couldn't earn in many lifetimes? Have you ever thought about that? Gus Chi remained silent, but he knew and understood everything Sessions was saying. After all, he had heard about it. Captain, what lies before us is an opportunity to change our social class. This woman is the Heavenly Shuttle Holy Horse, an existence even more precious than the Heavenly Shuttle Silver Feather Horse. What exactly are you trying to say? Gus Chi interrupted his friend, his brows furrowed as he glared at Sessions with an unfriendly expression. Gus Chi, we have an opportunity before us. A golden opportunity. You still don't understand? Sessions stopped calling him Captain, lowered his voice, and put his arm around Gus Chi's neck. You should be well aware that Feiyun City's current strength is such that it is not far from being destroyed when attacked simultaneously by the Moon Demon Clan and Luolin City. Even if you question the strength of the Moon Demon Clan, don't you understand that crazy woman, Zeke Rolling? Sessions repeated through gritted teeth. Feiyun City is definitely doomed this time. Gus Chi remained silent again. He knew that, to some extent, Sessions was right. Flying Cloud City was attacked by the Moon Demon Clan and Luolin City together, and there was almost no chance of turning the tide. You should understand very well what I'm talking about. Sessions saw that Gus Chi remained silent, and he knew that Gus Chi was also very clear about the current situation. See that? Sessions pointed to Malor, who was locked in a cage. Take her away from here, don't worry about Yugru. The two of us brothers will fly away together, take a sum of money to recruit soldiers, and build a field army. This is our only hope to turn our lives around. Sessions' eyes burned with a fierce intensity. From the moment he learned that Flying Cloud City was in the midst of war and that Yaglu needed to lead his men back, this thought had been irresistibly surging into his mind. The only person he needed to persuade was his good brother, Gus Chi. Only Gus Chi could command the more than 300 men present. But if I just leave like this, I will betray the trust that Yugru has placed in me. I can't. Gus Chi's conscience was wavering. Yaglu had always treated him well. He really couldn't bring himself to betray him like that. Even if Yaglu ultimately doesn't come back, he will consider the approach Sessions suggested. But now he really can't. At least in his conscience, Gus Chi couldn't get past his own conscience. Chapter 352. Wait. Our plans have changed. And Sessions, have you forgotten that your wife is still in Flying Cloud City? And so is my Helena? They are still waiting for us to return. We cannot abandon Flying Cloud City. We cannot betray Yaglu. Our families are still inside. Thinking of his family, Gus Chi's wavering resolve finally strengthened, and he tried to persuade Sessions to calm down and stop having those bad thoughts. Fuck you, Yugru, fuck your wife. It would have been better if Gus Chi hadn't brought up the topic, but as soon as he mentioned the word wife, Sessions' face turned fierce, and his voice suddenly became louder, instantly attracting the attention of those around them, who all turned to look at the two of them. Are you crazy, Sessions? Gus Chi quickly grabbed Sessions' neck. Damn it, keep it down. Gus Chi didn't want anyone to know that he and his brother were talking about betrayal. He felt guilty just thinking about it, let alone letting everyone know. Gesh, do you know? Sessions' eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly, and his voice was filled with suppressed rage. That bastard Yuguru slept with my woman. He's having an affair with that bitch Ame. They both betrayed me. Damn bastards. Sessions gritted his teeth. Really? Gus Chi exclaimed in shock. Yugalu was his superior, and Amy was Sessions' wife. Furthermore, it was Yuguru who introduced Amy to Sessions. She was very attractive in both looks and figure, and Gus Chi even envied Sessions' good fortune with women at the time. Who would have thought that the two of them were having an affair? To be honest, Gus Chi was deeply shocked. Those two have probably been together for a long time. Sessions said angrily. Last year, I witnessed that fat bastard Yuguru writhing disgustingly on my wedding bed where Anmi and I shared a pillow. Later I found out that Yugel had already been having an affair with Anmei before he introduced her to me. Yugel did this simply because he was afraid of his wife from the Earl's mansion. To prevent his wife from finding fault with him, he introduced Anmei to me, and then deliberately transferred me away every day so he could sleep with that bitch Anmei. Hearing Sessions' words, Gus Chi was extremely shocked. He hadn't expected that his good brother had known about this for over a year. He had been cuckolded for more than a year. How did you manage to endure it for so long? Gus Chi couldn't help but ask. If it were him, he simply couldn't tolerate his wife having an affair and being unfaithful to another man. If I can't bear it, am I supposed to kill Yaglu? Me, a mere guard, do I deserve it? Sessions glanced sideways at Gush, his eyes blazing with fury. So now you know why I betrayed Yogur, and why I said this was the only chance. This is an opportunity for us brothers to transcend social classes, an opportunity for us brothers to turn our lives around. Sessions was extremely emotional. He had been waiting for this day of comeback for far too long. Gushchi, let's do it, brothers. Let's make something of ourselves. Be bold. But my Helena and my son are still in Flying Cloud City. Sessions was unusually hesitant and passive. On the one hand, he felt great sympathy for his good brother of 20 years. On the one hand, he still had his wife and children in Feiyun City whom he couldn't bear to leave behind. Gesh, don't you understand yet? Seeing that Gushchi was still hesitating, Sessions's face suddenly turned cold. Yogru is a bastard, a beast. You think Yogru can sleep with Ami, but do you think he'll let your Helena go? Sessions, you bastard, what are you saying? Gushchi kicked Sessions to the ground. Son of a bitch. You bastard. Gushchi roared furiously, the veins on his face bulging, a testament to his rage. The commotion of the two fighting immediately drew the attention of everyone in the cave, who all looked over with puzzled expressions. I'm just telling the truth, Gushchi. Sessions wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared at Gushchi, and said coldly, didn't you notice what the people around you were saying? Your son. Before Sessions could finish speaking, Gushchi's angry voice had already drowned out his words. Gorsh kicked Sessions in the face in a fit of rage. The immense force sent Sessions flying more than 10 meters away. Then look, Sessions' face was covered in blood, his nose was broken, and he looked terrible. Cough, cough. Sessions threw his head back and spat out the blood that had been stuck in his throat, a smile spreading across his face, a smile that looked utterly sinister. He shouted, Gesh, your son is nothing like you. He is the illegitimate child of Yaglu and your wife. Why won't you admit it? I think you've heard more than one person talking about it behind your back. Enraged, Gushchi launched another attack, kick after kick aimed straight for Sessions' face, chest, and groin. Every kick was imbued with Gushchi's fury. Sessions' chest was so badly dented from the blows that he would have been killed if the people around him hadn't pulled him away. Sessions, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. Gushchi was still roaring. Gee, Gorjesh. Sessions' weak voice came through. Sometimes lies don't hurt. It's the truth that's the sharpest blade that pierces you. You're so angry, you must have already seen it, right? Cough, cough, cough. Sessions coughed up mouthfuls of blood again. Gushchi's face was contorted with rage, and veins bulged on his forehead. Indeed, Sessions was right. However, Gushchi didn't see it with his own eyes, but heard it. That night, he went home drunk and heard lewd music outside his room. He could vaguely make out what the people inside were doing. However, Gushchi has been deceiving himself all along. Deceiving yourself is not the answer. You can't deceive yourself into believing that Helena is still loyal. Are people like us destined, deserving to live in Yugru's shadow? Sessions' voice came through. What right do those damn nobles have to trample on our dignity and control our lives so easily? Why should we be treated like ants, trampled under their feet? All right, have you said everything you needed to say? This time, it wasn't Gushchi who interrupted Sessions, but another voice. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and in the dim light of the flames, a handsome face appeared before them. A handsome young man I've never seen before. Beside him, on either side, stood two stunningly beautiful women with contrasting personalities. It was Sumu, Yulilua, and Elinora. Who goes there? Gushchi immediately became alert, placing his hand on his longsword, ready to fight at any moment. Let's all go together and try to end this battle as soon as possible, Sumu said, and Yulilua's figure took the lead and went forward. Yulilu had been holding her breath for a long time. She could let Elinora's presence outside go unnoticed, but inside, she was determined to reclaim her dignity. However, before she could even fully move, Sumu grabbed her. Wait, the plan has changed. Sumu called for a halt. The reason was that he heard the alert from the intelligence system in his mind. And it's about Sessions lying on the ground. Chapter 353 The Son of the Zhouyuan Clan. Sumu is confused. 6-star intelligence value. Vit Minkai, the patriarch of the Zhouyuan clan, has been searching for his youngest son, who was scattered across the continent in his early years. A year ago, Wit Minkai offered a hefty reward for information about his son and announced that if the information was true, he would be treated as a distinguished guest of the Zhouyuan clan. This news caused a sensation across the entire continent, but unfortunately, Victor Minkai had been unable to obtain accurate information. Intelligence analysis. Sessions, who is lying on the ground, was stranded in Flying Cloud City 21 years ago. He carries the blood of Victor Minkai, the patriarch of the Zhouyuan clan. He is Victor Minkai's youngest son, lost on the continent. Intelligence tip. If you can inform Chief Wit Minkai of Sessions' situation, you might receive a large reward and be treated as a distinguished guest by the Zhouyuan clan. A notification from the intelligence system rang in Su-Mu's mind. He was slightly taken aback. The Zhouyuan clan? Su-Mu tried his best to recall any information about the Zhouyuan clan, but to no avail. He had learned about many of the strange races on the continent from Serena, but this Zhouyuan race was something he had never heard of before. The people opposite him, including Jeski, looked wary. He could sense that Su-Mu and his companions were not ordinary. But I just don't know why the other side, after clearly issuing an attack order, suddenly called for a halt. Not only did they call for a stop, but the man in the lead even started chatting with his female companion. Gushchi glanced at the large black iron cage behind him, knowing that the other party was definitely after the Sky Shuttle Holy Horse. She's the only one with value here. Inside the large, black iron cage, Malor, her body covered in wounds, lay curled up in the center, fast asleep. Malor has not been mistreated since her arrest. The wounds on her body are from the battle when she was captured. Furthermore, the iron cage was covered with terrifying lightning power, and whenever Malor tried to break free, the lightning power released from it would repeatedly strike her. She was completely numb from the electric shock. Gradually, Malor gave up resisting. She knew that in addition to the power of lightning, the iron cage also contained array patterns and magnetic fields that suppressed her strength, making it impossible for her to fight against the people outside. Instead of struggling again and again, it's better to rest and recuperate so that you can successfully escape next time you leave the cage. So, Malor has been sleeping the whole way these past few days, until she heard a slightly familiar voice in her dream. The voice sounds familiar. A face involuntarily surfaced in Malor's mind. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked out of the iron cage in disbelief. Was it him? Su-Mu. Where is Effie? Was he there to rescue her? Malor felt like she was dreaming. The Zhouyuan clan. Have you ever heard of the Zhouyuan clan? Su-Mu looked at Yuliluo and asked. 6-star value intelligence is definitely a very high-level intelligence, given his current strength. Therefore, the Zhouyuan clan should be a relatively important race. Su-Mu naturally wanted to understand the situation clearly before deciding how to proceed. He wanted to ask Yuliluo if she knew anything about the Zhouyuan clan. The Zhouyuan clan? I've never heard of them. After searching her mind, Yuliluo found no information or memories about this race. Despite being a demon and living in the demon realm, Yuliluo is actually quite knowledgeable about things on the continent. But the Zhouyuan clan? She had never heard of them before. I have absolutely no recollection of it. You don't know either? Never mind then, it's fine. Su-Mu was slightly disappointed. Feel sorry. Yuliluo also sensed Su-Mu's disappointment. For the first time, she felt a little sad that she couldn't help him. Yulilu even questioned herself in her heart. Why can't I know more? Just then, Elinora's slightly disgruntled voice rang out from behind the two of them. Hey, why don't you ask me anything? You? Su-Mu glanced back at Elinora. Do you know? Yuli doesn't know. Then Elinora, who has been sleeping in the borderlands of the land of the dead for many years, is even less likely to know, right? She probably hasn't left mainland China for many years. This was Su-Mu's first thought, so he didn't even ask Elinora. However, since Elinora herself brought it up, Su-Mu asked casually, not expecting her to know at all. Wow, you actually looked down on me. Elinora curled her lips and glared at Su-Mu. It's not that I looked down on you, but you've been sleeping in the realm of the dead all this time. Do you think you know anything about what's happening outside? What don't you know? Elinora was annoyed. I know everything. There's no news in this world that I don't know. Then tell me. Su-Mu was amused by Elinora's boastful question. Take a bite. Elinora stretched out a finger and gave Su-Mu a provocative look. Hearing the words, take a bite, from the side, Yuliluo frowned again. She really disliked those 3 words. Because she knew that Elinora was a vampire. Being bitten by a vampire is not a good thing. Okay, as long as you say it, don't even mention it. I'll give you a buy one get one free deal. Su-Mu refused to believe that Elinora, who was lying in a coffin and sleeping, could possibly know everything. But after he said it, he regretted it a little. Su-Mu suddenly remembered that Elinora had recently answered his question about the purest life force. The problem, although he hasn't put it into practice yet, and we don't know if it's true or not, it seems like there might actually be some truth to it. To be honest, Su Mu was a little nervous. You said it yourself, I didn't force you. Giggle. Fearing Su Mu might change his mind, Eleonora interrupted, glancing sideways at Yulila beside her. You don't need to glare at me. I didn't force him. If you feel sorry for him, you can take his place, hee. As she spoke, Eleonora let out another alluring chuckle. I didn't. Yulila quickly turned her face away, refusing to look at Eleonora again. I don't know if she meant she didn't feel sorry for me, or that she didn't glare at me. Or is he just saying one thing and meaning another? Anyway, her heart was racing, and she felt embarrassed that her thoughts had been seen through. The Zhouyuan clan is an extremely ancient race. They have existed for a very, very long time, almost as long as I have. They are one of the few races whose lifespan can achieve immortality. Eleonora spoke. Eternal life? This was the first time Su Mu had ever heard of a race that could live forever. Even if tree spirits live a long life, it's only a few thousand years. They will eventually die. But how could the Zhouyuan race live forever? Isn't that invincible? Chapter 354 The Prophet of the Cosmic Race. God. Right. The Zhouyuan race is the most intelligent race on this continent. This intelligence is different from that of races like goblins. They are also known as gods. Eleonora began. Let me think. Their current clan leader's name should be, Eleanox stretched out her slender, pale hand, touched her chin, and thought for a moment before slowly uttering 4 words. Ming Kai Wit. It should be his turn. The patriarch of the Zhouyuan clan has a lifespan of 1 cycle every 10,000 years. It's over. The moment Su Mu heard Eleonora utter that name, he knew he was doomed. This woman genuinely knew about the Zhouyuan clan. Her claims of immortality and such were not just empty promises. Su Mu, are you confused? Su Mu silently berated herself in her heart. They actually agreed to be bitten? Buy one get one free. Su Mu felt like vomiting blood. The Zhouyuan clan is so special. Why have I never heard of them before? Lilu who said this. You're not kidding us, are you? Lilua didn't know much about the mainland, but she had never heard of the Zhouyuan clan. This Zhouyuan race is immortal. Its chieftain changes every 10,000 years. It is the most intelligent race, and it is also called gods. But why doesn't Yulilu know anything about this? The Zhouyuan clan is no ordinary race. Therefore, Yulilu subconsciously thought that Eleonora was lying. No. Eleonora, know what I know, and I don't know what I don't know. I wouldn't stoop to lying to anyone. Eleonora crossed her arms, her face a haughty and cold expression. She knew what Yulilua meant, and she was unhappy about being questioned. Then what proof do you have that you're right? Yulilu pressed for an answer. I am stating the facts. I do not need to prove them. Eleonora looked at Yulilua and met her gaze without the slightest fear. The 2 women were on the verge of a confrontation. A tense standoff was brewing. Fearing they would start fighting, Su Mu quickly raised his hand to stop them. All right, Yulilua is only speaking from my perspective. She's not wrong, so it's only right to question her. As he spoke, he looked at Eleonora. Continue talking about the Zhouyuan clan. Why are they called gods? Why has Yulilua never heard of them? Is there something special about them? Su Mu asked several questions in a row. So you believe me? Eleonora glanced at Su Mu with a nonchalant air, her lips curving upwards. She was quite the actress, glancing triumphantly in Yulilua's direction, her provocation obvious. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama. Su Mu doesn't know what sins she has committed. There aren't even 3 women, so why is there so much drama? Oh right. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain, unless one is male and the other female. I believe you, go ahead and tell me. Su Mu was helpless. Heh. Lilua triumphantly, her eyes seeming to say, you lost. Snort. Yulilua turned her head away and said nothing more. She's smart. Since Su Mu said that, it proves he's confident that Eleonora is telling the truth. As I said before, the Zhouyuan race is the most intelligent race. They have the ability of prophet and can foresee future events. Moreover, they are said to know everything about the continent. Eleonora began. The most comprehensive and vast library on the continent, containing all kinds of books, from cultivation techniques to magical texts. It's a library that countless people flock to. In fact, many people go to the Zhouyuan clan seeking answers, hoping to use their prophetic abilities to resolve their doubts. Often, as long as the Zhouyuan clan is willing, they can get the answers. At this point, Eleonora paused slightly. The reason she didn't know about the Zhouyuan clan is quite simple. It's forbidden to record anything about the Zhouyuan clan in ancient texts. Why? Is it because it's forbidden by the laws of the state? If what Eleonora said is true, then it's understandable that Yulala doesn't know about the Zhouyuan clan. It's normal that people don't know about it because it can only be passed down orally. It's not prohibited by law, but by the power of the laws of the Zhouyuan clan itself. As soon as their names appear in the ancient texts, those texts will disappear. The celestial race that Eleonora mentioned is really awesome. Sumu was simply curious. The Zhouyuan race possesses the ability of prophecy. So why can't Minkai Wit know where his youngest son is? Although the Zhouyuan race is called gods, they have a very fatal weakness. At this moment, Eleonora spoke up again. Their race is very small, numbering no more than 100. Moreover, their reproductive capacity is very weak, and they are even unable to reproduce normally. To maintain the purity of their bloodline, they absolutely forbid intermarriage or having affairs with other ethnic groups. Eleonora had barely finished speaking when she noticed Su Madong. Upon seeing this, Gus Shi and the others immediately became alert, drawing their long swords and preparing for battle at any moment. But Sumu had no interest in them whatsoever. He went straight to Session's side. Are you alright? As soon as the question left his mouth, Sumu realized something was wrong. Session's nose was broken by a kick, but now he's slowly recovering. Upon closer inspection, his injuries were even slowly healing. As soon as Sumu entered the cave, he noticed Sessions, who had been badly injured. Therefore, he knew exactly what extent the other party had been injured. I never expected that he would have the same self-healing ability as the Zhouyuan clan. The voice of Eleonora rang in Sumu's ears. The voice was very soft, so soft that only he could hear it. He didn't know when the woman had followed him, and she even whispered in his ear, making Sumu feel a chill run down his spine. He quickly stepped forward to avoid Eleonora. Giggle. Eleonora laughed at Sumu's little trick. Who are you? Sessions looked at Sumu with apprehension. He could sense that the opponent's strength was above his own. Far, far above. And the excessively beautiful woman behind him. Sessions witnessed her descend like a ghost from 100 meters away. That speed is definitely not that of an ordinary person. You don't need to know who I am right now. As Sumu spoke, he turned around and looked at Jeski and the others who were already at each other's throats. Put down your weapons, and you can live. If you resist, I dare say you will all die. Sumu's gaze fell on the large iron cage behind him. He changed his initial goal of simply killing her quickly and taking Malor away. My purpose in coming here was to kill you all and take her away, but now I've changed my mind. Sumu took a step forward and looked at Jeski and the others in front of him. You must already know what state Flying Cloud City is in now. I can tell you, I'm the mastermind behind all of this. Upon hearing this, Gus Shi and the others exchanged glances, all seeing the shock and astonishment on their teammates' faces. They never imagined that the handsome young man before them was actually the mastermind behind the endless war that plunged Feiyun City into chaos. On the other hand, Sumu understood very well that if he wanted the people present to be willing to be captured and lay down their weapons to surrender, he had to shock them first. It's not just about words, but also about actions. Sumu suddenly drew his demonic dragon hornblade, unleashing a powerful, heavenly fireblade strike. Fiery dragon, stretching for hundreds of meters, roared away, with flames burning fiercely along the ground. At the same time, Sumu's voice rang out amidst the flames. Are you 300 or so people willing to make a pointless sacrifice, or do you want to choose a better leader? I'll give you time to consider. The sound faded. The flames went out. That bottomless chasm stunned everyone present. Chapter 355. This new master is definitely not simple. Clang. A loud bang. The massive black iron cage in front of Malor was cleaved open by Sumu's demonic dragon hornblade. With a little effort, Sumu tore open the large iron gate. Milo, do you remember me? Sumu looked at Milior inside the iron cage. From the beginning, her gaze had been fixed on him, which made him feel a little awkward. Remember, Malor's voice was still as gentle as ever. Even though she was imprisoned, there was no fear on her face. He's supposed to be calm, but he's actually a bit adorably clueless and oblivious. How did you find me? Is that Effia? Malor asked softly. She thought that Sumu had found this place because of Effia. After all, only she could sense her. I guess so. Sumu thought for a moment and explained. After you left a few days ago, Effia was a little uneasy, feeling that something might happen to you. So she asked me to inquire about you everywhere. It just so happens that I found out. I'm glad you're all right. Thank you. Malor's wings fluttered slightly as she spoke. Sumu quickly noticed that Malor's wings were bleeding. She had a wound on her wing, which was severely inflamed and even showed signs of turning black. It seems that Malor hasn't been having a good time these past few days. Don't say too much, give me your hand, and I'll take you away from here. Sumu reached out his hand to Milior. Without hesitation, Malor placed her hand in Sumu's and used his strength to stand up. She was seriously injured and weak, and could only stand up by relying on Sumu. It seems your injury is quite serious. Sumu frowned, reached out, and put his arm around Malor's shoulder, letting her lean on him more. Fine. Malor remained calm and composed, just as Sumuchu had when they first met. However, compared to before, she is no longer glamorous and radiant. Instead, she looks rather miserable. Just bear with it, and I'll take you back. As Sumu spoke, he turned to look at Jesai and the others, his tone becoming somewhat stern. How about it? Have you thought it through? Your time to consider has come. Whether to live or die, Sumu had given them enough time to consider during the time he saved Malor. He could have chosen not to do that. After all, his only target is Sessions. But that would seem too deliberate. Moreover, Tianlong City is in dire need of manpower right now, so having more people is not a bad thing. There's no need to keep thinking about killing. I'll go with you. Someone spoke first. It was Sessions, who had been seriously injured earlier. He had somehow recovered and gotten up. Gesh, are you still hesitating? This is an opportunity right in front of us. Sessions turned to look at Gush, believing that his actions had angered Gush, making him realize and resolve to rebel. No. We should start all over again. Sumu remained silent, watching the interaction between Sessions and Gush without saying a word. Previously, Sumu had witnessed how Sessions got injured. He had been beaten up quite a bit by Gush. However, Sessions did not blame him. Instead, he tried to persuade Gush to make a choice. In Sumu's opinion, Sessions is a person who values loyalty and righteousness. I just don't know what conflict happened between them. What I want to know is, will you attack Flying Cloud City in the future? Gush averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact with Sessions. He had made his choice. Will Flying Cloud City fall into your hands? Yes. Sumu nodded without hesitation. Sumu's idea was simple, to expand outwards from Tianmu City as the center, and Feiyun City would become part of his territory in the future, which he had to take over. If all goes well, Flying Cloud City will soon be my city. If things don't go smoothly, we may have to wait. After thinking for a moment, Sumu decided to say one more thing. All right, I agree to go with you. Gush was the absolute core of this team of over 300 people. Once he spoke up, the others also expressed their willingness to follow. Sumu had no idea that in the not-too-distant future, he would feel a mix of regret, emotion, and relief every time he thought back on the choice he made unintentionally today. Of course, that's a story for another time. Go to Tianlong City and ask to see either Mudson or Has Sad, either one. Just say I sent you there, and they will make the arrangements. Sumu looked at Sessions and Gush in front of him and gave them instructions. Set off immediately tonight. Do not linger here. Also, your group should not go south, but north, or the opposite direction, and then take a detour. Remember, that's an order. After explaining everything, Sumu led Malor and the others away using a teleportation scroll. Go in the opposite direction? That would add almost 100 kilometers to the journey. Why is that? A subordinate named Henry, who was standing next to Gush, stepped forward and spoke. It's a bit too harsh of you to make us leave now, sir. It's already past midnight, and we haven't had a proper rest. Captain Gush, what do you think is the reason? I don't know. Gush thought for a moment, then shook his head. He truly couldn't figure it out. Perhaps they want to test our obedience? That was the only thing Gush could think of. Wrong. I think this Lord Sumu may have received some information and knows that it would be dangerous to stay any longer, so he sent us in the opposite direction for this reason. It was Sessions who stepped forward to speak. It's been so long. Captain Gush. Captain Gush. Henry rushed over and reported to Gush. This is unbelievable. We had barely left when that vampire Yogurna returned with his men. Luckily we were quick, or we wouldn't have been able to escape. When Yogur returned and couldn't find us, he was furious. He thought we had taken the Sky Shuttle Holy Horse and threatened to find us and kill us. You have no idea how terrifying he was when he roared at the iron cage. Gorsh did not answer Henri, but instead looked at Sessions. Looks like you guessed right. Sessions' eyes were lowered. He showed no excessive excitement or agitation, remaining unusually calm. It seems that this new master we're following, named Sumu, is definitely not simple. Perhaps our choice was right. Gush nodded. Just now, he thought it was some kind of compliance test, but now it seems that Sessions was right. His thinking is too simplistic. By the way, Sessions, about what happened Before Gushchi could finish speaking, Sessions interrupted him. Gesh, I've always considered you a good friend, family. We'll talk about it later. Let's leave quickly now, or we'll be in trouble if Yuguru finds us. Okay, let's go. Chapter 356 Hestia's tailoring level improves. Kimu Town. I'm sorry, sister. I failed to save Flo and instead put myself in danger. I broke my promise to you, I'm sorry. Malor looked at Effia apologetically and spoke in a soft, humming voice. When Effia left, she told Malor to always think of herself first and not to put herself in danger, and only then should she think about saving Flo. Because Effie knows that the human world is very complex. This was her instruction to Malor. Malor nodded in agreement. But she broke her promise, which is why she's apologizing now. It's alright, I'm just glad you're back safe and sound. Effia held Malor's body in her arms, her delicate hand tenderly resting on Malor's wrapped wings. Malor's wings have been contaminated with an unknown toxin and require an antidote to recover. Currently, no one knows what kind of toxin this is. Neither Su Su's nor Tao Yao's treatments could bring about a complete cure. Sumu also tried it. At first, he thought the injury on Malor's wing was a sign of inflammation, but it turned out to be poisoning. No wonder someone as strong as Malor was arrested. It's probably inseparable from the effects of this toxin. Sumu had also tried to use the illusion, discerning technique to examine it, but he still couldn't tell what kind of toxin it was. Milo, do you feel any discomfort in your body due to the toxins in your body? Sumu asked. Effia was clearly very worried about this issue as well, and she kept looking at Malor. Do you feel uncomfortable? Malor sensed it. I just feel very weak and tired, like I can't use my physical strength at all. I don't know if it's because of the injury or the toxin. It should be poison, Tao Yao said from the side. Sister Malor, Su Su and I have treated most of your external injuries, and they are mostly healed. However, your internal injuries are not fully healed yet. The fact that you cannot use your strength proves that you have been affected by the toxins. By the way, didn't you claim to know everything? Sumu looked at Eleonora, who was still beside him. She was now the hope of the entire village. Do you know what kind of toxin Malor has been poisoned with? Eleonora had been yawning constantly since she got back, looking very tired, but she still insisted on following him. Sumu felt a chill run down her neck. I don't know either. Eleonora's eyelids were lowered. I know absolutely nothing about toxins. You just happened to ask about something I don't know. Otherwise, I would have made you get bitten again. Sumu. Seeing Sumu remain silent, Eleonora suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled. Giggle. You're really stupid. The one who tied the knot must untie it. If you want to know what kind of toxin it is, why don't you just find the person who poisoned it? To be honest, Eleonora's method actually works. Once the person who poisoned the body is found, the type of poison will also be determined. In that case, Malor, you should rest well first. I will find the person who poisoned you as soon as possible. If you feel unwell, remember to tell me immediately or find Su Su and Tao Yao. Sumu prepared to leave, giving the two sisters some time. Furthermore, Malor seems to need more rest. I understand, thank you. Malor nodded gently. Beside her, Ifea looked at Sumu with eyes full of gratitude. When Sumu promised to keep an eye on Malor's affairs, Ifea truly took it seriously. She just didn't expect Sumu to be so attentive and find Malor so quickly. Ifea knew very well how busy Sumu had been lately. She was filled with gratitude for this. This is what it feels like for a family to help and care for each other. In Holy Spirit Roa, she felt only coldness. There was no warmth whatsoever. Hey, did you forget what you promised me? No sooner had Sumu left Malor's room than Eleonora clung to him. We'll talk about it later. I have things to do. Don't come in. Sumuch gestured for Eleonora to be quiet, then stopped at Hestia's door and gently knocked. Come in. Hestia responded quickly, her voice as gentle and friendly as ever. Don't come in. Sumu mouthed to Eleonora, then slipped into Hestia's room. Mr. Sumu, is there something important that needs to be done so late? Hestia didn't even look up, and naturally didn't notice the gleam in Sumu's eyes. The reason Sumu's eyes lit up was naturally because of the black silk cheongsam Hestila was wearing. The design sketches for the cheongsam were given to Flina by Sumu, but before Flina could even produce the finished product, Hestila put it on herself. It seems she definitely sewed it herself. It's so beautiful. The cheongsam itself possesses a gentle, approachable, reserved, and elegant temperament, while also being a garment that beautifully showcases the curves of a woman's body. It can be said that the cheongsam is a symbol of sensuality within its understated elegance. Herstila's temperament is perfectly suited to cheongsams, and the combination is simply stunning. Sumu felt as if he had seen a white moonlight, and his gaze lingered on Hestila for a long time. But he simply couldn't move it. He didn't actually have any bad thoughts. Hestia was such a magical being. Even if you know she's beautiful and has a great figure, you just can't bring yourself to have any bad intentions towards her. Her beauty is something you cannot bear to desecrate or disturb. Hestila, it's so late. Don't you know to rest before continuing? Health is the most important thing. Sumu walked over and snatched the embroidery needle from Hestia's hand. He touched her hand without realizing it, and her status bar appeared before his eyes. Ernies, Hestira female. Age, 21 years, 7 months, and 5 days. Job suitability, chef LV6, tailor LV5, crafting LV1, medical LV1, pharmacist LV1, seeding LV1, mining LV1, logging LV1. Special talent tags, tree spirit destiny, unique, favorable to spirits, divine hand, enlightened mind, unknown. At just one glance, Sumu immediately noticed the key point. Hestia's work suitability, tailor, level has been raised from LV3 to LV5. Awesome. She's leveled up twice in just a few days. It seems Hestia has been working hard on her own these past few days. Mr. Sumu, I'll rest after I finish sewing this part. Hestia was unaware that Sumu was holding her hand. What she cares about more is wanting to continue her work. No, you need to rest. We'll continue tomorrow. Sumu's attitude was very firm. He suddenly bent down and gave Hestila a tight princess carry. Hestia was stunned. Afterwards, she could only watch as Sumu picked her up and placed her on the bed. Chapter 357. Taking the beauty tactic to the extreme. Hestia's body was incredibly light and graceful, and she exuded a unique, delicate fragrance. Sumu had smelled this fragrance on her the first time he met her. It was a unique natural tree scent that belonged to her. Work and study are never-ending, but the prerequisite is that you have a healthy and strong body to support them, otherwise it's all just empty talk. Sumu placed Hestila on the bed, saying, Frina told me that you're working way too hard, to the point that she's scared of you. You stay indoors all day to improve your sewing skills, barely seeing the sun, and your meals are irregular. Sumuwei carried a hint of education. In everything you do, you must know when to stop and combine work with rest in order to achieve the best results. If you keep playing like this, I'll tell Frina to stop teaching you. Frina never said these things to Sumu. They were just things Sumu imagined. But he really didn't think much of it. That's just how Hestia is. All right. I see. Hestia's voice was soft, and her face was flushed. She was a little hesitant to meet Sumu's gaze. Stunned by the princess carry she had just received, she hadn't quite recovered yet. From a young age, Hestia knew that her talent was exceptional among her tribe. Whatever she learned, she could always pick it up very quickly. And she really did come to enjoy learning and working. She feels that doing what she loves is a very happy thing. So much so that once she starts studying, she doesn't feel tired at all. From childhood to adulthood, no one ever told her to take care of her health, to rest, or to balance work and leisure. Over time, Hestia came to believe that her current state was the right one. But since arriving in Tianmu town, this wasn't the first time Sumu had reminded her to take care of her health. This time, Sumu forcibly snatched the shop assistant from her and carried her to the bed. Hestia may be unfamiliar with matters between men and women, but that doesn't mean she's completely ignorant about them. No man had ever hugged her like that before, so it's normal for her to be shy. Look at your hands. Just as Hestia was at a loss and didn't know what to do, Sumu grabbed her hand. Hestira, thank you. No? Look at your hands. So many little marks from being pricked, they must hurt a lot. Sumu's gaze fell on Hestia's hands, and he spoke softly, his concern and heartache barely concealed. Because the tailor needs to hold the embroidery needle, Hestia's hands have many small red dots, which are all marks from being pricked by the needle. It's obvious at a glance. It's all right, it doesn't hurt too much. Hestia shyly tried to pull her hand away, but found that Sumu held it firmly, and she couldn't pull it away at all. Mr. Sumu, I already said, don't call me Mr. Sumu, just call me Sumu. Mr. Sumu sounds too distant, I don't like it. Before Hestia could finish speaking, Sumu successfully interrupted her. Sumu knew very well that Hestia probably wanted him to let go of her hand. That's very much in line with her personality. Hestia is the kind of person who will definitely say what she wants to say. She won't be shy about expressing her thoughts. Therefore, Sumu spoke first, leaving her speechless. Oh, okay. Hestia could only respond passively. But soon, her eyes widened in surprise. because Sumu pulled off another amazing move. He then placed her finger to his lips and gently blew on it a few times. Hestia, / / omega / / Let me blow on it for you. Does it hurt less now? Sumu looked up, a bright smile on her face, and met Hestila's eyes. He had already decided to use his charm to his advantage and make Hestila completely his own. It seems like it doesn't hurt anymore, Hestia replied. She was so confused that she couldn't tell whether the pain had stopped before or after Sumu had blown on her. Sumu's sudden tenderness and concern caused Hestia, who had never felt this way before, to tremble slightly. She felt her ears were burning. It's been hotter than ever before. By the way, Hestia, I have something to discuss with you tonight. Sumu knew that was enough. Any more, and it would seem greasy, which would backfire and scare Hestia away. He toyed with Hestia's slender hand, saying, "What is it? Is it really that important?" Hestia didn't dare to meet Sumu's gaze and could only lower her head. But when she looked down, her gaze inevitably fell on her hand, which Sumu was holding and playing with. My face got even hotter. Do you have any ingredients that can alleviate the poisoning? A very important member of my territory has been poisoned, and I don't know what kind of poison it is yet. We need to stabilize her condition. Sumu explained why he had come to see Hestila. He originally intended to talk about Malor's poisoning. Flirting with Hestia to use his good looks was just a side effect. Poisoned? Is it serious? Hestia frowned slightly. If it were before, I might have been able to use the ingredients to detoxify her, but now I lack those ingredients. But if you're talking about delicious foods that can help alleviate the toxins, I actually do have some ideas. Sumu knew that finding Hestia would definitely involve a roundabout approach. Can delicious food detoxify? Can it detoxify any kind of poison? Sumu was curious about the previous sentence Hestia had said. Right. Hestia nodded. Having entered a state of awareness, she had forgotten about her hands being manipulated. There is an ingredient called inner beauty, and it has this effect. Inner beauty? That sounds nice, like something delicious, right? Sumu asked subconsciously. Puff. Hestia suddenly laughed. Seemingly realizing she shouldn't be laughing, she stole a glance at Sumu. Seeing that his gaze was fixed on her, she quickly shook her head slightly and turned her face away again. Inner beauty is poisonous. It's not palatable. It's just that it has the effect of detoxifying any poison after being specially cooked. Oh, I see. So that's why you were laughing at me, huh? Sumu laughed at himself. Hearing the name Soul Beauty, he thought it was something delicious, but little did he know. Don't worry. I'll make some soup tomorrow to help alleviate the poison and temporarily stop it, Hestia said. However, toxins in the body can disrupt the body's balance, so we need to find a way to detoxify as soon as possible. If there's no other way, you might really have to find someone who can help me find inner beauty. Chapter 358 The Lord's Pride has lost its function. Okay, I understand. Hestia agreed to help make a soup to relieve the toxins, which put Sumu at ease. Seeing that it was getting late, he got up to leave. It's late. You should rest. I'll be going now. Remember not to continue working. I'm watching you, understand? Sumu looked down at Hestia and smiled. Oh. Hestia nodded, but then saw Sumu suddenly pick up the blanket next to her and cover her with it. After finishing everything, he turned to leave, but suddenly turned back just before leaving the door. Huh? Is there anything else? Hestia was a little flustered because she had been staring at Sumu's departing figure, her face flushed. He suddenly turned around, and he saw her reaction. Hestira, you look stunning in a cheongsam. It's really beautiful, so pretty, it's mesmerizing. Sumu gave a strange compliment, and then left, leaving Hestia even more bewildered. After a while, Hestia finally realized what was happening. Sumu meant that he was praising her. By the way, as Flina mentioned, the cheongsam was designed by Sumu. Hestia realized that she still had many questions for Sumu, but because of his inexplicable gentleness, she forgot what she wanted to ask him. Hestia did not continue working that night, because at that moment, her mind was in complete turmoil. TSK, finally out. I thought I'd have to wait all night. Eleonora yawned and glanced sideways at Sumu as he walked out of Hestila's room. Can you please stop being so disgusting? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Sumu rolled her eyes. He wasn't stupid. Of course he knew what Eleonora was implying. You look so pleased with yourself, your face beaming. Aren't the Ernie girls inside very pretty? Eleonora raised her eyebrows and scrutinized Sumu closely. Did she kiss you? How do you know Hestia is from the Ernie tribe? You even know about the Ernie tribe? Sumu wasn't concerned about whether they were related or not. What he was concerned about was why Eleonora knew that Hestia in the story was a demi-human of the Ernie tribe. Keep in mind that Eleonora only arrived in the territory today. She simply hasn't had time to get to know so many people. TCH, is there anything I don't know? Is that strange? A rare look of smugness crept onto Eleonora's face. She was very pleased with Su Mu's current reaction. Very interesting. This woman is definitely not as simple as she seems. She might be hiding a big secret. This was what Su Mushin was thinking. Hey, take a bite. Eleonora caught up with Su Mu as he left. A grown man wouldn't go back on his word, would he? It's not that bad. Su Mu sighed softly. He accepted the loss as a bet, and had nothing to say about it, except for one point. I can let you drink my blood, but one bite is fine. I don't want to become a vampire. What? You look down on vampires. Eleonora smiled, and looked Su Mu up and down. I don't mean to look down on you. I just haven't had enough of being a human yet, and don't want to be anything else for the time being. There's no discrimination involved, so please don't misunderstand me. Su Mu explained. Don't be fooled by the fact that Eleonora asked the question with a smile. Su Mu wasn't stupid. He knew that the question had a questioning tone to some extent. To say you look down on someone at this point would be asking for trouble, wouldn't it? He doesn't have that low emotional intelligence. Giggle. You have no idea how many people want me to bite them, but I might not even bite them. Eleonora leaned closer, sniffing Su Mu as she spoke. Su Mu did not react to this. He wasn't testing Eleonora. He wanted to believe her. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Su Mu always believed that this statement was devastating. Eleonora was someone he summoned, and he chose to trust her, believing that she wouldn't bite off so easily, even though her personality is hard to fathom. Did you know that if I bite you, you can gain eternal life? Eleonora's voice rang in Su Mu's ear. Immortality is too tiring, I don't want it. Su Mu shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. TCH, one day your ambition will swell, and you'll want immortality. Don't come begging to me then. Eleonora's languid voice rang out again. Let's talk about it later, I don't want to right now. Su Mu changed the subject. Do you want to smoke it? If not, I'm going to sleep. I'm exhausted after a long day. As soon as Su Mu finished speaking, Eleonora took his hand and smelled it. It was at this very moment that Su Mu frowned slightly. What happened? Eleonora's hand was clearly clasped with his, yet the Lord's Pride ability failed to activate. The status and talent panel of Eleonora was not displayed in front of Su Mu. Unconvinced, Su Mu shook off Eleonora's hand, and then took it again to test it out. Still no. I tried 3 or 4 times, but it still didn't work. What's wrong? Eleonora's lips curled into a playful smile. Aren't my hands more fun than those of the Ernie girl? Is it worth you toying with me several times? Su Mu. Damn it. Hearing this, Su Mushin felt a chill run down her spine. Does Eleonora have X-ray vision? Been playing with Hestia's little hand in the room? This. Su Mu was astonished. He glanced at Eleonora several times, secretly suppressing his surprise. You talk too much. Are you still going to take more? I can't bite them, so I'll save them for tomorrow. It's too much of a burden to only eat 1 meal a day. Eleonora released Su Mu's hand as she spoke, and in a flash, she disappeared from his sight, leaving behind only the lingering sound of her seductive laughter. I'm going back to sleep. If you miss me, come find me in my coffin. Giggle. Su Mu. It had been a long time since Su Mu had properly nurtured his relationship with Serena, so naturally, he sought her out that night. He tried it out, and his Lord's Pride still worked on Serena. So it hasn't lost its effectiveness. However, for some reason, it didn't work on Eleonora. Su Mu couldn't understand it either. Perhaps Eleonora is hiding some great secret? A night of passionate lovemaking. The energetic Su Muji utterly routed Serena. The next day, Su Mu did not forget his mission. He still hadn't figured out whether what happened to the tree elf queen Losrea was as Eleonora had said. So he came to the tree spirit's dwelling place once again. Deception technique. Chapter 359. How can I bring this up with Vivier? Deception technique. Losrea, tree elf. Age, 3,156 years old. Synopsis. Losrea is the most outstanding genius among the tree elves in 10,000 years, and her cultivation talent is unparalleled. At the age of 125, Losrea had already mastered the secret techniques of her tribe, and her archery skills were exquisite and unparalleled in the entire tribe. She became the envy and admiration of all the men and women in the tribe, and her reputation spread far and wide. At the age of 156, Losrea was appointed to a critical mission. She was recognized by the tree spirit scepter and became the youngest queen in the history of the tree spirit race. leading the tree spirit race to survive in the Siam forest. The tree elf clan of the Siam forest has developed into the most prosperous lineage of tree elves. Not long ago, Losrea, who was already injured, exhausted her life force in the battle against the humans and the demons and fell into a state of suspended animation. Later, she was nourished by the life force of the Daughter of Life and fell into a deep sleep. He attempted to have relations with Losrea, and she awoke from her slumber. Su-mu. The preceding sentences were all set up. Su-mu was most interested in the following sentence. The debunking technique proved that Eleonora was right. There really was only that method to wake Losrea. This is way too abstract. Su-mu forcibly shifted his gaze away from Losrea. For some reason, whenever he saw Losrea, he couldn't help but have bad thoughts. Su-mu didn't know if it was because of him, or if every man felt this way when he saw Losrea. It's really gone a little crazy. Su-mu. Seeing Su-mu's strange expression, Vivier couldn't help but call out softly. She didn't know why Su-mu had come to see her mother so early in the morning. However, she didn't think much of it, simply assuming that he was concerned about their tree spirit clan. I'm fine. Su-mu forced a smile and met Vivier's gaze. The current headache is that Su-mu knows how to awaken Losrea, but the problem is whether he can tell Viviel directly. Is this a joke? Viviel is Losrea's daughter. Is Su-mu supposed to tell Viviel, his daughter, that he wants to have sex with her mother, and then she will wake up? Would Vivier believe such a statement? Putting aside whether he would believe it or not, Su-mu estimated that he himself couldn't bring himself to say those words directly to Vivier. Su-mu is thick-skinned, but not to this extent. Does this mean that this matter can only be done secretly? But even if Su-mu came secretly, he couldn't do it. He wasn't exactly a good person, but he wasn't a complete bastard either. Su-mu really couldn't do something this important in secret without telling Vivier. That's a complete beast. It seems that the matter of Losrea's resurrection will have to be put aside for the time being. Su-mu was also helpless. Just as Su-mu was about to leave, the elf tree called out to him. The creature born from the elf tree was much more lively than before, chattering away with Su-mu about many trivial things. There's nothing to worry about for now, and Su-mu is happy to listen to its chatter. Moreover, Su-mu also obtained an important piece of information. Before long, he won't be the only one who can hear the call of the elf tree. Viviel and the others can too. However, during this conversation, Su-mu felt that the elf tree's voice seemed to have changed slightly compared to its previous childish tone. Su-mu wondered if it was just his imagination, but the voice of the elf tree sounded somewhat familiar. He felt like he had heard that voice before. At the same time, Flying Cloud City, Earl's Mansion. Young Master Kelly, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened, young Master Kelly. Hayward rushed in from outside, his dark face full of anxiety. What's wrong? Kelly opened his eyes from the chair. He seemed to have aged considerably compared to a few days ago. Young Master Kelly, our merchant guild's goods have been robbed. That important cargo is gone. Hayward, his face pale, recounted the latest news he had just received. What? Our goods, insured for billions, were stolen. Upon hearing that a living creature had been abducted, Kelly tensed up, jerking up from his rocking chair and glaring at Hayward. Right? Hayward's lips trembled. He sensed Kelly's anger. Yes, Master Kelly. Furthermore, the caravan that Ines sent from Tianlong City was also drawn into the battle on its way to Rendezvous. Completely annihilated. What? Kelly crushed the rocking chair handle beneath her into tiny pieces. Where is Ines? Kelly's voice was hoarse, like that of a wild beast. I can't get in touch with her. I've sent people into Tianlong City to try and contact her, but there's been no response yet. As Hayward's voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the hall. He was pot-bellied and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Upon seeing him, Kelly's anger subsided considerably. Yogru, hurry. Quickly bring the Tizot Holy Horse over. Kelly placed all his hopes on the Sky Spin Holy Horse, believing that if he could obtain its power, he could regain his youth. As long as she could regain her youth, Kelly felt there was still hope. He wants everyone who has harmed him to pay the price. I'm sorry, young master. Yogru wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his face filled with guilt. The words, I'm sorry, made Kelly's heart skip a beat. Yogru, don't tell me something went wrong with the Tizot Holy Horse. Kelly's eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at Yoglu in front of her. I'm sorry, young master, there is indeed a problem. Yoglu didn't dare meet Khalees's eyes. He could only turn his face away and lower his voice. Yesterday, the battle was intense, and the master ordered me to bring men back to provide support, to flank the Moon Demon Clan's army from the side. That was our only chance. Holy horse inside the cave. Then, Kelly's withered, thin hand shot forward, grabbing Yogru's collar, and he roared. Don't tell me the Tizot holy horse is lost. I'm sorry, young master. Yogul collapsed to the ground, terrified, and said, I never expected that bastard Gushji would betray me. He took his men and moved the sky shuttle holy horse away. I've always been so good to him, and that bastard actually dared to betray me. Yogru was finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. His neck was being gripped tightly by Kellis, and he was barely able to breathe. Chapter 360: The Unique Uses of Mecha Metal. In truth, Yogru could have easily resisted. The Khalees before him was no match for him at all. But is it Kellis that Yogul is afraid of? What he feared was the old man hiding in the shadows, specifically protecting Kelly. Asshole. Kelly remained relatively calm, knowing that Flying Cloud City was in dire need of manpower at the moment. On the surface, Yogru is the person in charge of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Feiyun City, but in reality, he is also a member of the City Lord's mansion and someone close to his father. Kelly wasn't crazy enough to kill him. Quickly, send people to search. Kelly roared angrily at Yoglu. Young master, I've already sent people to search. Yogru touched his neck, feeling a sense of embarrassment as if he had died once. Just then, another figure rushed in. It's terrible, young master. The master has received breaking news. The Moon Demon clan we've been fighting actually has the same enemy as us. We've all been tricked. What do you mean? Tell me slowly. Kelly frowned as she looked at her subordinate. He knew that Feiyun City had recently been embroiled in war because it was dealing with an obscure territory, which in turn provoked the Moon Demon clan. Not only that, seeing that Feiyun City was embroiled in war, Luo Lin City took advantage of the chaos to try and get a share of the spoils and completely devour Feiyun City. Kelly's father has been very troubled and busy with these things lately, and has no time to deal with his affairs. Yes. The subordinate quickly recounted the whole story in detail. Meanwhile, the conversation between Kellis and the others was being overheard by two men outside the hall. They were Lord players. Han Dongxing and Zhao Dapeng. It's over, it seems things are really bad for Flying Cloud City. Zhao Dapeng shook his head, a hint of panic on his face. These past few days, the two of them have known best what exactly happened in Feiyun City. It all started when they wanted to take over Su Mu's territory. Then Feiyun City began its decline. They are currently embroiled in battles with Roland City and the Moon Demon clan. Dapeng, let's leave Feiyun City immediately. It's no longer a suitable place for us to stay. Han Dongxing spoke. Are we not going to deal with Su Mu anymore? Zhao Dapeng looked at his partner. He was very excited about this. Because Zhao Dapeng preferred to focus on developing his small territory rather than engaging in endless wars. Unlike now, where you have to worry about taking sides all the time. It's not that we don't want to deal with Su Mu, but whether Su Mu will let us go. Han Dongxing's gaze was deep and thoughtful. Now I understand the situation. The Moon Demon clan wasn't sent by Su Mu at all. We've all been tricked by him. That kid is very cunning. He uses the enemy's strength against them, taking advantage of the battle between the Moon Demon clan and Flying Cloud City to buy time for himself to develop. The poor Moon Demon clan and Flying Cloud City were completely fooled by him, treated like free thugs. They fought desperately, only to find out in the end that their enemy was actually Su Mu. To be honest, Han Dongxing admired Su Mu somewhat. Flying Cloud City nor the Moon Demon clan were fools, yet they were all completely fooled by Su Mu until the very end, when they realized they had been working for someone else's benefit. Su Mu's plan was absolutely brilliant. Although Han Dongxing didn't know what efforts Su Mu had made behind the scenes, he was very clear that it was all Su Mu's doing, and that he was the one silently manipulating everything from behind the scenes. Zhao Dapeng spread his hands and said, So what if we know? Now the people of Feiyun City know too. They all know, but what can they do? We've already fought, and so many people have died. As Zhao Dapeng spoke, he grabbed Han Dongxing's hand and, gritting his teeth, advised him. Dongxing, let's just forget about it. Let's go back and develop our territory properly. If it doesn't work out, let's find another place and not provoke Su Mu. He is not someone we can handle. No, Dapeng. I've thought of a better way. Han Dongxing suddenly smiled, a deep calculation rising in his eyes. Since Flying Cloud City is so wretched, why don't we go find a bigger backer? Lauren City might be a better choice. Luolin City? Do you even know anything about Luolin City? Zhao Dapeng was determined not to cause any more trouble. Unfortunately, he simply didn't know how to refuse, and he had no opinions of his own. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. The existence that Feiyun City is so wary of the existence that has tried to make peace with us 100 times, must be an incredible behemoth. Instead of waiting here idly, let's go directly to Luo Lin City. I think, like Fei Yun City, Luo Lin City is also very interested in the secrets surrounding Su Mu. Tiamu Town. Su Mu was in Slika's private studio. He had originally planned to visit Slika and chat with her. But as soon as they arrived, they received new information. The first magic rocket launcher was already being assembled. Slika, you're so quick. That's amazing. Su Mu smiled and praised him. Oh. Slika didn't even look up, and simply replied with a curt, yes. Soon, Su Mu noticed the mechanical sphere placed on the table. The robots that Slika summoned during her last battle were summoned from these small balls. Su Mu couldn't help but reach out and pick up one of the spheres. It felt heavy in his hand, with a cold, metallic texture. What are you doing? Slika raised her head and looked at Su Mu's hand holding the sphere. Su Mu chuckled, showing no embarrassment and not putting down the ball in his hand. I wanted to ask you last time, what exactly are these iron spheres? Didn't you already see them? What are they? Slika rolled her eyes, clearly still resentful that Su Mu hadn't intervened and had instead peeked from the sidelines. I've only seen it, but I really don't know what it is. I'm curious. Seeing that Su Mu was so shameless, Slika felt she had no choice but to introduce and explain to him. Otherwise he might stay there and disturb her. This is called a mechanical spirit weapon. It's a mechanical combat pet that I invented using a meteorite. You see the little button on it. As soon as they are thrown on the ground and the button is pressed, they will transform into their battle form. Su Mu glanced at it and saw that there really was a small button. He hadn't noticed it before. Then why are they able to understand your commands and fight independently? Did you teach them all of that? Since there are no chips or programs in this world, Su Mu was curious about what kind of power was driving these mechanical spirit weapons. Slika hesitated for a moment, then continued to explain. These mechanical spirit soldiers contain small pieces of intelligent metal heart fragments. As long as magical runes are engraved on these intelligent metal heart fragments, and my blood is dripped on them, they will be able to understand my will. Then fight as I think and say. Intelligent metal has this function? Su Mu asked in surprise. They have many other uses, which I can't explain to you. Slika tried to take the ball back from Su Mu's hand, but found that he was holding it very tightly, and she couldn't move it at all. These mechanical spirit soldiers already bear my blood mark, so they are no longer of any use to you. Slika sighed helplessly. How could she not know what Su Mu was thinking? Let me make a new batch first, then I'll give you some to use. Haha. Okay. Upon hearing this, Su Mu quickly let go of her hand. Wasn't this exactly what he was waiting for? Men are powerless against mechanical things. Su Mu is the same. It's not that the mechanical spirit weapons are that powerful, I just wanted to play around with them. By the way, Miss Slika, you promised me back then that we'd exchange AI metal for this, so you have to tell me why you made the armor? Chapter 361 The Secret in Slika's Heart. Slika once said that the armor is also called soul armor, and it is a kind of existence that can make legendary mages or legendary knights take another step forward. Using AI metals exists only in the Star Empire. Su Mu once asked Slika if she was from the Star Yuan Empire, but she denied it. However, Slika can also create battle armor, so Su Mu was very curious about why. Slika had said before that she would resolve this doubt in his heart. Su Mu came here today precisely to find his own answers. I'm not from the Star Empire, but my parents are. After a long silence, Silica finally spoke. Su Mu couldn't help but ponder. If her parents are from the Star Empire, shouldn't Slika be too? Just like Su Mu's parents are from China, he must have been born with Chinese citizenship. So why did Slika say that? Is there some hidden story behind this? Seemingly sensing the question in Su Mu's gaze, Silica spoke up first. I hate the king and politicians of the Star Yuan Empire. They kept my parents locked up in that damned country for their entire lives. It is because of them that I have never met them in my life. From the moment I was born, they used their connections to secretly send me out of the Star Yuan Empire, so my parents are from the Star Yuan Empire, but I never have been. Slika was lost in her memories, her tone still filled with disgust and barely suppressed, cold anger. 2 years ago, I finally met my parents, but unfortunately, the people of the Star Yuan Empire learned of my existence and the truth about why my parents sent me away from the Star Yuan Empire when I was a child. So your parents are still in the Star Yuan Empire? Su Mu asked. He could foresee that if Slika's parents were still in the Star Empire, their fate would not be good. Right? They originally had a chance to leave with me, but because of my twin brother, they were delayed and the people of the Star Yuan Empire found out. Right now, I don't know what their situation is. Slika sighed softly, her eyes filled with worry and disappointment. Aunt Stewart comforted me, saying that my parents were important engineers in the manufacture of armor, and that the politicians of the Star Empire would not do anything to her, at least not harm her life. I also hope so. I tried my best to find out information about them, but unfortunately I got nothing. So, you know how to make battle armor because you went to see your parents those 2 years, and they taught you? Sumu asked. No, Slika shook her head. From a young age, my parents implanted a chip about armor manufacturing into my mind. As I grew older, I mastered these technologies without any formal instruction, which is why my mechanical talent is outstanding. Slika's face fell. Perhaps, it would have been the right choice if I hadn't gone to them 2 years ago. Unfortunately, I broke my promise to Aunt Stewart, which has put my parents in a difficult situation. Sumu was silent for a moment, then spoke to comfort him. Don't worry, your parents are so important. The Star Yuan Empire would never harm them. They must have just restricted their movements. I hope so. Slika pursed her lips, then changed her tone. I've been collecting AI metals to create powerful armor, then gather a group of strong warriors to rescue my parents and take them away from that hell. I can build armor for anyone who is willing, helping them take their skills to the next level. At this point, Slika's gaze fell on Sumu, scrutinizing him carefully before she spoke seriously and solemnly. Although you're not a very likable person, I have to tell you something. I, Slika Elwin, am now a wanted criminal of the Star Empire. I traveled millions of miles to this place to escape the pursuit of the Star Yuan Empire. Sumu didn't speak, but he actually had a guess. If Slika could escape the Star Yuan Empire, then she would inevitably be hunted down by them. This is normal. The Star Yuan Empire is a vast empire. They stand at the pinnacle of the continent, and no country dares to oppose them. They are the absolute overlords of this continent. You're not stupid. You should know how dangerous it is to have someone like me build magical rocket launchers in your territory, right? Aren't we separated by millions of kilometers? No matter how strong the Star Yuan Empire is, can their influence really reach this place? Sumu's identity as the overlord of the Star Yuan Empire reminded him of the United States on Earth. But no matter how powerful the US is, can it control the savage tribes in the Amazon rainforest? Sumu's current territory is only slightly better than that of a savage tribe. It can't even be considered a town in the true sense. So, if Slika is in his territory, will the Star Empire take notice of him? Even if they had satellites, they couldn't do that, right? Besides, there isn't any. You underestimate the Star Yuan Empire. Slika pondered for a moment and said, I've only been wanted for less than 3 months. The information may not have reached all the countries yet, so I'm only safe for now. Enough. There's no need to say any more. Slika turned around and said, I've given you the answer you wanted to know. Now you should leave. I have to get back to my work. All right. Since Slika had already told him to leave, Sumu felt embarrassed to insist that he stay any longer. Furthermore, he got the answers he wanted, so this trip was enough. After Sumu left, Slika sighed softly. Let's try to hold on a bit and get a batch of magic rocket launchers and dragon frame cannons manufactured for him as soon as possible. And then, it's time for me to leave. I just hope that the Star Yuan Empire can slow down a bit and give me more time. In Slika's view, Tiamu Town was not a place to stay for long. Sumu is not a reliable lord either. He had no idea how powerful the Star Yuan Empire was. Judging from Sumu's reaction just now, Slika had already decided that she would eventually leave. Hestira. Not long after Sumu stepped out of the stone house, he saw Hestila walking out of the kitchen. His eyes lit up, and he quickly went to greet her. Mr. Sumu. The moment Hestia saw Sumu, the image of him carrying her to bed the night before and tenderly covering her with a blanket as he left involuntarily flashed through her mind. Her face flushed. I've already told you, don't call me Mr. Sumu anymore. Just call me Sumu. As Sumu spoke, he began to look Hestila up and down in her new outfit. Chapter 362, An Unusual Little Bug? Today, Hestia wasn't wearing a cheongsam, but a maid outfit. A cook's maid outfit with an apron, which gave her an unexpectedly sweet and cute look. I'm sorry, I forgot again. Hestia had already noticed Sumu's gaze, and she hurriedly put her hands behind her back. It would have been better if he hadn't carried it on his back. It made it even easier for Sumu to see. He felt a little excited and couldn't help but fantasize about what he would do if Tia or Tao Yao were wearing a cook's outfit. You're thinking dirty thoughts. Sumu mentally berated himself for a moment, then quickly forced a smile. Hestila, you really look good in everything, but I like you even more in a cheongsam. Sumu had his own reasons for saying that. He wanted to test the waters and see if Hestila was interested in him. Or rather, did he take his words to heart? If so, given Sumu's 2 consecutive hints, the next time he sees Hestia, she should be wearing a cheongsam to greet him. If she wasn't wearing any clothes, it would prove that she wasn't very interested in Sumu. This is a little trick guys use when pursuing girls, testing the waters. For example, if you tell a girl you want to see her wear white stockings, and she doesn't wear white stockings the next time you meet, then you probably won't have another chance. A woman dresses up for the man she loves. She didn't even try to be nice to you. Do you still have a chance? Maybe, but it's really not that likely. Just a backup plan. I also really like cheongsams, but they're not very convenient for cooking. Hestia laughed and changed the subject. She didn't want to focus too much on clothing, or she'd be too embarrassed. Even now, she was already finding it hard to bear Sumu's repeated and unrestrained scrutiny of her. Hestia even wondered if the sweat she had just done in the kitchen might be affecting her current appearance. Or perhaps, is the skirt she's wearing today a little too short? That's why Sumu said she looked better in a cheongsam. Women always have a lot of thoughts, and even Hestia was no exception. Yao to temporarily relieve the effects of the poison, just as you asked. She shouldn't need it for the next 2 days. It will temporarily stop the onset of any kind of poison. You can rest assured, Hestia quickly said. Thank you for your hard work, Hestia, Sumu said with a smile. If Malor's condition improves, there will be ample time for him to find the source of the toxin. Fine. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Hestila was still thinking about her tailor. Just as she was about to suggest leaving, Sumu suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of her. Somewhat suddenly, Hestia was about to take a step back to avoid it, but Sumu's voice came. Wait, don't move. Hestia didn't know why she listened to him so much, and she actually stood there, stunned, without moving. The strong masculine scent emanating from Sumu filled her nostrils. The two were very close, and Hestia's heart began to beat faster. Her slender hands unconsciously clenched into fists, letting Sumu's hands do whatever he wanted on her head. See, be more careful in the kitchen next time. Sumu was holding a small, green worm in his hand, which he had just taken from Hestila's hair. The little guy has big, wide-open eyes, which are strangely cute. But that's not the reason it climbed onto Hestila's head. Fortunately, Sumu discovered it. Thanks. Hestia began to thank them. It's all right, you should go back to work. I know you must be very anxious, Sumu said with a smile. Meeting his warm smile, Hestia quickly turned her face away again, then continued walking forward. I'll get back to work now. Contact me if you need anything. Good. Watching her hurried departure, Sumu's smile deepened. He unconsciously touched his face and muttered to himself. Is it because I'm too handsome, or because my skills in pursuing girls have improved? Why do all the women who meet me blush so easily? Sumu was secretly delighted. This was his strongest feeling after his charm reached its peak. Ordinary women's eyes would practically melt when they saw him. The most obvious example was in Tianlong City, where the maids who served him tea and water were the best proof, but Sumu was too lazy to mention it. Not only that, Sumu also felt that men seemed to be more friendly and obedient to him. For example, Sumu felt that his charisma played a role in effortlessly persuading Sessions and Gushi to join his camp. The benefits are not obvious, but you can clearly feel them. Just as Sumu was secretly pleased, a discordant voice rang out. You are the most shameless person I have ever met. The voice was languid. Sumu knew it was Eleonora without even looking up. What do you want from me? What else can I do? Eleonora leaped down from the tree, landing directly in front of Sumu. I'm hungry. Sumu. As a man, I must keep my promises. Since Sumu had agreed to let Eleonora give him blood to drink, he naturally wouldn't break his promise. He was also very straightforward. He simply cut his palm and handed it to Eleonora. Don't inhale too much, just a little is enough. That's quite decisive. Eleonora glanced at Sumu with approval on her face. She stuck out her scarlet tongue, and her eyes turned into terrifying vertical pupils in an instant. Without saying a word, she started licking and sucking. Sumu could clearly feel his blood being rapidly drawn from his body. This feeling is very strong. Fortunately, Eleonora didn't go too far. She knew when to stop and quickly stopped smoking, licking her red lips with lingering satisfaction. Hey, I'm still bleeding. Aren't you going to help me heal? Looking at his still bleeding palm, Sumu strongly suspected that Eleonora did it on purpose. She wanted more blood to flow so she could lick it later. This will make her appear to know her place. Just as Sumu had suspected, Eleonora really did have this ulterior motive. She curled the corners of her lips into a smile and said, Don't you have a junior doctor? Can't you have them come and treat you? Where would you need me? Hey, you've gone too far. Sumu rolled her eyes. This petty trick is too obvious, isn't it? I can't do anything with you. Looks like you really enjoy it when I lick you. Eleonora took Sumu's hand as she spoke. But then, a small insect somehow crawled onto Sumu's still bleeding hand and took a small nibble. Sumu remembered that this was the little green worm he had just taken off Hestela's head. This little guy, he even knows how to steal my food. What a clever and adorable little thing. As Eleonora spoke, she reached out to pick the little bug off. 5-star value intelligence. Chapter 363 Golden Celestial Insect. 5-star value intelligence. Traces of a golden azure worm sealed by an unknown force discovered. Intelligence hint. The golden sky blue worm is a very special and mysterious insect found on the continent. Its whereabouts are unpredictable, and its habits are uncertain. Legend has it that it possesses the power to activate certain potential within the human body, making it a coveted treasure among countless powerful individuals. Intelligence analysis. The golden azure worm before you seems to be trying to break through some kind of restraint with your blood. Due to the seal, it looks different from its original form and is difficult to recognize. Sumu. Wait, don't touch it. Hearing the intelligence notification in his mind, Sumu quickly reached out to interrupt Eleonora's action of taking the bug off. What's wrong? Although Eleonora found it strange, she didn't force the insect on Sumu's hand. Instead, she took a closer look to see if there was anything special about the little thing. Sumu didn't explain and directly used a debunking technique on the golden sky blue worm. Golden sky worm, sealed. Race, Zerg. Age, unknown. Introduction. No one knows where it came from. No one knows where it is going. It is the most mysterious being on the continent, the golden sky blue worm. It is said that it has the power to stimulate special human strength, attracting countless powerful individuals to search for it from all over the world. It stole the roots of the Lingbing spike. The powerful cold energy has temporarily sealed away the power within its body. It is now attempting to break free of this seal, using the fire energy contained in your blood. Sumu stared speechlessly at the tiny insect sucking blood from his hand. Golden blue worm? This insect's appearance can only be described in 4 words, okay? Unremarkable in appearance. He really is unremarkable in appearance. You would never imagine that this is a small insect with such an imposing name as the golden sky bug. Because it looks like a common little green caterpillar, the kind that only steals leaves and can be easily crushed. If it weren't for the intelligence systems prompt, Sumu wouldn't have used the insight technique on it at all. That's exactly how ordinary and unremarkable it is. Another point is that the discerning truth technique mentions that he has fire, elemental power in his blood. What exactly is the reason for this? Could it be because he knows more fire magic? Or is it because he absorbed the holy flame blazing spirit that the blazing flame spirit body grew on his body? To be honest, Sumu didn't quite understand, but he guessed it was one of these 2 possibilities. He didn't even know his blood had such effects. Eleonora glanced at it a few times, unable to see anything special about the little bug in front of her. She frowned, puzzled, and asked, "You have such a peculiar hobby. You'd rather be sucked by me than by a worm?" Sumu smiled and glanced at Eleonora. "Didn't you claim to know everything? What? Can't you tell this is a very powerful and awesome insect? It's precisely because I know so much that I don't think it's nearly as amazing or incredible as you make it out to be." Eleonora rolled her eyes, feeling that Sumu's smile was mocking her. "But this is a really awesome bug." Sumu's smile became even brighter. Since Eleonora came into his life, she has become incredibly knowledgeable, even about obscure topics like the celestial race. But now, finally there are things she doesn't recognize, and she can no longer be arrogant and smug when she gambles with him. Of course, Sumu is happy. "You've become bad. You're even trying to fool me now." Eleonora's face also lit up with a smile. She glanced at Sumu and said teasingly, "Is it because I always steal your thunder, so you deliberately say that this little bug is something extraordinary? Next, are you going to ask me if I want to make a bet?" Eleonora seemed to have seen through everything, and her smile grew even brighter. "I won't fall for your trick." She felt she had completely seen through Sumu's thoughts. "I don't think it's like that. This is indeed no ordinary insect. Do you think an ordinary insect would suck human blood?" Sumu's words startled Eleonora. "Right, do ordinary insects suck human blood?" Eleonora was in a daze as she watched the little bug sucking at Sumu's hand. "Then tell me, what exactly is it?" Eleonora's curiosity was successfully piqued by Sumu. From her perspective, it was just an ordinary little bug. But Sumu insisted that it was extraordinary. This was truly torture for Eleonora, who knew a lot about things. She couldn't wait to find out what kind of bug it was. Golden blue worm. Sumu uttered 5 words. Oh, not bad. You even know about golden blue worms. Eleonora was amused by Sumu's words. She had expected him to come up with some strange name, or even just some random one she didn't know, and she would be fooled. The name Sumu uttered was one that Eleonora was familiar with. The name golden sky blue worm was so famous that she naturally knew what it looked like. It's definitely not just this tiny little strip in front of you. What? You don't believe me? Sumu looked at Eleonora, waiting for her to fall step by step into the trap he had set up. What do you think? I've seen golden blue crickets. Eleonora rolled her eyes. Not only have I seen it, but I also know what the golden sky blue worm looks like after it emerges from its cocoon and becomes a butterfly. I dare say that very few people on this continent have seen it. Can the golden blue cricket emerge from its cocoon and become a butterfly? Sumyuk really didn't know. It seems that Eleonora really did see the golden blue worm. She wasn't just making things up. What's the use of you having seen it before? The one I have is the same. Maybe it's the kind you've never seen before. The golden sky worm only has one form. Eleonora rolled her eyes in annoyance. She felt that if she hadn't drunk Sumu's blood, she wouldn't have wanted to stay here and get caught up in these things with him. That was an insult to her intelligence. Then do you dare to make a bet with me? Sumu asked. He knew it was time. I knew it. There are actually people who dare to question Eleonora's knowledge and vision. Very well, today I'll show you my vast knowledge. Eleonora shook her head and said helplessly, Tell me, what do you want to bet? This isn't the first or second time she's faced skepticism, starting with her pure life force, then moving on to the cosmic race. This gradually wore down Eleonora's patience. She was the eldest daughter of the Nora family, an ancient and powerful vampire on the entire continent. Since some people still doubt her and don't know where her strength lies, this is blatant disrespect to her and to her family. Chapter 364 Yuliloa. Even you don't believe me? You know, if Eleonora appeared in some major cities or empires with a rich history, as soon as she revealed her name, countless people would rush to treat her as an honored guest. Countless people at the pinnacle of power try to curry favor with her, hoping to gain access to her immortality. Even now, their family still exists on the mainland, and they still exist as nobles. But the person who summoned her was Sumu. Sumu, a person from the outside world and from such a remote area, had no idea what Eleonora represented. What does the Nora family represent? Therefore, Eleonora never received the respect she deserved, and even getting a taste of blood required her to bet on performing. This made Eleonora somewhat unhappy. Even if someone offered her their neck to bite and suck blood, she might not even take it. Get a couple of sucks from you. More than 1,000 years ago, Eleonora was also summoned. At that time, she was surrounded by countless powerful figures and showered with praise and compliments, a completely different treatment from what she receives now. The stark contrast made her feel very depressed. Now, Sumu's act of calling the little bug a golden sky worm, attempting to insult her intelligence, has made her somewhat defensive, and she's even stopped pretending to be lazy and alluring. If this is a golden blue worm, you will do whatever I tell you to do for the next month. Sumu noticed Eleonora's ambiguous gaze, and he quickly added, Of course, I won't let you do anything excessive. Without a doubt, Eleonora must have misunderstood, otherwise her gaze wouldn't have been so ambiguous and teasing. Sumu didn't want to discuss the issue of large and small heads with Eleonora. Just thinking about her sharp teeth sent a chill down his spine. If not, I'll make you smoke it every day for the next week. To be honest, ever since Eleonora was summoned, Sumu has always felt that she is an existence he cannot control. The fact that Lord's pride failed to work on her made Sumu feel even more empty and out of control. Sumu hated this feeling. Even someone as strong as Yuliloa had never felt this way before. But Eleonora made her feel it. Sumu was thinking of a way to forcefully deepen the bond between him and Eleonora. This bond isn't just about her wanting to drink her blood. Therefore, Sumu had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. A tried and true, yet ultimately flawed, strategy. Are you sure? You're practically giving it to me for free, you know that. Eleonora smiled and stuck out her bright red tongue, licking her lips as her small eyes lingered on Sumu's throat again and again. Hey, I didn't say you could bite me. Sumu covered her neck with her hand, feeling a chill. Whatever. Eleonora waved her hand. Let's bet then, I'm sure I'll win. She has 100% confidence. That's not necessarily true, Sumu smiled. I'm glad Eleonora is willing to take the role. Stop talking nonsense. I'll prove to you now that it's not a golden blue worm at all. Eleonora reached into Sumu's palm to touch the tiny insect. What are you doing? Sumu quickly grabbed her. You're not trying to stall for time, are you? That wouldn't be fun. Eleonora made a cryptic remark, but she quickly explained what she meant. When the golden blue cricket is injured, it will spin a cocoon. This can be found in any ancient text. Lilua passing by outside and suddenly waved. Miss Yulilua, please come here for a moment. Normally, Yulilua wouldn't even glance at her, but it was rare for Eleonora to use honorifics. After hesitating for a moment, she still walked over. How? You've heard of the golden blue worm, right? Eleonora desperately needs someone to prove her right. Yulilua nodded. She didn't know about the Zhouyuan clan, but she did know about the golden sky blue worm. Many people know about this. Have you ever heard that golden blue crickets will turn into cocoons after being injured? Eleonora pressed for an answer. That's true. Yulilua recalls. The golden blue cricket's cocooning after being injured is a form of self-protection, but it is very beneficial to it because breaking out of the cocoon represents metamorphosis into a butterfly, which is an evolution to a higher level. That's absolutely right, Miss Yulilua. You really are very knowledgeable and erudite. Eleonora gave a thumbs up, not holding back her praise. Yulilua's lips curled slightly, and she subtly raised her head, her silence speaking volumes. On the other side, Eleonora was already looking at Sumu provocatively. Got it. So all I have to do is squeeze your little bug, and I'll know if it's a golden blue cricket, and then I'll win the bet. Yulilu frowned slightly upon hearing this, and glanced at Sumu. How? Has Sumu made another bet with Eleonora? Is this another bet designed to exploit people? The clever Yulilua quickly realized what was going on. She glanced at the little bug in Sumu's palm and frowned even more. Are you crazy? Are you betting with her whether this is a golden blue worm? Yulilua spoke. This is just an ordinary little bug. You can just wait to be sucked dry. Yulilu had just been praised about vanished instantly. It was all because of Sumu's inexplicable actions. Having already lost once yesterday, isn't this just offering yourself up for Eleonora to suck? Seeing the scars on Sumu's palm, Yulilua felt even more disgust and displeasure. No way. Yulilua, you don't even believe me? This really is a golden blue cricket. Nonsense, speechless. Yulilua said before turning and leaving without looking back. They left so quickly that even Sumu couldn't stop them. This woman, what is she angry about? Yulilua's reaction and couldn't understand it. Women's tempers are just like the weather. Hey, don't you dare back out. We're making a bet. Seeing this, Eleonora quickly spoke up. Don't even mention making me listen to you for a month. If this is a golden sky worm, I'll listen to you from now on and do whatever you tell me to do. Isn't that inappropriate? Sumu touched his nose, pretending to be embarrassed, but secretly chuckled to himself. There are even people who are adding their own chips to increase their bets. You're not going to back out, are you? Sumu thought it was better to ask one more question as a precaution. I swear in the name of my Nora family, I, Eleonora, will never go back on my word, or I will be struck by lightning and roasted in flames. Noel stretched out 3 fingers towards the sky. Let me tell you, our race possesses the power of immortality and is bound by the elements of natural law. If I break my oath, the oath will turn against me. You can rest assured. Holy crap, Eleonora's going all out. Chapter 365 Insect Marrow. A new talent. Alright, now let me see if you, this little bug, can withstand me for a bit. Eleonora had lost her patience and reached into Sumu's palm to grab the small green worm. But in the next moment, the little green worm moved. It climbed up Sumu's arm and quickly reached his shoulder, chirping twice in the direction of Eleonora. It's as if it's saying, what are you trying to do to me? Asshole. Haha. Seeing this adorable scene, Sumu couldn't help but smile. Eleonora frowned slightly. This scene inexplicably made her feel uneasy. Why do the insects react this way? Ordinary insects would never have this reaction, right? But then, a bluish-green light shone on Sumu's shoulder, belonging to the little insect, and its size suddenly increased considerably. It went from being no bigger than a child's little finger to being as thick as an adult's arm, and its originally sesame seed-sized eyes became bright, large eyes, its entire appearance undergoing a dramatic change. Looked at it, a cartoon image involuntarily popped into her mind. Green caterpillar? The little guy was rubbing his paws together, continuing to chirp and spit at Eleonora. However, compared to before, Eleonora's entire face was dark. The green caterpillar in front of her was exactly the golden green caterpillar she remembered. You did this on purpose? Are you kidding me? Eleonora stared at Su-mu with a livid expression. In her mind, she had already imagined a scenario where Su-mu had gone to great lengths to scheme against her, only to have her lose to him. The golden blue worm was deliberately disguised by him in that way, disguised so that she couldn't see through it. Su-mu is so clever. He guessed Eleonora's thoughts right away. I didn't design that, don't wrong me. I told you from the beginning that it was a golden blue worm, didn't I? It's something you don't believe. Since you don't believe me, I'll take a gamble and feed you this. Su-mu was startled to realize that Eleonora had taken his still wounded hand and sucked a mouthful of blood from it. He was stunned. What kind of operation is this? You lost, and you're resentful? Want to suck some of his blood to relieve my displeasure? Eleonora's eyes instantly turned into vertical pupils, during which a strange red light flashed by, but Su-mu didn't notice it at all because she had her head down. Okay. After licking it twice, Eleonora returned the hand to Su-mu. Looking again, Su-mu's hand wounds had healed. What's going on? Eleonora grabbed his hand and took a couple of breaths, simply to give him some treatment. Su-mu felt that things were not so simple, and there was a strange feeling about it, but he couldn't put his finger on what was wrong. A bet's a bet. From now on, I'll do whatever you say, as long as it's not excessive. I, Eleonora, mean what I say. While saying this aloud, Eleonora inwardly berated herself. You've lived for so long, and you're still getting angry with a kid and falling for his provocation? Aren't you stupid? Are you stupid, Eleonora? You've lived all this time for nothing. That's so stupid. But what exactly is that damned golden blue worm? How could someone get sealed away after eating the wrong thing? This is outrageous. However, Su-mu had no idea what Eleonora was thinking, otherwise he would have been astonished. How did she know so much? Without dwelling on Eleonora's reaction, Su-mu spoke. Since you know so much about golden blue crickets, you should also know their best uses, right? Su-mu turned his head and glanced at the little bug on his shoulder. I don't know if it's because I drank his blood, but I feel a bit close to him. They didn't run away. Isn't it just stimulating some kind of potential within the human body? What's so special about that? Eleonora answered without hesitation. But let me tell you, the process of stimulating human potential is very unstable, and you never know how far it will reach. Therefore, those who don't understand think that golden blue worms are very precious and hard to come by. But those who really understand them don't take them seriously, just like me. Eleonora, unusually serious, said. You should think it over carefully before deciding whether you want to do this. Su-mu knew what she meant. It was nothing more than opening a blind box. It doesn't matter, just tell me, what's going on? Eleonora didn't say anything. She showed Su-mu what to do through her actions. She suddenly reached out, so fast that the golden azure worm on Su-mu's shoulder couldn't react in time. Eleonora grabbed it in her hand and squeezed it hard, ignoring its chirping. In an instant, the golden sky worm spat out a jelly-like substance from its mouth. Su-mu. This is called insect marrow, which is unique to the golden sky blue worm. Eating it will activate what you mentioned. But what exactly it is, we really don't know. Eleonora spoke up, handing a lump of food to Su-mu, gesturing for him to eat quickly. Really? You're not kidding me, are you? Are you getting revenge on me? Su-mu looked at the lump in her hand. Where's the appetite? This doesn't look like insect marrow at all. It looks more like the vomit of a golden blue worm. I have no reason to lie to you. It's true. Eleonora said irritably. Do you think I'd be so bored as to try and fool you? All right. Just as Su-mu received the so-called insect marrow, the golden azure worm in Eleonora's hand also underwent a change. The little guy started spinning silk on the spot and began to form a cocoon. Seeing this, Eleonora quickly put it on the ground, saying as she did so, what I just did was also a way of hurting it. Now it is starting to emerge from its cocoon, and the next step is to wait for it to break free. Is there anything special about it after it emerges from its cocoon? Su-mu couldn't help but ask. It's just a normal law of nature. Turning into a butterfly is just a prettier form of being, something like the azure dragon-tail butterfly. Eleonora wasn't very interested. All right. Su-mu focused his gaze on the lump in his hand again, gritted his teeth, and suddenly put it in his mouth, swallowing it in one gulp. Throughout the entire process, he did not chew at all. But Su-mu was still surprised by the strange smell. It wasn't as bad as I imagined. It even had a hint of sweetness and a refreshing coolness. Consume the marrow of the golden blue worm. A system notification tone sounded. Unleash your potential. Gained Lord's talent. Chapter 366 The Insect Lord's Cataclysm. Shocking news. Gained Lord Talent. Insect Lord's Catastrophe. This talent will not be counted in the Lord's Talent slot. Currently, Lord players still have one Lord's Talent slot available. Have you unlocked a new Lord Talent? And that doesn't even include those listed in the talent tree? Sumu knew that each Lord player could obtain a maximum of 3 Lord Talents. He added one more, so he can get 4. But this, Insect Lord Catastrophe, is not included in the calculation? Interesting. Sumu quickly clicked to check his status bar. Insect Lord Catastrophe. Gain the ability to talk to and command insects. The insectoid demi, humans' favorability and affinity towards you will increase by 500%, and you can easily approach them and recruit them into your faction. You can try to transform insects. There's a 1% chance they become demi-humans. Each insect can only be used once. Looking at the description of Insect Lord Catastrophe, Sumu was at a loss for words. Commanding insects is quite a powerful ability in certain special regions. But this is a magical world, and Sumu really doesn't know much about the strength of insects. Even a swarm of insects, could they withstand a single fireball spell? But if we put ourselves in the insect's shoes, what if the insect's strength was very high? Wouldn't his talent be considered heaven-defying? Sumu decided that she needed to learn more about the relevant knowledge. The second thing is to increase the affinity with the Zerg Demi, humans. To be honest, Sumu has never met any Zerg Demi humans so far, and he doesn't know much about them, so he doesn't know how to evaluate them. But Sumu really wanted to complain about the last item. Is there a 1% chance they transform into subhumans? And each insect can only be used once? Isn't this a joke? Given this probability, unless he suddenly becomes incredibly powerful, Sumu really doesn't know how he managed to achieve enlightenment. This makes it seem quite useless. However, Sumu quickly thought of something. Secret Spirit Fruit. If we can find the key fruit again and evolve, Insect Lord Catastrophe, this Lord Talent will definitely not be weak. If the 1% chance of this third option could be increased, or if there were no limit to the number of times each insect could be used, then Sumu will receive a large army of Zerg. It's quite a considerable amount when you think about it. Thinking about it this way, it's not without potential. Since it was obtained by chance and didn't take up any space, Sumu was very satisfied. How are you? Have you noticed any changes in your body? Where was the potential hidden? Nora's voice rang out, and she looked Sumu up and down, seemingly with some curiosity. I'll tell you later. Right now, I need to rush to Tianlong City. Thinking that Sessions and the others should be arriving in Tianlong City by now, Sumu felt that he had wasted too much time. Snort. Watching Sumu's departing figure, Nora snorted softly. She really wanted to go up and bite him, and then find out the answer. After thinking it over, Nora followed Sumu as he left. She was curious about Tianlong City too. Tianlong City. Lord of the city, the Yangma clan and Lodi City have ceased hostilities and have stopped fighting. Sumu had just taken a sip of tea when Mutterson came in to report that he had noticed Nora's presence and was staring at her with curiosity in his eyes. This was the first time he had ever seen this beautiful woman in front of him. The city lord isn't bringing that demon girl with him anymore. But Mutson quickly looked away. He knew that some things were not meant to be looked at for too long. Why did the war end? Upon hearing that Lodi City and the Yang Demon clan had stopped fighting, Sumu felt a sense of foreboding. If these two don't fight, wouldn't the Yang Demon clan have the energy to deal with his Tianlong City or Tianmu town? This is not good news. It seems that the Yangma clan has found out that Lodi City has nothing to do with you. They are very angry now and feel that their intelligence has been greatly insulted. Mutson quickly reported the intelligence he had obtained. At the same time, he secretly wiped away his sweat. The city lord is quite something, having played the people of Lodi City and the Yangma clan for so long. If Mutson knew, it wasn't just the Yang Demon clan. Even the Moon Demon clan and Flying Cloud City had been completely outmaneuvered by Sumu. Then Mutson would admire Sumu even more. Be prepared for battle at any time. Sumu gave the order without hesitation. If there is no war between the Yangma clan and Lodi City, then they will have time to deal with us. We must be on high alert. I know, Lord City Lord. I have already ordered the guards to begin patrolling and practicing outside the city. Mutson replied. When he received this news, Mutterson's reaction was the same as Sumu's. He knew that if Lodi City and the Yangma clan were not at war, then they might be the ones to suffer. By the way, what's Lodi City like now? The Yang Demon clan has been fighting them for so many days. Surely they haven't suffered any losses at all. This was still the issue that Sumu was most concerned about. Lodi City suffered a terrible fate, with nearly 130,000 soldiers killed. The Yang demon clan swept through the city, breaching all 4 city gates. It will be very difficult for Lodi City to recover in the short term. Mutsun reported. The Yangma clan has advanced into the interior of Lodi City. They have temporarily established Lodi City as their base and are resting there. The exact extent of their casualties is unknown, but the situation does not appear to be good. Because Lodi City was previously guarded by a legendary knight, now that it has fallen, the legendary knight must have already perished. Upon hearing this news, Su Mu's heart stirred. The Yang demon clan is indeed powerful. They actually managed to take Lodi City to this extent. That's quite impressive. No wonder they realized they'd been tricked. Su Mu was both amused and exasperated by this. Compared to the Yang demon clan, the Moon demon clan is much weaker, and their relationship with Flying Cloud City is lukewarm. Did the Yang demon clan massacre the residents of Lodi City? Did it cause public outrage? Su Mu asked. This is a concern of his. Because this concerns his next plan. Not at the moment. It is said that the city lord of Lodi City, Philos, was so afraid of the tyranny of the Yang demon clan that he not only offered his own woman to them, but also gave up his city lord's mansion to the Yang demon clan to live in. Mutsun replied. Because of the city lord's actions, most of the residents in the city dare not resist, and the Yangma warriors are also very disciplined and do not take the initiative to attack ordinary people. Are the city gates of Lodi City currently closed to all? Su Mu asked again. Yes. Mutsun nodded. Because the city gate has been breached, there are Yangma warriors guarding the outside, so there is no way to go in or out. No. Su Mu shook his head, and after a moment's thought, the Yang demon clan must be allowed to massacre the residents of Lodi City, inciting public outrage. Su Mu felt it was time for the Kanai to make its appearance again. Sir, why incite public outrage? Mutterson didn't quite understand the significance of this action. First, buy us time so that the Yang demon clan won't have the mind to deal with us for a while. Su Mu's lips curled slightly, his gaze sharp, and he slowly spoke. Second, if the Yang demon clan doesn't incite public outrage, how can our army appear as saviors to drive them away? Then, legitimately, we can occupy Lodi City and rule them. Mudsun. Lord City Lord, you have such a deep and shrewd mind. Chapter 367 Taking Over the Cloud Dragon Chamber of Commerce. By the way, Mutterson, how about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Any updates? Su Mu suddenly remembered another matter he was concerned about. I almost forgot about this. A hint of joy flashed across Mutsun's face. Lord City Lord, you are absolutely prescient. You said that once Ines heard the news that day, she would probably leave through the secret passage of the Yunlong Merchant Guild, and sure enough, Hassad led his troops to ambush them, and within half an hour, they saw Aini with 5 or 6 guards leaving through a secret passage. Hassad immediately captured them. Mutterson became more and more excited as he spoke, saying that ever since he started following Su Mu, he had found that everything he did was easy and enjoyable. Because Su Mu is always able to anticipate the other party's thoughts or whereabouts, and is always able to arrive one step ahead. This feeling is just too awesome. Mutterson had been by Andrew's side for quite some time, but he had never felt this way before. Compared to Su Mu, Andrew is like a complete idiot. This is a truly wise ruler. Mutterson increasingly felt that appointing Su Mu as the city lord was the best decision he had ever made in his life. I also knew that Anais was an impatient woman. I could tell from the fact that she wanted to move things out of Tianlong City. Su Mu smiled slightly. The fact that Anais fled overnight wasn't something the intelligence system told him. It was his own judgment. At the time, he had Mutterson send people to intercept her. Indeed, this was the case. Apart from the secret passage, Ines had nowhere else to go. Lord City Lord, I have already locked that woman Ines in the dungeon. Mutsun reported. When she left, she had a lot of valuable items and gold coins from the Merchant Guild in her storage ring, which I intercepted. Well done, Su Mu praised. Now, come with me to see Ines and see if she has anything to say. Su Mu stood up as he spoke, but Kai Xian's voice came from behind him. Lord Su Mu, I'd like to go too. Okay. After hesitating for a moment, Su Mu agreed to bring Kaisen along. Inside the dungeon, Brother Guard, a captivatingly charming voice rang out. Agnes leaned against the iron prison door, constantly throwing flirtatious glances at the guards on duty beside her. Her shoulders were incredibly smooth, and the purple silk robe she wore had slipped down to her elbows, revealing a large expanse of her snow-white skin. It's incredibly moisturizing. The guard kept his eyes straight ahead, but his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. This woman has tried to seduce him more than once, and it's getting increasingly outrageous. If Lord Mutterson hadn't said that this was a very important suspect, and that if something went wrong, it would endanger the whole family, the guards might have really lost their composure and made a mistake. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he truly doesn't dare. He desires happiness for the rest of his life more than fleeting sexual pleasure. Therefore, he could only keep his eyes straight ahead and silently chant, "Long live the night." TCH, what a jerk. After several failed attempts to seduce her, Ines lost her patience and couldn't help but yell. "You impotent man, with such a beautiful and delicate woman like me placed right in front of you, you don't even react? Could it be that you can't get it up? Are you even a man? You worse than a beast." Amidst Ines's barrage of insults, the cell door was pushed open, and she immediately looked over, where she saw Mutterson's figure. "Mudson, you damn bastard, you've finally shown up." The moment Ines saw Mutterson, anger overwhelmed her, and she gripped the cell door tightly, unleashing a torrent of curses. "You clearly took my money, but now you've dragged me here. What do you mean by this? You bastard, believe me or not, I'll tell your city lord that you've been embezzling and taking bribes, you damned bastard. May your whole family die a horrible death. All right, Ines, you don't need to report to me anymore. I know everything you've said." Sumu's voice suddenly rang out. Mutterson looked at Ines as if she were an idiot, then shook his head and made way for Sumu behind him. Upon seeing Sumu, Ines was visibly taken aback. But when she saw Kaisen next to Sumu, the clever Ines immediately realized something. You're all in cahoots." Ines couldn't believe it. "Kaisen has been rescued. The secret passage has been discovered. Then Mudson sealed the city gates to prevent them from leaving, but then suddenly changed his mind." When all of this was put together, Ines understood. She collapsed to the ground, dazed and with unfocused eyes. "Ines, it seems you're very clever. You guessed it all." Sumu walked over. From Ines's reaction, he knew he didn't need to explain much more. Few business people are stupid. Ines's eyes suddenly focused, and she scrambled to grab the iron gate, shouting, "Lord City Lord, is your goal the Cloud Dragon Merchant Guild? I can help you." Ines exclaimed excitedly. "I can do things better than Kaisen, and I can do anything you ask me to do. I'm very obedient, and I'm much better than her." Ines frantically displayed her value. "I have many customers and know far more wealthy and noble people than Kaisen. My abilities are definitely superior to hers. If you want to build your own business guild, I can assist you from scratch. I'll do anything to keep me by your side. Real." Ines looked at Sumu with a sincere expression. At this moment, she finally chose not to flirt, but instead wanted to use her abilities to try and win over Sumu. It must be said, Ines is a very intelligent person. Someone like that would be lacking in skill or ability. Because compared to Kursen, Ines is even more ruthless in her methods. "Lord City Lord, if you think Kaisen is better, I am also willing to assist her. Together with her, we will conquer a great gold mine for you." Seeing that Sumu remained silent, Ines spoke again, offering a second-best option. "I only ask that you keep me here, and I'm sure I can make a difference. You should know Kelly better than Kursen, right?" Sumu said. Through what he learned from Kaisen, he now knows that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is backed by Kelly of the Earl's Mansion in Feiyun City. Moreover, it is said that Kelly is the son of the city lord. I understand Kelly." Ines nodded frantically. "I've been with Kelly for 15 years. I know him better than anyone. And I also know that he has some big plans and new ideas up his sleeve." "What big move?" Sumu asked curiously. With the Empire in chaos, Kelly has long planned to leave Flying Cloud City and head to Solo City in the Underworld Empire. He has already reached a cooperation agreement with the Dark Moon Merchant Guild in Solo City. To be precise, Kelly has gotten involved with the youngest daughter of the Dark Moon Merchant Guild's president. Chapter 368 Shocking News. The Moonslayer has fallen. Sumu temporarily spared Ines's life, sparing her life and instructing Mutterson to take care of her as usual, ensuring she didn't suffer too much. The reason for this arrangement is that Sumu has taken a liking to Ines. To be precise, they were after Ines's usefulness. Ines was very clever. She guessed that Sumu wanted to completely seize control of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Tianlong City and then develop it into his own Chamber of Commerce. And they used chambers of commerce to accumulate initial wealth. All the remaining treasures and resources of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce now belong to Sumu. It can be said that Ines saw and understood Sumu's ambition. That's absolutely right. Sumu did indeed want to make the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Tianlong City his own. Why did Sumu leave the deep, sea clam made in high-vis in his territory. He wanted to use the pearl to launch his first campaign of commercial wealth accumulation. Therefore, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce will soon be Su Mu's stepping stone. It is absolutely necessary to forcibly seize it. After leaving Inessa's side, Su Mu looked at Kaisen beside him. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is currently leaderless. Are you confident you can take control of it? Ines just said that there is a large amount of supplies in the secret passage, and the remaining treasures are in our hands. Give me some time. Kaisen stopped and looked at Su Mu. I can't guarantee anything else, but I will rename the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible, and then get it running smoothly and start making money. I don't mind working for you, but you have to promise me one thing. Are they slaves in the Chamber of Commerce's dungeon? Su Mu seemed to have guessed Kaisen's conditions. Yes. Kaisen nodded slightly, indicating her position and attitude. They must be handled by me. Okay, I agree. Why wouldn't Su Mu be happy to get a Chamber of Commerce manager from Kaisen for free, since he was just an employee? They were just slaves, not worth much money anyway. Kursen's request was simply to fulfill her own promise. After finishing his business with the Chamber of Commerce, Su Mu accompanied Eleonora on a long tour of Tianlong City. In Eleonora's words, she hadn't been out of her coffin for a long time and wanted to absorb some human energy. Su Mu could only pat his chest and say that he had to fulfill her small wish. Little did they know that whether in the 21st century or in a world of magic and knights, women are naturally gifted and highly skilled at shopping. Eleonora fired the first shot in her revenge against Su Mu. Reckless spending. I buy everything I see. Give all the bills to Su Mu. Big sister, aren't you tired? Su Mu leaned against the wall, speechless. Money isn't the issue. The key is that he's been shopping for a long time and is extremely exhausted. Su Mu felt that even fighting hundreds of times against stronger opponents wouldn't be as tiring as shopping with Eleonora. The former is exhilarating, while the latter is sheer torture. Eleonora, a vampire, even compares prices before buying a single candy? Is Su Mu someone who's short of money? Su Mu really wanted to tell Eleonora that if she wanted it, she should just buy it. There was no need to compare prices. It was clear that she was in high spirits, feeling like she had gotten a great deal because of the small difference in price, and he couldn't bear to say anything to discourage her. Have you ever seen a vampire complain of being tired? Eleonora rolled her eyes and continued to sway her alluring body as she walked forward. Behind them, Su Mu and his guards reluctantly followed. Just when Su Mu was about to give up, he saw Sessions and Gasuka's team arrive. Finally, I can stop shopping. Su Mu told Hassad to take the others to rest and settle down, while he temporarily called Sessions and Guschi to his side. You've worked hard all this way. Su Mu took a sip of tea and spoke. Did you encounter any danger along the way? No, Guschi shook his head. Very smoothly. Jeski still hadn't transitioned out of his new role, and for a moment he didn't know how to address Su Mu. Compared to him, Sessions seems more comfortable in his current role. My lord, the information you gave us was very accurate. We followed the route you provided, and the journey was very smooth. The only delay was because we needed to prepare rations for our warhorses. Along the way, the route given by Su Mu has been verified by Sessions and Guschi and is very safe. They perfectly bypassed the Moon Demon Clan and the people of Flying Cloud City. This is what shocked them and made them admire them. The reason for the delay was not entirely because the horse needed to eat grass, but because Sessions and Gush spent time verifying whether what Su Mu said was true or not. It wasn't until they perfectly missed the Moon Demon Warriors that Sessions and his group finally confirmed it. Their new adults had foreseen everything, from leaving the waterfall cave to taking a second detour. Like a god. Because of this incident, many members of their team began to admire Su Mu. However, Su Mu was unaware of all of this. It was something that happened within Sessions' team. Okay. Su Mu nodded. This is Mutterson, the acting city lord of Tianlong City. He will arrange your work from now on. You will stay in Tianlong City for the time being. In my absence, follow his instructions. Su Mu had already mentioned Sessions and his group to Mutterson, and he would naturally make arrangements. Thank you, sir, Sessions and Guschi said at the same time. Along the way, the two of them have already talked things out and decided to put aside their past grievances, work together, and make a name for themselves. By the way, Malor, the Holy Spirit steed you captured, she's been poisoned. Do you know what kind of poison it is? Su Mu asked the question that had been on his mind the most so far. Poisoned. Sessions looked at Guschi beside him. Guschi was the one who had more access to Yaglu, and if he didn't know that, Sessions was even less likely to know. Sir, I'm not quite sure either. Facing the gazes of Su Mu and Sessions, Guschi shook his head under pressure. It was Yaglu and Niggs who captured the Skyspin Holy Horse. By the time we arrived at the battlefield, the Skyspin Holy Horse had already been subdued. I think with their abilities, they must have used some methods, but as for what kind of poison it was, only Yugru probably knows. Was Yugru your previous leader? Sumu asked. Yes. Gushchi answered without hesitation. Yogru is directly in charge of young Master Kelly. He is Kelly's subordinate and one of the more important leaders in the Cloud Dragon Merchant Guild. He is the one who discovered the Sky Shuttle Silver Feather Horse. I've heard that his strength is at the first level of Divine Knight, but I don't know if it's true or not. And what about Niggs? Who is he? Sumu continued to ask. We don't know about Niggs either. He's very mysterious and rarely appears in the Chamber of Commerce. The other Sky Shuttle Silver Feather Horse was brought there by him to sell. We don't know Niggs's whereabouts yet, but we can guess that Yugru is in Flying Cloud City. It seems that the one who tied the knot must untie it. To find out what kind of poison Malor is using, it is essential to find Niggs or Yaglu. After giving Mutterson some instructions, Sumu left Tianlong City with the still unsatisfied Eleonora. Upon landing in Tianmu Town, Nightshade Snod brought Sumu a major piece of news. Slayer, the wartime commander of the Moon Demon Clan, is dead. Chapter 369. Flying Cloud City and Luo Lin City form an alliance? The Moon Slayer is dead? How did he die? Is there still someone in Flying Cloud City capable of killing Moon Slaughter? Sumu asked several questions in a row. To be honest, he was quite shocked by Moon Slaughter's death, and even wondered if Snowd's intelligence was wrong. Your Majesty, the information is accurate. You too has indeed been murdered. However, it wasn't the people of Feiyun City who did it. It seems to be people from another city. There were 3 of them, and they joined forces to deal with you two. Under their combined attack, you two had no way to stop them. Snod replied. As a Nightshade, he wasn't too surprised by Moonslayer's death. He simply felt that death was a natural part of life. But Sumu was different. He had witnessed firsthand how powerful U2 was. He was a man of both courage and wisdom. It wasn't done by people from Flying Cloud City. Right. Your Majesty, the Moon Demon Clan and Flying Cloud City have ceased fighting. They seem to know that the other side is not on our side, so they stopped fighting long ago. Snowd then revealed an even more significant piece of news. Do the Moon Demon Clan and Flying Cloud City know I'm playing them for a fool? Sumu didn't think anything of it. He had long anticipated that his scheme to use the Moon Demon Clan against Flying Cloud City would be exposed, but that day had finally come. Besides, neither side is stupid. How could they have been completely unaware all along? What is the current situation in Flying Cloud City? What losses did they suffer in their previous battle with the Moon Demon Clan? Sumu asked. What he was concerned about was whether Feiyun City had paid a price for this. The Moon Demons are already at the city gates, Snowd reported, relaying the intelligence he had gathered. However, at that time, the forces that needed to deal with Feiyun City were not only the Moon Demon Clan, but also another force, which was said to be Luolin City. Feiyun City kept its gates closed at that time. As for the losses, they lost at least 50,000 soldiers in their battle with the Moon Demons. The battle with the other side has just begun, and they have already lost 30,000 men. Their city lord is in a lot of trouble, and it seems that he has no intention of dealing with our territory at the moment. It seems that Flying Cloud City has also suffered considerable losses due to the Moon Demon Clan. This situation is similar to that in Lodi City. The only difference is that the Yang Demon Clan is even more ferocious, and they've even invaded other people's homes. Sumu was quite familiar with Luolin City. When he was stealing the dragon egg, he had already heard a lot about Roland City from Kaisen and Mutterson. However, Sumu did not expect that Luolin City would actually take action against Feiyun City. It seems he has no choice but to extend his reach to Flying Cloud City. Feiyun City is some distance from Sumu's Tianmu town. It is not far from Zhang Dehai's place, nor from Fu Ningyu's territory. Those are all Sumu's territories. Once Luo Linqing extends his reach to Feiyun City and occupies it, he will be in a very passive position. Therefore, Feiyun City must not fall into the hands of Luolin City. Even though Sumu doesn't really want to provoke Luo Linqing right now, he has no choice but to do so. So, have you investigated how many troops Feiyun City still has? Their combat strength is probably around 50,000. Snowd gave a somewhat uncertain figure. What about Luolin City? Has it made any further moves against Feiyun City? It seems not. Snowd shook his head. Oh no. Sumu frowned, immediately realizing something was wrong. If Feiyun City does not resist Luolin City, they will likely be easily defeated. In other words, Feiyun City and Luolin City have reached some kind of cooperative agreement. They have joined forces. Or perhaps, Feiyun City willingly submits to rule, and the city lord changes hands? Whether or not Sumu thought so, the situation in Feiyun City is currently more urgent than that in Luodi City. Moreover, it is highly likely that the person who killed Moonslaughter was from Luolin City, because only they have that kind of strength. While Snowdrift continued to gather information, Sumu went directly to Sabathini's workshop. I sensed the malice of the demon clan's inner eel towards you. As soon as Sumu entered the workshop, he received feedback from the succubus's intent. Glancing in the direction of Enoral, Sumu could see that the other was staring at him, and he could see hatred in her eyes. Hathaway was also there, but she was working. She seemed to hear the door open, glanced up in Sumu's direction, and then looked away. Furthermore, there was no indication of the succubus's intent. It seems that at present, only Enorial harbors ill will towards Sumu. Hathaway does not. As for why it doesn't exist, Sumu doesn't quite know either. Could it be that his words that day opened up his run and do meridians? Ignoring Hathaway, Sumu smiled slightly at Enorial, who was staring intently at her. The latter reacted even more violently, glaring at him fiercely before turning her face away. The fiery demon Enorial's malice towards you has intensified. Haha. Sumu couldn't help but smile inwardly. Bows I requested have been crafted. I don't remember yesterday. So far today my magic wand is at 800 and my ranged bow is at 1500. They've all been temporarily transferred to Serena. Didn't you hear what she said? Sabathini looked up at Sumu. I went to Tianlong City today, but I didn't see her. Sumu spoke. He felt that Sabathini's work efficiency was a bit slow, but he couldn't say anything about it. After all, the only ones who can work with Sabathini right now are fire elemental slimes. No one else can. With low productivity, production naturally cannot keep up. Miss Sabathini, is there any way to increase production? I desperately need weapons right now because war between us and Feiyun City could break out at any moment. I have to be prepared. Your current production is completely unable to keep up with what I need. Sumu hesitated for a moment before finally speaking about the current situation. There's only one way. Sabathini stopped what she was doing. What? Seeing that there was a solution, Sumu quickly asked. I don't eat, drink, or go to the toilet. I work day and night, 24 hours a day, desperately trying to help you. Then you'll die from overwork. And if you replace the master forging expert, your production capacity will increase. Sabathini spoke, her face ashen. Sumu said that to her. Wasn't it just because he thought she was too slow? She worked so hard and diligently for him, doing so voluntarily. To be honest, Sabathini was a little annoyed by the pressure to speed up her work. Sumu. Uffed. Eleonora, who had just walked in, burst out laughing when she heard this. She leaned against the wall, her body shaking with laughter. She had just followed Sumu in when she unexpectedly witnessed him being roasted, a rare sight indeed. Chapter 370 Stubborn but soft-hearted Sabathini. Miss Sabathini, Sumu awkwardly scratched his head and said helplessly. You know, I didn't mean to make you work too hard, nor did I mean to complain that you're slow. I just genuinely wanted to ask for your opinion. Because I really need these weapons. Seeing Sumu's sincere attitude, Sabathini's ashen face softened considerably. She gave Eleonora, who was still smiling, a meaningful look and said, Mr. Sumu, as you know, my job is not as glamorous as yours. It's very hard. I can have Hathaway do the long-range bow you want, but the magic wands were all hammered out by me, one hammer blow at a time. Only a blacksmith of my caliber can forge hedge wood. If you had more blacksmiths in your territory, you might be able to speed up production. Otherwise, there's really no way. I see. If the magic wand can only be made by Sabathini alone, then it is indeed very slow. Making several hundred a day is probably quite remarkable. Sorry, I underestimated it. Take your time. Sumu had a high degree of respect for Sabathini. Putting aside the fact that the other party was Pitin's apprentice, there was also the fact that Sabathini was working for him purely out of obligation, in order to improve her own master blacksmithing skills. It's like Sumu is taking advantage of her for free. We really can't ask for too much. Sumu took the initiative to apologize, and Sabathini also felt a little embarrassed. She cleared her throat and said, Mr. Sumu, if you need weapons, my suggestion is that I focus on making longbows during the day and put the magic wands aside for now. I'll work overtime tonight to forge the magic wand for you. I can stay up a little late, as many as I can. But there is almost no other way to forge a magic wand too quickly. After thinking for a moment, Sabathini continued. Moreover, if that's the case, the production capacity of longbow during the day should be able to double. I can guarantee that. Wouldn't that be bad? Sumu asked. After all, Miss Sabathini, you've had a long day, and I'm going to take up your rest time. Isn't war coming? Just hold on a bit, no one will die. Sabathini showed no signs of complaint or reluctance, which greatly increased Sumu's goodwill towards her. Then you can manage it as you see fit, but don't make it too strenuous. Sumu said gratefully. I will definitely thank you properly after I complete the task. Forget about the thanks. I also had my own selfish reasons for using your materials. By the way, Miss Sabathini, do you recognize this? Sumu took out the valuable item he had obtained from Andrew's vault. This? Sabathini took the worn but obviously extraordinary soft armor from Sumu's hands and gently rubbed it. What a pity. After a moment, Sabathini uttered 3 words, but her gaze never left the light armor. This is the Feather Spirit light armor, made from the feathers of the Fengtian feathered goose dragon, and all of them are very precious back feathers. Judging from the state of the presentation, it probably requires the back feathers of about 10 Fengtian feathered goose dragons. All correct. Given by the insight technique was just like that back then. It was made using the back feathers of the 9-headed Fengtian Yulong. Sabathini could tell just by looking at it a few times. This shows that she has a wide range of knowledge, and her extensive knowledge base is beyond doubt. It's a pity it's a defective or damaged product. Otherwise, the quality of this Feather Spirit light armor would at least be legendary. At the moment, I'm afraid I can't forge it. Sabathini's eyes held a hint of regret. For her, this was indeed a valuable item, and for it to be damaged to this extent was truly a waste of its value by the owner of the soft armor. Is there any possibility of repairing this soft armor, Miss Sabathini? Sumu asked. Repairing is an option, but it requires the feathers of the sealed heaven feathered goose dragon. Using ordinary feathers would be a waste of this precious item. Sabathini touched the feathered spirit armor before continuing. However, judging from the extent of the damage, it would require the back feathers of at least 2 Fengtian feathered goose dragons. Then do you know where the Fengtian feathered goose dragon is? How do you find it? Seeing that there was a chance to repair it, Sumu also had some ideas. The heavenly feathered goose dragons reside in the extreme cold. They are beast spirits. Sabathini raised an eyebrow, seemingly remembering something. Perhaps you should ask Ifia in your territory. She knows more about the habitat of the Fengtian feather goose dragon than I do. Also, you can try looking within the Chamber of Commerce to see if anyone is auctioning it. However, the chances of this happening are extremely slim. For many people, the back feathers of the Fengtian feathered goose dragon are treasures, and they would not easily put them up for auction. I understand. Thank you, Miss Sabathini. Night. After shaking off Eleonora, Sumu knocked on Hestella's door again. Come in. A gentle voice came from inside. Sumu pushed open the door and immediately saw Hestia lying on the bed. Hestira, are you feeling unwell? Why are you lying in bed? Soon, Sumu noticed that there were still traces of tailoring on the table, indicating that Hestia should have been sitting in the chair sewing clothes just now. I'm not feeling unwell. Hestella pulled the blanket over herself and answered nervously. She wasn't actually feeling unwell. It was just that when she heard Sumu knocking on the door, she panicked and instinctively ran to the bed to lie down. It's like a child who sneaks a peek at the TV and gets caught by their parents when they come home. Hestia was afraid that Sumu would scold her for studying and working without rest, so she hid in bed. Also, she was afraid that if she didn't lie down on the bed, Sumu would suddenly carry her to the bed again, just like last night. That would be so embarrassing. Sumu, of course, knew nothing of all this. Finding it strange, he went to the bedside, reached out and touched Hestella's forehead, muttering, It's not very hot, and it doesn't seem like you're sick. What could be wrong? Hestia blushed, her eyes fixed on Sumu, letting his hand fall on her forehead, then her face, touching it several times. Hestira, did you work too long today? Is that why you went to bed so early? Sumu thought of a possibility. He certainly didn't know it was because of himself. Maybe. Hestia felt inexplicably nervous, and also a little guilty. The source of her guilt was, of course, because she had lied. But she was too embarrassed to tell Sumu that it was because she was afraid of him. It's good to get some rest early. Sumu smiled and looked at Hestia, saying, By the way, Hestia, the reason I came to see you tonight was actually to ask if there are any members of your clan who are skilled in forging? Or perhaps you know this type of person? Chapter 371 Hestia, I need you. Hestia was huddled under the covers, only her head peeking out as she looked at Sumu. She nodded without hesitation at his question, her gentle demeanor unexpectedly endearing. I know master blacksmiths, but they live far away. If you need them to come over in a short time, that's definitely not possible. As for my people, Hestia was clearly thinking at this moment. Her brows were slightly furrowed and her lips were slightly pouting. This scene was so incredibly cute that Su-Mu's heart skipped a beat, and he almost couldn't resist going up to kiss Hestia's mischievous little mouth. Fortunately, the car stopped at the last moment. Master blacksmiths need to be quite strong. Our people are more delicate and not suited for this type of work, Hestia said in a low voice. However, we have an orc sister in our territory. She has loved forging since she was a child, and when I left the territory 2 years ago, she was already a craftsman. She must have improved a lot by now. The problem is, I don't know if she's still in the clan's territory. If she is, I can persuade her to come and help you. You probably need weapons forged or something, right? Hestia's gaze fell on Su-Mu's face, only to find that his eyes were fixed on her. A sudden wave of shyness washed over Hestia, her pretty face flushing red. She quickly looked away, unable to meet his gaze. Su-Mu noticed this scene. He smiled and didn't feel embarrassed or ashamed at all. Anyway, he had a thick skin. Why are there orcs in your clan's territory? Su-Mu raised his own doubts. Moreover, there are orcs in my territory as well. The orcs in the Milieu forest should all be gathered together, as they are a relatively united race. Juliaki is the child of an orc and a human. She was abandoned when she was a child, and the orcs would not acknowledge her. So our chieftain took her in, and she has been living with us ever since. Hestia replied. She is a very hard-working child who has wanted to prove her worth since she was a child. Su-Mu nodded. Then he roughly understood why he couldn't integrate into the orc race. Those big guys are very discriminatory towards other races, let alone mixed-race people like this. They would never admit to being one of them. However, Su-Mu didn't care. If that Juliet really can come back to his territory with him, then there's no need for any contact with the orcs. Can I take you back to our clan's territory tomorrow? If Juliet were still here, I would like to invite her to come and help out for a while. She can name her own compensation. In order to reduce Sabathini's workload, Su-Mu had to find a master blacksmith again. Can. Hestia agreed. Actually, I should have gone back to my clan's territory a long time ago. I haven't been back for a long time, and I've been delayed here for quite some time. It's time to go back. Upon hearing this, Su-Mu's heart skipped a beat. That won't do. Why did he take Hestia's words to heart and then refuse to return to his territory? That's not the situation Su-Mu wanted to see. If that's the case, then he might as well not have let Julie come at all. In Su-Mushin's heart, 10 Juliets are not as good as one Hestia. Hestia is the real gem. Su-Mu sat nervously on Hestia's bed and said, Hestia, what I mean is, I'll take you back to the tribe's territory tomorrow, and then you can come back here with me. Do you understand what I mean? I didn't mean for you to go back to your clan's territory. Su-Mu said with a solemn and serious expression. I need you. Later, feeling that the sentence was too ambiguous and might scare Hestia, Su-Mu added. Our territory needs you too. Under the dim flames, Hestia's face turned bright red and her ears burned after Su-Mu said, I need you. Hands, still damp with sweat, were inside the blanket. She didn't know why she was so nervous and shy. This is a feeling I've never experienced before. Hestia wasn't completely ignorant about relationships between men and women. While traveling across the continent and obtaining her divine chef certification, she met many talented young men from various ethnic groups, and many of them expressed their love for her. However, she maintained a certain distance from them throughout, and made it very clear that she had no such thoughts. Therefore, Hestia was well aware that she might have developed some feelings for Su-Mu. This positive feeling likely stemmed from our first meeting, and also from the fact that he was more proactive than other men. The other men were all polite and well-mannered in front of Hestia, maintaining a certain physical distance. Su-Mu was different. He held her hand the first time he saw her, and he has hugged her, touched her head, and her cheek ever since. And his undisguised care and affection. All of this made Hestia feel an unprecedented intensity. She guessed that this might be why she felt nervous and shy when she was with him. Hestia. Seeing that she didn't react, Su-Mu called out softly. Did you hear me? I heard you. Hestia snapped out of her thoughts and glanced at Su-Mu. You said you need me. Yes. Su-Mu nodded, feeling relieved. Fortunately, Hestia heard him. Otherwise, if he had said it again, he wouldn't have had that same recklessness. But I didn't do anything on your territory. I just focused on studying and doing my own thing. Sometimes I even had to have someone bring me food. I felt like I was troubling you all. Hestia's voice was unusually soft and gentle. So you don't need me at all. I haven't been of any use at all. Hestia looked so gentle and obedient that Su-Mu really wanted to hold her in his arms. If he hadn't been afraid of scaring her, he might have actually attacked her. Suppressing his desires, Sumu spoke. Don't say you were useless. The jade canopy soup and the soup that helped Malor alleviate the poison really helped me. You also need to introduce me to a master forger. This is also a very important matter. At this point, Sumu changed the subject, and here comes the important part. That's not the point. As long as you do nothing in the territory and just focus on your own business, that's great for me. At least I have something to look forward to every night, something to motivate me, to be able to talk to you, to see you, and that seems to relieve all the fatigue of the day. You're very useful. Chapter 372, Inora's Amazing Talent. Sumu felt that she had become bad. Now she had a whole repertoire of sweet talk. Perhaps this is what it means for a boy to transform into a man. Women are inherently auditory creatures. Instead of saying things that annoy or complain, it's better to offer more praise and encouragement, which will make the relationship more harmonious. Although Sumu and Hestala are not yet a couple. However, to some extent, he was also pursuing her, trying to win her heart. Actually, I didn't say I wouldn't come back with you. That's not what I meant. Hestala's gaze fell on the blanket. Living here is quite pleasant and happy. That's wonderful. Sumu smiled. That really scared him. He thought Hestia wouldn't come back with him after going back, and he'd really regret it if he did. Amazing move is that. Now that he had received Hestala's definite answer, Sumu finally felt relieved. He got up and naturally tucked the blanket around Hestala, covering her up completely. It's getting late, I'll be leaving now. You should get some rest, and don't secretly get up to work after I leave. Do you know? Sumu said with a smile. Uh-huh. Upon hearing the news of his departure, Hestia felt a sense of relief mixed with a strange sense of loss. She nodded. Sumu didn't say anything more, turned and left. Just as he was about to push open the door, Hestia's voice came from behind him. Sumu. What's wrong? Sumu turned around, but couldn't help teasing him. Are you reluctant to see me leave? As soon as the words left his mouth, Sumu realized he had said too much. Why make fun of this for no reason? Based on his current relationship with Hestia, it's far from reaching that level. Sumu silently berated herself for being so talkative. Good night. Hestia's blush, which had just begun to fade, returned. She called out to Sumu, wanting only to say good night to him. Good night. After closing the door, a smile appeared on Sumu's face. He muttered to himself. Looks like you didn't say anything out of turn. Sumu hummed a little tune and strode away with an air of indifference. Inside the room, Hestia crawled out of bed. She was wearing an exceptionally thin chiffon nightgown, which subtly revealed her curves and allowed glimpses of her fair skin, making her incredibly alluring. This is why Hestia always chats with Sumu in bed. It was too hot in the afternoon, and she hadn't had time to change her clothes, so when Sumu knocked on the door, she scurried into bed like a startled rabbit. Let's get some rest early tonight. After changing into a more conservative outfit, Hestia didn't continue her sewing work. Instead, she subconsciously followed Sumu's advice and decided to rest. Early the next morning, Sumu came out of Tao Yao's room. Last night, after telling Susu a story and putting her to sleep, Sumu ran into Tao Yao as soon as she went out. She was wearing a cute maid outfit at the time, her face flushed from just having taken a bath. Shared intimate moments with her, possibly tolerate this scene? He immediately picked up the kitten and put it on the bed, giving it a loving lecture and talking to it. Going to work so early? Sumu ran into Sabathini as soon as he stepped out, and he couldn't help but greet her. No, go back to sleep. Sabathini looked extremely tired. After replying, she brushed past Sumu and headed towards her room. Did you just get back from the studio? Sumu thought of a possibility. Seeing how tired Sabathini looked, he thought it was really possible. Are you really that dedicated? Sumu felt a warm feeling in her heart instantly. He had just mentioned last night that he was in a hurry to get the weapons, and Sabathini immediately started working on them overnight. This woman is just stubborn on the outside but soft on the inside. Sumu smiled. Sumu went to the weapons workshop. His guess was indeed proven correct. Hathaway is forging a ranged bow. The table was filled with neatly arranged, already forged magic wands, which still seemed to retain some warmth. Sabathini just went back to rest, right? Sumu asked Hathaway. Although reluctant, Hathaway still spoke up. We have now assigned working hours. I will work until I go back to rest in the evening, and Miss Sabathini will stay behind to forge magic wands during the rest of the time. As for how long the forging will take, it's entirely up to her. She just went back to rest today, and I heard she'll be coming over at noon. Thank you for your hard work, Sumu said politely. Having not had much interaction with Hathaway, Sumu naturally wouldn't bother trying to win her over. After putting away his magic wand, He left. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Enoriel coming towards him. She must have come to work overtime to help heat the stove. However, as soon as Enor saw Su-mu, her face immediately darkened. She stopped and glared at him before walking towards the workshop, etc. As they passed each other, Su-mu grabbed Enoriel's hand. "What are you doing?" Enor tried to shake him off, but with her strength, she couldn't move him even a fraction of an inch. "What are you doing?" Enor frowned, her expression unfriendly. Fierce demon, Enoriel female. Age, 21 years, 2 months, 12 days. Job suitability, craftsmanship LV3, fire making LV4, construction LV6, writing LV6. Special talent tags, fiery body, unknown, related to job adaptability, not yet unlocked. Unknown, related to job adaptability, not yet unlocked. Unknown, related to job adaptability, not yet unlocked. The moment Su-mu grasped Enoriel's hand, images of her talent and potential flashed before his eyes. Su-mu was surprised at just one glance. Damn it! What a hidden gem! Enor was the hidden gem beside him, a luminous pearl obscured by dust. Architecture LV6, scriptwriting LV6, such a talented person was treated as a fire-starting slave by Sabathine. It wasn't until today that Su-mu realized Enoriel's potential. He was practically spitting blood. Enoriel's life level is only LV4, which is not considered very high at all. Compared to her other 2 talents, it's nothing. Moreover, both of Enoriel's max-level job adaptability are relatively rare. Architecture and scripture in Slika. If Su-mu remembers correctly, Slika's writing level was only LV3 at that time, but Enoriel was at the maximum level. The scribe is a script master, a talent who creates magic scrolls. This extraordinary talent is not something everyone possesses. Su-mu had heard Serena mention it before. Among all kinds of talents, seal script masters are relatively rare. I never expected that Enoriel would have such a talent. Wouldn't it be a waste of talent to have her start a fire? Chapter 373 Reasoning with Enoriel. Blazing Body. Increases fire elemental magic attack by 100% and fire elemental immunity by 50%. Only warrior-type talent that Enoriel possesses. All other related information is question mark. Su-mu could roughly understand that after Enor came into contact with scripture and architecture, she would have the opportunity to unlock these talents. Since Enoriel is such a talented person, Su-mu decided that he absolutely could not let her waste her time on starting a fire. He had even decided to ask Sabathini for the person. "Let me go." While Su-mu was thinking, Enor suddenly stretched out her right hand and slapped him. It was fast, but Su-mu's reaction was just as quick. He grabbed Enoriel's hand. Both of Enor's hands were controlled by Su-mu, one on the left and one on the right. "Asshole, I'm going to kill you." Enor tried to deliver a fatal kick, but luckily Su-mu reacted quickly, squeezing his buttocks together to trap her calf. "Damn it, you're too cruel, woman. You're trying to end my happiness. Do you know that if you kick me, it won't just be me who loses my happiness?" Su-mu muttered to himself. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, otherwise he would have fallen into Enoriel's trap. "You should know that just a moment ago, the moonlight felt chilly. Pervert. Sex maniac. Let me go." Enor struggled desperately, but she was no match for Su-mu in terms of strength, not to mention that Su-mu had an overwhelming advantage in power. So even though her face turned bright red, she couldn't break free at all. "How am I a pervert? Your insults are a bit inexplicable. You were the one who attacked me first. I didn't do anything to you." Su-mu felt somewhat innocent. Being passively beaten is bad enough, but being verbally abused is just too much. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Enoriel with amusement. It was precisely Su-mu's expression and reaction that made Enoriel even angrier and more furious, and she kept cursing. "You bastard. It's only because God was blind that I didn't kill you back then. You'd better kill me now, or if I get the chance, I'll make your life a living hell. You pervert, you bastard, you disgusting freak." Percent at percent. Enoriel kept cursing. To be honest, the scene of Enoriel with her hands restrained, her feet clamped, and her mouth constantly cursing was indeed quite comical. Su-mu's smile widened, and he couldn't help but tease him. "Can you use some different swear words? Just now, you called me a bastard 14 times and a pervert 20 times. I'm tired of hearing it. Let's use different words to curse." "You?" Upon hearing this, Enoriel became even angrier. This bastard is shameless. He doesn't even get angry when someone slaps him in the face. Instead, he just grins and jokes around. Enoriel, considering her current situation, grew increasingly angry and aggrieved. Her eyes instantly reddened. and she stared intently at Su-mu, speaking. You killed my father, and now you want to humiliate me. You will go to hell. I curse you. Even if it means death, I will curse you. The smile on Su-mu's face disappeared. It wasn't because of Enor's verbal curse, but because of her words. You killed my father, and now you want to humiliate me. Su-mu sighed slightly and released Enoriel. Why did that bastard let go of me? Was I startling him? This was what Inorili was thinking. She couldn't understand Su-mu's current emotional shift at all. Wasn't he laughing happily just now? Why isn't he laughing now? Should we stop making fun of her? Has his conscience finally bothered him? Impossible. That bastard has no conscience. Enor felt even more aggrieved, thinking that he was just trying to find a new way to tease and play with her. Enor, I want you to know that this world is filled with killing every day. Countless killings. Every day, countless fathers die on the battlefield, killed by the blades of others. Su-mu spoke, his voice low and calm, his gaze fixed on Enoriel's face. I admit that I killed your father. It was because he was on the opposite side of me, and I had no choice. I can only say that he made the wrong choice and was not as strong as me. If he wants to conquer the tree spirits, he should expect that one day he will die on the road to conquest. Enor was taken aback. She hadn't expected Su-mu to suddenly say these things to her. For a moment, she didn't know how to react and could only stare at him blankly, her teeth clenched. Su-mu wasn't surprised by Enoriel's reaction. He ignored her and continued speaking. To you, your father may be a good man, but to the race he persecuted, wasn't he a bastard? Su-mu's words were very bold. He called Enoriel's father a bastard to her face. You should know how many elves your father killed before I killed him. You should know that very well, right? He started the war. Su-mu's face was solemn, his tone tinged with a hint of grief and indignation. Is your father, and don't these tree spirits have their own fathers and mothers? But they were all killed by your father. Join forces with the humans and kill them. Is all of this the fault of the tree elves? To them, wasn't your father a bastard? Fu and tell him about the tree spirit clan on the way back. It was because the tree elves disobeyed Queen Losrea's orders and went out to fight guerrilla warfare that thousands of tree elves died. And the one who started all of this was none other than Enoriel's father. Enor's body trembled. Su-mu's words truly touched her. Yes. What about those dead tree spirits? They all have their own fathers, mothers, wives, and children, right? Enor knew very well how many tree spirits her father had led his men to kill back then. At first, she was just very excited, thinking that this was war, this was victory, this was the life of her people. But now that Su-mu has bluntly revealed the truth behind the facts, Inorili has fallen silent. Yes, the tree spirits live peacefully deep in the forest. Are they wrong? Wrong. Her father was right. Enor gritted her teeth and spoke. Nonsense. That's a fallacy of misrepresentation. Enoril is being stubborn. Deep down, she had been touched by what Su-mu said, but she was still being stubborn, because she was unwilling to admit the truth. The stark truth. Chapter 370, For I'm Walking on a Road. Su-mu spoke. It doesn't matter what you think, I'm just stating my own opinion. If you want to hold a grudge against me and seek revenge, I don't care. If one day I die at your hands, I can only blame myself for being weaker than you. It's my own fault. But I won't hate you for killing me. Su-mu's voice continued, filled with exceptional emotion. Because I know very well that this is how the world is. If you are not strong, you will always face the fate of being eliminated and then overthrown by others. This is the cruel truth and essence of this world. Enoril. She knew very well that what Su-mu said was true. Their demon clan has been waging war for years, offending many other races, and every day, members of their clan die within their territory. Life and death happen every day, and it seems to have become the main theme of her life. Enoril actually hates war, but she longs to show off and prove herself to her father. So she would force herself to appear very war-loving and compel herself to like war. In reality, Inoril is more peace-loving at heart, which contradicts the beliefs of many members of the demon clan. Because the people of the fierce demon clan are born with a thirst for war and love war. Unlike everyone else, Enor felt sorrow because every day someone from her tribe died in the territory. However, such sentiments are not accepted by a race that frequently engages in war. Therefore, Enola often felt lonely, because the emotions in her heart had no outlet and no source to express. In reality, however, Enor is a very thoughtful person. She knew that the bastard in front of her was right. Enoril bit her lower lip tightly, her slender hands clenched into fists, her eyes fixed on the road beneath her feet. Unaware that his words had inadvertently touched a nerve with Enoriel, Su-mu sighed softly and suddenly spoke. Enor, I don't care if you hate me, but I want you to understand that I'm walking a certain path now. Walking down a road? Enoriel became curious. She looked up at Su-mu and found that his gaze was distant, looking at the night sky that was just beginning to lighten. That was the moment dawn broke. Just in time. The time has come to this point. The sun rose above the horizon, revealing a glimmer of light. The beauty of the sunrise stunned Enoriel, and she couldn't help but speak. What road are you talking about? The path that will ensure countless fathers no longer die by the sword. The path of great unity among all peoples of all races worldwide. A path to share a peaceful and prosperous world. Su-mu's voice seemed to possess a magical power, deeply imprinting itself on Enor's heart. Her pupils dilated, she trembled, and her hair stood on end. To achieve this goal, I had to develop a liking for killing, and I had to step over the corpses of countless people. When Enoriel came to her senses, she found that Su-mu had already chosen to leave. His shadow stretched long and long at the break of dawn, and his entire silhouette was as tall as a mountain. Enoriel. Riverside. Miss Havis, are you settling into life in our territory? Su-mu squatted down by the river with a smile, looking ahead. Directly in front of him was a white-clad body. To be precise, it's Havis. However, Havis was wearing a bright silver sequin dress that made her appear completely white. Moreover, her naturally slender and shapely figure makes her even more eye-catching. But right now, Su-mu is the only one here, or more accurately, he's the only one whose attention is drawn to him. Mr. Su-mu, don't you know that staring at a lady like that is very impolite? Havis frowned slightly. Instead of answering Su-mu's question, she asked him a question in return. I know. Su-mu smiled slightly and spoke without hesitation. But I also know that if there is a beautiful scene right in front of me, it would be impolite and extremely hypocritical to ignore it and pretend not to see it. Such behavior is simply a desecration of the beautiful scenery. As a gentleman, I cannot be hypocritical, so I absolutely will not allow a situation where there is beautiful scenery, but no one appreciates it. That's shameful. Havis was taken aback. How could she not hear that Su-mu was making excuses and praising her in a roundabout way? After a long silence, she shook her head. Mr. Su-mu, you are really good at talking. Perhaps, that's how you tricked me into staying in your territory for so many days. Miss Havis, I am telling you seriously and solemnly that I am simply stating the facts. Su-mu looked serious. A series of indirect compliments. Havis understood, her brow relaxed, and a smile appeared on her face. Speak, Mr. Su-mu, where's my wine? If you don't give me some wine soon, I'm going to lose my patience and leave. Miss Havis, good things come to those who wait. Good things take time, and good wine needs time to mature. All good things require time to wait for, and they are worth waiting for. What do you think? Su-mu smiled slightly and continued speaking. You, Havis shook her head helplessly again. You are really good at talking. That's true. Good things do take time, so I'll wait a bit longer. However, there will definitely be appetizers before the main course, Su-mu said with a sudden mysterious smile. I came here today to invite Miss Havis to try my lightly brewed berry wine tonight. Would you be interested? Berry wine. Havis was genuinely intrigued. She had never heard of anything called berry wine. It's basically a wine made from some berries and grapes. If Miss Hayworth would like, you can come and try it tonight. It's something new, and I've never had it before. Su-mu and Tao Yao brewed was almost ready. It's been about 7 or 8 days since then, which is about the same amount of time. However, high-proof liquor needs some time to ferment, so it can't be consumed immediately. However, in order not to disappoint Havis, Su-mu would definitely have to serve her some appetizers. Otherwise, what if she lost patience and left? We can't exactly go to the Western Sea to bring her back, can we? Of course, I'm willing to try new things. Havis nodded, accepting the invitation for tonight. She was even a little impatient. After leaving the riverbank, Su-mu dealt with some miscellaneous matters concerning the territory. He also went to see Coco and Malor. Coco is fine now, and in the last 2 days she has started to go with her tribesmen to help induce labor. Su-mu planned to take care of Coco's matter one evening. She didn't learn any medical skills or knowledge. The Ernie tribe's territory with Hestia. Chapter 375 Serena's speech as the official wife. At noon, Su-mu, riding on Effie's back, extended an invitation to Hestia. Come on up, you lead the way, and we'll head to your tribe's territory. Su-mu smiled and extended her hand to Hestia. Su-mu, shall we ride Effia together? Hestia hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Sumu riding on Efia's back, her face suddenly flushing slightly for some reason. Ifia transformed into the sky shuttle holy horse. It was only slightly larger than a regular horse, and Sumu didn't feel anything riding on it alone. But with one more person, the space feels much cramped. In other words, if Hestila and Sumu ride together on one horse, their bodies will inevitably come into contact during their journey to the tribe's territory. And it's inevitable. Before, Hestia wouldn't have thought much of it, but after the previous 2 nights, her attitude towards Sumu had changed. This change is like a young girl longing for love. She inevitably overthinks and gets shy easily. Of course we'll ride Ifia. With her around, we can reduce our travel time by at least half. Sumu said, but won't it be too hard on Ifia if we do this? The 2 of us are quite heavy. Weight was just an excuse. Hestia's true feelings were shyness and embarrassment. At this point, a third person is often needed to act as a facilitator. It's alright, Hestia. I've ridden with Sumu before, and Ifia won't mind. It's nothing to her, so don't feel guilty. It wasn't Sumu who said these words, but Serena, who was standing quietly to the side, who smiled and encouraged him. Finally, Serena didn't forget to secretly wink at Sumu, giving him a smile that only the 2 of them would understand. When did Serena ride me with Sumu? The one who posed the soul-searching question was naturally Ifia, whom Sumu had praised. However, this was just her inner thought. She didn't express it aloud, only that she didn't quite understand the current situation. Next to Serena was Winstia, who shared the same doubts as Ifia, but what surprised her even more was Serena actually encouraged Hestia and Sumu to ride together. Winstia was well aware of the relationship between Serena and Sumu. The naive girl was naturally unaware of the shady deal between Sumu and Serena. Is it really possible? Part of the reason Hestia hesitated was, of course, because Serena and Vincha were there. Now that they had spoken up, her hesitation and shyness lessened considerably. There's nothing that can't be done. Serena took Hestia's hand and placed it in Sumu's hand, adding a word of advice. Make sure you take good care of Hestia and bring her back safely, okay? Only Sumu understood the implied meaning in Serena's words, and he smiled slightly. Don't worry, I definitely will. Things had progressed to this point, and it would be pretentious for Hestia to still hesitate. So she stopped being coy and let Sumu take her hand and lift her onto Efia's back. Hestia wasn't sitting behind Sumu, but in front of him, in his arms. She could lean back slightly to rest against him. Wandering aimlessly, her inner tension reaching its peak. Serena, the protective shield over the territory will disappear at night, so be careful then. I've already arranged for Gabong and Madarensa to patrol with the undead army, but if I haven't returned by then, please be careful and let Yulun know as well. Before leaving, Sumu didn't forget to give her a few words of advice. Because the territory shield will lose its effect tonight, and Sumu doesn't have a new territory shield to continue using, he needs to prepare in advance. I understand. Don't worry, I'm here. Serena nodded, her gaze exceptionally firm. Let's go? Sumu waved to Winstia and Serena, urging Ifia to fly into the sky. Sister Serena, is it alright? Winstia's voice came from behind, and Serena turned around. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Even if Master is like this, you don't mind? Vinchin pursed her pink lips, hesitated for a moment before speaking. Don't you feel bad seeing him being intimate with someone else? Serena smiled. She took the initiative to hold Winstia's hand. And what about you? Me? Winstia panicked and blurted out. I am my master's slave. How could I dare to have any emotions? Sister Serena, you are joking. Fool, I know your relationship perfectly well. Serena suddenly spoke up, smiling as she looked at Winstia. Huh. Winstia was completely stunned. He told me on his own initiative. Serena was referring to Sumu, of course. Master E. Winstia didn't know what to say for a moment. She originally thought her relationship with Sumu wouldn't be widely publicized, but little did she know that Serena already knew and had even confessed it herself. Winstia had never imagined such a thing. I'm sorry, Sister Serena. Winstia's voice was choked with sobs, like a wicked woman who had done something wrong. In her heart, Serena's status was like that of the Empress, while she was merely the one who had interfered, and she felt guilty about it. Silly girl, why are you apologizing? Serena reached out and hugged Winstia's trembling body, speaking softly. You are like family to both him and me. Not only do I feel this way, but he does too. That's why he took the initiative to tell me about your relationship. So, Winstia, you must never think of me as inferior. That's a mistake. In my heart, I've never regarded you as a servant or a slave. We are family, good sisters. Winstia looked up at Serena, surprised that she would say such a thing to her. Words that touched her heart. Deep down, Winstia often felt inferior because of her identity and even dared not face Serena. Of course I feel upset and jealous seeing him being intimate with others, but I know that his future achievements will not be limited to this. Serena pointed to the huge plaque in front of her that read, Tianmu Town. There must be more women around him than just me, you, and Tao Yao. As the woman behind him, I can only silently support his ideas and help him achieve his goals. I believe you feel the same way, right? Chapter 376 Hestia, are you not afraid of heights? Winstia nodded. Indeed, she shared the same thoughts as Serena. She knew that Sumu couldn't possibly have only these few people around him. Putting everything else aside, how few women are there in the territory? If every single one of them were related to Sumu, he could be busy from the beginning of the month to the middle of the month. So, instead of being foolishly jealous, it's better to relax and let go of your inhibitions. Serena whispered in Winstia's ear. Besides, I was the one who told him to pursue Hestia. Oh. Winstia was genuinely surprised by the news. Celine encouraged Sumu to pursue Hestila? Hestira's abilities are outstanding. With her in the territory, she can be of great help to him, something I can't do myself. I know very well that the territory needs her. I'm sure you've sensed it too. Serena said. Indeed, Sister Hestia is very outstanding. Winstia also acknowledged this fact. Just the soup from a few days ago boosted the abilities of many people in the territory. Vincia even developed her own fire elemental magic, making her far stronger than others at the same stage. Not only her, but even Tao Yao, that silly girl who doesn't really like using magic, now has her ice elemental magic become extremely terrifying. In just a brief pause in casting a spell, an ice cellar was formed effortlessly. This is something that has never happened before. The ice cellar project always requires Serena's personal presence to complete. Now all we need is Peach Blossom. This is enough to prove how much Tao Yao has changed. That's why I encouraged him to pursue Hestia and keep her in our territory. If he's going to be looking for a woman anyway, why not choose someone powerful who can be of help? Serena said, squeezing Winstia's hand tighter, and whispered. Of course, we should also work hard to keep up with him and be able to help him in the future. Don't you agree? Sister Serena, you're right. Winstia nodded, a hint of determination in her eyes. Today's conversation with Serena not only helped her resolve her inner conflicts, but also gave her bigger goals. She wants to become stronger. Both our management skills and our personal abilities need to be strengthened. Try not to be left behind. Let's work together. Serena led Winstia forward. Hestira, you look beautiful today. The cheongsam you're wearing really suits your temperament perfectly. I love it. In the sky, Sumu was also busy praising Hestila, simply because she was wearing a light blue floral cheongsam that exuded the gentleness and grace of an oriental woman. Before, when Serena and Winstia were still around, Sumu was too embarrassed to praise them. Now that he's far from the territory, he started to let loose. Furthermore, Hestia wearing this little cheongsam is tantamount to responding to Sumu's probing, isn't it? He said not long ago that Hestia looked beautiful in a cheongsam, and that he loved seeing her like that. Regardless of whether it's true that women dress up to please men, at least Hestia wore it. Thanks. Hestia responded softly. Hestila, you're not afraid of heights, are you? Sumu suddenly spoke. Huh? Why would you say that? Hestia didn't know why Sumu said she was afraid of heights. Because you look very nervous and your body is tense. I'm wondering if you're afraid of heights. Sumu smiled and chatted casually and easily. I guess so. Hestia isn't afraid of heights, but she was genuinely nervous. However, in order to cover up her nervousness and give herself an excuse, she could only admit that she was afraid of heights and nervous. Don't be afraid. Hestia heard Sumu's voice behind her, and then she realized that he had gently embraced her from behind, letting her lean against his chest. Hestia, if you're afraid of heights, just come closer to me, and I'll protect you. With me here, you can rest assured. Sumu said this aloud, but secretly chuckled to himself. How could someone as intelligent as him not know what Hestia was thinking at this moment? However, since she said she was afraid of heights, as a responsible man and a gentleman, Sumu couldn't just not show off his charm, could he? So he reached out and pulled Hestila into his arms. This wasn't what he wanted. It was because he wanted to protect her. Even the clever Hestia did not expect that her unintentional remark would have such consequences. All she could do was reply, thank you. Being held in someone's arms, and having to say thank you. Hestia shouldn't dig herself into such a deep hole. To hide her inner panic, Hestia could only take the initiative to find topics to talk about. Sumu, I heard from Fiolina that you drew the design sketches for this Cheongsam. Is that right? It wasn't just the Cheongsam. The design sketches for other clothes were all given to her by you. Hestia already knew about this news beforehand, and she was quite surprised by it. After all, how could Sumu, a man, know so much about women's things? This is something Hestia is very curious about. Yes, that's right. What's wrong? Sumu sniffed the fragrance emanating from Hestila and asked her a question. No, I think you're amazing. You seem to know a lot about women. Hestia said. It's all right. It's just that I have a lot of wild ideas in my mind. Sumu replied. You seem to know a lot about women. Sumu thought this was a probing question that was impossible to answer, so he absolutely could not admit it in front of Hestia. For many girls, this is not a plus, but a minus, and may even lead to them becoming a friend of women. Sumu didn't want this to happen. A wildly imaginative idea? You're just like me. Hearing this, Hestia smiled, and at the same time, she was no longer so nervous. Instead, she chatted with Sumu like an old friend. I also have a lot of wild ideas in my mind, and I often feel like I'm a weirdo. What weirdo? Sumu slightly curled her lips. That's not called a weirdo. That's called an interesting soul. An interesting soul? Hestia's eyes brightened slightly. She felt that Sumu's words were very accurate. She became more relaxed, and her body gradually returned to normal without her even realizing it. I think you're absolutely right. He's not a weirdo. He's just an interesting soul. Both you and I are. Hestia had a smile on her face. Her eyes were bright, and she was in a great mood. No wonder I enjoy being with you so much. It turns out we're the same kind of people. Sumu suddenly spoke. Hestia hesitated for a moment, then finally replied in a muffled voice. I like it too. Hestia's voice was very soft, but because she was in Sumu's arms, he could hear her very clearly, no matter how soft her voice was. Sumu. There's hope. Should we increase our efforts? Chapter 377 Hestia, who loves cheesy pickup lines. If you're bold enough, even a goddess can take maternity leave. Don't make a move now, when will we? Sumu decided to increase the pressure. He reached under Hestia's waist and grasped her hand. Upon touching it, it feels warm and moist, and you can also feel the smoothness of its skin. Hestia seemed genuinely nervous. Her palms were sweating. Not only that, Sumu tilted his head forward slightly, resting his chin directly on Hestila's shoulder. Hestia was indeed surprised by Sumu's sudden action. But instead of resistance, surprise was replaced by an overwhelming surge of shame. Hestia had never been so shy in her entire life. Her voice was barely audible. Sumu. After trying for a long time, Hestia still couldn't come up with a clear answer. In the end, she could only purse her lips, lower her head, and stop talking, quietly feeling the warmth and touch from Sumu's hands. His hands were so big, they could envelop hers, and they felt strong and cool, perfectly complementing her warmth. It's quite comfortable and makes me feel very safe. Hestira, we seem to be lost. Do you know why? Sumu suddenly spoke. Huh? Are you lost? Hestia looked around. There shouldn't be any, right? In her memory, this was the way back to the Ernie tribe's territory. Don't say no, just ask why. Sumu spoke up. Oh. Hestia, as if possessed, became very obedient and asked Sumu's question. Why did you get lost? Sumu. Because you've completely captivated me. Hestia. As clever as she was, how could she not know what Sumu meant by those two sentences? Her face, which was already red, turned even redder, and her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Oh. Hestia responded cooperatively. She didn't know how to continue the conversation, but she also felt that it would be impolite not to say anything. So, taking everything into consideration, Hestila finally responded. Hestira, Sumu called softly. Strike while the iron is hot, and you have to be quick when it comes to picking up girls. There's no room for ambiguity. Being straightforward is Sumu's style. Hestia could feel Sumu tightening his grip on her hand. Moreover, he didn't know whether he was consciously or unconsciously playing with her hand. Sumu blew a breath into Hestila's ear. The warm breath made her involuntarily shrink back, but it looked more like she was snuggling into Sumu's arms. Sumu didn't stand on ceremony and put his other arm around Hestila's waist. Hestila, do you know the difference between you and the most beautiful scenery in the world? What's the difference? Hestia responded almost instinctively. She knew that Sumu had compared her to the most beautiful scenery in the world. The scenery belongs to everyone, but you belong only to me. Hestia. Oh. Despite her extreme shyness, Hestia still managed to respond. She felt it was polite, and she had to respond. Then do you know the difference between you and the moon? Sumu asked again. Hestia, I don't know. Sumu, the difference between you and the moon is that the moon is in the sky, while you are in my heart. Hestia. Oh, Hestira, Sumu called out again. Sumu, are you tired? Thinking Sumu was concerned about her, the naive Hestia shook her head. Not tired. Not tired. Sumu's feigned surprise rang in Hestila's ear. You have amazing stamina. You've been running around in my mind all day, and you're not tired at all. Hestira, Dudo. Sumu, I slept very well last night because I had a wonderful dream. Hestia, what beautiful dream. Sumu, that doesn't matter, because you're in my dreams. Hestia, _winky face. Hestira, you know, before I met you, I didn't believe in love at first sight at all. Until the first time I saw you, I believed. Sumu unleashed a burst of attacks. His hand, which had initially taken Hestia's hand, began to clasp hers, and eventually their fingers were intertwined. Sumu's chin moved from resting against Hestia's shoulder to resting against her slender neck. But if we're talking about the most powerful, it has to be Ifia. She didn't react at all, even though Sumu's sweet words kept coming, and they were so greasy, they were outrageous. Ifia remained unresponsive and continued walking silently. Hestira, isn't it a bit too cheesy of me to say all this to you? Sumu suddenly asked. It wasn't that he was thinking, is my fate up to fate? It was actually that he had observed that Hestia seemed to really enjoy and like his cheesy pickup lines. Sumu's decision to continue or not was purely based on her reaction. Even he himself hadn't expected that Hestia, such a gentle, approachable, noble, elegant, and proper person, would actually like these things. What does greasy mean? Hestila's voice was very gentle. So, do you dislike what I'm saying? Does it offend you? Sumu was still a little worried. Could it be that he was mistaken? No. Hestia gently shook her head. I quite like it. Sumu. What is contrast? That's it. That's good. I thought that saying so much would make you feel disgusted or annoyed. Sumu smiled slightly and spoke. Sumu was naturally unaware that in Hestia's career, she had seen far too many people who seriously considered themselves gentlemen and gentry, and she felt nothing for this type of person. On the contrary, it's Sumu's boldness, avant-garde style, slightly roguish charm, unconventional behavior, and proactive yet somewhat unorthodox nature that often piques Hestia's interest and makes her want to understand him. If Sumu had treated Hestila the same way as everyone else from the beginning, he would most likely have become just another ordinary person. Hestia wouldn't be attracted to someone with that kind of personality. It can be said that, in many cases, choice is more important than effort. Sumu's initial choice of direction was correct. Sumu. Hestia suddenly called out. What's wrong? Sumu tightened her grip on her hand. Hestia was no longer as nervous and shy as before. Now they got along much more naturally, relaxedly, and simply. This is Sumu's biggest achievement so far. Have you said these things to many people? Hestia asked a question, secretly glancing at him out of the corner of her eye to see his reaction. I admit I'm a womanizer, but I've only said these things to you so far. Sumu smiled and gave his answer without hesitation. Chapter 378. Are you crazy? You dare to plot against the Ernie tribe? Sumu certainly dared to say that. Because not everyone can accept cheesy pickup lines. If it were Serena, she would just think he was talking nonsense and tell him to stop. She would feel embarrassed, which basically means she would find him greasy. If it were Winstia, she would have covered Sumu's mouth from the very first sentence and said, Don't say anything, I understand, she said, looking at him with deep affection. If it were Tao Yao, she would be as docile as a cat and would definitely want to find a place to crawl into and escape. At the very least, she would cover her ears and beg to stop talking, saying she was too shy. Only Hestia was acceptable to him. And Sumu had indeed only ever said so many sweet words to her. After all, given his current relationship with Hestia, if they wanted to deepen their feelings for each other, they could only talk about it and exchange sweet nothings. Unlike Serena, Winsty, and Tao Yao, Sumu's method of deepening his relationship with them was through real physical contact. As I said before, women are auditory creatures, so sweet words need to be said according to the actual situation. What? You don't believe me? Seeing that Hestia didn't speak, Sumu asked. No. I believe you. Hestia nodded hastily. However, I was just thinking about something. Speaking of this, a blush crept up her neck. What's wrong? Sumu really didn't know what Hestila was thinking, and he was curious too. But the next moment, something surprising happened to Sumu. Hestia turned her face slightly and lightly kissed his cheek. It's very light. But the cool, damp feeling above told Sumu that it was real. Hestia kissed him first. I'm thinking about this. Hestia was just hesitating about whether or not to kiss Sumu. You're bolder than me, but I can be a little braver too. Hestia always believed that relationships were mutual. Sumu took the initiative to express himself, and she needed to respond in kind. This is what Hestia was thinking. But Sumu was greedy. After hesitating for a moment, he still mustered up his courage and said, Then could you be a little braver and kiss me on the lips? That won't do, Hestia immediately refused. But she quickly realized that Sumu might misunderstand, and hurriedly explained. Too fast, not good enough. If you truly love me, you'll need our clan leader's approval and consent before we can be together. As if summoning immense courage, Hestia, if it were really possible, I would kiss your lips. I understand the logic, but I still feel a little uncomfortable, Sumu suddenly said. Why? Hestia turned to look at him, her eyes questioning. Because I'm wondering, do you truly like me, or is it just because I've gained your clan leader's approval that you've come to like me? Sumu is a young man of a new era. He strongly resists arranged marriages and advocates free love. If Hestila didn't have that kind of determination to stick with him through thick and thin, regardless of whether the clan leader agreed or not, Sumu felt that their relationship was nothing special. As if she could read Sumu's mind, Hestia leaned on his shoulder. No, our Orni tribe has never had the custom of intermarrying with other tribes, so you need to get the approval of the chieftain and have them approve of you. More importantly, the clan chief is my mother, Hestia said softly. If I really like you, I will still choose you even if you don't get your approval. But deep down, I hope for a relationship that is blessed by our family. That would make me feel happier. What do you think? If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have felt so uncomfortable, Sumu replied with a slight smile. Hestia has made everything clear and expressed her attitude. If he continues to be pretentious, that's his own problem. Furthermore, if a man doesn't have this much determination and sense of responsibility, then he shouldn't be flirting with girls. Just now, for a moment, I suddenly felt as sweet as if I had eaten honey. Do you know why? Hestia suddenly said with a smile. Huh? What? This time it was Sumu's turn to be confused. Hestia, because you smiled at me. Sumu. Good heavens. Hestia's amazing learning ability. Has she learned to apply what she's learned to other situations? Learn corny pickup lines and use them immediately? Just as Sumu was about to continue his attack and show Hestia his power, the intelligence system's notification sound suddenly rang out. 6-star value intelligence. The territory of the Ernie tribe lies 10 kilometers ahead. They are currently embroiled in unwarranted harassment and fighting. Intervening to resolve this situation might earn you the Ernie tribe's favor. Intelligence analysis. The Ernie are one of the most neutral and peace-loving races among all races. They are kind by nature, dislike fighting, and are protected by the Neutral Nation Treaty. Ordinary people dare not attack them. Every member of the Ernie tribe possesses a strong learning ability, making them invaluable talent pools in various fields. Now caught in a passive war, waged against them by player lords. These players seem to have developed a strong interest in the Ernie and want to forcibly incorporate them into their territory. Intelligence tip. The Dragon Kingdom Lord player, Imole, recently discovered the location of the Ernie tribe's territory. He has developed a strong interest in the Ernie tribe and has repeatedly harassed and probed them. After several days of observation, the cautious Imole decided to join forces with Kawashima Sora, the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom, Stri, the Lord of the Eagle Kingdom, and Finch, the Lord of the Pretty Kingdom, to launch an attack on the Ernie tribe's territory. Their main force is already heading towards the Ernie tribe's territory and will arrive soon. Are you crazy? They dare to plot against the Ernie. Sumu learned from Serena that the Ernie tribe was protected by many cities and empires. As long as they come forward to request assistance, no matter which empire it is, they will surely send troops to protect them. If it is not protected, the empire will inevitably be punished by treaty with a neutral government. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about the Ernie people. They should be a relatively safe group. But if it's a Lord player, Sumu understands. The Lord players are not part of this world, and to a large extent, they are unaware that the Ernie are protected giant pandas. If Sumu were unaware of the situation, he might also be tempted to have designs on the Ernie tribe. So, that's perfectly normal. However, this is a good thing for Sumu. Chapter 379 Ernie Clan Chief Lanowin. The Ernie people's ancestral home is in a valley nestled between mountains and water, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The scenery there is beautiful, with fragrant flowers and abundant birds and animals. Birds, beasts, and the Ernie people live together in extraordinary harmony, presenting a vision of a beautiful life. However, a loud noise completely shattered the beauty and tranquility of the place. Chief Landowell, something terrible has happened. Those guys are coming again. Sentinel Majurai rang the insect gong all the way, the ethereal sound echoing through the valley, while she hurried toward the wooden house where the chieftain lived. The gong is not a musical instrument for the Ernie people, and sometimes it is played only once every 10 or 20 years. For the Ernie people, the sounding of the gong often signifies a disruption of the peace in their territory. It is a bad omen for the peace-loving and kind-hearted Ernie people. However, in the past 5 days, the gong has been sounded 3 times. As a result, the Ernie people have come out of their wooden houses and gathered in front of the chief's wooden house. They knew very well who those guys Michaelai was referring to. Chieftain. Michaelai stopped in front of the chieftain's wooden house and called out twice into it. No. A calm and composed female voice rang out. Then the door of the cabin opened, and a figure walked out. She was tall, dignified and elegant, and looked 6 or 7 parts like Hestia, but she was more mature and voluptuous. Time had not left too many marks on her face. Lantowin, the chieftain of the Ernie tribe, is also Hestira's mother. What did they do this time? Landowin asked, but unlike Hestila's amazing affability, she carried an astonishing sense of distance, making people afraid to look her in the eye, a sense of alienation from someone of great power. Surprisingly, this sense of distance and alienation won't make you feel disgusted. On the contrary, it will make you want to take the initiative to get closer to her, or even conquer her. Chieftain, they injured Aidon and threatened to send you out to meet them immediately, demanding that you lead us to join their forces, or they will attack our territory. Under the watchful eyes of the clan chief and the clansmen, Michaelai quickly composed herself and reported what had just happened. This time, they didn't come alone. I saw that the leader had 2 unfamiliar faces that I had never seen before. This time they seemed determined to take action against us. The Ernie people had already begun to whisper among themselves. That Michaelai mentioned had appeared outside their territory 5 days ago, and had even injured another sentry at that time. Moreover, according to the Ernie sentries, those guys have been observing something around their territory for the past few days, and their people are aware of this. Whom did they bring? And how many people did they bring? Landy Winter remained unhurried, gathering information as he went. I brought the Orcs, the Vine tribe, the Mani tribe. Michaelai recalled for a moment, then concluded. There are probably 4 or 5,000 people. 4 or 5,000 people. That's more than 10 times the number of the Ernie tribe. After all, only 345 Ernie people live here. Understood, come with me. As Lantowin spoke, she took a step forward, and the Ernie tribesmen followed behind their chieftain. The group walked out in a grand procession. Outside the territory of the Ernie tribe, a black-haired man with brown eyes was brandishing a blue-quality longsword with a displeased expression. His name was Imole, a lord player from the Dragon Kingdom. Standing beside him was Kawashima Sora, the short-statured lord of the Sakura Kingdom. 5 days ago, it was they who discovered the ancestral lands of the Ernie people. At that time, Imole immediately became interested in the Ernie people. Not only because there are many beautiful women in this race, but also because this race seems very mysterious. Within this small territory, there were all sorts of workshops. After observing for several days, Imole discovered that each member of this race called the Ernie had a strong learning ability, which represented excellent life and professional skills. Imole was no longer the novice he had been when he first entered this world. He knew very well that professions in this world were ranked. For a territory to develop rapidly in the later stages, it must have its own life skill masters, or talents in various life skills. The higher the social and professional standing of talented individuals, the greater the future development potential of their territories. Through his observations, Imole discovered that the Ernie tribe possessed this ability. Moreover, after making inquiries from various sources, Imole also learned about the Ernie tribe in Moro City, which is only 200 kilometers away from his territory. Initially, when Imole learned that the Ernie people were protected by the neutral government's terms, he hesitated about whether or not to extend his reach to the Ernie people. But a piece of news soon made him make a decision. That is, the territory they are in originally belonged to the Longming Empire. But the Longming Empire has collapsed, and wars frequently break out between the cities, so there is no longer any binding force. Furthermore, fighting has recently been taking place in Lodi City, which is not far from them. With this in mind, those in power simply didn't have time to deal with the Ernie people. They were all embroiled in war and couldn't take care of themselves. So how could they have time to care about the Ernie people? Furthermore, Imole also learned that the Ernie people are masters of life skills, but their race is peace-loving and not good at fighting. In other words, their combat capabilities are not outstanding. Upon learning this information, Imole's ambition was immediately exposed. There's a saying in their country: the bold get rich, the timid starve. For the future development of his territory, Imole was determined to give it his all. They used force to coerce the Ernie people into joining them. If the Ernie people are willing, then we should have a proper talk with them. If they refused or resisted, Imole had even planned to put slave collars on them. Anyway, he has already decided to embark on a path of no return. However, in order to have allies to fight against the rulers of other cities in the future, the cautious Imole still found 2 more partners and planned to drag them into the conflict. Eagle Kingdom Lord Player Starry and Beautiful Country Lord Player Finch. They're here. The Ernie tribe emerging under the leadership of Landawen. Imole looked up, and the displeasure on his face from waiting vanished the moment he saw Landy Winner. Oh my god, is that their chieftain? Her figure and looks are amazing. Behind them, Finch couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 380 What the heck is Ernie's Law? My god, I feel like I'm also captivated by her. I can't imagine her beneath me. Starry smacked his lips, his gaze fixed on Landy Winnell at the front, watching her slowly approach and her body sway unintentionally. Every movement stimulated Strelter's nerves. In fact, Ernie women are generally very beautiful, but Landawen's appearance still stands out among her tribe. This shows just how beautiful she is. Finch behind him. Listen up, she's mine, and none of you are allowed to take her from me. I'm going to take her back to my territory, as we agreed beforehand. Imole has a strange collecting obsession, and he has absolutely no chance to resist those beautiful demi-humans. He frequently appeared at various slave trading guilds in order to collect all sorts of female demi-human slaves. Over the years, Imole has earned at least 70,000 to 80,000 gold coins by reselling resources, but he has spent them all on buying demi-human slaves. A few days ago, Imole had a meeting and conversation with Landy Winner. He was deeply attracted to her at that time, and couldn't extricate himself from his fascination with her looks and beauty. For Imole, money can be earned back, and territory can be developed with effort, but once a man loses his pleasures, what difference is there between him and a salted fish? Why go through all this trouble to develop our territory? Isn't it all about power? What is the point of pursuing power so diligently? It's all for women. Of course, Imo, you can rest assured that we are all honest people and will keep our promise. Starry smiled slightly and said, That's right, Finch chimed in. That's great. Imole smiled with satisfaction, thinking they were quite sensible. As they were talking, Landawen and his people stopped 50 meters in front of them and did not go any further. Imole knew that it was time to negotiate. As the leader of the 4, he took a step forward to show his status, and his gaze fell on Landy Winner's face. I thought I had made myself clear enough last time. Landawen's expression was calm, and her tone was unhurried. We, the Ernie people, will not join any faction, so why have you brought people here again to harass us today? You injured my people last time, and I didn't hold it against you, but that doesn't mean we don't have a temper. Didn't that beautiful sentry tell you my ultimate purpose for coming here? On Mei Chili, who was standing next to Landy Winner. She was a stunning beauty in both figure and appearance, but compared to the clan leader beside her, she appeared quite youthful and lacked a certain something. Young people don't know how good their aunts are, and they mistake a young girl for a treasure. Imole already had relevant experience, so his current hobbies lean more towards the legacy of Chow Chow. Take your thoughts back. Landawen spoke, her tone firm and serious. As I've mentioned, you've already visited the nearby main city to learn about our Ernie tribe, so you must know that we Ernie are protected. Even if we were willing to join your forces, do you think the rulers of other major cities would choose to let us go? You are simply heading down an unwise path that will lead you to your destruction. Imole smiled. Indeed, I thank you. It was because of your reminder that I learned that the Empire is currently in chaos and disintegration, with war raging everywhere. I think those in power are too busy taking care of themselves to have time for you. So this is what you rely on. Landawen seemed to have already guessed. Otherwise what? Imole shrugged, then spread his hands. See the person behind me? This is only 1/20th of our forces. They are all my mainstays. Imole waved his hand domineeringly, pointing at Landy Winner. If you know what's good for you, you'll bring your people and join us. That way, you'll be spared from harm, and we can achieve a win-win situation. We will also have great respect for you. Otherwise, you will face the trampling of war. Whether you get beaten up and then obediently comply, or choose to submit from the start, it's up to you. Imole wasn't bragging. A small portion of the members from their territory. They're not foolish enough to mobilize all their forces and prevent anyone from defending their territory. Imole spoke loudly, but Landy Winter showed no fear and remained calm. Not only her, but also her clansmen behind her were the same. They were very calm and showed no fear whatsoever. What do you mean? Imole frowned, his voice filled with displeasure and a hint of anger. He felt ignored, like a clown. This made him feel like he had lost face in front of Kawashima Sora, Starry, and Finch. It seems you're destined to wear these. A black chain appeared out of thin air in Imole's hand. Slave collar. When you went to learn about our Ernie tribe, did anyone tell you about Ernie's law? Randy Weiner suddenly spoke, uttering a strange term. She didn't feel anything when Imole took out the slave collar, nor was she frightened by him. Ernie's law. Imole frowned. It was clear he didn't know what it was. Ernie's law? All right, Imo. Stop wasting your breath arguing with them. From behind, Finch and Starry came up. They were impatient and couldn't stand talking a lot before taking action. Yes, teach them what colonialism is, arrest them all, and they'll behave. I agree. Kawashima Sora had no time for idle chatter. They don't care about politeness before resorting to force. If someone disagrees, they'll just fight. Then let's get started. Imole gritted his teeth and began to direct the members of various ethnic groups in the rear. In an instant, members of various tribes surged forth, heading towards the Ernie tribe's territory, and war seemed imminent. Ernie's law states that if we cultivate enough goodwill, then one day that goodwill will unexpectedly repay us. Landy Winter's voice rang out again, but this time it sounded unusually ethereal, completely drowning out the restless shouts of war and filling the small area. Imole and the others heard her words very clearly. However, Randy Weiner's statement was not intended to inform Imole and others what Ernie's law was. Her speech was intended to calm the tribespeople's potentially agitated emotions and bring them back to peace. It's like worshipping a god. The Ernie law is a deity to the Ernie people, their supreme belief. Quickly, attack. Capture them all. Imole was furious. His impatience contrasted sharply with Landy Winter's calm and composed demeanor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A terrifying whooshing sound came crashing through the air. Orcs charging at the front of the column screamed in agony. They had been attacked. They were attacked by spears that were over 2 meters long. The sharp spears even pierced through the leather armor of some orcs, pinning half of their bodies to the ground. Hateful. Who is that person? Kawashima Sora discovered the group that attacked them. To be precise, it can't be called a team. It's more accurate to call it a group of people. Moreover, she was an orc, a female orc. She was accompanied by all sorts of enormous beasts. Those spears that shot down from the sky were made by her. Chapter 381 Guardian by a Beast. My name is Julie, a 5-meter-tall giant elephant. Even when sitting down, there are stone giants that are 10 meters tall. There were as many as 7 or 8 giant beasts, each 3 or 4 meters tall, with scales as thick as iron balls. Above their heads, some ferocious-looking purple birds were circling. From the unseen shadows of the forest came a rustling sound. It seems that quite a few creatures are hiding in the shadows, observing and ready to make their move. That elephant in front is a vine-haired giant elephant. It has a nice name, Mau Mau. Our clan rescued it 3 years ago. You don't know, it was so small back then, only half my height. Behind a giant tree in the distance, Hestia was excitedly introducing the place to Sumu. They had only been there a short while, and it was the time when the Ernie tribe met with Imole and the others. Hestia's first reaction was to appear before her people and face the situation with them, but Sumu stopped her. In his words, he wanted to see how things went first. Hestia did not object and agreed to see how things went with him first. In her heart, she was not yet very worried about the situation of her people. Impressive, what about that stone golem? Sumu pointed to the mountain-like structure. The stone figure was covered in moss. It was 10 meters tall when it sat down, and it looked to be over 20 meters tall when it wasn't sitting down. It had been there all along. It just opened its eyes. In other words, this stone giant has always been protecting the Ernie people. Its previous state was a cover. That must be a small stone. Hestia smiled, then spoke with some uncertainty. Little stone? Are you sure it's still called a little stone given its size? Sumu exaggeratedly. If this can be called a small stone, then everything he has ever seen must be a small stone. Actually, I don't really know either. Sumu's exaggerated expression amused Hestia, who covered her mouth, feigning annoyance. Yet when I left home, I had only heard my mother mention it once in a letter to me, which was a year ago. My mother said that its name was Little Stone, and it was from the Stone Giant clan. It was brought here by the Thunderbird, and thus ended up here. It seems that it got lost from its tribe. I see, Sumu nodded. Previously, he was worried that the Ernie tribe might be harmed by Mo-Lei and his gang. In retrospect, he had underestimated the Ernie people. Their ability to maintain a peaceful way of life as a clan suggests that, besides their love of peace and dislike of conflict, they must also possess the capacity for peace. This peace-giving ability refers to the giant beasts that are now appearing before Sumu. Oh, and that orc girl. Sumu's gaze fell on the orc girl in the very center. She was a combination of orc and human, with light green skin, pointed ears, and crimson hair. She wasn't as exaggeratedly tall as the beast men, but she was still around 1.8 meters tall. Her dark and bright eyes, in particular, were very eye-catching, like jewels, and Sumu was immediately drawn to them at first glance. What's strange is that even though she has the skin color of an orc, Sumu didn't think she was ugly. On the contrary, her features were three-dimensional and deep. However, she has a youthful appearance, which makes her look very young and harmonious, like a pretty orc girl. Of a mature woman, the face of a little girl. Orc Sumu had ever seen. It might be related to the fact that she is a hybrid of beast man and human. Astira, isn't that the orc girl you told me about? What was her name again? For a moment, Sumu forgot the name Hestila had mentioned. Before Hestia could even speak, the orc girl in front of her, hands on her hips, introduced herself. My name is Juliet. With me and my companions here, you bastards won't be able to lay a finger on a hair on the Ernie tribe. Get out of here. Don't force me to deal with you. Juliet exuded confidence, showing no fear whatsoever as she faced Mo-Lei and his group. Perhaps the giant beasts behind her are her source of confidence. So her name is Juliet. Sumu nodded, secretly memorizing the name. Juliet has grown up and become so responsible. Hestila's face showed a hint of relief. When she left, Julie was just a little girl who would hug her and cry loudly, saying how reluctant she was to part with her. Now, more than 2 years later, Julie has become independent and dares to stand up and protect her people. Hestia felt very gratified by this. She sniffed and suddenly felt a little emotional. The 2 years I was away wasn't a long time, but it seems that a lot has changed. Beside him, Sumu was even more curious about the weapon that Julie had used to severely injure the orcs with her spear. That was actually a super large repeating crossbow-like heavy weapon. It has a bit of a cannon feel to it. However, instead of cannonballs, spears were fired. Moreover, Sumu just noticed that the firing pattern is very similar to the repeating crossbows of their dragon kingdom. It can fire rapidly at short range and is extremely powerful. Was this something invented by Julie? Sumu couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. He was very curious. Because of this, he became even more curious about Juliet. If the heavy crossbow in front of us was Juliet's invention, then she was a very creative master blacksmith. What a talent! Mo-Lei and the others exchanged glances, their expressions changing several times. What they feared was not Juliet, but the giant beasts behind her. As the leader, Mo-Lei seemed to have made a major decision, and he took a sudden step forward. No matter who you are, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Our conflict with the Ernie tribe is not something an outsider like you can meddle in. Do you think we can? The villain dies from talking too much. Before Mo-Lei could finish speaking, Juliet impatiently waved her hand dismissively. Little Stone, teach them a lesson. Oh ho! The earth suddenly trembled, and dust flew everywhere. The rock giant called Little Stone raised a hand from somewhere and slammed it onto the ground. Instantly, the orcs at the front of the column became targets again, smashed to pieces, blood spraying everywhere, and screams echoing incessantly. Seeing this, Landy Winter frowned slightly and couldn't help but speak. Juliet, just drive them away, don't cause widespread casualties. As he spoke, Landawena led his people to turn and leave. She couldn't bear to see such a scene, and neither could her people. Chapter 382. You are a demonic dragon, then what am I? Behind the tree, Sumu saw Lantawinter preparing to leave with her people. He once again refreshed his understanding of the Ernie people. In Sumu's mind, he thought that the Ernie people were kind by nature and could not bear to see war or bloodshed. But whether it was Julie's spear or Little Stone's palm strike, both took the lives of many orcs. It's fair to say that blood has already been drawn. However, Landy and the others only showed some resistance. They did not completely want to prevent such things from happening. This shows that while the Ernie people are indeed kind, they are not entirely intolerant of bloodshed. In that case, Sumu felt that he could accept the kindness of the Ernie tribe. If it were someone with a pure, saintly heart who couldn't bear to see bloodshed, they would likely speak up to stop or even blame Juliet. To be honest, if this situation were to occur, Sumu would feel extremely resistant and disgusted with the Ernie tribe. Even his Stilla's family members would feel disgusted and resistant to him. But Landy Winnell did not blame Juliet. She simply told her it would be best to drive them away to minimize the bloodshed. Furthermore, her preparation to leave with her people was a veiled indication that she was willing to accept bloodshed, as long as her clan did not witness it. To be honest, if the Ernie tribe were truly saintly, Sumu would not be able to accept them. Fortunately, the Ernie are kind, but not to the point of being mindless saints. It didn't make Sumu feel disgusted. You forced me to do this. Imole suddenly roared, pulled out a scroll from somewhere, and held it high. The scroll in his hand was very ancient, emitting a faint purple light, highlighting its extraordinary nature. Come out. Kinlista the dragon. Answer my call. As Imole shouted like a protagonist from a Chinibu manga, a strange background music seemed to play around him, and the scroll in his hand trembled wildly, its purple light suddenly intensifying. A terrifying spatial force swept across this area. What's going on? Sumu frowned secretly behind the tree. As soon as Imole shouted, accept my summons, Sumu's mental intelligence system immediately activated. 6-star danger intelligence. A mysterious and powerful force is attempting to tear open a spatial rift and descend upon this area. Intelligence alert. Danger originates from the undead dragon Kinlista. Intelligence analysis. Kinlista was a giant dragon with fire attributes in life, and after death, it transformed into a powerful undead dragon. It has always lived in the realm of the dead, Yindu, waiting to be summoned by a believer who possesses its contract scroll. It is said that if it is summoned 1,000 times, Kinlista will have the chance to be reborn. For this reason, it has been working hard to serve adventurers and warriors. It is a very hard-working and life-loving creature. Escape from here. The powerful Kinlista is beyond your current capabilities. Even though it doesn't hold a high position among dragons, it's still an extremely powerful and troublesome creature. Undead dragon Kinlista? Sumu frowned. He knew that anything involving the dragon clan was never a good thing, because dragons hold a very high position in this world, and they are also very difficult to deal with. Even legendary mages and knights, in a one-on-one situation, have no way to deal with the weakest dragons. This clearly demonstrates the power of the dragon race. Now that Imole has summoned the undead dragon, things seem to be spiraling out of control. The Ernie tribe might really be in danger. Julie and Little Stone are probably no match for the dragon. As he was pondering, Sumu felt it getting dark. He looked up and saw Kinlista, who had been summoned. It is a typical Western lizard dragon, with a body spanning a full 100 meters, completely obscuring the airspace in this area. It exudes a terrifying aura of the dead, and when it opens its mouth, one can feel a strong wave of heat. Landowin looked up at the entity in the sky, and his expression darkened slightly. The Ernie people also showed a rare look of panic and anxiety. Clearly, they were caught off guard by the dragon's appearance. I'm still terrified of such creatures. Damn it. Julie gritted her teeth and muttered a curse under her breath. A solemn expression rose on her face. She clearly hadn't expected that this incident would involve the dragon clan. Even the undead dragons were once the supreme beings on this continent. They are not to be underestimated, and we dare not underestimate them. My God, my MO, what good have you done? Finch, as Finch's partner, stared in astonishment at the dragon overhead, repeatedly expressing his amazement. I can't believe it, it's so spectacular. I never expected Imole to have such a good thing. Kawashima cast an envious glance. As the man behind Imole, he really didn't know that Imole had such a hidden trick up his sleeve. This guy has quite a few good things on him. Starry was so astonished he couldn't speak. His gaze never left the sky. Hearing his friend's praises, Imole proudly raised his head, enjoying the highlight of his life. You summoned me, didn't you? Kinlista spoke, its massive dragon head facing Imole, its voice filled with majesty. Yes, Lord Dragon. Imole quickly bowed, his face revealing undisguised excitement. It was I who summoned you. Not long ago, Imole opened a golden treasure chest that radiated light and obtained a contract scroll that summoned the dragon Kinlista. With this scroll, He can summon Kinlista and make it grant his wishes. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Kinlista cut to the chase. Mo shouted triumphantly in Juliet's direction. You only dare to talk back to me because of that big rock. You don't really think I don't have any trump cards up my sleeve, do you? You reckless brat. Mo turned around as he spoke, switching naturally between arrogance and humility. Lord Dragon, please help me get rid of them. He pointed, aiming directly at Juliet, Little Stone, and the other giant beasts. Is that all? Kinlista glanced at the dragon's head, and when it clearly saw its target, a hint of disdain flashed in its enormous eyes. As you wish. Kinlista suddenly flapped its wings, unleashing a terrifying storm that swept across the area. Its mouth opened wide, ready to unleash its dragon fire to completely wipe out the area below. Kinlista, since when did you become worthy of being called a dragon? A familiar voice rang out. Kinlista's heart skipped a beat. It shut its mouth and looked around, trying to find the source and origin of the sound. Not only him, but Mo and the others were also looking around. Even Juliet, Landuin, and her people were like that. Who is speaking? If you can be called a dragon, then what am I? The sound rang out again. This time, everyone's attention was focused behind a huge tree, because they had already recognized that the sound was coming from behind the tree. Under everyone's watchful eyes, an incredibly handsome figure reluctantly emerged from behind the tree. It was Sumu. He held a long sword in his hand, the very same demon dragon horn sword. And that sound was coming from the demon dragon horn blade. Chapter 383 Ray Keynes wants to leave the chat. Not long ago, Sumu was pondering what method to use to quell the crisis of the Ernie tribe. All he could think of was whether or not to summon the Lord of the Abyss to see if he could deal with the dragon Kinlista. To his surprise, the demonic dragon horn blade that Sumu had stored in his spatial storage suddenly gave him a strong response. As soon as he took it out, the demonic dragon horn blade trembled continuously, emitting a dark purple light. That's when Ray Kearns finally spoke up. Indeed, Sumu could still tell that the speaker was Ray Kearns, who was sleeping inside the demon dragon horn blade, and it seemed to have awakened. Or perhaps it had been awake the whole time, but only reacted when it encountered something that interested it. That guy looks familiar. Upon seeing Sumu, Mo couldn't help but mutter something to himself, while Kawashima Sora, standing next to him, already had his eyes shining. Su. Su what? Mo glanced at Kawashima Sora. You know him? It's Su. Kawashima Sora hadn't finished speaking when Kinlista interrupted him, its surprised voice echoing through the sky. Your aura. You are Lord Rykens, hissing. Yo. Ray Kane's voice rang out again. Not bad. Kinlista, you old man, you have a good nose. You actually smelled it was me. As soon as the words were spoken, a massive, purplish-black dragon phantom rose from the demon dragon horn blade. Ray Kane has appeared. However, this is not its physical form. Ray Kearns' appearance completely shocked everyone present. One giant dragon is scary enough, but now there's a black dragon too. What kind of chaos is this? A hint of worry appeared in Landuin's eyes. She felt that today was not a very good day. Many people come because of their race. Things are really not peaceful. Kinlista, on this continent, only I, Ray Kearns, deserve the title of dragon. How audacious have you become? How dare you try to steal my title? Snort. Ray Kane breathed out bursts of thunder, the sound like thunder, which made people tremble with fear. Damn it. I don't know either. Unbelievable. A wronged voice actually came from Kinlista's enormous body. I have never called myself a dragon. Others have called me that. Is that my fault? Kinlista's aggrieved voice echoed throughout the area, creating an oddly comical effect. This made Mo and the others secretly wipe away their sweat. Something's not right here. How come the once majestic and awe-inspiring dragon Kinlista has now transformed into a wronged little woman? However, Sumu probably understands the reason better than they do. Of power among dragons is extremely strict. Dragons worship, revere, and respect the strong more than any other race. Even a dead dragon will receive great respect if it was famous enough on the continent during its lifetime. This clearly shows that Kinlista and Ray Kearns know each other. Raynon disliked other dragons using his name, Dragon. Kinlista clearly knew its preferences, which is why it was so flustered in trying to explain. I guess so. You old codger don't have that kind of guts. Ha! Ray Kearns burst into hearty laughter. For some reason, Kinlista laughed along with it. The two dragons were laughing heartily, but the people below suffered terribly. Even with their ears covered, they couldn't stop the dragon's laughter, which was like a sonic boom. Some of the weaker members Mo brought were so overwhelmed by Ray Kane's and Kenlista's laughter that their eardrums ruptured and they bled from both ears. Mo and his companions were in even worse shape. 5 of their 7 orifices were bleeding, and they could only bend over in pain, passively resisting everything that was happening. Sumu was alright. His strength was no longer what it used to be, and his body naturally had a defensive mechanism to resist Ray Kane's and the others' laughter, so he was not greatly affected. Moreover, he noticed that, at some point, Landuin had spread her arms forward, and a soft, celestial-like shield of light enveloped her and her people. The shield blocked the laughter of the 2 dragons. This is something special, Sumu thought to himself. He turned around and saw Hestia hiding behind a tree, smiling and waving at him to indicate that she was all right. Sumu was relieved. It seems Hestia still has some trump cards up her sleeve. Finally, Ray Kanes laughed heartily and stopped. Kenlista, you old codger, it's been 3,000 years since we last met, hasn't it? Who can argue with that? It's been at least 4,000 years. I heard you have some performance targets in the land of the dead. What exactly is that all about? It's a real headache. Isn't it because of this thing that I'm here? Only by being summoned 1,000 times and fulfilling the summoner's wish can I go to the realm of rebirth to be reborn. Kenlista started muttering complaints, and the 2 dragons began their chat right under everyone's noses. It's been a while. So you're going to that damned realm of rebirth? What's wrong with you? If you want to be reborn, wouldn't it be better to be a dragon of the dead? This is terrible, absolutely terrible. Kenlista complained. You know perfectly well that I, Kenlista, am a notorious womanizer among dragons. I feel restless if I don't spend a day cuddling with a female dragon. So tell me, what's so great about being a dead dragon? I feel so awful. Upon hearing this, Sumu fell silent. This is an absolutely outrageous reason. Little did anyone expect that his desire for rebirth was for the sake of his mother dragon. This Kenlista. He's also a top-tier talent. Damn it, what playboy dragon. You're a notorious lecherous dragon, you know. Didn't you provoke enough female dragons in your previous life? You still can't let go of that matter. Ray Kane spat. He simply couldn't stand such reasons. Dragons are inherently lustful. I'm proud of my womanizing ways, huh? Kenlista sounded quite proud. Alright, then you're not going to meet your targets for today. This guy is under my protection. Get out of here and go back to your realm of the dead. I don't want to see you for even a second longer. Ray Kanes pointed at Sumu and spoke irritably. Because of Kenlista's incredible reasons, Ray Kearns no longer wanted to communicate with him properly. Rainykins, you're just jealous of my abilities, haha. Kenlista's proud voice continued. It seemed to harbor a mysterious past, otherwise Rayna's attitude wouldn't have changed so drastically. Chapter 384 The Shadow of the Dragon. The name of Sumu. Get out, get out, get out. Ray Kearns was so angry he didn't want to say anything. Alright, I still have a few small goals left. Since that kid is under your protection, I'll give him this as a small favor. The smile on Kenlista Dragon's face stretched all the way to its gills. Suddenly, it stretched out its claws, and a golden light fell towards Sumu. Congratulations on receiving the blessing of the dragon, Kenlista. Sumu took it out and glanced at it. It was a summoning scroll with similar effects to the blessing of the Lord of the Abyss. With this scroll, he can summon Kenlista to help him in battle. Moreover, there are 3 scrolls in total. It seems Kenlista is getting close to his goal of 1,000. They're gone. Arriving in style, leaving in style too, just as Kenlista summoned a spatial rift and was about to slip inside. Mo spoke up from below. He shouted in a panic. Lord Dragon, you were summoned by me, and you promised to help me fight them. How can you just leave like this? Mo really knows how to rub salt in the wound. Kenlista is most afraid of hearing the words dragon right now, so it ran away as fast as it could, disappearing into the spatial rift without a trace. Mo. What the hell is this scroll and dragon? This is way too damn unreliable. Mo's heart was breaking. He felt that he had been greatly hurt. After Kenlista left, Raykanth didn't linger either, happily returning to the dragon hornblade. As Sumu gripped the demon dragon hornblade, he could even feel its blade vibrating gently, emitting bursts of sword chimes. It seems Ray Kearns is in a good mood today. Its relationship with Kenlista is probably not simple. There are quite a few stories between them. Sumu thought to herself. Mr. Sumu, who are you? Looking up at the short man in front of him, Sumu subconsciously frowned. He knew that the man in front of him was in cahoots with Mo. I am Kawashima Sora, the lord player from the Sakura Kingdom, Mr. Sumu. I've long admired your name. Kawashima Sora frantically wiped his hands on his clothes, wanting to reach out and shake hands with Sumu, but he was afraid of being rejected, so he could only hesitate whether to reach out or not. While she was humble, her face was filled with admiration for Sumu. What the heck? Kawashima Sora's behavior was too strange, and Sumu really couldn't understand it. He looked at Imole, Finch, and the others behind him. Now that your companions have revealed my name, you must know who I am. Take your people and leave here immediately. The Ernie people are not for you to touch. Imole and his group couldn't possibly be unaware of Sumu's name. Therefore, when Kawashima Sora called out, Mr. Sumu, Imole and the others' expressions changed. Shocked and utterly bewildered. Imole thought the handsome young man in front of him looked familiar. It turned out to be Sumu, who had been announced to the entire system countless times. Imole was watching the live stream of Sumu's 1v4 battle, so he knew very well what kind of person Sumu was. As intelligent as Imole was, he knew that Sumu was not someone he could currently contend with. What's more, he also has a giant dragon on him. An incredibly powerful dragon. That dragon was the one that drove away all the dragons he summoned. It was the real, demonic dragon. Thinking of this, Imole swallowed hard. He exchanged glances with Finch and the others, and made a decision almost instantly. Sumu, we know you. We'll leave. If you knew the Ernie tribe was related to you, you wouldn't dare come here to attack them even if you gave us 100 lives. Imole is good at assessing situations. He knows exactly when to back down and when to be arrogant. Now is clearly the time to play the submissive role. Then let's go. Let's leave this place. Keep far away. Sumu didn't want to take action against Imole and his group. He had many things on his mind. On one hand, the Ernie people disliked bloodshed, and Landowin also disapproved to some extent of large-scale killings occurring outside their territory. Sumu was unsure of the Ernie tribe's attitude, so it was unnecessary for him to rashly launch a massacre against Imole and his group. Doing so might offend Randy Winnell, which would be bad. Sumu wanted her approval. After all, before he came, Hestia had told him that she hoped he could gain his mother's approval so that they could be together properly. Therefore, he cannot act rashly, lest he lower his own image. On the other hand, there is no need to resort to war if things can be resolved peacefully for the time being. Subduing the enemy without fighting is another kind of exhilarating experience. Just imagine, Sumu only needs a title to scare Imole and the others away. Doesn't that prove that he already has a very high reputation and authority among the Lord players? As long as Sumu is around, everyone has to give him face. Yes, we'll leave immediately and never come back here again. I'm sorry. Imole bowed slightly and began to direct his main force to retreat. Kawashima Sora hesitated, as if there was something he wanted to say to Sumu, but he hesitated and couldn't bring himself to say it. In the end, he could only follow behind Imole and the others, leaving the place with many backward glances. Imole and the others left incredibly fast. They wished they had springs in their feet. How did they end up running into Sumu? This plagued God. You should know that someone conducted a survey in the World Chat channel to find out which Lord players in all normal maps least want to encounter. The top spot was held by Sumu. Sumu is leading the second place by a landslide with a number of votes. Only Sumu. Because encountering him can never be a good thing. Therefore, Imole and his friends wish they could install springs and wings to get as far away from this unlucky place as possible. They didn't want to meet Sumu at all. It could be said that in Imole's mind, the fact that the Ernie tribe was being protected was far less intimidating than Sumu himself. Sumu's name resounds in the hearts of every Lord player. After they had completely withdrawn, Sumu set off to the front of the Ernie tribe. Landy Winter frowned slightly as she looked at the young man who was scrutinizing her and her people, her worries growing stronger. She didn't think that just because everyone who had just left was gone, it meant that today's matter was over. Danger remains. This young man in front of me is clearly much more difficult to deal with. To be honest, Landowin would rather face those people from before than the young man in front of him. Not far away, Juliet and the others were still anxiously watching this scene. If Sumu says even the slightest unpleasant thing, she probably won't be able to resist launching an attack. Juliet sensed danger emanating from Sumu. People just now, but none of them were as dangerous as this young man in front of us. Julie is very nervous. What are you here for? Landowin took the initiative to speak, her gaze fixed on Sumu's face, her hands already poised in a defensive stance. But soon, she heard a sudden uproar from her people. The name, Hestira, was mentioned in the background. What's going on? Landy Wunla turned around abruptly, and then her bright eyes suddenly trembled. Hestira. Almost blurting it out, Landuin stared in disbelief at her daughter standing before her. Mother, I'm back. Hestia stepped forward and hugged her mother tightly. The mother and daughter embraced tightly, as if their long-standing longing had been released in this moment. Landuin's eyes were slightly moist. Herstila's nose turned red. They were all expressing their longing for each other in their own ways. Great, Miss Hestia is back. Yes, I finally got to see Miss Hestia. It's been more than 2 years since she left. Yes, it's been almost 3 years. Thank God, Miss Hestia has returned safely. Herstila's arrival brought immense joy and excitement to the Ernie people. Sumu smiled slightly, quietly watching this heartwarming scene. This mother and daughter are so sweet. What a great relationship. Chapter 385 Intriguing. The Master Craftsman. Hestira, you've come back at the worst possible time. Randy Weiner suddenly realized that now was not the time to catch up with her daughter. The current crisis is not completely over yet. She gently pushed Hestia away. Huh? Why do you say that? Hestia naturally didn't understand why her mother would say such a thing. Why did you come back at such an inopportune time? But soon, Hestia knew what her mother was referring to, because Landuin's gaze fell on Sumu, her eyes still wary and guarded. Mother, he is the guest I brought back. Hestia realized her mother had misunderstood, thinking Sumu was someone who wanted to harm their clan, so she quickly grabbed Landuin's arm and explained. Is he the guest you brought back? Landuin looked at Hestila with some disbelief. The surrounding tribespeople also began to whisper among themselves. Most people are curious about Sumu's true identity. Why did Hestia invite him back? Right. Hestia smiled slightly and admitted. He really is a guest I brought back. We came here together. When we arrived, we saw that you were in trouble. I was very worried at the time. Sumu was by my side, comforting me and telling me not to panic. Then he took action and drove them away. He's on our side and has no ill intentions towards us, so you can rest assured, Mother. Hestia still had her own little schemes. She hoped that her mother and her people would have a much better impression of Sumu. Seeing this, Sumu quickly stepped forward and smiled, saying, Hello, Auntie, my name is Sumu. He's a good friend of Herstila's, and she came all the way here to visit you. Sumu originally intended to say lover, but considering that all the Ernie tribe members were present, saying such a thing would have a negative impact. He decided to keep a low profile. That's good. I thought it was like those people from before. The wariness on Landuin's face temporarily disappeared, and she gestured for Sumu to proceed. You must be tired from your journey. Mr. Sumu, please come in and rest for a while. Treat enemies and guests differently. They are a peace-loving and kind race, and naturally they are hospitable. Yes, Sumu, feel at home. Don't feel uncomfortable. Everyone here is my family, and they are very hospitable. Fearing that Sumu would feel awkward with so many people around, Hestila also spoke up to greet them. Beside her, Landy Weiner gave her daughter a meaningful look. Like my own home. In her view, this statement seemed to be quite complex. Moreover, after being away for 2 years, Hestia did not return alone, but brought back a male friend. This makes it even more intriguing. Randy Weiner had to start thinking about their relationship. Although the Ernie people rarely intermarry with other ethnic groups, it is not absolute. Throughout the history of the Ernie people, there have been instances of intermarriage between the Ernie and other ethnic groups. However, that was an isolated case. Okay, thank you. Sumu smiled and, surrounded by Landuin and his people, walked towards the Ernie tribe's territory. During a break to drink some water, Hestia had already told Landuin and some of her people about her recent experiences and why she had brought Sumu back here. So, you haven't known Sumu for very long, and he also owns a territory on the outer edge of the Miluo forest? As she spoke, Landuin's gaze fell on Sumu again. This is a young man who is poised, confident, and neither arrogant nor humble. For now, he seems like a nice person. Karandi Wunla knew that it was impossible to see a person clearly in such a short time, so she still reserved some of her opinions. Even though she heard Hestila tell her how kind and caring Sumu was to her within the territory, and how he rescued her from others, Landy Weiner still has reservations. Human nature is complex. Yes, Mother. Hestia nodded, also glancing furtively in Sumu's direction. She noticed that he was calmly drinking water, but she was incredibly nervous inside. She was terrified that if she said even one extra word or unintentionally said something wrong, it would negatively impact her mother's and her clan's impression of Sumu, so she was always extremely cautious. So, when Hestia saw Sumu so relaxed and calm, She wrinkled her nose at him with a hint of displeasure, implying, "Damn it, why aren't you nervous at all? Am I the only one who's nervous and worried? How awful." Sumu naturally saw this scene, and a smile appeared on his lips as he immediately understood its meaning. From a perspective unseen by Landawen, Sumu pouted at Hestala and made a muah sound, a highly provocative response. Hestala blushed immediately. She nervously glanced at her mother several times, and only felt relieved when she realized her mother wasn't looking at Sumu. She then secretly waved her hand at Sumu, making a no-go gesture. "Mr. Sumu has been kind to you, and just helped our clan solve a great problem. Since his territory needs blacksmiths, we will certainly help if we can." Lanny Winter didn't notice her daughter and Sumu's subtle actions. She said, "However, I can speak to Juliet for you. As for whether she wants to return to your territory with you temporarily, that depends on her wishes. I can't force her." "Of course, thank you, Auntie," Sumu quickly said, expressing her gratitude. "Majirai, go and call Juliet. Tell her to come over." "Yes, chieftain." The only subordinate left. "By the way, mother, Juliet has grown a lot. She's completely different from when I left. Speaking of which, how much has her forging skill improved in the 2 years since I last saw her?" Hestia asked. She was somewhat curious about Juliet's current forging level. "This girl likes to tinker with other mechanical things. She's not focused enough." Lantawin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and whispered, "However, she has already reached the level of Grand Master Craftsman. The next level cannot be assessed by ordinary forging associations. You need to go to St. Lumbias, as you know. Master Craftsman, that's already very good." In Hestia's opinion, Juliet's short time in the forging industry and her ability to reach the level of a master craftsman in such a short time was already remarkable. She was so proud of her. Being called a master craftsman is nothing short of amazing, given Julie's current skills. Listening to the conversation between the mother and daughter, Sumu nodded secretly. Therefore, if Juliet were to return to his territory with him, it would greatly help Sabathini and alleviate her forging pressure. Chapter 386. Oh no. A swarm of locusts. Shortly after, Juliet was brought in by Mickey. Juliet's face showed obvious excitement when she saw Hestala, but she forcibly suppressed it in an instant. "Sister Hestia." Julie greeted them, as obedient as a baby, showing no sign that this was the same domineering little girl who had previously launched a tirade against Mo Lei and the others, declaring that she would protect the Ernie tribe. "Xiaoqi, long time no see." Hestia smiled, rose, and gently embraced Juliet. "You're taller, prettier, and braver than before. You've really grown up." "Sister Hestia, you saw what happened before?" Juliet was obviously referring to the incident where she led Little Stone to defend against Mo Lei and the others. "I saw it." Hestig stretched out his hand and patted Juliet's head, saying with relief, "Despite her young age, Julie is already taller than Hestia, because she is an orc. Sister Hestia, I have kept my word. I have always made myself brave and protected my people." Julie quickly spoke up, her voice filled with anxiety. She was like a child, desperately wanting to gain the approval of adults. When she learned that Hestia had witnessed her bravely facing the enemy, she was incredibly excited and happy. Isn't this exactly what she wanted to see most? "Do you remember what I said when I left?" Hestia smiled slightly. "Of course I remember. I can't possibly forget what Sister Hestia said." When Hestia was about to leave her homeland for St. Lumbias, Juliet clung to her, refusing to let her go. The little girl resorted to crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide, among other tactics. For example, getting sick, injured, or encountering danger. Juliet tried to delay Hestia's departure using this method. Because throughout the entire tribe, everyone believed that Juliet was a mischievous, emotionally unstable, and untamed creature. Even though the Ernie people generally accepted her existence, they rarely interacted with her. Hestia was the only one who was the best to Juliet and the closest to her, and who would never dislike her because of her personality. In Juliet's heart, Hestala's position was even higher than that of Landy Winter, and she couldn't bear to see Hestala leave. Hestia saw through Juliet's little scheme, and the two sisters ended up talking all night. Hestia also successfully changed Juliet's mind. At that time, Hestia said she hoped Juliet could become someone who would make her feel gratified and proud. She hoped she could be brave, change the way her people viewed her, boldly express herself, and make everyone like her. Juliet agreed. And Hestia also embarked on her journey away. The two sisters have now reunited. Juliet was naturally eager for recognition. However, she remained cautious throughout, presenting herself as very mature and rational. This is why, when she saw Hestia appear, She was so excited and thrilled that she didn't dare to run up and hug her, but waited until now. Juliet learned to control herself. Restraint is the greatest form of growth. Juliet, I'm really impressed with you. You're amazing. Hestia did not hold back her praise. All right, Juliet. Actually, Hestia's return is somewhat related to you. Landy Winnell chimed in, explaining the purpose of her daughter's trip. Hestia was hesitant to ask for help, but as her mother, she naturally felt obligated to offer assistance. Huh? Are we leaving the tribe's territory? After learning Hestia's purpose, Juliet turned and glanced in Su Mu's direction. She had noticed him a long time ago. She even wondered about the relationship between Su Mu and Hestila. Faced with Juliet's somewhat wary and guarded gaze, Su Mu returned a polite smile and nodded to her as a greeting. In an instant, Su Mu's powerful charm took effect. Julie blushed and her heart raced because of his bright smile. Still a young girl, she quickly turned her face away. Xiaoqi, if you can help Su Mu, that would be wonderful. His territory is in danger right now. Unaware that something was amiss, Hestia spoke up to help. Even if there were no relationship between her and Su Mu, Hestila would still kindly offer to help persuade him, regardless of their current relationship. Simply because war means death. She was the last person who wanted to see this happen. But after I leave, won't there be no one to take care of our tribe's land? Julie hesitated. On the one hand, she couldn't refuse her sister Hestia's request, and on the other hand, she had to continue her mission to protect her people's land. Therefore, she was very conflicted. Juliet, go if you want. I'll take care of the tribe's territory, and Little Stone and the others will be fine. You can rest assured. It was Landy Winnell who spoke. She knew what Juliet was hesitating about. But recently things have been unsettled in the tribe's territory. Just as Juliet was about to say something more, Su Mu stepped forward. Has anything happened in the clan's territory recently? Besides that group from earlier, is there anyone else harassing you? Su Mu was very smart. He knew that because the empire had collapsed, the country was not only frequently at war and very unstable, but also had many lord players. They might all harbor thoughts about the Ernie people. Mo doesn't refer to a single person. It could very well be a group. Right. Those guys were just the most arrogant. Juliet began by saying. Before them, quite a few people came, all claiming to be lords and wanting to invite us to join them and develop together, but we were all politely declined. Some went too far, launching small-scale wars and harassing us everywhere, creating trouble for us. Some of them are more polite and come to our door repeatedly, while others are more timid, and, because they are afraid of the clan chief, they haven't dared to make a move against us yet. So, does that mean our territory is unsafe? Hestia frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she said, Mother, this is all closely related to the collapse of the Dragon Roar Empire. There's war everywhere now, and I could sense it when I came back. Some people don't take the neutrality treaty seriously at all. You must be careful and not trust them. Hestia was deeply worried about the safety of her mother and her people, given how unsafe the tribe's territory was. Sister Hestia, that's not all. It's not just humans that are harassing us. Julie had barely finished speaking when Maggie rushed in. Something terrible has happened. Chieftain, another swarm of locusts is coming. What? Landy Winnell immediately stood up from her chair, her face changing drastically. Chapter 387 The Empire's Bulldozer, Locusts. 6-star danger alert. In 5 minutes, a swarm of locusts will pass through and appear in the sky above you. Extremely dangerous. Intelligence tip. The locusts are known as the Imperial Bulldozers. They are a kind of vicious insect that makes people tremble with fear. They are also known as the demon insects. Their strength when they gather together is such that even legendary mages and legendary knights have to give way. Locusts are unpredictable. No one knows where they come from, let alone what they eat. However, many people know that they will indiscriminately attack wherever they go, devouring all living things and objects, turning them to dust. Intelligence analysis. A swarm of locusts, numbering over 200,000, will soon pass through the area. They are extremely dangerous. Do not engage them head-on. For your safety, quickly burrow underground to hide. This is the 4th wave already. Landowin spoke with a heavy expression. In just 20 days, the 4th wave of locusts has passed through. What could be the reason? Chief, what should we do? Michaelai asked anxiously. She knew it was unusual, but now was not the time to discuss it. As usual, you quickly strike the insect gong to warn the tribespeople to hide underground. Leave the rest to me. Landowin remained relatively calm. No. Michaelai immediately turned around and left. You guys, get underground right now. Landowin turned to look at Hestila, Sumu, and the others, and said, Julitai, you know where the trap is. Take them and hide. Don't come out. With that, Landy Winter left without looking back. Locusts in our Milieu forest. Aren't these things usually found in extremely cold places? Why are they appearing in our south? It was Hestia who spoke. She was naturally aware of the locust's infamous reputation, which was known as the Imperial Bulldozer. These creatures will launch indiscriminate attacks whenever they cross the border, devouring any buildings or other objects that are more than 1 meter tall. Therefore, many people know the infamous reputation of locusts. Sister Hestia, now is not the time to think about these things. Come with me quickly. Let's listen to our chieftain and hide so we don't cause any trouble. Juliet grabbed Hestia's hand. Wait, what about my mother? How were you dealt with when the locust swarms occurred before? Hestia grasped Juliet's hand in return and asked urgently. It was all the clan chief's mother who went out to defend against them. She used a secret technique to raise the heavenly spirit shield to block the attack of the locust swarm. Once the locusts have passed, everything will be fine. Julie didn't know why Hestia was in such a hurry, but she still answered calmly. Heavenly spirit protection. When was the last time you used it? Hestia asked again. She naturally knew about the heavenly spirit cover technique. It was a secret technique exclusively belonging to her mother. It seems like it was 2 days ago. I don't know why, but after such a short time, the locust swarm has reappeared. It's really strange. Julie quickly replied. Hestia frowned, rapidly considering something. At this moment, Sumu took a step forward. When the dragon roared just now, it seemed that Auntie also used a secret technique to defend herself. Was it that heavenly spirit shield technique? Sumu was close by just now, so he could see it very clearly. He knew that Ray Kane and Kinlista were unleashing a terrifying sonic attack while they were laughing. At that time, it seemed that Landowin used a secret technique similar to a shield to isolate himself and his people from sonic attacks. That would be bad. Sumu's words made Hestia's face turn pale, and she hurriedly walked outside. Mother is in danger. Wait. Hestia. Sumu grabbed Hestia's hand. I need to go help. You and Juliet should go hide first. Hestia forced a smile and comforted her. It's fine. Hestia thought Sumu knew about the locust's bad reputation and was worried about her safety. Or perhaps he was afraid. She couldn't explain much to him, so she wanted him not to worry. It's fair to say that his emotions were extremely stable. The stability was so remarkable that Sumu felt a pang of heartache. He quickly grabbed Hestia and placed her hand in Juliet's. It's you two waiting for me inside. I'm getting out. Sensing the questioning and doubt in Hestia's eyes, Sumu smiled slightly. Don't worry, I can handle this small swarm of locusts. Do you trust me? Faced with Sumu's confident and calm expression, Hestia found it difficult to utter the words, I don't believe it. She could only hesitate for a moment, then purse her lips. I trust you. Then you just wait. I will bring your mother back safely. As Sumu spoke, he subconsciously reached out and patted Hestia's head. Rest assured. He then left, leaving her bewildered. Sister Hestia, you and Mr. Sumu, you all. A gentle pat on the head left Julie speechless. It was as if she had learned something incredible. Hestia's face flushed slightly, and her gaze as Sumu left was almost tearful. On the other side, as soon as Sumu appeared outside, he saw a terrifying black cloud in the sky not far away. Those dark clouds were all created by insects gathering together. However, there were only 2 tiny insects, about the size of a thumb, so numerous that they were impossible to count or even see clearly. Even from a great distance, Sumu could sense the terrifying nature of the locusts. The sheer number of them is enough to make your scalp crawl. The locust swarm arrived quickly, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that was truly frightening. The Ernie tribe's territory was eerily quiet. All the tribe's people must have hidden underground under Michaelai's arrangement and instructions. No one dared to disobey orders. Therefore, on the clan's land, only Landa Wenel, with a solemn expression, was still standing. She stared at the approaching swarm of locusts when she suddenly heard footsteps beside her. Lanny Wenner quickly turned around and immediately saw Sumu's lonely figure. Quickly hide. What are you doing? Landowin's shouts were drowned out by the ever-approaching swarm of locusts. The sky was filled with the roar of helicopters. Damn it! Seeing that it was too late to stop it, Landowin formed hand seals and first raised a screen of light, pushing it upwards into the sky. The expansive light curtain instantly enveloped the Ernie tribe's territory, somewhat resembling a protective shield for their land. Boom, boom, boom. The locust swarm arrived, relentlessly assaulting the protective shield held aloft by Landowin. Terrifying tremor made Landy Winner's face turn several shades paler. She gritted her teeth and held on, her bright eyes filled with determination. Chapter 388 Su Mu's Bold Actions. In fact, the Heavenly Spirit Shield technique requires a half-month rest period after each use to allow it to recover, so as not to harm Landowin's body. 20 days ago was the first appearance of the Locust Swarm, and at that time, Landowin decisively used the Heavenly Spirit Shield to resist it. She didn't want her hard-earned territory to be devoured by these little insects. Those buildings were built by their people over generations through hard work. Fortunately, on the first attempt, Landowin successfully withstood the Locust Swarm attack, with no damage to the tribe's territory and all its members safe. However, 10 days ago, a swarm of locusts appeared again. It swept through again. That attack was much faster than the first one, but Landowin still managed to hold on. However, due to the continuous high-intensity use of the Heavenly Spirit Shield, Landowin's body developed some minor health problems. 2 days ago, the locust swarm reappeared, and Landowin once again fought off the threat. 2 days ago, although they successfully fended off the locust swarm, Landowin suffered internal injuries. For 2 consecutive nights, Landowin experienced a burning pain in her heart and lungs every time she lay in bed. She vomited a lot of blood as a result and became very weak. However, not wanting her people to worry, Landowin didn't tell anyone. She bore all of this alone. When the dragon's attack occurred today, she instinctively raised her Heavenly Spirit Shield to defend against it. The burning sensation returned, but fortunately, Landy Winner didn't endure it for long, so nothing bad happened. However, she knew very well that she probably wouldn't be able to use the Heavenly Spirit Shield for the foreseeable future, otherwise her body would suffer irreversible damage. To Landy Winner's surprise, just 2 days later, the locust swarm reappeared. Her expression changed drastically when she heard the news, and that was precisely why. When Landy Winner came out and saw the swarm of insects, she realized the seriousness of the situation. Today's locust swarm is far larger than any previous one. That's probably more than 3 times as much. Previously, Landowin had barely managed to hold off the attacks. She's not feeling well right now and isn't in top condition, facing more than 3 times the number of locusts. Landowin's first reaction was, "It's over. This swarm of locusts is something she simply can't handle." She could even smell death. But as the clan leader, Landowin felt he still needed to give it a try. Even if it means sacrifice, she will do her best. Besides, she's already seen her daughter today, so even if she dies, she'll have no regrets, right? It was all of this that sustained Landowin's strong inner strength. The unexpected thing was that Su Mu appeared behind her, something that Landy Winner hadn't anticipated at all. She was forced to set up the Heavenly Spirit Barrier ahead of time. Swarm of locusts felt like a blow to her heart, each one causing her unbearable pain. A trickle of blood had already flowed from Landy Winner's mouth without her noticing, but she was still holding on, letting the blood slide down her body. Suddenly, Landowin sensed a figure beside her, and she caught a glimpse of Su Mu's profile out of the corner of her eye. "Auntie, please remove the Heavenly Spirit Shield," shouted anxiously in Landy Winner's ear. He could tell that something was wrong with her, and that she had come specifically to help. But the terrifying roar made it impossible for Landowin to hear his voice. Su Mu was also anxious. He possesses the talent of Insect Lord of Calamity, which, in theory, should enable him to control these locusts. The current situation is that he has no way to contact the locusts outside, and his Insect Lord's Calamity is ineffective. Therefore, Su Mu guessed that it was highly likely that the power of the Heavenly Spirit Shield had isolated him from the locusts outside, making it impossible for him to make contact. Only by removing the Heavenly Spirit Barrier can he completely resolve this crisis. Landowin didn't hear Su Mu's words, but she largely wanted him to leave and hide. However, she is currently in a state where she is unable to speak. The moment you open your mouth, you'll ruin your composure. Sudden. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted from Landowin's mouth. Her face instantly turned pale, and she looked utterly dejected. Su Mushin knew the seriousness of the situation. If Landy Winner continued to use this so-called Heavenly Spirit Shield, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to bring her back. Then Hestia will be heartbroken. Thinking of this, Su Mu made a bold move. He reached out and grabbed Landy Winner's slender waist, holding her tightly in his arms. It must be said that Su Mu's bold move really startled Landy Winner's composure. In her panic, the power in her hands suddenly poured out. After trembling twice, the Heavenly Spirit Barrier finally gave way and dissipated. "It's over. Landy Winter's beautiful face was already as white as could be. At this moment, she had no time to care about Su Mu's overstepping behavior, nor did she care whether he was holding her in his arms or touching her waist. She felt utterly hopeless, believing that she and her tribe were doomed. Su Mu will pay with his life for his actions. What a fool. At this moment, the attack of the locust swarm seemed to move in slow motion in Landowin's eyes. She watched the locusts approach bit by bit, and a chill gradually crept into her heart. Stop! Su Mu suddenly stretched out his extra finger and pointed it towards the sky, then shouted. What good will this do? You don't actually think those bugs can understand commands and will show us mercy, do you? Fool. I'm speechless. I never imagined that I, Landowin, would die so in such an inexplicable way, especially at the hands of this idiot. Wow, what terrible thing have I done to deserve this? These were Landy Winter's inner thoughts, which she grumbled about several times in a short period of time. If Su Mu could hear her inner thoughts, he would surely be surprised to discover that Landy Winter's inner thoughts were completely different from the persona she presented to the outside world. They could even be described as contradictory. Her inner world seems to have become much richer. But soon, Landowin made an unexpected discovery. The previously ferocious swarm of locusts actually stopped. How is that possible? The locust swarm actually stopped in place and didn't advance an inch further because of his words? What on earth is going on? Randy Winnell stared in shock at what was happening before her eyes. Su Mu was like the controller of the locust swarm, firmly controlling them. The ferocious swarm of locusts was as docile as a child in his presence. You should know that even legendary mages and knights would have to temporarily avoid such a massive swarm of locusts. However, Su Mu was like their master, dominating everything. Landowin could hardly believe what she was seeing. Chapter 389 The Stark Contrast of Landowin. Landowin. Why couldn't Landowin believe it? Because Su Mu was playing with a swarm of locusts. A wave of his hand to the left. The swarm of locusts followed him to the left. He waved his hand to the right, and the swarm of locusts moved to the right. It could be said that wherever he waved his hand, the locust swarm would move in that direction, becoming as obedient as pet dogs in his hands. This is the locust, known as the Imperial Bulldozer, a creature that strikes fear into the hearts of all. Is there anyone who can drive them and make them obey commands? Landowin was certain that Su Mu was indeed capable of controlling locusts. He wasn't just a lucky guess. Why is it that the locusts are so docile under his care? Is this his power? Wow, that's amazing. You can do that? He's incredible. I wish I could do that too. Boo-hoo, no. I wish I could play like that too. I really want to play like that, making them fly around. Landy Winla's inner thoughts resurfaced. She was like a surprised baby, constantly switching between wow, envy, and wanting to play. Let's disperse for now. Su Mu let out a soft breath and waved. Fortunately, the power of the insect lord's catastrophe is very strong, and even a swarm of locusts has to obey its orders. It seems that Su Mu was unable to command them earlier because the heavenly spirit barrier isolated his power. Upon receiving the order, the swarm of locusts dispersed into the sky and disappeared shortly afterward. It's all right now. Su Mu glanced at Landy Winter beside him, and only then did he realize that his hand was still on her waist. He quickly pulled it back. No. I have no strength at all. I can't even stand up straight, and my chest hurts so much. Don't let go. Damn it, they clearly saw I was injured. Don't they have any common sense? These words were still Landy Winter's inner thoughts, which Su Mu naturally had no idea about. However, he could sense that after he withdrew his hand, Landowin's body went limp and he actually collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Su Mu reacted quickly and scooped her up, but it would have been better if he hadn't tried to grab her. Instead, Su Mu's hand naturally landed where it shouldn't have. Su Mu was taken aback. Landowin shuddered. Sorry. Su Mu quickly coughed lightly and helped Landy Winter up, letting her lean against him. I'm sorry, I didn't know your injury was so serious that you couldn't stand up. As a young socialist in the new era, one must first be perceptive. Su Mushin knew that he shouldn't bring up things that shouldn't be mentioned, otherwise it would be awkward between the two of them. Fine. Landy Winter's expression remained calm, showing little change, as if what had just happened hadn't actually occurred, or perhaps it had happened so quickly that she hadn't even noticed it. Asshole. I'm going to kill him. Bastard. I knew he was no good. His hand gestures were pretty practiced just now, and he ran pretty fast too. How dare they? How dare they treat me like that? I'm so angry, so angry. Asshole. This was the madness in Randy Winter's heart, a stark contrast to the calm on her face. Help me inside. Landowin spoke. Good. As Sumu responded, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Landowin probably didn't think much of it. After all, given her age and experience, she wouldn't nitpick over such details. Sumu's heart was finally at ease. He helped Landowin walk for a while, but found it was all in vain. The two of them are now moving at a snail's pace. They had only walked less than 5 meters. Auntie, shall I carry you inside? Sumu suggested. Landowin. Seeing that Landowin did not refuse, Sumu felt that she had accepted it in her heart, but was just too embarrassed to say it. Without asking any further questions, he bent down, picked up Landowin, and carried her towards the wooden house where she lived. Damn it. How dare he hug me when I didn't even agree? If I weren't so badly injured, if I weren't unable to move, I would have lifted him up and kicked him. Ugh, I'm so angry. Sumu, what happened to my mother? As soon as Sumu entered the cabin, Hestala and Juliet came out to greet her. Their eyes never left Landowin, indicating that they were very concerned about her situation. The locust swarm has dispersed, but your aunt is injured. Do you have a doctor here? Sumu spoke up. I'll go get the doctor. Needless to say, Juliet had already run out on her own. Under Hestira's guidance, Sumu placed Landowin on the bed. Mother, how are you feeling? Hestia sat anxiously by the window, watching her mother's condition. Hestira, I'm fine, don't worry. Landowin comforted her. No way, I'm in so much pain. When are the doctors finally coming? Damn it, doesn't that woman Anjiki know her chieftain is injured? Can't she just run faster? Why it hurts so much? I'm so miserable. This is the contrasting yet rich inner world of Landowin. I knew you couldn't use the heavenly spirit shield technique too often. Using it too often in a short period of time would definitely harm your body. Luckily, you're alright. Hestia held her mother's hand and said, I was worried that this would happen to you. No one knows the side effects of this secret method better than me. When Hestia was a child, Landowin suffered internal injuries for a long time due to overuse of the heavenly spirit shield, and it never healed. The clansmen were unaware of this matter. Because Landowin was afraid that if she told anyone, it would cause panic among her people, so she chose to keep it to herself. But as her daughter, Hestia knew very well. Everything's all right now, that's good. Landowin forced a smile and patted her daughter's hand. Hestia suddenly looked up at Sumu. By the way, how was the locust swarm finally driven away? Since her own mother had already fought so hard that she was injured, Hestala guessed that the dispersal of the locust swarm was most likely related to Sumu. When this question came up, Landowin also looked at Sumu. It was easy to see from her eyes that she seemed very curious about the answer as well. Sumu noticed the look in Landowin's eyes and glanced at her. It was this glance that restored Landowin's composure and seriousness befitting an elder. She began to look straight ahead, keeping her eyes fixed on the ground and straightening her posture. He felt something was off about Landowin. Chapter 390, A Major Helper. Not simple. I never expected that Sumu would have the ability to control the Zerg. This seems to be an extraordinary ability. While receiving treatment from Dr. Anjiki, Landowin chatted with her daughter. In their conversation just now, Sumu had explained to them why he was able to control the locust swarm, and they had a general understanding of it. His temporary departure makes it easier for the mother and daughter to communicate. Juliet watched quietly from the side. She had only arrived recently, when Sumu had just left, so she didn't know how the locust swarm had dissipated. Now, after listening to Landy and the others chatting, she had a general understanding of the situation. In an instant, she also felt surprised. That person actually possesses such powerful abilities? Handsome face and smile appeared in her mind, and Juliet blushed for some reason. This is the first time I've heard of his ability, and I was quite surprised. While watching the doctor treat her, Hestia didn't forget to chat with her mother. Hestila, tell me honestly, you and him are just friends, right? Randy Weiner abruptly changed the subject and said, There's nothing more to your relationship, is there? What's the relationship? Mother, what are you thinking? Hestia gave an irrelevant answer, while also feeling a little nervous. Could it be that her mother had discovered something between her and Sumu? She didn't want them to know so soon. You know, this is the first time you've brought a man home. As your mother, I have to ask about it. Landowin said. We're fine. Hestia shook her head. She felt that now was not the time to announce it, and that they should choose a more appropriate time. Moreover, Sumu hasn't gained her mother's approval yet. What if revealing this now ruins his plans? After all, when she came, Sumu had patted his chest and told her to leave everything to him and not to reveal their relationship for the time being. Indeed, Sumu and Hestala are far from being engaged. It can only be said that they had feelings for each other, and Hestia acknowledged him. That's good. Landowen suddenly pulled Hestila nervously and whispered, "Be careful of him in the future, don't let yourself get hurt, understand?" Hestia blushed. She had already suffered a loss. But she nodded nonetheless. "I know. That's more like it. That's my good daughter." Landowen smiled. She recalled the scene where Sumu touched her waist, hugged her, and held her close. In her mind, she had already equated Sumu with words like pervert and lewd. As a mother, she naturally needs to properly warn her daughter not to suffer losses. "By the way, mother, I heard Juliet mention that locust swarms have come so many times in such a short period of time. Do you really think that's normal? I've never seen a swarm of locusts before in my life. Could there be something wrong?" Hestia suddenly realized the crucial question. "I also think it's extraordinary." Landowen frowned. "But I tried to investigate, but to no avail. These locust swarms come and go as they please, so many times in such a short period of time, they're truly impossible to spot." On the other side, initiation failed. Initiation failed. Initiation failed. The series of failures completely extinguished Sumu's interest in transforming the locust into a human. This 1% chance is just too ridiculous. Even if you try 100 times, you might not get it even once. Sumu was speechless. However, his ability to command this large swarm of nearly 200,000 locusts is a significant advantage for him. With this being known as the Imperial Bulldozer and the Demon Worm, Sumu wondered what reason he could possibly have to fear Lodi City. Flying Cloud City? Be damned. Sumu has made up her mind to sound the horn of counterattack. But before that, he felt he needed to understand why the locusts came about. And where did it come from? It was almost dusk. In a small valley, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, gazing quietly into the distance. Beside him was a young woman dressed in a black robe, most of her body shrouded in it. She was playing a strange bone flute, seemingly summoning something. What's going on? Logically, the locusts should have returned by now. So why haven't they come back yet? The middle-aged man turned to look at the young woman playing the bone flute, his face showing displeasure. "My lord, I don't know why either." The young woman shook her head, her face also showing confusion. Logically speaking, locusts should return when they hear the call of the insect whistle, but this time I was unable to contact them. Could it be that all your locusts were killed by the Ernie people? The middle-aged man frowned and offered a possibility. Absolutely impossible. The young woman's tone was full of confidence in the locusts. She stated firmly, 200,000 locusts are something that even legendary knights and legendary mages would avoid at all costs. With the current strength of the Ernie tribe, only their chieftain can withstand them. There is absolutely no way you can completely kill or even defeat my locust swarms. Then you, a disciple of the Insect Valley, should tell me properly, what exactly is the reason? Why can't you summon your locusts back? The middle-aged man sneered, his tone harsh, yet laced with mockery and disdain. I told your majesty not to go to such lengths. If you want those Ernie tribe members to join, why not just kidnap them and bring them back? Why insist on creating difficulties and troubles? Then appear before them like a savior, and they will naturally join them with gratitude. In my opinion, all of this is a waste of time. The middle-aged man grew increasingly angry as he spoke. He flicked his sleeve and waited for the young woman. Look at you. 1 minute you can't summon the locusts back. The next you're dealing with a broken bone flute that you can't use. You've dragged out what you were going to get done in the last few days for almost a month. You've worn down my patience. You people from Insect Valley are all charlatans, all useless. The young woman passively endured the scolding without arguing back. In her view, the person in front of her was her employer, someone who only wanted money, and there was no need to hurt their relationship. Commander, I'll go investigate and see what's going on. The young woman left with her back bent. On the other hand, because of Landowen's injury, Sumu was also unable to leave with Hestila. As for Juliet, she has already agreed to temporarily return to his territory with him. However, she needs a night to prepare. Sumu had nothing to say. He could only take the first step and use the teleportation scroll to leave. After all, the situation in Feiyun City is still unclear, and Sumu doesn't have time to stay in the Ernie tribe's territory indefinitely. Upon returning to Tianmu town, Sumu received some bad news. Chapter 391. Something happened to you, Lilua? So you're saying that Feiyun City has joined forces with Luolin City, and that you too was ambushed and killed by people sent by Luolin City? Today, Feiyun City even hung U2's corpse on the city gate to announce to its citizens that they have formed an alliance with Luolin City. Sumu was sorting out the information he had received from Nightshade Snowed after returning to Tianmu town? Yes. Snowed nodded. The most important question now is, after Yu Lilua found out about this, she ran away? Am I right? This was the bad news Sumu heard when she returned. Yu Lilua ran away. She is not in Tianmu town. Moreover, it is highly likely that they have already set off for Feiyun City. Yes. Snowed nodded again. He doesn't have the rich emotions of a human, so he doesn't know what this means. So what I'm really curious about is, how did Yu Lilua know that Yutu's corpse was hung on the city wall of Feiyun City for people to discuss and enjoy? Sumu raised his own question. Not long after the territory's protective shield disappeared, Yu Lilua shouldn't have had time to leave and gather information. So how does she know all this? It is said that Miss Yu Lilua's younger brother, Yumu, came to see her. Snod replied. So, Sumu has probably figured out his thoughts. As for Yu Lilua, she probably wouldn't be overly concerned about what Yutu's corpse looked like. But not for Yumu. Yumu's personality, he definitely wouldn't bear to see his own race's brother suffer such humiliation after his death, so he would definitely want to snatch the body back and then come to Yu Lilua for help. Sumu roughly sorted out his thoughts. He didn't know if it was right or not, but it should be like this, right? Thinking of this, Sumu waved his hand. Immediately inform Mordrensa and Gabong that we are leading an army of 100,000 undead to Flying Cloud City. Bring all the weapons you can. Yes. Snowed turned and left. Are you going to wage war against Feiyun City? Serena learned that Sumu had dispatched an undead army to fight. Our territory shields are exhausted. Rather than waiting passively, we should take the initiative and launch an attack. Sumu answered in a very serious manner. Forget it. Isn't it all because of Yu Lilua? Serena glanced at Sumu, as if to say, don't I know you too well? How could that be? You know I have absolutely no feelings for Yu Lilua. How could I possibly be interested in her? Sumu tried to find some reasons and excuses for himself, but Serena's gaze was too ambiguous, and in the end he could only surrender. I can't just watch her go down, can I? Now that Luolin City has allied with Feiyun City, instead of waiting for Luolin City to officially take action against us, I'd rather strike first and cut off one of their fingers. Sumu was filled with murderous intent. The finger he was referring to was, of course, Flying Cloud City. For Luolin City, Feiyun City might really be just a finger, the kind that losing it wouldn't affect them at all. I'll go with you. Serena took Sumu's hand and looked at him with a determined gaze. No, we still need you to take charge here. What if something unexpected happens if you leave? I can go by myself. Su Muin declined Serena's offer to accompany him on the expedition. But I'll worry about you. Serena wanted to hold on a little longer. Don't worry, taking Luolin City is not certain, but taking Feiyun City is a sure thing. You? At this point, Sumu chuckled, then suddenly leaned close to Serena's ear with a mischievous grin and whispered, Trust me, I'll be back tomorrow morning. You can get all clean and ready for me then. I've heard people say that men who have been through war are especially. Well, you know. Before Sumu could finish speaking, Serena rolled her eyes and covered his mouth. Serena wasn't stupid. She knew that Sumu was deliberately bringing these things up to tease her, partly to ease her worries. She's quick-witted and very perceptive. By the way, don't tell Winstia and the others yet, so they won't worry. Also, I had promised to have drinks with Hyvis tonight, but I might have to go back on my word. Have Taoyao give her the drinks first, we'll talk about the rest later. Before leaving, Sumu gave Serena a series of instructions. Night. Your Highness Yumu, are we really going to try and retrieve His Highness Yutu's body without reporting back to the demon realm? Wouldn't this be a bad idea? Inside the forest, the moon demon warrior Hyson raised his question. What's wrong with it? Yumu frowned, glanced back at Hyson, and spoke with displeasure. Yutu is my elder brother. If I run back to the demon realm to report now, do you think his body will still be there when I return? Or do you think you have more authority than me in your words and actions? That you're the one who can tell me what to do? Yumu's eyes were bloodshot, which, combined with the scars on his face, made him look somewhat ferocious and terrifying. Hassan was also startled, and he hurriedly knelt down on one knee. Your Highness Yumu, I certainly wouldn't dare. Humph. Yumu's mood calmed down a bit. Seeing this, Hyson mustered his courage and said, Your Highness Yumu, just yesterday, Your Highness Yutu paid the price of his life to buy you time to escape. If anything were to happen to you, it would be a huge loss for our clan. If His Majesty knew, he certainly wouldn't want to see this happen. I just feel that our current actions are somewhat dangerous and need to be reconsidered. Your Highness Yumu, I was worried about you. Hyson said earnestly. What will we do if something happens to you again? When they were attacked yesterday, you two told Yumu to leave first, while he stayed behind. Then, an accident happened, and he paid the price with his life. This matter also left Yumu with a lingering grudge. Hyson, you've been with me since you were little, so you naturally know my personality. Yumu placed a hand on Hazen's shoulder and said solemnly, "It was because brother Yutu let me go first yesterday that he died in battle, so I cannot let him down. You saw it today, didn't you? How did those people treat his body?" Hyson remained silent for a long while before speaking. "Rotten eggs, leftovers. Right. They may seem to be insulting brother Yutu's corpse, but in reality they are trampling on the dignity of our Moon Demon clan." Chapter 392 Take Me With You. Yumu's voice was strong and clear. He looked up at the less than 200 Moon Demon warriors remaining before him, his gaze burning and intense. "Even if I die in battle, I will absolutely reclaim the dignity of the Moon Demon clan. I will absolutely tell them that the dignity of the Moon Demon clan cannot be defiled or trampled upon. This is what I, as a man and a demon warrior, should do." Yumu looked at his subordinates. "So do you think I can still tolerate this? Should I endure it? Would I tolerate this? I can't bear it." Hyson was the first to stand up. He too was thoroughly inspired by Yumu's highly persuasive words. How could they, as members of their race, tolerate the treatment of their Moon Demon Prince's corpse in this way? "I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Kill. War. We swear to follow Prince Yumu to the death. If you command us to fight, we will fight. The word cowardice is not in the bones of us Moon Demon warriors." "Good, good, good." Yumu said good 3 times in a row. The Moon Demon warriors below to be so enthusiastic about him, and he was extremely excited at that moment. "Tonight, we have only one purpose. Take my brother's body, or I'll kill anyone who gets in my way. Kill, kill, kill." Another response. The warriors of the Moon Demon clan have an extremely strong desire for battle. A hint of relief rose in Yulilua's eyes as she watched this scene from behind a tree not far away. The Moon Slayer is dead. But because Yutu is dead, Yumu now looks more mature, more manly, and more like a true warrior. Indeed, the experiences that help people grow are often painful. This sense of responsibility and growth in Yumu is what Yulilua hopes to see. Saw Yumu's voice commanding such a large following while she was hiding behind the tree, she felt a sense of pride. She longed to say to the distance, "Mother, Yumu has grown up. He's a real man now. This is definitely what you want to see most, right? At this moment, you must feel proud, just like me, right?" With these thoughts in mind, Yulilua unconsciously walked out. "Sister, when did you arrive?" Yulilua appeared. Yumu immediately noticed her presence. What's going on now?" Yumu was both excited and puzzled. There was also a hint of worry in his voice. Not long ago, Yumu had gone to Tianmu town to look for Yulilua. However, he didn't tell his sister about his plan to retrieve Yutu's corpse. They just chatted briefly before he left. So he also couldn't understand why Yulilua had followed him. "If I hadn't come along, would I have known what you're planning to do right now?" "Yumu, how dare you?" Yulilua possessed an innate bloodline suppression, and her older sister exuded an imposing aura. In front of her, Yumu still appeared quite immature and naive. She sensed something was wrong when Yumu came to her territory before. Although Yumu didn't say it. But Yulilua still felt somewhat uneasy, because what Yumu said when he contacted her sounded more like a farewell. Feeling uneasy, Yulilu followed him all the way and then discovered Yumu's ultimate goal. "Sister, don't stop me. No matter what, I must get brother Yutu's body back." Judging from Yulilua's reaction, Yumu probably guessed that his sister had overheard their previous conversation. I also learned what he was going to do next. So he quickly spoke up, trying to shut his sister up first. To Yumu's surprise, Yulilua had no intention of stopping him at all. "I didn't intend to stop you." Yulilua spoke. "Oh." Yumu was taken aback. He thought Yulilua had come to stop him, but little did he know that she hadn't. "Then, sister Yu." A moment, Yumu didn't know what to say. He couldn't quite grasp Yulilua's personality. "Do what you want to do. But I hope you can take responsibility for your choices." Yulilua's expression was serious. "You should know that Feiyun City still has a considerable number of troops, and they may be waiting for you. Furthermore, the beings capable of slaughtering the Moon Slaughter might also exist, and they might be waiting for you as well. So, are you sure you still want to take them with you?" Yulilu stared at her younger brother. "Confirmed." Without the slightest hesitation, Yumu answered without even thinking. "Brother Yutu chose to stay behind to buy me time to leave, and that's how he ended up like this. If I don't dare to go and retrieve his body today, Yumu, will despise myself for the rest of my life. I will not allow this to happen. Even if I die today, I will do so with a clear conscience, without shame before myself, and without shame before brother Yu too. Moon Shepherd's words were very powerful. And what about them? Yu Liluo pointed to the Moon Demon warriors behind Yumu. If your highness Yumu wants war, then let it be. We are willing to follow you regardless of life or death. Heisenberg was the first to step forward. Yes, we swear to follow Prince Yumu to the death. The Moon Demon warriors all expressed their innermost thoughts, and not one of them was a coward. Good. Yumu, thank you all. As Yumu spoke, he turned and bowed to the Moon Demon warriors before straightening up and looking at Yu Liluo, his meaning clear. Sister, you saw it all, right? I didn't force them. They followed me willingly. They are willing to fight alongside me. Yu Liluo wanted to achieve. She had already made up her mind. If anything unexpected happened today, even if it meant dying in battle, she would absolutely let Yumu go first. She wanted to leave the hope of life to him. Take me with you. Yu Liluo spoke. Nothing else was said, just a simple sentence. Can't. Yumu refused without even thinking. Sister, you should go back quickly. If that guy finds out you ran away, he'll definitely give you a lecture again. They might even scold you or beat you up. Yumu was referring to his naturally Sumu. Leave the matter of seizing brother Yu2's corpse to me. You should go back now. This trip is dangerous. Yumu wasn't simply stupid. He knew that his actions of leading the Moon Demon warriors to seize the corpses were extremely dangerous. One wrong move, and you could lose your life on the spot. He didn't want to bring Yu Liluo along. What if something happens to both siblings? I said let's go together. So let's go together. Stop talking nonsense. Yu Liluo instantly adopted the demeanor of an elder sister, and the power of bloodline suppression reappeared. Why don't you get back to the demon realm right now, and stop loitering around here? Either come with me, or you're coming with me. Yumu hesitated for a moment, having no reason to refuse, and finally could only nod in agreement helplessly. But then, another voice rang out. Take me with you too. How could I miss out on something this exciting? Yu Liluo suddenly turned around, and she immediately saw Su Mu's figure not far away. Yu Liluo. Chapter 393 Escape. The first person to siege the city? Night. North gate of Feiyun City. Sat an old-looking Kelly. Young Master Kelly, are we really leaving Flying Cloud City like this? The city lord is still inside. Hayward only recently learned that young Master Kelly planned to leave Flying Cloud City tonight and head to Solo City in the Underworld Empire. The news came as a surprise, and Hayward had no idea what was going on. However, as young Master Kelly's personal bodyguard, he still followed. My useless old father has already cooperated with Luo lynching. If I don't leave now, am I going to be devoured by that crazy woman? Kelly lowered his eyelids and glanced at Hayward, then said in a hoarse voice. Long ago, but he hesitated because he felt there was still hope for Flying Cloud City. Now that his father is working with that woman, Jike Rowling, it's only a matter of time before Flying Cloud City is annexed. This is precisely why Kelly fled overnight. But young master, isn't cooperating with Luo lynching a good thing? With Roland City being so powerful, our Flying Cloud City will eventually develop into a first-tier main city under their protection. Furthermore, Jike Rowland's ambition is so great that the entire empire will fall into her hands sooner or later. Our Feiyun City was among the first to cooperate with them, so we can be considered meritorious, right? Being granted a title and made king is only a matter of time, isn't it? Hayward couldn't understand why his young master would run away overnight when cooperating with Luo lynching seemed like a good thing, and the kind where they'd abandon their father and run away. Hayward, your thinking is just like my father's. You think too simply. Kelly snorted and continued. Do you know that I've already sent people to investigate? Luo lynching was involved in the theft of my goods. In other words, that crazy woman has been secretly targeting me all along. They want to take over our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce and steal my money. Huh? Was that shipment stolen by Roland City? Hayward asked in surprise. Right. A wise light gleamed in Kelly's cloudy eyes. So far, my information is that there are 3 parties involved in seizing our goods. Among them are the Sea Dragon Merchant Guild and Luo Lin City. As for the last force capable of commanding the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon, I haven't discovered it yet, but it's only a matter of time. So, do you still think that crazy woman would want to cooperate well with our Flying Cloud City? Kelly stared at Hayward in front of her, her eyes dark and brooding. Hayward shook his head. He wasn't stupid. He knew that under these circumstances, Feiyun City and Luolin City could never become an equal alliance. Being swallowed up is only a matter of time. So, Kelly's lower lip curled up, full of calculation. She's going to devour me sooner or later, so why can't I run away first? She thought she was being discreet enough, but little did she know that I had already found out everything. I'm much more shrewd than her. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is completely finished. Kelly was well aware of this, so he set his sights on Solo City, intending to make a comeback there. The best time for him to leave is now, before the people of Roland City are on guard. Hayward, do you believe me or not? If Feiyun City is in trouble after I leave, the people of Luolin City will not only not come to our aid, but will turn around and run away. Do you believe it? Kelly seemed to see through everything, and he chuckled. Feiyun City is mediocre in both its geographical location and population development. It's a city with no value whatsoever. Once I leave with all my money, it'll just be a discarded pawn. I believe you. Hayward nodded. Young master is wise. But soon, Hayward seemed to remember something, and hesitated for a moment before saying, But young master Kelly, does the city lord know about these things? He's your father, after all. Now that you're gone, how will he? Hayward didn't continue. He was very perceptive and knew that saying anything more would be saying too much. Young master Kelly will be unhappy then. Hayward, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trivial matters. Kelly's voice rang out. Besides, leaving Yugru to my father is the greatest act of kindness I could do. Hayward repeatedly agreed. But he knew perfectly well that the reason Kelly took him away was because he could run errands. The reason Yogur was kept on was because Yogur made a mistake in the matter of the Sky Shuttle Silver Feather Horse. Otherwise, given Kelly's personality, she would definitely have taken them all. The carriage gradually drove away, leaving Feiyun City behind and disappearing into the night. Young master, I found out who stole the Sky Shuttle Holy Horse. After a long while, a voice rang out from outside the carriage. Come in quickly, Niggs. At the same time, news of Kelly's escape has spread throughout the entire city lord's mansion in Feiyun City. Everyone knows that the city lord's son has run away. They ran away under the cover of night. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to the lord of the beautiful country on the special map, Jaren Kinward, for successfully capturing a level 6 main city. This battle has been added to the battle leaderboard. Click to view. The long silent system-wide announcement rang out again, bringing the quiet world chat channel to life once more. Wow, that's rare, another system-wide announcement. What's going on this time? Does capturing a level 6 main city mean it's a native city? You haven't just been a slave since you were born, have you? Have you even bothered to learn anything about this world? Cities are divided into 6 levels, down to level 1. The highest level main city is the largest, reportedly as big as a province. Yes, a level 6 main city is the smallest, but successfully conquering it is already a remarkable achievement. This Jalen Kinward is awesome. No wonder he's the lord of this special map. He's really strong. To be able to successfully conquer even a native city, that's truly impressive. Amazing. Jalen Kinward is the number 1 siege master. Was he the first to successfully conquer a native city? A lord suddenly discovered the key point. It seems that's true. So far, only the entire system has announced that Jalen Kinward alone has captured the city. I'm so envious. Amazing. The number 1 siege player, absolutely awesome. The lords engaged in a heated discussion about the topic of the greatest engineer. While expressing their envy, they also exclaimed in admiration, praise, and respect. After all, the previous battles were all between lord players. This was the first time that a lord player and a native had appeared, and the lords were extremely excited. Chapter 394 Su Mu is nothing. Until a chat message appeared. Didn't Su Mu successfully capture the native city before? Jalen Kinward isn't exactly the first, is he? Su Mu? Are you talking about Tianlong City? Yes, it was Tianlong City. I remember there was even a system announcement about it back then. The lords were all discussing it. Come on, Su Mu was just being opportunistic. He must have exploited some loophole. Maybe the city lord of Tianlong City just died, and he ran for the position himself. What kind of top siege expert is he? That's right. Look at the battle rankings. Jalen Kinward has some iconic battles. If Su Mu is the number 1 siege commander, why doesn't he have a battle to capture Tianlong City listed on the list? Exactly, Su Mu is nobody. Can't you guys keep up with the times? This is the era of special map lords now. Su Mu is just a lord on a regular map, nothing special. Indeed, have you noticed? Ever since the Yang Demon Clan and Su Mu went to war, we haven't received any system-wide announcements about him for a long time. They might have already been killed. That's normal. You could spend your whole life trying to catch up on a special map and still not catch up. Anyone with a basic understanding knows that. Yes, the gap is huge. Those who know. From this perspective, Sumu really is nothing special. Even if he hadn't been killed by the Yang Demon clan, he would have remained just an ordinary person. Therefore, I seriously doubt whether this world was made for special map lords. Are we ordinary map lords just destined to die? Damn it. Now that you mention it, I'm really furious. We all have 2 eyes and 3 legs, so why are special maps considered superior? The lords shifted their discussion from the number 1 siege master to who is Sumu. Finally, the conversation turned to the differences between special maps and regular maps, and a heated argument ensued. A war of words between lords of special maps and lords of ordinary maps. Sumu's name seemed to have long since become meaningless in their minds, and had been forgotten by them. Until system-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. The system-wide announcement sounded again. What's going on? Has something big happened again? Isn't it some other city that the lord of some special map has conquered again? Perhaps the lord of a special map has upgraded his main city again. Damn. Anyway, this has nothing to do with our regular map. Let me listen carefully and see which country's special map lord it is. Congratulations to Lord Sumu of the Dragon Kingdom on successfully conquering the level 5 main city, Flying Cloud City, on the normal map. This battle has been recorded on the battle leaderboard. Please check it out. Congratulations to Lord Sumu of the Dragon Kingdom on successfully conquering a level 5 main city on the normal map. The system-wide announcement went off 3 times in a row. The lords waiting in the world chat channel were going crazy. What's going on? Sumu? He captured a level 5 main city. Holy crap, did I hear that right? Really? This is so weird. We were just talking about Sumu, and he's already conquered a level 5 main city? What did he do? Holy crap, is this for real? Could this Sumu be the same Sumu as the one in the story? What exactly happened? What did Sumu do? Amidst a chorus of doubts, countless Lord players flocked to the battle leaderboard to see what exactly was going on with Sumu's battle this time. After they took a closer look, they were stunned. Under Sumu's strategic planning, Flying Cloud City and the Moon Demon clan were the first to engage in war. Then Luo Lin's city intervened, and Fei Yun's city repelled the Moon Demon clan. Fei Yun's city and Luo Lin's city have formed an alliance. That night, Sumu led an army of 100,000 undead and 200,000 locusts, and in less than 20 minutes, he swept through the level 5 main city, Flying Cloud City. The battle leaderboard records things quite clearly. Aside from the unclear details of Sumu's schemes, the war between the Moon Demon clan and Flying Cloud City, the intervention of Luo Lin's city, and the besieging army were all explained very clearly. 100,000 undead troops, that's awesome. My entire territory only has 10,000 members in total. 10,000? Then I'd be embarrassed to even say 5,000. This is so weird. It's practically abstract. What kind of brother is Sumu? Come out here. The figure of 100,000 is just what Sumu wants us to see. He probably has an even larger undead army behind the scenes. Terrifying. 200,000 locust borers. What exactly are these locust borers? Is Sumu's undead army really that powerful and formidable? Why was Fei Yun's city completely powerless against him, even though Fei Yun's city still had an army of 30,000? From start to finish, it lasted less than 20 minutes. It was practically a one-sided massacre. Who can argue with that? It was a complete rout. Hiss. What on earth happened? Sumu is terrifying. Much more terrifying than that Jalen Kinward. The world chat channel was in an uproar. Sumu's system-wide announcement caused an uproar. Not long ago, Flying Cloud City, Sumu, along with Yuliloa, Yumu, and 100,000 undead troops, besieged the city, preparing to attack. Fei Yun's city discovered Sumu and his group, and the soldiers immediately beat drums and set up a defensive formation. Almost all the people of Fei Yun's city knew that the enemy was at the city gates and war was imminent. However, because the gates of Fei Yun's city are tightly closed, attacking the city is not so simple. This was something that put the commanders of the Flying Cloud City soldiers at ease. Sumu faces the same problem. Slaika's magic rocket launcher is not yet finished, so Sumu faces only one problem. They broke through the city gates, forcing the Fei Yun city army to engage in battle. If it were before, Sumu probably wouldn't have had a way. But now, he has 200,000 locusts under his command. Locusts are known as the Imperial Bulldozers because they leave nothing but desolation in their wake. A mere gate of Fei Yun City possibly stops Sumu? How can we withstand the Empire's bulldozer? Fei Yun City had been breached. It was devoured without a second thought by a swarm of locusts. Fei Yun City panicked and could only passively fight back. The war has begun. To Su Mu's utter surprise, his undead army had been trained to be far too powerful by Mordrinsa and Gabong. Flying Cloud City, facing his overwhelming numbers of undead soldiers, had no chance to resist and were simply swept aside. The undead army operates on a fearless and ruthless fighting style, and they fight like mad dogs. This completely shattered Su Mu's understanding. Not to mention, there's also a swarm of locusts attacking from the sidelines, launching flanking maneuvers and harassing the area. The entire battle, from start to finish, lasted less than 20 minutes. Feiyun City fell completely in just 20 minutes. The only thing that puzzled Su Mu was, where were the people from Luolin City? Why didn't they come forward? From Feiyun City are simply no match for them. Chapter 395 Completely Taking Over Flying Cloud City. Gabong, take your men over there immediately and completely surround all 4 gates of Feiyun City. Not even an ant should be able to leave here. Unable to understand why the people of Luolin City wouldn't step forward, Su Mu simply stopped thinking about it and gave instructions on the next steps. They have only captured the outer part of Feiyun City so far, but to take it all, they must completely take down the ruler of Feiyun City. Yes. Gabong led his undead army there. The person who killed Moonslayer has not appeared. Don't let your guard down. Yuliloa appeared behind Su Mu at some point and spoke. I know. Su Mu turned around and glanced at her. Yuliloa pursed her lips and finally spoke again under Su Mu's gaze. Your undead army is already so powerful. Why were you afraid of the people of Flying Cloud City before? You are fully capable of going head-to-head with them. Yuliloa had no idea that during the war between Feiyun City and the Moon Demon Clan, his Lord Talon had already been upgraded once, making him even stronger. The undead army can now die and become stronger countless times every day, which is a huge bug. In the past, Su Mu would most likely have been unable to confront Feiyun City head-on, let alone face the Moon Demon Clan. That's why he needs to constantly maintain a protective shield around his territory. During this period, both Gabong and Madrinsa followed Su Mu's orders very seriously and trained the undead army. This training naturally refers to making them die repeatedly, and become stronger. With the added bonus from the tree spirits, the skeleton archers and skeleton mages achieved a terrifying 100% hit rate. And of course, Sabathini should also be credited. It was her magic wand and bow that boosted the undead army's combat power to another level. With so many advantages, Su Mu was able to deliver a thoroughly satisfying and overwhelming victory. It can be said that even Su Mu himself did not expect this. Of course, these things were impossible to explain to Yuliloa, so Su Mu could only pretend to be profound. I never fight a battle I'm not sure I can win. The great victory in this battle was thanks to the locusts. Without them, we probably wouldn't have been able to open the gates of Feiyun City so quickly. And the locusts, I only got them today. Fearing that Yuliloa would keep asking questions like a curious child, Su Mu quickly changed the subject. Where is Yumu? He went to retrieve the body of the Moon Slayer. Yuliloa replied. She has mixed feelings right now. Not long ago, Yuliloa wanted to set off with Yumu to steal U2's corpse under the cover of night. She was very grateful for her younger brother's growth. Unexpectedly, Su Mu suddenly stood up and said she wanted to go with them. When Yuliloa turned around and saw Su Mu, you can imagine the shock she felt. She couldn't believe that Su Mu had appeared so quickly. She had imagined Su Mu would appear, but she didn't expect him to appear so quickly. Not only did he show up, but he also berated her, saying that she had acted on her own without reporting to him. And what if something unexpected happened? Does anyone still respect him? Su Mu said many such caring words. To be honest, Yulilu was stunned by Su Mu's harsh scolding in front of her younger brother. But for some reason, she didn't feel angry. Yulilu didn't know why she wasn't angry. Logically speaking, given her personality, she would never allow someone to yell at her like that. But that's exactly what happened. Let's go into Flying Cloud City. This matter isn't over yet. By the way, you stay with me and don't act on your own. Su Mu's voice rang out, interrupting Yuliloa's thoughts. Su Mu is now very afraid that Yuliloa will act on her own. The woman was still wearing a slave collar that belonged exclusively to him. What was the purpose of this slave collar? We'll live and die together. If something unexpected happens to Yuliloa, wouldn't Su Mu also die? That's why Su Mu was so eager to find Yuliloa. Fortunately, when he found Yuliloa, she was still communicating with Yumu and had not yet taken any action. Yuliloa knew nothing about all of this. Oh, Yuliloa responded, following Su Mu at a respectful distance, but her mind was still uncontrollably filled with thoughts of what had happened earlier. Sumu rode Ifia and led his undead army into the city. Wherever he went, the people of Feiyun City watched from afar, their eyes filled with barely suppressed fear and dread, and none dared to approach him. To the people of Feiyun City, Sumu was an enemy, an invader. It's normal for them to be afraid. They had no idea where the future of Flying Cloud City lay. Is the enemy leader a violent person? Will he kill to establish his authority at the slightest provocation? Will he burn, kill, and plunder, ransacking their land? Feiyun City were unaware of all of this. They could only worry about it in secret. They are now like fish on a chopping board. They wanted to resist, but lacked the courage, and even more so, the strength. In an instant, the people of Feiyun City were filled with fear and unease, and a heavy and oppressive atmosphere permeated the entire city. Ignoring the stares of the surrounding people, Sumu, led by the captured soldiers of Feiyun City, headed straight for the city lord's mansion. Upon entering the city lord's mansion, it was like entering a living hell, with corpses everywhere. Sumu was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? It's one thing to have a war going on outside, but to have a war going on inside too. Filled with doubt, Sumu continued forward until she reached the main hall, where she found a man dressed in a magnificent silk robe lying dead on the throne. What's going on? Sumu noticed a slightly injured guard nearby, and quickly grabbed him for questioning. That's our city lord. The guard pointed to the corpse in the main hall, and slowly began to speak. It turned out that when Sumu used the locust swarm to breach the gates of Feiyun City, the city lord Luoku panicked completely. He knew war was inevitable. But now Flying Cloud City's ice supply is insufficient. How can it possibly stop an army of 100,000 undead? What's more, there are 200,000 locusts. Therefore, City Lord Luo hurriedly requested the experts of Luolin City to lend a hand. Little did they know, the experts from Luolin City refused without a word, and they even wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave Feiyun City. Luoku was merely stopping the experts of Luolin City to inquire about a reason when he was ruthlessly killed, and the alliance agreement was unilaterally torn up. Chapter 396 I Know Where Kelly Went. Of the city lord's mansion saw their city lord being killed, they immediately rose up in resistance. But against the experts of Luolin City, they were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or a stone hitting an egg. Without a doubt, after killing many guards, the experts from Luolin City left Feiyun City under the cover of night and in the chaos. Sumu obtained this information from the guards. Feiyun City has become a scapegoat. To be honest, Feiyun City's geographical location is quite poor. It's surrounded by vast plains, making it an extremely difficult city to defend. Moreover, the surrounding resources were quite ordinary, and the entire city didn't seem wealthy, so it was normal for it to be abandoned, which Sumu could understand. But the only thing he couldn't understand was why Luo Lynching had gone to such lengths to get close to Feiyun City and form an alliance with them, only to give up so easily. That's like taking off your pants to fart, doing all that work for nothing. However, Sumu's question was probably beyond the ability of the young guard in front of him to answer, so there was no need for him to ask too many questions. The information he knows now is that Luo Ku, the city lord of Feiyun City, is dead. May I have your name? Sumu looked at the guards in front of him and asked a question. Nessus. The guards answered Sumu's questions nervously. He knew that his fate was now in the hands of the young man before him, the mastermind behind the successful attack on Flying Cloud City by leading an army of 100,000 undead. He is also the king of an army of 100,000 undead. Nasus. Sumu smiled when she heard the name. Back then, his alias was Nasus, but this guard is named Nasus. Could this be fate? From now on, you will stay by my side for the time being. Do you understand what this means? Sumu stared at Nasus, his face serious and exuding authority. Nasus gritted his teeth, hesitated for a moment. He certainly understood what those words meant. They simply wanted him to become one of their own, in other words, a traitor to the city lord's mansion. To a large extent, this was an appreciation and also an opportunity for Nasus to embark on a smooth path and change his class status. But before them stood the enemy who had breached their Flying Cloud City. Nasus hesitated precisely because of this. He felt incredibly awkward about this identity. What are you hesitating about? Sumu pressed for an answer. His gaze fell on Nasus's face, intently watching his reaction. Grown-ups, you might as well just kill me. Nasus gave a bitter smile and said, I am from the city lord's mansion, so you won't completely trust me. You're like this now only because you don't understand everything about the city lord's mansion and want to use me as a tool. Once you get what you want and know everything you want, I will still be destined to die. Since this is the outcome anyway, I cannot betray the City Lord's mansion. Our City Lord treated us well in the past, and now that he's dead, I might as well go to hell with him. Those of us who were able to join the army had long anticipated this outcome and ending. Nasu's words were sincere and heartfelt, which made Sumu nod in approval. This young guard is quite loyal and clever. With a little training, he could become a very good talent. Sumu was moved by the talent, and he smiled. Aren't you afraid of dying? Since we're all going to die anyway, isn't it all the same sooner or later? Then it's better to die with some dignity, Nasu said, throwing down his long sword, having given up all resistance. Are you so sure that I'll kill you after I've used you? Sumu asked again. Whether it's true or not, we're enemies right now. You won't completely trust me, and I don't understand you either. That's the truth. Nasu's replied that he was no longer as nervous and afraid as he had been at the beginning. As they were talking, figures began to appear in the main hall. They were men and women, all of whom were being pushed out by soldiers captured by Sumu. These people were the servants of the City Lord's mansion and the clansmen and relatives of the City Lord, Luoku. When he saw them, Nasu sighed softly, a hint of regret and pain flashing in his eyes. This has always been the case with war. The victor is king, the loser is villain. Once a city falls, the City Lord's family and servants will inevitably die. Every person in power is a fool. They won't leave a threat around. Therefore, the first people killed when a city was captured were the clansmen and family members of the city's rulers. Nasus, since you are one of Rocco's men, you must have spent quite a few years in the City Lord's mansion. Sumu suddenly turned around and looked at the guards behind him. You must know very well what kind of people are in the City Lord's mansion. Are all of your City Lord's family members and relatives here? Nasus remained silent. He knew very well that once he spoke out, it meant these people would be killed the next moment. You're not stupid. You should understand perfectly well that whether you tell me or not, someone will answer my question. Maybe if you say it, I might be able to give them a quick death. Sumu had plenty of time, so she didn't feel like she was wasting it. He needs to come up with a solution for dealing with Feiyun City. Now that we've taken it all, we can't just abandon it, can we? Feiyun City's geographical location is not ideal. It is surrounded by plains, making it suitable for grazing and raising animals. That's something worth considering for development. I'll talk. Nasus suddenly stood up, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the people in front of him, before he named each of them. Nasus could name almost 100 people perfectly. Sumu expressed surprise. If it were him, he might not be able to remember so many names and identities. It seems that Nasus is not a simple person after all. However, what surprised Sumu even more was that the City Lord Luoku actually had 10 wives and had 18 daughters. Unfortunately, none of the 18 daughters were particularly attractive, and Sumu couldn't find any of them pleasing to the eye. Doesn't your City Lord have a son named Kelly? It's said that he's the head of the Cloud Dragon Merchant Guild. Sumu looked at Nasus. Kelly is a key figure. Sumyuk has heard about him from Kaisen more than once. Therefore, he remembered it vividly. Young Master Kelly is not included. Nasus glanced at it and shook his head. Are there still people in the City Lord's mansion who haven't been brought along? Sumu frowned and looked at the captain of the prisoner soldiers who was responsible for bringing the person to him. My lord, we have searched all the rooms in the City Lord's mansion. Apart from the guards, there are only these people. We have brought them all with us. The captured soldier captain quickly knelt on one knee and began to explain. We have thoroughly searched every room, and there is really no one there. What about Kelly? Don't tell me he ran away with the people from Roland City? Sumu turned his gaze to Nasus. If that's the case, then he's in a bit of a bind. From Kaisen's words, Sumu knew that Kylie's was very wealthy, has amassed a considerable fortune through the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. You could say he's richer than his own father. Sumu's target is largely Kellis. I don't know either. Nasus shook his head. He genuinely knew nothing about Kelly's escape. I know where Kelly went. At that moment, a voice rang out. Chapter 397, That Bastard Kelly. I know where Kelly is. A voice came, and Sumu quickly saw a slender hand raised. He glanced at it, and found that it was the person Nasus had just introduced. She seemed to be one of Luoku's 18 daughters from Feiyun City, but Sumu couldn't quite remember her exact name. Kaler, the City Lord's 14th daughter, and Kelly's sister. Nasus's voice rang out from the side. Sumu glanced at him. This kid was quite good at reading people, and had a bit of a clever streak. You step forward. Sumu waved to Kelly. Yes. Ignoring the stares of others, Kelly carefully walked from the back to the front, and only then did Sumu pay attention to her. Kelly wasn't particularly tall. She wore a large-sleeved robe that completely covered her, making it impossible to see her figure. It looks quite ordinary, though. However, Sumu inexplicably felt that she looked very out of place. He didn't know why, but he always felt that Kelly's face looked strange. You say you know where Kelly went, then tell me. Sumu spoke, without dwelling on anything else. Khalees has escaped. Kelly made a surprising statement. He ran away with all the money he had earned in the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, and even ransacked my father's treasury in the city lord's mansion when he ran away. As soon as Kelly said that, the people around her immediately began to whisper among themselves. Especially the family members of City Lord Rocco. They are all directly related to Khalees, his sisters, his stepmother. How did you know? Sumu frowned inwardly, but maintained his composure and dignity on his face. Kelly hesitated noticeably for a moment. I overheard my father's conversation with those people from Roland City. My father also knows that it was that bastard Kelly who took all the money, so those guys in Rolling City abandoned us and unilaterally tore up the alliance agreement. From the very beginning, all they were after was Kelly's money. Our flying cloud city meant nothing to them. So, when they found out that Kelly had run away with all the money, they no longer wanted to help us. Kelly blurted out everything she knew, and Sumu could even hear the resentment and disgust in her words. This resentment and disgust was not directed at the people of Roland City, but at Kelly. Every time Kelly's name was mentioned, Kelly would grit her teeth, her eyes blazing with anger. After thinking it over carefully, Sumu also felt it made sense. If the people of Luolin City were only after Kelly's money from the beginning, then once he escapes, Feiyun City will be of no value to them whatsoever. No wonder they left so decisively, abandoning Flying Cloud City. All of this makes sense now. You seem to hate Kelly very much, but isn't he your brother? Sumu stared at Kelly and asked a question. Hatred. Kelly's teeth were grinding together, and she clenched her fists. It was because he ran away with all the money that Luo lynching abandoned us, and my father died in vain. From childhood to adulthood, Kelly has been a selfish bastard. He abandoned us, abandoned Flying Cloud City, and abandoned the place where we grew up. How could I not hate him? All right, you can leave now. Sumu waved his hand, already having a plan in mind. Kelly seemed to have something else to say, but after hesitating for a while, she couldn't bring herself to say it, and could only return to the back. Nasus, are you sure everyone's here? Sumu looked at Nasus beside him. You should know what I mean by everyone. Nasus sighed softly. Of course he knew that it was someone connected to the city lord, Luo Ku. I want to know, how would you treat them? Nasus spoke. I don't know. Sumu shrugged, very decisively. Your behavior may determine how I ultimately treat them. Nasus. Sumu's answer puzzled him, but he was also a smart man. With a sigh, Nasus stepped to the front of the crowd and began to identify each person one by one. One person is still missing. Who? Miss Winnie, the youngest daughter of the city lord. Nasus said. She lives in the woodshed. They probably won't be able to find her. The they that Nasus was referring to were naturally the soldiers captured by Samo. As a guard of the city lord's mansion, he was quite familiar with the affairs of the city lord's mansion, which distinguished him from ordinary soldiers. Go and bring her to me. Sumu issued the order. Well, Nasus hesitated visibly for a moment, at which point Kale, who had just retreated to the back, stepped forward. I can bring Winkani to you. Sumu ignored her volunteering and waved his hand at Nasus. You go. Yes. Nasus turned and left helplessly. After Nasus left, Sumu glanced at Kelly and the others, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Take them all to the dungeon and lock them up temporarily. No one is allowed to move without my order. Yes. Wait. Kelly, you stay here for now. Sumu changed his mind. He remembered that there was a treasury inside the city lord's mansion. Even though Kelly has already taken all the money, there are still some things he can't take with him, right? Sumu wanted to go and see. When Kelly saw that she had been kept behind, she was both nervous and excited. Sumu was overthinking it. That bastard Kelly deserves to die? When Sumu arrived at the vault with Kelly's guidance, he was completely dumbfounded. Apart from some broken weapons and armor, there was nothing else inside. Forget about anything valuable. The entire vault was like a junk warehouse, messy and small. You could basically see the whole thing at a glance. Are you sure you're not joking with me? This is the storeroom of your city lord's mansion. Sumu's lips twitched. I can't believe that the city lord's mansion in Feiyun City could be this poor. It's nothing compared to Tianlong City. Andrew, that old fellow, does have some collections, but this Luo Ku. How could I dare to lie to you? Do you want to die? Kelly's eyes were filled with sadness, and her tone carried a hint of melancholy as she said in a low voice. My father was a good man. He only thought about the development of Feiyan City. Over the years, as long as he had money, he would immediately invest it in the development of the city and worked diligently to develop Feiyan City. As soon as he gets a little tax revenue, he immediately invested in building up the army and improving its equipment. There is no extra money at all. The food in our city lord's mansion is very simple every day. There is never any meat or fish. Chapter 398 Runaway. Zerg Hybrid. Kelly continued speaking, her tone filled with admiration for her father. My father never intentionally increased taxes in the city. Moreover, due to the drought last year, the city's residents simply couldn't afford to pay taxes, so my father exempted them from taxes for a year. The entire city lord's mansion simply didn't have any extra money. Not long ago, my father even borrowed money from that bastard Kelly to develop Flying Cloud City, but unfortunately that bastard was stingy and refused to agree. My father had a lot of arguments with him about it. In a fit of anger, he moved out. Sumu agreed with what Kelly said. When his main force entered the city earlier, he found that the city walls and other structures of Feiyan City had been repaired and were not damaged at all. In this respect, it's worlds apart from Tianlong City. Feiyan City is like a new city, while Tianlong City is like an old, dilapidated one. Sumu could tell the difference between the two at a glance. From this perspective, Luoku seems to be a fairly practical city lord. Apart from having a lot of wives and daughters, he seems to be doing all right. However, Sumu wouldn't be foolish enough to believe Kelly just because of a few words. The truth still needs to be verified. I want to stay by your side. Just as Sumu was pondering, Kelly suddenly said something. What? In an environment where only Sumu and Kelly were present, she actually said such a thing to him. Sumu turned to look at Kelly. Seemingly noticing Sumu's surprise and astonishment, Kelly blushed and gently turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. I want to stay by your side. Now that you have taken over Feiyan City, you will definitely need people to help you with things. I used to learn from my father, so I know some ways of governance. I want to stay by your side and help you govern Feiyan City. Sumu. Seeing Kelly's shy reaction, he wondered if this succubus's will had taken effect and her favorability had increased. That's actually quite possible. Otherwise, why would she suddenly blush? I have occupied your Flying Cloud City, so I am your enemy. Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? So what? Kelly suddenly looked at him excitedly. My father died at the hands of the people of Roland City. It all started because Kelly abandoned us, not because of you. But it was also because of the chain reaction caused by my troops besieging the city, and it was still because of me. To be honest, Sumu really didn't understand Kelly's thoughts and could only explain them by the succubus's will. Kelly was captivated by his charm, and her mind went blank. War is inevitable. Kelly is still trying. And I know that you are the master of the tribal town that my father has been fighting against. Everything you have done is just a retaliation, and I can accept this outcome. You want to use me to find Kelly and get revenge on him, right? Sumu thought of a possibility. Kelly was visibly taken aback, but finally nodded firmly. I guess so. But I want to carry on my father's will and develop Feiyan City properly. Let Feiyan City become better and stronger. Miss Winnie brought it over. Nasu's voice suddenly rang out from behind. It's unclear whether his arrival was timely or inopportune. Sumu turned around and looked over. He noticed the girl next to Nasu's at a glance. To be precise, she's a beautiful girl. To be more precise, she is a beautiful girl with heterochromatic red and blue eyes and two wildly waving tentacles on her head. She appeared malnourished, her entire body wrapped in a white linen robe, making her look exceptionally thin. Despite her petite stature, her exquisite features were still undeniable. At this moment, she lowered her head, not looking at Sumu, and the antennae on the top of her head were still fluttering haphazardly. She's not human? Sumu stared at Nasu's and spoke. Yes. Nasu's nodded. When Koni was born to my father, and a Zerg demi-human. The voice came from Kelly. Because she was a mixed race, she was never well received in the household. My father felt that she was the biggest mistake of his life, so he locked her in the woodshed and had someone deliver her food at fixed times every day. But she has never been abused. She just lives in a different place from us. Kelly was still talking. That's about it, but I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. Nasu's looked embarrassed. These were matters that concerned the city lord's private affairs. He had only heard about them and had never actually verified them. But Sumu suddenly became interested. I didn't expect City Lord Luo to be so resourceful. He didn't even spare the insects. Even more unexpectedly, he encountered a demi-human from the Zerg race. This was a first for him. TSK, TSK, TSK. To be honest, Sumu was quite excited. Nasus, take her to the dungeon and lock her up for now. Sumu pointed at Kelly and spoke. What? You're going to lock me up? Kelly pointed incredulously at her own nose. Sumu waved firmly. Nasu sighed and could only do as Sumu said. He was also puzzled. How did things develop to the point where he was already helping out? Didn't he explicitly refuse from the beginning? Nasus is frustrated. Sumu used a magic to dispel illusions. Name, Wenkenny. Race, hybrid, a subhuman hybrid of the Lingluo insect race and the human race. Age, 17. Brief introduction. Born in Feiyun City 17 years ago, she has lived in the Feiyun City Lord's mansion since the moment of her birth and has never left it in the past 17 years. Her life experience is like a blank sheet of paper. But she seems to possess extraordinary power? Lingluo insect clan. To be honest, Sumu knew nothing about this race. But he was clear about one fact. That is, he possesses the ability of the Insect Lord's Catastrophe, which increases the favorability of all insectoid demi-humans towards him by 5 times. Your name is Wenkenny, right? Sumu tried her best to make her tone sound gentler. When Wenkenny spoke, her voice was cold and clear, not at all like that of a cute and innocent little girl. It sounds more like a young girl's voice. She possesses a maturity beyond her years. My name is Sumu, and I will be the owner of this place from now on. Would you like to stay by my side? Sumu stated her thoughts directly, without any pretense or preamble. When Kenny looked up, and just as her gaze met Sumu's face, a voice rang out from behind her. I've caught Yuguru. Yuliloa appeared with lightning speed, and immediately an object crashed down from the sky in front of Sumu. Chapter 399, Wenkenny's Abilities. Previously, Sumu had already learned from Sessions and the others that the poison in Malore's body was related to a guy named Yuguru in Flying Cloud City. So when Sumu arrived in Feiyun City, he naturally kept this matter in mind. Sumu didn't know what Yuguru looked like. However, there are soldiers in Flying Cloud City who recognize him. Where was he caught? Ignoring Yuguru's incessant groans on the ground, Sumu asked. This poor guy, his arms and legs are broken. Yuliloa really went all out. When we found him, he was sneaking towards the city gates when Yumu and the others yelled at him, and then he started fighting them. Yuliloa calmly recounted what had happened. Their battle alerted me. I thought they were from Roland City, so I rushed over and found him. At the time, I didn't know he was the Yuguru you were looking for, but some soldiers recognized him. Yuliloa spoke casually, but Sumu could still sense the danger in her words. It seems this Yaglu is quite difficult to deal with. You're not dead, are you? Sumu walked over and kicked Yuguru. This guy was deliberately shouting loudly, trying to get their attention. Who exactly are you? Yugul wasn't stupid. He had just heard with his own ears. He is the Yugul you want. Judging from this, the young man in front of him knows him, or at least knows him. Otherwise, why would he specifically target him? Yuguru does possess this level of judgment. He's not stupid. Sumu smiled. He squatted down in front of Yuguru. You know Malore, right? Yuguru looked wary, seemingly deep in thought. It seems you need a hint. Sumu shrugged and continued. You know the Tizat Holy Horse, right? You. A look of surprise and shock flashed in Yuguru's eyes. You led your men to steal the Tizat Holy Horse. Previously, Yogul had carefully analyzed the situation and concluded that even if Gushchi and Sessions had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to run away with the Sky Shuttle Holy Horse. After all, they still have family members in Feiyun City. Even if Gushchi and Sessions are ruthless enough, others might not necessarily obey their orders. Therefore, Yaglu concluded that the Tizat Holy Horse was most likely stolen by someone with ulterior motives. Furthermore, this person possessed extremely powerful methods, which deceived Sessions, Gushchi, and others. You're not stupid. Sumu nodded, his opinion of Yuguru improving slightly. Tell me, what kind of poison is in the Tizat Holy Horse? This is your only chance to live. Do you think I'm stupid? If I say it out loud, I'm afraid I'll die right away. Yuguru stared at Sumu with a mocking look. He knew very well that his only hope of survival now lay in finding an antidote. The moment he reveals it, his chips will vanish. Snod. Without wasting any words, Sumu called out to the side. His sudden outburst was chilling. After all, there were no extra people around. Besides Yuliloa, there is only Wenkenny, who has just arrived. Yagla knows both of them. One of them broke his arms and legs and brought him here. One is the city lord's lowly bastard daughter. But soon, a shadowy figure appeared out of nowhere in front of Yaglu, startling him. Where was this thing hidden all along? Undead. Yuguru had a guess in his mind. Help me call Kunu over. I need to know that Kunwu entered his body and knows all the memories in his mind. Snow knew very well that Kunwu was currently in Lodi City, and it would probably take quite a while to call it over. It would take Snowdrift a day and a night to fly to Lodi City. With 2 days for the round trip, would he be able to wait until then? Snod was very naive. Of course he didn't know that Su-mu wanted him to help put on a show to scare Yugru and make him confess honestly. Therefore, Snore did not react to Su-mu's order at first. But Snowdow didn't understand. Yulilua did, and she stepped forward. I'll go and call Kanai over. I know where he is. He won't even have to say a word. He'll have his turn to suffer. Then go ahead, Su-mushin said with relief. Fortunately, there were still people who understood what he meant. A flicker of fear crossed Yugru's face, fear of the unknown. He bit his lower lip, struggling to think and hesitate about something. Just as Yulilua turned to leave, a voice rang out beside Su-mu. Dewdrop toxin. What? Su-mu turned his head and looked at Winkini in surprise, because it was she who had spoken. However, compared to Su-mu, the surprise and shock on Yugru's face were more obvious at this moment. You Lilua wait. Lilua, who was about to leave, his eyes never leaving Winkini's face. What do you mean by the dewflower toxin you just mentioned? The answer you want to know. Winkini spoke calmly, without a trace of fear or apprehension towards Su-mu on her face, as if they had known each other for a long time. The toxin that the Sky Shuttle Holy Horse was poisoned with is called Dew Godflower toxin. The antidote is still in his arms. Winnie suddenly reached out and pointed at Yugru, who was still lying on the ground. The third black compartment in his inner pocket was sewn inside, and there was a small packet of powder there, which was an antidote. After saying this, Yugru's face showed fear. How is that possible? Yaglu could hardly believe it. How did this little bitch know what kind of toxin was in the Skyspin Holy Horse? Knowing what the poison was is one thing, but how did she also know where the antidote was? Yaglu's shock had reached the point of terror. He bought the Dew Godflower poison from a black market merchant, and so did the antidote. Even young Master Kelly was unaware of the existence of this poison. Even Niggs, who often went on missions with him and spent every day with him, was unaware of this. It can be said that the Dew Godflower poison is a secret deep within Yaglu's heart. Used the Dew Godflower poison on the Sky Shuttle Holy Horse for 2 reasons. One was to weaken her strength so that she would be unable to resist. The second reason is to gain leverage in negotiations with young Master Kelly. Yugru wants to gain more benefits from this. After all, Tizot Saint horses aren't a common item. However, due to an accident, the Tizot Holy Horse was lost, which prevented him from taking any further action. It can be said that all of this is a secret in Yogur's heart. So how did Winkoni know all this? Chapter 400. Can hear thoughts? That's defying the heavens. Su-mu saw the reaction on Yugru's face and, without hesitation, immediately went forward and began searching. Through Su-mu's efforts, he actually found a packet of powder in the third compartment of Yugru's underwear, just as Winkini had said. There is absolutely no difference. There's absolutely no need for Kanai. How do you know all this? With the antidote powder found, Yugru lost his support and had no bargaining chips left to negotiate with Su-mu. He faced only death. Yuguru was on the verge of a breakdown. He glared at Winkoni and roared. Who told you that? You little bitch. How did you know that? Yagla's madness has proven whether what Winkoni said was true or false. Su-mu quickly hid the powder, but at the same time, he was also curious about how Winkini knew about it. Judging from Yuguru's frenzied state, the poison is probably a huge secret he keeps to himself, and there are probably only a handful of people who know it. At that moment, Su-mu began to have some doubts. Did Winkini have some kind of illicit relationship with Yuguru? They frequently come into contact within the city lord's mansion? I have had no contact with him. I hate him, he's a bastard. As Su-mu was thinking, Winkini suddenly spoke again. Moreover, Su-mu keenly realized that Winkini's words were the answer to the question in his heart. Is it a coincidence? How does she know what I'm thinking? As Su-mu looked at Winkini, he muttered to himself again. It's not a coincidence. Winkoni added another comment. Su-mu. Yulilua frowned slightly. She didn't quite understand what it meant. I want to kill him with my own hands. Suddenly, Winkoni pointed her slender hand at Yuguru on the ground. You asked me to kill him, and I'll answer the questions in your heart. Also, as you asked before, I'm willing to stay by your side. Su-mu lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment. Good. But before that, I have a question to ask him. Okay. Winkini stepped aside. What Su-mu wanted to ask Yuguru was naturally about Khalees and the people in Roland City. He wanted to see how much Yagla knew. But Su-mu's answers to every question were not given by Yuguru, but by Winkoni. It was as if Winkini was Yugul's mouthpiece. Everything Sumu wanted to know, and everything Yugal didn't want to say, was said by Winkini. Yaglu himself was completely stunned. But compared to the shock in his heart, the unknown fear of being completely controlled swept over him, and his body was already soaked in cold sweat. The way they looked at Winkini was as if they had seen a ghost, filled with fear and panic. All right, I know everything I wanted to know. He's now in your hands. Sumu kept his word and handed Winkini a long sword, wanting to see how she would handle it. Do you dare to actually swing this sword? In Sumu's view, Winkini had never actually killed anyone. I've never even killed a chicken, let alone killed a person. So, can she really bring herself to do it? Another question is, why did Winkone suggest that she wanted to kill Yagaryu? What's the story behind this? To Sumu's great surprise, Winkini swung her longsword. Yaglu's head fell cleanly to the ground. Winkone was so decisive that she didn't even give Yaglu a chance to beg for mercy. Even Yuguru himself probably didn't expect that Winkone would so decisively swing her longsword. He died with his eyes wide open, his eyes still wide open. All right, let's leave this to someone else. Let's go somewhere else first. With Yuguru dead, Sumu no longer considered using Star-Devouring Moon. Normally, Star-Devouring and Moon-Devouring can absorb the powerful energy from strong individuals and transform it into Sumu's own abilities. But Sumu himself is very picky. There's nothing particularly special about Yuguru. Now, can you answer the question that's been bothering me? The side hall of the City Lord's mansion, Sumu enjoyed his tea while looking at Winkini in front of him and speaking. Sitting to the side, Yuliloa was equally curious, but she didn't say anything and simply picked up her tea and drank it. You've already guessed it without me saying anything, haven't you? Winkoni blurted out something out of the blue. Seeing that Sumu was still looking at her, she could only slightly purse her pale lips and say, I don't know why. It must be an innate ability of mine. From childhood to adulthood, I have been able to easily see through other people's thoughts and know what they are thinking at any given moment. When I was a child, this ability might not have been particularly outstanding. I could only occasionally hear what other people were thinking and know what they were thinking. But as I grew older, this ability seemed to get stronger and stronger. I could know what other people were thinking anytime I wanted. Sumu. As he had guessed, it was just as he had predicted. Not long ago, when Sumu asked a question and when Winkini answered, he had already guessed that Winkini might have the ability to eavesdrop on other people's thoughts. I never expected it to actually be like that. Yuliloa, standing to the side, raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at Winkini several times in surprise. She never expected that such a powerful ability was hidden in this thin, seemingly malnourished little body. To eavesdrop on other people's inner thoughts and know what they are thinking? That's a bit scary. Yuliloa couldn't help but shudder. To be honest, she felt that having someone know her thoughts all the time was a terrifying thing. It wasn't just Yulilu who thought this way. Sumu felt the same way. He coughed lightly and sat up straight. This ability is indeed very powerful, even heaven-defying. But can you always do something like hearing what other people are thinking? Anyone is acceptable. Even very strong people can do it. Either is fine. Winkini nodded, then hesitated for a moment. You're a little worried that I'll know what you're thinking, so you're feeling very confused right now, thinking a lot, and trying to confuse my judgment. Damn it. You were absolutely right. Compared to you, this older sister seems more afraid of me. When Winkini spoke again, she was referring to Yuliloa. She seems afraid that I'll find out about her feelings for you. Before Winkini could finish speaking, Yuliloa stood up and interrupted her. I'll go out first. I don't know how Yumu is doing yet. I'll go check on him. Yuliloa turned around. She secretly clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture towards Winkini, then left with a slightly flushed face.